The first thing I did after crossing over was to dig out my own heart and replace it with an artificial electronic heart. It's just because this is a world where the heart resonates with the gods. Some people hold justice in their hearts and resonate with the god of light. And they change jobs to become 3S profession 12-winged seraphim. Some people are born in darkness, resonate with the god of darkness, and change jobs to become 3S profession Shadow King. At this moment, when Chen Fan stepped into the transfer formation, a huge pressure instantly caused his artificial heart to spin rapidly, while the power was also being consumed continuously. As time quietly passed, the magic array showed no response. Is there not a single deity willing to stay for me? The power of the mighty gods crushed the artificial heart, and if Chen Fan did not retreat now, death would be the only thing waiting for him. But a failed job change is also death. The sudden accident not only caused him to lose his heart, but also caused his sister to lose her legs. She now spends her days in a wheelchair, while their parents remain unconscious in the hospital. If unable to become a transcender, the hope for Chen Fan's family to survive will be completely extinguished. I carry so much on my back. How could it end here? Gods, answer my call. In the endless darkness, Chen Fan shouted desperately, but as his voice fell, the power of the gods began to dissipate madly. However, just as Chen Fan was in despair, a dazzling light tore through the darkness, and a figure more majestic than a god stood tall in front of the endless radiance. Flesh is weak. Ascend with machinery. Offer your heart. Chen Fan. As soon as the words fell, Chen Fan lost consciousness before he could react. At the same time, there was a sudden burst of light on the transfer platform, as if countless precise gears flashed by, accompanied by the sound of countless mechanical operations, and then suddenly disappeared. When Chen Fan opened his eyes again, he was already lying on a hospital bed. At this moment, a woman was sitting by the bed, her face full of concern. Chen Fan, are you okay? Seeing this, Chen Fan forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Facing this person who had always helped him, Chen Fan was always grateful. Do not thank me, Chen Fan. In fact, I came here just to tell you some good news. The car accident 3 years ago was arranged by me. The family's divine calculator predicted that you would awaken as an S-level divine knight. But how could a mere commoner be worthy of such a profession? So I arranged that accident, transplanted your heart, and awakened you as an S-level divine knight. With that, Lu Ruyan stood up, smiling as she looked down at Chen Fan below. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately looked at the demon in front of him with disbelief written all over his face. What an irony! To feel grateful towards the person who took everything away from him. Li Ruyan, one day I will kill you. And Li Ruyan looked arrogantly at Chen Fan who was struggling in front of him. Chen Fan, you better stay in the hospital to recover. I will take good care of this heart. Then he laughed and left the ward. At this time, Chen Fan lay weakly on the hospital bed. This guy awakened what should have been my S-level profession. What should I use to compete with him? However, just as Chen Fan was angrily powerless, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Should I merge with the mechanical god's heart? Upon hearing this sound, Chen Fan was suddenly startled. And then he found a sophisticated mechanical heart floating in front of him. Could it be related to the voice I heard during my job transition? But no matter what, I have nothing now. Fuse with me. As the words fell, the ethereal mechanical heart directly merged into Chen Fan's body, replacing the old artificial heart in an instant, and a majestic power was instantly injected into Chen Fan's body like the sun. At the same time, the mechanical worlds will speaks. Congratulations on awakening as an SSS level professional super godly mechanic. Obtaining the active skill Super Godly Armament. Super Godly Armament. Possessing the Super Godly Armament. Arming the body with the power of machinery. Constantly evolving. And subverting the gods. Congratulations on awakening the 3 major divine hidden skills. Mechanical Overload. Triggering Mechanical Overload can unleash 10 times the power. Mechanical Ascension. The Super Divine Armament can be upgraded indefinitely, until stepping on the gods. Mechanical Construction. Can create super futuristic mechanical devices, buildings, weapons, can create billions of mechanical tribe monsters, pushing invincibility in the world. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's heart suddenly beat violently. Is this the power of an SSS level professional? Compared to Lu Ruyan's Apocalypse Knight, I don't know how much stronger it is. She thought she had destroyed Chen Fan, but little did she know that she had given Chen Fan a chance for rebirth. Feeling the new power in his body, Chen Fan couldn't wait to try out these miraculous skills. He quickly got up from the sickbed to complete the discharge procedures. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan came to the 3rd floor ward and walked straight to the ward where his parents were staying together. Looking at the 2 lying pale on the sickbed, Chen Fan's somewhat inflated heart also calmed down a bit. No matter how strong he was, he needed time to grow. Before having a certain strength, he absolutely could not be careless. Mom, Dad, wait for me, Chen Fan whispered, tightening his fists. There are only 3 days left of his parents' medical expenses. He had to find a way to raise enough money in 3 days. There were still 10 days before the college entrance examination, and the minimum level requirement to participate in the college entrance examination was level 10. During this period of time, students would all rush to the wilderness to practice leveling in a brainstorming manner. He went to the wilderness to brush monsters and practice leveling, or he could sell materials to make money. Old author, new book. Quality is guaranteed. Please feel free to eat. The back of the storm. There will be no depressing points. Thank you, Posey support. After planning his next intentions, Wang Dust and his sister called to say that he would go back later. He directly took the bus towards the outside of Luo High City. He was also hiding it from his sister when he attended the awakening ceremony this time. It's better to wait until I get back to talk to my sister about everything. Wang Dust smiled. He couldn't wait to test his abilities in the wild. Until now, he didn't know what this so-called super god armament looked like. It's also not clear what all three of those god-level skills do specifically. In a nutshell, everything will just have to wait until we get to the field and try again. Wang Dust had just left in the front foot, and two beautiful girls came in the back foot. One of the red-haired girls had a slender body that was so good that it exploded, and the other brunette had an outstanding temperament, especially those long legs that were snow-white and straight. Moving, the girl with big red waves said helplessly, "Xiao Xiao, at least you're the school flower. How could you like this kid? Wasn't he just the one who helped you buy something before? Only a heavenly pride like Rin Enian is worthy of you, right?" And Xiao Xiao said helplessly, Mang, what are you thinking? I just came to see him. I really don't like him anymore." Li Meng was speechless. "What do you mean look at your eyes are going to hook the gravy. After I heard about his accident, I was so anxious. As soon as the awakening ceremony was over today, you rushed here. At least you are the one who awakened the S-class Tianfeng magician. I heard that he didn't even have an occupation awakened, and your family doesn't allow you to be with Anan. I know you're saying it for my own good, and I know we're not in the same world. I'm just checking on him, that's all." And Xiao Xiao smiled helplessly, knowing that what Li Meng said was the truth. She just had a crush on Wang Chen. The two girls then went in and quickly learned the news that Wang Chen had been discharged from the hospital. The two girls looked at each other wide-eyed. "Didn't you say that Wang Chen would have to lie down for at least half a year this time?" On the other side, Wang Dust quickly determined the location for practicing and brushing monsters. The best places for newbies to practice are the poison mushroom forest, magical stream bank, and the underground cave. After transferring all the way to the bus, he arrived in front of the towering teleportation tower, and after handing over the last $300 on his body, Wang Chen was ready to teleport to the poisonous mushroom forest. The formation master with the pointy hat also kindly reminded, the poison mushroom forest is littered with some undefendable poisonous creatures and is known as the nastiest newbie leveling area. Do you really want to go there with no protection whatsoever? Wang Dust smiled faintly. Thank you, senior. I have my own considerations. Other people are afraid of being bitten by poisonous creatures, but he's armed to the teeth with the super gods. This place couldn't be more perfect for him. The array master shook his head and activated the magic array. Another young man who doesn't listen to advice. Swish! There was a flash of white light. Wang Chuan arrived at the poisonous mushroom forest, and as soon as he exited the teleportation array, he smelled a corrupt odor unique to the poisonous mushroom forest. Stepping out of the teleportation tower ushered in a hustle and bustle. Quite a few professionals who teleported here were shouting and pulling people into groups. Looking up, in the farther distance, a somewhat shadowy forest with black trees like twisted evil spirits before him was none other than the forest of poisonous mushrooms. Wang Duan bought a map. One person then walked in towards the poison mushroom forest. The forest, which is filled with poisonous mushrooms of every color, is cold and damp, determining that no one was around. Wang Chen's eyes stared. Super gods armed. The illusory pale blue transparent mecha silhouette surfaced on his body and solidified violently, transforming into a black and gold exoskeleton armor full of sci-fi aesthetics attached to his body. Armed super god possession completed. Wang Chuan felt the powerful strength coming from his body and tried to move his palms without any discomfort or sense of weight. He looked at the panel again. Name Wang Duan. Occupation, super god mechanic. Level, 1. Power, 50. Physical fitness, 50. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Have all the attributes tripled again? It's too powerful. My attributes are now almost 5 times that of an ordinary person. And with this exoskeleton armor, the poisonous insects here can't bite me. Wang Dust was a bit excited. However, I have 3 more skills. With a movement of his mind, Wang Chen instantly triggered the mechanical overload. Boom! The sharp eyes of the black and gold exoskeleton armor instantly turned crimson, and at the same time, a crimson trail surfaced in the gaps of the exoskeleton armor, as if there was a high temperature overflowing, and the air was distorting. Wang Dust saw an additional slowly decreasing progress bar in the upper right corner, while the panel underwent a shocking change. Name Wang Duan. Occupation, Super God Mechanic. Level, 1. Power, 500. Physical Fitness, 500. Agility, 300. Spirit, 300. Hiss. The mechanical overload skill is also too scary. The always calm Wang Dust had a shocked look on his face at this moment. After he triggered mechanical overload, his four-dimensional attributes increased tenfold, and he had already caught up to a level 20 warrior. The only thing to say might be that there was a time limit. Wang Dust glanced at the progress bar. It was around 10 minutes. If it was any longer, the mech would be lifted due to overload. But that's awesome enough. Wang Dust silently looked at the other two skills. Just one talent skill had given Wang Chen such a big surprise. What about the remaining two? Chapter 4, A Woman of Unknown Origin. Does mechanical ascension mean that I can source a steady stream of upgraded and modified mechs as I see fit? A virtual light blue exoskeleton armor silhouette appeared in front of Wang Chuan's eyes, with the LV1 level font hovering above it, representing Wang Dust. This exoskeleton armor as a whole was level 1. This shadowy figure spun in front of him, then cracked and transformed into 6 different parts, with LV1 level fonts hovering above each part. The 6 major parts of the arms, thighs, chest armor, back armor, waist, abdomen, and head, all of which are currently at level 1, can all be transformed and soared to give different characteristics, and after I transform and upgrade all of the parts all the way up to level 2, the exoskeleton armor as a whole will also be upgraded to level 2, as well as gaining more abilities and characteristics. Wang Dust looked at the arms. Materials needed to upgrade arm to LV2, Copper X100, Alloy Drill X100, Iron X100, LV5 Demon Drop X50. Copper blocks and iron blocks are all fine. Alloy diamonds are a relatively rare mineral and require so many magical drops. Wang Chuan's brows wrinkled slightly. Although the Super God armament was powerful, it also required a greater price to pay. Just the initial enhancement of one part required so many materials. He looked again at the 2 ascension routes of his arm. Arm ascension routes, defense route, attack route. Defense route, arms can now be embedded with whiteboard-level defensive weapons, gaining different forms and skills. Attack route, the arm can now be embedded with a whiteboard-level attack weapon to obtain different forms and skills. Wang Dust looked at it and probably understood it. Absorbing different weapons enables the arm to take on different forms, as well as gaining new skills. Absorbing a shield, for example, might gain the arm shield ability. Absorb a longsword and possibly gain the arm sword ability. Absorb a magic wand and possibly gain the palm cannon ability. There is also the possibility of new skill traits based on the weapon's characteristics. For example, shields gain physical and magical immunity, and palm cannon rays gain effects like freezing and toxins. There were now 6 parts of Wang Dust's body, and each of them could be transformed by soaring at will. Thinking of this, Wang Dust's heart was a little excited and expectant up. After all, for a man to build an exoskeleton armor of his own according to his own ideas, thinking about it made people excited. Putting away the Super God armament, Wang Dust looked at the 3rd skill. This was the skill he was most looking forward to. He could never forget the scene of so many magnificent mechanical armies, the kind of hot-blooded scene where one person pushes the invincible across the board, which every man could not refuse. It is also his capital for group combat, but the skill is grayed out and not lit up, showing that it can be turned on after level 10. Although Wang Dust was a little disappointed in his heart, but when he thought about it, he was just starting out now. How could he have the capital to come up and build his own mechanical army? Wang Dust's heart was itching, but he could only suppress his curiosity for the time being. Let's try to brush up to level 10 first. At that moment, a few mushrooms next to him suddenly shifted and gave birth to many legs, rushing towards him. Fix your eyes. It turns out that this is a demonic creature disguised as a poisonous mushroom. Ordinary professionals who ran into it would have to fumble and have a big headache, and if they were accidentally bitten, they would have to lose a lot of blood. Name Poison Mushroom Spider. Level 3. Power 10. Physical Fitness 5. Agility 10. Spirit 8. Blood Quantity 300. Skills, Bite. Fangs, Camouflage. Introduction, a poisonous creature that is good at camouflaging, and has the effects of poisoning and paralysis after being bitten. Wang Dust didn't move and existed to test his mind. Seeing these spiders take a few bites at their paws did no damage. Wang Dust completely put down his heart. He directly raised his foot and heaved it. Bang! 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 With 3 kicks, 3 poison mushroom spiders were directly killed. You have killed the LV3 poison mushroom spider and gained 60 experience points. You have killed the LV3 poison mushroom spider and gained 60 experience points. You have killed the LV3 poison mushroom spider and gained 60 experience points. You've upgraded. Congratulations on your promotion to LV1 level. The voice of the worlds will rang out. And after Wang Dust's breakthrough, the experience tube also soared by a small half. If others knew that Wang Chuan had killed such a poisonous mushroom spider so easily, they didn't know how shocked they would be. Because after these spiders were killed, the body fluids that burst out were also highly poisonous. And when they were killed, they were all afraid of the body fluids splashing onto them. So it was unlikely that they would be as easy as Wang Chuan, who went up and kicked them directly. Simple and violent. At the same time, a large pile of drops exploded on the ground. Wang Dust quickly collected these things and put them into the package behind his back. These materials will sell for a few $100s. Go on. It won't take long to save up enough for mom and dad's medical bills for a while. Wang Chuan licked his mouth and suppressed his excitement as he directly walked towards the depths of the forest. In the middle of a dark forest, Wang Dust kept killing a poisonous mushroom spider. Spiders that no one else dared to touch. He relied on the protection of his super god armament and struck down with impunity. Even the poisonous splashes of bodily fluids couldn't do a bit of damage to him. 5 hours later, several spiders the size of facepalms lay on the ground, their armor dented in several places, their knuckles twitching and green bodily fluids bubbling out of the broken places. It was none other than the LV5 level poison mushroom spider. The novice professionals encountered a terrifying demonic creature that had to change color, but they were easily hammered by Wang Dust to explode several of them. Wang Dust picked up the materials that popped out and stuffed them into his backpack. There was a flash of light. You've upgraded. Congratulations on your promotion to LV5. Wang Dust grinned. For a civilian who didn't have the help of a strong family member to practice leveling, this kind of upgrading speed was already appalling enough. It wouldn't take long for him to turn on his third skill. Just then, a sizzling sound suddenly came from the distance. A gasping pretty girl ran from the distance. She was pale and wearing a revealing tights. The torn area revealed a large area of snow white. Looking at its level 10, her eyes were shocked when she saw Wang Duan, and she thought that Wang Duan was wearing some kind of armor. Help me! The girl jumped onto Wang Duan's body, rubbing his arm with the softness in front of her body indulgently. Wang Dust frowned. It was impossible for him to come to the rescue of such a woman of unknown origin. Just as he was about to draw out his arm, 2 more men suddenly chased after them in the distance, and their levels were both clearly level 15. The woman's face changed. She shouted at Wang Duan, "The stuff is for you. Remember to hit my card for the money. I'm leaving first." Chapter 5. So what if I kill you? The woman hadn't scurried out yet. Bang! Wang Dust violently threw out a whip leg and viciously smacked this woman's waist. Put! The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the woman flew directly backwards, crashing into the big tree next to her with a bang, a mouthful of blood spurting out. The tree trembled and rustling leaves fell, and in the gap between the falling leaves, the woman raised her head and looked at Wang Chen incredulously. Aha! You dare to take a shot at me? Don't you know I'm a woman? I let you stop someone for me, and you've even wasted me. The woman was completely frantic, her face full of resentment. Her spine was broken by Wang Duan's kick, and the lower half of her body was incontinent, completely unconscious and totally wasted. Knowing a woman as stunningly beautiful as her, I wonder how many men would be willing to do things for her, regardless of the rewards. She had only asked Wang Chen to stop someone for her, and Wang Chen had wasted her without hesitation. The 2 level 15 men also froze, not expecting Wang Chen to be so ruthless, and for a while, they stood still and did not dare to advance. A good one to help you stop just a little bit. Dare to use me? You have to make preparations to pay the price. Wang Dust huffed in his heart as he walked over with big strides, and with 5 fingers divided, he directly grabbed the woman's head and picked her up. This kind of woman sells her body to show off a little bit, and likes to play with men as if they were playthings. Even flew off the handle and dumped the pot on him when he didn't react. If it was another level 5 novice who was pulled down by a woman for no reason, he probably wouldn't even know how to die. Do you really think all men are dog lickers? But this woman still doesn't think she's wrong. What's wrong with me just using you? It's your honor to let you stop someone for this fairy. How many men are too happy to work for me? The woman gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Dust. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down and apologize to this fairy? Do you believe me or not? I'll post everything you've done on the internet and let them condemn you. Let them skin you out. Are you listening to this fairy or not? I asked you to stop someone for me. So what if you die from your injuries? I'll thank you. Do you know how much of an honor it is for you to be remembered by me? Wang Chuan smiled coldly, and the cold blue light flickered for a moment at the location of the narrow and sharp eye sockets of the super god armament, as if they were dagger-like sharp. This kind of woman is incorrigible. Look at the woman's ugly face. The nameless fire in Wang Chuan's heart was accumulating more and more. This kind of self-righteous woman really thinks that the world revolves around her alone and that men deserve to be used by her and pay for her? Bang! Wang Dust directly pushed his 5 fingers together and crushed this chattering woman's head raw. Red and white things splattered. Wang Dust let go of his hand. Poof! The woman's headless body fell to the ground. Blood spraying down her neck as if it were a spring, staining the trunk of the tree, bubbling hot as it ran down the mottled cracks in the tree's epidermis, gathering in pools of blood. The first time to kill people. Wang Dust heart do not know why. No fear, on the contrary, some free and excited. And even blood splattered to the armor. Real-time tactile feedback. That warm splattered feeling, especially looking at the woman's body on the ground, is still as if peeling bullfrogs, twitching. The heart of the coolness of the heart is directly bursting. Is this what it feels like to have absolute strength? Against this kind of woman with a foul mouth. There's no need to argue with her about anything. Just kill her. Wang Dust took a deep breath and suddenly realized that something had fallen out of the woman's waist. It was a bronze token. Right at this moment, Wang Chen detected other fiery gazes looking at this bronze token. Is it because of this token that this woman is being chased by these two? Wang Dust raised his head and looked at the 2 level 15 men. One is a level 15 shield warrior, wearing battle armor on his knees and legs and a patinated bronze round shield on his stocky right arm. One was a level 15 sword warrior with white bandages wrapped around his limbs and a bloodstained broadsword behind his back. At this moment, the two looked at Wang Chen, their eyes filled with shock and scorn. This kind of ruthless and decisive heart made their hearts very shocked. But soon, they both realized that Wang Duan was only level 5, a discovery that made them freeze. They had thought that Wang Chuan was at least a level 10 in order to kill the woman so easily. The discovery sent a wave of ecstasy through the two men's hearts. The armor this kid is wearing might be a silver suit. Or else how could it have such a powerful increase that would allow this kid to kill people across levels? In an instant, a huge greed arose in the hearts of the two men, and their gazes toward Wang Chen were filled with naked greed and salivation. The equipment in this world is divided into white plate, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, 8 levels. That's silver equipment. Go out and sell it for a few $100,000, or even a small million. Do it. Do it big. The two looked at each other and instantly knew what the other was thinking. The other party was only level 5, but they were level 15 warriors, one of the strongest professions in the early stages. Even if Wang Duan was ruthless, so what? A mere level 5 rookie. They wouldn't be afraid of anything. Kid, take off your armor and hand it to us on your knees, and we can spare your life. That sword warrior removed the broadsword behind his back and released the sword chi increased skill, and a layer of white sharp sword chi surfaced above the broadsword. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Kill him. The shield warrior smiled coldly towards Wang Chen. He then sunk his waist low, carried his shield, and executed a shield charge, charging directly towards Wang Chen. 2 more robbers? It's true what the teacher said. Once you leave the campus, it's man-eating everywhere out there. Wang Dust smiled, looked at the base panel of this shield warrior. The eyes flickered slightly. The overmind arms instantly parsed the man's basic information. Name Zhao Hong. Profession, shield warrior. Level, 15. Power, 163. Physical fitness, 99. Agility, 15. Spirit, 15. With such a low panel, it's actually not bad for a civilian warrior to have practiced up to this point. But it's a big mistake to really think that you can pin me down like this. Wang Dust's mind moved. Overdrive overload, instant on. Buzz. The terrifying sound of energy-filled overload instantly rang out, as if a fighter jet engine had been started with a roar. A horrible energy overload came out. The eyes of the super god armor instantly turned crimson in color, and a crimson light flowed through the slits as if they were magma. At this point, his panel stats were even more terrifying than before. The 4-dimensional attributes are directly multiplied tenfold. There's no way around it. The gift of overdrive overload is just awful. Name Wang Duan. Occupation, super god mechanic. Level, 5. Power, 600. Physical fitness, 600. Agility, 400. Spirit, 400. Go to hell, kid. At this moment, this shield warrior's attack was already close at hand, and he held up his shield and slapped it down fiercely towards Wang Chen. What the shield warrior was best at was strength and defense, and in his opinion, slapping Wang Dust to death was no different from slapping a bedbug to death. Chapter 6 The Secret Key. His whole body armor made a running sound, and powerful energy surged out from his heart. Wang Chuan looked at this man who was close at hand, and without hesitation, he directly slammed out with a punching fist. Even the air emitted a whistling sound. The moment his fist made contact with the shield, bang! The bronze shield instantly dented, making a crunching sound as terrifying power poured out. The man's eyes snapped open as a look of horror and fear swept across his eyes. How is it possible? How could this kid have such a terrifying power? You know he's a shield warrior. In the next moment, the dented shield slapped hard on top of his chest with a mountainous and immense force. Bang! With another muffled sound, all of the man's ribs in his chest broke, and his entire body flew out backwards at an even faster speed, as if he had been hit by a truck, and crashed into a rock behind him with a loud bang. Bang! The moss-covered boulder trembled violently, shaking the earth. The bronze shield that had been scrapped on the man's chest banged to the ground, revealing the face of the man in the back with 7 bloody orifices and the shocked look on his dead face. He sat against the bottom of the boulder, his chest caved in, blood dripping down his chin, and fear written all over his face. Seeing this scene, the sword warrior next to him was scared out of his wits, his scalp cracking. He never expected that a rookie in his eyes would kill the shield warrior, who was the best at defense, with a single punch. Shocker! It's too shocking. How is that possible? If it hadn't happened in front of his eyes, there was no way he would have believed such a thing. The man's heart was filled with regret. If he had known this, he shouldn't have messed with Wang Chen. You! He turned around and was just about to shout something, but in the next moment, his gaze only saw a fist blasting over with a terrifying wave of air. The speed was so incredibly fast that he didn't even have time to react. Bang! Wang Dust slammed another hard punch into the sword warrior's face with a click, instantly shattering his skull. Die for me! Wang Dust changed his fist into a claw and clasped the man's head, flying and storming, crashing into a large tree behind him with a rumble. Bang! The large tree shook, accompanied by a cloud of blood mist exploding violently. The leaves fell, and many of the green leaves were splattered with scarlet blood. Wang Chuan let go of his hand, and the man's headless body went limp and slowly slid down with his back against the tree. The blood was still like a fountain, rapidly dyeing the trunk of the tree. I thought it was some kind of tough guy. Wang Dust glanced at the corpses of the 2 men and wiped a handful of blood from the super god armor. He walked over and picked up the bronze token from the woman's body, then fumbled around with her, pulling out some bank cards and identification. Name Lu Shui. Ha? Any more news? Wang Dust picked up this woman's cell phone and opened it. It seems to be this Lu Shui woman's younger brother, not very old, only on the 3rd grade, instructed his sister to go out and be careful. Do not be in a hurry to earn money to take risks. His disease is not in a hurry to cure. Just want a sister peace and quiet. Wang Dust sighed slightly, rather than pitying the woman whatsoever, but lamenting that no wonder the woman was poor and had nothing. So it was for her brother's treatment. Wang Dust also had no sense of guilt in his heart. Anyway, this woman was going to use him from the beginning, not caring if he died or lived. He'd rather pick at the woman's corpse and lament it than have the woman pick at his own corpse and lament that he had a sister to take care of. That's the way the world is meant to be. The weak are the strong. Wang Dust took one look and stomped on the phone as soon as he could. Then, undeterred, he ripped the woman's clothes and stripped them clean off, revealing the white body, and after making sure there was nothing there, he went over and touched the bodies of the 2 men as well. A broken shield can't be wanted. It can be sold for some money, but it's really inconvenient to carry. A broadsword is a bronze weapon that can fetch tens of thousands of dollars. There was also some insect repellent powder, and a few tens of thousands of dollars that I had carried around in bits and pieces. As for the rest, there is nothing else. After all, these civilians are lucky to have these things. That's fine. These things can be sold for a lot of money too. Wang Dust carried the broadsword on his back. He then picked up the bronze token with a puzzled look on his face. What is this thing? Check online first. The super god's arms are connected to this world's internet by default. With a movement of Wang Dust's mind, countless information that had been screened was projected. Soon, he knew what this bronze token was. Secret realm key. Surprisingly, it's the secret realm key. Wang Dust's heart burst with excitement. The place where this world's demons gather is not only the wilderness, but also replicas. The duplicates are fixed locations for brushing monsters. Basically they won't change for decades and centuries, and the number, types, and behavioral patterns of the demons inside are also fixed. While people can keep swiping over and over again, there is very little experience or drops. Not so with the secret world, which is divided into 4 difficulties: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. They'll brush through the level once and it's gone. However, corresponding to this cost, the secret realm contained a large amount of heavenly treasures, equipment, and experience. That's why every time a secret realm appeared, it would cause countless professionals to go crazy. Who would want to be the first to enter inside the secret realm? In particular, some big families would purchase secret realm keys for their descendants to help them enter within the secret realm to practice. Because the secret realm also had the title of being a blessed place for newbies to practice. It was said that Reninian's family was begging for a high price for a newborn secret realm key to practice for Reninian. Didn't think I'd be so lucky. Wang Dust checked the secret realm key, and according to what the internet said, he faded his head in hand armor, bit his finger, dripped a drop of blood, and saw all the information about this secret realm. Secret world, forest of the dead. Difficulty, difficult level. Level requirement, LV5 LV20. Number of keys to secret places, 3. It's a level 10 freshman secret realm, and 3 secret keys means that up to 3 people can go in. Wang Dust had just reached level 5 now, just meeting the conditions for entering the secret realm. Entering into the secret realm to brush monsters and practice leveling could be much faster than in the wild. It's a big, hard-won opportunity. That's why Wang Dust didn't hesitate to choose to go in and brush the monsters. If he couldn't beat them, Wang Dust could also completely choose to withdraw. No matter how you do the math, you can't lose. I have to hurry up and get in before the other person with the secret key goes in. Otherwise I'll lose out if someone goes in first. Wang Dust looked at the map on the secret realm key and directly rushed towards the middle of the forest. Soon, Wang Chen arrived at an open space. There are several strange trees twisted together here, forming a strange doorway. Wang Dust took the key and looked around. There were no traces of people coming, so he directly rushed in. Wow! There was a flash of light. Wang Dust instantly arrived at another space, and not long after Wang Chen had just entered. Outside, 10 kilometers away, a young girl with blue hair, lightly pulling her hair back from her ears, held her magic staff and looked at the dead spider in the distance, noticing a bronze token glinting faintly in the spider's body. Ah, the secret key? The girl let out a gasp, the color of surprise blossoming above her stunningly beautiful cheeks, gushing redness that eclipsed even the air. It's just, her expression seemed strangely excited. In the middle of an auction house somewhere in Luohai City, Ren Enian and the others were looking at an auctioneer in the middle of the auction house, explaining the bronze token in his hand, his eyes filled with fire. No matter what the cost, I'll take the key to the secret realm of this forest of death. Chapter 7 Upgrade. Fusion Right Arm Weapon. The secret realm was accompanied by the dissipation of the light. Wang Dust scanned the surroundings vigilantly. With the help of the super god armor, he could see clearly even if his surroundings were dark. He seemed to have come to a dark forest where the trees were all as if they were twisted tree spirits. The hideous branches reach up to the sky, as if they were stern ghosts claiming the souls of the people. At this time, Wang Chen received a reminder from the world will. Congratulations Pro! You have successfully stepped into the secret realm, the Forest of Death. Difficulty, difficult level. Level requirement, LV5 LV20. Current number of entrants, 1. Synopsis, this huge forest raised the queen bee in the middle of it, and since then, all the magical creatures in the forest have been turned into the queen bee's sustenance, and the vibrant forest has been transformed into the Forest of Death. Main quest, you need to kill the yin-yang venomous bee located right in the center after clearing out all the worker bees and destroying the hive. Great! I'm the first one here. Wang Dust was delighted in his heart. Being the first to come to the secret world means having a lot of priority. He then saw a brief description about this secret realm. Hiss! Worthy of being a difficulty level secret realm, the demonic creature that brushed out was actually a yin poison bee queen. Wang Dust was slightly shocked. Information about the vivid venom queen bee flew through his mind. A LV15 LV20 level demonic creature that is bloated, specializes in fertility, and has almost no mobility. The queen bee wasn't scary. What was scary was the worker bees that were born after the queen bee had devoured other magical creatures. These worker bees would inherit the characteristics of the devoured demonic creature and mutate again, which was terrifying. On top of that, these worker bees like to move in swarms and carry poisonous needles, making them very difficult to deal with. 9 times out of 10, an ordinary professional would have to collect his box lunch whenever he came across it. So for this secret realm, at least 2 level 20 powerhouses were needed to clear it. A mage to do ranged damage and a defensive profession to protect against sneak attacks from poison needles. Otherwise there is absolutely no chance of passing. Not to mention the fact that Wang Dust was only level 5. But Wang Dust only hesitated for a moment before deciding to walk forward. Anyway, he had the super god armament, so he shouldn't be afraid of the poisonous needle attack of the worker bees. Do your best to brush as much as you can. It's not too late to quit if you can't get past it. Let's lure a small monster first to see what the level is and see if we can brush it. It didn't go very far. Wang Dust then heard a buzzing sound coming from the distance. In the distance, underneath a few gaudy and strange flowers, there was a bloody corpse, which seemed to be a kobold. 2 hideous worker bees the size of basketballs were tearing into the corpse of this kobold. These 2 worker bees have long heads that look a bit like kobolds and a dark green pattern on their abdomens. There were no jointed limbs, only a few pairs of green arms holding bloodied bone hammers and bone swords. A worker bee that has inherited the characteristics of a kobold? Wang Dust looked over. Name Goblin Worker Bee. Power, 110. Physical Fitness, 51. Agility, 25. Spirit, 18. Skills, Poison Needle. Dive Attack. Bone Hammer Slam. Introduction, inheriting the cunning characteristics of the kobolds. The worker bees are good at using weapons to attack, and have remarkable strength. After reading the four-dimensional attributes of this worker bee, it was no exaggeration to say, the two men from before would only have been able to run away if they were unfortunate enough to enter the area. These two worker bees are still just minor monsters here. If memory serves, there are even more powerful male peaks behind it. That's the core force guarding the queen bee. Buzz dash. Noticing Wang Chen's entry, these two worker bees immediately cracked their mouthpieces and hissed, as countless amounts of blood sprayed out with mucus. It seemed that it was because Wang Chen stepping in had triggered their displeasure. Whoosh! The two worker bees immediately shot explosively towards Wang Chen with a numbing air-breaking sound. How about being so grumpy? Let me try how much strength you have. Wang Chen's eyes glared coldly as he directly activated the Super God Armament's Super God Overload. A terrifying flow of crimson energy. Wang Chen's speed surged, directly extending his palm to violently grab one of the worker bees. Bang! Wang Chuan directly grabbed the soft abdomen of this worker bee. This worker bee's face that was as ugly as a kobold's immediately twisted up and issued a shrill cry at Wang Chen, and the wings behind it flapped even more crazily. The weapons in his hands even smashed madly at Wang Chen. Ding ding ding! All of these bone hammers burst apart and did not cause any damage to Wang Chen's Super God Armament, only leaving behind some pitted dots. Surely it can't hurt me. The reason why Wang Chuan didn't kill this worker bee in the first place was because he wanted to test the strength of the Super God Armament. The hardness of the Super God Armament without any reinforcement is not bad, enough to withstand the attacks of the worker bees, which meant he could attack at will. As for these damages, Wang Chen did not care. The Super God arms can slowly repair themselves, waiting for him to strengthen and upgrade the Super God armor with various materials later. Maybe one day, it can be done to handle any level of attack. Go to hell! Bang! Wang Chen exerted his 5 fingers and directly crushed this worker bee. The other worker bee was furious and tried to rush over, but Wang Chen was faster than it and directly slapped it down, followed by a kick up. Pust! Green blood splattered all around. This worker bee struggled a bit on the ground, twitched its wings, and stopped moving. You have killed the goblin worker bee and gained 330 experience points. You have killed the goblin worker bee and gained 330 experience points. You have acquired the worker bee poison needle X3. You have gained worker bee fluff X2. You've risen to level 6. So much experience. It's worthy of being a secret realm. And it dropped so many things. Wang Dust's eyes lit up. Before, he had killed a poisonous mushroom spider outside, only giving 60 experience. This one worker bee gave him over 300 experience. And there were so many materials popping out. These materials are worth much more than those poisonous mushroom spiders bursting out. Mom and Dad's medical bills and my sister's treatment costs are all taken care of. Wang Dust picked up the things on the ground with a joyful smile. A burst of power. At the same time, along with the upgrade, a white light emerged from his body. The soothing sensation of the breakthrough came to him, causing him to shiver. The thought that he was almost level 10 and was able to unlock the divine skill of mechanical construction. The whole thing is more energized too. Wang Chen then continued forward, met all sorts of weird and wonderful worker bees along the way. Some look like poisonous scorpions, some like ants, some like leopards, and so on. These worker bees also dropped a lot of materials for him. He punches one, kicks one, and kills them with ease. Anyway, the critical mass of hypergamy overload hasn't been reached yet. Glanced at the progress bar in the upper right corner of the overdrive overload. It's been used for a little while. Wang Dust discovered a humanizing aspect of the Super God arms. As soon as you finish using overdrive overload, it ends immediately. This progress bar then increases at a slow rate. The progress bar drops when you use overdrive overload, as if it were stamina inside the game. So walk and rest the whole way. Wang Dust had only used a small half of his progress bar. He estimated that the rest would be able to use Hyper God Overload for another 5 or 6 minutes. At this time, Wang Shen had already arrived at the center of the forest. The worker bees here are 1 grade higher. Crushed a LV-11 goblin worker bee. There was another flash of white light on Wang Chen's body. You've risen to level 7. 1 step closer to level 10. Wang Dust moved his shoulders. To Wang Chen's surprise, this worker bee dropped a bronze level weapon. As he picked up the materials, he picked the weapon up and took a look at it. Name, Worker Bee Venom Needle. Category, Weapons. Grade, Black Iron. Attribute, Strength plus 10. Spirit plus 9. Spell Strike Chance plus 15. Incidental effect, attacking with a poison needle has a chance to paralyze and poison the enemy. Attached skills, none. Description, the poisonous needle from the tail of a poisonous wasp has notable damage. Not bad. It'll fetch quite a bit of money. Wait a minute, it's not right. As Wang Dust spoke, he suddenly froze. He looked to the 2 ascension routes of his arm. Arm ascension routes, defense route, attack route, defense route. Arms can now be embedded with whiteboard level defensive weapons, gaining different forms and skills. Attack route. The arm can now be embedded with a whiteboard-level attack weapon to obtain different forms and skills. Now that I have a weapon, won't I be able to give my hand an ascension? Wang Dust's heart burst with excitement. The LV1 level arm portion can be incorporated into a weapon. Each subsequent level allows you to incorporate an additional weapon. Stronger abilities will replace weaker ones. So don't worry, the initial integration of weapons is too bad for this. Not to mention, you can't fuse leveled weapons up front either. Fusion. Without hesitation, Wang Chen directly fused it into his right arm. Killing these worker bees with one punch and one palm strike is just too much trouble. He couldn't wait to need a new skill. Chapter 8, New Skills. Discovering Cobalt Mines. The worker bee poison needle instantly cracked and transformed into countless fragments that did not enter the right arm. Right arm attack route ascension successful. Wang Chuan watched the countless mechanical parts of his right arm move, and the finely broken metal parts reorganized rapidly as if they possessed life. There was a flash of light. Right arm soaring complete. At the same time, the voices of the worlds will rang out one after another. Congratulations! You have acquired the external weapon arm poison needle sword. Congratulations! The arm poison needle sword has leveled up to bronze. Congratulations on your new skill, poison needle burst. The level has unexpectedly increased from black iron to bronze, and gained a new skill? That's really cool. Wang Dus looked at his right arm and couldn't hide the delight in his eyes. But what made Wang Chen the happiest was that he had the ability to attack from a distance. He flung his arms out. Clank! With the sound of a sheathed ejection, sharp black poison needle swords bounced out of his right arm. The sharp tip was vaguely glistening with venom. The panels have also changed and the attributes have been enhanced. Name, Arm Poison Needle Sword. Category, Weapons. Grade, Black Iron. Attribute, Strength plus 20. Spirit plus 20. Spell Strike Chance plus 25. Incidental effect, attacking with a poison needle has a chance to paralyze and poison the enemy. Incidental skill, Poison Needle Burst. Description, the poisonous needle from the tail of a poisonous wasp has notable damage. He swung it a few times, making a cracking sound in the air. He then shook his fist violently at the large tree in the distance. Bang! The black venomous needle on his right arm instantly burst out and stabbed a large hole in the distant tree. The black venom corroded a large hole in the tree, emitting a snorting sound and sprouting white eyes. What a terrifying power. Not bad. I finally have a decent means of long-range attack. Wang Dust was a bit excited. Just then, the voice of the will of the world sounded again. Congratulations! You have acquired the anti-poison effect from among the poison needles, and the anti-poison ability of the super god's armor has been increased by 100%. Hiss! Wang Dust sucked in a breath of cool air. The ability of the super god arms is really a bit perverted. Surprisingly, it was also possible to extract characteristic upgrades from among the absorbed materials, only to see that the corroded surface, which had originally been pitted by the worker bee sting at first, instantly began to heal as before. This made Wang Chen more confident in the next exploration of the secret realm. He didn't hesitate to head toward the front. He also wanted to test out his new skills. Didn't get very far this time. He suddenly heard an even more cranky buzzing in the distance. Wang Dust looked up. Gathered in the distance was a swarm of rat-like worker bees, their fat bellies covered in black hair, two sharp rodent teeth leaking out, and their red compound eyes flashing with bloodlust. The number was at least 1 or 2 dozen. Even a level 20 professional would have to avoid the front line for the time being when they saw it. Name Magic Mouse Worker Bee. Power, 123. Physical Fitness, 58. Agility, 29. Spirit, 21. Skills, Poison Needle. Bloodlust, Bite. Introduction, inherited the magic rat cunning characteristics of the worker bees, in addition to the poison needle attack, but also good at group attack bite, forming a tide of bees and rats. Nothing cannot be eaten. It is best to simply solve them. Do not let them siege. Just you guys. Wang Dust did not flinch and directly charged over. Buzz off. These devil mouse worker bees also discovered Wang Dust and let out a shrill cry, carrying a foul odor as they rushed towards Wang Dust. Wang Chuan ejected the poison needle sword from his right arm and wielded it as if he were chopping melons and cutting vegetables in a dry manner. Pust, pust, pust. The soothing sound of cutting resonates. Any magic rat worker bees that were touched were simply split in half and fell to the ground. It's just not that easy to cope with. Even if some demonic rat worker bees managed to get close to Wang Dust, opening their mouths to tear at the armor on Wang Dust's body, and the poisonous needles on their tails stabbed frantically. But the anti-poison ability of Wang Chen's super god armament had doubled, and the venom of these demon rat worker bees had no effect at all. Die 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 die. Wang Chuan killed to the top. His body rolled over and over, and the air constantly resounded with the sound of sharp blades breaking through the air. You have killed the demon rat worker bee and gained 401 experience. You have obtained magic rat worker bee teeth X1. You have killed the demon rat worker bee and gained 401 experience. You have gained Magic Mouse Worker Bee Wings X2. You have killed the Demon Rat Worker Bee and gained 401 experience. You have gained Magic Rat Worker Bee Wings X3. You have killed the Demon Rat Worker Bee and gained 401 experience. Soon, another white light suddenly emerged from Wang Chen's body. Congratulations, you've risen to level 8. It's level 8. Wang Dust was excited to the core. The first time I came out to practice, I didn't even reach half a day before I reached level 8. It was important to know that ordinary freshmen who came out to practice would not necessarily be able to rise to level 8 in 5 or 6 days. The number of students who were able to rise to the 10th grade in 10 days and had the qualifications to take the college entrance exam was estimated to be less than half. Enough to see how hard it is to upgrade. By this time, the surrounding demonic rat worker bees had already been killed by him. The few remaining ones were so fearful that they were about to run away in fear. They never expected to run into such a hard and vicious opponent. Still want to go? Wang Dust coldly smiled and reached out to aim his right arm. Bang! Black needle swords instantly burst out and ran the fleeing demon rat worker bees through. Then a brand new black needle sword emerged. Wang Dust killed the 3 escaping demonic rat worker bees one after another as he did. Another big surge of experience. Cozy. Wang Dust was about to groan out loud. He then crouched down and picked up all the drops. The backpack is going to be too big for my back. But with so much material, you can't just throw it away. What to do? Spreading out all the materials behind him, he counted them and realized that he had enough to make 50 drops. The conditions for upgrading the arm have been met, but I'm still missing minerals. Wang Dust was in trouble. Materials needed to upgrade arm to LV2, copper X100, alloy drill X100, iron X100, LV5 demon drop X50. He's still short of minerals. Just then, he suddenly realized that there was a hole next to him that had been dug out by the kobolds. There were black iron ore and golden chunks of copper scattered around the outside, and even something shiny. It's goblin mines. Wang Dust's heart burst with ecstasy, and on the other side, the entrance to the secret realm flashed with light. The blue-haired girl from earlier stepped in carefully. Her face changed. Ha! Surprisingly, someone has entered here first? She then let out another sound of shock. It's actually a yen poison bee queen. This is going to be a problem. I'm only level 4. Even if I'm an A-ranked profession called Magic Envoy, it's hard to cope with running into a worker bee. I won't be able to brush past it no matter what. The blue-haired girl's face shifted. But if I quit now, I'll be wasting this key. No, put up a fight. Look ahead. If I can't, I'll quit again. The blue-haired girl took out her magic wand and carefully felt her way towards the front of the room. After she carefully walked into the forest in the distance and saw the corpses of worker bees along the way, her pupils suddenly shrunk. A flash of horror also swept across his eyes. She was shocked. Could it be that the one who came in first was a level 20, or even level 30 warrior bigwig? By the looks of it, it was born to crush these worker bees to death by the most brute force means. The blue-haired girl gulped, and then the further she went, the more she looked at the bodies all over the floor. Chapter 9, The Beautiful Girl Who Almost Wet Her Pants. On the other side, Wang Dust had already dug up the goblin mines at a rapid pace. The so-called kobold mines are mines dug by kobolds. These humanoid magical creatures also mine iron mines to forge weapons, so like to dig mines within the secret territory. With any luck, might be able to dig up some copper and iron ore here. Wang Chuan used his arm poison needle sword to dig up as if he were cutting tofu. A pile of ores was set aside as he sorted them. There is enough iron ore, enough copper ore too. Wang Dust dug in at a rapid pace. Another little digging. Wang Dust suddenly pulled out a large handful of radiant sparkling ores. So many alloy diamonds. Wang Dust was stunned. The market price of an alloy drill is in the thousands, and the handful in front of him numbered over 100. It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. But Wang Dust figured it out in a flash. For kobolds, iron and copper ores are the best to use. This alloy drills because the melting point is too high. Goblins can't be used in reverse, so all of them were dug out by the kobolds and piled up here, cheaply for Wang Duan. Wang Dust was extremely happy in his heart. He didn't expect that by mistake, he would be able to gather enough materials to upgrade his arm. Upgrade the arm to LV2 level. Wang Dust issued a direct order. Wow! These materials all dissolved out of thin air and then turned into countless fragments. Wang Dust's armor cracked. These or materials, including the previous demonic drops, all merged into Wang Chen's arms. Wang Chen could feel the strength of his arms increasing. A final flash of light. His arm's upgrade is complete. Congratulations! The arm part has been upgraded to LV2 level. Wang Chuan moved his arm and felt an abundance of power filling it. The original blank slate arm armor became even more refined and perfect, with extra bulging sharp tendons in the arm armor and sharp edges. as gorgeous as diamond cuts. It feels twice as powerful as before, and the armor has become stronger. Wang Chen grabbed a piece of iron ore and directly pinched it with force. Pust! The iron ore instantly left deep fingerprints, nearly crushed into several pieces by him. He broke off the poisonous needle from the tail of the worker bee and stabbed it hard into his arm. Bang! The poison needle snapped instantly, leaving the black and gold armor intact. It was a simple level up, but it was a terrifying boost. The arm has gone up a level, which means I can incorporate equipment into it again. Wang Chuan's right arm could now incorporate one piece of equipment, and his left arm could now incorporate two pieces of equipment because he hadn't incorporated them at level 1. It would be best to incorporate a magic staff in both arms to see if I can fire the palm laser cannon ability, and a shield in my left arm, so I'll have an offense and a defense. King Dust did a good job of planning. Just then, it seemed that because a large number of worker bees did not return, triggering the alertness of the queen bee inside the hive, a sudden sound of wings flapping like an engine came from the front. Only two huge male peaks covered in thick fur as if they were brown bears flew out. Name: Brown Bear Staghorn Bee. Power, 168. Physical fitness, 76. Agility, 23. Spirit, 18. Skills: Poison Needle, Berserk, Bite, Bear Roar. Introduction: inheriting the raging characteristics of the brown bear, the male bee is infinitely powerful and terrifying. Roar, roar. Discovering Wang Chuan, the intruder. These two brown bear Xionfangs unexpectedly landed directly on the ground, as if they were enraged brown bears, and ran wildly towards him. On the way, another ring of red berserker aura erupted from them. Boom! The two brown bear stags directly opened their berserk skills, and their attributes were once again raised by a large margin, especially the strength attribute, which had directly broken through to 200, straight comparable to a level 20 demon. However, Wang Dust's eyes lit up. These two big guys, they might be able to pop out some good stuff for me. At this time, the two brown bears, Xiong Feng, had already rushed over, raising their claws and fiercely slapping towards Wang Chuan, and they even both made air-breaking sounds. Race me for strength? Wang Dust sneered. After ascending to level 8 and integrating into the arm poison needle sword, his strength attribute had long since broken through to 700 under the premise of turning on overdrive overload, coupled with the fact that he had just upgraded his arms to level 2 again. His arms were now able to explode with a strength value of close to 1,000 attributes. You know that a level 30 warrior is just like that. And just then, a shrub shifted next to her, and a panting blue-haired girl finally arrived. She wiped her sweat and looked forward just in time to see the scene. When she saw the two terrifying brown bear stags, her pretty face swished and turned pale. Brown Bear Xiong Feng, LV 15 level demonic creature. It's also turned on the berserk skill. What a terrifying power attribute. Mo Lioli was directly stunned. Her scalp cracked and she couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. When she saw Wang Chen, she even violently rounded her eyes. Level 8? Is this guy crazy? She originally thought that the person who was brushing the monsters here was a high-level warrior of more than 20 levels. But who knew that it was a level 8? Mechanic wearing armor? Or is it a life profession? Mo Lioli's entire body completely panicked as she shouted. What are you doing freezing where you are? Why don't you hurry up and run? She gritted her teeth and took out her magic wand. Then she wanted to help Wang Chen. As a result, the next moment, a shocking scene appeared, only to see the armor on Wang Chen's body instantly sprouting a crimson glow as he reached out his hand and slapped it. Bang! It was as if it had been hit by a heavy tank. The two large-sized male bees instantly flew backwards, their skin split open and their bones broken in an unknown number of ways. Amidst Mo Lioli's shocked gaze, the two male bees crashed through several large trees in a row before stopping their backwards flying bodies and smashing into the ground with a rumble. Dead as dead can be. This. Shocker. It's too shocking. Mo Lioli's mind went blank, pointing at the two male bees in the distance, unable to say a word in shock. Level 8. Can kill a level 15 male bee so easily? I really am not dreaming, am I? Everything that happened in front of her eyes was beyond Mo Lioli's cognition. The slender white thighs under the pleated skirt were also subconsciously clenched due to excessive shock. But spare a thought. Her legs, which were clenched in a death grip, were trembling uncontrollably. She felt something quivering in the small of her back, tingling her nerves, warmth about to break through. She bit her lip dead center to suppress the feeling. Really, literally almost had to pee my pants. Returning to her senses, Mo Lioli swallowed her saliva and looked at Wang Chen in shock and trepidation. She couldn't help but think, is this really something a life profession mechanic can do? Just now she thought that the one who killed those worker bees was someone else, but now she looks at it. Where is there someone else? It must be this level 8, in front of her eyes. Oh, no, it's a level 9 mechanic now. After killing the two male bees, Wang Dust once again upgraded and officially stepped into level 9. Just then, there was another furious buzzing sound from the side. It seems that other patrolling male bees heard the noise and rushed over. Amidst Mo Lioli's pale face, a full 5 male bees flew over. It's over. When Mo Lioli saw this scene, she only felt her brain explode with a buzzing sound. That's 5 male bees, also all LV15 level. Even if the person in front of you is powerful, you can't both. Mo Lioli's thinking hadn't even begun. Wang Chuan instantly erupted. Black poisonous needles catapulted out above his right arm and rushed in front of the 5-headed male wasp. Pust, pust. The sharp poisonous needles left hideous wounds on the bodies of the 5 male bees, instantly hitting them hard and causing them to disorganize their formation. Wang Dust then fiercely blasted out with a fist. Bang! 5 male bees were blown away by his ruthless brute force one after another. But this was not the end. Wang Dust's footsteps heavily stepped on the ground and rushed out again, catching up with the male wasp that flew backward in midair, clasping his hands together, raising them high above his head, and smashing them down fiercely with an explosion. Boom! The earth trembles. The 5 male bee supreme were blasted above the ground by Wang Dust and exploded into a cloud of blood mist, instantly dying violently. Poof! King Dust landed on the ground. The other side. Again there was a poofing sound. It was Mo Lioli who was in a state of extreme shock that her legs went soft, her eyes rolled over and she sat on her knees. At this moment, her pretty face was spreading a reddish haze, and her towering chest was rising and falling violently. The current her looked at Zhou Chen with shock written all over her face. She had never encountered anything so shocking in her life. A level 9 mechanic hammers away at 8 male bees. Geez, Mo Lioli was going to faint. She looked at Wang Duan. It's all going hypoxic. Good. Great. No. I can't. Hold it. Can't hold it. Mo Lioli she couldn't hold back any longer. The white legs twitched. It could be clearly seen that the ground beneath her was soaking wet at a rapid rate. Chapter 10 I really didn't read anything. 3 minutes later. After stammering to explain who he was and where he came from, Wang Dust sized up this beautiful girl. He had a good impression of Mo Lioli. In the face of that much danger. The first time he even knew to remind to help him. It's a girl with a good heart. Just now it was just my water bag that broke. Really? You believe me? Mo Lioli, whose face was red with shame, looked at Wang Chuan seriously and was at a loss for words before she wanted to pull Wang Chuan. I know. Wang Dust nodded his head and took a step back, looking at the girl's wet hands with some disgust. When the other person makes up an outrageous reason, you shouldn't try to tear anything down. Just nod your head. Why don't you go change your dress? Wang Dust gave the girl a step down. After all, above Mo Lioli's soft and tender slender legs, water stains could still be vaguely seen flowing. Aha! Mo Lioli's pretty face was slightly red. Then she walked into the shrubs next to her, and a shivering sound came out from inside, which was evocative. Wang Dust silently picked up the materials that had fallen on the ground. Among the pile of materials, there was a black shield made as if it was made of bearskin that was extremely eye-catching. Lucky to have dropped another piece of black iron equipment. Wang Dust picked up this shield. Name, Brown Bear Bee Shield. Category, Weapons. Grade, Black Iron. Attributes, Strength plus 20. Physique plus 25. Spin-off effect, none. Attached skills, none. Description, a drop from a brown bear's male peak with strong resistance to blows. Fusing this shield into my left arm is just right. Wang Chen took this shield and placed it on top of his left arm. Wow! The shield immediately shattered into countless fragments that merged into his left arm. There was a flash of light. A series of mechanical whirlwill sounds rang out. Right arm attack route ascension successful. Congratulations! You've acquired the externally attached defense weapon, the Brown Bear Arm Shield. Congratulations! The Brown Bear Arm Shield has leveled up to bronze. Congratulations on your new skill, Savage Bear Roar. It seems that for every piece of equipment absorbed, the Overgod armament will refine that piece of equipment once, with a probability of raising the equipment's rank, and a probability of obtaining a new skill. Wang Dust put his right arm across his body. A black round shield that could be large or small emerged, with a hideous bear head in the center. Then, to Wang Chen's surprise, the voice of the world will sounded again. Congratulations! You have gained the anti-hit effect from the arm shield, and the anti-hit effect of the Super God's armament has been increased by 100%. The black and gold armor glowed and then became a bit thicker, but the flexibility was not affected in any way. Not bad. The defense of the Super God armor has increased again. Wang Dust beat his chest with his shield, making a muffled thunderous sound. He packed all the materials into a backpack and carried a huge duffel bag as far as the eye could see. He was just about to ask Mo Lioli what took him so long to change a skirt. Ah! There was a sudden scream from the bushes in the distance. Then Mo Lioli, with tears in her eyes, scurried out of the bushes in panic. Wang Dust was dumbfounded in this moment. At this moment, Mo Lioli was only wearing white to dazzlingly white close-fitting clothes, her slender and delicate body, displayed without a doubt. Surplus waist, attractive navel, tight waistline, white legs, including the snow-white giant that trembled up and down on the way to run away. At this moment, all revealed, although Mo Lioli had already covered her upper and lower hidden parts with both hands in a deadly manner. But it really can't be stopped. It was good that Wang Chen was wearing the super god armament, and Mo Lioli couldn't detect Wang Chen's gaze. She dodged behind Wang Duan in a flash and yelled, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, there are very scary demons inside." Above Mo Lioli's stunningly beautiful and pretty face was filled with the fear of being greatly frightened. What demons? Wang Chen suppressed the feeling of dryness in his heart and forced himself to calm down, only to see several ugly, big-nosed, green-skinned monsters with iron bars and the like come straight out of the bushes in the distance. When they saw Wang Duan, they immediately let out excited screams. Kobolds? Wang Duan froze. This kind of lowly demonic creature was able to scare Mo Lioli to such an extent? Mo Lioli desperately waved her arms and shook her head. Hey, 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 how is it not scary? Haven't you read those little anime and books? Goblins are the baddest magical creatures out there. Once a girl is caught by them, she'll be played with. They say they won't even let go of their nostrils. That's why the demonic creature I'm most afraid of is the goblin. If I hadn't run fast just now, I really would have had to account for myself here. Woo woo. Listening to Mo Lioli's voice with a sobbing tone, Wang Chen was a big speechless in his heart. Yippee! The kobold in the distance shook his stick and roared some more, only to see that there was a kobold holding the skirt that Mo Lioli had just changed out of, surprisingly raising his arm and twisting it in the air, followed by opening his mouth wide to drink the liquid wrung out of it. It then became excited and let out an unimpeded roar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too sick. Wang Dust retched for a moment. He doesn't have that particular fetish. When Mo Lioli saw this scene, her face turned even whiter. Stand still. I'll help you get rid of them. Wang Dust directly charged over. And these kobolds were really brazen enough to charge. Left arm crossed. Just in time to experiment with you guys on my new skill. Brute bear roar. Wang Dust pushed violently. The round shield trembled, and an angry bear roar was emitted as a white wave of sound swept out. Bang! 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 All of the kobolds that rushed in were blown away by the sound wave, coughing up green blood in the air and landing on the ground with a plop. All of them died violently. After easily resolving these kobolds, Wang Dust was very satisfied with the shield skill. Just then, another Mo Lioli scream came out from behind. No! Only to see that there were two kobolds that appeared out of nowhere, and they actually reached out to pull what was left of Mo Lioli's clothing. If it was anyone else, they might have to yell out good job, or hesitate a little before taking the plunge. But Wang Dust, apparently bursting with straight man content, went straight over and blasted the goblin away with two punches, sort of protecting Mo Lioli's last decency. But the kobold was dead set on not letting go, and a punch blasted out, along with two white, cloud-like pieces of clothing that were flying through the air, clutched tightly in the kobold's hands. Woo woo, Mo Lioli are going to collapse. She inside 8 kneeling on the ground, hands covering the upper and lower parts, completely unable to block what can't be seen is revealed. There's nothing left to hide. Wang Dust was silent. Mo Lioli suddenly raised her head and cried, You, are you looking at me right now? Wang Duan was wearing the super god armor and was too well protected for her to see if Wang Duan was looking at him. Wang Dust stared with his eyes a little sore, but he still shook his head and said, I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry. Chapter 11 Unlocking the Mechanical Construction Feature. Mo Lioli blankly glanced at Wang Chen and hurriedly went to change into a new outfit. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light on Wang Chen's body, and because of the killing of the goblin, his level had come to level 10. The skill that had been gray in his mind was finally starting to unlock. You've been out for the trial for more than 10 days at the very least, right? This has all risen to level 10. This would be too outrageous if it was just you on your own. Mo Lioli, who came back after changing her clothes, looked at Wang Chen with a shocked face, knowing that even if someone brought a novice to practice leveling, it would take at least more than 10 days to go from level 1 to level 10. But Wang Chen apparently came out on his own to try it out, which was enough to illustrate the horror of Wang Chen's talent. Wang Chen shook his head and said very plainly, It's only half a day. Half a day. At those words, Mo Lioli's mouth opened wide, her face filled with shock. Half a day? What kind of concept is this? This is completely out of the realm of genius, but rather demonic. If what this guy said was true, then his profession was definitely a terrifying S rank. No, it might even be above S rank, but this guy is clearly a mechanic. Wang Chuan didn't know what Mo Lioli was thinking about, but rubbed his chin and looked towards Mo Lioli, who was once again in shock. especially towards her legs that were so excited that they were trembling. Fearing that she would do that again, he secretly said, "This girl is good at everything. It's just that she tends to urinate and defecate anywhere when she's emotional." "Ah, that's not a good habit. What are you going to do next?" Feeling Wang Chen's measuring eyes, Mo Liuli came back to her senses and clenched her legs, asking with some anticipation, "To fight the queen bee?" "Of course," Wang Dust said without thinking. "What? The queen bee?" Mo Liuli looked at Wang Chuan with a horrified face, subconsciously wanting to stop Wang Chuan, but when she thought of Wang Chuan's performance just now, a kobold with one punch, a brown bear Xiongthing with one slap, with this kind of strength, she was still thinking of stopping Wang Chuan. "Inner one, can we together not? Don't look at me like this. Still have so little output ability. High and low is also a level A mage department. Will not drag behind. Just want to rub experience." Mo Liuli's pretty face reddened. It was not easy to come across such a big brother. "Shall not properly hold the thigh. Ah, sure. It's just that we need to stay emotionally calm." Wang Chen pondered for a moment, and his gaze swept over Mo Liuli's body underneath. "Ah, I know." Mo Liuli instantly understood, and all of a sudden, her face was as red as if it could drip blood. Wang Chuan silently set off towards the location of the brown bear queen bee. Mo Liuli followed his ass and began to chatter. Wang Dust casually coped, but his consciousness was already immersed in the skill mechanical construction. In this skill, Wang Chuan saw a very sci-fi space with huge machinery factories and huge chimneys that seemed to be steaming, just like a cyberpunk world. The moment his consciousness made contact, Wang Chen got all the information about the factory. Name: Machinery General Factory. Level 1. Population 1000. Function: make different mechanical units. Description: your faction's tech level is divine technology, and the powerful mechanical factory contains a complete divine technology tree, which allows you to create powerful mechanical devices through manufacturing blueprints and materials. Currently craftable troop types: diggers, invaders. Currently craftable building: scanning tower. It seems that the current me is only able to build the most basic two types of mechanical units in one type of building. Wang Dust looked at the introductions of the two types of mechanical units. Name: digger, level 1. Population 1. Skills: digging for ore, sensing nearby mines. Description: a small and flexible cluster unit that can quickly dig up ore and transport it out. Materials required: copper block x10, alloy drill x10, iron block x10. Name: intruder, level 1. Population 1. Skill: invade the brain of a magical creature and transform it into a mechanical unit, inheriting the original level. With the probability of converting the original skills of the magical creature into mechanical clan skills, and with the availability of the mechanical weapon assembly tower, it can upgrade and wear weapons and equipment. Description: a terrifying mechanical spider-type monster that invades the brains of magical creatures and is able to change their appearance. The lower the intelligence of the monster, the greater the chance of successful invasion. Materials required: copper block x10, alloy drill x10, iron block x10. Name: scanning tower. Level 1. Function: analytical image scanning, detection of enemy units, detection of minerals. Description: detecting a wide variety of units and minerals through infrared thermal sensing and vibration detection instruments, etc. Sharing the field of view with the protagonist, analyzing the image scanning range of 500 meters and detecting minerals in the range of 1,000 meters. Materials required: copper block x100, alloy drill x50, iron block x50. Sure enough, just as I thought. The one that was given to me at the very beginning was an auxiliary type of machinery that can help dig up all types of minerals yuan. In this way, the upgrade materials in the future may be a bit better to obtain. Wang Dust's eyes were filled with joy. He believed that after he finished developing the third talent later, he would produce a large number of mechanical armies and offensive buildings, enough for one person to go solo on a copy. Subsequently, Wang Dust quietly created a few diggers, precision mechanical units, somewhat like miniature mini excavators, were placed in the middle of the goblin caves while Mo Liuli wasn't paying attention, allowing them to frantically dig for materials. After all, he had only upgraded his arms now, and there were still 5 parts that hadn't been upgraded, requiring a large amount of materials to be able to upgrade them, and the 3 diggers lived up to their name, frantically digging up copper ore and other materials for him. Unlike humans, they didn't have the slightest match, and as long as they had enough energy to manage it, they could always run as fast as they could. A towering scanning tower takes shape, its head spinning with red light projecting scans, scanning the surrounding kilometers for mineral resources. It's really worthy of being a secret book. There are actually so many mineral resources. The corner of Wang Dust's mouth curled up. This wave was really developed. The mineral richness of the secret realm was beyond his imagination. With the materials from the excavation, Wang Dust made another digger in the first place. Turning their hands, 30 more diggers were created, and these digging spread out and began to spiderweb the entire secret realm. By the way, I was able to get these diggers to function as scouts, had them build scanning towers up front to help me see exactly what's going on at the Queen Bee. Wang Dust had these diggers advance a few hundred meters further and had them build 3 more scanning towers there. It had to be said that the function of mechanical construction was too cool, and Wang Dust had already caved in on the entire secret realm without anyone arriving. Buzz! The 3 scanning towers streamed and flashed, building at a rapid pace, climbing in knots, and the moment they took shape, the red scanning light scanned 500 meters ahead of them. The entire curved structure of the interior of the Queen Bee's hive was visible in his mind's eye. However, when Wang Chen clearly saw the Queen Bee's nest, a touch of gravity surfaced in his eyes. How? Wang Dust stopped in his tracks, his face full of shock. Gee, why did you stop? Lioli accidentally bumped into Wang Chen, and her little white rabbit was squeezed and deformed and popped off, hastily covering her chest shyly. Wang Dust didn't say anything and looked at the news that the scanning tower had given him back with some shock. Chapter 12 Rare Double Boss Secret Realm. Wang Dust didn't say anything. Lioli looked at the dazed Wang Chen and couldn't help but spit out. No way. How come this guy has been wandering around all this time? Obviously he was like an expert just now. Or is this the character of all experts? Murphy. This guy is ostensibly in a trance, but he's actually been looking around the whole time? Maybe he's been staring at me. Especially my dash. Lioli's pretty face flushed red rapidly, and she hurriedly covered her chest with a wary face, looking cautiously at Wang Chen. Wilderness, lonely men and women, tough, muscular sluggers versus soft, pathetic, white lamb maidens like yourself. Interjection of surprise. Damn it, what's with this inexplicable euphoria? Lioli's white and tender legs couldn't help but tremble again. This woman. Wang Chen ignored Lioli, who could climax any time, anywhere, and instead took a deep breath, looking with some shock at the information transmitted from the scanning tower in his mind. The unseen lair was filled with a chilling aura of death and covered in ghastly white skeletons. But what really shocked Wang Dust was, in addition to the various hideous worker bees flying in good order in the hive, there was surprisingly a black armored worker ant as if it was the size of a small calf underneath, with powerful double jaws and hideous bodies covered with barbs that looked terrifying, helping the worker bees to carry the food. These black armored worker ants had actually formed a symbiotic relationship with the hive. Why are there other demons here? With questions in mind, as the scanning tower's vision went deeper, Wang Dust saw an even creepier scene. In the middle of the deepest cave, there were 2 bloated, obese ant and bee queens that were writhing their fat lower halves in constant procreation. This turned out to be a rare double boss secret. Name Black Armor Queen. Power, 268. Body mass, 176. Agility, 8. Spirit, 112. Skills, Fierce Toxin. Super Regeneration. Endless Reproduction. Introduction, the mother of the entire ant tribe. As long as they do not die, they will be able to recover quickly and have the ability to continue to reproduce. As long as they do not kill him, the ant tribe will have a constant flow of power. The Queen Bee's panel, 2, is on the same level as the ant queens. 110 worker bees, plus 100 level 15 worker ants. Even if a well-trained and powerful squad of level 20 adventurers accidentally went in here, I'm afraid that there would be no bones left. If Wang Chen hadn't deployed the scanning tower in advance and probed the interior of the nest, he would definitely be at a great disadvantage if he went over now. Thinking of this, Wang Chen was secretly glad. Hey, what the hell is going on? Seeing that Wang Dust had been silent, Lioli took her magic staff and tapped Wang Dust's head armor, making a crisp sound. It's nothing, it's just that I found that the hive in the distance is symbiotic with a queen of the same level. It's a rare double boss secret. Wang Chen looked at Lioli and briefly talked about the situation of the secret realm. What? There's another LV-20 level ant queen here. Lioli's delicate body trembled, her eyes filled with shock. Almost instantly, Lioli's heart sprouted a desire to retreat, and she pulled Wang Chen's hand and shouted, "Then what are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry and exit the secret realm with me?" "No, I think I'll try to brush it off." Wang Dust's gaze flickered and he did not intend to give up. Worker bees and worker ants are magical creatures controlled by the pheromones of the queen bee and queen ant, and although they are powerful, their own intelligence is very low, and the intruder that he could create now, against this kind of worker ants whose actions all required instructions from the queen's pheromones, was simply complete. But Lioli was anxious as she trembled. "Are you crazy? Even if you are powerful, this secret realm is not something you can handle." At this moment, Lioli didn't even have half a thought of brushing the secret realm in her heart. Kidding aside, a queen bee was difficult enough, not to mention the fact that there was also a symbiotic queen ant inside. and now that the difficulty of the secret realm had increased by several times, who would dare to die? Seeing Wang Chen's indifference, Mo Lioli was angry and anxious. Hey, are you leaving or not? What's the point of leaving? Isn't it just an ant queen? Just watch me brush past it. Wang Dust laughed. The secret realm that was a nightmare for others couldn't be easier for him. But these words ushered in a huge blank stare from Mo Lioli. Brush it over? Brother, it's a double boss nightmare level secret. You are indeed strong. That much is true, but not as strong as these two bosses. Who can kill you with just the heap of demons under them? Seeing that Wang Chen really intended to brush the boss, Mo Lioli stomped her foot in anger. Since you insist on sending yourself to death, I won't accompany you. After saying that, Mo Lioli left alone in a huff. Wang Dust sat on the ground, ready to create intruders to try. But not a moment later, Mo Lioli suddenly walked back in a huff. What are you doing back here? Wang Dust was staggered. Mo Lioli's cheeks bulged as she shouted. What do you think? Of course you want you to die here alone. If you want to die, I'll accompany you. Seeing that this girl came back again like a gamble, Wang Duan's heart was warmed. Although Mo Lioli was timid as hell, she was still relieved that he had returned. Mo Lioli sat on her but beside him and shouted. Say, what should we do next? Though she had done her best to control her fear, her voice was still tinged with trembling. Wang Chuan suddenly wanted to flirt with Mo Lioli in his heart, and he coughed. You first act as bait to lure all the demons out. Then I'll go deeper into the lair and kill the boss. How dare you let me serve as bait to lure the demons? What if I die? I can't run away from so many demons. As expected, as soon as she heard this, Mo Lioli's legs trembled. Her voice took on a sobbing tone, and her eyes instantly turned red. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. Before I die I can let you experience the pleasure between a man and a woman, so that even if you die you will die without regret. Wang Dust continued to molest. Woo woo, good. Mo Lioli nodded her head as if she was dying, and then began her pulling down her shoulder straps, revealing her large puffy breasts and fragrant shoulders. But in the next moment, the movement in her hand stopped. Asshole, what are you thinking about? I'm not cheap even if I'm here. Mo Lioli quickly pulled on her clothes, shy and angry. At once, she understood that she had been molested. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, how could I possibly let you lure monsters? You don't have to do anything, just sit here. Wang Dust patted the ground, signaling Mo Lioli to sit down. Nothing to do? Mo Lioli will be skeptical. She suddenly said breathlessly, you didn't just say something like you wanted to swipe the copy just to save face, did you? In fact, plan to follow suit as soon as I exit the secret realm? Don't worry, I have my own way. Wang Dust closed his eyes and started producing intruders. Mo Lioli didn't know what medicine Wang Chen was selling in his gourd and could only sit here and look at Wang Chen curiously. Chapter 13, Mo Lioli can't hold it in again and again. At this moment, Wang Chen was creating one intruder after another. Buzz dash. The sound of machinery running rang out, and an illusory silver-white mechanical spider took shape, propped up on its 8 legs and stood up, a red glow in its compound eyes. Name, Intruder. Population, 1. Skill, invade the brain of a magical creature and transform it into a mechanical unit, inheriting the original level. With the probability of converting the original skills of the magical creature into mechanical plan skills, and with the availability of the mechanical weapon assembly tower, it can upgrade and wear weapons and equipment. Description, a terrifying mechanical spider-type monster that invades the brains of magical creatures and is able to change their appearance. The lower the intelligence of the monster, the greater the chance of successful invasion. Almost enough. Wang Dust's mind moved. Countless intruders crawled out of his armor, densely packed as if it were a silver tide, emitting mechanical friction sounds. Mo Lioli was in a daze when she suddenly saw all kinds of spiders pouring outwards from Wang Chen's armor, and some of them even ran on top of her skirt. Ah! Spiders! So many spiders! Mo Lioli directly cried out in fear, almost instantly bouncing up, slapping her skirt, and finally directly took it off and threw it on the ground. It didn't matter if he was in front of Wang Duan or not. Luckily, the invaders were very fast, and in a few breaths of effort, these spiders flew away and disappeared. Under Wang Dust's control, it marched towards the nest in great numbers. Woo woo! Wang Chuan opened his eyes at this time, only to see Mo Lioli crying in aggravation. A gust of wind blew and she sneezed, shivering and clutching her puffy chest. None of this is the point. Of course, the point was, at this moment, Mo Lioli stood naked in front of him again. I have to say, Mo Lioli's body is really good. Lace clothing can't even wrap the snow-white roundness. Along with Mo Lioli that sneeze, elasticity shaking, as if to call out. There is also the perfect waist curve and long white legs, all of which are not chopped up. After looking at it for a few seconds, Wang Dust hesitantly asked, that, You have an exposure fetish? Aha! Asshole! Mo Lioli gasped and slapped her face. Bang! Crisp crash. Oh hoo! You bully! Mo Lioli squatted on the ground, hugging her red swollen hands and crying louder. After some explanations, Mo Lioli, who was dressed again and again, was shocked. Just with those small spiders, you were able to exterminate the queen ant and queen bee's army? I may be a bit stupid in person, but I'm not that stupid, okay? Those little spiders of yours, go over to them as dishes at best. Seeing that Mo Lioli didn't believe it, Wang Chen smiled. Then what if I swiped those two bosses across the room? Mo Lioli directly said without thinking. Then I'll take it off and let you see it all at once. On the other hand, the invaders came in great numbers to the gloomy anthill. The two huge black armored soldier ants guarding the outside just looked at it, their tentacles wiggling a bit, not taking the tiny spiders seriously, and in their subconscious mind they didn't see this tiny creature as a threat either. Wang Dust carefully controlled an intruder over. Click. An intruder flew up to the body of a black armored soldier ant and climbed up to its head, then ruthlessly tore into the soldier ant's armor, and its 8 mechanical legs ruthlessly dug into it. The powerful electric current instantly disappeared, and the black armored soldier ant was instantly brain dead, and at the same time, its eyes flashed, and the data stream flashed by, completing the neuron splicing and control almost effortlessly. Invasion successful. Black armored soldier ants transformed into mechanical soldier ants. Swish. Name, Mechanical Black Armor Soldier Ant. Power, 268. Physical fitness, 89. Agility, 35. Spirit, 28. Skills, Venom, Hard Armor. Current Bite. Introduction, a worker and warrior manipulated by, invader. Powerful. With venom that is extremely corrosive and has no fear of pain. After transforming into a mechanical race, the value also skyrocketed a lot more than before. Wang Dust controlled everything here through the scanning tower. The black armored soldier ants controlled by the invaders became stronger. At the same time, the tier bite skill was transformed into the Mechanicus skill Current Bite. The controlled mechanical black armored ants' double jaws made clicking and clashing sounds, and there were vague bursts of electricity that looked incredibly powerful. Not bad, not bad. Wang Dust was a bit excited, and at the same time, he felt a large surge of experience. With that, he moved his mind and controlled the countless invaders to invade the nest. Wow! Whether it was black armored soldier ants or various worker bees that he encountered along the way, Wang Dust ordered the intruder to climb up and perform invasion control. Except for a few worker ants and worker bees that resisted, there were few failures. Invasion successful. Black armored soldier ants transformed into mechanical soldier ants. Invasion successful. Black armored soldier ants transformed into mechanical soldier ants. Invasion successful. Goblin worker bees transformed into mechanical goblin worker bees. Invasion successful. Cheetah worker bees transformed into mechanical cheetah worker bees. A steady stream of prompts rang out, and one after another, electric currents flickered on the demonic creatures as their eyes swept through a stream of data, becoming Wang Dust's mechanical warriors. Demonic creatures that were difficult to resist for ordinary professionals were as simple as chopping up melons and cutting vegetables for Wang Dust to raid. 10 of them. 30. 50. 100 of them. 150 of them. There were more and more magical creatures under Wang Dust's control. A strand of experience also crazily drilled towards Wang Chen's body. Cozy. Wang Dust's body flashed with light, and his level came from level 10 to level 11. No? Aren't we all sitting here? How did this guy get an upgrade? Mo Lioli on the side was startled and shocked, but before she could figure it out, there was a flash of white light. The number above Wang Dust's head instantly flipped to 12 levels again. How is that possible? Mo Lioli's eyes nearly flew out. What the hell is going on here? How can you still jump 2 levels in a row? She knew exactly how difficult it was for early-stage professionals to upgrade, or else she wouldn't be only level 6 by now, especially after reaching level 10. Every level up was incredibly difficult, but before her screams could fall, the numbers above Wang Duan's head jumped once again. Swish. 10. 13 levels up? Mo Lioli only felt her mind go blank and her body go limp. Is King Dust upgrading as easy as drinking water? But Wang Dust had no intention of letting her go. Large strands of white light. Once again, it shot at Mo Lioli's face. Ah! Mo Lioli's eyes were mesmerized and she let out a gasp that was almost a moan. 10. 14 levels up. At this moment, Mo Lioli's pretty face was flushed. Her breathing was rapid, and her puffy chest was rising and falling violently. Being shocked completely out of shape, she laboriously raised her head to look at Wang Duan. That's always gone, isn't it? But the next moment, Wang Dust's level changed again, this time coming directly to level 15. Under the impact of the huge shock, Mo Lioli only felt that her brain was pushed to the peak with a loud bang, and she drifted a little. Is this really something a novice can do? Less than a day. Straight to level 15? It's over. Mo Lioli's pupils trembled. Her trembling white and tender thighs tensed violently, and a familiar warm sensation came out. Wang Chuan opened his eyes, and then he saw Mo Lioli's face with an abnormal blush, as well as the black soil underneath him that was starting to get wet at a rapid pace. Chapter 14 Immodest Hives and Immodest Men. Mo Lioli, who had changed her clothes again and again, had a slightly reddened face, and her hands were lifting through her skirt at the waist, seemingly adjusting the tightness of the clothes inside. Who dash? Walking out from the bushes, Mo Lioli gasped and looked at Wang Chen. No kobolds? Wang Dust asked with some regret. Asshole. What were you expecting? Mo Lioli immediately opened her teeth and claws on Wang Chen, opening her mouth to bite him, but when she was putting her mouth down, looking at the thick armor, she still closed her mouth resentfully. She tapped Wang Duan's super god armament with her magic staff and said, "That said, it's been so long and I still don't know what your name is and what you look like. Can you take off this bastard shell? At least we've met honestly. I've taken it off so many times. You should at least take it off once. Have you ever made a metaphor like that?" The corner of Wang Dust's mouth twitched. The girl was stunningly beautiful, had a great body, and was just a little hard on the head. Looks like all the nutrients are in those two piles of flesh on her chest. Introduce myself. My name is Wang Dust, a high school student who just graduated this year. A 15th level mechanic. As Wang Chen spoke, the black and gold super god armament on his body suddenly let out a sound of pressure relief. Snort dash. There seemed to be jets of steam and countless precise mechanical structures cracked. With a flash of light, a piece of armor pushed backward, eventually turning transparent and disappearing. Wang Chen appeared in front of Mo Lioli in his original form. It had to be said that after Wang Chen received the mechanical god's heart, his body underwent a drastic change, and his physique was well proportioned, tall, and perfect. He wasn't a bad-looking guy. He just looked thin and bony from being dragged down by his artificial heart all these years. But after awakening the super god mechanic, Wang Dust regained his previous handsome and transcendent aura, especially those eyes, which were as deep as stars, were born with a deep attraction. Whoa whoa whoa, so handsome. Mo Lioli had little stars in her eyes. She had thought that Wang Chen was an ordinary-looking youth. Who knew it would be so handsome? Geez, it's amazing that such a strong and handsome man actually exists. Before, Mo Lioli had heard that the most handsome and strongest man in Luo High City was Reninian, the eldest young master of the Ring family. But now take a look. Reninian's appearance was 100,000 miles worse than Wang Chen's. Looking at Mo Lioli's trembling legs, Wang Chen hurriedly took a step back. No, calm down. Let's have a talk. You don't have a change of skirt, right? He really didn't have a special fetish for holy water. Mo Lioli's face flushed as she coughed and cleared her throat. Introduce myself. I'm Luo High City's Mo family's eldest young lady Mo Lioli, a Class A ice-cold magical instructor. After a brief introduction, Mo Lioli immediately asked curiously, "The so many spiders you just released, did you really remove all the demons inside the hive? Or what? You wouldn't know if you came with me to see it." Wang Dust brought Mo Lioli, who was full of skepticism, to the hive. At this time in the middle of the hive, the worker ants and soldier ants controlled by the He invaders surrounded the queen and queen bee in a group. The two huge queens raised their upper bodies in great anger and clashed with their huge twin jaws, sending out pheromones. But no matter how much they were ordered, these transformed mechanical creatures just gazed at their former king with an icy gaze. After the thought process, they were already in the shape of King Dust. That's not a good quote to put here. Let's wait until we encounter a chimera-type demon before we use that phrase later. At this moment, Wang Chen and Mo Lioli had already arrived next to the hive. The huge dead tree had two forked roots. A narrow fissure opened up, exposing two flaps of pink honeycomb on either side, beneath which was the entrance to the hive, with a vague glimpse of crystalline honey flowing. Looking at this hive, Mo Lioli suddenly blushed inexplicably. Wang Chen looked at this hive and always felt that he had seen it somewhere. He subconsciously looked at Mo Lioli. Snap! Mo Lioli slapped her across the face. What's with all the tantrums? With a red slap mark on his face and a weak heart, Wang Chuan led Mo Lioli to the nest. Wang Dust took the lead and pushed his way in. Mo Lioli was a bit hesitant and could only follow over, through the hole below. The strangeness in Wang Chen's heart increased, and Mo Lioli also blushed furiously. Suddenly, Wang Dust reached out and dipped his finger into the honey on the pink cave wall next to him and took a taste. What are you doing? Mo Lioli violently clenched her legs. This should be the ultimate material for refining magic pills. Magic honey, Wang Dust explained. Magic honey? Mo Lioli's eyes lit up fiercely, and she also extended her hand to take a taste. Magic honey is a rare tonic, suitable for general consumption. It's worthy of being magic honey. After just one bite, Mo Lioli's eyes lit up. Let's bring more back. Wang Dust planned to bring it back to his parents and sister to replenish their health. The two men collected many cans on the fly, but that's a drop in the bucket for a wall full of magic honey. No, with the speed of the two of us, it's impossible to collect them all. Mo Lioli looked at so much magic honey and revealed a look of regret. Let me. Wang Dust directly released the diggers and let these robots help him collect the magic honey. The silver mechanism labored at a rapid pace, scraping off the honey and putting it into one pocket. Is that one of your abilities? Your awakened profession is really a mechanic? I thought it was milady. Mo Lioli looked at the underground robot with a shocked look in her eyes. Earlier, she had already seen Wang Chen release many spider robots, and these labor robots looked very peculiar as well. Sort of. Wang Dust didn't explain too much. Mo Lioli also knew that prying too much into other people's occupations was also impolite behavior, so she had the sense not to ask more questions. Let them collect here. We'll go in first. Wang Chen greeted Mo Lioli. The two men passed through the straight passage and came upon another round, fleshy opening, with outlying passages on either side, though very narrow. Why is this hive so immodest? The corners of Wang Dust's mouth, who had studied physiological construction diagrams, twitched. Bees and ants are matriarchal societies, probably because of their spontaneous birth, cult of reproduction. Mo Lioli gave her own explanation. Go in first. Wang Dust's mind moved. Two black armored ants rushed out, holding the hole open with their massive twin jaws. There are demons. Didn't you say you were done clearing out all the demons here? Mo Lioli was startled and took out her magic staff to quickly condense the cold ice magic. Calm down. These are my men. They've been controlled by my robots. Wang Dust pointed at the silver spiders on these demons. Controlled by you? You still have control skills? Not bad. Controlling two black armored worker ants can be used as henchmen for you. Mo Lioli was surprised and put away her magic wand. I control more than just two black armored worker ants. Wang Dust smiled as he clapped his hands. Amidst Mo Lioli's surprised gaze. 10, 20, 50, 100, 200. More and more worker ants and worker bees came out from inside, and one by one, they plopped down at Wang Chen's feet. Along with the increasing number of controlled worker ants and worker bees, Mo Lioli's face changed from shock to a look of incredulity. You're not saying that all these demons are under your control, are you? Mo Lioli looked at the densely packed demonic creatures around her and only felt her mind go blank. A lot? Wang Dust laughed, hearing Wang Chen's affirmative answer. Mo Lioli nearly lost her breath. Listen, what a thing to say. It was good to know that unusual control-type and mind-type magicians were able to control a demonic creature of the same level, and Wang Chen directly controlled over 200 of them. This kind of ability can only be described as perverted. Chapter 15, Obtaining the Palm Cannon. New skill. Wait, you won't control me to do anything weird? Mo Lioli suddenly looked at Wang Chen with a wary face again. She saw many kinds of strange fandangos. The controlled beauty maiden, although conscious, was unable to resist and could only obediently follow the other party's instructions. Sorry, I'm not interested in women with big boobs. Wang Dust directly shook his head and took the lead to walk to the deeper part of the cave. Hey, what do you mean? My brain capacity is no less than these two lumps of flesh of mine. Mo Lioli was furious and wanted to use her magic staff to strike a heavy blow at Wang Chen. However, just as she lifted up her magic staff, the surrounding eyeing mechanical worker bees and worker ants immediately took a step forward, their huge double jaws and poisonous needles aimed at Mo Lioli. Looking at the thick and long poisonous needles, Mo Lioli brainstormed the shameful position of her hands and feet being clamped by the worker ants and being forced to separate her legs. In despair and flushed eyes, he watched as the worker bees came charging in with their huge poisonous needles. Ah no, no way, categorically no. Mo Lioli felt like she would be toppled through. Is this woman awakened a cold ice magician or a high asterisk magician? Wang Dust's forehead hung with black lines as he heard strange sounds coming from behind. At this moment, in the middle of the nest, the two queen bees and queen ants that were lying on the ground were making angry growling noises at Wang Dust, and the purple boss name above their heads was very conspicuous. It's a shame it can't be controlled. The queen ants and queen bees are supposed to be the wisdom centers of the colony, or else they would be able to create a steady stream of worker bees and worker ants for me. Wang Dust frowned as he looked at the crushed invaders that fell on both sides of the queen ant and queen bee. Nowadays, intruder is only level 1. Control is not too strong. If you want to upgrade your troops, you have to level up the mechanical general factory to LV2 before you can do so. But that was all at Wang Duan's level 20. The two ant queens and queen bees weren't controlled and weren't considered mechanical creatures, so they couldn't be counted as Wang Chuan's population either, and were received into the mechanical space within his body. Better kill it. Wang Dust's gaze flashed as he directly controlled the worker bees and worker ants to charge up and kill the queen while seriously injuring the queen bee. Along with the explosion of a large pile of materials, an extremely large amount of experience came pouring in. You have killed the black armored ant queen and gained 230 experience. Cozy. Wang Dust had risen another level. Made it to level 16 with no problem. From level 1 to level 16 in one day. Even if there was a strong family member who took them to brush up their levels, they couldn't do this. I'm afraid I'll scare a bunch of people to death if I tell them. At this time Mo Lioli walked in. This one's all yours. Wang Dust pointed at the queen bee and said. He had specially left a breath just now. Just to let Mo Lioli make up for it. This girl was a bit silly, but she was nice to him. And even in that dangerous situation, she was willing to stay with him. It would be a shame not to repay something. Really? Then I'm welcome. Mo Lioli was so excited that she hurriedly took out her magic wand to cast magic. Cold ice stab. Pust. A long and narrow ice spike flew and condensed, then shot out, piercing through the head of the yen poison bee queen, along with the queen bee's kill. Another large pile of materials dropped with a lot of light. Ah, so good. Next to her, Mo Lioli, however, suddenly let out a gasp and sat down on her knees. The huge experience slammed into Mo Lioli's body so hard that she had never experienced so much surging into the depths of her body all at once. It's almost too much to fit in the overflow. Can't. It's too cozy. Mo Lioli was immersed in the pleasure of upgrading. Her pretty face surged with redness, and she was on the verge of rolling her eyes. The up number above her head jumped and flipped right up to level 8. The experience provided by such boss-type demons was also far from comparable to ordinary demons. Wang Shen was already accustomed to Mo Lioli's expression of being nothing but scrutinizing this every day, and he took the opportunity to collect all the materials. Good luck! Both boss magical creatures had popped out quite a few good materials. There better be 2 magic wands. He now lacks a palm cannon ability in both arms. I can't believe there really are 2 magic wands. Wang Dust grinned. It really was what you wanted. He was surprisingly so lucky that he directly exploded 2 magic staffs. Let me see what it's all about. Wang Dust suppressed the fire in his heart and picked up his magic wand to look at it. Name, the enchanted staff of the vivid poison queen bee. Category, magic staff. Grade, bronze. Attributes, spirit plus 60. Strength plus 25. Physique plus 15. Spell strike chance plus 25. Incidental effect, attacking with a magic staff has a 25% chance of applying negative effects such as poisoning, paralysis, and intense fertility to the enemy. Incidental skill, Poison Bee Aura, active, summons a magic chemical bee with 70% of your total attributes to fight for the host until death. Description, a magical staff produced by the death of a voluptuous and poisonous queen bee, with a notable effect. Nice. Surprisingly a bronze magic staff. Wait, a negative effect of intense fertility? That counts as a negative effect? Wang Dust looked at the magic wand in his hand, a big question mark on his head. He then looked to the other black magic wand next to him. Name, Black Armored Ant Queen's Magic Staff. Category, Magic Staff. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit plus 65. Strength plus 28. Constitution plus 15. Spell Penetration plus 25. Incidental effect, casting magic with a magic staff has a probability of increasing strength and constitution and male staying power by 10% for 30 seconds. Attached skill, Ant Queen Aura, active summons a black armored worker ant with a total attribute of 70% of your own to fight for the host until death. Description, a magical staff produced after the death of a black armored ant queen, with a notable effect. This magic staff is fine. Wait, what the hell is staying power again? And you only boost it for 30 seconds? The corner of Wang Dust's mouth twitched. It really wasn't worthy of being a boss in a lair. Even the equipment that came out was so strange. But that doesn't affect the value of these 2 pieces of equipment in any way. Any one of them can be sold for at least $100,000 or $200,000. However, now that Wang Dust had fought so many materials, he wasn't short of money, and improving his strength was the most important thing right now. Soaring. Choose a course of attack. Black and gold armor surfaced on Wang Dust's arms. The 2 magic wands instantly cracked and turned into countless fragments that didn't go into the arms. At the same time, the voices of the worlds will rang out one after another. Left arm attack route ascension successful. Right arm attack route ascension successful. Congratulations, you've acquired the externally attached weapon. The palm cannon. Wang Dust raised his palms and watched as the armor parts inside collapsed at a rapid pace, then lit up with 2 hot glows as countless round parts rotated and floated up, emitting a clicking group and sound. But this was not Wang Duan's main concern. What he was concerned about was whether or not these 2 bronze-level equipment could soar to silver level with the help of fusion. Also, can you get new skills? Based on previous worker bee poison needles and brown bear bee shields. It's a possibility. Fruity. The world will's prompt sounded again. Congratulations. The black armored ant queen's magic staff and the brilliant venomous bee queen's magic staff have leveled up to silver. Congratulations on your new skill. Chapter 16. I want to take the Imperial University. What's the new skill? Wang Dust listened attentively. Congratulations on acquiring the new skills Bee Venom Ray and An Acid Ray. Do the two palm cannons still have different abilities? Let me try. Wang Dust excitedly opened his 5 fingers and aimed them at the distant wall. Buzz. Both palms palm cannon parts rotating. You can see a circle of precision parts operation. Filled with energy. Boom. Boom. A yellow and a green ray shot out. The wall was instantly pierced through with a snorting sound, revealing 2 large holes. One was being corroded by a green liquid at a rapid pace, while the other was stained by a yellow liquid that emitted a fishy odor, obviously containing a strong poison. Hiss! What a terrifying power! It's catching up with some level 20 magic. When Mo Lioli, who was on the side, saw Wang Chen's palm cannon, she immediately let out a cry of surprise. Her current most powerful magic didn't have that power. Is this guy a hexagonal warrior? How come you know everything? And looking at those 2 big holes in the wall, those 2 lasers just now came with additional negative buffs. So powerful and with a negative buff. If this were to hit a person, the effect would be unthinkable. Not bad. Hearing Mo Lioli's words, Wang Chen was satisfied with his abilities. At the same time, the super god armament on his body once again flashed brightly. The world will beep sounded again. Congratulations! You've acquired anti-poison and anti-acid effects from the palm cannon. And the anti-poison and anti-acid effects of the super god's armor have been increased by 100%. Another upgrade? There was some excitement in Wang Dust's heart. With each piece of equipment he absorbed, he would be able to gain additional effects. And in the long run, the overgod armament would become more and more perfect. Although Mo Lioli wasn't sure what had happened, she could feel that the aura on Wang Chen's body had become a little more terrifying. This guy, boosting his strength is really as simple as drinking water. Mo Lioli immediately developed a feeling of people being more angry than people. She was at least an A-ranked magical instructor. Geez, how is it that you can't raise your head in front of Wang Chen? Always wanting to kneel down low under Wang Dust and lightly open her red lips. Wait, what was I thinking? Hey, what are you staring at? Why don't you hurry up and get out? Wang Chen patted Mo Lioli. No way, even if you were better, I wouldn't bite you? Mo Lioli suddenly and firmly refused. Bite what? Wang Dust looked at the onset of the blue-haired girl in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. Ha? Nothing, ha. So what? Let's go get the honey. It should all be loaded, right? It just so happens that I have a space ring, so I can transport all the honey out. Mo Lioli's face flew red, then hurriedly rushed out. Wang Dust followed with a puzzled expression, and then he waved his hand. The surrounding mechanical worker bees and worker ants all turned into a stream of data, which he incorporated inside the mechanical space in his body. Come to the entrance. The diggers had gathered bags of honey and piled them on the ground as if they were hills. Wang Dust looked at the 2-petaled pink hive outside, which no longer had a bit of water in it. Completely drained. I'll take it for now. I'll give it to you when I get out. I can sell it for you if I have extra. Add a friend and the money will be transferred to you then. Mo Lioli took out her cell phone and added Wang Chen's friend. Okay. Wang Dust had planned to keep some for his family to eat and planned to sell the rest. Just wait a minute. With a movement of his mind, Wang Dust summoned all of the previous diggers back. As for the 3 scanning towers constructed here, Wang Chuan also received them into his mechanical space, so that he could directly release them when he wanted to use them in the future. Copper blocks X3210, alloy drills X891, iron blocks X4212, silver or X2311, aluminum or X1234. Wang Chen looked at the materials stored in the mechanical space and was very satisfied. The entire secret realm was pretty much gutted by him. These materials were still left over after creating so many diggers and invaders, as well as scanning towers. He then looked at the soldiers and buildings he now had. Currently possessed troop types, Digger, LV1, X50, Mechanical Worker Bee, LV15, X104, Mechanical Black Armored Worker Ant, LV15, X102. Currently owned building, Scanning Tower, LV1 level, X3. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Wang Dust had the ability to single-handedly brush a level 25 copy or secret realm with just these 200 or so LV15 level mechanical worker bees and worker ants. Mechanical construction, this talent can only be described as perverse. This was just at the beginning, and it gave Wang Chen such a powerful addition. Not to mention the development of more powerful soldiers and buildings later on. For a professional of the same level, it's a descending blow. Thinking like this, Wang Dust was even more longing for the future. Let's go! Seeing that there was no more oil to scavenge within the secret realm, Wang Chen and Mo Lioli turned into streams of light and flew out of the secret realm. Hey, by the way, Which college are you going to enroll in later? After leaving the secret realm, Mo Lioli asked. Tudor University, I think, Wang Dust said without even thinking about it. Imperial University? Your goal is too high, isn't it? In terms of our province, it's almost impossible for you not to get into the top 10 in the province on the college entrance exam. Mo Lioli sucked in a breath of cool air, shocked by Wang Chen's words. The Imperial Capital University was the best university in the entire Chinese Empire. The competitiveness is pretty scary too. Only A-class professionals are qualified to take the Imperial University. And there was not even one A-ranked professional in 10,000 professionals, which was enough to see how difficult it was to take the Imperial University. Although Wang Chen's strength was at the top of the heap, it might not be enough when placed in the entire Tianing province, because you never knew what heavenly pride demons there were in other cities. Take one step at a time. The reason why Wang Chuan wanted to apply for the Imperial Capital University was because as long as he could get into the Imperial Capital University, he would definitely be able to gain the attention of the higher-ups in Tianing province. When the time comes for him to bring up treating his parents and sister, people will surely find a way to fulfill it. It might be possible to bring in a high-level healer profession to cure his sister's disabled legs and vegetative parents. You work hard. Ren Inian from your school is rumored to be applying for the Imperial Capital University this year as well. And people are saying that Ren Inian is likely to be this year's Danglong scholar from Tianing province. Mo Lioli said. The so-called Danglong scholar is the first in the province. With Ren Inian's terrifying S-rank career, coupled with his strong background, there was a real possibility that he could shine amongst the college entrance exams and get the #1 spot in the province, capturing the title of Danglong scholar. But that wasn't necessarily true. Still, there were too many heavenly pride demons in the outer city. There are said to be as many as a dozen S-level careers this year. The competition will also be tougher than in previous years. Chapter 17 Ren Inian's anger. At the mention of Ren Inian, Wang Chen's gaze went cold. But he didn't refute anything. He has always preferred to speak with strength. He will ruthlessly frustrate Ren Inian in the middle of the college entrance exam. More than that, it will be the right time to avenge the earlier ones. He has that in spades now. Wang Chen and Mo Lioli then left the poison mushroom forest. He also had to go back to see his sister. Maybe they're all waiting for it. The girl didn't know he had undergone a sea change. Wang Duan also couldn't wait to tell his sister the good news. Not long after Wang Chen and Mo Lioli left, the secret realm gate flickered a few times and disappeared. And they don't know it. Ren Inian, who they were discussing at the moment, was holding a bronze token and rushing towards this place with two people from the Ren family. After spending a high price to auction the secret realm key, Ren Inian came here at the first opportunity. With this secret realm, young master, you must be the fastest leveling up among your peers. When the time comes, rank #1 will be none other than you, young master. The two were still kissing Ren Inian's ass. Alright, this secret realm is able to accommodate 3 people to enter. Let's hurry up. Ren Inian spoke faintly. However, even though he was no longer shocked by the situation, his eyes were tinged with a few points of anticipation at the moment. As long as he could successfully take the secret realm, he conservatively estimated that he would be able to raise at least 10 levels. It's the young master. The two mentioned speed. However, in the next moment, Ren Inian's face suddenly changed as he stopped abruptly and looked at the bronze token in his hand. Wow! Only the bronze token in his hand flew into a handful of broken sand. How is that possible? Someone swiped the copy through? Ren Inian's face sank, instantly becoming unsightly. Didn't the family divine fate master project that this secret realm is a double boss secret realm? For that reason I brought so many disposable high-level props and magic scrolls, especially the toxins for bee and ant-type demons, which cost the family a huge amount of money. Ren Inian was incomparably angry. Money, these are not the most important. Most importantly, he had almost wasted a day of practicing for the secret realm key. It's the loss of time that is most valuable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ren Inian's complexion was cloudy to the extreme, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Let's go see which ungrateful thing swiped the young master's secret realm. The speed of the 3 of them surged, and they came directly to the original entrance of the secret realm. One of them pressed on the ground and a strange ripple flashed as he cried out. The detection technique shows that it's 2 leveled professions around level 10, even one less than level 10. A 10th level professional? How is that possible? This secret realm is a double boss secret realm. It's hard for a level 20 professional to brush it, and you have to bring tons of props with you to do it. Another retorted on the spot. Maybe those 2 were just passing through. The person who came should be an expert who didn't leave any traces. Ren Inian took a deep breath and looked toward the secret realm gate. His fists clenched and veins appeared. It wouldn't help if he got even more angry. Right now, we can only brush up on the magic in the poison mushroom forest. Can't waste any more time. There's just no way to compare that efficiency to the secret realm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ren Enian felt as if he had eaten a mouthful of poop. It's hard to die. All the scheming has come to naught. On the other hand, Wang Chan and Mo Liuli separated and one returned home. Older neighborhoods in the middle. In front of a slightly dilapidated room door. Wang Dust took out the key and opened the door. And inside the house a girl in a wheelchair was waiting expectantly in the living room. Just looking at the way he was leaning back in his chair and sleeping, it was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time. How long has this girl been waiting? Wang Dust brought blankets from the side room and tenderly covered his sister. Looking at Wang Luohan's somewhat thin, pale and pretty face, Wang Chen's heart didn't have any reason to feel a pain. Originally, his own sister was also a beauty embryo. Only after being paralyzed, she didn't go out for years and couldn't with exercise, resulting in looking a bit malnourished. But now that's all going to be changed. Wang Dust swore he would cure his sister's leg. Just then Wang Luohan woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Wang Duan, and immediately rubbed her eyes and shouted, "Brother, you're back? Why did you come back so late today?" "I fell asleep waiting." Wang Dust smiled. "I went to the awakening ceremony today and got lucky and awakened the mechanic profession. That's why I came back late." "What?" Hearing this, Wang Luohan was shocked and her sleepiness was gone. She hurriedly pulled Wang Duan's hand as she anxiously said, "So are you alright, brother? Is your body not affected? Where's your artificial heart?" Wang Chen had already thought of a reason, and he said, "After awakening the mechanic, my profession can directly power the artificial heart, so there's no need for an externally attached battery. So that's what scared me." Wang Luohan immediately let out a big sigh of relief, but in an instant her eyes turned red as she complained, "Didn't I say I wouldn't let you go to the awakening ceremony? What should we do if you have an accident?" Saying that, Wang Luohan shed tears, but she wiped her tears again and said happily, "Mechanic is not bad, brother. Although it's only a living profession, we can make some parts to sell for money." Wang Luohan was happy for Wang Duan from the bottom of her heart. Looking at his simple and kind sister, Wang Chen didn't tell the truth. He was afraid that Wang Luohan was worried. He laughed. "Yes, I went out to take on some work today, and earned quite a bit of money. You and mom and dad's medical expenses are enough. You don't have to worry about it. Maybe in the future I'll earn more money, and I can even hire a therapist to cure you and mom and dad." Wang Luohan laughed. She pretended not to care and said, "What's the cure? I'm quite happy in a wheelchair. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. How much money does it cost to hire a therapist? We may not have enough to save up for 20 or 30 years. You should still hurry to earn money to save up to buy a house and marry a sister-in-law for me." Just as he said this, Wang Luohan couldn't stop looking out the window. A few chirping birds flew past in a lively manner. She was baffled for a moment. Since being paralyzed, Wang Luohan basically seldom went out, and only Wang Duan was willing to go out for a walk in the dead of night after a good persuasion. And sometimes she would just look out the window at the small children who were alive and kicking around and gawked. Wang Dust knew better than anyone how much Wang Luohan yearned for the day when she stood up. "You can trust my brother. This is the honey I bought for you. Beauty, you drink it for your health. I will take it to the hospital. Let the nurse give our parents some." Wang Dust's nose was sore and he took out a bag of demonized honey. Demonized honey? Wang Luohan rounded her beautiful eyes and recognized it as well. As a perennial advertisement on TV, any health product with the addition of magical honey can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Almost immediately, Wang Luohan shook his head like a rattle drum. "Brother, hurry up and take it back. I can't afford to drink such expensive honey." She was instantly heartbroken. How much work did Wang Dust do today to be able to afford this bag of demonized honey? Chapter 18 Selling Equipment. Huge sum of money. Wang Duan knew that Wang Luohan would feel sorry for him. He laughed. "I was lucky today and came across a discount deal. Otherwise how do you think I could afford it? And the one selling the honey is my junior high school classmate Lu Chang. He gave me another internal discount." The Lu Chang he was talking about was one of Wang Duan's few friends. The family owns a magic grocery store and is considered a well-off family. The two were not in the same high school, but they were close. This little fat man who treated people kindly came over to see Wang Duan and Wang Luohan every now and then with big pockets and small pockets of things. His dream is to awaken and become a good milkmaid. "The reason is, I have a body that many women are jealous of when they see it, and if I become a milkmaid, I must be very good at it as well." When he said this, Lu Chang would proudly lift up his chest, the two piles of flab in front of his body trembling, and John Lu bragged that he would make a great milkmaid. "When the time comes, we will surely cure Wang Luohan's leg and his aunt and uncle's illness. In the future, when he had the strength, he would also cover Wang Duan." Speaking of which, Wang Dust couldn't help but be curious. I don't know what profession this guy has awakened. Since the career awakening, this kid seems to have vaporized, sending messages and not returning. It's not like you've awakened a trashy profession and suffered a blow, is it? Wang Luohan blinked and chimed in. Little fatty. Ha, that said, he hasn't been here for a while recently. Did something happen? I'll go out later and stop by his house. Wang Dust had to go and deal with the materials in his hand in a while. All those materials were piled up downstairs in the grocery room. Gotta get out tomorrow and cash in as soon as possible. He opened the honey and made a bowl of honey water for his sister. Wang Luohan carefully carried the honey water with a solemn look on his face, and took a sip with pilgrimage-like care. So sweet, brother. With just one sip, Wang Luohan's eyes lit up and immediately curved into a crescent moon as she tilted her head and smiled at Wang Chen, revealing a happy and sweet smile. She hadn't had anything this sweet in a really long time. Since the illness, the family was struggling to make ends meet, not to mention eating magical honey, not even regular honey. Drink more, sister. Your brother is capable now. From now on you can buy whatever you want. Seeing his sister's heartfelt smile, Wang Chuan dotingly touched Wang Luohan's head. He would try to make a good life for his sister. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, Wang Dust explained to his sister and left the door. He carried the parcels downstairs and headed directly towards Luo Hai City's largest merchant house, Jubilee Merchant Pavilion. So much material is just too much. Finding the biggest merchant house to take out is the best option. Carrying so many materials, Wang Chen couldn't help but think that it would be nice to have a space ring, but that thing was too precious. Except for rich women like Mo Lioli, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it. Soon, Wang Chen arrived at the Jubilee Merchant Pavilion, and people came and went in the huge merchant pavilion. Hello, how may I help you? Just as soon as they came in, there were countless beautiful women in short skirts and black silk surrounding them, hands hanging down in front of their bodies slightly bending over to ask questions, and the plumpness that nearly burst the buttons of their white shirts also jumped out at them. They all have delicate and playful faces with professional smiles that are a breath of fresh air. I'd like to offer some materials. All LV10 LV20 level materials. Wang Dust patted the package on his body. Hearing this, the eyes of these short-skirted black silk beauties lit up. They didn't think that Wang Chen, who looked so young, would be able to take out so many materials. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. The smiles on everyone's faces became even more genuine, and each one of them scrambled forward, eager to stick their ferocious weapons on Wang Duan's body. So, that's you. Wang Dust took a step back and narrowly escaped being baptized by the cleanser as he hurriedly pointed to a random girl. The eyes of the girl to whom it was pointed lit up. She immediately pulled Wang Duan cordially and said, "Hello, this guest, please follow me. My name is Yu. Let's go into the VIP room to talk in detail." She then led Wang Chen towards the second floor. Just after Wang Dust had left, two girls walked in behind him, none other than In Xiao Xiao, who had perfect chopper-level snow-white long legs, and Li Meng Meng, a girl with big red wavy hair who had a great body that was so good that it exploded. After a day of practicing, the two of them had also successfully risen to level 7. It had to be said that the leveling speed of the younger generation of the big families was just exaggerated. As soon as the two girls came in, they overpowered the presence of almost every female in the room. Everyone who saw the two for a moment couldn't help but feel that they were just too beautiful. Come on, man. We need to get out some materials. Li Meng Meng shook the space ring in her hand. Two beauties, please come with us. A waitress came forward immediately. Li Meng Meng pulled In Xiao Xiao and was about to leave, but she found In Xiao Xiao looking at a disappearing back on the second floor. This person seems like Wang Duan, and Xiao Xiao said in a daze. Wang Duan? How can that be? That's the VIP room. Usually materials of LV15 level or above are qualified to be received into the VIP room. Li Meng Meng was certain that In Xiao Xiao had misread it without even looking at it. As far as Wang Chen's profession was concerned, it was a struggle to go out and kill a level 1 monster. So how could he possibly go to the VIP room? It seemed that In Xiao Xiao had gotten so carried away with Wang Chen that she looked at everyone like Wang Chen. No, she had to persuade In Xiao Xiao and make her realize that there was absolutely no possibility for her and Wang Chen. I should be wrong about that. And Xiao Xiao smiled helplessly. It also felt like what I said was a bit out of line. The two then walked towards another VIP room. On the way In Xiao Xiao suddenly said, "Anyway, we still have a few more slots for our copies. So why don't we take Wang Duan with us and help him practice leveling?" Li Meng Meng immediately said, "No, that copy is still at LV25 level copy. He went in and we still have to split our energy to take care of him. And that copy, it's a difficult level copy. It's difficult for us to brush through it normally, not to mention bringing a liability." Hearing this, and Xiao Xiao could only sigh helplessly. Alright then. It seemed like the distance between her and Wang Chen would only grow in the future. She had hopes of getting into God's capital university, while Wang Duan might not even be qualified to take the exam. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Dust poured out all the materials in his pockets in one swoop. The glowing materials instantly excited the girl named Yu as she excitedly said, "Guest, did you paint all of this by yourself?" "Sort of. Help me figure out how much these materials are worth." Wang Chen casually took a sip of tea. Hiss. Hearing Wang Chen's reply, Yu's gaze towards Wang Chen was drawn. And handsome and strong. Simply the perfect idol of her dreams. "One moment, please, while I take inventory." Yu quickly distinguished the materials. There are a total of 68 LV 15 level magic item drops, and 13 LV 20 level boss drops, of which there are 3 pieces of white plate equipment, 2 pieces of black iron equipment, and the rest are materials. She immediately calculated the value of these materials. The total is $499,000. Yu took it upon herself to add another 10,000 to round it up, making the total $500,000. Yu bent down, hands handing over the black card, the plumpness in front of her body falling and swaying, the open neckline seeing the snow-white skin and tantalizing grooves inside, as well as the black lace of the cowl edge in the depths of the further. But Wang Chen only had eyes for the exquisite card in Yu's hand. That's $500,000. A small fortune too. You know he lives on $1,000 a month dole during the week. It's no wonder people say that being a professional is a get-rich-quick career. It's true that people are completely different from ordinary people. You've earned so much money in one day by yourself. Thanks. Wang Dust grabbed the card, his eyes filled with excitement and happiness. Right. Touching the card, Wang Dust asked, "Do you have any space rings here?" Chapter 19. Lu Chang's occupation is somewhat special. A space ring? Yu froze, and then said to Wang Chen with some hesitation, "Guest, the cheapest 10 square space ring starts at $500,000. Although he was prepared in his heart, when Wang Chen heard that it was so expensive, a few awkward colors appeared on his face. $500,000, the price of a nice car that almost catches up. It's even enough to buy a suite at full price in some small places. The full confidence in Wang Chen's heart just now immediately turned into nothing. Turns out he's still a pauper. Thinking about that spatial ring on Mo Liuli's hand, almost all of the demonized honey was taken away. Now that I think about it, there were at least 100 square meters inside. What a rich woman. Well, love that little rich girl. Wang Dust looked towards the bonsai decoration of the high mountain and flowing water next to him. A gurgling stream of clear water flowing down from the gully in the middle of the two halves of the mountain peak. Yu blinked her soulful eyes and seemed to have made some kind of decision, as she suddenly said, "Guest, as an employee of the Jubilee Merchant Pavilion, I have an investment quota. I can give you a lowest level spatial ring, but all of your subsequent transactions will have to be made with our Jubilee Merchant Pavilion. Are you willing to it?" If the customer had enough potential, when they grew up, any profits from future transactions with the merchant court could exceed the value of the spatial ring, which could be considered an investment in disguise. At the same time, it's kind of a caging program for customers. Of course, if Wang Chen's trading volume failed to meet expectations in the future, then it would be penalized as well. There's such a thing? It can be. Wang Dust's eyes lit up. Trading with the Jubilee Merchant Court in the future doesn't count as much of a restriction. Being the largest merchant bank with branches all over the country, transactions are also very convenient and fair. After understanding the doorway, he agreed almost without hesitation. Yu ruffled the broken hair on her ear, bent down, aimed her red lips at Wang Chen's ear, and puffed her breath like orchids. "Then Yu's first time will be handed over to you, the guest, and I hope that the guest will not let me down." Wang Dust felt the hot wind in his ears. The unique fragrance of the girl's body came from him, and even his shoulder could feel the soft touch of Yu's chest. His body tightened, he shrunk his shoulders, and nodded his head in some panic. Well, good. It's killing me. Is this the service of a top merchant bank? Ha! Yu smiled faintly at Wang Duan and slightly flirted as she lowered her body a few more points. Soon, the contract was signed and a bronze-colored space ring was delivered to Wang Chen. "Let Yu put it on you. Seeing as it should be your first time wearing it as well and you have no experience." Yu crouched down and raised her head to smile at Wang Dust. Wang Dust is a little embarrassed. This service is a little too colorful. Enthusiastic, right? Before he could react, Yu had already sharply put the thing on Wang Duan's place, pushing it back with her fingers and stroking it to make sure it was worn perfectly. It had to be said that Yu did have experience, and Wang Duan felt very comfortable. It's still a really different feeling to wear it yourself than to have someone else wear it for you. Is this a space ring? Wang Dust quickly established the connection, which was 10 square meters large, and he immediately loaded the extra things on his body into it. When Wang Dust walked out of the merchant bank, a few girls were shocked. Yu, did you give your first time to that boy? Yu gave them a blank look. Speak properly. Of course, I don't know why. I always think that boy will give me a different surprise. But that drew laughter from several girls. We don't believe it. You'll definitely have to pay for it then. Maybe Miss Gu will spank you. The Miss Gu they were talking about was the head of this area's Jubilee Merchant Pavilion, called Gu Qingqing, an imperial lady who likes to wear black silk and step on high heels, with glasses, with delicate features and absolutely beautiful looks. But the antithesis of beauty is her character, high-strung and stern. Every time an employee had a performance loss, they would be handcuffed by her and carried individually to the small dark room for education. When you come out, 2 of your 3 circumferences will have gained a few centimeters and you won't be able to sit in a chair for at least a few days. You huffed. Then we'll see. But she couldn't help but be a little afraid of Gu Qingqing's little black room education again. If we keep fighting, it's really going to break. This guest, you must go for it. Wang Dust arrived at Lu Chang's store. Behind the counter of a wide array of merchandise lay a middle-aged woman with some blonde hair who seemed to be sleeping. It was Lu Chang's mother, Zhao Shui, a thunderous middle-aged woman. Has the awesome mouth and fast and furious work ethic that women of her age should have. However, due to years of hard work and a brain attack a few years ago, the blood supply to the brain has been insufficient, and from time to time I fall asleep when I am busy. The doctor said there was no cure for it, and that he would have to call in a more advanced therapist, at least 50 levels up. Although Lu Chang's family was good, they couldn't afford a level 50 therapist. Lu Chang's desire to awaken the milkmaid was also related to Zhao Shui, except that it was heavenly difficult for an ordinary person to level up to level 50. Zhao Shui also did not take it seriously, and from time to time said that before Lu Chang rose to level 50, it was estimated that she would have left long ago. Auntie Zhao, is Lu Chang here? Wang Dust gave a small shout. Who? Zhao Shui lifted her head to see that it was Wang Duan who had arrived, and a smile immediately blossomed on her face as she got up and laughed. Xiao Duan. Ah, why are you here? Ha, why do you look stronger? How's your health these past 2 days? Auntie has been too busy these past few days and didn't go to see you guys. Before Wang Chen could reply, Zhao Shui took out a bunch of things from the back and stuffed them into a plastic bag while rambling. This is the new arrival of some supplements in the past few days. Not much money. Take it to your sister and you to replenish your body. Listen to Auntie's advice. You also don't go to awakening occupation. Your body is not suitable. In the future, Auntie and Uncle teach you to run the store. Surely won't not care about you. Wang Dust's heart was warm and very moved. Zhao Shui was really good to him. There's also Lu Chang's dad, Lu Qi, who's out running renovations as well. This simple couple didn't help him much. Wang Dust secretly thought that when he developed in the future, he must also bring Lu Chang's family to live a good life. He hugged the thing Zhao Shui forced into his arms and shouted, Auntie Zhao, I'm lucky. I've awakened a living profession mechanic. I'll have no problem supporting myself in the future. Look at me. I don't even need to supply batteries externally for my artificial heart. Hearing this, Zhao Shui froze as she exclaimed, You child, why are you so disobedient? You're going to scare me to death. Egu egu. Zhao Shui covered her chest for a while. She was angry and scared. She couldn't help but give Wang Chen a slap on the head. You child, if it wasn't for your luck, Auntie Zhao would have had to meet you in the coffin. Too disobedient. However, she immediately choked back tears and said, Fortunately, God opened his eyes and let you awaken a life profession. You learn skills well in the future. This day is finally a good hope. Wang Chuan cried and laughed. According to this mouth of Zhao Shui's, it was probably endless. He hurriedly interrupted. Auntie Zhao, I would like to ask Lu Chang where he went. Didn't he also awaken his profession? Was the awakened one a milkmaid? Hearing this, Zhao Shui suddenly blushed as she awkwardly said, That kid is a milkmaid, right? It's just a little different from ordinary milkmaid. Something special. Chapter 20, Which rich woman have you hooked up with? Something special? Wang Duan froze. Ugh, I can't talk to you guys. Go check on him. It's upstairs. He's been depressed for the past few days. He only eats 8 bowls of rice at a time. It's killing me. Inside the house, Wang Duan met Lu Chang. This raw little chubby guy crouched in the corner with his hands on his stomach, probably trying to hug his knees, but his weight wouldn't allow it. None of this is the point. Of course, at this moment, Lu Chang had a lifeless look on his face, full of depression, and his body seemed to be bubbling with a ghostly black gas. Lu Chang? Wang Dust shouted. What profession has this guy awakened, able to make him so desperate? Could it be an assassin? Out of the meat of the Longling King or the full defense of the male sword? Wang Dust brainstormed about the 200 pounds of heavy-duty assassin stealthy rushing over, and could not help but draw the corner of his mouth. Seeing Wang Dust call out to him, Lu Chang's eyes reddened as he shouted, Brother Dust, are you here to laugh at me too? Wang Dust sat next to Lu Chang as he asked, No, what occupation have you awakened? I asked Auntie Zhao a few times, but she wouldn't say anything. As soon as Lu Chang heard this, his body suddenly trembled as he choked. There's no way I can say anything about this career. I've now become the laughingstock of Luo Haino. 2 Middle school. No. Well, then you have to say what you do for a living, too, don't you? Wang Dust became even more curious in his heart. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Lu Chang didn't say anything, he just silently turned around. He whispered, "Don't ask. I have no face to live anymore. I'm going on a hunger strike. From now on, I will only eat 6 bowls of rice. No, fatty, do you consider me a brother or not? I won't laugh at you no matter what profession you awaken." Wang Dust patiently persuaded. "And it's a critical time for leveling. Whatever profession you've awakened, you have to hurry out and practice." Hearing this, Lu Chang turned his head. "Brother Dust, as long as you promise not to laugh at me, I'll tell you. Damn you tell me. If I keep dragging this out, I'll think I'm in the water text." Wang Dust was in a hurry. Lu Chang revealed a look of death as he whispered, "My awakened profession is called nurse, but I realized after I used the skill that my nurse skill is different from a normal nurse." "How is it different?" Wang Dust rounded his eyes. "Isn't the first basic skill of a nursemaid a healing aura? When I got home, I couldn't wait to use it on my mom and dad who had labored all day." Lu Chang seemed to be recalling a bad memory. Joshua and Lu Chi happily sat down on the couch with a look of pride on their faces, accompanied by a pink, healing aura sprinkled like a neon sign in an alleyway. Lu Chang was still wondering why his color was different from the other milkmaids. "Isn't it normally white? Could it be that I've been watching too many movies lately and it's causing the bleeding?" Before he could get back to his senses, his own mom and dad's faces reddened, and then they looked at each other with deep affection. "It's like I feel like I'm 18 again." Lu Chi roared with a single sound. "Ah!" Zhao Shui was also refreshed. The shaken Lu Chang was rolling and crawling to his house. Why is that? The next day he wasn't dying to use it on himself. Almost rubbed out sparks. "These toilet papers are a testament to my skills. All of my nanny skills are mutated. The healing aura works by making that aspect of desire high." Lu Chang pointed to so much toilet paper on the floor. That day, Lu Chang passed away in vain. Incredibly hated himself for everything he had done 18 years before. Had he looked at that stuff too much and that had caused God to punish him? After saying everything, Lu Chang looked at Wang Dust sadly. "Brother Dust, you said that for a milkmaid like me, which team would want me? Nurse is another existence that needs someone to lead her in leveling. And with no one to lead me, I won't be able to level up at all." Wang Dust turned his back, his shoulders shaking as he choked. "You let me be sad for a while. I'm really sad. Really, it's so sad. Laugh if you want, brother doesn't blame you." Lu Chang looked at Wang Dust whose mouth was harder to suppress than AK, and continued to lean back on the bed in a lifeless manner. "Actually, you don't have to be so sad. Your skills are not useless. At the very least, you can also become a doctor, specializing in treating that matter. As you know, there are many people who can't work in that area." Wang Dust wiped the tears that came out of his eyes from laughing. "You're bursting into tears of laughter." Lu Chang became even more grief-stricken. "These are tears of sadness for me," Wang Dust emphasized as he patted Lu Chang's shoulder. "Don't worry, your brother Dust won't leave you alone. Let me tell you the good news. I've awakened my profession. I'll take you to practice in the future." "What?" Lu Chang was shocked. His eyes erupted with hope as he climbed up in a flash and said urgently, "Brother Dust, what profession have you awakened?" "Mechanic." "Ha ha ha, great. Wait, no, say that again. What career?" Lu Chang laughed and suddenly put away his laughter and asked again. He felt as if he had laughed early. "Mechanic." Lu Chang stretched out his hand to close his wide-open mouth and continued to lie down on the side of the bed as he despondently said, "Where do you think is a good place for me to open my store in the future? A life profession to practice with a nurse? Are you kidding me? Asterisk. Brother's mechanic isn't like a normal mechanic." Wang Dust did not intend to hide anything from Lu Chang. "Anyway, you can't hide it when you wait for the entrance exam." Lu Chang rolled his eyes. "My nursemaid is still different from ordinary nursemaid. Is it hard to believe that your mechanic is made to be that toy for adults? Asterisk. You still don't believe me? Look at how many levels brother is now." Wang Dust stood up. Lu Chang laughed, and a detection spell was casually thrown over. Next moment, the information that came back from the detection technique was like a bomb that ruthlessly exploded in Lu Chang's head. How can it be? Shocked beyond belief, Lu Chang rounded his small eyes, swearing that he had never stared so wide in his life. Eyes barely glazed over. "You're 16? Lu Chang only felt his scalp crack. His eyes went black and he barely fainted. A life profession mechanic had actually trained himself to level 16 in a single day. Shocker. It's too shocking. Taking a huge breath, Lu Chang said urgently, "Brother Dust, the last time you bought a steel wire ball at my house was actually for this? Which rich woman did you hook up with to let them take you leveling? Tell your brother that your brother really needs it too. And that wire balls aren't intolerable." Chapter 21 You don't have to explain. You're just adopted. Asterisk 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 off. Wang Dust didn't have the heart to give Lu Chang a kick. I leveled up on my own merit. Lu Chang nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. I know that's all because of your skill, Brother Dust. You eat Planet Cup without even using a spoon for 8. I know all about it. Roll on roll on. Wang Dust died speechless. Why is this guy's brain like Emolioli's, filled with all yellow waste? Just then his cell phone rang. MS. Emolioli transferred 420,000 RMB to your account. It's the money from the sale of the demonized honey that's arrived. The air was silent. Lu Chang's eyes reddened as he sobbed. Brother Dust, you still say you didn't evening a rich woman? Is this hitting money all this much? Think what you like. Wang Dust didn't know how to explain it. At this time, Emolioli sent over a message. Wang Duan, are you free tomorrow? I have 2 beautiful friends who invited me to brush a level 25 hard level copy. And I'm still missing 3 people. I want to call out to you, okay? Wang Chuan replied. Okay, it's just that you don't reveal my identity or occupation. It's just that my occupation is mutant mechanic, and I want to bring a nurse friend with me to practice. He wasn't strong enough right now, and he was afraid that someone with a heart of gold would target him. After all, if Ren-Enian hadn't told him those things, he now also didn't know that some big families were able to do things like beavering away and stealing other people's careers. Then it's just as well that we have enough people. So it's a deal. Ha! I'll send you the information about the copy. Emolioli agreed with alacrity. Putting away his cell phone, Wang Dust said to Lu Chang, my friend just shouted at me to go brush up my copy tomorrow. The minimum level of the copy is LV10. I'll take you to practice today. Lu Chang froze. Practicing to level 10 today? Not Brother Dust? That's not enough time, is it? It's only half a day. How can we possibly level up to 10? Why are you so full of? Follow me. Wang Dust carried Lu Chang up. 200 pounds of Lu Chang was as light as a feather in his hands. Lu Chang was stunned. Brother Dust, how many big tonic pills did you drink? I didn't realize just now. How did you become handsome and strong? The rich woman is taking you for a facelift? Facing Lu Chang, who was chattering as much as Zhao Shui, Wang Duan directly raised his fist and hammered the tin can next to him. Lu Chang immediately had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Although he was tempted to ask Wang Duan for a bit of the 10 perfection pill that the rich woman had given him to have a bite. The day before yesterday, he really almost spewed out his soul. The body is a bit of a loss right now. The two of them rushed down the stairs, greeted Zhao Shui, and headed straight for the nearest practicing spot. Hey, these two are venturing out. Don't go to a high-level place to practice. Just go to some random LV1 level place. Zhao Shui howled from behind. This place has a special place for life class professions to practice. There were all docile and non-threatening demons there. She thought the two were going to a place like that. It would be nice to go up a level in an afternoon. And the other side, the pink boudoir in a spacious villa of the Mo family. Emolioli was lying on her back on the bed in her white cute cartoon bear underwear, her white and tender little legs shaking in the air for a while. He said into the video, don't worry, Xiao Xiao and Meng Meng, I've invited a great god for you guys this time. He's very powerful and can definitely take us through the copies. On the other end of the video were the same and Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng, who were only wearing their green gauze-like silk pajamas. The two of them said in disbelief, are you sure the person you invited is that powerful? Who is that person? Emolioli said, anyway, I can't tell you who he is. All I can tell you is that he's very powerful. Such words made in Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng even more curious in their hearts. At this time, Wang Chen had already lightly led Lu Chang to the teleportation tower. The poison mushroom forest is not suitable for taking people to practice. Let me take you to the underground cave. Wang Dust paid the teleportation fee. An underground cave? That place is full of kobolds. Are you sure you want to go to a place like that? Have you ever seen a fandango called Kobold Killer? It's said that creatures like kobolds may look simple, but they're actually very scary. Lu Chang's eyes were filled with fear. That fandango is about how humans have always ignored creatures like kobolds, thinking that they are weak magical creatures. But in reality, they are brutal and horrible and ferocious. Many adventurers went to hunt kobolds with confidence, only to be killed by kobolds instead in the middle of a gloomy cave. The bodies of dead adventurer males lying on the floor in the eerie cavern. The females, on the other hand, were powerless to resist, and could only be held down on all fours by the kobolds. A harsh scream followed as the kobold's excited laughter and the ripping of his dress revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin. But struggling and screaming was useless. It only stirred the kobold's animalistic nature. They only became more frantic as they tore at it, sticking out their tongues to lick it, leaving disgusting drool on that smooth, delicate skin. The torches that burned on the ground, leaping with firelight, reflected their helpless pretty faces and godless eyes, as if they were numb. The obscene figures of kobolds sprinting back and forth shifted against the wall. More and more kobolds came, and they finally couldn't even make a sound. Only their lips, which had been bitten through and bled from desperate exertion, trembled slightly. The only thing they could do was close their eyes, deny the sickening pleasure coming from their bodies, and dismiss it all as a nightmare. It's horrible. Lu Chang winced. In his opinion, it was useless even if Wang Chen had a higher level, knowing that life class professions had no attack ability at all. His ability didn't seem to do anything but make the group of kobolds more excited. If he is captured by the kobolds, he may be imprisoned and used to cheer them up. Are you sure the two of us aren't just going to give away our heads, Dusty? Lu Chang asked weakly again. Just follow me. The two teleported directly beneath the towering ridge, the far side of which was dotted with shadowy, grayish-yellow caves of varying sizes. There were quite a few adventurers gathered here, and some of them were in the process of forming a group to solicit. However, you can also hear that some adventurous female newbie adventurers disappeared about half an hour ago, and something seems to have changed in the goblin caves. Let's go in through here. Wang Dust led the shivering Lu Chang to a slightly more spacious hole next to him. Dusty, I'll trust you for once. Don't screw over Dude. Dude really doesn't want to be the goblin's cheering high priest. Lu Chang took out a white-played magic staff and held it in his hand, but looking at its stance, it was prepared to be used as a melee weapon. Don't worry, Wang Dust didn't even have the thought of summoning the super god armament. The kobolds here were probably around LV3 LV8 level, and their strength attributes held up to the 15 to 30 range. He was now LV16 level, and now that his power attribute was close to 400 without summoning the super god armament, he could easily crush the goblins here with just his own power. Soon, the two walked deeper into the cave. It was quite spacious, and 4 or 5 people walking side by side had no problem. It's just that the light is getting dimmer and dimmer. That's the nasty thing about kobold caves. They're so intricate and up and down that you have no idea where the kobolds are going to come in. Lu Chang said in fear, Dust, we are hasty. I should have known to buy a flashlight to come in. It's too dark in here. Even if there are kobolds, we don't know where they will come from. It's okay, just watch me. Wang Dust directly released a scanning tower in a spacious place. Name, Scanning Tower. Level, 1. Function, Analytical Image Scanning. Detection of enemy units. Detection of minerals. Description, detecting a wide variety of units and minerals through infrared thermal sensing and vibration detection instruments, etc. Sharing the field of view with the protagonist. Analyzing the image scanning range of 500 meters and detecting minerals in the range of 1,000 meters. Buzz. The silver-white scanning tower hit the ground and then began to work its way up. The entire three-dimensional structure of the cave's 500 meters instantly appeared in Wang Chen's mind. Lu Chang was stunned to see this scene. He shouted, asterisk, Brother Dust, is this the detection prop that the rich woman bought for you? Awesome. How much does it cost? You still won't admit that you've been adopted. This is hard evidence. Chapter 22 Changes in the Underground Cavern. Lu Chang was touched beyond words. Brother Dust, you're really too good to me. How many steel wire balls do you have to take this? He wiped his tears and suddenly shouted again. Hey, Brother Dust, although I'm touched, but don't touch my butt. Brother doesn't have this hobby. Wang Dust didn't have the heart to say, who touched your ass? That's a kobold. Swish. Lu Chang's face turned violently pale as he looked down and found a short kobold curiously poking his ass with a bone stick. Asterisk. Run, Dusty. Lu Chang was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Panicking like a 200-pound child, he ran behind Wang Duan. Yikes! The kobold immediately let out a berserk yell. With a hiss, he rushed towards Wang Chen with his bone stick. Lu Chang panicked. Brother Dust, did the rich woman give you any weapons? Hurry up and take it out. As a result, he saw that Wang Chen actually walked directly towards the goblin. Lu Chang man was dumbfounded. Brother Dust, you're crazy? What are you doing? In ancient times, Buddha cut his flesh and fed it to the eagle. Are you going to sacrifice your own asshole to preserve brother me? But the scene that happened in the next moment directly almost made Lu Chang's eyes pop out in shock. Only Wang Chen raised his right fist and blasted the kobold's head with an ordinary punch. Bang! The kobold flew backwards directly out faster than ever before, tearing through the air and crashing hard into the cavern behind it with a rumble. The entire cavern sent out a tremor, and countless amounts of dust fell in a single moment. Lu Chang's brain went blank. This. What the hell is going on here? Why is Wang Dust so fierce? A LV5 level kobold in one punch? Asterisk. What kind of drugs did Richie give Dusty? Anyway, Lu Chang was dumbfounded. Keep it down. There's more kobolds coming. Through the scanning tower, Wang Dust detected a lot of kobolds rushing over. Fruity. As if Wang Chen's punch had angered the kobolds below, more and more hissing sounds came out from the various caves. It's over. This is pissing off the kobolds. Lu Chang was so scared that cold sweat came down and his clothes were directly soaked. Amidst Lu Chang's horrified gaze, one goblin after another burrowed out of the surrounding caves. The number was 20 to 30, and a faint layer of black aura lingered on each of the kobolds. Holy, what's with all the kobolds? When Lu Chang saw so many kobolds come out, the person was directly dumbfounded and directly sat on his butt in fear. Then he discovered an even more horrifying sight. Dust isn't right. Why are the levels of these kobolds so high? The highest is level 15. Lu Chang was terrified to the core, and his heart nearly exploded. He suddenly realized that the levels of these kobolds were actually LV10 LV15. What the hell is going on here? The levels of these goblins had unexpectedly surged by several levels. No matter what, the scene at hand was not something that he and Wang Chen could deal with. Although Wang Dust was level 16, his combined combat power was estimated to be about the same as a level 4 or 5 combat profession. Definitely not a match for these LV15 level goblins. Staying any longer will really kill you. Lu Chang hurriedly shouted, "Brother Dust, something's not right. These kobolds have suddenly leveled up by several levels. Let's run." But more and more kobolds proceeded to pour out, directly blocking all the passageways. It's over. This is really going to be the goblins' high priest of cheer. Seeing so many high-level goblins, Lu Chang's legs went soft and he was trembling all over. When I think of my miserable situation later on, I can only serve as a booster high priestess for the kobolds, and I can only look at it, not do it. Ask if there is a worse torture than this. He was now incomparably regretting following Wang Chen here. This is going to be the end of them both. Dusty, I'm not happy. I still haven't had that when I die. Lu Chang was in tears. Is it hard to find female kobolds when you're the high priestess of cheer in the future? He might not be able to get up. On the other side, Wang Duan also noticed this scene. It seems that something has really changed here that is not known. He shouted, "Mend after me." Mending after you? No, how are we going to do that? Lu Chang didn't react for a moment, only to see Wang Dust's feet heavily stomping on the ground. He directly stormed out, his speed incredibly fast. So fast. How is Brother Dust so fast? Lu Chang was stunned. Only Wang Dust was like a meat grinder, and wherever he passed, the goblins all flew out with serious injuries. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the kobolds fell with a scream. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing such a shocking scene, Lu Chang's scalp almost cracked and his eyes almost didn't fly out. The whole person was even more shocked to the point that he couldn't say a word. Shocker. It's too shocking. What did he see? Wang Dust, as a living professional, had gone on a killing spree in a group of LV15 level goblins. It's like a chef mowing down a bunch of special forces with a kitchen knife. Am I dreaming? Lu Chang said with a dry voice, his entire body completely frozen, looking at this scene unbelievably. If he stayed around Wang Chen any longer, he wouldn't need to do eye-opening surgery in the future. His eyes had gotten bigger just by staring at them every day. What are you waiting for? Hurry! Wang Dust prodded again. If it wasn't for the sake of practicing for Lu Chang, if there were so many kobolds, he would have crushed them all to death with a single palm cannon. Ha! Coming! Lu Chang shouted in excitement, spat towards his palm and came with his magic staff, directly and viciously knocking the kobold on the ground to death. And so, within a few minutes, the ground was all covered in violently dead kobolds. White light emerged from Lu Chang's body one after another, rising to LV5 level in a single breath. If it wasn't for the fact that mending could only gain partial experience, Lu Chang would be at least 7 or 8 levels by now. Oh my god. Dusty, Dad, Grandpa, what the hell is wrong with you? Lu Chang was gasping for air, still immersed in the shock of what he had just seen. He felt like he was dreaming. I told you I'm not a normal mechanic. Keep this to yourself out there. I don't want anyone else to know until after the entrance exams. Wang Dust instructed. The main reason is the fear of retaliation from Reninian. He's not strong enough right now. I get it all. Lu Chang swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with excitement. However, he didn't even know that just now. What Wang Chen had displayed was only a tenth of his strength, but it was enough to shake him up. The two men picked up the materials. Wang Dust suddenly realized that a kobold was wearing a girl's hairpin on his head. There really are adventurers shipwrecked here. Wang Dust looked at the hairpin. Lu Chang looked at this hair card and suddenly blanched and said, "This seems to be Xiao Ning's hair card. Damn it. I heard earlier that she seems to have come here with a few friends to brush the monsters. You said that the female adventurers we heard about before disappearing. It wouldn't be them, would it? Ning? It's the commoner goddess of our school, called Lu Ning Ning, kind to people, friendly, very popular. I've always enjoyed spying on. Oh no, admiring her. This is her favorite hair card. I'll never be wrong." Lu Chang explained on the fly. The underground cave is a place where many civilians like to come to practice leveling, because the strength of the monsters here is moderate, and it is most suitable for civilian novices to upgrade. But I don't know what happened, but the kobolds here suddenly skyrocketed a few levels in strength. I think Lu Ning Ning should have had an accident here. Brother Dust, I've never begged anyone. Let's go save them if we can. Of course, if a LV-16 level up goblin appears inside. Let's go. Lu Chang was really in a hurry. He always had people who liked to make fun of him because of his obesity. Only Lu Ning Ning never said anything about him and would even stop the rest of the girls when they laughed at him. But he also didn't want Wang Chan to have an accident. So, as long as there were kobolds with a higher level than Wang Dust, they would leave the area. In Lu Chang's opinion, as strong as Wang Duan was, he couldn't deal with LV-16 level up goblins. Could he? Wang Dust laughed. Since you have said it, how can I not save it? We are all brothers. No need to say more. Dusty. Lu Chang's eyes reddened. The heart is really very touched. He felt that Wang Chen was risking his life for him. Chapter 23. I don't want to fart all huffy. Wang Chen put away the scanning tower next to him and led Lu Chang to continue walking towards the interior of the cave. On the way, Wang Dust saw some broken goose yellow dresses, and he picked them up and looked at them. This should be left behind by those female adventurers from before. Wang Dust handed it to Lu Chang. It shouldn't be Lu Ning Ning's. She usually likes to wear white dresses. And the smell isn't right. Lu Chang took a whiff. He lifted his head to look and realized that Wang Chen had suddenly ignored him. Hey, Dusty, why don't you say something? Lu Chang put away his dress and chased after him. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, there were two wretched girls who were huddled together in fear. It was none other than Lu Ning Ning and Lian Yunxi, a girl from the same school. Both are beauty level, but Lu Ning Ning was even better, worthy of being the civilian goddess of Luo Haino. 2 middle school, snow-white skin, delicate features, and pure temperament, like a white lotus that is left behind. One can't help but feel a sense of pity. It was especially evocative to have such an innocent and cute girl like this in a place like the Goblin Cave. But the two were not in a good position at this point. The two men were bound solidly with rope in the form of turtle binds. The slightest movement reveals a large expanse of snowy white and tantalizing body. So the two could only curl up their bodies and block the view of their chests with their slender legs. Especially Lian Yunxi, who already had an explosive figure, almost reaching level E, could only woefully use her thighs against it. But even so, certain fire-inducing sights can be seen. Ryo Ninjio wasn't much better. The white dress was torn so much that the white silk was also torn, and even one of the shoulder straps was broken, revealing most of the white shoulders and hemispherical scenery. Where did these damned kobolds learn their strange ways of binding people? Lian Yunxi held her red face and struggled a bit, but no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the rope. A struggle and a gasp was made, but instead, his already fragmented clothes were torn again, and more of his white skin was exposed. Don't bother, these ropes are bronze-level props. We won't be able to break free, Willow Nix advised. So what are we supposed to do? Should we just stay here and wait to be insulted by these kobolds? Lian Yunxi despaired. Ryo Ninjio didn't say anything. What the hell is wrong with these kobolds? How did they suddenly become so powerful? She resigned herself to leaning against the wall, not caring if she was naked or not. It was already that way anyway. Lu Ning Ning bit her lip. It should be the birth of a new goblin high priest. When the number of goblins multiply to a certain number, a boss goblin high priest will be born. A level 25 or so demonic creature. Goblin high priest? Lian Yunxi's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. It was surprising that a newbie leveling location would have such a high-level demonic creature. It was important to realize that the two of them were only less than level 5 now. So that means we are to be given as an offering to the kobold high priest? It should be. Or we'd have been defiled by these kobolds long ago. A flash of panic also surfaced on Lu Ning Ning's serene and pretty face. The people who came here to practice leveling were no more than LV-15, facing a terrifying demonic creature like the goblin sacrifice, especially a boss that could command so many goblins. I'm afraid that only a team of LV-20 leveled full professions would be able to take care of it, and by that time, I'm afraid they'd be long dead, even if you're lucky to have survived. But when she was found out, she could imagine her misery. It's like a fine video card being mined like crazy, or a hotel plug that's flimsy. But Lian Yunxi's focus wasn't here as she shuddered. An ordinary kobold is just under a meter, so maybe it doesn't hurt that much, but a kobold priest is at least 3 meters tall, right? No, that height. I'm only 5 feet 6 inches. Lian Yunxi had already brought on a crying tone. At that moment there was a sudden shout from outside. No good. They're coming. Only a few kobolds walked to Lian Yunxi's side with 7 hands and 8 feet. Lian Yunxi's face snapped white. No? Why am I the first? I'm not ready yet. A few kobolds suddenly compared in front of them. as if to say that kobold priests like it big here. That's why Lane Creek was chosen. It's not my fault it's big, Lien Yunshi called out. That's when a few kobolds patted their asses. No? And like from behind? Even Yunshi's tears came out. Gah! A few kobolds patted their asses again, as if correcting a mistake. Newbies think there's only one way to go, when in fact veterans have already gone 3 ways. What? You guys mean from there? Lien Yunshi directly spat out her tongue and rolled her eyes in fear. Let her go. Ryuga tried to hit a few kobolds, but just as she moved, she slumped to the ground. They were all drugged and didn't even have the strength to kill themselves. Inging save me I really don't want to. I don't want to fart in the future with a huff, not a puff. Lien Yunshi struggled desperately, but to no avail. Lu Ningning raised her head laboriously. Slow down. I have something to say. Gah? Several kobolds stopped in confusion. What do you have to say to me? Ginger. Even Yunshi had tears in her eyes and looked at Lu Ningning with anticipation. Lu Ningning smiled effortlessly. She said softly, Yunshi, when the time comes, you remember to take a deep breath. That way it supposedly won't hurt as much. Lien Yunshi, who had a head full of questions, was just carried away by the kobolds joyfully. A few kobolds just carried the crying Lien Yunshi out of this cave, and then walked along the winding path towards somewhere else. Yunshi. Willow could only watch this. On the other side, Lu Chang suddenly shivered and said, Brother Dust, I think I heard the voice of a goddess. Chapter 24 I didn't see anything. You guys go on. Wang Dust frowned and said, I seem to have heard it as well. The sound is coming from the passageway on the right. Follow me and let's take a look ahead. Lu Chang nodded carefully and followed Wang Duan fearfully. The two of them advanced a little further towards the front, when Wang Chen suddenly made a silencing gesture, signaling Lu Chang to stop. Only the sound of a girl's struggle, and the sound of sobbing, kept coming from the middle of the passage in front of her. How come I don't sound like goddess Lu Ningning? Lu Chang stretched his neck forward to see. Wang Dust said, Don't make a sound. These kobolds have sensitive hearing. Only to see 4 or 5 LV-10 level goblins appearing in front of them, carrying a girl who was tied up in 5 different ways. Wang Dust carefully leaned against the wall and looked inside with a sideways glance. As a result, he was treated to a choppy scene. Only Lien Yunshi was unclothed and constantly struggling. Along with every struggle, they were able to see large swaths of exquisite snow-white scenery and body curves. Wang Chen only felt a rush of hot blood instantly surging towards his head. Let me see it too. Lu Chang stretched his head over at this point trying to see what was happening. Don't look. Wang Chen hurriedly covered Lu Chang's eyes. Why? Lu Chang froze, not knowing what was happening. Wang Dust coughed and whispered, That scene in front of you is a bit brutal. You'd better not look at it. Lu Chang believed it and said, Ooh, Brother Dust you're so good to me. Asterisk. Get off of me. Woo woo. The girl's noisy voice grew louder and louder. Do you hear who this girl is? Wang Dust asked. Does this girl have any characteristics? Wang Dust covered Lu Chang's eyes. Waiting for round eyes carefully looked at a number of said. The body is quite good. Good some excessive. Especially in front of the body. Lu Chang immediately said. I know who it is. It must be goddess Lu Ningning's good girlfriend. Lien Yunshi. Alright then. Stand here and don't move. I'll go get the girl. Wang Dust gave an explanation. On the other side, Lien Yunshi, who was constantly struggling, saw a handsome-looking youth suddenly walk in the distant passage. Lien Yunshi froze. She wasn't the only one who froze. Even the 4 or 5 kobolds at the bottom looked at Wang Duan with a confused expression. Who's this? In the next moment, Lien Yunshi saw Wang Chen's level, and she was suddenly surprised. Level 16. I'm saved. But when she realized Wang Chen's occupation, the smile on her face instantly froze again. Wait, what's wrong with you? How can you be a living profession mechanic? What are you doing here? Run. There's a mutation in the kobolds here. Lien Yunshi was going crazy. It's as if your emotions are about to reach some peak when the other person suddenly pulls out and all the joy and surprise comes to a screeching halt. This sense of suffocation made Lien Yunshi barely spit out a mouthful of blood. What am I here for? To save you of course. Wang Dust smiled faintly. You came to my rescue? Lien Yunshi who heard this was filled with disbelief as she said sharply. Are you crazy? How can you save me as a living profession? Why don't you hurry out and call someone? Are you kidding me? Living professions don't have any combat power at all. Not to mention facing so many level 15 kobolds, even a level 5 kobold probably wouldn't be able to beat them. Wang Dust ignored it and walked over. It was as if that kobold also knew that Wang Chen's profession was not offensive. After placing Lien Yunshi on the ground, one of the kobolds came up with a big stick and patted his chest, meaning that he let Wang Duan fight at will. Ha! The little thing is quite confident. Wang Dust smiled faintly. Then came a flick of the finger lightly, popping it on top of this kobold's chest. Bang! Terrible power poured out. This kobold flew backwards in an instant and, as if his body was made of paper mache, he crashed hard into the wall behind him and exploded into a pulp. What? Seeing this scene, Lien Yunqi was petrified and her heart almost exploded. Her mouth was wide open as she looked at Wang Chen with a face full of shock. She knew too well about life class careers. There's no offense at all. Even if it's a mutation, it can't have such a strong power, right? What the hell is going on here? The remaining few kobolds, they also finally reacted, roared, and pounced towards Wang Dust. Careful! Lien Yunqi subconsciously shouted, only to see Wang Chuan's face showing disdain. He kicked these goblins again several times in succession. There was a loud bang. The kobolds all flew out backwards. The same hit the wall and turned into a mass of mush. Wang Dust clapped his hands, looking as if he had easily swatted 4 mosquitoes. At this moment, Lien Yunqi was considered to be completely dumbfounded, and her pretty face was filled with shock. She took a closer look at Wang Chuan and was beyond certain that Wang Chuan was a life-class profession mechanic. It doesn't make sense. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Lien Yunqi viewed Wang Chen as if he was viewing a monster. Is everything okay? Wang Dust walked over at this time and yanked the rope off Lien Yunqi's body in 3 tries. Lien Yunqi finally came back to her senses at this time. She said excitedly, I'm fine. It's just that. You're really a mechanic? When she said this, Lien Yunqi's eyes were filled with incredulity. Wang Chen laughed and said, I'm definitely a mechanic. It's just that I've produced some small mutations. Lien Yunqi swallowed his saliva and said, but how do I feel that you're even fiercer than a level 30 warrior? Just before this sentence was finished, Lien Yunqi suddenly slapped her head and anxiously said, right. You quickly go save my best friend. Her name is Lu Ningning is still inside the cave, said Lien Yunqi as she was about to stand up, but because of the prolonged bondage and the shock he had just received, at this moment, her feet were weak and without strength, and she unexpectedly did not stand steadily and stumbled and fell into Wang Chen's arms. At this moment, Wang Duan finally realized what it meant for Messi to crash with the ball. Sorry. Lien Yunqi was blushing alarmingly at the moment, and her voice was trembling. She grabbed Wang Duan with both of her hands and tried to climb up from his body. As a result, he accidentally sat on his butt on the ground and actually pulled down Wang Chen's pants. In this moment, the air was deathly silent. Aha! Lien Yunqi looked at this scene and blushed as if she was about to drip blood. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. I'll put it on for you. Lien Yunqi said that she was about to stand up, but as a result, she didn't stand still and fell into Wang Chen's arms again. Wang Dust was also unsteady on his feet because of his pants, and they both fell to the ground at the same time. This time, Lien Yunqi was considered to be completely and utterly on top of him. The warm fragrance came from the soft jade. Wang Dust's face was buried. A large wave of face wash came, and his whole body was dumbfounded. He wanted to push Lien Yunqi away, but his hands pushed violently, and an even softer sensation came. Bad. Caught in the wrong place. Wang Dust panicked. Well, no, don't. Lien Yunqi's petite body instantly became incomparably hot, and her eyes became mesmerized. On the other hand, when Lu Chang on the other side heard Wang Chen's voice coming from this side, he thought that something had happened and rushed over with his magic staff in a hurry. Dusty, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. But when he saw the scene in front of him, his entire body instantly froze. The air was dead silent again. Lu Chang swallowed. Nah, sorry to interrupt. I didn't see anything. Chapter 25 I am enough on my own. Dusty, stop it. I believe it all. Lu Chang looked at Wang Duan with 3 big words I don't believe written all over his face. Lien Yunqi was draped in Wang Duan's jacket, walking in the middle of the 2 people at the moment she didn't know what to say. After walking for a while, Lu Chang finally couldn't hold back his burning heart of gossip. He suddenly whispered excitedly, I didn't see it. Brother Dust, you actually like this kind of thing? The result was a direct slap from Wang Chen. Where is the cave where you were held before? Wang Dust turned around and asked. Lien Yunqi blushed and said in a somewhat flustered manner. It's not far ahead. About a 10-meter walk or so. There are a few kobolds guarding it. In the end, the 3 of them arrived at the cave where Lien Yunqi and Lu Ningning were being held captive, and there were indeed a few kobolds standing there with an average level of around 15. Wang Dust didn't have any nonsense and directly took care of a few goblins with ease and dispatch. Lien Yunqi looked at this scene with shock as she said to Lu Chang, is the mechanic mutation that powerful? Hey, by the way, what's your profession? Lu Chang said shyly, I'm a milkmaid, except I'm also somewhat mutated. Lien Yunqi was pleasantly surprised. If Wang Chen is so powerful, then you should be very powerful as well, right? Lu Chang said awkwardly, ha, awesome. Well, it's not that awesome, it's just something different. Different? Lian Yunqi blinked in confusion. Lu Ningning should be in there, right? You bring this dress inside. King Dust came along and handed over a spare jacket. Thanks. Lian Yunqi took the clothes and walked inside the cave. Yunqi? When Lu Ningning saw Lian Yunqi return, she first froze, then said, "It's over so quickly. Is the speed of the goblin high priestess that fast? Did it hurt? How does it feel?" Lian Yunqi blushed and said, "What are you thinking? I was lucky and ran into a great god who saved me." "The Great Spirit? Then you mean we're saved?" A color of hope rose in Lu Ningning's eyes. "Hold your tongue while I untie you." Lian Yunqi walked over and untied the rope binding Lu Ningning. She then took out the clothes she had prepared in advance and put them on Lu Ningning. As Lu Ningning finished her clothes and lifted her knee-high white silk upwards, Lian Yunqi immediately laughed evilly. "Ning Ning, this look of yours is really cute." She suddenly and violently reached out and touched Willow's white silk, smooth and delicate with the touch of skin. Lu Ningning said with incomparable shame, "What are you doing? Don't!" An electric shock made her body go limp for a moment. Lian Yunqi spat out her tongue and called back, "It's ready. You guys come in." Wang Chen and Lu Chang walked in and met Lu Ningning. One could only say that it was worthy of being the civilian schoolgirl of Luo Haino 2 High School. It's really pretty, especially at this moment. Lu Ningning's clothes were tattered and torn, draped in Wang Chen's jacket. Her green silk was scattered, and there were reddish and swollen strangulation marks on her snow-white skin. There was a tantalizing blush on her face, and she looked pitiful. It's almost like you want to double down on pity. When Lu Ningning saw Wang Chen, her beautiful eyes lit up and she subconsciously said, "Wow, so handsome." Lu Chang had originally straightened his hair and wanted to take a good licking. When he heard this, he was instantly hit by a 10,000 point storm inside. Lu Ningning looked at Wang Duan in a florid manner and suddenly said, "Mechanic and nurse? Wait a minute. Yunqi, the great gods you're talking about wouldn't be these two, right?" Lian Yunqi said excitedly, "That's right, both of them are mutant professions. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Chang. This handsome guy is called Wang Duan. Just now he was the one who saved me by punching a goblin." Lu Ningning said with disbelief, "No way. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Is he relying on his face value to die a handsome kobold death?" Lian Yunqi said without any good humor, "Don't ask so many questions. If it wasn't for Wang Chen, I would be lying under the goblin priest right now. All in all, let's get out of here first." As soon as she spoke, the entire cavern suddenly shuddered violently, and the roars of kobolds came out from all directions. "No good. The kobolds are coming. It's too late to leave now. Am I really going to have to fart and whine from now on? Woo woo." Lian Yunqi's pretty face turned white and immediately cried out. Lu Chang went out to take a look and was also scared and ran back. "Damn! There's a lot of kobolds coming outside. We'll use this cave as a defensive position, take turns attacking, and see if we can hold out until someone comes for us." Lu Ningning was worthy of being a civilian goddess, and instantly took out a solution. Lian Yunqi and him were both ranked professions. One is a knight of the holy light and the other is a fiery wizard. Together with Wang Chen and Lu Chang, they might be able to hold out here for a while. But after some discussion, the three realized that Wang Chen had no intention of cooperating at all, and even walked to the cave entrance alone. Lu Ningning was shocked and said, "Wang Chen, what are you doing? Hurry back. The three of us set up a formation. You're not thinking of fending off so many kobolds alone, are you?" Wang Dus stood at the entrance of the cave and smiled faintly. "Aren't they just some kobolds? What's so scary about it?" Rumble. At that moment the tremors were louder in the passages on all sides. In the midst of several people's fearful gazes, dozens of raging kobolds rushed over. Seeing this scene, the two girls' faces turned even paler. "It's almost impossible to resist so many kobolds. Wang Dust, quickly retreat back. The four of us will take turns attacking. There is still hope of holding on. This scene in front of you is not something you can deal with." Lu Ningning and Lian Yunqi shouted in near despair. "Dusty, back off." Lu Chang also thinks Wang Chen is a bit overconfident, as he watched the densely packed kobolds were about to rush over. "No, I'm good enough on my own." Wang Dust took a deep breath. The next scene that happened made the three swallow all their words. Only Wang Chen's right arm was instantly shrouded in a layer of black and gold exoskeleton armor, which looked very sci-fi. With the sound of machinery running, powerful strength instantly filled Wang Chen's body. His current attributes instantly doubled. It instantly doubled from 400 to 800. The three of them, Lu Ningning and Lian Yunqi, were dumbfounded as they watched Wang Chen's mutation. They then saw Wang Chen store up his strength and blast out a vicious punch towards the front. Powerful forces ripped through the air. It was as if the air had been compressed. Boom! With a deafening bang, the kobolds that rushed over were instantly and viciously blown away by the powerful shockwave. A clearing was blasted out by him hard in the middle of the original densely packed kobolds. The rest of the kobolds braked violently and looked at Wang Duan in fear. It wasn't just the kobolds, even Yunxi and the three of them, Lu Ning, looked dumbfounded. Is this really the power a mechanic can achieve? They covered their mouths, their pupils trembling violently from shock, their minds going blank. Lu Chang kept panting heavily, his mouth repeating, "Holy, holy, holy, this is too awesome. Brother Dust is mighty. Oh no, Grandpa is awesome." At this time the surrounding kobolds wanted to retreat out of fear. Wanna go? Wang Chen's right palm condensed light. Buzz boom. Several rays instantly shot out. Black-green rays instantly burst through the group of kobolds. Ah. As long as they were tainted with the green glow and slime, the kobolds instantly screamed and melted. In the midst of the trio's shocked gazes, not even 10 seconds had passed before the originally densely packed kobolds were wiped out. Chapter 26, The Kobold High Priest. It's. Lu Ning's body trembled slightly. Her face filled with shock. That's too much. Even Yunqi looked at Wang Chen with incomparable horror. They were all thinking rapidly about what kind of god Wang Duan was. To know that the students who had transferred out of powerful professions in the past few days, they should all know about it. It's as if the most famous people in Luo Haiwan are Ren Enian and others. But they had no impression of Wang Chen. And, is this guy really just a mutant mechanic? Wang Dust turned around at this time and looked at the shocked looks of several people, and wanted to laugh a little. You know, he didn't even bring out a tenth of his strength. The 200 mechanical worker bees and worker ants in his mechanical space alone were enough to bulldoze the entire goblin cave. Not to mention the use of super god arms. If he took out his full strength, he would scare these people to death? Wang Dust coughed and said, "Don't freeze. There are still a lot of kobolds in there that are just seriously injured and not dead. So if any of you want experience, hurry over and fill in." His words broke the trio's shock. Ooh, good. The two women nodded a little nervously, swallowing a little hard and patching up the undead kobolds inside. Lu Chang had already breezed over and killed several kobolds long ago. As for the drops, the two girls also understood and gave them all to Wang Duan. Wang Dust didn't politely do anything and collected them all with his space ring. Space ring. A pang of envy came from the two girls from ordinary families. After disposing of the entire drop, the two women suddenly realized that Wang Chen had no intention of leaving. They hesitated for a moment and asked, "Wang Chen, aren't you leaving here?" Wang Dust replied back, "I'm bringing my friend here to practice today. He hasn't leveled up to 10 yet. Why would he leave here?" Lian Yunxi immediately returned, "But there's a level 25 goblin high priest inside. You're not thinking of killing it, are you?" Lu Ning also discouraged. "Wang Duan, the goblin high priest and these ordinary monsters are not the same. They can't be solved simply by power. Once a few magic spells hit you, you're done for. And, as far as I know, there are also elite kobolds in there that are leveled at around level 20, 4 or 5 levels higher than you out there. Once the demonic creature reached level 20, its strength would change drastically, and it was definitely not something that Wang Dust could fight against." Lu Chang was also scared when he heard this. He pulled Wang Dust and said, "Brother Dust, let's just forget it. It's really not worth it to risk your life for me. I've risen to level 6. That's enough." Wang Chen looked at the darkness in the distance and suddenly said, "I'm afraid it's too late to quit now." "What do you mean?" The three of them looked stunned and followed Wang Chen's gaze, only to see a violent roar coming from inside the deep passageway in the distance, and a kobold with a height of 1 or 2 meters drilled out from it. The number is well over 20. These kobolds, as if they were fitness trainers, were bulging with muscle mass. The hand carries a large rod with threads, or a large rod with spikes. Some of the kobolds shook the big stick in their hands, which also made a peculiar buzzing sound. Name: Fortified Kobold. Power, 868. Physical Fitness, 121. Agility, 32. Spirit, 21. Skills: Licking, Bloating, Old Goblin Carting, Rampaging. Introduction: a kobold summoned from the abyss by the High Priestess of Kobolds, with infinite power. No good. It's a reinforced kobold. Seeing so many kobolds walk out, the faces of the three became pale and bloodless, and their voices trembled. Especially after seeing the panels of these goblins, the hearts of the three were even more desperate. The strength attributes were all close to 1000, which was too much. It was important to realize that the three of them hadn't broken through 100 in their strength attributes until now. Once these kobolds got close, they would have nowhere to run. It's over. It's over. This really won't go away. Lian Yunxi looked at the big sticks in the hands of these kobolds and was very scared. She had even associated these kobolds with being able to clutch both of her arms with one palm and lift them over her head to pick her up, then pin her against the wall and do something indescribable. No. Absolutely not. On top of Lu Ning's gentle pretty face, trepidation also surfaced, obviously thinking with Lian Yunxi. Among them, There was none more scared than Liu Chang, who gripped the magic staff in his hand tightly and stammered. I don't think any of these kobolds like men, right? Even if I'm captured, I guess they won't do anything terrible to me. Just before he finished his words, more than 10 strong kobolds with large pectoral muscles came out from among the dozens of level 20 plus kobolds, seeing Liu Chang's eyes shining and pointing at him. No way. There are actually female kobolds? Liu Chang is also going to be scared to tears. Chapter 27. It's alright. It's big. You'll get over it if you put up with it. Just then, these 30 or so kobolds suddenly separated and stood on both sides. Only a kobold high priest holding a white bone magic staff stepped out of it. He was dressed in red tattered robes, and the top of the magic staff in his hand was burning with pink flames, looking very eerie and oozy. Name, High Priest of Kobolds. Power, 568. Physical fitness, 121. Agility, 32. Spirit, 931. Skills, Indulgence, Multiplication, Strengthening, Summoning. Introduction, a kobold high priestess born from the abyss who loves human maidens. When the three saw the panel of this goblin high priest, the despair in their eyes increased. That's the real desperation, isn't it? But Lien Yunqi suddenly said in surprise, this goblin high priest isn't as tall as the legendary 2 or 3 meters. It's so low. Lu Ningning said angrily, is that the focus of your immediate concern? Lien Yunqi was embarrassed. I mean, in that case he's not that tall and I won't hurt as much. Just at this time, the red-robed goblin high priestess revealed an extremely lewd smile at the two girls. The robes fluttered. A six-eyed raven flew over, seemingly looking for something to land on. It eventually landed below the goblin high priest as if stepping on a thick branch. Seeing this scene, the two girls were petrified on the spot, eyes filled with shock and fear. It shouldn't be. This height and this proportion are completely different. The two girls hugged each other, their voices horrified. It's really over now. No one can save them. It's all our fault for dragging you down. Wang Chen, if you didn't save us, maybe you wouldn't be accompanying us in the torture now. Lien Yunqi apologized to Wang Chen with tears in her eyes. Liu Chang was also sad. I'm sorry, Brother Dust. I've dragged you down too. At this point the three had already made preparations to die generously. It's okay, it's big, but we'll get over it if we put up with it. Lien Yunqi and Lu Ningning were still comforting each other. They were just girls, and after another day and night of fear here, their mental defenses had long since collapsed. Liu Chang looked at the strong female kobold in the distance, and there seemed to be a few vague moments of anticipation in his eyes, as well as fear. He murmured, since we can't fight, we'll choose to enjoy it. Isn't it just a few kobolds? You guys are scared like this. Just kill them. When the time comes you guys remember to fill in and get experience. Wang Dust looked at the three. We mop up and get experience? Lien Yunqi and Lu Ningning were dumbfounded when they heard this. They found what Wang Chen said a little hard to understand. Brother, this is a level 25 goblin high priest. Do you want to see what you're talking about? Lien Yunqi was a bit tense. She felt that Wang Chen was a bit crazy. Liu Chang also said, Brother Dust, I know you're in a hurry to pretend to be a pussy, but don't be in a hurry. We really can't pretend to be this pussy. Look at these kobolds strong, just like a ING fitness trainer. Level 20 plus reinforced kobolds. One hand can pick up our brothers and the out of them. The goblin high priest over there also seemed to sense Wang Chen's scorn. Anger immediately surfaced in his eyes. It had meticulously stayed here alone for so many years, and it was not easy for it to cultivate to level 25. All that hard work summoning so many reinforced kobolds, just to come over and load up hard, take a descending blow. As a result, the youth in front of him was not afraid. Even so, he even dared to show a mocking smile to him. How can this be tolerated? It held out the magic staff in its hand and waved it forward slightly. The ground glowed brightly. One red magic formation after another rotated and took shape. Ho ho ho! With a roar of rage, one strong kobold after another crawled out of it, numbering more than 10. The cave was almost too big to hold so many reinforced kobolds. Now take the goblin high priestess with you. There are more than 40 level 20 plus enhanced goblins in the field. Compare me to a summoner? The corner of Wang Dust's mouth curled slightly. What do you mean, Brother Dust? Could it be that you have a summon too? Liu Chang's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Wang Dust's emboldened appearance. You're not going to do that to these kobolds and then attack them with your billions of children, are you? He really couldn't think of anything else other than the fact that he could think of Wang Chen being able to possess the summon. When the two girls heard this, their pretty faces reddened and immediately blanked Liu Chang. Chapter 28, Comparing Summoners with Me? Crush. What the hell is going on in your head every day? Wang Dust was speechless to the extreme. The words just fell, only to see one sci-fi mechanical portal after another similarly emerge behind Wang Chen. The end of the portal was connected to chaos, and one couldn't even see what was in there, as if it was a myriad of data streams. This was followed by the sound of mechanical friction. One strong mechanical worker ant and mechanical worker bee after another crawled out of it. After being controlled by the intruder, these mechanical worker ants and mechanical worker bees didn't know pain and would only unconditionally obey Wang Chen's orders. Soon a number of 200 mechanical worker ants and mechanical worker bees crawled out from inside. Holy, what the is this? Seeing such a shocking scene, Lu Chang subconsciously burst out, his eyes almost glaring out. Just how much more strength did Wang Chen have that he didn't know about? Both are equally mutated. How come the gap between him and Wang Chen is so big? Are these all your summons? The two girls were also taken aback. It was also the first time they had seen a mechanic with so many abilities after his mutation. Moreover, it was the first time they had seen a level 10 plus professional who was able to summon over 200 summons in one breath. It was important to realize that the level 25 goblin high priest in the distance had only managed to summon out around 40 reinforced goblins. Was Wang Chen really just a mutant mechanic? Once again, the question came to the minds of all three men. The goblin high priest in the distance was also stunned when he saw Wang Duan summon so many summons. Wang Dust reached out at this time and shouted, "Give it to me!" More than 200 mechanical worker ants and mechanical worker bees instantly rushed over and fought with those goblins. Although these goblins had the advantage in terms of level, they couldn't hold up to the number of Wang Dust's summons. No time passed before the kobolds were killed and defeated. Oh my god, this is too much. The three of them had a strange color in their eyes. Wang Dust released dozens more intruders in a smooth manner at this time. The silver spider mechanical monster crawled over quickly, trying to invade these kobolds in front of him. Because these kobolds were quite intelligent, along with being quite high-leveled, the invaders didn't have much success. After a bit of fighting, only 10 or so reinforced kobolds ended up in control. The rest of the kobolds were either killed, or they were forcefully controlled by a few worker bees and worker ants lying on top of them, pinned to the ground, and could only roar and struggle in vain. On the contrary, Wang Chen here had only lost more than 20 worker bees and worker ants, but with the addition of the 10 or so new level 20 plus enhanced goblins under control, the math wasn't too bad. At this moment, the only thing left in the field were some heavily injured and dying reinforced kobolds, and the lone dazed kobold high priest standing in the middle of the field. It never expected that he had wanted to come over to put on a show, but ended up meeting someone who was even more capable of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger than he was. And this succession of reversals made Lu Chang and Lian Yunqi, the two women, somewhat skeptical of life. Lu Chang, in particular, kept chanting, "Both are the same mutant profession. How come the gap between Brother Dust and I is so big? He's become an omnipotent hexagonal warrior and I'd become a clown who boosts the high priest?" But at this time, Lu Ningning didn't let her immediate victory loosen her grip. She frowned and said, "Wang Dust, you have to be careful. This goblin high priest hasn't been resolved yet. Don't take it lightly." Upon hearing this, the remaining two reacted. "Yeah, the goblin high priestess hasn't been resolved yet. That's the main event." Wang Dust tried to let a few mechanical worker bees and worker ants rush over. Roar! At that moment, the goblin high priest's magic staff slammed forward. Boom! Several eerie green fireballs smashed over, instantly sending several worker bees and worker ants flying, their bodies scorched. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen frowned slightly. Sure enough, after leveling up to the mid-20s, it was a watershed moment, so he immediately maneuvered the worker bees and worker ants to retreat. What terrible magic! Seeing this goblin high priest actually had such terrifying magic, Lu Chang and even Yunqi couldn't help sweat from surfacing on their foreheads. Be careful, Wang Duan. They looked at Wang Chen with some concern. I'm afraid that Wang Dust would be blown to pieces by these magic spells before he could even get close. At this time, the goblin high priest suddenly roared in anger, and a circle of red magic formations unexpectedly surfaced on his body. Terrifying magical fluctuations coalesced around him. An extremely depressing feeling spread through the cave as well. No good. Feeling the change in the goblin high priest, the three men's bodies trembled. Chapter 29 Reinforcement. The dreaded goblin high priest. Only to see the goblin high priest's panel numbers surprisingly change again, and his spiritual power began to surge up by leaps and bounds. Not good. This goblin high priestess is using enhancement on herself. Lian Yunqi screamed. Blazing fireball. Lu Ningning reacted quickly and took her own magic staff and swung it forward. Several crimson fireballs instantly shot out. She wanted to interrupt the goblin high priestess's spell casting. Only a roar was heard from the goblin high priest. Boom! A red pillar of light entwined with black lightning descended from the sky and instantly enveloped it. Those few fireballs hit above the light pillars and instantly exploded without any effect. It's not an enhancement spell. This goblin high priestess is using abyssal magic on herself. Lian Yunqi recognized the magic. Abyssal magic is some dark magic that has a huge increasing effect and is powerful. Many magical creatures born from the abyss use this magic. The goblin high priest let out a roar. The red robes went up in smoke, and his body began to expand wildly. Finally it swung its arm violently, and the pillar of light suddenly exploded, and the mutated body was completely revealed to the three. At this point, the goblin high priest had changed drastically. Eyes red. The fangs are exposed. The body was more than 3 meters tall, and the muscles on his body were filled with an explosive sense of power. The most frightening thing was that it was also filled with terrifying magic power fluctuations. Just standing here, there was a suffocating sense of oppression. Its attribute panel has also changed radically. Name, Enhanced Goblin High Priests. Power, 2243. Physique, 345. Agility, 68. Spirit, 2680. Skills, Indulgence. Multiplication. Strengthening. Summoning. Brief introduction, a kobold high priestess born from the abyss who loves human maidens. Strengthened by stimulation. Becoming even more terrifying and loving human maidens even more. Geez. This height. This attribute panel. This size. It's really not okay. It'll be a step to the stomach. Lien Yunchi had really gone weak in the hands and feet. I knew that Fandango wasn't lying to me. Kobolds are horrible creatures. Lu Chang wanted to cry. At this moment, all three of them were as if their hearts were dead. Up to 2,000 points of strength attributes and mental attributes. What are they going to resist? Roar! The goblin high priest let out a roar and made a vicious tiger pounce pose. Only a rumble was heard. The goblin high priest instantly disappeared from the trio's view. Only a large pit that kept exploding in place emerged, and there were cracks spreading rapidly. So fast. The three men were taken aback, eyes filled with shock and fear. The sound of air ripping came. The goblin high priest rushed in front of Wang Chuan in a near-flash manner, his hands entwined with black lightning, and he slammed his fist fiercely. Boom! Wang Chen was instantly blown away and ruthlessly smashed on top of the wall behind him. A large cloud of smoke rose. The two women were shocked. Wang Duan. Lu Chang's tears came out at once. Brother Dust. That scene just now happened so fast that the three of them didn't have time to stop it, and Wang Chen was just blown away by the goblin high priest's punch, and his life and death were uncertain. Just as the three of them were about to rush over to avenge Wang Chen with bloodshot eyes, Wang Dust's calm voice suddenly rang out from the dust and smoke in the distance. All three of you stand back. Dusty. Upon hearing this voice, the bodies of the three people trembled violently, and then they excitedly looked toward the dusty smoke in the distance. Only two crimson glows lit up in the dust and smoke in the distance, accompanied by the sound of machinery running. This? The three men snapped their eyes round, only to see a silhouette wearing an extremely powerful black and gold battle armor slowly walk out amidst the rolling dust and smoke in the distance. Along with his walk, the sound of mechanical parts relieving pressure could be clearly heard echoing through the cave. He reached out his hand and swung it violently. Boom! Terrible forces compressed the air. The dust and smoke in the sky was hardened and dispersed by him. But that wasn't what shocked the three men the most. What was most shocking was rather Wang Chen's panel at this moment. Wang Chuan had long ago strengthened all 6 parts of himself with all of the materials he had previously excavated, and each part had reached LV2 level, so his 4-dimensional attributes had long since surged to an incredible level. Name Wang Duan. Occupation, Super God Mechanic. Level, 16. Power, 1980. Body mass, 220. Agility, 1650. Spirit, 1830. Me. My God. I can't believe I can be on par with the Goblin High Priest. The three shocked people hadn't even finished their words. Mechanical overload. Accompanied by Wang Chen's icy cold voice. Amidst the three people's horrified gazes, his panel once again changed radically. Chapter 31 Punch kills in seconds. A lava-like pattern lit up in the seams of the black and gold battle armor, like flowing water with a dazzling light. The terrifying sound of machinery running roared throughout the underground cavern. The ground was shaking vaguely. When this reaches its peak, Lu Chang and the three of them trembled as they realized that Wang Chen's panel values had surpassed their imagination. Name Wang Duan. Occupation, Super God Mechanic. Level, 16. Power, 19,800. Physical fitness, 2,200. Agility, 16,500. Spirit, 18,300. All attributes are almost 10x doubled. Straight up to a level 30 or 40 professional. 20,000 power. 20,000 spirit. My God. Lu Chang was going to faint. He suspected that he was now dreaming. Hiss. The two girls were also sucking in cool air and their bodies were trembling. The huge shock from Wang dust slammed into their bodies one by one, now plunging directly into the deepest part of their bodies. It made them both nearly out of body. You got your kicks earlier. Now it's my turn too, right? Wang Dust looked up at the Goblin High Priest in the distance. There was a flash of red in his eyes. The Goblin High Priest instantly sweated like a pig, feeling as if he was being watched by the Grim Reaper. It hadn't had time to turn and flee. Boom! Wang Dust instantly rushed over. I don't know how many times faster than the Goblin High Priest. He then blasted his fist on top of the Goblin High Priest's body. Boom! A circle of air blasts swept out. The punch barely missed the Goblin High Priest's eyeballs. It instantly sent it flying backwards. For a time, the Goblin High Priest's body flying backwards did not know how many stone pillars in the underground cavern had been broken. Finally, it crashed hard on top of the wall next to it and turned into a puddle of meat paste. Wow! A large pile of materials exploded with light and fell to the ground. The Goblin High Priest, who had been unbeatable just a moment ago, couldn't be more dead at this point. Wang Dust landed in style. That's when one of the Goblin High Priest's eyes rolled over. This eyeball carries a residual horror. It happened to roll to Wang Chen's feet. Wang Dust didn't even look at it and gently stomped the eyeball. At this moment, the entire underground cave was dead silent. The three of them were filled with shock, their mouths wide open as they stared at Wang Dust in disbelief. Seconds. Dry seconds. The Goblin High Priest didn't even have any resistance. Lian Yunqi and Lu Ningning still wanted to ask Lu Chang what exactly was going on with Wang Chen. They mechanically craned their necks, only to realize that Lu Chang's mouth was open even wider than theirs, as if they were more shocked than they were. Are you really just a level 16 mechanic? Willow Ginger asked with a trembling voice. As a result, at this time, there was a flash of white light on Wang Chen's head, and his level changed from level 16 to level 17. After killing so many enhanced goblins just now, the experience was already a small difference. And then after killing this boss-level Goblin High Priest, it was finally at level 17. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Lian Yunqi and Lu Ningning's eyelids jumped. This proved that Wang Chen hadn't hidden any information from them and that he was really just a level 16 mechanic. It seems like we all underestimated Wang Chen. Lian Yunqi suppressed the shock in her heart and let out a bitter smile. The most crucial thing is that we actually have absolutely no idea that someone as powerful as Wang Chen exists. He's really low-key. Willow Ginger sighed as well. Previously, they had heard that the most powerful person in Luo Haino, one middle school was Rin Inian, but now it seems, the most powerful person in Luo Hai City no, one middle school is not Wang Duan. Just then, the mechanical worker bees and mechanical worker ants, who had been hiding to the side earlier, came over, grabbing some severely injured reinforced goblins, throwing these kobolds in front of the trio. Lu Chang, you make a move to kill all these reinforced goblins, Wang Dust shouted. Today he had planned to bring Lu Chang over to brush up on his leveling. Okay Dusty, no problem. Lu Chang gulped and came over with his magic staff, and it took a lot of effort to kill all these kobolds. With a flash of light, he rose to level 10 in one breath. At this time, there were still 2 reinforced goblins left. Lu Chang let these 2 goblins go to the 2 girls. Thanks. The 2 girls were not polite or anything. They just silently remembered this favor of Wang Chuan in their hearts, and then struck out to kill him sharply. They'd been stuck here for a long time, and they must be a huge rank behind the others by now. If you don't take the time to upgrade, it will be too late. After Wang Dust withdrew the super god armor from his body, he walked over to the Goblin High Priest's drops and rummaged around for a while. He now needed the weapon to blend into the remaining 5 parts of himself for upgrades. I also wonder if this Goblin High Priestess dropped any suitable weapons. He needed to grab whatever time he could to upgrade himself now. At that time, he would return all the shame that Ren Inian had inflicted on him before in front of everyone. Chapter 31, The High Priest's Gamoku Reactor. Among the pile of dazzling drops, Wang Chen picked up a diamond-shaped red gemstone. Name, High Priest's Magic Stone. Category, Gemstones, Inlays. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Spirit plus 100. Strength plus 80. Physique plus 35. Incidental effect, when set on a magic staff, it can bring several powerful positive gains, which are not fixed, but can increase the magic power that the staff can hold. Attached skills, none. Description, a gemstone crafted by the Goblin High Priestess with all her heart and soul, with incredible effects. Surprisingly, it's a rare inlay drop. Wang Chen looked at this gem in his hand, and his eyes were filled with delight. This gem has a very versatile effect, crafted into a magic staff or set in a weapon. It is very versatile, so it is very popular in the market. Wang Dust hesitated for a moment and began to think about which part of his body would be most appropriate to set this gemstone on. Thinking about it, it felt like the only thing that would work best would be to set it on a breastplate. Once he had collected the rest of the drops, he pressed the gem to his chest without hesitation. With a flash of light, the gem instantly turned into a stream of data and merged into his chest armor. While his chest's mechanical parts shifted for a moment, the High Priestess jewel slowly emerges. Surprisingly, it forms something like a reactor. A powerful energy instantly filled Wang Chen's entire body. Breastplate ascension successful. Congratulations! You've acquired the Magic Core Reactor. Congratulations! The High Priestess's Sentinel Stone has been upgraded to silver level. The armor can hold stronger energy. Congratulations! The duration of mechanical overload has been increased from 10 to 15 minutes. It turns out that after embedding a gem in the chest armor, it's actually possible to obtain a magic core reactor. Wang Dust's eyes were filled with excitement. The mechanical overload time has also been boosted by 5 minutes. Great! Kind of a no-brainer. Wang Dust disarmed the armor. Thank you, Wang Chuan. If it wasn't for you, we might have met an untimely end today. At this time, the two girls, Lien Yunxi and Lu Ningning, came over again to give Wang Chen a solemn thank you. It doesn't matter. We're all classmates. It's only right to help each other out. Wang Dust waved his hand and did not take this matter to heart. When the two girls saw Wang Chen being so cloudy, they couldn't help but have a flash of adoration in their eyes. Who wouldn't like a handsome, strong and humble guy like this? Lu Chang looked at Wang Duan with a grudging look on his face. We agreed to be losers together, and you secretly rolled me. Over here, Wang Chuan received all the mechanical worker ants and mechanical worker bees, as well as the 12 newly controlled reinforced goblins, into his mechanical space. This wave is a small boost in strength. After the 4 of them exited the secret realm, they rushed back to Luo High City. On the way, the 4 inevitably talked about their aspirations. Both Lu Ningning and Lien Yunxi were aiming for the Imperial Capital University. After all, they were both A-class professionals and both had the qualifications to take the Imperial Capital University. Lu Chang didn't say anything. He felt that the odds were that he was going to be a booster high priest inside the clubhouse. After the separation, Lu Ningning suddenly asked, do you think Wang Chen has any hope of taking the title of this year's Dragon Denizen Scholar? Lien Yunxi froze. Scholar of the Denglong. You think Wang Chen can get the Scholar of the Denglong? Do you know what the concept of Denglong Scholar is? That's the #1 title in the province. Since the establishment of Luo High City, no one has ever been able to get the title of Denglong Scholar. And isn't it true that this year's mayor has poured all his hopes into Rininan? Lu Ningning reached out and pulled the hair in front of her forehead, and she revealed a quiet smile. Let's go. I was just talking off the top of my head, but I don't know why. I always feel that he might be able to. After Wang Chen and Lu Chang on this side went home, Zhao Shui laughed when she saw the two of them coming back. You two brats came back together so quickly. Nothing happened. Did you rise to level 2? Anyway, Zhao Shui no longer had any hope for Lu Chang. The minimum requirement for taking the entrance exam was to level up to 10 within 10 days. But with Lu Chang's profession, it was impossible to level up to 10. Lu Chang hemmed and hawed and said, I'm talking to you. Mom, your son has now risen to level 10. Just wait for a good life. When my son becomes a high-ranked professional he will definitely give you. Oh no, definitely ask a high-ranked healer to treat you for your illness. After all, he was well aware of his profession and there was no way to cure Zhao Shui's illness. Zhao Shui rolled a big white eye and mocked, you this kid every day to talk without a spectrum. People rich young masters gold within a day also do not see to be able to rise 10 level. On you still 10 level it? She carried the broom next to her and smacked Lu Chang's ass with a sweep. Chapter 32, Lu Chang's other two perverted skills. No, why don't you believe me? I really am level 10. Lu Chang covered his ass and wailed. But Zhao Shui was completely unconvinced. Seeing this, Lu Chang couldn't explain too much. He planned to give Zhao Shui a big surprise after he took the college entrance exam. On the way, Wang Duan had already said that he would team up with Lu Chang to take the college entrance exam at that time. The so-called gauntlet takes the form of a small group of people storming the trial tower together, with a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 6. The reason for taking a team is because nowadays, when you go out to participate in a copy of the demon killing experience, almost all of them need to be in a team, and it is almost impossible for a person to brush a copy of the same level. That's why the high school entrance exams will also be in a group format, to kind of acclimatize the students ahead of time. In the middle of the trial tower, slaying demons and contributing to the cause will result in corresponding points. At the end of the day, it's based on how well each person does in it and how many points they get, to determine one's accomplishments. Anyway, with Wang Chen's strength, soloing the trial tower wasn't even a problem, and there was nothing wrong with bringing Lu Chang with him, but in reality very few people would do so, because the high school entrance exam is related to a person's destiny, and no one would want to divide their extra energy and waste a team slot for nothing in order to bring a loser. But Wang Chen didn't care. Lu Chang's family had been kind to him before with their hearts and lungs, and now that he had the ability, it was time to repay the favor. The two of them arrived at the second floor. Lu Chang was still persuading Wang Duan. Brother Dust, are you sure you want to take me? This way you're wasting a spot. Wang Dust patted Lu Chang's shoulder and said, we are all brothers. There is no need to say anything out of the ordinary. Dusty, it's so good to have you. If I wasn't a guy, I'd be marrying you right now. Lu Chang was moved to tears. Stop. I don't want you even if you turn out to be a girl. Wang Dust raised his middle finger in contempt. By the way, Didn't you say on your way that you had awakened the second and third skills again? Lu Chang's face showed an embarrassed look. It's awakening 2 skills, but I don't know what exactly the effects of these 2 skills are. The second skill is called hydrotherapy aura and the third skill is called mental hyperactivity. Given the terrifying effect of the first skill, healing aura, Lu Chang was now skeptical of these 2 skills. So let's find something to try. Wang Dust rubbed his chin and turned his gaze to a lazy stray dog on the street. The stray dog was sleeping beautifully when it suddenly felt a darkness in front of its eyes, and it looked up to find 2 youths looking at it unkindly. It hasn't figured out what's going on, only to see that fat man weighing 200 pounds holding a magic staff in his hand and waving it. A blue aura landed on his body. Amidst the shocked gazes of Wang Chen and Lu Chang, the stray dog suddenly jumped up and then started peeing frantically, as if out of control. Call this a ing spa aura? Are you sure it's not a lost, forbidden spell? Wang Dust was considered completely convinced. Lu Chang also had an embarrassed look on his face before throwing out a third skill, mental hyperactivity. Before the stray dog, who had just finished peeing, could breathe a sigh of relief, another halo fell on its head. This stray dog instantly lay on the ground twitching as if he were doing something wonderful. That's ing hyper. Looking at the floating stray dog, Wang Dust was completely shocked. This skill damn well can't be given. Lu Chang wanted to cry. Wang Dust comforted. Let's put things in a different perspective. This skill of yours can't be given to people, but it can be given to magical creatures. Lu Chang thought in his heart that yes, these skills at least have some disruptive effects. Imagine a demonic creature that is flying around when it suddenly can't control its body and pees while being hyper. It's more or less a control effect. Seeing that it was already late, Wang Dust said, I'll go back first. You remember to come to me early tomorrow, and we'll go to the agreed upon location to brush up on copies together. Wang Dust left. On the way, he went to the Gathering Chamber of Commerce to get out all the goblin materials. As soon as Wang Chen left, a few girls got together and laughed. The materials he took this time are far worse. You guys wait. Yu drummed her mouth, and her heart was suddenly a little bottomless as well. If most of what Wang Chen took next time were these low-grade materials, it would be a bit of a long shot for the $500,000 to be paid off. On this side, after Wang Dust went back, he first went to the magic tool store to buy a good wheelchair. The wheelchair that Wang Luohan sat in before was only a few $1,000s, and it was extremely uncomfortable to sit in. So this time he directly bought a pink electric wheelchair with more than $30,000. My own sister would have loved it. Of course being in a wheelchair all the time is not a thing. Wang Chuan will one day heal his sister. And his parents. Chapter 33, Is there really someone who drinks girls' holy water? Early the next morning, Wang Duan brought Lu Chang to the rendezvous point. For the sake of insurance, Wang Chen directly put on the super god armament, so he was not afraid of others recognizing him. Hey, Wang Duan is here. Mo Lioli waved her arms vigorously. Today she was wearing denim hot pants that only reached the base of her thighs and a short white shirt, looking very youthful. Whether it's that exposed surplus waist, or that skin delicate and smooth legs, it can be called the level of chopping men. If a veteran leg control player sees this scene, he will absolutely be shocked to see that he can play for 3 years. The stockings that come off of this leg are superb whether used for milk tea or polishing a gun. Wasted savant. And you say you haven't hooked up with a rich woman? Lu Chang's eyes went straight when he saw Mo Lioli. It's so beautiful. Geez, how is Wang Duan so lucky? I can't believe I hooked up with such a beautiful girl. He thought it was some big fat mom with a curly perm. Now that I look at it, almost people are dumbfounded. If you are held by a beauty of this caliber with a wire ball, can you call this torture? This is clearly a reward. Lioli, let me introduce to you, my friend Lu Chang. As I told you before, a milkmaid, just a little bit of mutation in his skills. No one is willing to take him for leveling. Wang Dust introduced Lu Chang, but did not divulge Lu Chang's skills. Mo Lioli said without thinking, it's fine, as long as you're there. That said, the people over there are probably waiting anxiously. Let's go over quickly. Hearing this, Lu Chang was envious to death in his heart. Is this a soft meal? It didn't matter how much of a dish Wang Dust was, as long as the person arrived. The trio then hurried toward the coastal caves. On the road, Lu Chang looked at Mo Lioli and wanted to ask if any of Mo Lioli's friends were looking for a soft man. He really wanted to gross out. What if someone likes his kind? But he didn't know what to say. After a struggle, Lu Chang opened his mouth with difficulty. Only the words turned into, M.S. M.O. Wang Chen has already told me those things. Ha? He told you all that stuff? Mo Lioli froze when she heard this, and her pretty face instantly flew into a blush. She thought that Wang Chen had told Lu Chang all about the embarrassing events in the secret realm. This. It's too humiliating. But for some reason, while being humiliated, Mo Lioli also felt a small drop of excitement. Seeing Mo Lioli the shy, Lu Chang was more and more sure of his guess. He whispered, "Miss Mo, I understand. I won't say anything about you and Brother Dust, but is there any of your girlfriend's friends or anything like you?" Mo Lioli immediately panicked and shook her head. "Oops, how do I know if my friends have this? Don't ask. There shouldn't be any. This kind of shameful thing, even if they have it, it's unlikely that they will talk to me about it. You can't hold it in when you're excited, so how can you publicize it?" Lu Chang immediately shouted. "Then ask MS. Mo, truth be told, I love this bite. If there is one, be sure to introduce it to me." Mo Lioli was stunned. "You're good at this? Will you be able to drink it when the time comes?" Surprisingly, there are really boys who like holy water. Lu Chang thought that Mo Lioli was talking about a great tonic soup. Isn't it just a big tonic soup? What's so hard about that? In the past, Zhao Shui hadn't rarely given Wang Chen and Wan Luohan big tonic soups to drink, and he had followed suit and drank them every day back then. So Lu Chang said without thinking, "Why can't I drink it? Brother Dust and I drank my mom's every day back then. It was so good." Ah! Mo Lioli stared with rounded eyes, a huge wave rising in her tiny head. In this moment, Mo Lioli saw the universe go from collapsing to becoming a singularity, then exploding, with countless nebulae expanding and evolving into individual planets. Everything inside the planet evolved and reproduced, and eventually evolved into humans, until humans pressed the activation button for the first nuclear bomb. Boom! Mushroom cloud rising. Mo Lioli jolted as she shuddered. "Drink? Drink your mom's?" Wang Dust in the front heard the two behind him keep yakking. He turned around and said, "What are you two muttering about? Lioli, where exactly is your friend you were talking about?" Mo Lioli panicked. "Ah, Ma, it's coming soon." Lu Chang said back, "Yeah, my mom makes a great tonic soup that's delicious." "Ha? Great tonic soup?" Mo Lioli's entire body was about to burrow into the ground in shame. Turns out she was the one who misunderstood. In order to hide her embarrassment, Mo Lioli said, "This time, I'm introducing you to two great beauties from your Luo High First Middle School." Wang Dust froze. "You didn't say you were looking for Li Meng Meng and in Xiao Xiao, did you?" "Yeah." Mo Lioli nodded. Wang Duan Man was dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. "What's wrong?" "It's fine. Just still follow what I said before. Just don't reveal my identity." Wang Dust's voice also changed a few points. Before not taking the entrance exam, he could not divulge any change in himself. The only way the top brass will protect him is if he takes the entrance exam and makes a splash and shows his worth. Chapter 34. The Bull Warrior never takes off his mask. Lu Chang didn't need to explain too much. He understood and wouldn't reveal Wang Chen's identity. It's just that he couldn't help but mutter, "Brother Dust, do you think Li Meng Meng and in Xiao Xiao and the two of them will be shocked when they find out about your change? Don't you show your face for me." Wang Dust instructed again. The copy they were going to this time was located on the left side of Rohai City. It was a copy contracted by Li Meng Meng and in Xiao Xiao's family at great expense. They're the only ones who can brush today. That's the beauty of being the son of a big family. A luxurious private car with two pretty girls standing next to it. It was none other than the red-haired Li Meng Meng and in Xiao Xiao. Another small half-day without seeing the two of them, having risen from yesterday's level 7 to level 10. "Lioli, you're finally here. Are these two the great gods you were talking about?" Seeing Mo Lioli arrive, the two walked forward, their faces blooming with overflowing smiles, very eye-catching. They looked at Lu Chang and Wang Duan. Mo Lioli introduced quickly, "This is Lu Chang, a mutated milkmaid." Lu Chang had a confident smile on his face and was just about to open his mouth to say something, only to see Mo Lioli immediately ignore him and turn her hand to point at Wang Chen, saying excitedly, "This is the great god I was telling you about, the top-tier powerhouse who practiced to level 16 in a day." The two girls immediately looked at Wang Chen with shocked gazes, seeing that he was left out in the cold. Lu Chang always felt that this scene was déjà vu. "Forget it, I'll be a lone flower." And Xiao Xiao looked at Zhou Chen and said in shock, "Are you sure you're not joking about being able to brush up to level 16 in a day?" Li Meng Meng also looked Wang Chen up and down with an incredulous gaze, as if she wanted to penetrate the black and gold battle armor and see what kind of person was inside. "How can this be fake? When have I ever lied to you guys?" Mo Lioli clasped her hands on her chest with a smug look on her face. "I don't know why." And Xiao Xiao suddenly felt that there was something familiar about the figure of this black and gold battle armor. She felt like she'd seen it somewhere before. So she spoke up and asked, "This student, have we met before?" Wang Chen shook his head and said, "I don't recognize it." Li Meng Meng came over at this time and said with a smile, "Hi, this handsome guy, can you take off your helmet and talk to us?" Wang Dust shook his head. Li Meng Meng immediately raised her mouth. "Don't be so petty. If you don't want to take off the helmet, at least give a reason." Hesitating for a moment, Wang Dust said. Because the bull warrior never takes off his mask. Countless question marks surfaced above the heads of everyone present. Okay. You guys just don't force him to take off his mask. Everyone has their own preferences. Mo Lily came out at this time to make a roundup, but she immediately whispered again. But I can tell you guys, it's a big handsome guy in there. Oh. Li Mingming's eyes immediately blossomed with the color of a nymphomaniac. You know there aren't many people who can be evaluated as handsome by Mo Lily. After the four of them sat in their own car, they drove towards the outside, and Xiao Xiao took out her cell phone. Let me introduce you to this copy. She gave the information about the copy to Wang Duan and Lu Chang. Wang Dus looked at the information on this copy. Copy, Magic Spider Abyss. Difficulty, Nightmare Level. Level requirement, LV10 LV25. Synopsis, The Abyss, located in a cold and dark place, is home to a large number of demonic spiders, so beware of their deadly venom and fangs, and even more so, of the giant webs that they lay down to cover the sky. Main quest, kill the arachnid mother in the center. It was worthy of being a nightmare level copy, and wherever a copy of this kind of demonic creature that possessed the ability to breed in large quantities was involved, the difficulty would usually not be any lower. This is because the number of monsters in there is often measured in hundreds. Wang Dust really didn't think that he would be able to get involved with this kind of copy 3 times. Having killed the queen bee and the queen ant the previous time, I didn't expect to have to kill the arachnid mother this time. After Lu Chang read the copy, his face had some unsightly looks. Although the information of these copies has been roughly understood, but after seeing so much detailed information in the heart is still inevitably some fear. After all, the success rate of this copy of the Crusade is too low. Generally speaking, only squads with an average level of at least 20 plus could confidently clear this copy, but their average level is only about 10. This student, are you really confident that you can take us through this copy? And Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Duan in the back at this time and inquired. No problem, just follow me when the time comes. If it was another demonic creature, Wang Dust did not have much certainty in his heart, but for this spider-type demonic creature with low intelligence, Wang Dust had 100% confidence in his heart. After all, the venom of these spider-like magical creatures couldn't help him, and he was able to maximize the effect of his intruder. Instead of practicing, you should be going to expand your mechanical army. Chapter 35, Are you sure he can? Seeing that Wang Chen was so confident, and Xiao Xiao and Li Mengmeng didn't say much either. Right, I forgot to ask. What is your occupation? This student? And Xiao Xiao thought at this time that she forgot to ask Wang Chen what his occupation was, seeing as how Mo Liuli was blowing up so much. Wang Chen should at least be an A-ranked occupation or above. Wang Dust calmly said, Mechanic, and nodded. A mechanic? Indeed. But before she could finish her sentence, her entire body froze. Mechanic? On the side, Li Mengmeng directly shouted out. What the hell? A mechanic in a life class occupation can also take them to paint copies? Are you kidding me? Mo Liuli hurriedly explained. He is a mutated mechanic, not an ordinary mechanic. Li Mengmeng said breathlessly. A mechanic is still a mechanic even if he's mutated. Are you sure a level 16 mechanic can take us through a level 25 nightmare level copy? Mo Liuli replied back. Don't worry, I've seen him brush through a double boss secret realm with my own eyes. But those words weren't enough to dispel the doubts in the minds of the two girls. The air was silent for a moment. In the end, and Xiao Xiao said with some difficulty, it's fine. Anyway, the copy can be painted anytime we want today. The copies have been wrapped up by them today. Failing once is no big deal. Li Mengmeng discontentedly complained. Just you are nice. We will definitely waste another half a day this time. Originally we all hired a level 20 large range strong attack magician to take us. Mo Liuli spat out her tongue. In fact, there was some uncertainty in her mind. After all, this was a level 25 nightmare level copy, but she had already blown her cover, and she felt a little embarrassed to back out now. Big brother, you have to fight for me. Even if we can't brush past this copy, we can brush half of it. Mo Liuli quietly cheered Wang Chen in her heart. The 5 people soon arrived at the location of the copy, which was located in the middle of a gloomy canyon. The environment was eerie and cold, and vaguely green ghostly flames could be seen floating by. Ahead was an arch-like replica of a gate. Swirls glittered inside. It looks very peculiar. Next to it were stationed the professionals who guarded the copies. It was none other than the Rohai City Official Replica Association. Seeing the 5 people come over, these people then gave a greeting, and then went over some of the do's and don'ts of getting into the replica. One of the leading middle-aged men said after sizing up the 5 people, Miss Lee, are you sure? The 5 of you want to enter this copy? Your levels are a bit too low. The rest of the professionals also looked at the 5 with puzzled gazes. That's a nightmare level copy. Their average level was just over 10. How did they have the guts to come here? And Xiao Xiao laughed awkwardly. This is not something you need to worry about, Uncle Lee. We are just going in to take a look and scout the situation first. She was also too embarrassed to say that the 5 of them were here to brush up on their copies. So that's how it is. Then please enter. And exit immediately once you encounter danger. A few people got out of the way. Wang Chen's 5 people walked into the vortex one after another. There was a flash of light. They arrived in the middle of a dimly lit canyon strewn with bare rocks and crevices. On either side were high cliffs, and there were some morose white bones scattered on the ground. An eerie creepy aura was revealed all around. It's scary. Is this a level 25 nightmare level copy? Emolioli looked around and stood behind Wang Chen somewhat nervously. High risk is bound to bring high reward. If they were able to brush past this nightmare level copy, their levels would also receive a huge boost. This was also the reason why Xiao Xiao and Li Meng chose this copy. Lu Chang, you pad back. I'll walk in front to open the way, and the 3 of you stand in the center. Wang Dust quickly planned his team. Li Meng's occupation was the A-rank occupation Holy Light Angel, and Xiao Xiao was an S-rank profession Heavenly Phoenix Magician. Emolioli was a rank a Cold Ice Magician. Li Meng was a half-attack, half-assist profession, and the remaining 2 were all high-output brittle mages, so they had to be made to stand in the center. Lu Chang didn't have any objections to this arrangement. After all, he was a man. The 5 set off, heading deeper into the canyon. If we immediately exit the secret realm once we encounter danger. And Xiao Xiao repeated it again. She grabbed it with her hand. Flames emerged, and a delicate magic staff draped in flame patterns appeared in her hand. Looking at its grade, it was surprisingly a silver weapon straight out of the gold class. Li Meng also reached out and took out a golden magic wand with a crystal embedded in it. The whole person was instantly enveloped in holy light. I'll start you off with a layer of gain, holy light shelter. Li Meng took her magic staff and chanted for a few seconds before finally reaching out and waving her hand. A golden glow like a veil of light enveloped the 5 people, as if golden wings were spread out over everyone's head. Chapter 36, First Encounter with the Demonized Spider Monster. As the light disappeared, Wang Dust instantly felt that all of his 4-dimensional attributes had skyrocketed by more than 100 points. It's worthy of being an angel of holy light, since it's able to bring such a powerful attribute bonus in the early stages. Wang Dust couldn't help but marvel at the fact that sometimes assistance was a crucial role in a team. However, because of the auxiliary's own blood quantity is small, low defense, it is easy to be attacked by monsters, while the Holy Light Angel profession is different. Itself has some attack and defense effects. That's why the profession of Angel of Holy Light is sometimes referred to as a small S-level profession. Hearing Wang Chen's praise, Li Meng proudly raised her own eyebrows. That's for sure. This young lady's profession is very powerful. The 5 walked a little further toward the front. The further you go, the more humid the air becomes, and at the same time the light grows dimmer. There were also more cobwebs on the ground. It looked like they had entered the range where the demon spider appeared. Photobombing. Li Meng acted as a support role again as she reached out and the crystal on her scepter emitted a transparent yellow light dispelling the darkness around her. It is possible to see clearly within at least 10 meters. That's when all 5 of them perked up as well, because for a demonic creature of this level, a 10-meter distance was negligible, and if they relaxed a little, they could be attacked by a sneak attack. Wang Dust released his diggers while the crowd wasn't paying attention, letting them dig for minerals here while building 2 more scanning towers in the distance. All of a sudden, the scenes within a radius of 1,000 meters were all reflected in his mind. Wait, don't move yet. Wang Dust suddenly reached out for the crowd to stop. Has a magic spider appeared? There was a moment of tension among the 4 men. To the left, at 10 o'clock, there's a demon spider that's noticed us, about 20 meters away. Wang Dust explained as he looked at the darkness to his left. Are you sure there are magic spiders there? How did you see it so far away from us? And Xiao Xiao let out a question. And even Li Meng's face was puzzled. Don't talk much. That demon spider is coming towards us. Wang Chen instantly rushed towards the previously stated direction. At the same time, there was a rustling sound from over there, as if something was moving towards them at speed. Something's really coming toward us. The 4 of them immediately looked toward the source of the sound, only to see a huge black spider leap up from the darkness. It landed on the ground with a thud and looked at the crowd intently, its mouthparts cracking with a piercing hiss. This is a body height of 2 or 3 meters high giant spider. The body is black. 8 sword-like long legs can also be seen above the steel wire like hard hair. Looks very scary. Name Black Poison Demonized Spider. Power, 1029. Physical Fitness, 578. Agility, 531. Spirit, 544. Skills, Venom Injection, Entanglement, Bouncing, Hissing, Stabbing. Introduction, a demonized spider living in the abyss. It likes to hide in the dark and attack its enemies. Beware of its poisonous fangs and super-fast movement speed. Seeing this demonized spider's panel, the 4's faces changed violently. No way. The most basic little monsters are over 20 levels. It's worthy of being a nightmare level copy. Li Mingming's reaction was quick, instantly buffing the crowd. Golden light flashed and illusory shields floated in front of each person. Phoenix fire ringing strike, and Xiao Xiao launched a direct attack. She chanted briefly for a few seconds and the magic staff in her hand burned with red flames, accompanied by a high phoenix chirp. A huge firebird swirled into shape and rushed towards the demonized spider. With a rumble, the hot flames slammed into the enchanted spider, burning a blazing fire, but it didn't affect the enchanted spider too much. The demonized spider let out a shrill cry and rolled on the ground, and the flames on its body were extinguished, and its body was only left with some scorched black traces. What a terrifying defense! And sounded a little shocked. It was amazing that the first demon they met was so scary. Emolioli was also very shocked. She also didn't expect that even the small monsters inside the nightmare level copy would be so terrifying. To be honest, by this time they were starting to back off in their minds, and in Xiao Xiao's attack seemed to have completely enraged this demonized spider, only to see the demonized spider rumble towards them after letting out an angry roar. Not good. Let's quickly exit this secret realm. And Xiao Xiao and Li Mengmeng's faces instantly turned white, and they were ready to directly exit the secret realm. It's just a little too humiliating to escape and disgrace without even fighting the first monster. Don't back off. Right at this moment, Wang Chen instantly rushed towards that spider. Chapter 37 One punch kills in seconds. Only to see Wang Chuan leaping up, raising his arm high, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist, and fiercely blasting out a fist in a condescending position at the charging demonized spider. Boom! This punch actually directly struck a sonic boom, and a circle of white airwaves instantly swept away. Boom! The demonized spider was directly and heavily blasted to the ground by the powerful force of this punch. The huge body ruthlessly smashed into the ground, instantly exploding a huge deep pit, with countless cracks spreading out crazily. Ah! A strong wind rushed in, scraping the cheeks of the women, their robes tumbling, and they couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. Kill a demonized spider with one punch? Hiss! Seeing this scene, the women were stunned. It only felt as if my brain went blank, as if it was deprived of oxygen. Just one of those who sucks in the cold air. The demonized spider, which was as high as level 23 with amazing defense, was actually whacked to death by Wang Chuan's punch. Who'd believe it? A level 16 mechanic hammered a level 23 nightmare level copy inside a demon with one punch? I'm afraid people will think you're crazy if you say that. Shocker! It's too shocking. Is this guy really just a mechanic? And Xiao Xiao and Li Mengmeng asked the same question that Emolioli had asked in the beginning. Emolioli nodded and said, I'm sure he's a mechanic, only a mutated one. Just then, because the commotion of Wang Chen's previous fight was too loud, more demonized spiders were attracted, and more rustling sounds rang out in the distance. In Wang Chen's mind, he was able to clearly see more than a dozen red dots converging towards this place at a rapid pace. Be careful, there are more than 10 more demonized spiders coming this way. Wang Dust signaled for the crowd to gather around back to back. A few girls were in a panic when they heard this and rushed to lean together. Lu Chang was also shivering with fear. Right at this moment, a poof of breaking sound suddenly sounded in the distance, and a white light shot towards Li Mingming's position. Look out! Wang Dust shouted in a hurry, and at the same time, he also rushed over and reached out to grab it. Bang! A tough spider silk was given a firm tug on him. Thanks! Thank you! Li Mengmeng, who had only just reacted, was shocked. If she was pulled by this spider silk, she would be dragged straight through. Go! And immediately attacked. Flames surfaced on his body once more, and a brilliant ball of crimson fire slammed in the direction the spider silk was shooting from. Boom! A circle of red flames instantly exploded, burning through the spider silk while illuminating everything around it, only to see that more than a dozen terrifying demonized spiders had converged on the rocky ground around them, each one of them incredibly large, with their densely compounded eyes flashing red in the darkness. The crowd used the appraisal on the surrounding demonized spiders and found that all of these were level 20 plus elite monsters. The level value is higher than the one just now, and it's even scarier. The huge body was covered with a black pattern. Name Black Web Hunter Spider. Power, 1349. Physical fitness, 643. Agility, 531. Spirit, 545. Skills, Venom Injection, Entanglement, Bouncing, Hissing, Stabbing, Skynet. Introduction. The huntsman spider that specializes in attacking with spider silk is the most secretive assassin in the darkness, so please burn its spider silk with fire magic in time. Wang Dust recalled that the Black King Hunter spider was the most dangerous type of spider in here. There was no telling how many adventurers died under these spiders every year. Xiao Xiao, you use flame magic to keep everyone safe and prevent anyone from being dragged away by the spiders. Leave the front to me. Wang Dust gave an explanation. Want to keep fighting? Listening to Wang Chen's meaning, and Xiao Xiao let out a gasp. Even if Wang Dust was more powerful, he couldn't deal with more than 10 black net hunters at the same time. One-on-one is okay. Li Mengmeng also said anxiously. Don't try to be brave. Let's just quit first. We're underestimating the difficulty of this nightmare level copy. Wang Dust didn't turn around, but shouted at Lu Chang. Use your skills on these spiders. Smash all your skills on them. Lu Chang was stunned, but he immediately unleashed his skills at the spiders around him with all his strength, and for a while, auras of different colors all exploded in the midst of the spiders. Regardless, Lu Chang directly handed over all of his skills in full. Instantly these spiders convulsed in place in their bellies, excreting a green liquid. There were even spiders that had cuddled up 2 by 2 and were doing something blush-inducing. What's happening here? The 3 girls were dumbfounded. Wang Dust smiled faintly at this time. Comparing quantities with me? As his words fell, dense silver-colored spider mechanical units came out of his body in a single surge. Chapter 38. I'm still almost feeling it. Wang Dust suddenly realized that Lu Chang's skills and his skills were a perfect match. Because one of the conditions for an intruder to invade is this: the more disorganized the other person's thinking and the lower their intelligence, the greater the chances of a successful invasion. All of Lu Chang's skills without exception belong to the mental interference category. It will briefly throw these spiders into a tizzy. He had released so many diggers before already developing the minerals inside this copy. Just within those few minutes just now, he had utilized the minerals inside this copy to produce 100 or so intruders. The intruder climbed up the bodies of these spiders and viciously stabbed his spider legs inside their brains. Even if some of them were unsuccessful, immediately more invaders would rush forward and bravely. Only a powerful electric current was seen flashing past. These black web hunter demon spiders in a state of confusion died instantly. At the same time, Wang Chen's eyes flashed as the data stream flashed by, completing the neuron connection and control almost effortlessly. Invasion successful. Black web hunter spider transformed into mechanical black web hunter spider. Swish. Name: Mechanical Black Web Hunter Spider. Power: 1549. Physical fitness: 843. Agility: 631. Spirit: 745. Skills: Venom Injection, Electricity Entanglement, Bouncing, Hissing, Stabbing, Electricity Skynet. Introduction: The huntsman spider that specializes in attacking with spider silk is the most secretive assassin in the darkness, and can use its spider silk to remotely conduct powerful electric currents to paralyze the enemy. As before, all 4-dimensional attributes of the controlled black web hunter spider were increased, transforming it into a mechanical creature. Also, the skills have changed. The spider silk not only brought with it a toxin effect, but also an electric current effect. And Xiao Xiao and the others still didn't know what was going on. Just then, there was another, more violent shaking sound from the surroundings. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Xiao Xiao and the others, these 13 black king hunter spiders reared up. Only from their posture it seemed more like a slave's respect for his master. What kind of operation is this? By the looks of it, Wang Dust seems to be controlling these 13 black web hunter spiders. At this time, the numbers above Wang Dust's head flashed, rising from level 17 to level 18. Comfortable. Not much farther from level 20. The experience provided by the demons inside the nightmare level copies is very generous. No way. Is there a mistake? Is this a mechanic or a controller? Li Mengmeng rubbed her eyes, feeling that what was happening in front of her was too unbelievable. She just felt her whole body go numb. She just wanted to turn her head to ask Mo Liuli what exactly happened, only to see Mo Liuli suddenly stop talking for some reason. A person clenched her slender legs. She bit down on her own lip, gripping her wand tightly. Her face was also flushed with an inexplicable blush. There were some strange noises coming out of his mouth. Liuli, you, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you've been poisoned? Li Mengmeng panicked. Well, no. Don't you mind me. I just felt a little comfortable watching him brush his monsters. Mo Liuli's panting became more and more rapid, and the eyes became misty. Li Mengmeng was even more confused, but not before she asked more questions. More growls rang out, only to see more demonized spiders begin to rush around again, only to see one demonized spider after another burrowing out of the darkness in the distance. Some silver white, some black, and some with dark red patterns on their bellies, each looking hideous and incomparable. Level 25 Scarlet Web Hunting Spider. Level 24 Silver Sword Demonized Spider. Level 25 Emerald Demonized Spider. And almost shuddered as she pronounced the names of these spiders. The 4-dimensional attributes of each demonized spider had almost reached a terrifying value. The most frightening thing was that the number of these demonized spiders was 20 to 30. How can this be brushed off? A few people couldn't help but tremble and back away. This time, even Wang Duan couldn't defeat so many demonized spiders. Could he? Good coming. Who would have expected Wang Dust to smile and even take a step forward? No way. This is still going on? Lu Chang panicked. We are no longer confident, but we should always have a degree. Brother Chen listened to my advice. Let's just go. There's no fear of not having wood to burn if we leave a green mountain behind. Lioli, quickly persuade Wang Duan. Li Mengmeng pushed Mo Lioli with her hand. Only Mo Lioli's face flushed red and she said in a trembling voice, "No, I believe in Wang Chen." Her legs clenched in a burst of friction. I must watch Wang Chen kill all these demonized spiders by himself, because I'm still close to having that feeling, and it's not exciting enough right now. Chapter 39, Rising to Level 20 and Unlocking New Buildings. Seeing that Mo Lioli was unreliable, and Xiao Xiao said to Wang Chen, even if you have the ability to control demonic spiders, with your current level, controlling these 13 demonic spiders should be your limit. There are still dozens of demonized spiders here. It's not something you can resist right now. Let's just exit. For a control class profession of more than 10 levels, being able to control 10 demons at this point in time was already remarkable. Not to mention that Wang Dust was not a control class profession. That's why Xiao Xiao thought that Wang Chen was already at his limit now. It wasn't that they doubted Wang Duan, but their common sense in this world told them that this was how things were supposed to be. Only Wang Chen didn't listen to them as he laughed. Do you guys trust me that little? What do you mean? And Xiao Xiao and Li Mengmeng froze. I can control as many as come. The more that come the better. Lu Chang, put skills on me. Wang Dust waved his big hand. Okay, spell it out. Seeing that Wang Dust was so confident, Lu Chang immediately took his magic staff and squeezed all of his magic power out of it, throwing one skill after another for no money. And Wang Dust also released all of his entire invaders in one go. The densely packed invaders began to frantically attack these demonized spiders. Amidst the two girls' shocked gazes, these demonized spiders began to be controlled by Wang Chuan. Electricity flashed through their bodies and their bodies changed. Just a few minutes have passed. Wang Chuan alone had already controlled more than 20 demonized spiders. The remaining ones were just too much to control, and Wang Dust ordered these demonized spiders to tear the remaining ones into serious injuries. Wang Dust's level also came to level 20 at once. Wang Dust's heart burst with dark joy. Up to level 20, he can unlock more troop types and buildings. How dare you be able to control so many demons at once? Li Mengmeng and Xiao Xiao looked dumbfounded. Wang Chuan's ability broke through their minds' perceptions every time, creating the impossible every time. I knew I could. On the other hand, Mo Lioli suddenly sat down on the ground, panting heavily and looking at Wang Chen with a face of adoration. Her voice broke as if she had arrived at some kind of peak. Wang Chen directly ignored Mo Lioli at this moment. What are you waiting for? You guys hurry up and mop up these spiders to get experience. Wang Dust waved his hand, only to see the huge mechanical magic spider drag those bitten and seriously injured, uncontrollable demonized spiders over. Thanks. The two girls blushed. They just felt like clowns just now. The four of them split the dozen or so magical spiders present equally, each killing a number of 3 or more, only to see a flash of light. All four of them had risen a level or two. As for the materials that exploded out, they all took the initiative to collect them and handed them over to Wang Chen. There were a few good pieces of equipment among them, but Wang Dust hesitated to absorb them. Since all of these equipments were related to arachnid silk, he now wanted some flying-type rare equipments to incorporate into his back armor to unlock the flying skill. As for the abdominal armor, he didn't dare absorb it. It would be a bad idea to get any bad skills out of the whole thing. He was afraid he'd be spraying spider silk from his navel. It's better to sell these equipments and go to the Chamber of Gathering to see if there are any suitable equipments, and upgrade the overgod armament as a whole at that time. So do we have to keep brushing back? And Xiao Xiao came over at this time and asked. She wasn't sure now if she wanted to brush down or not, because you may encounter nearly 100 demonized spiders later on. The difficulty will also surge many times, and it won't work if you don't have a large range of group damage. Hearing this, Wang Dust frowned slightly because Xiao Xiao was telling the truth. He could not face so many demonized spiders by himself. Moreover, Lu Chang's magic power had already been consumed, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time to hit the control effect. Even if Lu Chang was in his heyday, it would be impossible for him to unleash his skills on nearly 100 demonized spiders, unable to cover the spot. That's why Wang Dust's intruder couldn't be maximized either. With so many spiders, it was impossible for them to always rush over to him alone. Once another demonized spider went over towards Li Mengmeng and Xiao Xiao and the others, it would be over. Let's take a step forward. Let's go over there and do some scouting before we decide, Wang Dust said. Hearing Wang Chen say this, Xiao Xiao and Li Mengmeng nodded, but they didn't have much hope in their hearts. In the end, the few people walked towards the inside of the abyss. While on the way, Wang Chen was immersing his mind inside his mechanical space. He wanted to see what kind of new soldiers and buildings he had unlocked. Let's see if that helps with the next boss swipe. Chapter 40, Faulty Predictions. thousands of spider monsters. As expected, the level of the general mechanical factory had risen to the second level, and the population had been boosted as well. Name Machinery General Factory. Level 2. Population 2000. Function Make different mechanical units. Description: Your faction's tech level is divine technology, and the powerful mechanical factory contains a complete divine technology tree, which allows you to create powerful mechanical devices through manufacturing blueprints and materials. Currently craftable troop types: diggers, invaders, mechanical warriors. Currently craftable buildings: scanning tower, mechanical weapons workshop. Sure enough, new troop types and buildings have been unlocked. Let's create buildings first and see. With a thought, Wang Dust immediately spent minerals to construct a sci-fi building. He then looked over at the new building with great excitement. Name: Mechanical Weapons Workshop. Level 1. Function: Ground Machinery Production Building. Description: A workshop that brings together countless blueprints of divine technology to create all kinds of weapons. Producible weapons: Fixed Self-Propelled Light Machine Gun, LV1. Fixed Self-Propelled Charged Shotgun, LV1. Surprisingly, it's a building capable of making weapons. Wang Dust was overwhelmed with excitement. It can currently craft 2 weapons, and both weapons can be subsequently leveled up. He was fretting that he didn't have a group ranged attack, and here it is. He looked to the descriptions of the 2 weapons. Name: Fixed Self-Propelled Light Machine Gun. Level 1. Function: 2000 rounds of ammunition per minute. Description: Fixed Type Building. Strengthened Mechanical Unit. Automatic Type Multi-Barrel Rotary Machine Gun. Once constructed cannot be moved. Can be retrieved from the space. Attached to the bullets to make it has a not bad killing power to the demonic creatures. Name: Self-Propelled Electric Charge Impact Gun. Level 1. Function: Charge Paralysis. Description: Stationary building. Releases blue charged bullets that explode at the point of landing, inflicting decent damage. Can't be moved once constructed and can be reclaimed for space. This is too perverted. As long as I build these weapons to guard my side, along with the dozens of demonized spiders I control, won't this properly play as a tower defense game? The corner of Wang Dust's mouth curled slightly. Not bad for a god-level mechanic. Each advancement is capable of making an incredible difference. But he first suppressed the excitement in his heart, spending minerals to upgrade all his soldiers and buildings. Congratulations on your invader upgrade to LV2. Congratulations on your digger upgrade to LV2. Congratulations on upgrading your scanning tower to LV2. Congratulations on your mechanical warrior upgrade to LV2. Congratulations on upgrading your mechanical weapons workshop to LV2. Congratulations on upgrading your stationary self-propelled light machine gun to LV2 to a stationary self-propelled Gatling. Congratulations on upgrading your fixed charge impact gun to LV2 to a fixed charge impact gun. A swish of upgrades later, the invader's invasion speed as well as the maximum level of magical creatures that can invade has been increased, as has the digger's digging speed. The range of the scanning tower went from 500 meters to 1000 meters, and the mineral scanning was raised from 1000 meters to 2000 meters, and the weapons have changed even more. Name: Fixed Type Self-Propelled Gatling. Level 2. Function: 5,000 rounds per minute. Description: Fixed Type Building. Strengthened Mechanical Unit. Automatic Type Multi-Barrel Rotary Machine Gun. Once constructed cannot be moved. Can be retrieved from the space. Attached to the bullets to make it has a not bad killing power to the demonic creatures. Name: Self-Propelled Electric Charge Impact Gun. Level 2. Function: Charge Paralysis. Charge Knockout. Description: Stationary building. Releasing blue bubble charge bombs that explode at the point of landing, dealing decent damage. Can't be moved once constructed and can be reclaimed for space. The Gatling has a greater number of bullets, and the Electrocore shotgun has become the Electrocore shot cannon with a knockback effect, which gives me an even greater advantage when fighting positional battles. Wang Dust was overjoyed. He hurriedly ordered the creation of more diggers and had these diggers start digging up frantically in the midst of the replica in order to develop more minerals in preparation for making weapons. And by this time the 5 had arrived at the demonized spider's lair. They came to the edge of a cliff and were able to see a lower canyon below, and it's filled with one intricate spider web after another. Inside lay one hideous, horrible spider after another, and a lot of ghastly white bones could be seen, which was very disgusting. The number of spiders far exceeded the expectations of several people. Inside, the densely packed spiders of all sizes added up as if they were a mass of ants, of different varieties, making one's head spin. The number exceeded their predictions. There are at least thousands of them. Chapter 41: Terrifying Boss Ghost-Faced Demon Venomous Arachnid Mother. That's not the most disgusting. In the midst of these webs, a large number of white spider eggs could be seen, some of which had already hatched out into small spiders, tumbling together in clusters, looking very creepy. Some of the little spiders were still chewing on some of the rotting meat. Several girls' faces went white when they saw this scene, and Xiao Xiao even covered her mouth and almost vomited. Not to mention the few girls, even Lu Chang and Wang Duan felt some physical discomfort when they saw this scene. These small spiders were not just disgusting. If they were a little slower in painting their copies, these spiders would also grow and metamorphose at a rapid pace and join in the battle. They would have to face more than just thousands of adult spiders by then. And this time they also saw the huge boss located in the center. A giant spider with a size of more than 10 meters tall was lying inside a depression in the middle, and some skeletons were scattered around it. Its compound eyes flashed scarlet, and its huge abdomen was still producing a steady stream of mucus-laden spider eggs, only to see the freshly produced spider eggs being carried away by the spiders in an orderly manner. Properly a perfect production line. When the crowd saw this arachnid mother's panel, their faces were even more shocked. Name, Ghost-Faced Demon Venomous Arachnid Mother. Power, 5421. Physical Fitness, 2843. Agility, 500. Spirit, 3500. Skills, Extraordinary Fertility. Sound Wave. Entanglement. Venom Spraying. Introduction, arachnid mothers that can produce spiders continuously. After being demonized, they are brutal and can manipulate the spiders to carry out neat and orderly attacks, which is a nightmare boss inside the copy. This boss is almost level 30, and its four-dimensional attributes are a bit too exaggerated. It's even more powerful than that goblin high priest we saw last time. Lu Chang's face went white for a moment. It's worthy of being a boss inside a nightmare-level copy. Originally he had fantasized that the arachnid mother inside might be some kind of spider lady or something. Li Mengmeng also spoke up. I'm kind of enlightened. But it's said that the bosses inside the hell-level copies are able to possess almost 10,000 power at level 30. Listening to Lu Chang and Li Mengmeng's discussion, and Xiao Xiao carefully observed the situation and her heart was in despair. What's this copy for? It's impossible to brush through. And Xiao Xiao said, forget it, so many spiders are enough to give us a headache. Not to mention that boss inside. Let's just quit. Mo Lioli also nodded. She looked at so many demons, and in her heart, she also thought that it was simply impossible to brush past them. Although she felt that Wang Chuan was very powerful, she was not arrogant enough to think that Wang Chuan could beat so many spiders. If you want to brush through this copy, at the very least, you have to be a full squad with an average level of more than 20 levels with a large number of props to lead the monsters in an orderly manner in order to be able to brush through the level, and it has to be a mage with a large range of group damage. They simply couldn't do it with their current power. Keep it down. Let's go back the way we came. And Xiao Xiao turned around and wanted to leave. Li Mengmeng half molested at this time. Hey, bull warrior over there, you don't think you can brush past, do you? Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes to Wang Chen. Wang Dust smiled faintly and turned around. You're really right. I really plan to brush past this copy. Put. Li Mengmeng laughed outright. She patted Wang Dust and said, Alright, I know you're very good, but this is not the time for you to show off. Be careful of losing your life in a while. Lu Chang also whispered, you made enough of a scene just now. Let's just go back, brother. Wang Dust didn't respond, but pointed to a bottle-like exit in the distance and said, if the spiders here want to come out, they have to pass through here through this exit. And then what? Li Mengmeng raised an eyebrow. It's the only pathway, so if we hold the place and find someone to lure the spiders out, we can kill them one by one. Wang Dust said confidently, as long as those heavy weapons were established to form a crossfire here. He was confident that he could brush through this copy alone. Hearing this, the three froze. That's true, but with just the 5 of us, it's impossible to guard this exit, right? And Xiao Xiao took a closer look at that entrance and realized that Wang Chen did have a point. But the problem was that a few of them simply didn't have enough firepower. Once the spiders broke through their fire defense, then their end would be incomparably miserable. You guys come with me. Wang Dust beckoned. A few people will believe it. We've leveled up a level or two anyway, so we don't lack this much time. So let's follow them over and take a look. And Xiao Xiao hesitated and finally agreed. A few people followed. Chapter 42 Construction of Fire Positions. They made it to this entrance without incident. In the midst of several puzzled gazes, Wang Dust released many diggers. These diggers flew in and set up 2 defense towers. Oh no! 2 scanning towers, on either side of this passage. Only a red glow swept by. The scanning tower crosses cover a 2,000-meter radius around the area. This way the spiders came from which direction and how many came Wang Dust's heart could detect it in time. With these 2 towers, can we fend off the spiders? Li Mengmeng asked curiously. This tower only has the effect of scanning, so don't rush yourselves just yet. Wang Dust felt the number of spiders inside as well as their distribution, while his gaze swept over the surrounding cliff walls and rocks, taking stock of where it would be better to build the weapon. 100% fire coverage must be developed. Mo Lioli was a bit scared. she was reminded again of some odd fandango. Inside, there are images of girls being tied up by some spiders, being hung in the air. No matter how much these girls struggled and moaned, they could not break free. Otherwise, let's just go back. It's really not worth the risk. Emolioli was really a bit scared. She didn't want to be captured by these spiders and tied to a spider web. That's right. If these are the only scanning towers you have, we might as well forget it. And Xiao Xiao also discouraged a sound. Just before she could finish her sentence, she saw Wang Chen walking on top of a rock, amidst the shocked gazes of several people. It was only a convergence of several dozens of silver diggers. Amidst the crackling and pounding, a gatling with a rotating barrel emerges. The barrels, covered with peculiar patterns, could still be seen with the inscriptions of attached magic formations on top of them. This meant that every shot fired from this was an enchanted bullet, capable of inflicting decent damage on demons. It was important to know that props that could cause damage to demons were very expensive, and Wang Dust had created one out of thin air in front of them. Is this Wang Dust's ability? He is not only a close combat profession with superb four-dimensional attributes, still a summoning class mage capable of mass control and summoning. Now it was even a props master who was able to make all sorts of powerful magic props. What exactly is there that he can't do? Just a handful isn't enough, I'm afraid, Lu Chang muttered, only to see Wang Dust walk to the other side again. No way? Lu Chang had a vague shocking premonition in his heart. Fruity. Wang Dust skillfully built another Gatling here as well. He now had enough mineral resources to build 10 Gatlings. Amidst the four men's shocked gazes, Wang Dust had constructed a full 10 Gatlings with all-round coverage, aiming at the distant exit. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. A builder or prop master of the same level wouldn't be able to build so many powerful magical weapons in a single breath. Right. It would be marvelous to build 3 at most. Li Mengmeng felt that her outlook on life had been refreshed again. That wasn't all. Wang Dust built 6 more automatic type charge shock cannons in suitable places. In time, these auto-type charge blasters would go wild once the Gatling wasn't getting enough firepower. Dealing group damage will also knock those spiders back, preventing them from destroying those weapons. Still able to build? Several people were dumbfounded. Wang Dust surprisingly constructed 16 enchanted powerful weapons in one breath. They didn't recognize what the automated charge blaster did though, but just by looking at its sci-fi appearance, you can tell that it must have a very powerful effect. And that wasn't all. As Wang Chen stretched out his arms and waved them, countless illusory robots unfolded behind him. All of the magical creatures that had been controlled by the intruders before walked out. Mechanical worker bees, mechanical worker ants, as well as controlled enhanced goblins and dozens of demonized spiders. As if an army came behind him in great numbers, poised. Even if any remaining spiders rushed forward, they would be taken care of by these magical creatures. Then Wang Chuan released a large number of invaders and had them lurk inside the hidden crevices around them. He was going to control some more demonized spiders himself. After all, these demonized spiders were of a very strong level and strength. You can replace the previous mechanical worker bees and mechanical worker ants and goblins. After doing this, Wang Dust signaled the crowd to back up to a safe distance. Just a few people still couldn't help but be a little worried. Is this really okay? They couldn't help but question it a bit, because props made by builders or prop masters of the same level are actually quite average in power. They didn't have a bottom in their hearts as to how powerful these weapons of Wang Chen's were. You guys watch. Wang Dust was bursting with self-confidence. This was also his first real battle since rising to level 20. His heart was also very much looking forward to it. Chapter 43, Firepower Crushing Brush Copy. It's too good to be true. Wang Dust stretched out his hand. Dozens of diggers then rushed inside the entrance, making a piercing noise. Seeing that Wang Dust had really ordered his robots to go and lure the monsters, this had startled Lu Chang and the others. The diggers also startled the thousands of spiders inside. The dense eyes of countless spiders lit up one after another, while bracing their own jointed limbs to stand up from the web. Li Mengmeng and the others immediately saw countless densely packed eyes light up inside the canyon crack. Such a scalp-tingling scene made them feel a wave of physical discomfort. This wasn't a joke. Wang Dust had really alarmed the spiders inside. Everyone get ready! And Xiao Xiao was holding her own magic wand, and her entire body was already so nervous that sweat was dripping from the tip of her nose. Li Mengmeng and Emolioli were also incredibly nervous, their eyes staring at the distant entrance without blinking. Only a bad sound rang out from inside, and then the canyon shook, with countless pieces of debris falling from both sides, accompanied by noisy sounds. Only one after another spider of enormous size rushed out from inside. They were of different colors and exuded a terrifying oppressive power. Even without proximity, it was able to send a shiver down one's spine. The moment they saw Wang Chen and the others, they ran towards them in a desperate manner. Such a terrible scene thrilled every nerve. Wang Chen also took a deep breath, and for the first time he got serious. This time, we are determined not to have any accidents. His mind moved. The moment these spiders entered the range of his fire web, he ordered those gatlings to fire wildly. Countless flaming enchanted bullets poured out at a rate of 5,000 rounds a minute, tearing through the air with a deafening sound. 10 lines of fire instantly formed into a crossover, shooting towards the distant spider army. The terrifying bullets penetrated these spiders the moment they came into contact with them, bringing out handfuls of green slime. Put, put, put. The raging front of the spider army instantly laid down a large swath of people as if they were cutting wheat. Enchanted bullets with terrifying impacts hit their knuckles and were able to directly shatter their fragile knuckles, flying high in midair and landing on the ground. The spiders at the front all fell to the ground one by one. The momentum of the spiders at the back slowed down, and many spiders crashed into the bodies of the spiders in front of them to form a stampede. The intense firelight lit up the dark canyon. Li Meng Meng and the others covered their ears at the back, their faces filled with shock. They hadn't expected Wang Chen's stationary automatic Gatling to have such high damage. Right at this moment, because of the pile-up of spider corpses in front of them, the bullets were blocked, causing the spiders behind them to have a chance to take advantage of it, and the momentum of the spider army's advance was surprisingly a few points faster. No good. Seeing such a scene, the few people in the back shouted out in fear, and wanted to step in to help. As a result, the sci-fi turret around them suddenly lit up with a blue light, and blue energy strips converged at the muzzle of the gun, finally transforming into a blue ball of light that violently blasted out. Boom! 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 The blue gun-like charge exploded through the swarm of spiders, sending up a terrifying shockwave as if it had detonated the air. The spider that rushed at the front was instantly blown away fiercely, smashing into its counterparts behind it. These turrets even come with a knockback effect, and Xiao Zhao's eyes were full of calmness. She looked at Wang Chen in the distance with admiration in her eyes, and in her heart, she couldn't help but speculate on who Wang Chen really was. Li Meng Meng, on the other hand, exclaimed, Hey, 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 Xiao Xiao, I don't think you should put your mind on that punk kid Wang Duan. Look at this handsome guy who is strong and fierce. You might as well find a way to hook up with him. Hearing this, Mo Liuli and Lu Chang's faces suddenly became very strange. They knew better than anyone who the identity of the man in front of them was. At this time, Wang Chen's turret had no intention of stopping, and no matter how much these spiders impacted, they couldn't break through his fire defense. More and more spiders died here, and the piled-up corpses were like small mountains, which looked very shocking. Even though some powerful spiders raided from the side, with a wave of Wang Dust's hand, the mechanical army under his command immediately rushed forward to tear these spiders into pieces. In this way, it took less than a few minutes for the spiders inside the entire canyon to be cleared out by Wang Dust. At this time, Wang Dust didn't have the experience all to himself, but waved his hand to signal the crowd to come over and throw magic fillers inside. Just in that time just now, he had risen to level 23. The crowd began to be glad that they had followed Wang Dust here to brush up on their copies, and then began to slam their skills into it with desperation. As for Lu Chang, since he didn't have much attack power, Wang Dust had those mechanical hordes drag some heavily injured spiders over for him to patch up alone. Lu Chang looked at Wang Duan with something else in his eyes besides admiration. Chapter 44, the four-dimensional attribute arrives at 50,000. The crowd just frantically swiped at the monsters. I don't know how many spiders I killed either. And Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng and the others had run out of magic power, but they were all very excited because just within this half hour's time, each of them had leveled up 5 levels to level 17. Lu Chang had also successfully risen to level 15. Mo Lioli, on the other hand, came to level 16, but at this moment, they all turned their gazes toward Wang Chen. At this moment, the light on Wang Chen's body was flickering every few moments, and the numbers above his head were changing at a terrifying rate. 24, 25, 26. His experience bar spiked wildly, and Xiao Xiao and the others looked straight at Wang Duan, their pale faces full of shock, reddened by the Gatling's firelight. If they hadn't seen the scene with their own eyes, it would have been really hard for them to believe that a person could actually possess such a perverted skill. They had absolute reason to believe that even Wang Chen by himself could easily brush off this nightmare-level copy. Several people silently thought in their minds, in the future, when Wang Chen came up with any more ideas that seemed absurd to them, they would definitely not exit to stop them. Right about this time, the spiders that rushed out from inside the canyon also began to become more terrifying and larger in size. Apparently some of the elite monsters inside realized something was wrong and wanted to come out to see what was going on, but as soon as it showed its head, it was controlled by Wang Dust and hit with a fixed-type automatic Gatling and wailed repeatedly. Its hard armor body was full of bullet holes. Just at this time there were several giant spiders 1 story high that suddenly gathered together. They raised their fat bellies, only to see the dark purple pattern on their bellies surprisingly light up. Seeing this situation, Wang Dust's brows furrowed violently. These spiders then unexpectedly spewed out purple light, converging together to form a thick pillar of purple light that blasted towards them. And Xiao Xiao and the others couldn't help but let out a gasp when they reacted. This was an attack launched by several level 26 elite-level demonized spiders joining forces. The entire formation would be instantly routed if these stationary auto-gatling and stationary auto-charge cannons were once destroyed. But Wang Dust would not give these spiders a chance. He instantly rushed right in front of this purple pillar of light. The super god armament on his body instantly activated, mechanical overload. The crimson glow lit up again. An illusory light flashed above Wang Chuan's left arm, and the blue data flow transformed into a thick arm shield and instantly became massive with his mind. He's not going to block these attacks alone, is he? And Xiao Xiao was taken aback. But by the time the crowd wanted to dissuade Wang Chen, it was already too late. Boom! The purple pillar of light instantly blasted above his left arm. The terrifying shockwave pushed against Wang Chen, cracking the ground around him. But Wang Chuan unexpectedly resisted this attack in a raw manner, not even taking a step back. He actually blocked it. Several people felt a surge of disbelief. Was Wang Chen's strength so heaven-defying? At this time they observed Wang Wei's four-dimensional attribute panel. All of them couldn't help but turn pale. His four-dimensional attributes have actually all reached around 50,000. My god! And Xiao Xiao only felt a wave of vertigo in her brain. It was important to realize that his proud spiritual attribute now as an S-ranked profession was only 1,000 or so right now. And Wang Chen's spiritual attribute was surprisingly as much as 40,000. I knew he was always this good. Mo Liuli clenched her legs, looking adoringly and fiercely at Wang Chen's back, her breathing even more rapid than before. Get the back! The shield trembled crazily, and Wang Chen unexpectedly pushed against this purple pillar of light and stomped forward on the ground with great force. Boom! Wang Chen unexpectedly shattered the purple pillar of light savagely with his terrifying strength. After turning on mechanical overload, his strength attribute had long since reached a terrifying 50,000. Without the pillar of purple light in the way, the Gatling instantly smashed those few elite-level spiders to smithereens. And at this time, seeing that so many elite-level demonized spiders were unable to break through the line of fire, many of the spiders in the lair became cowering and didn't dare to move forward. Wang Dust took this opportunity to wave his hand, and countless silver-colored invaders surged towards the inside of the nest from the ground, as well as the cliff walls on both sides. Now was a great time to control these spiders. The intruder had now reached level 2, and even without Lu Chang's interference, he was able to easily control these spiders with low intelligence. As for the mechanical worker bees and worker ants that Wang Chen had controlled earlier, as well as the miscellaneous kobolds, he had all brainlessly controlled them to fight with these spiders. They are so low that there is no need to use them anymore. Wang Dust intended to regain control of a batch of demonized spiders. Chapter 45 Boss appears. Those demonic creatures that were controlled before were clearly no match for these spiders. Invasion. Wang Dust's eyes flickered with a faint light. He now had a population of 2,000, which could accommodate at least 1,000 or more magical creatures, excluding the diggers used to build buildings and produce soldiers. He was now producing more than 1,000 LV2 level invaders. Even if there was a probability that the invasion would fail, it would at least be able to control 700 to 800 spider demons, while firing to attract the attention of these spider fiends. Wang Dust let these intruders blend in close to the ground. Wow! Countless invaders began frantically climbing onto the heads of these spiders. Powerful currents flashed. A steady stream of beeps rang out, and the invaders who had risen to level 2 invaded significantly more efficiently than level 1. Almost very few invasions fail, and only a few unlucky ones get stomped to pieces by spiders. Invasion successful. Black Web Hunter Spider transformed into Mechanical Black Web Hunter Spider. Invasion successful. Black Web Hunter Spider transformed into Mechanical Black Web Hunter Spider. In just a few minutes at least a few hundred spider demons had been mastered by Wang Dust. The panels of these demons changed, and their race was transformed into the mechanical race, and many of their skills became mechanical race skills as well, and helped Wang Dust to collaborate in attacking the demons that came out later. These spider demons were confused after coming out, and had just shown their heads, only to see their own clansmen just pounding away at them. Put. White spiders with blue currents jetted past, and many of the spiders were paralyzed by the electricity, making it more favorable for the intruders to invade, while in Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng they were shocked at the power of Wang Duan's skills. On the other hand, when Mo Liuli, who was on the side, saw this scene, an even greater excitement rose in her eyes. Winding current stimulation this position. Mo Liuli's mouth had been chanting some strange words, and her white and tender thighs rubbed together for a while. Hey, Dusty, how long has she been like this? Lu Chang carefully came to Wang Duan's side and secretly asked, and incidentally looked at Mo Liuli with a disgusted gaze. Wang Dust was silent for a while and finally said, like you. She probably watched some strange and weird things and became like this after watching too much. Lu Chang immediately revealed a look of empathy. By this time, Wang Dust had already controlled 700 to 800 spiders, with levels ranging from level 25 to 28. After transforming into mechanicals, they also became more powerful. Combined with Wang Chen's Gatling in charge cannon, the spiders in the distance were completely routed. Awesome, 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 Dusty. Lu Chang saw this scene and admired it. They didn't stay idle either, and after recovering their magic power they desperately threw skills inside, beautifully mixing assists and heads. Although Wang Duan took the lion's share of the experience, but he couldn't help that these demons were high in level and in large numbers, and in just a short while, Lu Chang and the others had risen another level. I really didn't think that novice leveling would be this easy one day, and Xiao Xiao felt like she was dreaming. Although the younger generation of the big families had elders to lead them in practicing, the greater the difference in level, the less experience they could share by assisting and mending. But Wang Dust was different. The level difference with them wasn't many levels, so even if he was assisting to fill in the gaps, he could still get a huge amount of experience. Just as a few people were following Wang Dust's ass and fighting, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from inside. Roar! A powerful aura instantly erupted from within. Without much thought, it must be that the boss inside was coming out to find out what was going on after sensing that his men were dying out at an incredible rate. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled as if something huge was moving towards this place at high speed. Rumble! The narrow entrance was suddenly shattered by a huge figure, and debris rolled on either side. Amidst the crowd's shocked gazes, the arachnid mother's huge body, which was like a small mountain, appeared, revealing a huge silhouette in the darkness, like a giant wheel in the late-night sea. The scarlet compound eyes were like lanterns flashing horribly in the darkness. Yes, it's huge. A few people were startled. Observing the arachnid mother from this distance was the only way to be able to realize how terrifying this boss was. There was a suffocating sense of oppression. Finally out, Wang Dust looked at the arachnid mother in the distance. Put, put, put. Before the crowd could react, the arachnid mother's that abdomen moved, and surprisingly, several spider silks rolled up huge rocks from the sky, instantly destroying all the turrets around Wang Chen. Seeing that the arachnid mother had destroyed Wang Chen's turret with ease, the faces of the crowd snapped white. Chapter 46, Who understands? Family members? He's going to hit me? It's over. The fort is destroyed. It's over. And Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng unanimously let out exclamations of surprise. The arachnid mother seemed to be becoming more excited when she heard the crowd's exclamations of shock, her body flickering with a frightening light. It let out another angry roar up to the sky, as if declaring its sovereignty and power. The huge body exuded a terrifying wave of magic power. But surprisingly, and Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng, several people did not run away, but stood here looking straight at it with a strange feeling that was hard to tell. I'm sorry, this lady, they didn't make it clear just now. It's not us that's finished. It's you. Lu Chang corrected with a smile. Hearing this, the arachnid mother's 8 compound eyes flickered with suspicion. Like weird. Shocked. Skeptical. Complex. Confused. And so on. Luckily it had enough eyes, or it wouldn't really have been able to distribute so many emotions at once. All in all, arachnid mother was confused. Instead of fleeing at the sight of it, this group of level 10 plus little guys calmly told themselves they were done for. The arachnid mother rescanned her panel. Instead of having a drop in attributes from playing too much with the male spiders, he had increased his attributes because he was abstaining from sex and nourishing his body for the past few days. The spiritual power was a full 4,000, and the strength was close to 6,000. It looked at its body again. Powerful. Perfect. His own sexy 8 spider legs were densely covered with black steel hairs, as if they were black silk. Often male spiders praise its 8 legs as the most perfect work of art to play with. Touched. It will hang the male spider's body on top of its web as a treasured possession after draining it dry. So these people are not afraid of themselves. There is only one truth. That is, they've been dumbfounded by themselves. After a series of psychological consolations, the color of confidence resurfaced in the 8 compound eyes of the arachnid mother. Then it saw a scene that made its eyes fall wide open, only to see Li Meng Meng take out the recliner from her spatial ring with a big grin and lie down, taking out a few packets of potato chips and distributing them in the meantime. Let's get laid and watch the battle, Li Meng Meng greeted. And Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, had taken out a silk scarf and was meticulously wiping her magic wand. Seeing this scene, the arachnid mother was incomparably angry. This is complete contempt. Absolutely unforgivable. Boom! The arachnid mother instantly used her berserk skill, and her strength and mental power values skyrocketed once again, pushing towards 7,000. The terrifying fluctuations were like a tsunami pressing towards the crowd. Shudder! Humans!
I'm a boss with 4-dimensional attributes that are straight up 10,000 scary. Calling your mom? Calling. An impatient voice rang out. All? In the midst of Arachnid Mother's dumbfounded gaze, a silhouette covered in burning crimson tattoos wearing black and gold battle armor leapt up. Its 8 compound eyes were filled with dismay as it looked at Wang Dust, who was as if he was a small insect. In front of it. No way? This man is going to attack himself? Who in the family understands? A villain is going to launch an attack on me. Arachnid Mother laughed. It then saw Wang Chen blast a slap at it. The next moment, it couldn't stop laughing. This slap poured out with majestic power, a terrifying force that destroyed the sky and even pierced through the air. The Arachnid Mother didn't even have the time to react before she was hit by this slap. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder rang out, only to see a wave of white aura swirling out in the air. The Spider Mother's huge body instantly flew backwards, as if it were a cannonball, and her huge body directly and fiercely crashed on top of the cliff wall next to her. The cliffs trembled, rubble rolled, and the terrifying waves of air that erupted nearly sent the crowd watching the show flying. Cough cough. And Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng coughed. Lu Chang was spitting out the ash in his mouth. Just now, because of the shock, his mouth was open too wide, resulting in a huge mouthful of dirt. He secretly vowed never to open his mouth in shock again. No one noticed that along with this slap from Wang Chen. After Mo Liuli's entire body trembled to the extreme, she suddenly walked silently to an unoccupied place, seemingly going to change something. At the moment, the shaking is still spreading. Amidst the dust and smoke, Wang Dust landed on the ground in a dashing manner and patted the dust on his battle armor. The burning crimson lines on his body made him look like a devil bathed from the flames of hell. He took one step towards the Arachnid Mother. On this side, the Arachnid Mother, whose half of her body had been beaten to pieces by a terrifying force, trembled madly when she heard these footsteps that were like the sound of death, especially after it saw Wang Chan's 4-dimensional attributes. The Arachnid Mother was practically pissing herself. Terrible. So scary. This human is so scary. How could any human have such a terrible 4-dimensional attribute? Who's the boss, anyway? Oh. Don't come over here. I'm just a little spider whose 4-dimensional attributes aren't even 10,000. Chapter 47, Is Lu Chang's new skill a positive mutation? Looking at the shivering ghost-faced demon poison spider mother, Wang Dust smiled faintly and was about to raise his hand to settle it. The abdomen of the ghost-faced demon poison spider mother, which was in a state of extreme panic, suddenly shuddered and produced a bunch of white spider eggs. With a flash of light, these spider eggs unexpectedly hatched out at a rapid pace, turning into a small spider demonic creature of level 10 or so. Holy, this boss actually gave birth again? What's going on here? Lu Chang was taken aback. It's the Arachnid Mother's transcendent fertility skill, combined with Berserk and Catalyze, that enables these spiders to have combat power for a short period of time. And Xiao Xiao is the top student in school flower of Luo Haino. One middle school is well versed. Lu Chang nodded calmly. Ah, right. That's what I wanted to say just now. Only to see these small spiders let out a shrill cry and rushed forward towards Wang Chen. Wang Dust waved his hand. Before these spiders could rush forward, they were easily stopped and eventually controlled by the invaders and turned into mechanical creatures. Inexpensive experience poured into his body, and Wang Chan's eyes gradually glowed. The current him viewed the Arachnid Mother as if she were a sow that could keep giving birth. An idea called sustainability came to his mind. Since this boss was so capable of spawning, he might as well let it keep spawning while he gathered experience here. Come on over here, you guys. Wang Dust greeted. Let Lu Chang and a few of them come over. After speaking to them briefly, Lu Chang and the others viewed this Arachnid Mother with the same fiery gaze. It really didn't occur to me that you don't even spare pregnant women. Dusty. Lu Chang hemmed and hawed and licked his tongue. Even pregnant women. Mo Liuli's breathing became ragged and a strange blush appeared on her face as she gasped. After all, there is such a poly. What a completely unthought of path and method. Instead, a hint of suspicion swept across in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Dusty? And Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Duan. It's the same as Wang Duan's name. That's a bit too much of a coincidence. Just after thinking that Wang Chen might not even have awakened his occupation, and that the two people could definitely not be one person, that glimmer in her eyes dimmed again. In her mind she thought again of a poor teenager who spent a lot of time with his sister in a satchel. It's just that the gap between himself and him should be getting wider and wider. Even if she didn't want to, the position and status of the two would become out of reach with the push of time. There was nothing she could do about it even if there was a million things she didn't want to do in her heart. Hey, what are you doing here? Hurry up and give birth to me. Wang Dust kicked the Arachnid Mother at this time so that it would continue to give birth to baby spiders. The Arachnid Mother was stifled and angry, and immediately went into a frenzy of production. The light flashed and a steady stream of tiny spiders poured in.
Wang Dust had the mechanical spiders under his control severely injure all of these small spiders, and then came over with them in his mouth, allowing Lu Chang and Xiao Xiao to patch them up. Right at this moment, Lu Chang's body flashed with light as he excitedly shouted, "I've awakened a new skill." Hearing this, Wang Chan's face darkened. God knows what strange skills Lu Chang had awakened again. Lu Chang pulled up his panel at this time and said, "This skill called Clarity Technique looks pretty decent. It shouldn't have any strange effects. The normal nurse's Clarity skill is to restore magic power to her teammates while boosting her chanting speed. But given the blood lessons learned before, Wang Dust wasn't sure if Lu Chang's skills were normal. When Li Mengmeng heard that Lu Chang had awakened the Clarity Technique, she shouted, "Hey, that little fatty over there, put a Clarity Technique on me so that I can get my blue back." Hearing this, an embarrassed look appeared on Lu Chang's face. "No, so what? All my skills have a little side effect. You'd better not use them." Hearing this, the few people present revealed puzzled looks. It was the first time they had ever heard of a side effect to a nurse's skill. Li Mengmeng said with a big grin, "What side effects? Don't worry, this young lady can carry it." Seeing Lu Chang dilly-dallying, he was still unwilling to use his skills. Li Mengmeng said, "What are you dawdling about? Are you good or not? How can a man be told by a woman that he can't?" Lu Chang was immediately on fire. "This is what you volunteered for. I didn't force you." However, in order to prevent being beaten, Lu Chang chickened out and ran to Wang Duan's side. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chang took the cheap magic staff of his and waved it at Li Mengmeng. A blue magic formation instantly surfaced and transformed into several rays of light that landed on Li Mengmeng. What only made Lu Chang a bit surprised was that the single release of the Clarity Technique had turned into a group in his hands, releasing a huge aura that directly enveloped the three girls. The three girls' faces froze. What a wide range of clarity spells. Not bad for mutated milk. Is it hard to believe that my skills are positively mutated this time? Lu Chang was delighted in his heart. Chapter 48, Why are you covering my eyes again? With the flickering of the magic array, blue points of light emerged from the three girls. These points of light then burrowed towards the inside of their bodies, turned into blue magic. Everything is so normal. Just as Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, accidents happen. The three girls suddenly let out a gasp, their faces changing in unison, because they realized that the clothes they were wearing began to dissolve at a rapid rate. The true effects of the Clarity Technique begin to unfold. Large swaths of snow-white skin were exposed, hidden luscious curves, and the pretty faces of the three girls reddening at a rate visible to the naked eye. Wang Dust was the first to realize this. The moment their clothes started to dissolve, Wang Chen reached out his hand to decisively cover Lu Chang's eyes. Lu Chang was shocked and panicked. "Brother Dust, what happened? Why did you suddenly cover my eyes again? Strange. What am I going to say again?" Wang Dust once again calmly said, "That scene in front of you is a little cruel. You better not look at it." Lu Chang was once again moved. "Ooh, Brother Dust, you're so good to me." At this point, the three girls were screaming. They covered their bodies in horror, and although they were doing their best to cover up, it had no effect, and their clothes were still dissolving at a rapid rate. And the terrified scream convinced Lu Chang. He was able to imagine that his skills should cause terrible consequences. Wang Dust's eyes glazed over a bit at this time. "Asshole, what did you do to me? Don't look, don't look." And Xiao Xiao's entire body was at a loss for words. What's going on? How can the Clarity Technique have this kind of side effect? Li Mengmeng could not cry, and could only squat on the ground and try her best to cover up. "I don't know." Mo Liuli's face was also filled with a look of surprise, and her entire body was dumbfounded. It was good that they realized that Wang Duan had covered Lu Chang's eyes in time. Wang Dust said with great righteousness, "Don't worry guys, I didn't see anything. I've closed my eyes." He let the glow from his mask die down. The three girls breathed a huge sigh of relief. They then hurriedly changed their clothes. Wang Dust just watched silently from here. There are bargains to be had. Only Wang Duan still preferred to see in Xiao Xiao. Those legs are just so nice. But Mona Li also has an explosive body. As for Mo Lioli, Wang Dust moved his gaze away after one look. He noticed that the girls' inside clothes had changed again at some point. "I'm sure I snuck out a few more times while painting copies." Mo Lioli's shortcoming of being easily agitated is probably an advantage for some men who are looking for it. But Wang Dust was genuinely not interested. While waiting for a few people to change their clothes, Wang Dust went over to continue exploiting the Arachnid Mother. Finally the Arachnid Mother slumped to the ground and stated that she was done. Literally not a drop left. But Arachnid Mother's dedication pays off. And Xiao Xiao and Li Mengmeng came to level 19, and Mo Lioli came to level 18. Lu Chang, on the other hand, had risen to level 17, but their rank was nothing compared to Wang Dust. At this time, Wang Chen's level was as high as 28, and Xiao Xiao and the others looked at Wang Duan enviously. To raise one's level to 28 within a few days,
I'm afraid that it would be unprecedented in the entire history of the profession. Previously, there had been a son or daughter of a large family who, with the help of the family elders, had barely managed to brush up to level 25 in 10 days, but now only 3 or 4 days had passed, and Wang Chen was already at level 28. At this time, Wang Chuan had the equipment that had burst out earlier and had his army of mechanical spider clan collect all of them. Taking advantage of this, Wang Dust moved his fists and arrived in front of the arachnid mother. Bang! Without hesitation, he threw a punch. The arachnid mother died instantly, turning into a brilliant, fourfold glow. Wow! Amidst the shocked gazes of several people, countless rare materials and equipment burst out from within. Cozy! Wang Dust quickly swept through these materials. Just looking over, there were as many as 3 or 4 pieces of silver equipment, and 5 or 6 pieces of bronze equipment, not to mention other rare materials. Too bad it didn't pop out gold equipment. If this arachnid was level 30 and up, there was still hope that it would pop. Too bad the arachnid mother is so low. However, after a cursory scan of the attributes of these silver equipment, they all belonged to the very top silver equipment. It's almost comparable to some of the weaker gold gear, and they were already considered to be from a good family if they novice professionals could have silver level weapons to use. These rich women, for example, use magic wands that are silver level. Wang Dust piled up all the equipment that had exploded in front of him, including those spider demons that popped out earlier. He was now going to thoroughly strengthen his super god armament, incorporating every part into his equipment. Chapter 49, Strength Enhancement, Acquiring New Skills Again. At this time a massive amount of experience poured into Wang Chen's body, but unfortunately there was no breakthrough, and it was still a small way short of level 29. So much equipment. Lu Chang's eyes blossomed as he watched. This magic staff, and these gloves and shoes and belt, including these trinkets, you take them and use them. Wang Dust picked out a bunch of good equipment from it and threw it to Lu Chang. The equipment was worth around $100,000 to $200,000 at least. Lu Chang was so excited and overwhelmed that he was close to kissing Wang Dust as he held the equipment. Knowing that it was already remarkable for a civilian family to be able to buy a piece of bronze equipment, Wang Dust didn't even blink and directly put together a set for him. As for Li Meng Meng and Xiao Xiao, the 3 of them girls didn't want these equipment at all. For one thing, their families were already more privileged. Secondly, they didn't put in too much effort to brush the copies, so it would be inappropriate to ask for more equipment. Currently the legs, belly armor, head, and back armor each have 2 equipment slots. The chest armor currently has 1 equipment slot remaining due to the previous incorporation of the Goblin High Priestess gemstone, and the arms are full, with no plans to incorporate new equipment replacements at this time. Wang Dust silently calculated in his mind. He took out one of the gear in front of him. It's a red, spherical prop. Name, the compound eyes of a ghost-faced demonic venomous arachnid mother. Category, jewelry. Grade, silver. Attributes, spirit plus 160. Strength plus 125. Constitution plus 85. Incidental effect, wearing this trinket gives you enhanced vision and immunity to certain toxin attacks. Incidental skill, insight, active consumes magic power to enhance one's eyesight, as if it were day in the darkness. Description, the trinket produced by the ghost-faced demon venom spider mother after her death has more incredible effects if it can be refined into a prop or a weapon. This gear is good for incorporating into your head to boost your scouting power. Wang Dust took this compound eye and made a choice. This one can drastically improve your vision and maybe develop new skills. There was also a pair of boots on the floor that looked exquisite. Name, Ghost-Face Demon Venom Arachnid Mother Leather Boots. Category, Equipment. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Spirit plus 100. Strength plus 85. Constitution plus 45. Speed plus 120. Incidental effect, after wearing these boots, you can increase your movement speed and reduce the sound of your footsteps, allowing you to walk like a man on steep terrain. Attached skills, none. Description, shoes produced after the death of the ghost-face demon poison arachnid mother, inheriting the rare and cherished characteristics of spider-type magical creatures. They are a rare and precious piece of equipment. This one doesn't even need to be thought of. It naturally blends into the legs. As for the rest of the gear, nothing out of the ordinary. Wang Dust rummaged around for a while and eventually picked out 4 pieces of equipment that favored the defense category. He intended to incorporate these 4 pieces of equipment into his belly, chest, and back armor. This leaves the belly and chest armors with full equipment slots, and the back armor with 1 equipment slot left. The reason why Wang Dust had left an equipment slot for the back armor was because he was thinking if there was any suitable flight-type equipment to incorporate into it. In that time he could hopefully develop a jet-like flying skill. Leaving an equipment slot in both feet as well is also the idea. So much for being done with the distribution. It was accompanied by a movement of Wang Chen's mind. All of this equipment illusorily transformed into a stream of data and merged into his body. Breastplate ascension successful. Abdominal armor ascension successful. Dorsal armor ascension successful. Legs ascending successfully. Heads ascending successfully. A flash of light. The level of defense of the supremacy arms has been drastically increased by that. And the surface of the black and gold battle armor had some extra peculiar patterns on it. It looks visually stunning and looks even cooler. 100% increase in toxicity resistance of the Super God's armor. Increase in strength of Super God armament by 100%. Increase the toughness of the Super God's armament by 100%. A steady stream of beeps went off. It was no exaggeration to say that right now. And Xiao Xiao's few people were afraid that they would not be able to do anything to help Wang Chen with all their strength. The mechanical overload of the Super God armor was also unsurprisingly raised again. The duration has been increased from 15 to 20 minutes. It's more than that. In Wang Chen's field of vision, his four-dimensional attributes were also growing by leaps and bounds. The power is almost close to 60,000 already. The ever-expanding numbers are very pleasing to look at. His strength was growing by leaps and bounds at an almost geometric rate. The light flickered again. Congratulations! The ghost-faced demon venom arachnid mother's compound eye has leveled up to gold. Congratulations on your new skill, infrared scanning. New skills? Wang Dust was delighted in his heart. The binocular lenses of the Super God armor instantly changed to a light red color, and a pattern like a spider's web surfaced inside. Chapter 50, Pervert's New Skill. The field of vision instantly became wide open. The angle of vision of the human naked eye is usually 124 degrees in degrees, and when concentrated is about 1/5, or 25 degrees. But now Wang Dust could feel that his visual angle had changed to at least 300 degrees. In his field of vision, the originally dark and depressing canyon instantly became as if it was daytime. Most importantly, even with the obstacle in the way, Wang Dust was able to see the heat source behind the obstacle. Is that such a stretch? Wang Dust was shocked. Being so open in the middle of a fight means that you can avoid a lot of sneak attacks. Horses among animals have a wide field of vision, 350 degrees, and are used to avoid the attacks of natural enemies. He now suddenly felt that his eyes were comparable to a horse's eyes. Hiss! But the adjective seemed suddenly a bit odd. However, Wang Dust soon realized that he was still able to see the difference. The dimly lit canyon became rich in color to his eyes. For example, the color of hot places is brighter, and the color of some places where danger is hidden is an eerie purple-black. A small percentage of women acquire tetrachromatism due to a genetic problem. These people are able to see richer colors, such as green grasses, which may be colorful to their eyes, and they can perceive the mood of everything through the change of color. Wang Chuan did not expect that he had gained such a big surprise after absorbing the arachnid mother's compound eye. After putting away the loot in front of him that was worth $1 or $2 million, Wang Chen's spatial ring was dangerously close to not being able to fit. Getting rich. But that's not the most important takeaway. Rumble. More than 800 demonized spiders ran from all directions and prostrated themselves in front of Wang Chen. Seeing such a terrifying scene, and Xiao Xiao and Lu Chang and the others' faces changed slightly. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Wang Dust was tantamount to mastering an army of spiders. With so many demons here, he could now bulldoze through any copy of the same level. They couldn't even think of anyone among the freshmen who could be an enemy of Wang Chen. More than 800 reinforced spiders were released. There was no way to fight. The opposite side could just surrender. At this time, the professionals waiting outside to guard the replica were getting a little anxious. Li Hong frowned. According to their strength, they might go in for a few minutes and be scared out by the spiders. How come they haven't come out after such a long time? Is it possible that they encountered any accidents inside? The ones who are going in are the young generation of the big families in Luo High City. We can't afford to have any problems in our place. Well, it's not clear. If they did have an accident, this copy should show as accessible. A few people checked the copy and realized that it still showed an inaccessible status, proving that there were still people surviving inside. But that would be too weird. While they were discussing here, the passageway of the secret realm copy suddenly lit up. It's out. It's out. Healer, get over here. What are you waiting for? Li Hong was in a hurry when he saw this scene. After being inside for so long, he must have been more or less injured. As the light dissipated, Wang Chen and the others walked out from inside the copy. Seeing this scene, Li Hong's complexion froze as he looked at the several people in dismay, realizing that they were in high spirits and did not have any traces of injuries. Uncle Li, you guys are still waiting outside. Sorry for making you wait so long. And Xiao Xiao smiled slightly at Li Hong. It hasn't really been that long. Just over 30 minutes have passed since you guys entered the copy. Li Hong said subconsciously. After all, there were too many magical creatures inside. So if you wanted to brush past them, you needed to take advantage of the favorable terrain and engage in constant will battle consumption before you could hope to brush past them. The reason he felt it was long was because according to the strength of An Xiao Xiao and the others, they should have gone in and come out in a few minutes. Holding on for 30 minutes didn't help though. Normally it would take at least 2 days to brush through this copy. He guessed that in Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng and the others had found a place to hide after they went in, and had been hiding until now when they found the opportunity to come out. Otherwise they would have come out long ago. We'll go first then, Uncle Li. And Xiao Xiao waved her hand at Li Hong. And finally their group left the place by car. That's fine. You guys take it easy on the road. Li Hong suddenly felt that something was wrong somewhere. After seeing in Xiao Xiao and the others off, the warrior next to him suddenly ran over and shouted, "Boss, it's not good. It's not good. What's happening? What a mess." Li Hong frowned. As an official professional, don't you even have that kind of heart? I only saw the man's face pale as he shouted. The copy just showed that it was brushed through. Boom! This warrior's words were like divine thunder falling from the 9 heavens, splitting the crowd present on the outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did you say? Li Hong almost didn't stare his eyes out in directly sort of foul language. Chapter 51. Was she a shunquan before? 2. It wasn't just them. The rest of the professionals around them were also shocked beyond belief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Replica handbag's door. Listen to a piece. Every single one of them had a deep look of shock on their faces. The expression was dumbfounded, as if he had seen his wife cheating on his next-door neighbor. No, that's not shocking enough. It's as if he saw his wife cheating on his neighbor and then found his old mom next to him. Even saw his old man in line. All in all, the incident hit them no less hard than waking up and realizing they were sleeping in the bed of a goddess. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Li Hong took big strides to the front of the copy, and after some testing, the shock on his face turned into extreme shock. 30 minutes to finish your copy? How is this possible? Did they bring a forbidden mage in with them? A series of question marks surfaced on Li Hong's head. All he could feel now was his scalp cracking. Never met anything so shocking in my life. A group of professions with an average level of more than 10 had actually brushed through a 25-level nightmare-level copy. You should know that this nightmare-level copy can have the name of a small hell-level copy. Its difficulty was already comparable to some territory-level copies. While Li Hong and the few of them were doubting their lives, Wang Chan and Xiao Xiao and the others had already returned to Luo High City. By the way, this handsome man that I've never met before, I want to remind you of something. You mustn't brush your level too high. The maximum limit level of the trial tower of our college entrance exam is level 30. When she said this, and Xiao Xiao felt as if she was dreaming. She actually warned someone one day not to level themselves too high. It is important to realize that the 10 days of practice time given by the state is calculated. And even if there is a high-level person to bring them, they will only be able to rise to level 25 at most within 10 days. But who would have thought that there was still this pervert? Wang Dust, who could even level up to over 40 in 10 days if he wanted to. I know. Wang Dust nodded, then led Lu Chang and Xiao Xiao's people to separate. And Xiao Xiao just looked at Wang Chen's departing back as if she had lost her mind. Hey, Xiao Xiao, do you want to try to go after this bull warrior? Li Meng Meng came over and kissed in Xiao Xiao's cheeks fiercely. Nasty. And Xiao Xiao's face instantly reddened in a very cute way as she muttered. I just think that he and Wang Chen seem like somehow I feel that the two are familiar. These words made Mo Liuli feel a pang of weakness in her heart, and she coughed a few times. To hide her nervousness, she hurriedly unscrewed a bottle of water, ready to take a sip to ease her mind. Li Meng Meng shook her head like a rattle at this time and said, What are you kidding? Xiao Xiao, you really want this kid to go crazy? How can that sickly kid Wang Chen be the bull warrior in front of you? If this bull warrior is really Wang Dust, I, Li Meng Meng, will directly become Wang Dust's concubine. Listen carefully, this is what I said. Put. Mo Liuli instantly sprayed all the water in her mouth. Strange? What's wrong with you, Ruri? Why does it feel like you've been hiding something from us today? Li Meng Meng suddenly came to Mo Liuli's side in an unsuspicious manner. Ha, have you? I'm not hiding anything from you guys. Mo Liuli laughed and pretended not to care, but a lot of cold sweat had already broken out on her forehead. I saw that I was going to reveal myself if I stayed any longer. Mo Liuli stammered. Nah, I still have things to do. The toys I use at home need to be recharged. I'm leaving first. After saying that, she ignored the two men to stop her and walked directly towards the distance nervously, looking at Mo Liuli, who was so nervous that she was walking with the same hand and foot to the point of walking with her abductions. Large question marks surfaced on the heads of both Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng. Hey, I mean, Xiao Xiao, does Liuli walk with smooth turns all the time? How come I don't seem to remember? On the other side, Wang Chen arrived at the Gathering Treasures Merchant Pavilion by himself. Familiar beginnings. Countless beautiful women in short skirts and black silk surrounded them, their hands hanging down in front of their bodies and slightly bending over to ask questions. But many people recognized Wang Duan. They immediately called you over. guessed you have new materials to sell so soon? Yu wore a smile. After getting an affirmative answer from Wang Dust's mouth, Yu's eyes were still slightly lost. Coming to sell materials so soon? He must have gone to brush up on some less difficult copies. I'm guessing the material won't be that rare. I guess this investment is really going to be a loss. But she didn't show impatience or any other emotion because of it. Instead, he was still smiling as he brought Wang Chen to the VIP room, and skillfully poured tea for Wang Chen. You back off. Wang Dust waved his hand. The space ring on his hand suddenly glowed. Chapter 52 Applying for Transposition S-Class Clients. Densely packed materials instantly appeared throughout the room, burying Wang Chen and Zhou Yeye all in with a flash of light. These high-grade materials bubbled with a glittering golden light. The rich scent of magic filled the room. Geez, so much material. When Zhou Yu saw this scene, her entire body was dumbfounded, her wide-open mouth able to stuff an egg in. The impact of this scene is just too great. She casually picked up a few materials and saw that they were all at least level 20 or 30 drops. Wang Chen collected the materials and placed the spatial ring on the table. See how much these materials can be worth. I'm going to sell them all. At this moment, Zhou Yeye had not yet recovered from the shock she had just experienced, and only when she heard Wang Chuan call out to her did she react violently, running to Wang Chuan and saying excitedly, "Fine, I'll tally it up here. Please also wait a moment." When she took the spatial ring and went out, those girls outside immediately gathered around and laughed. Yu, what materials did he come to sell this time? Is there $100,000? Hearing this, Yu immediately hummed and shook the space ring in her hand. This time he's brought several $1 million worth of materials. Not only did she offset all the money from the previous space ring, she was also able to get a wave of commission. The girls around them laughed at this statement, disbelief written all over their faces. How could such a young professional brush out so many rare materials? Without any nonsense, Yu directly shoved the spatial ring into their hands and let them feel it. These girls smiled and probed the ring. Then they all froze. How is it possible? There are so many materials in here? The girls in the room were all taken aback. Zhou Yeye couldn't help but show off. How far is this? What's more, he swiped all of these materials, and look at how much of the magic value on them hasn't dissipated yet. So that means he's definitely a professional with an immeasurable future. He swiped it alone. Geez, isn't he only level 28? The girls in the room blushed, but as they said the words, they suddenly covered their mouths again. Wait. What level was he last time he came? I seem to remember it was only level 16, and it's only been a few days and he's actually level 28. Such a terrifying leveling speed. Is this really something a human can do? Oh my god. Oh my god. The girls' faces flushed and their high breasts rose and fell violently, emphasizing their inner shock. The gaze as they once again looked at Zhou Yu became very envious. Zhou Yeye had really picked up a treasure this time. Zhou Yu laughed and proudly took the ring as if she was a general returning from a victory and went to find Gu Qingcheng, the head of the treasure pavilion, to report. Previously, she had not been taunted by them because of the matter of giving out the spatial ring, and now that she had taken a hard breath, her heart could not mention how painful it was. Inside the house, a stunning woman in black silk and high heels with glasses is looking at the results of the last few days. She had an explosive body, especially those long legs in black silk under her professional outfit. It has the flavor of a mature female secretary. This girl Yu has always been quite steady. Why did she suddenly give away her investment slot? Gu Qingqing stretched out her slender fingers and tweaked her lips, then lifted the paper on the table. Just then, the door to her office suddenly slammed open. Bang! Zhou Yu was so excited that she forgot to knock on the door and directly pushed it and rushed in. She shouted, "Ms. Gu, I have a heavenly good news to tell you." Seeing Zhou Yu so agitated, Gu Qingqing closed the performance sheet in her hand and frowned. Yu, what's wrong with you? Why have you become so bold these days? Don't you know you have to knock when entering my office? Or do you want to be educated by me in a small dark room again? Ha! Gu, Ms. Gu. Hearing this, Zhou Yu's face changed, and only then did she realize that she had made a mistake. Subconsciously clamping her long legs, Gu Qingqing laughed as she got up and walked over to Zhou Yeye's side, stretching out her fingers to tease her pretty face. Zhou Yeye's body trembled. Gu Qingqing leaned in closer, her red lips less than half a centimeter from Zhou Yeye's lips. Don't be so scared. If you can bring any good news I can forgive you for this dare. Otherwise I'm going to kick your ass. This time, a hot air Gu Qingqing exhaled. Zhou Yeye could clearly feel it. Zhou Yu trembled. Miss Gu, I have discovered a very talented young man. In just a few days, he has risen from more than 10 levels to close to 30. I am specially applying to you to list him as an S-rank client. Chapter 53, the $25 million ring. From over 10 levels to over 20 in just 10 days. You don't have a fever, do you? Gu Qingqing froze when she heard this, disbelief written all over her face. In all the years she had run the Chamber of Commerce, she had never heard of such a genius. She subconsciously thought that Zhou Yaya was talking about Ren Yinian, but she just read about Ren Yinian today. Just today Ren Yinian had just broken through to level 20. Their Chamber of Commerce has been collecting information on each year's gifted students, but she hadn't really heard of any such figure in Luohai City. Zhou Yaya immediately said, "Ms. Gu, I really didn't lie to you, or else I wouldn't have given him my investment quota. You'll know if you follow me to take a look." Gu Qingqing followed Zhou Yaya to meet Wang Chen in the VIP room. Gu Qingqing's eyes widened a few points the moment she saw Wang Chen. This was because Wang Chen's strength was really exactly as Zhou Yaya had said. So young to already be a level 28 professional. Looking at the boyish look on his face, he was really a student. "Hello Mr. Wang, may I ask which school you are a student of?" Wang Dus didn't avoid anything as he said, "Hello, I'm from Luohai No. 1 middle school and just graduated this year." Gu Qingqing suppressed the shock in her heart and put a standard smile on her face. "Mr. Wang is really low-key. I'm afraid that the admissions teachers of Luohai No. 1 middle school are going to receive a big surprise this year." Wang Dus didn't say anything more. "Be surprised by what you receive this year. It's not just the teachers at Bohai 1. And there's that asshole Reninan." However, he was a little surprised at how Gu Qingqing had suddenly approached him. Seeing Wang Chuan's doubt, Gu Qingqing said, "To introduce myself to you, I'm Gu Qingqing, the head of Luohai City's Jubilee Pavilion, and I'd like to invite you to become our Jubilee Pavilion's S-level customer." S-rated users? Wang Dus froze. He had heard that all major chambers of commerce would have premium members, but what exactly they were for he wasn't sure. Gu Qingqing explained, "That's right. After becoming an S-rank user of our Treasure Pavilion, you will enjoy a 30% discount on any item you buy here. You can also have an interest-free loan amount of $100 million. And this interest-free loan amount will become higher and higher as you become stronger. And you only need to repay it within 10 years. And we at the Gathering Pavilion will also help you unconditionally in any difficulties you encounter." Hearing such favorable conditions, Wang Duan froze, not to mention the 70% discount. This interest-free loan is tempting enough. Many professionals experience financial difficulties when they develop. Right now with his rank he is able to borrow 100 million. If you use the money to build yourself a superb outfit, it would be enough to put him far ahead of a professional of the same rank in 10 years. Wang Dus cautiously inquired, "What about the cost of becoming an S-class customer?" He doesn't believe in free lunches in the world. Gu Qingqing said, "The condition is very simple. Any of your transactions only need to be completed in the Treasure Pavilion. And you are not allowed to go to other chambers of commerce to sell and trade any items." Wang Dus was a bit surprised. Just this condition? No more? This condition can be said to be virtually unlimited. The Treasure Pavilion had branches in every city, even in small towns, so there was no worry about having a place to trade. But he understood it when he thought about it. When he casually went out to brush copies after becoming a high-level professional, the materials he obtained would be astronomical. As long as you trade with Jubilee, Jubilee will make a fortune. "Okay then, I promise." Wang Dus agreed without hesitation. Soon, a black and gold card with his name printed on it was handed over, with a dragon flying S letter on it. At the same time, there was an even more delicate black and gold spatial ring. "This spatial ring will be our meet and greet gift. It contains 500 squares and is worth $25 million. What Gu Qingqing said caused Wang Chen's hand to shiver and he almost didn't drop the spatial ring on the ground. He waited to wear a top-of-the-line luxury car on his hands. "Mr. Wang, you shouldn't be under so much pressure. I believe that you will be able to create more value than 100 or 1,000 spatial rings for the Treasure Pavilion in the future. And in a way we at the Treasure Pavilion are still taking advantage of it. After all, not everyone is able to easily rope in a genius who is so young." Gu Qingqing greatly spoke out what was in her heart. Such a frank act made Wang Chen feel very comfortable in his heart. And he smiled. "Then I can't let Miss Gu and also Miss Zhou down in the future." The cooperation was successfully completed. And Gu Qingqing had a smile on her face. If Wang Chen was able to develop as she expected, maybe there's hope for her to get a promotion. This Luo High City head, she long ago did not want to be. Chapter 54, Brother, you've been adopted? After the materials were accounted for, the total value was over $3 million. Zhou Yeye transferred all the money as much as she could to Wang Chen's card. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chen asked, "Ms. Gu, I'd like to ask if we have any high-level healers here?" "A high-level healer?" Gu Qingqing froze as she said, "The healers I know aren't very high-leveled. Most of them are in the 50s. The high-leveled healers you're talking about should be level 70, 80 and upwards. Healers like that are rare. And as you know, it's a staggering price to pay to be able to train a support profession at such a high level." Wang Dus said, If a disease like paralyzed legs and nerve necrosis requires the hand of a high-level healer, how many levels at least are needed? And how much does it cost to invite them to come out? Gu Qingqing looked at Wang Chen and said, that would require at least 70 levels. And it also needs to be supplemented with a large amount of rare materials, so it might need a few hundred million at a conservative estimate. Zhou Ye looked at Wang Chen, curious as to why Wang Chen would suddenly say such words. A level 70 professional? A few $100 million? Wang Dust silently calculated in his heart for a while. It would have been astronomical and out of reach for him. But now, according to his current upgrade progress, it probably won't take a year to be able to save that much money. When the time came, he could ask Gu Qingqing to find a high-level healer for him. Wang Dust then inquired about how much it would cost to treat a deeply comatose patient. Gu Qingqing went to make some inquiries for him. The final price given is the same as the price given for the treatment of necrotic paralysis of both legs. This also meant that Wang Chen needed to prepare at least $1 billion. Gu Qingqing couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Wang, do you have a friend with such a disease that you want to help treat? If so, it's best to treat it within 5 years. Or else if it drags on, there might not even be a way for a high-level professional to do it. Wang Dust said, that's right, my sister's legs are paralyzed. My parents before, because of the accident, also became a vegetable. Now also past 1 or 2 years. Gu Qingqing and Zhou Ye's eyes flashed with sympathy. They didn't expect such a young teenager in front of them to have such a tragic encounter. Although Wang Chen was overpowered, the difficulty involved in trying to gather 1 billion in such a short period of time was still self-evident. Gu Qingqing said, Mr. Wang, I know you want to help your family, but in the early stages, I still recommend investing the funds in yourself. Only when you rank high will you be able to create more value. After all, the higher the rank, the faster you earn money. Wang Chen nodded his head and said, I know the pros and cons of it. Thanks for the reminder. Ms. Gu. He wanted to raise enough money quickly, and he also thought that if he could have an advanced healer treat his family as soon as possible, he would be left with relatively fewer after effects. After all, it's not good for their health to drag it out. Wang Dust then spent $500,000 to $600,000 on some rare supplements for his parents and sister. Wang Duan rushed to the hospital. These days he's upgraded all of his parents' beds to the advanced care unit. He also hired a caregiver to take care of him, so he didn't have to run here every day. Put down the various items in your hand. He then sat in the hospital bed chair and looked at his parents lying in bed. Just watch in silence. A sea change in just a few days. The sunlight hid Wang Duan's face through the curtains that were lifted in the breeze. He hadn't thought about it. In such a short time, he was able to come here from the cheapest ward on the lowest floor. Wang Dust got up and pulled back the curtains. It's not just the light that can be seen here. You can also see the skyscrapers in the distance, overlooking a clear sky. Wang Dust never expected it either. Stand tall and the view will be this beautiful. Looking back at his parents in the hospital bed, whose faces were much rosier than earlier, Wang Dust revealed a pleased smile. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Sooner or later, I'll wake you up, and I'll find them to get back all the debts they owed me in the first place. When he left, Wang Dust released 2 intruders to guard the bottom of the bed, so as to be able to monitor the situation of their parents at all times. Back home, Wang Luohan was tinkering with the new cell phone in her hand. These heavenly dust asked Mo Liuli to buy many things for Wang Luohan, and there was a large pile of packages piled up next to him. After all, he didn't know anything about what girls liked. Seeing Wang Chuan come back, Wang Luohan asked excitedly, Brother, you're back. I heard little fatty say that you've got a rich woman on your side. Is that true? Wang Dust was confused. When did Fatty tell you about this? Wang Luohan said. Little Fatty said that you have so much money only after you fell in love with a rich woman. Otherwise, where did you get the money to buy so many things? Wang Dust's face darkened. This guy is so out of his league. Wang Luohan said with some heartache, Brother, I heard that rich women are all very eccentric and hard to serve. What kind of wire ball do they like to use? Chapter 55, I bought you all the fake stuff. Hearing this, Wang Duan man was dumbfounded. Where did you hear all this stuff, sister? Wang Luohan subconsciously said. It was all told to me by little Fatty. Wang Dust immediately gritted his teeth and said, Don't listen to him, this guy really has itchy skin. Let's see if I don't beat him to death. Wang Luohan pursued. Brother, tell me what that wire ball means? I asked little Fatty and little Fatty didn't say. He told me to ask you. Wang Dust said. The wire ball means that you need to do a lot of chores in a rich woman's house, like using it to scrub dishes. Don't you ask? And I didn't get adopted by a rich woman. Your brother is a serious professional after he awakened his profession. He works these days, and I earned all the money myself. Wang Luohan let out an "oh," then began to pick through the packages on the floor with gusto. These are the new clothes Wang Duan bought for her. Disassembling and disassembling. Wang Luohan looked at these big brand clothes. People are silly. Brother, if memory serves, This is a Chanel dress, isn't it? Don't these things cost tens of thousands apiece?
I heard it was made from some rare demonic leather.
And isn't this bag Hermes?
I heard it takes the skin of some abyssal demon to make one.
And it's all handmade. Wang Dust was originally drinking magical honey water, almost spit out a mouthful of water. He hadn't expected Mo Lioli to be so generous. He would have given Mo Lioli $1 million. These clothes are estimated to go a fraction of the way. Wang Dust said. These are all pirated, high-fashion ones.
Which is not that expensive. One piece is a few $1,000s at most.
You don't know that there are fewer mechanic awakened professions now.
So I earn quite a lot.
Wang Luohan will believe it. She looked at these things and said, but I feel how it's all so delicate. Can high simulation do this? Wang Dust prevaricated. Don't you care so much, just see which one you like and wear it yourself.
If her sister knew that the ring on her hand was worth $25 million, it was expected that she would be stunned into fainting.
After thinking about it he added, well, don't go overboard, wear it carefully, don't wear it out. It's high fashion, but it's pretty expensive.
Wang Luohan babied these clothes in her arms and said, I'll be careful even if you don't say so.
One piece is so expensive.
Before we wore dozens of dollars a piece of clothes.
Seeing his sister so happy, Wang Duan also smiled.
Then he returned to his room and ordered 2 cups of honey snow milk tea.
After thinking about it, he ordered another cup of Nesquik's tea.
The Snow King has accompanied me for so long in my poverty,
and I can't just abandon it. But what exactly is the flavor of this high-end milk tea? Or should I let my sister taste it? In the days that followed, Wang Dust lived a boring life. In addition to bringing Lao upgrades, he'll have nothing else. He stuck himself at level 29. It's just that much closer to level 30. Lu Chang's level was brought to 25 by him. This guy has awakened a few more skills, but none of them are reliable. And look at his bitter face.
I'm sure the effects of these skills are even more perverse than the previous ones.
Wang Dust patted Lu Chang's shoulder.
Tell him to read less of that stuff.
Lu Chang said sadly.
I tore up all those teachers' portraits and posters that I had previously offered at home and replaced them with Buddha statues and Taoist ancestors.
How come they didn't work? On this day,
Dust was brushing his cell phone when he saw a message suddenly pop up from the class group. In the photo is the still sunny and handsome Ren Enian.
As if it were a shining star, glittering.
Behind him was a large pile of demonic corpses. Several students in the group were discussing it excitedly.
Eel has eel news, have you guys heard about this? Ren Enian has brushed 2 secret realms in the past few days and his level has already reached 23. Pissing 5 feet into the wind. What? 23 levels? The highest level in our class is just over 10 now, right? Spear dipped in.
Poking whoever dies, I heard that on the first day.
Ren Enian spent a huge amount of money to buy a copy.
It seems to be there in the poison mushroom forest,
but I don't know who grabbed it first, or else Ren Enian would definitely have been level 25 by now. Seeing this Wang Duan froze. It can't be that coincidental, can it?
He had unexpectedly spoiled Ren Enian's good deed by mistake.
This is much more interesting now. A smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Watching the group clamor, he had no intention of discussing it. Only level 25?
If not for the trial tower restrictions, he had long since brushed up to level 40 by now. That's when the conversation gradually ran to him.
Crocodile has a crocodile report that said, what are those students in our class who didn't awaken their professions doing now? Are they all working now? Should we go see Mr. Wang Duan? Is he still in the hospital recovering from his injuries? I don't know, but I think he's still in the hospital. Chapter 56 I'm the horseman of the apocalypse.
The poor monk has already returned to secularism. Look at him, what to do.
Now is the time to practice leveling. I'm still in the field now. I say a little bit hard to hear. After we are 2 classes of people, this life cannot have any intersection.
The rest of the people were silent for a while at this time before someone said,
that's right, we'll all be professionals from now on. He doesn't even have a profession, but he's really pitiful. Lonely black fungus, words cannot say so. We at least also a classmate. There is an opportunity or can help him it. You see Ren Enian have not been to help him?
As the crowd spoke,
they began to pat Ren Enian on the back again. After discussing it for a while,
the topic of these people gradually began to turn crooked. These people began to discuss the civilian school flower of Luo High Second Middle School.
Lu Ning Ning.
It says that she was previously captured within the Goblin Cave and later rescued by a mysterious master. Everyone is speculating who this mysterious master is.
Since we're talking about schoolgirls,
they inevitably talked about in Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng again.
After all,
the professions that these guys had awakened were all high-level professions.
The only person who could break bread with Ren Enian.
It looks like this year's college entrance exam will be very exciting.
And I don't know exactly who will be able to take first place in the trial tower.
Some people support in Xiao Xiao and others because of their beauty.
But there are others who are 100% firm on Ren Enian. It is believed that Ren Enian will be able to achieve the first place in the city this year. It's not impossible to even get first place in the province. Lonely Black Fungus, I heard that guy Du Lacey from Luo Haino. 2 middle school isn't weak either. Didn't he awaken the S-rank profession Thunder Law King? Isn't he over level 20 now? Rumored to be only a few levels behind Ren Enian. In the end, everyone's attention was focused on the two men, Ren Enian and Du Lacey.
There was speculation as to which of these two would finish first in the city.
Still, there are more people in favor of Ren Enian. After all, Ren Enian's family is too good. In such a short time,
Ren's family had built him a superb silver equipment.
It's not that you can't do better. It's just that the gauntlet restricts occupations to wearing it up to gold level. Wang Dust had previously wondered if his armament involved a violation, but on second thought, his equipment was part of his profession, so there should be no problem. And in the secret realm, Ren Enian looked at the weather tonight and let out a long breath. He wiped the lance in his hand and said, although the first time I brushed the secret realm there was a bit of a mishap, but fortunately these past few times have been quite smooth, and my level has come to 25, so I shouldn't have any problems getting into the Imperial Capital University. At this time, the black-robed man next to him laughed. That's of course. With young master's strength you'll have absolutely no problem getting into the Imperial Capital University. That being said, that kid doesn't know how he got so lucky to be able to have such a heaven-defying profession as the Knight of the Apocalypse. He hadn't finished his sentence. Ren Enian's face suddenly chilled. He walked in front of the man's eyes and said with an icy expression, remember this clearly. The profession of Horseman of the Apocalypse originally belongs to me, not to that lowly reptile. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Do you understand?
The man trembled and nodded.
Young master, I understand. This thing was originally yours.
Only after hearing this did Ren Enian's frown stretch,
putting away the terrifying killing aura on his body. He sat down on the ground and said indifferently, all of you remember this clearly.
It was only due to some accident that caused that kid to obtain this occupation, but that accident has now been corrected by me. I am the one who is entitled to have the Horseman of the Apocalypse.
And as you can see by now, I am now a god on high.
And that kid is just lying in the hospital languishing,
like his punk parents, and will probably be dead before long. At the end of his words, an icy smile surfaced on Ren Enian's face.
I was going to leave him in agony for decades, but my father has repeatedly emphasized the need to eliminate the root of the problem.
Just as well, I want that boy to not see the sun tomorrow. At the hospital where Wang Duan's parents are, suddenly a beat-up van drove up.
Inside sat two men with tattoos and cigarettes in their mouths,
looking like gangsters.
These two were the very people who had received the notice from the Ren family to secretly execute Wang Chen and his parents. Taking out folding knives from their arms, the two men extinguished the cigarettes in their hands, opened the car door and headed towards the hospital.
Chapter 57, Oh Old Ma, the Old Horse.
That kid should be staying inside this hospital.
Right? Definitely staying inside this hospital.
A person who relies on an artificial heart to survive and is so severely injured,
he definitely won't be able to get out of the hospital in the short term.
The two men talked in low voices as they crossed the corridor. The man with the scarred face whistled at the nurse on duty inside, only to freeze when they arrived at the hospital room. They found out that the ward was inhabited by other patients. The two took out their photos and compared them.
Make sure it's not Wang Duan's parents who live here. That's not right. Didn't they say that kids' parents live here too? Did they change wards? Scarab said in dismay. Whatever. Let's go check on the kid first. The two men frowned as they arrived at Wang Duan's hospital room given on the intelligence and found it empty through the visiting window. Stopped a passing nurse to ask about it.
The two realized that Wang Chen had been discharged from the hospital.
How is this possible? How can this kid recover so quickly? What recovery? Must have run out of money to get out of the hospital. Scarface Old Horse retorted. So how did his mom and dad get transferred to the advanced ward? Eggplant felt something was wrong. Why do you care so much? Our mission is to kill and take the money and run.
The old horse touched the scar on his face and had walked towards the senior ward.
Eggplant knocked out the nurse on duty in 3 hits. Old Ma stopped Eggplant's operation to undress the nurse. What time is it? You still care to do such things?
Hurry up and go inside to do something big.
The old horse shouted. Okay, I see this chick is pretty hot too. I didn't hold back for a moment.
Eggplant took the butterfly knife out of his hand and shook it in his hand a few times.
The two of them then smoothly arrived at Wang Chen's parents' hospital room.
There's no mistaking that it's the kid's mom and dad that live in here.
Do it. The two men pushed their way inside. Killing 2 vegetarians couldn't have been easier.
Just take care of these two. They would then go to Wang Chen's house and settle it along with Wang Chen and his crippled sister.
And then they could run away.
The thought of $2 million coming into their hands already made the two men burst out laughing with excitement.
First things first, 1 million for you. 1 million for me. Go to the clubhouse first to have a good time. I've long had my eye on a chick.
The old horse flung the spring-loaded knife in his hand, but before they could approach the sickbay, a sudden shrill came through the air. A silver-white mechanical spider violently catapulted out of the darkness and pounced on the old horse's face. Its sharp knobbly limbs dug viciously into his flesh. Aha, what is this thing? Old Ma let out a scream at once, and dropped the spring-loaded knife in his hand, and began to tear the spider from his face. You don't want to live. Watch out for drawing people in. Eggplant, sweating anxiously, also rushed to help old Ma to yank the spider from his face. Just bear with me. WOJ, what are you doing? Ah! The eggplant tore the spider off with a violent force, but this one also brought down a big chunk of the old horse's face. Eggplant then took the butterfly knife and viciously zapped the mechanical spider to death, throwing it to the ground and stomping it hard. Holy, what the hell is this? Why is there a demon in this ward? The two thought it was a demon that had been accidentally mixed in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a ing loss. The old horse covered his face and cursed vaguely several times. Just at that moment, another intruder tried to rush over. Eggplant's quick eyes killed the intruder outright with a bang. Old me is at least a level 20 warrior, but I was almost undermined by a tiny demonic creature. The old horse spat a mouthful of bloodied spit and kicked the spider on the ground with his foot. A mechanical demon? That's quite rare. Eggplant glanced at the spider on the floor. Forget it, just hurry up and finish these two off and go. When have I ever suffered such a loss? Hostility flashed in the old horse's eyes, for fear of another mechanical spider attacking him. Old horse opted for a snakeskin walk. Look at me. Get in position. Get in position. But he hadn't taken 2 steps. 2 sharp and huge knuckles suddenly reached down from the ceiling, puffing, instantly running the old horse's body back and forth. Blood splattered on top of the white walls. This? He looked to his chest and a slurred sound came out of his mouth, because the alveoli were punctured. A large froth of blood came out of his mouth. Quick cheese, catch my knife. Before he died, Old Ma used his last strength to throw the knife in his hand to Eggplant. Old Ma. Ah! Old Ma ah! Eggplant's entire body collapsed. Because it was so sudden, he didn't react at all. He looked upward with a face full of fear, only to see a huge mechanical spider perched on the ceiling at some point, with a level of over 30. 2 rows of scarlet-red compound eyes flickered with shimmering light in the darkness, like demons. Chapter 58. The shocked eggplant. Seeing the eggplant looking toward him, the mechanical spider cracked its muzzle and hissed, with a foul-smelling spray of fishy wind and slime. Lift the eggplant's hair and coat. No, don't. She's turned and tried to escape. Pust. Another sharp spider silk shot out. It was firmly wrapped around him, dragged him back in an instant. Meanwhile, Wang Duan, who was sleeping at home, opened his eyes violently. He sat up violently, breaking out in a cold sweat. Not good. Something's happened at the hospital. Wang Dust opened the window and leapt towards the bottom. In mid-air, black and gold armor enveloped his entire body, instantly completing his super god armament. Bang! After landing, Wang Chen instantly turned on mechanical overload and ran furiously towards the hospital. Luckily, home is close enough to the hospital. In less than a minute Wang Duan arrived at the hospital. With a leap, Wang Chen directly climbed up to the window of the ward where his parents were staying. At this time, in the middle of the ward, the old horse was already dead beyond repair, and the mechanical spider was chewing on his corpse. And the eggplant, crumpled in fear, was entangled as if it were a mummy, and its mouth was wrapped in a deadly web of spider silk, hanging above the ceiling. Seeing a mech suddenly tumble in through the window, the eggplant scared even more. There were even slurred sounds coming out of his mouth. After checking that there was nothing wrong with his parents, Wang Chen let out a sigh of relief. An icy chill then enveloped his face. Luckily, he's left an afterthought here today, feeling uneasy about leaving a mechanical spider behind on the way out. Have this mechanical spider use its mimicry skills to camouflage itself above the ceiling? No, and then the consequences are really unimaginable. Wang Dust signaled the mechanical spider to put the man down. Wang Dust went over and directly choked the eggplant's neck and picked him up, ripping the spider silk off his mouth as he did so. Eggplant was so scared he was about to pee. You, who are you? He still hadn't figured out why there was a level 30 plus elite level demonic creature in the ward. Wang Dust disarmed the mechanical armament on his head. Seeing the appearance of the teenager in front of him clearly, Eggplant's eyes rounded. He said incredulously, You're Wang Chen, weren't you scrapped a long time ago? Where did you get this outfit? And this spider? Great shock filled the Eggplant's heart. Before making his move, he had already understood all of Wang Chen's information clearly. By all rights, the current Wang Chen should be a waste of space who had to gasp for air when he walked. The next moment the Eggplant saw Wang Chen's rank. His eyes almost didn't fly out. How is it possible? You're actually level 29. What on earth has happened here? All of a sudden his whole body was confused.
He even wondered if he was dreaming. The impact that the scene in front of him brought was just too great. Wang Chen said coldly, "Where is all the nonsense? Ren Inian sent you, right? I didn't expect that guy to even try to make a move on my parents." Speaking here, an icy killing aura swept across his eyes. A great anger rolled through his chest, almost breaking through his sanity. Tonight it was that close. His parents were going to suffer. Seeing that things were revealed, the eggplant was only able to threaten. "I advise you to hurry up and let me go, or else young Master Run will definitely not let you go when he finds out about this." Wang Dust smiled coldly. He won't leave me alone when he finds out about this? That's something I should be the one to say to him. Besides, do you really think Rin Inian is my opponent? Eggplant violently rounded his eyes. What do you mean? Young Master Ren's awakening is a knight of the apocalypse, the S-rank of S-rank professions. What are you going to do against him? However, before his words fell, the super god armament on Wang Chen's body once again lit up with crimson lines, and then his four-dimensional attributes began to surge at an incredible speed. The ever-soaring values were reflected in the eggplant's terrified eyes. It seems endless. What? This? How is this possible? Your four-dimensional attributes actually all have 60,000? The immense shock exploded in Eggplant's mind as if it were a nuclear bomb, blowing his brain into a blank. The current Reninian's four-dimensional attributes seemed to be just over 10,000, and that was still with wearing a large amount of high-grade equipment. You're the devil. Eggplant felt like he was going crazy. Never been so shocked in my life. He even suspected that the dead old horse could probably be shocked back to life if he knew about this. Chapter 59, He'll see you in hell. I'm not the devil. I'm just a cornered man who happened to meet a cornered god. Wang Chuan's gaze was icy cold, seeming like a dagger in the darkness. To the me that once was, Ren Inian was very powerful. But now, he's just a prey in my eyes. Behind him unfolded two magnificent gates made of mechanical devices. Inside it shimmered with languid swirls, as if it were a giant mouth of the abyss. A dense red light lit up inside, and there was a low hissing sound. Countless mechanical spiders crowded, scurried, and wiggled inside. A terrifying aura swept out. He signaled Spider to drop the body of the man from before. Is this all the demons you control? Eggplant's eyes barely flew out. He hadn't heard of anyone who could control thousands of level 20 and 30 demons at level 20 or so since he grew up. Wang Dust took a look at the mechanical portal behind himself as he said softly, "Does that scare you? At some point in the future, this will be filled with poisonous dragons from the abyss, griffins from the sky, and giants from the molten lava." Wherever he went in those days, brilliant and sci-fi future buildings and weapons would rise from the ground. Above the dome was the magnificent starport, and above the sky were the cruising battleships. His army of billions of machines will push across any place. Suddenly, the eggplant laughed heartlessly. Ha 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 ha, I guess no one expected that Ren Inian would create a monster. And the most ridiculous thing is that he still thinks you've been a waste. Ah ha 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 ha, I told you. How can someone who can awaken the S-class profession horseman of the apocalypse be immortal? Remember to tell Ren Inian that I'm waiting for him in hell. He'll see you in hell. Wang Dust crushed the eggplant's throat expressionlessly. Throw the body to the spiders. Wang Dust then released a large number of intruders and diggers to clean up all the traces of the scene. Restore everything to its original state. Wang Dust released two more spiders to lurk above the ceiling before he left. On the other hand, Ren Inian on the other side was late in receiving news of Eggplant and Old Ma's return, which made him very impatient. These two idiots are really accomplished. Are they out fooling around again? Forget it, let's ignore them for now. The college entrance exam is in 2 days. Ren Inian told his men to notify him as soon as they had any news. He, on the other hand, grabbed the time to start practicing, aiming to level up to 25 on the day the college entrance exam arrived. Soon, a few days rushed by. Wang Dust bought a small villa in a secluded location. I don't know how long I've lived in the original old house. It's small and shabby, and it's not a good idea to let my own sister live there all the time. When faced with Wang Luohan's inquiry, Wang Duan said that he had rented it himself. In response, Wang Luohan complained vigorously about Wang Duan's indiscriminate spending. I just earned some money and I know how to spend it, and I don't know how to save up to get myself a daughter-in-law. On this day, Wang Duan pushed Wang Luohan to her new home, watching the movers place the old family's belongings into the new house one after another, and a smile spread across his face. Wow, this house is also too big. Brother, it must cost a lot of money a month for you to rent this house. Wang Luohan looked at the house, her eyes filled with heartache. Okay, let the movers put the furniture down for us first, and I'll push you around the place. This neighborhood is pretty green. Wang Dust pushed Wang Luohan around the neighborhood. Wang Luohan was very excited, pointing at the flowers for a while and the grass for a while, chirping and laughing there. And in the villa next to it,
A woman's eyes swept with a touch of dislike when she saw Wang Chen and Wang Luohan. Pop! She jerked down the curtains and muttered. What's going on here? How did a pair of cripples move in next to this? The man who was playing with his cell phone said helplessly. Can't you speak nicely? They are all neighbors, and they will all be friends in the future. The woman said relentlessly. What friends? I don't know where the dirtbag moved from. I guess he's renting a house to try to experience the feeling of being on top of people. It's really annoying. Then don't get into a fight with people. The day after tomorrow Xiao Hai is going to take the entrance exam. You don't want to affect his sleep. The man shook his head and stopped talking, returning to his bedroom. In the evening Wang Dust went out and bought a bunch of things, intending to visit the nearby neighbors. Wang Luohan volunteered to go by himself. Wang Dust agreed without even thinking about it. Before that, Wang Luohan had always been more introverted and had low self-esteem because of her legs. Seeing Wang Luohan's rare initiative to go by herself today, he readily agreed. However, not a moment later, Wang Duan saw Wang Luohan pushing her wheelchair back with her head down, and the bag in her hand was broken. Chapter 60 Taking the entrance exam. Wang Dust hurriedly walked over quickly. What's going on? Wang Luohan complained. The neighbors in the neighborhood were very nice. They all accepted the fruits I gave them, but the aunt next door was very mean. Just as I opened the door she threw the fruits out of my hand, and it took me a great deal of effort to pick them up on the ground. As soon as he heard this, Wang Dust's fire came straight up, and he pushed open the door and was about to go and settle the score with the people next door. Wang Luohan hurriedly pulled him back and said, Brother, it's better to do more than less. Since this person's attitude is bad, we just don't interact with her in the future. Don't fight with them. The ones who live here are all rich. Maybe that person is powerful. Wang Dust frowned. No way. This matter can never be let go like this. Brother, Wang Luohan doesn't let go. Okay, brother's not going. Seeing that his sister was very insistent, Wang Duan could only give in. But in the back of his mind, he made a mental note of the account. Wang Dust skimmed the villa next door. It's finally senior day. Brother, are you really going to take the entrance exam? I've heard that the trial tower is quite dangerous. Or else let's not go. Wang Luohan pushed her wheelchair out of her house. Wang Dust is carrying his own satchel. It's fine. Just go and have a good time in case your brother gets a first in the province. Put. Hearing this, Wang Luohan directly laughed out loud. That's good. Then you go. Brother, I'll be waiting at home for you to come back from being number 1 in the province. Wang Luohan stood at the door and shouted. Brother, good luck with your college entrance exam. Hearing this, the window next to her was suddenly pulled open, and the woman leaned on the window and shouted. What are you shouting for in the early morning? You're the only one with a loud voice, aren't you? Wang Luohan blanched and hurriedly shrunk her neck. Wang Chen couldn't hold back the anger in his heart as he walked up quickly. Is my sister in your way? Whose voice is loud? You don't even look at yourself. What are you shouting here like a shrew? The woman was startled by Wang Dust's aura, but she still colored and said, look at you like this and you still get good grades. Get good grades my ass. Do you know my son Wang Hai? He could have awakened the A-class profession Earth Magician this year. Are you as good as him? Hearing this, Wang Duan directly both laughed. Wang Luohan, on the other hand, was startled. A-class professional? That's a very powerful person. At this time the man in the house hurriedly pulled over the woman and smiled apologetically at Wang Chuan. I'm sorry, young man. This one in my house just got up in the morning with a bad temper. Please forgive me. The woman shouted. What are you pulling me for? Quickly let go. I'll go out today and have to beat this brat to death. Alright, cut the crap. Don't delay your son's college entrance exam today. There was a touch of anger in the man's voice. The woman stopped talking at once and just grunted a few times. It didn't take long to see a young man in a punching bag walk out of the house. It's none other than Wang Hai. He froze when he saw Wang Duan. How come it's you? You're also taking the entrance exam today? The woman froze. Son, you know him? Wang Hai didn't even think about it and taunted. Who doesn't know our sickly kid from Luo Hai no? One middle school. Just the punk I told you about earlier who lives on an artificial heart. It really didn't occur to me that he would have the guts to take the entrance exams. Isn't it purely white for him to enter the trial tower? Ha 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 ha. What? I thought this kid was so powerful, but it turns out he's a loser. The woman's mood was soothed when she heard this. He looked at Wang Chen and his eyes were full of complacency. A lofty look also appeared on his face. Wang Dust looked at the several people with a calm face. Wang Hai gave Wang Duan a thumbs up and down a few times, smiled theatrically, and then left. It's my fault, brother. Wang Luohan came to Wang Chen's side at this time. The face was full of self-condemnation. I don't blame you. Sister, wait at home. Brother will give you a big surprise. Wang Dust rubbed his sister's head. He looked at Wang Hai's departing back.
A cold smile appeared. Rohai I. Early in the morning it was packed with parents who had sent their children to the college entrance exam. There are also many TV reporters around the area who are responsible for interviews. Unsurprisingly, today's hot topic is Rin Inian, the proud son of Luo Haino. One middle school. Countless gazes full of anticipation were gazing into the distance. Not a moment later, a stretch limousine drove by. The car door opens. Getting out of the car was none other than the sunny and handsome Rin Inian. As soon as they saw Rin Inian appear, the people around them let out a surprised cheer. Reporters even rushed over and started interviewing Rin Inian, itching to shove the microphone into his mouth. The reporters rushed over to Rin Inian and started interviewing him. Chapter 61 Preparation for the high school examination. Faced with so many reporters, Rin Inian courteously cooperated with them to say a few words. His speech also caused a burst of applause and the sound of countless fangirls cheering. At this moment, all eyes and sights converged on Rin Inian, who was the center of attention in the room. And such a scene also happened in front of many high schools in Rohai City. Luo Haino, 2 middle school, the civilian school flower Lu Ning Ning, Lien Yunxi and others were also being interviewed. Faced with the question of whether or not he had suffered any misery within the goblin caves, Lu Ning Ning, Lien Yunxi both hurriedly denied with a blushing face, stating that absolutely nothing of that sort had happened. This dimmed the gleam of excitement in the eyes of many journalists. As for those excited students, they also lowered their heads one by one, and there seemed to be tears glistening in their eyes. What are you all disappointed about? Lu Ning Ning was about to die of anger. Well, at this time, a blue-haired teenager came up to me. It was none other than the Thunder Dharma King of Rohai Tugdurath. Dulacy came and immediately attracted all the reporters around Lu Ning Ning. Wow! After all these days of practicing, Thunder Faunus level is already as high as level 21. It's really terrifying. May I ask Thunderlord if you have any tips when leveling? Do you like to wear your equipment in before entering the various caves? Do you feel more comfortable with your gear on or without it? Do you think it's better to go faster or slower into the cave? Or do you prefer to go in and out? Who do you think will be your strongest competitor in this college entrance exam? Ron Inian or Mo Lioli from Luo Haino? One middle school? Or someone like in Xiao Xiao? In the face of a reporter's incessant questions, Durez said he was just number 1. Dusty. Lu Chang ran over this time panting and carrying his wand. He saw Ren Inian who was surrounded by the crowd and immediately said, "Look at his stinking show-off. Brother Dust, if it wasn't for the fact that you have received financial assistance from Ren Inian, I would like to say a few words about him. I always feel that he doesn't seem like a good person. Brother Dust, you won't be unhappy if I say this, right?" Wang Chen looked at Ren Inian and calmly said, "How could I be unhappy?" Lu Chang froze, "But didn't you often praise Ren Inian before, Brother Dust? Hey, what's going on?" Only then did Wang Duan ask, "Why did you come to our first middle school? Aren't you in the second middle school?" Lu Chang hemmed and hawed and said, "Didn't I want to find you to team up? It's not like there's a school restriction on us teaming up." It was then that Wang Dust remembered this. The two just went into the middle of the school. Ren Inian looked at Wang Chen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare this kid come to take the entrance exam? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Only a small half of the class had come at this point. The rest had given up on the entrance exam. When the class teacher Chen Sun saw Wang Duan coming, he hurriedly pulled Wang Duan out and said, "Wang Duan, how did you get out of the hospital so quickly? Are you alright?" Faced with Chen Sun's words of concern, Wang Chen smiled. "Don't worry, homeroom teacher. I was discharged from the hospital a long time ago, and I even went out to brush up on my grades, wanting to take the college entrance exams and come to try out." Chen Sun was a bit worried. "Are you sure you can really do it? You even fainted when you awakened before. It scared me. I went to the hospital to see you later, but the hospital people said that you were discharged a long time ago." Wang Dust said, "Don't worry, homeroom teacher. Besides, isn't the trial tower free to exit at any time when it encounters danger? I'm not going to tough it out." Only then did Chen Sun agree to let Wang Duan participate. After all, participating in the trial tower was also beneficial for professionals. "You mustn't push yourself." Chen Sun still gave 1,000 instructions. Back in the middle of the classroom, the gazes of the people looking at Wang Chen were full of doubts and incomprehension. And there were even some taunting gazes. "This kid Wang Chen really doesn't know what's good for him. What a laugh. How dare you come to the entrance exams with this little body? Yeah, I really don't know what he's thinking. Can't he keep his loser sister over?" These people's words naturally fell on Wang Chen's ears, but Wang Chen ignored them. This kind of people, he was too lazy to get acquainted with them. But of course, if he bumped into these people in the middle of the trial tower, he wouldn't mind making a move to teach them a lesson. After all, words were useless, and he never used words to punch his face, but his fists. Chen-sun over here couldn't help but sigh when he saw that only a small half of his class was left. It seems that not many people will be able to go to college this year, but the disappointment can't be shown. Chen-sun still said to the crowd with enthusiastic words, "Congratulations to all the students. All of you who are able to sit here today are confident in your own strength. Next, I will tell you some notes." Chapter 62, The Embarrassment of Forming a Team? The trial tower has a total of 100 floors. With your strength, brushing up to 20 or 30 floors will basically allow you to get into a good university. Those who are able to brush up to 50 floors and above are the best of the best, so you mustn't force yourselves. Everyone was listening with rapt attention because every word Chen-sun said next could have a bearing on their grades in the college entrance exam. To say who wasn't listening, it was Rin-Nan. He was the son of a big family and learned more information than these civilians knew. Some of his attention was now focused on Wang Chen. For some reason, he always felt that Wang Chen seemed to have become a little different somewhere. Forget it, a mole cricket is still a mole cricket after all. Even if it becomes different, it's still just a powerful mole cricket. Rin-Nan quickly lost interest, and at that moment, Chen-sun's conversation came to an end. As your homeroom teacher, on this day, I sincerely hope that all of you will be able to get into a good university, especially Rin-Nan. I hope that you will do well and strive to get into God's capital university. Everyone cheer up. The entrance exam will start in a while. Let's go out and line up first, and prepare to enter the trial tower in a while. By the way, if you guys want to team up while you're out there, make sure you do it ahead of time. As Chen-sun had said, the so-called Gao Gao was to take the form of a small team to storm the trial tower together. With a minimum of 4 people and a maximum of 6 people. Everyone has teamed up early during this time. An embarrassed look surfaced on Wang Dust's face. During this period of time, he had only focused on bringing Lu Chang to upgrade and had forgotten about this matter. Dusty, you're not going to abandon me later, are you? Lu Chang immediately came over with his eyes wide open. When did I ever plan on abandoning you? My headache right now is that we don't have enough to make 4 right now. Wang Chuan's predicament was also quickly discovered by the class, and the gazes they looked at Wang Chuan suddenly became a little more pitiful. It's so funny that so many people are not willing to team up with the two of them. Rin-Nan, on the other hand, was surrounded by a lot more people. Soon, 5 powerful professionals had gathered around Rin-Nan, all of them being the top students of Luo Haino, one middle school's class. It seems that they all discussed in advance, worthy of being Rin-Nan. Such a luxurious lineup must be able to reach above the 50th floor. Right, really envious. The crowd could not help but let out a sigh of relief at the sight. But just at this time, there was suddenly a beautiful figure outside. She attracted the attention of countless boys upon her arrival. What a pretty girl! Isn't she the great beauty Mo Lioli from Luo High Second Middle School? The eldest miss of the Mo family, an A-class professional. Mo Lioli was also the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, and when they saw Mo Lioli arrive, countless boys' eyes looked straight. What's she doing in our school? She's not here to find Rin-Nan to form a team, is she? Seeing Mo Lioli arrive, the first thing everyone thought was that she had come to find Rin-Nan to form a team. Rin-Nan smiled faintly and was about to refuse when he saw Mo Lioli run past him without even a moment's pause. This made Rin-Nan's outstretched hand a little awkward, only to see that amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Mo Lioli excitedly ran to Wang Chen and shouted, "Wang Chen, are you not enough of a team? Count me in, count me in. I want to join your team." Hearing these words from Mo Lioli, the crowd was struck by lightning and their eyes almost flew out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I hear it right? Goddess Mo is actually going to be on a team with this kid? Am I dreaming? What kind of luck did this kid have? Surprisingly, he was able to obtain the favor of Goddess Mo. There was a ghostly cry from the crowd, and they all felt like they were going crazy. They couldn't figure out exactly why even if they tried. Rin-Nan also looked at Wang Chen with an incredulous expression. What the hell is going on here? What's this woman's problem? His face then turned a bit ugly. Not to mention him, even Chen-sun who was in the lecture hall was shocked. This. Again, he didn't figure out what was going on. Wang Duan on this side readily agreed. He was now short of people. But right now there is one more person missing. A minimum of 4 people is required. And the reason there is a minimum number of people in the high school is to make sure everyone is a team player. Being a lone wolf doesn't work. And just at that moment, there was suddenly another loud noise from outside, along with the sounds of many surprised people. Wait, there seems to be someone else outside. The crowd looked towards the outside in unison and realized that 2 more stunningly beautiful figures had come outside. Chapter 63, Squad Components Complete. Isn't that in Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng? The people present might not even recognize all of the demons, but they knew each schoolgirl like the back of their hand. Wait, they're not going to. As well. Everyone swallowed a bit as this extremely absurd idea floated through their minds. No way. If this is true, I'll eat the table right now. Some people are not dying to bet on it. But the next moment,
they saw in Xiao Xiao pulling the extremely reluctant Li Meng Meng over, and Xiao Xiao said to Wang Duan,
Wang Duan, is your team not full yet? The two of us are ready to team up with you. Ka-ching.
It was as if something shattered in the air. The sound of everyone's heart breaking.
Geez, does it make any sense? Why would even the school flower want to join Wang Duan's team? What exactly is so great about this kid?
Someone took out a mirror and took a closer look at themselves.
Is it hard to be ugly? Well, it seems to be true. I look really ugly myself. Damn it.
The man simply shattered the mirror in his hand on the floor.
Went up for a few more desperate stomps.
Li Meng Meng was still complaining.
Can't we just go find that bull warrior to team up with? He's so powerful. Why do we have to find this kid?
And Xiao Xiao laughed.
Anyway,
the two of us are already strong enough to enter a prestigious university without any problems at all.
So let's bring Wang Chen with us, and it's a favor to help him out.
Li Meng Meng helplessly said.
Alright, it can only be like this. This young lady really had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to look at a good bosom friend like you. But she's also just a punchline. At this time, Wang Chen's squad was completely formed.
For stunning beauties paired with a stunningly handsome man,
plus an immodest fat man.
The crowd was ready to ask Chen Sun if there was any justice in this, only to find that Chen Sun,
who was standing on the podium, had disappeared.
The crowd took a look and it turned out that Chen Sun had sat on his butt on the ground at some point.
Are you okay, teacher?
They hurriedly helped Chen Sun up.
Chen Sun turned pale and said,
Don't say you guys think there's no heavenly reason.
I think there's no heavenly reason. Damn it, back when I was in the college entrance exams, how come there weren't so many beautiful women teaming up with me?
The gazes of all the men present were itching to cut Wang Chen into 1,000 pieces.
Funny, this guy. Roninian gave Wang Chen an icy glance.
A girl with fiery red hair next to Roninian laughed contemptuously.
Just in time.
Originally our biggest competitors were guys like in Xiao Xiao and Mo Liuli. Now that they have this waste of a man like Zhou Chen dragging their feet, their points will definitely be lower than ours.
Chang Shanshan is right.
This leaves us with just a few competitors.
Dureth and the others from Luo High Second Middle School.
Another teenager wearing silver battle armor also smiled coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. Trial Tower group points are not divided equally though.
They are given according to contribution.
But as long as a waste like Wang Chen existed, it more or less reduced in Xiao Xiao's and Li Meng Meng's points and had some impact on their results.
It's not much, but between masters, a single point can be a gulf. Go. Ren Enian greeted his 5 companions and left the place. At this time,
all the students who had formed a team came above the square of Luo High No.
1 middle school, and here,
they saw a magnificent giant tower that stood between heaven and earth,
with an unknown number of floors that went straight up into the clouds.
There were quite a few guards standing around this huge tower,
and many teachers were busy. This giant tower was none other than the Trial Tower. Is this the Trial Tower? It's really imposing. Lu Chang's eyes glowed. Li Meng Meng, on the other hand, looked at the piles of students around her and said, I don't know who that bull warrior really is. After looking at so many people, it doesn't feel like one. Mo Lioli didn't say anything. You're damned if you feel like anyone else.
A real bullfighter is right there with you. And Xiao Xiao said to Wang Chen,
when you enter the trial tower later, you will walk in the middle of the team. We will protect you. You mustn't try to be brave. You will leave the team on your own initiative after you have saved enough points.
Faced with Xiao Xiao's words of concern,
Wang Chen's heart warmed as he smiled. Don't worry. I definitely won't hold you guys back.
Li Meng Meng at this time again said in a conspiratorial manner.
Is that so? That's not necessarily true. If you accidentally get hurt,
Xiao Xiao will be heartbroken. And Xiao Xiao's face reddened and she gave Li Meng Meng a blank look. Li Meng Meng spat out her tongue and stopped talking.
Soon, along with all the students gathered, after the head count was done, this much anticipated big test is finally about to begin. The mayor of Luo High City, as well as the top management of the education sector and the principal, also came together and sat on the podium.
Chapter 64, Dragged Down? Seeing that all these big shots had come, the students who were originally giggling in the playground also stopped talking and looked at the high platform above with unblinking eyes. Principal Lu Qian stood up and coughed aloud.
This year's college entrance exams will soon begin.
Regarding the precautions of the trial tower,
I believe that the teachers have already spoken to you, and I will not repeat them to you again. So let's keep it short and sweet.
And I'll just wish each and every one of you the best of luck on your exams and the ability to go to the college of your dreams. As soon as these words came out, the crowd of students immediately began to applaud desperately. They were really afraid that Lu Qian would give another hour-long speech that would wear out all their enthusiasm.
However, Lu Qian was still uneasy and instructed.
Regardless of the results, everyone should put their own lives first. Never force yourself.
Once you find out that you can't beat it after that, you should immediately quit. Don't try to be strong. Does everyone understand? The crowd immediately shouted. Don't worry, Principal. We understand. Lu Tian nodded his head. Then he signaled a few of the Education Bureau executives to stand up, and together they shouted. We now announce that this year's college entrance exam in Luo High City officially begins. Accompanied by some official professionals activating the devices in their hands, the huge trial tower fiercely emitted a fierce white light. A pressure that could not be put into words descended upon the entire world. The teleportation charms that all the students carried on their wrists lit up with a white glow. The teleportation has begun. Dusty, I'm so excited. Lu Chang held the magic wand and was as excited as a 200-pound child. Just like I said before, everyone take a deep breath. And Xiao Xiao also took out her magic staff, and light flashed on several of them as their respective equipment all appeared, along with a ray of light falling. All the students present were all teleported away. The huge square became empty in the blink of an eye. Let's hope that this year's college entrance exams can give us some surprises. Our Luo High No. 1 middle school's results in the province have not been good these past few years. Principal Lu Qian sighed. Didn't your school produce a talent like Rin Inian this year? Maybe this year's results are expected to improve a bit from previous years. The senior management of the Education Bureau smiled and said, full of expectations, and a hovering virtual screen appeared in front of them. All of the teachers were able to watch the full view of the trial tower, except that everyone still let the surrounding staff adjust to Rin Inian and the others. The trial tower was extremely vast. The first layer alone was 10,000 kilometers wide. Combined with the fact that it was a random teleportation, the likelihood of each squad encountering it was low, but not unheard of. The gauntlet also didn't explicitly prohibit teams from striking each other, which was considered part of the trial. It's just that people usually don't put up a fight, because they are all thinking of brushing more magic items and boosting their points, and they won't do these things that are out of their league. The 6 of Rin Inian appeared in the middle of a grassland, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately set up a formation. Rin Inian took the lead. Cheng Shanshan walked in the middle with her magic staff. As for Yi Tian, who wore silver armor, guarded the end of the line to deal with emergencies. As expected of Rin Inian, the pride of the heavens, I guess he must have brushed many copies these days and accumulated a lot of practical experience, being able to immediately unfold his formation after the teleportation was completed. Appreciation flashed in the eyes of many teachers. It's just that this year, I don't know what's going on, but in Xiao Xiao, who is also an S-ranked profession, even chose to team up with this brat Wang Duan. Someone saw in Xiao Xiao's group. They also quickly unfolded their formation. At in Xiao Xiao's request, Wang Duan and Lu Chang walked in the very center, protected by a few sisters. A scene that was more or less odd. Wang Dus didn't care. He would step in at the critical moment. He was confident that he could bring everyone up to the 50th floor and upwards, or even the 80th floor and upwards. And of course brush passes were possible. In a nutshell, his goal is for everyone inside the team to get into God's capital university. Without walking for a while, they had already met many magical creatures, all of which were disgusting creatures like kobolds. Before Mo Lioli's eyes could flash with excitement, and Xiao Xiao threw a fireball and smashed it over, wiping out all of these disgusting creatures. Hold on tight. We need to brush up on some more demons and then rush to the second level. And Xiao Xiao hoofed it and led Wang Duan and the others to brush the demons. However, because of the points being split between Wang Chan and Lu Chang, and Xiao Xiao's ranking wasn't that far ahead at the beginning, and that gap was slowly being widened. Surely I'm still being dragged down? It's a pity that such a good career, which would have had hopes of impacting Imperial University as well. A flash of heartache flashed in the eyes of Principal Lu Qian. Chapter 65, Invoking the Monstrous Incense Pouch. And Xiao Xiao now realized this too. Li Mengmeng urged, Xiao Xiao, we can't drag this out any longer. Hurry up and make a move to lure more monsters over. She had a bomb ready long ago. Could this be the legendary monster-attracting bomb? Mo Lioli's eyes lit up fiercely. It's kind of an indispensable prop. It was a kind of magic prop that could only be made with the body of a musk beast, emitting a scent that could drastically attract magical creatures for dozens of miles around. The demonic creatures here are all around level 5 to 8. We'll be able to take care of them all. And even if we cause a massive beast tide, we'll be fine. Li Mengmeng was very confident. She took the scented bag in her hand and shook it. A nice fragrance suddenly dispersed in all directions along the wind. Ho ho ho! Monsters began to roar continuously around them, only to see a jackal monster running over, and many kobolds riding jackals. The goblin knights are here. Xiao Xiao, hurry up and make a move. Dream Li gave the crowd a buff. Countless golden white feathers surfaced on the crowd, and Xiao Xiao wasn't ambiguous and directly raised her magic wand high. Countless flaming meteors in the air slammed down hard, making a loud shuddering sound and wiping out all of these kobolds. Emolioli also took out her magic staff, releasing countless ice spikes that ruthlessly penetrated the bodies of these kobolds. Just like that, their team's points began to surge by leaps and bounds, all of a sudden surging to the top few. At this point on the first level in the other direction, a teenager with a blue current draped around his body was frantically attacking the surrounding demons. The man was none other than Durith. The countless streaks of lightning were like whips, whipping the ground into a mess and leaving behind gullies. Ho ho ho! Countless kobolds were knocked over and turned into charcoal on the spot. In front of him was a thick-skinned teenager, holding his longsword high in his hand and casting taunt-type skills to gather the monsters around him. Fantastic! With Pindon Lee, a knight with a taunt-type skill, brushing monsters is simply not too easy. Not to mention that I brought 2 rechargeable batteries this time. The first place in this college entrance exam will definitely be mine. Durith was confident. And behind him there were 2 other maidens holding magic wands, constantly replenishing Durith's magic and various buffs. Wherever they passed, countless demonic creatures were killed, and their points skyrocketed. And in another, more barren place, Lu Ningning and their team looked at the distant kobolds with fear sweeping across their faces, as if some bad memories had surfaced. These kobolds are just too scary. I'm scared. Lien Yunxi blanched. Lu Ningning said, it's fine. These kobolds are some low-level kobolds. Not to mention that we have now increased our level by an unknown amount compared to that time. So get out of here. The 2 of them were at least A-class professionals. The team was also full of A-class professionals. The 6 of them struck out to cooperate with each other and soon cleared out the nearby kobolds. The first layer of monsters didn't cause any great too much trouble for the many students. Everyone basically rushed to the second floor in a hurry after clearing out the monsters on the first floor. There are hundreds of passages to the second level on the first level. The teleportation talisman on them would also show the entrance to the second level nearby. The closest entrance to the second level is behind a distant mountainside. Let's hurry up and rush to the second level. The magical creatures on the first level are too low level and give less points, and immediately made a decision. They also traveled to the second level. The second level was a huge forest, and Xiao Xiao and the girls had just appeared on the second floor to startle the surrounding demons. Luckily, Li Mengmeng released her shock and awe skill, which briefly attracted the attention of these demons, and Xiao Xiao and Emolioli, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to cast various skills to hit them, repelling these demons for the time being. Right at this moment, the surrounding trees suddenly opened their scarlet eyes, pulling out huge roots from the dirt and rumbling over, waving their branches and leaves. The main magical creatures of the second level were surprisingly these twisted tree spirits. You guys can serve your magic for a while. I'll take the top. Emolioli took the lead. Better let me do it. My flame magic has a restraining effect on them. I'll rest later. After Xiao Xiao drank some recovery potion, she continued to strike out and attack. She didn't consume too much magic power under Li Mengmeng's augmentation class magic. They just walked and pushed their way through, and soon came to the third floor. Currently, Ren Yinyan's team is still in the lead. Chapter 66, Leave the rest to me. The teachers who were constantly watching the changes in the battle outside had their brows furrowed and their faces stony. Li Mengmeng, this little girl from the first floor, took out the attract monster since sack this kind of killer mace. It seems that they have long anticipated their points at the beginning of the unfavorable situation will lag behind. Only they are like this in advance to consume the killer mace. The further the situation will be more unfavorable. After the principal, Lu Qian, analyzed the situation, he felt some emotion in his heart. There was no way around it. After all, it was in Xiao Xiao's own choice. The girl is a little too kind-hearted, willing to sacrifice her precious opportunity to get into a prestigious university for a drag queen. Chen Sun sighed. This kind of favor Wang Duan might not be able to repay in a lifetime. Alas, what a pity. If in Xiao Xiao, this little girl, had teamed up well, she might have really had hopes of competing with Ren Yinyan. Yeah, it's such a shame. Maybe that's what happens between young people. We don't understand. While the teachers were sighing, the faces of the Yin family's senior members were also as dark as the bottom of a pot. And Huajie, what's going on with your daughter? Didn't you find a team member for her? Why did you change your mind at the last minute? And Chang, the head of the Yin family, was almost about to lift the table, and Huajie's face was full of bitterness as he said, Family master, I don't know. I said goodbye to my daughter. Who knew that she chose this brat today? But he immediately added, Xiao Xiao, this isn't the only one either. Didn't you see that little girl from Mo's family? And that little girl from Li's family? Aren't they also with that brat? They're them, we're us. What's so special about this kid that he was able to get these 3 girls to team up with him? The Yin family's head, and Chang, stared at Wang Chuan dead on, wanting to see something special on Wang Chuan's face. But no matter how he looked at it, he could see 2 big words from Wang Chen's face, and that was waste. Damn, what a pissed off old man. Anzhou lifted the table straight up, And such a scene also happened among the Lee and Mo families. Is there any mistake? What was she thinking? Dream? The old ancestor of the Lee family, Lee Nuo, similarly overturned the table. Lee Mengmeng was the most talented one in the Lee family this year, and he had placed a lot of hope on it. Who knew that it would give him such a big surprise during the college entrance exam? In the middle of the Mo family, bang! A sandalwood table flew violently, smashing the window. Are you still playing or not? Mo Wenba, hurry up and give me an explanation. Look at what you've spoiled your daughter into. Mo Hongwei's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Mo Wenba wiped a handful of sweat and said, Dad, you're still talking about me. Talking as if you don't usually favor Lioli. Ha? How dare you talk back? Mo Hongwei directly rolled up his sleeves to reveal the rock-like muscles on his body, and beat Mo Wenba violently. Ah! I'm sorry, Dad. I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked too much. I'm the one who spoiled my daughter. I'm the one who spoiled Luri. Mo Wenba's miserable screams resounded throughout the entire Mo family. At this point, 3 hours had passed since the start of the entrance exam. Most of the teams rushed to the 10th floor. The level of the monsters here had come to around level 10. A lot of teams are already under pressure and are choosing to start resting. It wouldn't be so blatantly obvious to lure monsters over. And Xiao Xiao and the girls likewise rested in place. At this moment, and Xiao Xiao's face was red. She was panting, and sweat dampened the hair on her forehead. It looks very cute. It's exhausting. For her part, Li Mengmeng sipped the water in her hand and wiped her sweat. Mo Lioli, on the other hand, looked at Wang Chen and blinked, signaling him with his eyes. When the hell was he going to strike? Wang Dust spread his hands to indicate that Xiao Xiao didn't give him a chance to strike at all, protecting him too well. For the first time, he felt that eating soft food was actually so pleasurable. Our team is third in points right now, thankfully. And Xiao Xiao looked at the information on the teleportation talisman in her hand, and her face slowed down slightly. The first place was Rin Inian. The second place was Thunder Dharma King Duritha's team. And the third place was them. It's only been 3 hours, and the further we go the wider the gap may become. Li Mengming's face was a bit melancholy, and she couldn't help but glance at Wang Chen. Feeling Li Mengming's somewhat melancholic gaze, Wang Chen was also somewhat in tears. Li Mengmeng. This girl was also quite good-hearted. Although she disliked him very much, she still teamed up with him and didn't protect him much on the way. You can tell what kind of person Li Mengmeng is from this. If she really disliked herself, she would never team up with Xiao Xiao. Seeing that both of them had been tired for so long, Wang Chen said, You two take a break and leave the rest to me. And Xiao Xiao, who was eating an energy bar when she heard this, froze. Li Mengmeng was also surprised as she looked at Wang Chen. Both of them were stunned at Wang Chen's words. Chapter 67 My wife is pushing me hard. They were now on the 12th floor. The level of the monster was a full 11 levels. Li Mengmeng didn't even dare to take out the monster-attracting bomb. Fear of attracting too many monsters they couldn't handle. You think you're a bullfighter? Li Mengmeng made a 6 with her hands and compared 2 bull horns on her head. And Xiao Xiao also laughed. Wine Dust, I know you want to contribute, but this is not the time for you to show off. It's better to follow us properly. Don't look at just 10 floors. There are already a lot of students out. With Wang Chen's strength it was estimated that he couldn't even beat any of the monsters here. Wang Dust was about to say something when a loud and clear eagle cry suddenly came from the sky. Not good. There are demons coming. And Xiao Xiao and the others looked up sharply, only to see many hawk-bodied female demons appear in the sky. These demonic creatures had the body of a human female, but their arms were in the shape of eagle wings, their eyes were blood red, and they were letting out a loud and clear eagle cry. It was a more difficult type of demon. It is capable of emitting all sorts of sound waves that interfere with people's minds, and it is especially great at restraining magicians. This is because many of the spells a wizard casts require full concentration on the chant. This is bad. This year's high school exams are surprisingly difficult, and the eagle-bodied banshees are starting to appear at more than 10 levels. Li Mingming's face went violently white. Lu Chang, on the other hand, looked at these eagle-bodied female demons and said, Holy, don't you say, these eagle-bodied female demons are quite pretty. Mo Lioli said breathlessly. No way. Dead fatso, can you even punch this? This is a demonic creature. Can't you see that it doesn't even have arms? Those are eagle's wings. Lu Chang hemmed and hawed. Wouldn't that be more exciting? Mo Lioli gave a thumbs up indicating that you're good. I'm not talking to you anymore. And Xiao Xiao said, now is not the time to be poor. Hurry and find a place to hide first. Don't get into a frontal conflict with these demons. We don't want these points, or else we'll fight them later to lure more hawkmoths over. And that won't be easy to deal with. These magical creatures flew through the air extremely fast, and magic was not always able to hit them. There was also the possibility of attracting other magical creatures if they were casting large spells. and the inputs are not proportional to the outputs. That was why many teams would choose to avoid this kind of demonic creature when they encountered it. Just at this time Lu Chang suddenly said, "Alas! Wait, all my magic is group casting, so you can let me try." Li Mengmeng froze. "What's the point of having a wide casting range for you? A milkmaid? What kind of attack magic can you put out?" Only to see Lu Chang take his magic staff and swing it forward. Several auras slammed through, precisely the skills of healing aura, water healing aura, and spiritual exuberance. Then, amidst their incredulous gazes, these hawk-bodied demonesses that were originally chasing them suddenly began to become hyperactive, letting out loud shrill cries in the air. Then 2 by 2 hugged each other and fell out of the sky, shrugging frantically on the ground. And there were all sorts of fluids spraying wildly, one as if incontinent. "Holy, that works! You kid can do it!" Li Mengming's eyes directly rounded when she saw the scene, but her pretty face reddened, because what these banshees do is a little too much to look at. "Look at me!" The magic staff in Xiao Zhao's hand burned with crimson flames, emitting bursts of sound. One by one, all of the hawk demons that landed on the ground in the distance were enveloped in flames, and in the blink of an eye, they were wiped out. Lu Chang scratched his head and laughed. "I told you, I was born to be useful." Who could have thought that his wide-range magic would have a restraining effect on these types of magical creatures? At this time, because the commotion on this side was too big, the surrounding eagle demonesses who couldn't find a target all converged towards Lu Chang and the others. "Go!" Mo Lioli pushed Lu Chang. Lu Chang once again threw a bunch of skills over, knocking these banshees down in droves. Then the 3 girls cast their attack magic and killed all of these harpies, just as they were fighting in the heat of the moment. Outside, the teachers and the executives of the Board of Education looked on in disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's up with this kid's skills? Is it a mutant milkmaid? Why are the skills so strange? Principal Lu Qian directly exploded. A senior member of the Education Bureau on the side hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, "So what? When the college entrance examination is over, you invite this little fat man over. I have some things to talk to him. You also know that I have recently gotten older, and I am a little bit in that area." The rest of the male teachers' eyes lit up at this statement. "Lu Qian, what are you doing looking at us with that look on your face? Making it look like your wife doesn't blame you?" The crowd looked at Lu Qian. Lu Qian raised his hand at this time and said, "That's fine, count me in as well." Chapter 68, Critical Moment. Queen of the Hawks. But this little fatty can indeed be focused on cultivating. I'm sure there are many academies that would be interested in this little fatty's career. Yes, I also think there's a lot of promise. And there's unlimited potential in this area of solving men's pain points. These teachers began to discuss how Lu Chang's career future would be suitable. Chen Sun suddenly said at this time, "But with them clearing out the eagle demoness on such a large scale, I'm afraid that something is going to happen if they head to the next level. Have you guys forgotten about the setting of this entrance exam?" The teachers' faces changed. "Oh no, how did we forget about this?" At this time within the trial tower, the surrounding hawk moths had already been cleared out. At one point, and Xiao Zhao's and their team's points surpassed Thunderbolt Dharma King Durith, second only to Rin Enian. "Lu Chang, you're getting a lot of credit for this." Mo Lioli patted Lu Chang whose face was white. Lu Chang coughed, his voice hoarse. All right, don't praise me. I can't do it anymore. Let me take a break. These skills just now drained my magic power. Then we'll take a break and head for the 13th floor entrance." And Xiao Xiao had just made a decision on her side when she only heard another eagle cry in the distance that was even more violent than before. What's going on? And the sound of a harpy? Li Mengmang looked up in surprise, and Xiao Zhao's face, however, changed violently as she panicked. "No, this isn't the eagle demoness. This is the voice of the Eagle Queen. The Eagle Queen is the ruler of the Eagle Banshees, a mini-boss of sorts." "Queen Eagle?" Mo Lioli was also startled, only to see a black shadow unexpectedly flying rapidly in the sky, followed by a cloud of eagle-bodied banshees. The number is less than a couple dozen. At the front the dark figure was over 3 meters tall, a giant hawk-bodied demoness with a wreath on her head. Only its aura was several times more furious than that of the hawk demoness, and its level was a full 15. The Eagle Queen let out a shrill chirp when she was far away from Xiao Xiao and the girls, and a circle of white sound waves swept over them. Li Mengmeng and the others instantly covered their ears in pain. The Eagle Queen was highly intelligent, and after detecting that Xiao Xiao and the others were magicians, she was the first to interfere with them with sound wave-type magic. It was fine that Wang Chuan was not a magician, and he was now physically overpowered, so these interference-type magic could not affect him at all. A moment later, he was the only one left who could stand around. A teacher outside couldn't help but stand up and shouted, "The Eagle Queen is really here." Originally this high school setting was a bit more difficult, And it's possible to touch the mini-boss here if you massively purge the eagle demoness. If a squad has a melee class like a knight, swordsman, or warrior among their ranks, a few slightly placed defensive skills can block the sonic attack. This was because the Eagle Queen's sonic attacks didn't have much effect on these melee class professionals, but all of Xiao Zhao's and their teams are made up of magicians, so this kind of exposes their weaknesses to this Eagle Queen. One could only say that Xiao Zhao and the girls had really bad luck. This raised the hearts of all the teachers. Although it was impossible for the Eagle Queen to defeat Xiao Zhao, Li Mengmeng and the others, it would delay them substantially. So the only one to blame was Wang Dust for dragging the entire team down. This kid, damn it, I'm going to kick his ass when he gets out. Some of the teachers had already begun to fight, rolling up the sleeves on their arms. At this time on the 12th floor, and Xiao Xiao held herself up and shouted, Wang Chuan, you get down. You'll easily be attacked by them if you stand here. Li Mengmeng took a sip of the potion and forced herself to calm down, then endured the immense pain and released a simple magic that enveloped the crowd. The sound wave was cut off quite a bit this time, and Xiao Xiao and the others breathed a slight sigh of relief. But the next moment the Hawk Queen swooped down with her crowds of hawk banshees. Bang! 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 Countless attacks landed on the defense magic. The golden magic light shield was immediately shaken with countless ripples and was about to break apart. No good! And Xiao Xiao blanched and reached for her magic wand to cast a spell. But the Hawk Queen saw her moment and let out another shrill cry. She instantly crouched on the ground again, holding her head in pain. And it had to be said that the Eagle Queen's restraints on wizards were just too great. Otherwise a random melee class profession guards them. The Eagle Queen would not dare to launch an attack with impunity. Because the Eagle Queen's defense is very low, she will lose half of her life if she takes a slight sword hit. Chapter 69. Having the balls doesn't change the ending. In the middle of the Yin family, the crowd saw this scene. A flame rubbed up on Chang's head directly as he growled. And Huajie, if Xiao Xiao is eliminated at the 12th floor, then our Yin family's face is disgraced. And Huajie sweated profusely and said, Dad, I didn't know it would be like this. Who knew that there would be monsters like the Eagle Banshee on the 12th floor this year? And Xiao Zhao's grouping of them is too unreasonable. It's all because of that brat. Ah, what a pissed off old man. And Chang blew his beard and glared, directly lifting the table out again. Bang! The glass shattered in Anjia's house, and a table that had just been set up flew out again, smashing heavily into the middle of the street. The pedestrians on the road were startled. At this time amongst the Li and Mo families, the old ancestor of the Li family, Li Nuo, was also yelling, Is there any mistake? Those few old friends of mine are calling me. My phone is almost busted. I don't even dare to answer it. I can't wait to run over my head right now. Mo Hongwei was also hissing. Mo Wenba, do you want to die? This is what you said. You could easily brush up to the 30th floor even if you brought along a liability. This can't be beaten by the 12th floor. How can you play later? He choked Mo Wenba's neck and shook him wildly for a while, looking like he was about to choke Mo Wenba out of his breath. Ah, Dad. You calm down. I'm going to GA dash. Ah, what a pissed off old man. Bang, bang. Among the Mo and Li families, the two new tables once again drew a graceful parabola in the air and landed in the middle of the street. The pedestrians outside were speechless at this point. What's going on today? Is it popular to throw tables? Everyone was in no mood to look at Ren Yinian right now. They were all staring at Xiao Xiao and the girls dead in the face, afraid of any accidents with them. Principal Lu Qian was even more anxious. And Xiao Xiao was a student he had high hopes for and would have been able to get into a prestigious university. But now it looks like the prestigious universities are hanging by a thread. Not to mention the Imperial University. Bang bang bang. Along with the Eagle Queen launching her final attack, the shield that Li Mengmeng had set up finally shattered, turning into countless glass-like fragments that scattered in the air and disappeared. It's over. Everyone was afraid to look. Some even closed their eyes. However, Mo Lioli and Lu Chang looked at Wang Chen. Big brother, aren't you going to make a move yet? How long are you going to play the fool? It's not fashionable to play the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger anymore. Wang Dust smiled awkwardly. The problem is that each of you, who were so ready to die and so generous, didn't give me a chance to make a move. What do you mean? Li Mengmeng and Xiao Xiao froze, only to see Wang Dust walk to the front of their group with a calm face. He looked up at the vast swathe of eagle-bodied demonesses in the middle of the sky. They make a raucous chirping noise in the air. The Eagle Queen with her countless minions was ready to launch another swooping attack. Wang Chen, don't you want to die? Back off. And Xiao Xiao's tears were coming out of her eyes in anxiety. What is Wang Duan up to? Li Mengmeng was also shocked beyond belief. At this point the teachers outside in the bleachers couldn't sit still. Is this kid crazy? Does it mean he's going to die? Hurry up and contact the official professionals. Once things go wrong, force the kid to teleport back.
The college entrance exam is a place where human life is absolutely not allowed.
The three great clans, on the other hand, shouted out in unison.
This kid is quite ballsy. How dare he come forward at the last moment?
But having balls doesn't change the ending.
Nico, the hawkish queen of the air, let out a shrill cry. Then a black pressurized group of hawk banshees directly swooped over, like a thunderstorm cloud.
Chapter 70, The Shocked Crowd. Seeing Wang Chen standing in front of him, Lu Chang, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Worthy of being my brother Dust.
Even at this point in time, he's still so capable of pretending. Why didn't I realize he was so capable of pretending before? Mo Lioli and him shared a smile. Both of them showed their approval.
Nico, the Eagle Queen, had swooped down with the Hawkmoth.
Facing an attack from so many demons, many teachers outside the field had already put on their equipment and their bodies lit up, ready to teleport in and save the day.
There were also teachers who were prepared to activate the teleportation talisman on Wang Chen at the critical moment and teleport him out. It's kind of like doing a double take to make sure the candidates are safe and secure.
In the middle of Mo's house, Mo Wenba rolled his eyes and glanced with his gaze at the TV next to him.
If no more miracles happened,
he was going to be strangled alive.
The heads of the remaining two families had already placed their hands on the newly set table they had just set,
poised to be thrown. Rumble! The gusty wind brought by the eagle-bodied demoness inciting wings blew the corners of Wang Duan's clothes and the broken hair on his forehead.
Facing the approaching Hawkmoth, Wang Dust smiled calmly.
Illusory transparent parts surfaced on his arms, instantly coalescing into black and gold armor. Buzz dash!
The circular-shaped parts in his palm spun wildly, accompanied by a loud sound of gathering energy, and all the surrounding energy seemed to surge wildly towards his body.
A furious light also lit up between his palms. By this time,
the Eagle Queen had already brought the Eagle Banshee close enough to Wang Dust to not be able to get any closer. Wang Dust had been able to clearly see every feather on these demons, as well as the hideous expressions on their faces. It was also in this moment,
Wang Chen's palms instantly spewed out huge columns of energy light. Boom!
Heaven and earth are eclipsed. The air seemed to darken violently, and the only thing in everyone's eyes on the field were these two pillars of energy that were bright to the extreme. A huge gale struck. Under the powerful shockwave, the ground that Wang Chen stood on with his feet instantly crumbled. After gaining a magical core reactor with the High Priest's Imperial Magic Stone embedded in his chestplate, he also gained a substantial boost to his palm cannon abilities. The Bee Venom Ray and the Antacid Ray's horrors were manifested to the fullest at this moment.
Neither can be called a ray, but an energy cannon.
These flying eagle-bodied demonesses as well as eagle-bodied queens, an expression of extreme horror surfaced on their faces,
and then they wanted to turn around and flee. But it was simply too late. Their forms were instantly engulfed by the pillar of light, and then they went up in smoke amidst the bright glow. The rotation of the mechanical ring between Wang Chen's palms slowed down.
The highlight inside also gradually went out, turning into wisps of green smoke that dispersed in all directions,
and far away from the original Great Eagle Banshee at this moment has completely disappeared.
Only a few pieces of burnt feathers swirling from the air to fall.
Silence. There was a deathly silence in the air, both inside and outside the trial tower.
All the people who saw this scene had their mouths wide open,
shock written all over their eyes.
And Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng looked at Wang Chen dumbfounded,
their mouths open wide enough to stuff an egg.
They had never been so shocked in their lives.
This armor is?
And Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Chen's mechanically armed arms,
and waves of shock rose within her.
The two figures in his mind gradually overlapped.
An absurd thought swelled uncontrollably in her mind.
Li Meng Meng similarly stared deathly at Wang Chen as she muttered, I said, how could the two of them be so much alike?
But how is this possible? Li Meng Meng never dreamed that Wang Duan was the bull warrior.
It hit her as hard as dropping a nuclear bomb in her head. Now her entire body was in a state of extreme confusion. The mind was even more blank. But the biased reality is this.
It took her breath away a bit, feeling like my brain is going to explode. And outside, one by one, the original pain in the heart of the teachers and the Education Bureau executives, at this time also flushed to maintain a stagnant state, just like a mud sculpture. Mouths were likewise all wide open. The expressions were so consistent. If a gust of wind were to blow, it would surely be able to blow over their mouths, making a high and low noise and blowing a beautiful hymn. A certain senior member of the Education Bureau twisted his head to look at Lu Qian and said, Is this the ordinary student you told me about? With poor talent and not worth mentioning? An ordinary occupation. One shot directly knocked dozens of demonic creatures to the ground. You're telling me this is ordinary? You call that worthless?
Lu Qian was silent for a moment, then turned his head to Chen Sun and said,
This is the ordinary student you told me about. With poor talent. Not worth mentioning?
Chen Sun mechanically turned his head and said,
Well, this is actually a surprise I prepared for you guys. Do you believe it? But that's not all. Chapter 71, How did you become so powerful? Lu Qian stared at Wang Duan dead on, and suddenly roared loudly, asterisk 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 asterisk. TMD, how can this kid's level be level 29? He couldn't help but burst out even in his capacity as principal, because he's just so shocked right now. Hiss. When the rest of the teachers saw this scene, their eyes almost didn't fly out, and their eyes were filled with shock that couldn't be dissolved. The sounds of pouring cool air were endless. A collective backwash of cool air nearly drained the air around them. Not just them, but everyone who noticed the scene was breathing hard with their mouths wide open. Some people just took out their pill bottles and were ready to take a couple of fast-acting heart pills. I remember that 8 years ago there was a talented young man in our Luo High, but the highest he could brush up to was only 27 levels. Still, with the assistance of the family's strongest people who don't want to die. Wang Chen is just an ordinary student. How did he do it? Could it be that he relied entirely on his own strength? If that's the case, then he's a true genius. Lu Qian grabbed his scalp, his eyes covered in blood. Defiantly, he simply undid his tie and put one foot on the podium. Am I dreaming? Lu Qian directly raised his hand and gave Chen Sun a big mouth. Chen Sun simmered on the spot and tears came out from the pain. You're dreaming, what are you hitting me for? Chen Sun covered his face. Aggrieved. Lu Qian exclaimed. It's not because you said to me every day that the situation of our first high school is not good in the past few years, and we haven't produced many top students, and I dreamed every day that we would produce a few more top students. If it wasn't a dream, then how on earth did this kid manage to brush himself up to level 29 in such a short period of time? That was the question on everyone's mind. What they didn't know was that it wasn't that Wang Chen had barely brushed himself to level 29 in such a short period of time, but that he could only limit himself to level 29. Who let the trial tower have a level limit of 30? Damn, this kid is a genius. Let's see if he has any other abilities. It must be a mutant profession. So should we call the special inspector now? Chen Sun suddenly said. The special inspector is the official person in the Chinese Empire who specializes in examining the entrance exams of each city and is responsible for screening out some students with special potential. There's no need for that. Let's take another look. After all, the special inspector is visiting Luo Haino, 2 middle school there right now, so it would be a bit out of order to call over rashly. Lu Qian decided to keep watching, and the nearly choked out Mo Wenbo finally gets a breather. Mo Hongwei threw away Mo Wenba and grabbed the monitor in front of him with a death grip in shock. Holy, I told you, my granddaughter's vision won't be so bad. Following a brat on a team for no reason. Mo Wenba Coffer said. That's not what you just said. Mo Hongwei's eyes went cold. Mo Wenba immediately shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak. The rest of the family lords also exclaimed in disbelief after realizing Wang Chen's strength. And Huajie said with a calm face as he patted the shoe prints on his body. Dad, you now understand why I let my daughter choose him. This was all within my expectations. Is the title of my family's divine calculator called for nothing? And Chang laughed and said, just now when I hit you, you have been scolding this kid, scolding for an hour without repetition, and now you are praising others. Do you still want to be shameless? Inside the trial tower, looking at Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng who were filled with shock, Wang Chen reached out and pulled the two up, and Xiao Xiao stared at Wang Chen closely and suddenly laughed. Wang Chen, you can really hide it. How come I didn't realize it before? You are surprisingly so dishonest. After knowing that Wang Duan was so powerful, and Xiao Xiao was happy for Wang Duan from the bottom of her heart. Li Meng Meng, on the other hand, blushed with shame and didn't even dare to look at Wang Chen. Previously, she hadn't rarely belittled Wang Duan in front of the bull warrior. I'm sure it should have all been heard by Wang Duan. When she thought about the kind of embarrassing statement she had made earlier, she now wanted to find a crack in the ground and dive right in. All in all, this planet was no longer necessary for her to live on. Lu Chan was still lying on the ground and whispering to Mo Lioli at this time. There's one thing to be said. It feels really great to pretend like this. No wonder so many people like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. I see that Dusty has already grasped the essence of it. Didn't he pretend for so long just to wait for the shocked gazes of the two major schoolgirls? I'm sure many people outside the trial tower are already shocked by now. Mo Lioli nodded approvingly and said, it's so cool, I want to load up hard too. And Xiao Xiao was still curious as she asked, Wang Chen, how did you become so powerful? Wang Dust glanced at the sky, and Xiao Xiao instantly closed her mouth in a mindful manner. Since they were now within the trial tower, it was possible for the conversation to be recorded. The principal and others who had pricked up their ears outside and were ready to eavesdrop instantly shrunk back in embarrassment, glancing at each other pretending that nothing had happened. Chapter 72, Targeting a Broken Record. And Xiao Xiao said at this time, after being delayed for such a long time by the Eagle Demon, the rest of the team should have already entered the next level. We have to hurry up. Li Mingming's expression also tightened at the thought. Yeah, we're definitely a long way behind the others this time. Realize that the further back you go, the higher the level of the demons inside. The more points you give after a kill, the more points you'll get. Each person's share of the points will also be more generous. Mo Lioli said. No, you guys are in too bad of a state right now. You need some time to rest. After all, there are too many demonic creatures here to defend against. And it's unlikely that Wang Chuan would want to protect us on all fronts. Lu Chang volunteered. I can cast some reply-type magic on you guys. And Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng immediately backed up and said, no, we don't want it. They had seen the side effects of Lu Chang's magic. Lu Chang immediately smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. We can rest while we hurry. Wang Dust suddenly smiled. How are we going to rest while we're traveling? And Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng were very puzzled and revealed puzzled looks. Just by waving his hand, Wang Dust opened 2 teleportation portals, and then several giant spiders crawled out from inside. Wouldn't it be better to sit on the spiders and let them do the traveling for us? And these spiders travel much faster than we do. Wang Dust stood up to a spider. Almost forgot about that. And Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng's eyes lit up. When he was in the replica, Wang Dust had subdued nearly 1,000 spiders. Let's put out a few more spiders for protection. Just in case, Wang Dust released a few more level 30 spiders to guard them. In this way, their vast army of spiders took shape, carrying Wang Chuan and the few of them towards the next level of passage. Li Meng Meng and the others sat down on the spider and took this opportunity to start recovering the magic power in their bodies. Wang Dust took the lead on the spiders, scouting ahead for danger, and having the surrounding spiders dispose of any demonic creatures once they tried to approach them. Right now, these demons were not at a point where they needed Wang Chen's hands, and the scene of Wang Chen lifting his hand and releasing so many summons once again shocked everyone's eyes. Damn! What the hell is wrong with this kid? Isn't he a mechanic? How can he still summon so many mechanical creatures? What the hell is going on here? Lu Qian felt skeptical. He felt that his theoretical knowledge of transmutation over the years had been in vain. Chen Sun, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and frantically searched on it, whether it was possible for a mechanic to summon a mechanical race demon, and whether it was possible for a mechanic mutation to become a mechanical summoner. Finally looking at the results above, Chen Sun also held his head and shouted, Impossible! Is this kid mutated or reborn? The senior management of the Education Bureau, on the other hand, had a grave expression on their faces and said, it's highly likely that this kid's occupation has undergone a radical positive mutation, and it's the only one, and we've never heard of a mechanic being able to have such a big change before. The crowd nodded. It was the only reliable argument so far. Wait a minute, haven't you guys noticed? These spiders are all around level 30. Lu Qian once again sucked in a breath of cool air. 30 levels? Worry! Chen Sun's cell phone directly fell to the ground with a bang. Now that's a rush to get the special inspector called in. Lu Qian was ready to shake people. Wait a little longer. I think there's a chance this kid might surprise us even more. The Board of Education executives reached out and blocked the way. It wouldn't be too late to call the special ombudsman over after Wang Dust showed his incredible abilities again. They made sure to shock the special ombudsman hard. At this time, Wang Chen and the others had already arrived at the 13th floor. Here, on the other hand, was a single horrible orc in an animal skin dress. With the assistance of the spider demons, it was simply not too easy for them to brush the demons on this level. After all, these spiders were all as high as around level 30, which was just crushing to these level 10 demons. One by one, the spider silks with electric current wrapped around the past, and these orcs immediately lost all their ability to move. And then Xiao Xiao and Li Meng Meng were only responsible for mending them. Even Lu Chang took advantage of the situation, taking his own magic staff and swinging it around to knock on it. Wang Dust, on the other hand, stood there in charge of watching the show. This is because points are divided according to contribution. With the help of the spider demon, he himself would be able to part with a large number of points, not to mention that the main event was still to come. Wang Dust's goal was the 50th floor upwards, where the magical creatures would provide him with huge amounts of points. The previous record for high school points seems to be around 30,000, so I don't know how many points I'll be able to hit. Wang Dust stroked his chin as anticipation flashed in his eyes. Chapter 73, the 13th floor. 13th floor. Dark clouds drifted in the dim sky. Below was a large, foul-smelling bubbling swamp, with spots of eerie ghostly fire flickering in it. If you are not careful, you may fall into the swamp. There were many people who had already exited on this floor, some of whom were severely injured by the monster siege. There were those who couldn't cope with the swamp because of the group, and after trying, they had no choice but to brush the monsters here and not rush the tower. The points leader at this point is still Reninian's team. The girl with the long fiery red hair, Chang Shanshan, held a magic wand in her hand and kept freezing the ground under her feet, so that Reninian and the others would have a safe place to land. Just then, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed towards them in the middle of the swamp next to them. opening its fangs and mouth to tear away. Apocalypse instant strike. Ren Ian, who walked at the forefront of the group, held a long spear that instantly erupted with brilliant golden light, as if he had stabbed forward dozens of times in this instant. The air seemed to freeze, and then the golden light exploded, and countless sharp golden beams of light flashed through the air. These alligators that rushed over were then instantly split into dozens of pieces, and fell into the swamp below with a hot, fluttering breath. As expected of Big Brother Ren Ian, even this move of yours was able to briefly affect the power of space. It's worthy of being the most powerful S-ranked professional Apocalypse Knight. Looking at the youth in silver battle armor, envy swept across Luo Jun's eyes. Don't get distracted. Follow me honestly. We can't lose a single person in the team before we rush to the 40th floor. Ren Ian coldly issued an order. During the speech, another crocodile rushed over next to him and bit towards Chung Shanshan. Let me. Luo Jun slammed hard with his blue shield in hand. Bang! The crocodile was instantly knocked away. And then Luo Jun also had an additional lance in his right hand, which was draped with silver-white electric arcs. Go to hell! Luo Jun instantly killed the crocodile. His profession was the A-rank profession Silver Electric Knight. Although it was also considered one of the tougher of the A-rank professions, but it was still a long way behind Ren Ian. Right now we're still ahead in points. Strange. How did In Xiaoxiao's team become second? Even surpassing that Thunderbolt Dharma King guy? Luo Jun checked the point rankings in his hand, and his face changed violently as he let out a cry of surprise. Their team has more magicians. Their destructive power is more amazing. It's normal for the points to prevail a little in the early stages, but the further they go the more they need the cooperation of their teammates, and the drawbacks of their lack of melee class professions will be revealed. Don't focus on the points, charge the tiers without fear. Ren Ian, however, didn't care. Also, with a loser drag queen, this team of theirs is purely for laughs. Luo Jun hemmed and hawed. Their group then proceeded to rush towards the 14th floor. Looking at the huge curtain of light in the distance, they weaved and walked in, arriving at the 14th floor. They also became the first team to arrive at the 14th floor. And in the middle of the 13th floor, a team was fighting. Earth-piercing. Wang Hai, who was wearing a punching bag, pressed both of his palms hard into the ground. Earth-colored energy fluctuations instantly filled the air. Before the lizardmen with weapons in the distance could run over, they were penetrated by spikes that suddenly rose up from the ground, and blood flowed out, instantly wetting the earth. Seeing this, the rest of the lizardmen's eyes turned crimson and instantly unleashed their blood-eating skill, with blood mist faintly floating on their bodies, and their speed and attacking power all of a sudden surged by a small amount. Not good. The lizardmen are angry. The faces of the others who were teamed up with Wang Hai changed and they wanted to take out their weapons to attack, only to see Wang Hai holding his magic staff and once again pressing the ground hard. The ground around them instantly trembled as if it was an earthquake, and these lizardmen instantly became unsteady on their feet and all fell to the ground. Wang Hai then cast the skill again. The dirt underneath these lizardmen suddenly became soft, as if it were a swamp, and the lizardmen sank down in droves, leaving only one head outside. Die! Wang Hai did as he had done and once again released earth spikes to kill these lizardmen. Hai is awesome. Worthy of being an earth magician. These moves are really strong. Many people behind Wang Hai gave a thumbs up. Wang Hai had a smug smile on his face. That's just where it's at. I'm confident that I can take you all the way to the 20th floor. A young man with earrings immediately laughed. Then we're counting on you, Brother Hai. We're supposed to be in the top 30 in our current team. Wang Hai's eyes were filled with self-satisfaction. Our team is currently around 26th place, and it's not out of the question that we'll work our way up to 25. There was a young girl with dyed green hair who gave a sweet laugh. Hey, by the way, have you guys heard? That sickly kid Wang Chen from Luo Haino. One middle school actually teamed up with several schoolgirls at the same time. The young man with the earrings suddenly mentioned a mouthful of this matter. Chapter 74, Meeting Wang Hai again. The youth's tone was sour. How come I don't know? This kid is really lucky enough too. But so what? His points won't be much higher if he's being carried. After all, points are given according to contribution. Jealousy slightly crossed Wang Hai's eyes. Teaming up with several major schoolgirls at the same time. This was something that many men could only dream of. The girl with the dyed green hair grunted softly as well. After all, the last thing a woman is upset about is having a woman who is better than her. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's move on to the next floor. We've just come to the 13th floor. We're still far away from the 14th floor. So hurry up. Wang Hai didn't care in the slightest about a mole like Wang Chen. After all, they would be people from two worlds in the future. They now had to hurry towards the next level. Many teams, like Wang Hai and the others, had only just arrived at the 13th floor not long ago. It wasn't like Ren Ian and the others who had already brushed through the barrier to arrive at the 14th floor. Their group rushed towards the gate of the 14th floor. What a coincidence. The closest passageway to the 14th floor was the same one as Wang Duan's and theirs. Wang Dust led the group ahead of them as these level 30+ spiders moved too fast, directly brushing away all the demons in front of them. Wang Dust's personal points were also surging at an incredible rate. Wang Hai and the others who were ambitiously preparing for a big fight were dumbfounded. How come we've been walking for almost half an hour and we haven't even seen a single shadow of a demonic creature in front of us? That's not right. It's logical that the distribution of demons should be even. Unless someone has brushed us clean of all the demons here. But how is this possible? Even if Ren-Enian and the others are so powerful, they can't clear out all the nearby demons at the same time. To get the most points, it's usually a combination of the number of monsters you brush and the speed at which you do it. Both to brush enough monsters on a given level. But at the same time, you can't stay too long, because higher level demons give more points too. This is a time when you need to make a trade-off for yourself. Many teams opt for the strategy of brushing and tearing at the same time. Unless they see no hope of rushing the tears, they will stay here and start a big purge. It's only the 13th floor. How can there be so many teams left here? Besides, we're still the top-ranked team, so it's reasonable to say that there aren't many teams arriving at the 13th floor. Wang Hai couldn't figure out why even after thinking about it for half a day. Everyone spread out and looked carefully. Wang Hai decided to slow down. You can't just brush up on some lizardmen and crocodile ghostesses on the 13th floor and head to the 14th floor. But they searched and found nothing. What's going on here? Is the college entrance exam so special this year? Wang Hai was completely confused, sweating with anxiety. If it drags on like this, they're all going to fall behind in points. In fact, it was also their bad luck that they just happened to choose a route with Wang Dust, who directly released more than a dozen spiders, killing all the nearby demons. Wang Hai obviously hadn't thought of this either, so he had no choice but to say, forget it, don't look for it, let's head to the 14th floor. In order to speed things up, Wang Hai had the green-haired girl cast an increase magic for them. Everyone had a green glow coming off of them, and their speed increased greatly all of a sudden. Wang Chen's side had arrived at the entrance to the 14th floor. Looking at the gates that shimmered in front of him, Wang Chen planned to rest here for a little while. After all, and Xiao Xiao and the others had bumped along on the spider. Wang Dust idly launched the scouting skill infrared scan to check if the surrounding area was safe. After fusing the Ghostface spider compound eyes, he hadn't properly used this powerful skill. As a result of this look, Wang Dust spotted Wang Hai and his group who were panting and running furiously all the way behind them. A small smile appeared on his face then. Funny, it's actually this guy. Lu Chang asked, what's wrong, Brother Dust? What are you looking at? Did you see any girl? Quickly let Brother me take a look too. Off. No wonder your career has mutated into this. Full of yellow waste. Wang Dust checks a direct leg kick from Lu Chang. He said to Xiao Xiao and the others. Xiao Xiao, you guys wait for me on the 14th floor first. I'll stay here to take care of a little something. And Xiao Xiao and the girls were pretty much rested by this time. When they heard Wang Chen say this, a puzzled look immediately appeared on their faces. Taking care of business? What are you going to do here? Wang Dust gave a bad smile. Don't you ask. In short, I'll be there in a few minutes. He snapped his fingers and ordered his spiders to bring in Xiao Xiao and the others over. Chapter 75 Inviting the Lord Special Ombudsman. Wang Chen then opened his hands. The illusory mechanical portal unfolded behind him. Inside are densely packed spiders. Seeing this scene, the principal and others on the podium stared in shock. No way. How many summons does this kid have? They were a little skeptical. Don't wait. I'm calling the special inspector over right now. Lu Qian directly dialed the special ombudsman's number. At this time, the special ombudsman was still in Luo High Second Middle School listening to the principal of Luo High Second Middle School, Su Yun, for a while, blowing wildly. Lord Special Ombudsman, I'm telling you, we've produced a few very good seedlings this year. This Mo Lioli, Lu Ningning, and Lian Yunxi, and of course, our only S-ranked profession, Thunder and Lightning Dharma King Du Lei Si. I believe that this year, our Rohai No. 2 middle school won't be any worse than Rohai No. 1 middle school. Special Ombudsman Lu Fan is yawning. He was getting calluses in his ears. Although all of these professions were powerful, they all belonged to some regular classes, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Nor did they make him feel refreshed. It's like going to a club often. The girls in it are the dozens of them, and after a year of going there and trying them all out, you realize that's it. There's nothing new to do. And Su Yun, the principal of Luo High No. 2 middle school, is the owner of the clubhouse. Wait, don't say it. This mechanic in your house dash. Lu Fan waved his hand. Technician? Su Yun froze, not reacting. Lu Fan then realized that he had said the wrong thing. He coughed and said, I mean teachers and students with good skills. Su Yun laughed. Let's just see how Durith performs first. He signaled the man next to him to move the screen. At this point the big screen cut to a scene of Durith fighting a monster. 13th floor. Somewhere in the swamp. There are tons of graves here, scattered with ghastly white bones, exactly where the ghostly brides are refreshed. Durith specifically chose this place because lightning restrains these shadowy soul-type demons. Countless white female ghosts hissed and rushed towards Durith. Durith, who was the lord of thunder and lightning, was frantically bombarding the demons. He held a silver lightning whip and viciously lashed at the tops of these female ghosts' upturned buttocks. Ah! These female ghosts were held down by Durith for a wild suplex. These female ghosts immediately made all sorts of marvelous noises. Brother Lei, we have to move quickly to the 14th floor. So let's stop fighting these female ghosts for now. Someone tried to dissuade it, but Du Lacey's eyes glowed red and said, no way. I must ruthlessly punish these female ghosts. As a good youth of the new era, I must help them reincarnate as human beings. So the youth at the back gave a wink to his remaining 3 companions, and the 4 of them carried Durith directly, forcing him to be carried away from here. Let go of me. Let go of me. I haven't had enough of these female ghosts. Dash. Durith yelled frantically. Su Yun. Lu Fan. At this time Lu Fan received a call from Lu Qian of Luohai First Middle School. What? Is it true what you said? Lu Fan's eyes were glowing, and his breath caught in his throat all of a sudden. Su Yun said, Lord Special Inspector. What's wrong? Wait, you haven't visited our school for enough 2 hours yet you're leaving? Lu Fan said. Luohai no. One middle school has produced a good seedling. I must hurry over to see if it's true. He was thrilled at the moment. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. It's like hearing about a new girl at your favorite club. Still exotic and blonde. Who can stand that? Lu Fan was directly on fire and was about to rush to Luohai no. One middle school. But Suyin directly hugged Lu Fan's thigh and shouted, don't go, Lord Special Ombudsman. I still have a lot of good seedlings here. You can take a look. At the very least, you have to see enough for 2 hours. In case this special ombudsman was pleased and gave them some extra policy inclination for Luohai no. 2 middle school. Their Luohai no. 2 middle school would take off. Look at your sister look. Look at your what's his name Durith they're passionately whipping the ghost girl? Lu Fan kicked Suyun away and drove directly towards Luohai First Middle School. Suyun was like a whiny woman as he climbed to his feet and shouted, damn! What's wrong with Luohai no. 1 middle school? What's wrong with Luohai no. 1 middle school that warrants the special ombudsman to rush over there in such a hurry? Didn't they just produce an S-ranked profession Apocalypse Night? What's so rare about that? At this time, someone said, Luohai no. 1 middle school does seem to have some news. I heard that one of their most wasted professions seems to have some mutations. Suyun continued to curse. Mutation. What can he become? Is it hard to be able to fight 10 or 100 at a time? Chapter 76, What's the conductor doing? At this point, Suyun still thought that this was just an ordinary accident. He doesn't know. When the staff will cut the big screen to Wang Duan's team later, his eyes will fly out and roll a good distance on the floor. When the crew cuts the video back, Suyun looked at Wang Chen, who was standing alone in the doorway, and said disdainfully, what's wrong? Is there anything special about this brat? Ah, a mechanic? What the hell is this? Could it be that the surprise Lu Qian was talking about is this kid? The staff member was just about to explain when Suyun impatiently interrupted. Stop it. I want to see what this kid has to offer. Exasperated, he sat down in his chair, lit himself a cigarette, and began to gulp it down. At the same time, his eyes did not blink for a second as he looked at the screen in front of him. He wanted to see what special ability Wang Chen had. Lu Fan had already hoofed it towards Luohai no. 1 middle school. In the meantime, Ren Yinyan's team had already charged towards the 15th floor. Ren Yinyan tightened his face from start to finish, because he knew the guide would be sure to put him on top of the big screen the whole time for all to admire his handsome and dashing look. For example, no one would pay attention to a mole like Wang Chen. This is the difference between a god and a mortal. And everyone on his team defended their image. At this time, the guide outside had long since cut the camera to Wang Chen and their team. No one cares what they're doing at all. At this time, the guide looked at the release of Wang Dust's first team has been put for so long. Cut the video to Ren Yinyan here. Who knew that there was a mountain of protests from the students in the stands? Cursing directly, he threw the miscellaneous items in his hand towards the guide. What for? We want to see Senior Wang Duan. Ah, in such a short while you're even shouting at Senior Wang Chen, before you called him a little trash. What do you know? I call this giving up the ghost. The guide was sweating. This scene was something he never expected. Where has this happened before on the high school exams? Lu Qian directly picked up his voice transmitter and shouted, what are you doing? Hurry up and cut the picture back. The guide hesitated. But according to the rules, our longest frame can't be more than an hour. And it's been so long. The regulations are dead. People are alive. Look at you who would like to see Renini, and they are all expressionless like a ing 19th and 20th century fresh meat acting idolatry. Hurry up and cut back to the old man. Lu Qian was close to just flying over and strangling the guide alive. Lu Fan also happened to arrive here at this time. Physical education teachers, as well as senior members of the education community, rose to their feet and called out to the Lord Ombudsman. Lu Fan nodded his head and signaled the crowd to sit down. You guys supervise the exams and I'll have a word with the special inspector. Lu Qian asked the teachers to take over for him for a while. He led Lu Fan inside the conference room. Lu Fan looked at the screen and frowned. Isn't this the S-ranked occupation, Knight of the Apocalypse, that you reported to me before? Although this profession is very powerful, you also know that the special ombudsman's mission requires professions with some special abilities in addition to selecting some powerful professions. When he said this, Lu Fan was already a bit angry. If this is what he sees when he makes an exception to run to Rohai 1, Lu Qian hurriedly explained. No, Lord Special Ombudsman. I'll let the guide cut the video back now. Lu Fan snorted coldly. Then you'd better surprise me. If things aren't as you say dash. Don't worry my lord. It's going to blow your mind. Lu Qian was very confident. He believed that Wang Chen's final score would not be much worse than Reninian's. The thought that his school has produced two outstanding professionals this year. When the time came, he would be able to play hard to get in front of Su Yun. The smile at the corner of Lu Qian's mouth was harder to suppress than even AK. At this time, the guide had already switched the video back to Wang Duan. Seeing the picture change, Lu Fan looked over curiously. Lu Fan froze when he saw Wang Chen standing alone at the entrance to the 14th floor. Ugh! What just happened? Where's Wang Chen and his team? How come Wang Chen is the only one left? Lu Qian became even more embarrassed. He had wanted to show Lu Fan the scene of Wang Chen operating so many spiders. They're not the only ones wondering. The crowd also stared in confusion, not understanding what just happened. I blame the guide. We didn't even see what happened just now. Many students started cursing again. The eyes hated to kill the guide a million times over, but in the very next moment, they saw Wang Chen open his arms and summon two illusory teleportation portals. Curiosity rose in Lu Fan's eyes. This kid's level is surprisingly high. It's almost level 30. Wait, isn't he a mechanic? What's with these two portals? Could they be magic props he brought with him? Chapter 77, Wang Heist Out. But Lu Fan immediately dismissed this speculation. This was because Wang Chen could not use such a large teleportation magic item at his level. That leaves only one reason, and that's the professional trait that this kid comes with. Not bad. Not bad. This kid is pretty interesting. Lu Fan's eyes were filled with curiosity. At his level he should be able to summon 2 or 3 summons that inherit half of his own attributes. The odds are that it's summoning 2 magical creatures with levels around 15, which is already quite impressive. Lu Qian suddenly said, Lord Special Ombudsman, just keep watching. Things might be a bit beyond your expectations. Beyond my expectations? What great storms have I not seen over the years when I've been the special inspector? Do you think this kid can shock me? Lu Fan let out a light laugh, then turned his head to look at the big screen. The next moment, the expression on his face froze. Shock then surfaced on his face, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. How is this? How is this possible? Only Wang Dust's 2 portals became violently huge. In the midst of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, countless spiders rushed out of it. These spiders were all leveled in the mid-30s, with a variety of species, but without exception, every single one of them exuded terrifying magical power. This is the surprise you told me about? How did this kid manage to summon more than 100 magical creatures of a level similar to his own at this level? Lu Fan's voice had trembled. Did this kid mechanic mutate into a mechanical summoner? But the mechanical summoner doesn't have such an unbelievable skill. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen a mechanical summoner before. To be able to summon a demonic creature of a level similar to one's own was already impressive. How could it be like Wang Dust summoning over 100 of them with a wave of his hand, just like eating and drinking water? Not to mention that Special Ombudsman Lu Fan was taken aback hard. Lu Qian, who was the principal, also had his mouth wide open. He had also expected Wang Chen to be able to summon more than a dozen demons. It was already enough to put on a hard act in front of Lu Fan. Who knew that Wang Dust had released more than 100 spider demons with a single lift of his hand, scaring him as well? But that's the limit, right? Summoning out 100 or so is already legendary. While being shocked, Lu Qian's heart was also ruthlessly refreshed. This kid is too much for my old man. Anything Reninian was instantly behind him. Oh, no, this is not something that can be left behind yet. Both of them were able to excel. That's what Lu Qian wanted to see. Lu Fan looked at the dumbfounded Lu Qian and said, Wait a minute. Why are you so surprised too? Didn't you already know how powerful this kid is? Lu Qian's old face turned red and hurriedly denied. I'm just trying to cooperate with you. Lord Ombudsman. Ahem. By the way, I'll tell you again. Summoning demons is just one of this kid's abilities. He has a lot of other terrifying abilities. You'll see later. Really? I'd like to take a good look at it then. Lu Fan suppressed the excitement in his eyes, realizing that he may have picked up a treasure this time. But there was something in his mind that he would believe. After all, could one person possess so many counterintuitive abilities at the same time? He was somewhat skeptical, because the world is fair. Stand out in one area, you must be weak in another. Is it hard to believe that there will be hexagonal fighters in this world? Lu Fan felt that Lu Qian was exaggerating a bit. There had been a mountain of shouts from the students gathered outside. Every single one of them was thrilled beyond belief. This year's high school exams were just wonderful. The teachers on the podium had their mouths open in a row once again. But at this time the crowd also showed puzzled looks. They couldn't figure out why Wang Chen suddenly stopped here and released so many demons. At this moment, Wang Dust had already maneuvered the demons to guard the area. Wang Hai, who was rushing on his way, suddenly accessed the aura of a demonic creature in front of him, and his spirit was lifted. So the demons are hiding here at the entrance to the 14th floor. Everyone raise your spirits. Let's brush these demons before entering the 14th floor. Beside him the green-haired girl and the young man with earrings also showed surprise. They had just wondered why there were no demons around here. It seems that all these demons have chased the candidates to the entrance here. Punch punch punch. Look at me. Wang Hai took the lead. Their group came directly to the vicinity of the entrance to the 14th floor. Before they could get any closer, they saw a lot of spiders in front of them. Wait, are there spider demons inside the 13th floor? Why don't I remember any? Wang Hai was puzzled. Hey, hi. It seems like we shouldn't be concerned about this right now. The trembling voice of his companion suddenly sounded beside him. Chapter 78. This is a test for us. Wang Hai froze, then felt a suffocating wave of magic power coming from the surroundings. It was as if a flash flood had erupted. Terrible magic fluctuations enveloped the surroundings. It made him feel a shiver in his soul. This is what's happening? Wang Hai's face changed violently as he looked towards the surroundings. As a result of this look, he was directly scared white, and almost didn't sit on his but on the ground, only to see one after another huge, immense spiders crawling around them at some point. The compound eyes glowed scarlet. The number was well over 100. There's no end to it at a glance. The most frightening thing was that these spiders were leveled at 30. How is this possible? The demons on the 13th floor are at most 11 or 12. How could there be such a high-level demonic creature? Wang Hai Man was dumbfounded and rubbed his eyes. But it's not dreaming. He wasn't hallucinating either. I don't know. How could so many high-level demons suddenly appear here? Can't it be that the demons from the upper levels have run down? But this hasn't happened before in the high school exams. The studied youth's lips were quivering and his legs were trembling. Wait, I know. Maybe it's a hidden level. These magical creatures have the ability to disguise themselves. They disguise themselves as high-level magical creatures as a way to confuse us to make us afraid. It's highly likely that this is part of the entrance exam. The young girl with green hair voiced her suspicions. It is highly likely that this is a special test arranged by the examiner. As long as they weren't intimidated, they would realize that these spider-like magical creatures weren't that high in rank, easily able to kill them while gaining large amounts of points. After all, it was the only possibility she could think of. I see. This must be a new test this year. Wang Hai's eyes glowed and instantly felt quite reasonable. A pang of joy went through him. So this is where his golden finger and protagonist aura is. Wang Hai couldn't help but exclaim. So we're the chosen pride of heaven. As long as we make a move to kill these spiders, we'll surely be able to gain a large amount of points. And making a name for ourselves will be today. Upon hearing this, the youth with the earring was also excited beyond measure. Wang Duan, who was hiding at the side, was dumbfounded when he heard this. Is that the way to put a face on it? The crowd watching the live stream outside laughed. This team is still a bit of an oddball. What heaven's pride? How dare they think that? 2. Wang Chuan walked out at this time, and Wang Hai was the first to spot Wang Chuan as he said in dismay. Wang Chuan? Surprisingly, it's you. This trash. The green-haired girl next to him glanced at Wang Chen and scoffed. Yo, have you been abandoned by Xiao Xiao and the others and are hiding here alone and shivering? A flash of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Hai's eyes. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? I'll send him out later. The green-haired girl laughed. That's good. I don't see this kid as good anyway. There is no explicit rule in the GAA that forbids open fighting between squads. But people don't usually do that either, because it would just waste the time of both parties. But Wang Duan was different. Wang Hai and the others were confident that they could send Wang Chen flying out with a single move. Wouldn't waste any of his time. Hearing the words of the two Wang Hai, the faces of the crowd also showed contempt. This guy is so not human. Actually thinking of bullying Wang Duan. but a gloating look immediately appeared on their faces. As long as Wang Hai dares to make a move, he's going to regret it next. They now understood why Wang Chen had stopped here. Dare I say it was to wait for Wang Hai to retaliate against him. This guy is still so rampant. It's time for him to cry later. That's right. Look at this guy's arrogant appearance. I've long looked at him with displeasure. Later on, Wang Dust can make sure to teach him a good lesson. The reason why Wang Dust appeared was also to specifically lead Wang Hai to say so. If Wang Hai didn't say those words, Wang Dust really didn't have a reason to make a move. But since Wang Hai had already said his ugly words up front, then Wang Duan wouldn't stay his hand. He is now 100% on the moral high ground. Wang Hai said at this time, "Brat, I'll clean you up later. I don't have time now. Come on, let's all do it together and get rid of these spiders first." They then attacked together. Earth piercing, fire Z, Jenny water gun. As they expected, their attack would tear through the disguise of these spiders, but these skills smashed into the bodies of these spiders, leaving only small marks. The attacked spider reached out its knuckles somewhat mirthfully to scratch its stomach, making a crunching sound. Seeing this scene, Wang Hai and the others' eyes almost didn't fly out and their jaws nearly hit the ground. How is this not quite what they expected? Chapter 79, Want to morally kidnap? Could it be that our attacks weren't strong enough? Didn't break the camouflage of these demons? Or are we all in an illusion right now? Wang Hai and the others analyzed calmly for a while. After all, it was impossible for such a high-level demonic creature to appear on the 13th floor. To be able to have so many high-level demons appear, there must be a reason for it. They just need to figure out the pattern now. Wang Hai several people directly head-to-head into a circle, a burst of analysis. Could it be that these are the nightmares in our minds? You see, that kid doesn't look a bit scared at all. So that means we're the only ones who can see these spider demons? My guess is that when these spider demons attack us, we just need to do nothing and show the courage in our hearts to get through the level. The green-haired teenage girl, Sweet Pan, was analyzing again. That's a good point. According to what Sugar said, the reason why our attack didn't work just now was because we were hitting all in the air. So of course it couldn't have had any effect. The studded youth looked like I got it. The few of them then separated. Their eyes once again filled with confidence. Let me do it. The studded youth charged directly towards one of the spiders, then just stood in front of the spider and opened his arms wide. It was written all over his face, "I've seen through you. Just come on." Wang Duanman was dumbfounded. It wasn't just Wang Duan who looked dumbfounded. The crowd watching the live stream was also shocked. They were also hilarious by the mesmerizing operations of Wang Hai and the others. These few little cuties, I guess they still don't know that these demons were summoned by Wang Dust, and they're still making all sorts of guesses here. They're really laughing at me. In the midst of everyone's teasing gaze, this level 30 spider let out a roar at the studded youth, and countless amounts of slime were flung in his face. This youth's legs immediately trembled, and he couldn't help but say, "Damn, this is too real." All sprayed old man's mouth. No, I can't be afraid. It's all an illusion. It's all a test from my teacher. If I just stand firm in my beliefs, I will be able to dash. But he hadn't finished his sentence. This spider then impatiently raised one of its knobby limbs and smacked the youth hard in the face. Bang! The massive impact nearly knocked the youth's eyes out. In the next moment, this youth with earrings flew up directly, ruthlessly smashed on top of the door next to him, and fell to the ground with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood and then unconscious. His teleportation talisman then emitted a white light, teleporting him out. Wang Hai and the others looked at the youth who was teleported out. In their hearts, they finally realized that these demonic creatures in front of them were not an illusion at all. Instead, they are actual demons. A look of horror appeared on the faces of Wang Hai and the others, but they couldn't figure it out or understand it. Why would such a high-level demonic creature appear at the 13th floor? No, don't attack me. If you're going to attack this kid first. Wang Hai sat down directly on the ground in fear, his crotch getting wet. Sweet Pan looked at Wang Chen and shouted, "Why aren't you afraid? Why don't these demons attack you?" Wang Dust smiled faintly and said, "Why would a demonic creature I summoned attack me?" Wang Hai rounded his eyes. "What? A demonic creature summoned by you? How is that possible? You're just a small mechanic. What are you bragging about?" But the next moment, all the spiders all prostrated themselves towards Wang Chen. This scene directly shocked Wang Hai and the others. Their hearts were about to explode. They had never been so shocked in their lives. Their mouths were wide open. A slurred sound came from his throat. For extreme shock, it was no longer possible to speak a complete sentence. "It sits. Wang Hai is going crazy." Sweet Pan was also skeptical, but that's the only way to explain it. Why did so many high-level demons appear on the 13th floor? Next moment, Wang Hai noticed Wang Duan's rank. 29 levels? Wang Hai dried his throat and hissed incredulously. The rest of them were also taken aback once again so hard that they nearly passed their backs. If they didn't have no more strength left in their bodies, they would have to give themselves a few slaps to see if they were dreaming. You, what the hell did you do? Reacting. Wang Hai looked at Wang Duan with a mixture of fear. A cold smile spread across the corners of Wang Dust's mouth. It doesn't matter what I did. It only matters what I'm going to do next? No. You can't do this. It's against morality. You can't kick me out. I have to get into a prestigious university. Listening to Wang Hai's meaningless hissing, the cold light in Wang Dust's eyes intensified. Trying to moralize? You want moralizing? Chapter 80 Threats and Counterattacks. Pan Sweetness also shouted in panic as if she were a shrew. Yes. You can't do anything to us. Or do you believe I'll go out and sue you? Wang Dust narrowed his eyes. According to you, you're only allowed to do what you want to me and not what I want to do to you, right? Wang Hai and Pan Sweetie's breathing stuttered, but they still colored and said, so what? Although I don't know how you were able to summon so many high-level demons, in my eyes you're just a waste. You think you're good enough? Dependent on your disabled sister. What's the use of doing well in the college entrance exams? Mentioning Wang Chen's sister, Wang Hai looked like he had suddenly caught something as he colored grimly. Kid, if you dare to kick me out of the trial tower, do you believe that I will be the first one to lay my hands on your sister when I get out? Pan Sweetness also said with a flickering gaze. Right. If you dare to kick us out, we'll be the first to take revenge on your sister when we get out. At this moment, the faces of the people outside the arena flashed with anger after hearing these words. These two are just shameless. It's amazing to be able to say such things. It's outrageous. Not a shred of professionalism. Within the conference room, Lu Fan's face did not look good either. Lu Qian hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Lord Special Ombudsman. It's our dereliction of duty for not educating these two. Lu Fan didn't say anything more, just tapping the back of the chair rhythmically with his fingertips. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Wang Hai continued to threaten at this time. If you kneel down and kowtow to us a few times now and help us brush the trial tower, we can forgive you without any blame. They completely failed to notice that Wang Chen's face was terribly gloomy at this moment. His scales were his own sister, and he would kill anyone who dared to harm his family, even if they were gods. What are you doing frozen here? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down? Wang Hai pulled Pan Tian Tian to stand up. The two were high and mighty. Wang Dust didn't bother with nonsense and walked straight over. Wang Hai was afraid. You want to do? Snap. Wang Dust slammed a dozen slaps on Wang Hai's face, directly interrupting his words. These dozen slaps directly beat Wang Hai's skin, flesh and blood, and all the teeth in his mouth flew out. Ha! Wang Hai was confused. In the end, Wang Dust even swung around slap out. Pop! Wang Hai's body spun several times in the air before landing with a thud. He was lying on the ground covering his face, and the man was dumbfounded. Punk, do you know what you're doing? You seek death? Pan Sweetness immediately chided. As a result, Wang Chen walked directly towards her. Pan Sweetheart panicked as she screamed, I'm a girl. Wang Dust didn't hesitate for a second, backhanded another slap across the woman's face. Pop! Crisp popping sounds rang out. Pan Sweetness was directly slapped out several meters away, and fell with a thud into the fishy swamp. How dare you hit me? Pan Sweetheart was going crazy. She struggled to climb out. Feeling her bloody face, her whole body was about to collapse. She cried out viciously, Aha! I'm going to go out and kill your sister. How dare you threaten my sister? You're really tired of living. Wang Dust grabbed Pan Sweetheart's hair and picked her up from the ground, and threw a few more slaps on her face one after another. Pop! 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 After these slaps, Pan Tian Tian's face was swollen as if it was a pig's head, and it was impossible to see the human appearance. Wang Chen then delivered another vicious whip kick on top of Pan Tian Tian's stomach. The oozing sound of bone cracking rang out, accompanied by Pan Tian Tian's pig-killing screams. She flew out once again and smashed into Wang Hai's body. The two fell into the mire once again. Wang Hai was hit in the eye. When he pushed Pan Tian Tian away and tried to get up, Wang Chen came over and kicked him, directly breaking both his legs, then took two branches and stuck them on top of his palm, pinning it alive above the ground. Ah! Wang Hai wailed, but with his palms nailed to the ground, his body couldn't move, and he could only twitch vigorously. Sweet Pan was no exception, and Wang Chen also picked up two branches and nailed her to the ground. But the next moment, the two of them were teleported out. Wang Dust raised his eyebrows. Anyway, in the middle of the entrance exam, he couldn't kill anyone, and killing is also explicitly forbidden. Otherwise he wouldn't have let the two go so easily. Off-site, everyone was shocked by Wang Chen's ruthlessness. They hadn't expected Wang Chen to be so decisive in his strikes, but these two deserved it. Then someone started to stand up and shout, well played. He shouted this as if he had activated the atmosphere. All the students started shouting loudly and wildly one after the other. So relieved. Senior Wang Chen is handsome. Inside the conference room, Lu Fan looked at Wang Duan, and the movement of knocking on the back of the chair suddenly stopped. Chapter 81 Well played. Principal Lu Qian's heart was in his throat at this moment. That act of Wang Dust just now was certainly a relief, but it was a bit too ruthless, which is very rare among students. Only those professionals who had experienced several years of combat could see this killing aura in them. He was afraid that because of this Lu Fan would have a bad impression of Wang Chen. After hesitating for a while, Lu Qian still opened his mouth and said, Lord Special Ombudsman, this is a matter of Wang Hai and that girl called Pan's sweetness insulting in advance first. I want to. Who knew that? Lu Fan suddenly said. Well played, well played. Students nowadays lack this kind of hostility. One by two they have become nerds. I haven't seen this kind of ruthless students for too long. The alien race invades and crosses the border, and the world of mankind is being eaten away. Soldiers on the front line fought in blood, but the years are still not promising. It boils down to a lack of ferocity in the bones of today's students, and this was the first time he had ever seen this kind of ferocity in a senior. Lu Qian looked at Lu Fan with some surprise. He laughed out loud at the end, too, and nodded heavily. Yes, well played, I feel relieved too. Lu Fan suddenly said, this is not over. Give me an investigation into the family background of these two people. Make a table of their family information and relatives, and send it over to me later. Also, no matter what these two people's grades are, as long as I, Lu Fan, am sitting here, it's impossible for the two of them to be admitted to any university. Hearing Lu Fan's gradually icy words, Lu Qian couldn't help but shiver. That's the special ombudsman for gangs. He couldn't help but admire this thunderous attitude and strong hand. He then hurriedly ordered his men to get ready. On the other side, in Wang Hai's house, Wang Hai's mother was waiting anxiously. Being a parent is no way to watch a live stream of the entrance exam. Only the principals of some big families would be allowed to open special channels. Otherwise, some of the scenes within the trial tower are too bloody, and I'm afraid some parents won't be able to accept them. I don't know if my son can rush to the 20th floor this year. I'm a bit worried. The woman pushed the window open a little anxiously toward the outside. After wandering around the house for a while, she couldn't help but mutter, I wonder if this crippled girl coming from outside will affect our son's chi either. No, I have to find a way to drive them out, the man said with some impatience. Can you stop giving me trouble day after day? What's the matter with people living here? Just sit here and wait. Look at what you've taught your son. As long as there are no accidents, it's a safe bet that our son will go to a good university. The woman stopped talking at once, but went straight back into her house, slamming the door with a jarring thud. The man shook his head, sighed, and stopped talking. And in the next room, Wang Luohan was also worriedly looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Brother, you must be safe and sound and not have any accidents. She didn't expect Wang Duan to do well on the exam. All she wanted was for Wang Duan to be peaceful and smooth. In the middle of the trial tower, Wang Chen, you're back? Wen and Xiao Xiao, Li Mengmeng and the others saw Wang Duan catching up behind them. They immediately let out cries of surprise. I'm sorry to have kept everyone delayed for a while because of me. King Dust apologized, and Xiao Xiao immediately said, what are you talking about? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly. Let's move on then. Wang Dust sat down on a spider. Drive the spider deeper towards the interior of the 14th floor. On the way, and Xiao Xiao introduced, the magic creatures on the 14th floor are mainly occupied by thick-skinned and thick-fleshed magic creatures such as bear spirits, which are highly immune to both physical and magic, and it's best to use spirit magic to deal with these types of magic creatures. A lot of people will choose to give up on brushing the 14th level of the bear goblins to get through to the 15th level quickly. Before her words fell, there was a sudden shaking sound coming from the earth next to them, only to see more than a dozen bear spirits wearing leather armor rushing towards them from all around. And Xiao Xiao and the others unleashed their magic, whether it was flames or cold ice, and were only able to leave them with less serious wounds. At this time, the students and teachers outside were also curious about what Wang Chen would choose, whether you choose to go through quickly like a normal person, or be a bit more resourceful and choose to brush up on some bear spirits before heading to the 15th floor. It was because Wang Dust had delayed for a bit too long. They are now down to third place in points. For now, it seems like a wise choice to stay here and brush up on some monsters before leaving. Wang Chen thought exactly the same thing, but he didn't intend to brush just a little bit of the monsters, but instead, his eyes flickered as he said, so according to what you're saying is that almost no one will touch the bear spirits here? And Xiao Xiao and the others nodded. Wang Dust laughed. That's just right. You guys release taunt-type magic to lure all the bear spirits over. Chapter 82 Shocking the crowd. Hearing this, and Xiao Xiao and the others froze. What? Releasing a taunt-type magic to lure all the bear spirits over? There are at least a few hundred bear spirits here, right? Mo Lioli coughed. They suddenly thought of Wang Chen's previous performance in the copy, so immediately he shut his mouth again, and sighed. Almost forgot. You're not a normal person. Li Mengmeng interjected appropriately, because you're the bull warrior who never takes off his mask. These words caused Wang Chen's old face to blush. Li Mengmeng also retook out the monster-inducing scent capsule, and the strange fragrance drifted with the wind. People outside were staring in disbelief. Why did Li Mengmeng take out the monster-luring scented capsule again? Even if they want to lure some monsters over like this, it's still a bit too licentious. Yeah, the scent of the monster-attracting scent capsule can float for at least dozens of miles. There are at least a few hundred bear spirits around here, right? If just Wang Dust's 100 or so mechanical spiders wanted to deal with these thick-skinned bear spirits, it would take a long time even with level suppression, right? People are puzzled. Even if Wang Dust was planning to repeat his trick and use the laser cannon ability he had shown before to destroy these bear goblins, but I am afraid it will also achieve very little, because the defense of these bear spirits was just too strong. Previously, the reason why Wang Dust was able to strike such a stunning blow was mostly attributed to the fact that those eagle demoness's own defenses were too poor. Instead of making statements, the teachers shut up this time. They always felt that Wang Chen had his own reasons for doing so, and admonished myself to never be so shocked this time that I forget to do expression management. They've been photographed several times with their mouths wide open by reporters. They can even think of what tomorrow's news headlines will be. Shocked. Teachers of Luo Haino. One middle school had their mouths open. What on earth did they see? Shameful. The teachers of Luo Haino. One middle school have collectively done this kind of thing at the time of the college entrance exam. What kind of surprise will you give me? Lu Fan seriously grew more and more expectant. Lu Qian was also filled with curiosity. The strength displayed by Wang Chen refreshed his perception time and time again. At this time, the sound of the earth shaking had already resounded around Wang Chen, only to see dozens of bear spirits surrounding them towards Wang Chen, and there were more dense shadows flickering in the distance. The number was at least 300 to 400 at a glance. Now that seems a bit overplayed. Lu Chen clutched his magic staff and cowered back, dead set on getting off the spider. He suspected that he would be trampled to a pulp by these bear spirits with a war trample. And Xiao Xiao and Li Mengmeng, their expressions were also very serious. There were some faster running bear spirits being cleared by their magic. Mo Lioli continuously released an ice blade to slash towards these bear spirits. All of you stand back and let me do it. Wang Dust watched as the bear spirits gathered more and more, and he directly opened the portal once again. Two huge portals stood high above the earth. A swirling light shimmered inside. The crowd froze. Could it be that Wang Dust was going to summon out the spider demon once again? But how is that possible? He'd already summoned over 100 heads. That's as far as it goes, right? They had never heard of a level 20 or 30 professional being able to summon so many demons at that level. Next moment, the two giant doors made a shuddering sound. Over 1,000 spiders that had been poised for battle came out of it like a tidal wave. They crowded around each other, their sharp knuckles smashing into the earth above, and roared up into the sky. The vast army of spiders crossed over Wang Duan and the others towards the bear essence. The two armies instantly charged together. How could these level 10 plus bear spirits be a match for these spiders? These mechanical spiders of various species used their sharp knuckles and fangs to directly tear apart the defense of these bear spirits. The electric current spiders sprayed out were even directly electrifying these bear spirits. One could almost describe it as crushing. Ha! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Their eyes barely flew out, and their scalps cracked. Senior Wang Chen, is he even human? How many ING summons are there? 1, 2, 3, can't count. Simply can't count. Aha! I'm going crazy. This summoner old man won't learn. There were a few students of the summoner profession who directly broke the magic staffs in their hands. Who is the real summoner anyway? The scene in front of them nearly tore their perceptions to shreds. Over 1,000 spider demons. What the kind of concept is that? Wang Chen alone could push through all the copies, right? People are so angry with each other. This kid, his abilities are a bit too exaggerated. Teacher Lu Fan had already prepared himself mentally, but when he saw such an exaggerated scene, the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but twitch, and his heart had already set off huge waves. Lu Qian was also completely dumbfounded, and his entire body was transformed into a clay figure. Chapter 83. Skyrocket. At this time, someone said, "That's not right. Summoners need to consume a lot of magic power to summon out magical creatures. Senior Wang Chen must not be able to last long with so many demons summoned. He's wasting his magic power in advance." Hearing this, the crowd also felt that there was some truth to it. The teachers couldn't help but show concern as well. Running out of magic and stamina early. Somewhat less wise. Although Wang Chuan and the others had now far surpassed Reninian as number 1 in terms of points, but at the back Ren Enian and the others were perfectly capable of recovering. With time, they were shocked to realize that several people from Wang Chen were sitting on the spider watching the battle. On the other hand, and Xiao Xiao and the others were talking and laughing while holding their magic wands and throwing magic towards the group of bear goblins to brush up their contribution. They've never seen the entrance exams be this easy. 10 minutes passed like that. The bear spirits here were all killed, but Wang Chen still didn't have any unusual expression. They couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Damn, it's not possible that Senior Wang Chen summoned out so many summons without consuming magic power at all, is it? The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air at these words, and their cheeks trembled fiercely. Then look at Wang Dust's vacation-like relaxed and happy expression. They think it's really possible. It wasn't like other summoners who summon out a dozen summons. If the magic supply was not enough, one would be drained to dryness in minutes. The summoner profession students on the side immediately felt like they had received a 10,000 point bludgeon in their hearts, and they could not cry. People are more angry than people. They felt that Wang Chan was the summoner. What kind of occupation has this kid awakened? It's a bit too geeky, isn't it? Lu Fan's expression was a bit taut. Lu Qian, on the other hand, was numb as he reassured himself, but this should be all the characteristics of this kid's profession. He won't have any other abilities, right? Lu Fan hesitantly nodded and said, I guess so. He should have mutated into a profession similar to a mechanical summoner. His weakness should be his fear of melee combat and his physical fitness is relatively poor. I don't see anything else. The two of them had never thought that the characteristic of summoning was just one of Wang Chen's subsidiary attributes. What poor physical condition? 30 levels would be enough for 60, 000 or 70, 000 four-dimensional attributes. You talked to him about his poor physical conditioning? Lu Fan picked up the report form, where he recorded Wang Dust's characteristics in detail. It is speculated that it may be the profession of a mechanical summoner. Characteristics, able to massively summon out summons of about the same level as itself. Drawbacks, very likely to be physically weak and afraid of being attacked by melee combat. After writing these words, Lu Fan suddenly said, by the time we get to those later levels, this kid shouldn't be able to use these summons, right? Lu Qian nodded. The environment on those latter levels really wasn't suitable for summoner attacks. This was because the latter floors were narrow caves, unsuitable for large-scale battles. This tier tests the student's basic skills in how to occupy powerful terrain for suppressive fire. Spiders are too big. It can't be exerted at all in the middle of a cave. The cave is only 2 meters at its highest, but each of these spiders was at least 3 meters tall. Forcing a spider to be summoned may cause the cave to collapse. They were now a bit worried about how Wang Chen should respond. Generally the kind that brushes the monsters in the later floors. Most candidates will choose to have the knight top the front to hold off the demon attack, then have the wizards as humanoid turrets to occupy powerful terrain against the steady stream of incoming attacks. But for now, Wang Dust and his team lack meat shields, which was a hard injury. So that's why it's so important to emphasize, again and again, before the high school exams, to make sensible team pairings. Read on. Lu Fan put away the pen in his hand. The mind is a little apprehensive. At this time, in the middle of the trial tower, Wang Dust had already brought over 1,000 spider armies to kill all the bear spirits that had been attracted to the area, and their points had directly come to over 10,000. That's awesome. We're straight up number 1 now. The 3 girls, and Xiao Xiao, Li Meng Meng, and Mo Lioli, hugged each other excitedly. Each other's huge objects collided with each other like a passionate beach volleyball collision. But that's not all. Wang Dust directly led the spider army to continue to push across the road along the way, and all the bear spirits encountered were all killed. They killed their way towards the 15th floor just like that. On the 16th floor, in the middle of Reninian's team, Luo Jun, who had just finished killing the demonic creature, saw such a drastic change in the scoreboard, and a flash of shock swept through his eyes. What's going on? How did Xiao Xiao's and their team points suddenly rise so much all of a sudden? Cheng Shanshan was also stunned when she checked it, and then her face became ugly. Don't panic, Ren Enian is lighthearted. Chapter 84, Imperial Capital Potential Dragon Ranking. He held a golden lance and dryly killed a dry zombie-type demonic creature in front of him. The tip of the golden gun shattered the crystal core in the demon's chest. Shake the blood off the gun. Ren Enian said calmly, if I'm not wrong, they should have stayed at those levels below to start killing magical creatures in a big way to accumulate points, as the configuration of their team is extremely unreasonable. Those later floors require melee professions and long-range professions to cooperate with each other to be able to do so, and they know that passing through the later floors will be very difficult, which is why they're powering through the front. But college entrance exams are never a sprint race, but a long cross-country race of endurance, willpower, and teamwork. After saying these words, Reninian looked at the graveyard with a little ghost fire floating in the distance. A cold smile appeared on his face. You can't take first place without powering ahead. The rest of the people's faces slowed down a bit after hearing this and said to Luo Jun, "Look at how scared you kid is. How can they surpass us in points when they're bringing a loser with them? We'll all be going to a prestigious university by then. So don't be afflicted. Seize the time to hurry toward the front. Our goal is at least 50 floors off." Their group then proceeded towards the depths of the graveyard, laughing and talking, as the white mist that drifted around them gradually obscured their silhouettes. 15th floor, accompanied by flashes of teleportation light. Wang Dust and his group appeared here. Hoo. A light was then lit above the narrow rock wall on either side of the orange glow lit up the entire hallway. This is an underground cavern with very narrow and intricate terrain. It's true what I said before. Once you get to the 15th floor here it's all cave-type copies. And Xiao Xiao reached out her slender hand and stroked the wall next to her. Lu Chang scratched his head. What does the textbook say? 3 years of trial and 5 years of simulation says that the cave class is mainly dominated by which magical creatures? Li Meng added. Cave-type magical creatures are mainly cave-dwelling magical creatures. And apart from the common goblins, there are also undead lineages, zombie lineages, insect lineages, and some rarer ancient lineages. Oh, I was just going to say that. Lu Chang coughed. I remember seeing an anime before where the main character was a spider, and it encountered a lot of strange and weird magical creatures inside the cave. There were pythons, venomous dragons and the like, and I was afraid that we might have those kinds of things here. Lu Chang, as an unabashed anime fan, didn't usually watch these things. How can a low-level cave like ours have so many high-level demonic creatures? If these really appear, we don't need to break through. It's better to save our little lives first. Mo Lioli rolled her eyes. What's going on in that fat little head all day? Wang Dust, being a learner, directly said, what Lioli said is not wrong. These layers mainly test our ability to work together as a team. Later on, there will be a large number of demons attacking towards us. You guys stand back and I'll stand in front and block for you. As long as we can carry through the attack of these demonic creatures to find a passageway out, we'll be able to head to the 16th floor without any problems. Lu Chang was speechless. Brother Dust, make it clear. Is it you who is carrying the demonic creature's attack? Or are the demons carrying your offense? Make it sound like it's tough to swipe a copy of this. Wang Chen didn't look at them. Instead, his eyes flashed red as he looked at the distant cave and said, "Don't speak. I can feel that a large number of demonic creatures are coming back towards us." In his field of vision, he could see dense red dots in the endless darkness, emitting shrill cries, colliding with each other, crowding, and rushing toward them like a tidal wave. The three girls, and Xiao Xiao, consciously stood behind Wang Chen. As for Lu Chang, he cowered at the very back. At this moment, the attention of the entire audience was focused on Wang Chen, and everyone wanted to see just how Wang Chen was going to solve so many demons. Lu Fan directly stood up. Why is Wang Chen standing at the front? As a summoner with such a poor physique, shouldn't he be standing at the back and letting that fatty take the front? Lu Qian said weakly, but that fatty is a milkmaid. He should be more brittle. Lu Fan directly slapped the table and roared. Then have you ever thought that that fat man's weight of more than 200 pounds could allow the poisonous insects to gnaw on him for a while longer? Lu Qian instantly stopped talking. The current Wang Chen had become a precious lump in Lu Fan's heart. Lu Fan was still talking to himself. Do you know how much pressure I'm under this year? The pretty country and the Taiji country have sent a few more top students to study at our Imperial Capital University this year. And they're even threatening to take over the top 10 of the Imperial Capital's freshman rankings, so that no one from our Huaxia will be able to get into the rankings. Speaking of this, Lu Fan gritted his teeth. This is a great shame. Chapter 85, New Construction Weapons. As one of the top-ranked universities in the world, Taito University attracts a large number of foreign students every year. Over the years, several countries such as the pretty country and the Taiji country had even spared no expense in sending their outstanding students to the Imperial Capital University. They were certainly not there to learn the excellent teaching philosophy of the Chinese Empire, but purely to demoralize the Chinese students. Nowadays, 6 of the top 10 rankings of the Imperial Capital University's potential dragon ranking are all foreigners. All of them occupy the top 6 positions. This year, the pretty country and the Taiji country sent 3 more scholars, all of whom were clear S-rank professions, threatened to completely expel the Chinese from the subterranean dragon ranking. So this was why Lu Fan thought so highly of Wang Chen. With 1 Rin Inian, plus Wang Chen as well as in Xiao Xiao, a city with 2 or 3 top students, he could definitely add a nice touch to his resume. Of course, what was more important was that these 3 scholars could definitely shine within the Imperial Capital University as long as they were able to get into the Imperial Capital University. There might be hope to regain the freshman ranking of the subterranean dragon ranking. Therefore, Lu Fan didn't want any accidents to happen to Wang Chen at all. When he thought of the ugly faces of the diplomats of the pretty country and Taiji country, Lu Fan was so angry that he broke the pen in his hand, and his body exuded a terrifying majesty. Principal Lu Qian was trembling beside him. It wasn't just Lu Qian who was nervous, and so many students off the field. Everyone tilted their heads and sweated for Wang Chen.
The large screen in front of them was displaying the situation of Wang Dust's team. 15 levels of underground caves. The piercing screams became more and more pronounced as the dense red points of light in the distance came closer and closer. By the light of the fires on the sides of the cave, one could clearly see that it was one hideous bug after another. These bugs are pretty gross. Variety of categories. There are meandering millipedes. There were also hideous scorpions with a greenish glow, and wriggling link worms, and all sorts of slimy, floppy monsters that hissed and charged. The quantity is more than you can see at a glance. All in all, very disgusting. Some of the girls are rolling their eyes and spitting out their tongues at the sight of it. What a nasty bug. Mo Lioli stomped her foot. You guys want to try? Wang Dust turned back and smiled.
Wow.
Silver-white builders instantly burst from his body, building stationary Gatling after stationary Gatling, as well as self-propelled charge blasters,
at a rapid pace on either side of the cavern.
The blackened muzzle of the gun was aimed directly at the wave of insects in the distance.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Mo Lioli and Li Meng Meng, the two lively girls, directly gripped the Gatling, their eyes filled with excitement. Lu Chang, for his part, yelled and came up behind a self-propelled charge blaster, aiming it into the distance. Damn, why does it feel like playing Crossfire to fight the ruins of Giant City? Exciting.
By this time the swarm was approaching in the distance.
Da 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 da. The Gatling instantly opened fire,
and countless bullets instantly rushed towards the distant bugs.
Enchanted special bullets toppled the armor on their bodies,
breaking their amputated limbs and bubbling up with nasty green slime. Clusters of blue charge also exploded amongst the swarm,
hindering their offensive stance. Everyone outside the arena was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What the hell is this? Am I reading this right? Weren't heat weapons phased out many years ago? It's an enchanted heat weapon, much more powerful than a heat weapon. But are they allowed to be brought in amongst the high school exams? At this time, someone said, this isn't a magic prop at all. It's Senior Wang Dust's occupational trait, and if it violates the rules, the trial tower will alert the first time. When the crowd heard this, shock swept across their eyes.
The shock that Wang Dust had brought to them was simply too much.
Surprisingly,
they were able to rub out enchanted hot weapons out of thin air. This was the first time they had heard of such an ability, and it was also a bit too heaven-defying.
Just how many more secrets does this kid have on him? Lu Fan in the middle of the conference room was also shocked. No good. You guys, look. Someone suddenly yelled out, pointing at a distant screen, full of panic, only to see the bugs that were originally charging over on the ground suddenly change formation. There were a lot of bugs that started crawling towards the sides of the cavern, some even moving quickly across the ceiling. There were also many bugs that used their size to their advantage, quickly dodging and even using the skill of sneaking. There were quite a few leaks that rushed towards Wang Chen and the others. Look out! And Xiao Zhaosai took her magic wand and smashed a few magic spells over, instantly burning these bugs into charcoal. Brother Dust, it won't work. Although the Gatling has a high rate of fire, these bugs are too cunning and will even burrow underground to come over. Lu Chang was already feeling some strain. Li Meng Meng also shouted with a somewhat white face. Wang Dust, you quickly think of a way. Do not freeze, build a few more Gatling. As a result, at this time, they suddenly felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation coming from behind. Chapter 86, Did he find the nest? Boom! All that could be heard was a loud roar. The hot light instantly dispersed all the darkness. Even Lu Chang and the others couldn't open their eyes. They only felt a tingling in their skin, followed by the sensation of a fiery heat pounding on their faces, only to see a crimson lava flame instantly spewing out of the earth, like a furious dragon coming out of the world, devouring all the bugs. Those bugs that tried to rush over were instantly roasted into charcoal and turned into flying ash. There was also a fiery red mark on the ground, the result of the dirt on the ground being melted by the heat. Is this a new weapon? Lu Chang and the others turned around, dumbfounded as they saw the weapon in Wang Chen's hand. Wang Dust patted this red weapon in his hand and said, I've just risen to level 30 and unlocked a new skill. This is called Self-Propelled Lava Fire Cannon. It's very useful against these bugs. Name, Self-Propelled Lava Cannon. Level, 2. Function, Spraying High-Temperature Flame. Description, Unleashes linear tongues of fire with a terrifyingly high-temperature burning effect. Awesome. Lu Chang looked numb. Wang Chuan then controlled these self-propelled lava fire cannons to send out an attack, and a flame attack was sprayed over with no mercy. The originally vast swarm was instantly cleared out. The experience of a few of them was also rising. Although it wasn't rising as fast as Wang Duan's, it was enough to surprise them. After clearing these, Wang Chuan had these digger robots under his command reclaim these built Gatlings back into his mechanical space again.
They moved forward a short distance. Then, in a repeat of their old trick of letting out their weapons, they began to take up the terrain to clear out the bugs in the distance. Because the advance is so fast, Wang Dust directly released a large number of invaders to help scout the path.
At the same time, a scanning tower was constructed to scan the entire complex cave diorama of the cave. It's important to realize that the biggest problem plaguing these students is their unfamiliarity with the terrain. And every year the maps of the high school caves change again and again. So every step forward is unknown. However,
Wang Dust was like he was unpredictable, utilizing the skill of infrared scanning while leading in Xiao Xiao and Lu Chang and the others to sweep away these bugs. Those bugs hidden in the shadows couldn't hurt Wang Chen at all. Generally speaking, the adventurer teams that entered here were careful not to be more careful. These students were afraid of disturbing the large number of bugs.
All of them, after clearing a portion of it,
immediately used their concealment type skills to carefully feel their way towards the 17th floor.
Where was it like Wang Dust? It was like a big sweep, coming in and killing bugs with impunity.
Others hated to put a silencer on their wands for fear that their magic would move too much.
And Wang Dust was good, hating to install a megaphone.
In front of a cave,
Wang Chen suddenly stopped and said, "Wait, what's wrong?"
And Xiao Xiao and the others looked at each other, only to see that Wang Chen had suddenly constructed several lava fire cannons here in a dry manner.
Seeing Wang Chen's maneuvering,
the faces of the teachers outside changed violently.
This kid can't know what's inside this cave down here, can he? Someone gulped. I don't think so. After all,
the questioner placed the bug tide very stealthily.
That's right, this is none other than the 15th floor of the bug's nest. The demons in the Tower of Trials were not created out of thin air, but were carefully captured by the questioner. The questioner would set up a simulated wilderness scene inside, allowing the demons to flourish freely inside while controlling their levels and numbers. Because the questioner doesn't want students to be able to find it here. On the one hand,
the bug mother was so powerful that she could wipe out these candidates by directly controlling her army. The other side of the coin is that they also need a steady stream of bugs from the mother of all bugs to breed out bugs for the students' yearly exams. It was important to realize that bug mothers were extremely difficult to catch,
let alone one with the right level. That's why the questioner put the location of the bug nest extremely hidden. But the next moment,
the faces of the top management of the Education Bureau on the podium had an indescribable splendor, only to see Wang Chen directly use his palm cannon to blast out a large hole in the wall next to him. This kid really knows that the bug nest is in here.
But how on earth did he know that?
The faces of both the teachers and the higher-ups in the Board of Education were strange as hell.
By the book, no student will be able to find the location of the bug nest, because it's too secretive, and it's isolated from perception-based magic. However,
Wang Dust was certain that this was the location of the bug nest.
The students outside, on the other hand, didn't know what exactly Wang Chen was going to do.
But along with the falling of the rubble,
the scene inside the big hole was exposed to everyone's view. Inside is a huge nest. Countless bugs are moving inside. Hiss! Senior Wang Chen actually found the location of the insect nest? Everyone was taken aback. No way? Does he want to? Chapter 87 Life and Death with a Female Ghost. That's right. Wang Chen was precisely planning to destroy the insect nest here. The moment the wall was blown down,
the bugs inside tried to rush out towards the outside,
but Wang Chen directly blasted them back with his palm cannon.
Several lava cannons around him then attacked. Constant columns of crimson fire were sprayed. The huge nest that looked like a beehive was instantly enveloped in flames. Countless bugs screamed inside. The huge bug mother fell out of it, wriggling her fat body to resist, but it didn't last more than a few seconds before it too was reduced to flying dust under the pillar of flaming light.
In just an instant,
the battle was over before it had even begun.
Are you kidding me? The attack power of the automatic lava cannon was considered to be the strongest among the buildings that Wang Dust was currently able to build. The downside is that the attack range is a bit short, but it's simply not too good against these bugs. A vivid illustration of what it means to close the door and beat the dog. At this point off the field, all of the students were dumbfounded as they watched the scene, their brains going blank. I'm afraid Wang Dust is the first student in history to find the bug nest. With a large amount of experience in his account, Wang Dust was satisfied to the core. The teachers outside looked at each other. They could imagine how wonderful the faces of those questioners would be when they knew about this. Not only do they need to go back to catching the mother of all bugs, there is also a need to repopulate the mother of all bugs. Right now,
Wang Dust and his team's points were up to 15,000.
Following Brother Dust is just comfortable.
Although the contribution is very low and the share of experience is small, but it can't be helped that Brother Dust kills a lot of monsters. White light once again flashed above Lu Chang and the few of them.
Every single one of them went up a level. Don't freeze. Let's proceed forward. At our current speed, we should be close to catching up with Reninian. Wang Dust suddenly sneered. Rain Inian? He should be on the 17th floor right now. Li Mengmeng glanced at the points leaderboard. Though they are number 1 right now, but Runinan's team is nipping at their heels in terms of points. In just a short while, Runinan's team's points had already surpassed theirs, and it seemed that killing monsters at higher levels gave more points. And Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Duan. The attentive one noticed the suppressed emotions in Wang Duan's tone. She said, "What's wrong, Wang Duan? Why do I hear something wrong with your tone?" Wang Dus smiled. "There's nothing wrong, I just thought that he helped me for such a long time. I want to properly thank him face to face, preferably the kind that comes from my heart." Wang Chen then led them through the 15th floor smoothly to the 16th floor. The door to the 16th level was a huge cavern. Walking in, with a flash of light, they appeared in the middle of a rather desolate plain, where the sky was rather gloomy and strewn with white mist, and the demonic purple moon in the air was even more creepy. Ka Chow. Li Mengmeng blanched and removed her foot, realizing that she had stepped on a human's bone. Holy, is this the skeleton plains? It really lives up to its name. Lu Chang squatted on the ground and pushed the skeleton at his feet with his hand, which rolled around on the ground, bits of ghostly fire drifting out of its empty eye sockets. So scary. Mo Liuli shrank toward Wang Chen's back, but she suddenly felt a rather cold gaze, and she twisted her head to see that it was none other than in Xiao Zhao's sight. So Mo Liuli silently moved away a few more centimeters. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the side. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't stop me. Let's just head west. I've already done my research. There are ghost brides, witch demon queens, and other magical creatures like that inside the plains of bones as well. But then we'd be off course. Let's keep going east to get through here fast. No way. Must do justice to heaven today and ruthlessly punish those shameless female ghosts with my whip of thunder and lightning. Brother, I'm calling you brother. Can you listen for once? We're really going to be completely left behind by Xiao Xiao and Ren Inian if we keep this up. Can't you see we're way behind in points now? Hiss. It seems like it. We're actually both in 3rd place. I didn't even notice just now. So let's just hurry up and head east. No, I think it's better to go west. We are now behind in points. It's all the more reason to kill more female ghosts. I want to have a life and death relationship with them, to widely accumulating virtues. The friendship of life and death? That cannot be handed over, brother. That witch queen heard that all the green water, I can't even imagine how bad it stinks. It's okay, I have protective gear with me. It's not in the way. It's not in the way. Hearing such strange words, Wang Chan and the others looked at each other. Wang Dust couldn't help but say to Lu Chang, "How do I hear the people over there seem to be more perverted than you are? You Luo Hai know. 2 middle school is so good at producing talents?" Chapter 88, The Lively Duress. Lu Chang stretched his neck and said, "Brother Dust, you're slandering. How can you call what's happening to the readers perverted?" Li Mengmeng said, "If I'm not mistaken, the team over there should be Thunderbolt Dharma King Duratha's team, right?" As expected, Wang Chen's shouts were also heard by Durath and the others. The white mist fluctuated, and a group of people quickly appeared in front of Wang Chen and the others. The youth at the head had a hangdog look. It was none other than Durath, the S-rank professional mage of Luo Hai's 2nd high school. Seeing Wang Chen and the few of them, Du Lei Si and the few of them blushed with old faces, Durath asked directly, "You guys didn't hear the one where I said I was going to date girl just now, did you?" Everyone was silent at these words. Lu Chang shook his head and said, "I really didn't hear it just now, but I hear it now." Everyone in the room covered their faces. Durath suddenly let out a loud laugh. "I'm joking. You guys can't really be serious. Can you? Ha 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 ha." Everyone looked at him. Duratha's laughter grew smaller. Ha 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 ha, ha ha, ha. It was completely laughable at the end. The air once again fell into silence. Durath suddenly swung around and said, "That's right. I just wanted to go play with a female ghost. What's wrong with that? I'll just have fun. Anyway, only our 2 teams know about this. I don't believe it's such a coincidence that we just happen to be on top of the big screen right now. I'm begging you to keep this a secret for me. Don't ever tell anyone. Don't make me get down on my knees and beg you." By now the teammates around Durath had pretended not to recognize him and were as far away from him as a few meters. This is a face that they really can't afford to lose. Ha 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 ha. That's a good laugh. I declare that Senior Du is now officially enshrined as a undead knight. What a life and death friend. A wide accumulation of yin and yang. To laugh me to death? Can't strain it. Can't strain it. And he says he can't believe it's just coincidentally being broadcast live right now. Do you guys think Elder Du will socially die until he leaves this planet after he comes out of the trial tower? By now all the students outside the field were numb with laughter. The teachers of Luo High 2nd Middle School each had a black face. And although they wanted to laugh, they couldn't laugh at all. I'm afraid this guy doesn't realize that his every move has been live-streamed in its entirety. Su Yun, the principal of Luo Hai No 2 Middle School, was ready to commit suicide, but luckily the teacher next to him stopped him. Why is it that Luo Hai No 1 Middle School produces geniuses, but we in Luo Hai No 2 Middle School produce perverts? Su Yun lay on the ground, unable to cry. He had just seen Wang Chen's power and was shocked to the point of dislocating his jaw the entire time. It was so hard to see his student meet with Wang Duan and the others, and he was still thinking of letting Du Lei Si have a good time. It turned out to be such a big scandal straight away. Su Yun didn't dare to imagine how Lu Qian, the principal of Luo Hai No 1 Middle School, would on his head when the college entrance exam was over. This Durith, when he comes out, old me will definitely teach him to be a man. Su Yun gritted his teeth as he looked at the big screen. At this moment, Du Lei Si was still saying, that who? Isn't your name Wang Duan? I've heard that the Xiao Xiao girls teamed up with you this year, and they all said that you're a drag, but it doesn't matter. It's your luck to run into brother. If you guys meet danger on the 16th floor, call out my name and I can come over and help you. We're even further behind them in points. How can we help them? Someone next to him warned. Ah, is it? But I see how this kid has half the look of a dragger. Are the rumors wrong? Ah, how do I feel that he is even stronger than me? Durith walked over and assumed the dragon scratcher stance, just ready to pinch Wang Duan's pecs. Wang Dust's face changed drastically as he hurriedly took a few steps back, and a few of the girls also covered their chests and retreated a few dozen meters. At this time, someone next to him came over and said to Wang Dust, Sorry to interrupt. Let's just pretend we don't know each other. You guys brush yours and we'll brush ours. A few of them were sweating as they carried Durith and stood him up. See you next time, friends. Hey, by the way, if you guys run into Lu Ningning, Lien Yunqi and the others, remember to give them a hand. Goodbye mom and dad. I'm sailing away tonight. I, Durith, am the man who will become the pirate king. I'll be the first in the trials. Durith, who was caught in the middle and dragging his arm, still didn't forget to wave at Wang Chuan and the others, with a serious expression like a warrior who was about to go on a long journey. Bye. Li Meng barely waved her hand, and Xiao Xiao said helplessly, This person called Durith is really enthusiastic. He even called out to our parents when he left. Lu Chang said, Is it possible that he was singing? Mo Lioli was surprised. Ah, is he singing? The air fell into silence once more. Several people looked up at the sky, holding in their laughter hard. This brother's character is really a bit lively. Chapter 89, A Full-Scale Purge. Leaving no one behind. The 16th floor wasn't any harder for Wang Chen either. What the undead-type demons feared the most was magic. Release a few spiders to patrol the perimeter and keep watch. Wang Dust's eyes also flashed with an eerie red light as he activated his infrared scanning skill. All the female ghosts that tried to sneak up on him were all discovered by him, and Xiao Xiao and the others took the magic and smashed it all away. There was nothing to worry about. And anyway, with Wang Dust around, they could kill a painful one. After several hours, just like that, they made their way to the 20th floor, and Xiao Xiao, Mo Lioli and the others were already a bit tired. After all, no effort was spared in throwing hours of magic. The blues are all mostly depleted, but they didn't run into Ren Inian along the way. It seems like Ren Inian should be about 1 to 2 levels ahead of them. Wang Dust deduced in his mind, but he wasn't in a hurry. His most important task now was to increase his team's points as much as possible. Levels 20 through 40. There was nothing too odd about the monsters on those 20 levels. It is mainly a test of the candidate's stamina to brush up, so the terrain here is also more open. The number of monsters is relatively evenly distributed. The aim is to enable candidates to brush up on their marks here. The reason many candidates choose to fast-track their way through earlier is to conserve their strength and come to the 20th floor and then power through. It's not until the 40th floor that it's a bump in the road. Very few students were able to break through to the 40th floor. When we get to the 40th floor, the monsters there will be sick. It's basically a boss-type monster. But as long as one could brush up to the 40th floor, it meant that one had the strength to impact the Imperial Capital University. As long as one was able to brush up to the 40th floor, the points would basically be able to reach over 30,000 points. Brush another random layer or two. Basically just stabilize God's Capital University. Wang Dust released several hundred mechanical spiders. He sat on the spider's head. Have these spiders lined up to clear out the demons in this neighborhood? Li Meng once again took out the monster-attracting bomb. When he met a powerful demonic creature, Wang Dust would release more spiders for them to surround. I can say that brushing is very relaxing and enjoyable. Instead of an exam, rather, it's better to come on vacation. In the middle of the 20th floor, above the plains, and Xiao Xiao and Li Meng they were sitting on the spider talking and laughing, even taking out a deck of playing cards to fight the landlord there. A little tired from playing poker, Grab a few sips of the drink next to you and a little energy food. Those flame goblins next to them as well as some seed wolf knights riding monstrous wolves couldn't even get close to them before they were killed by the spiders on the periphery. These monsters were only at around level 15. And there was nothing they could do to these level 30 spiders. Any more will be a death sentence. Excessive. Excessive. Is there any heavenly reason in this? Who mocked before that teaming up with Senior Wang Duan is? I see that person is. I'm afraid this is the easiest way to swipe monsters ever. Working entirely on summons. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. I can't stand it straight up. Brothers, damn it. The students who were outside looked on with red eyes. Wang Dust used the scanning tower to know all the demonic actions within 100 kilometers radius. Coupled with the skill he was using, infrared scanning, he wouldn't let go of any of the magical creatures. This prairie is dotted with tribes of seat wolf riders. Wang Dust looked at the large gathering of tribes behind the mountain range, and with a direct order, the giant spiders roared and rushed over. Originally, the other candidates had to walk around when they saw these large gathering tribes, but Wang Chen directly chose to push across. Kill. Countless spiders destroyed those tents, and their sharp knuckles pierced through the bodies of these seat wolf knights. These demons riding their seat wolves had no time to resist before their lives were taken from them. Under the attack of Wang Dust's spider army, they were like wheat under a sieve, dying in pieces. Lots of experience in the books. The light on and Xiao Xiao and the others who were sitting on top of the spider flashed, and they rose one level once again. And even Wang Chen rose one level. Not bad. Most of the monsters on the 21st floor have been killed. Let's go. Let's move on to the next floor. With a command, Wang Dust led in Xiao Xiao and the girls directly towards the 22nd floor. His aim was not to pass, but to make a full purge. Not a moment too soon. One after another, other teams began to arrive at the 21st floor, but they searched around the place and were dismayed to find that there was no sign of any demons here. What's going on? The number of magical creatures distributed after the 20th floor should be very even. How come we haven't seen any all this time? We fast-tracked through the level before in order to just come to the 20th floor and brush up more monsters. And you're telling me there are no more demons here? Is it hard to believe that the test questions have been changed this year? But we didn't receive a notice either. A lot of people are confused. Why don't we go to the next floor? Chapter 90, there are no demons in all of them. By this time the 21st floor teams were gathering more and more, and 4 or 5 teams had already come. The two of them, Lu Ningning and Lian Yunxi, also arrived with the group. At this moment, Lu Ningning was wearing a set of slim-fitting silver-white armor, which trimmed her body in a very seductive way. She held a long spear with a golden cloud pattern, and wore silver-white boots with exposed white legs of decapitation level. There was also a pair of clean white accompanied by a light golden glow wings on the back. Lian Yunxi, on the other hand, was wearing a red magic robe that looked very bright. Only the slit in the magic robe was a bit high, exposing her long snow-white legs completely, causing her magic robe to look slightly lively. Countless male homosexuals cast their eyes over as soon as she came in, but then silently moved their eyes away when they saw Lian Yunxi. After all, who didn't know Lian Yunxi's temper? As the best BFF of the commoner goddess, Lu Ningning, the character is lively and hot, and they can't carry it off. It's kind of like Mona Lee in that respect. It seems like every schoolgirl has such a spunky, bold BFF next to her. Hey, what's going on? What's everyone doing here? Not going to brush the monsters? Lian Yunxi looked around curiously. It's not that we don't want to brush up. We've just searched the nearby 10 kilometers here, and we haven't found any traces of demons. Someone explained with a bitter laugh. How is this possible? The distribution of monsters on every level from the 20th floor onwards is very even. How is it possible that we can't even see a single monster within 10 kilometers? There are also a few auxiliary class professions here who employ scrying techniques, and not to mention the 10 kilometers in the vicinity. You can't see any magical creatures within 30 kilometers. Hearing these people's words, a puzzled look appeared in the eyes of Lu Ningning and Lian Yunxi. Could it be that Ren Enian and the others cleared out all the monsters before and didn't leave a single one for us? What result can you guys get from discussing here? Why don't you hurry up and grab a look at the 22nd floor? Lian Yunxi shouted, and then led Lu Ningning and the girls to hoof it towards the 22nd floor without stopping. The group of people then woke up as if in a dream and hurriedly followed. The group of people just disappeared into the huge light door, and along with the flickering light, they arrived at the 22nd floor. The 22nd floor is a huge desert. They had just arrived here and felt some difficulty in breathing. Sweat surfaced on many people's faces, and even more had already had their surrounding aides put out some aura to use against the heat in the air. But everyone's faces showed delight. Sure enough, it's the Red Rock Desert. Great! This place is inhabited by fire attribute magical creatures, mainly fire poison scorpions and rattlesnake magical snakes, as well as some colorful lifelike kunai that can only be encountered once every 2.5 years.
These magical creatures are hiding under the sand, and it is usually hard to be cleared out of the area. Hey! No! I heard that the colorful lifelike koan chicken that was in the Red Flame Desert earlier mated with an immature demonic creature, resulting in the birth of some powerful hybrid demons, which should have been removed out by the officials. Ugh! That's not even the point. What I'm trying to say is that it can't even be that all the demons here were killed by Reninian, right? Everyone still thought that the demons were all purged by Reninian and the others. Press didn't even think about the Xiao Xiao girls. However, there were many magicians whose faces suddenly became ugly after scouting over there, and they cried out in alarm. Don't be happy yet, everyone. Something is wrong. I still don't sense any magical creature's aura here. Someone retorted. This kind of demonic creature all hides underground and won't come out easily, only attacking when people pass by. Let's walk around first. So the group walked up apprehensively. As it turned out, not a single demonic creature appeared even after walking for 5 or 6 miles like that. Now their faces became really ugly. Lu Ningning said, Yunxi, is it possible that these demons weren't purged by Reninian at all? I think it should be done by Wang Chen, who was able to control a large number of summons. Lian Yunxi's face changed and said, really that big brother did he is also too much right. At least leave us a mouth soup At this time, one of the boys in their group asked curiously, it's not Reninian? How is that possible? Who else has this strength besides their team? The ones left in the group all agreed that it was Reninian and the others who did it. Lian Yunxi said, there's no time to explain to you now. Let's hurry forward and try to catch up with them, or else we really won't even be able to have a mouthful of soup. While the rest of the team was still searching undeterred, Lu Ningning had already led Lian Yunxi and the girls to chase after them in a fiery hurry. Their goal now was to catch up with the group in front of them that kept clearing out the demons. The youth was still muttering, how could it not be Reninian? Chapter 91 All Upgrades. By this time, Wang Dust had already cleared out all the monsters on the 23rd floor, had led the team to the 24th floor. Unsurprisingly, Lu Ningning and the girls still hadn't found many magical creatures after some desperate exploration on the 23rd floor. But what made them feel relieved in their hearts was that everyone was the same, and no one had any magic swipes, so everyone's point rankings were still the same. Looking at the group of candidates who were scratching their heads and looking around for magic items, the faces of the teachers outside the arena became brilliant. They never imagined that one day the high school exams would be like this, because they also hadn't thought of anyone being able to bring hundreds of summons to go on a rampage in the trial tower to clear out the demons. Instead of coming to take the test, it's better to say you're coming to take the sweep. No, I still don't sense a demon. Lian Yunxi held a probing type compass in his hand, and the pointer on it shook for a while. Stop talking. Let's hurry to the 24th floor. They're brushing the demons there. Their speed must be slower than ours. As long as we spend all of our time catching up, we'll definitely be able to catch up with them. Lu Ningning had already decided that she wanted to catch up with Wang Chen. Before, I thought it was impossible for this fellow to take the title of Denlong Scholar, but now it seems that I was the one who underestimated him by far. Lian Yunxi let out a bitter smile. She had indeed underestimated that fellow, but she was also a little skeptical. Could Wang Dust really rely on controlling the mechanical worker ants and mechanical worker bees, as well as those dozen or so reinforced goblins, to brush so many magical creatures along the way? This guy shouldn't have a level that's already not inferior to Reninian's. It's estimated that he's at least 20 or more levels. At this time, she didn't know that all the summons under Wang Chen had been completely renewed and replaced once more. And the only way to get an answer is to go after it and see what happens. And just what step has the current Wang Chen's strength reached? Lu Ningning's eyes were also filled with curiosity. 25 floors. Boom, boom, boom. An automated lava cannon sprayed hot tongues of fire to burn the distant demons backward, their skin cracking. These demons were some two-headed giants, with two ugly heads growing on either side of their shoulders and holding a large club in their hands, making them one of the tougher types of demons to deal with. But it was also unbeatable in the face of Wang Chen's fire positions that had been laid out in advance. Li Mengmeng would just need to stand in front with the monster-attracting scent sack. Lu Chang and Xiao Xiao and the others were throwing magic towards the group of magical creatures. When you've had your fill of fighting, maneuver the Gatling to fire at the monsters. Roar! These two-headed giants couldn't charge at all. Even when they cast magic and wrapped themselves in a thick layer of clay armor, it was useless. Wang Dust stood at the back, his hands clasping his chest as his eyes flickered. At this time, everyone was unaware that the thousands of diggers that Wang Chen had just released had already spread out throughout the entire interior of the trial tower and started digging for minerals in a big way. He had now risen to level 31, and the levels of all buildings and weapons could be raised to level 3. And now that all the weapons and building levels were stuck at level 2, he still lacked a lot of mineral materials to upgrade them to level 3. By then, the power of buildings and weapons would be drastically increased, and it would also benefit him to brush the monsters later. It's worth noting that the interior of the trial tower is littered with a variety of excellent mineral sources. Wang Chen constructed more than a dozen scanning towers that covered dozens of kilometers in a radius, and the rich mineral deposits underground were all presented in his mind. He immediately took control of a large number of diggers and started digging frantically.
It's nice to Wolgather the high school. At this moment, in Wang Chen's mind, prompts were constantly ringing out. You have obtained copper block X1210, alloy drill X1491, iron block X1412, silver or X2211, aluminum or X2234. Not bad, not bad. The 25th floor is surprisingly rich in so many mineral resources. Let's stay here for a while longer. After mining enough ore, Wang Dust first leveled up the diggers and invaders. After all, this belongs to the Foundation. Congratulations on your invader upgrade to LV3. Congratulations on your digger upgrade to LV3. Congratulations on upgrading your scanning tower to LV3. Name, Digger, Level 3. Population, 1. Skills, digging for ore, sensing nearby mines. Quick build, quick dig. Description, a small and flexible cluster unit that can quickly excavate ore and transport it out. And after being upgraded it already has a preliminary artificial intelligence that can sense the mine hole and dig in groups on its own, without the need to take extra trouble to manipulate it. Materials required: copper block X30, alloy drill X30, iron block X30. Good, now I don't have to divert too much of my energy to the diggers here, or give them orders. Wang Dust was satisfied. Chapter 92 Unilateral Massacre. The enhancement of the invaders was also quite large. After ascending to the third level, these invaders were further reduced in size and had the ability to fly, which was the most pleasant surprise for Wang Dust. It meant that these intruders were able to control the demons more stealthily, and it was a qualitative improvement for him. Combined with a fully upgraded scanning tower with a scanning range of a full 3,000 meters, Wang Dust's combat radius had now increased substantially again. He then looked over to the mechanical weapons workshop. He'd upgraded the mechanical weapons workshop to level 3 before, currently able to create 3 weapons. Name, Mechanical Weapons Workshop. Level 3. Function, Ground Machinery Production Building. Description, a workshop that brings together countless blueprints of divine technology to create all kinds of weapons. Producible weapons, Fixed Automatic Gatling Gun, LV2. Fixed Automatic Charge Blaster, LV2. Fixed Automatic Artillery, LV2. Along with clearing out most of these two-headed giants in front of them, Wang Dust suddenly said, "All of you back off a bit, there are more powerful demons converging towards here." He was able to see in his mind that the upgraded scanning tower had mapped the full information of the distant demons into his mind. Just as in Xiao Xiao and the others were about to be convinced. Not a moment too soon. In the distance a larger plume of smoke could be seen rushing towards the area. It was a line of armored demons, apparently an elite within the two-headed giant, wearing rough armor that looked to have uncommon defensive power. And in the back there were some two-headed giant shamans with magic staffs, constantly chanting and slamming a circle of black aura or red aura into the bodies of these two-headed giants. The bodies of these two-headed giants immediately became a few points larger, and the armor on their bodies also emitted a faint glow, obviously being increased with a strong defensive ability. Mang, Lioli, you guys save your magic power. The ones coming now are some elite demons. Be careful of them breaking through. You guys prioritize your attacks on whichever demons break through the fire defense line. And Xiao Xiao instantly got a little nervous when she saw this and gave the order. Li Meng and Mo Lioli immediately gathered their minds as well and stood by. At this time, Wang Chuan had saved enough materials to upgrade his weapons again, and he didn't hesitate to directly upgrade all of them. Congratulations on upgrading your fixed automatic Gatling to LV3 to a fixed automatic Reaper Gatling. Congratulations on upgrading your fixed automatic Charge Blaster to LV3 to a fixed automatic Charge Multitube Blaster. Congratulations on upgrading your fixed automatic Lava Cannon to LV3 to a fixed automatic Reaper Cannon. Click 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 dash. The moment the upgrade was completed, all of these weapons built around their ranks began to morph and reorganize. A mechanical combination of sounds accompanied it. Gatling's barrel became denser, and a pattern of crimson flames began to emerge from it, looking hideous and gruesome. And the Charge Blaster has 2 extra huge barrels. As for the Lava Cannon, it was also the same as the Gatling, with a black and red pattern emerging from it, and the fuel tube leading to the fuel tank had become thicker. Could it be that these weapons you built, Wang Chen, are still capable of being upgraded? And Xiao Xiao was shocked to see this scene. That's ing cool too. Growing buildings and weapons. Lu Chang was also shocked beyond belief. In the past, those summoning or construction class professions had low growth in what they made. Not only were they shocked, the teachers who were watching the battle outside also discovered these details, and their faces immediately became incomparably shocked as well. Wang Dust has great potential. Wang Chen is determined not to have any accidents. I'll take this student. Lu Fan took a deep breath and gave a solemn explanation to Lu Qian next to him. Also, be careful of those fallen ones. If anything happens to Wang Chen, you don't get to be the principal. Lu Qian hurriedly said. Don't worry, Lord Special Ombudsman. The area around the school has been tightly defended, and this year's security is tighter than ever, so there won't be any fallen ones mixing in. The so-called fallen are humans who believe in the evil gods of the Fae. They turned their backs on the creed of mankind into the arms of the Fae. It's a presence that all humans loathe. In the middle of the 25th floor, all of these weapons fired. The huge firepower directly covered these elite two-headed giants in the distance. The stream of bullets spewing out from the greatly enhanced Reaper Gatling mercilessly harvested their lives. The multi-tube charge blaster also releases a wider range of charge clusters. Once hit, it would bring a more powerful paralyzing effect. These two-headed giants had blue currents flashing on their bodies, and one by one, they were slow to move and could not get close to Wang Chuan and the others at all. And the flames of the lava death cannon turned almost reddish-black, melting everything. It was a one-sided massacre. Chapter 93, the probability should not be 100%. Almost. Wang Dust nodded. That's when his diggers provided him with another big wave of ore. It's time to upgrade the general mechanical plant to another level. Upgrade. Wang Chuan gave an order. And in the middle of his mechanical space, the huge mechanical general factory began to assemble again, becoming even more magnificent. Name Machinery General Factory. Level 3. Population 3000. Function: make different mechanical units. Description: your faction's tech level is divine technology, and the powerful mechanical factory contains a complete divine technology tree, which allows you to create powerful mechanical devices through manufacturing blueprints and materials. Currently craftable troop types: diggers, invaders, mechanical warriors, mechanical hounds. Currently craftable buildings: scanning tower, mechanical weapons workshop. Another type of soldier? Wang Dus looked inside the factory. Last time he found out he could make mechanical warriors. The level of these mechanical warriors will correspond to his level, but because it took a lot of materials to make a mechanical warrior, he had never attempted to make one, and with so many invader-controlled magical creatures in his hands, he wouldn't be able to use these mechanical warriors for a while. Moreover, these mechanical warriors currently had no way to carry weapons and their combat power was slightly weaker, so it would be better to use these summons first. It wouldn't be too late for him to create mechanical warriors when the Mechanical Weapons Workshop was able to produce weapons that mechanical warriors could use. I didn't realize there were more mechanical hounds this time. These mechanical hounds are characterized by reconnaissance as well as self-destruction, sort of a better scouting class, having an extremely excellent sense of sight and hearing as well as smell, so that Wang Dust no longer needed to use intruders and diggers to act as scouts. Wang Dust took a look and realized that these mechanical hounds didn't consume much material, and could be considered a capable companion. He instantly crafted 10 mechanical hounds, and along with the flashes of light, 10 mechanical hounds with red glints in their eyes appeared around him. Wang Dust directly raised these mechanical hounds to level 3. Wow! Dusty, you're too good of a mechanic. How can you even make a dog? Lu Chang stroked the heads of these hounds, his eyes filled with marvel. These hounds can act as pioneers. With a wave of Wang Dust's hand, these hounds immediately let out a furious bark and then rushed out. Extremely fast. It's simply perfect to use them to explore Rin Yinyan's trail. Otherwise, Wang Chen was really afraid of not being able to touch that guy. Anyone who had offended him in the first place, he was going to make those guys pay. Let's go! Let's go to the 26th floor. A cold light flashed through Wang Dust's eyes. After all the things we've been through before, he had long understood that only absolute strength could control everything, and only with absolute strength could he make those people pay as well as their lives. By the way, will we run into Rin Yinyan? Our traveling speed is much faster than theirs, and we're several thousand points ahead of them now. Lu Chang looked at the teleportation talisman on his wrist, which displayed the information of each participating team, who had now come to over 20,000 points. You can usually only have this score if you brush up to almost 30 floors, but it couldn't be helped that Wang Dust and the others were using a sweeping style to brush the monsters. Mo Lioli interjected. I also don't know if Ren Enian will be able to rush to the 50th floor this year. I heard that he's very confident. Wang Chen said to himself, he definitely won't be able to rush the 50th floor this year, not even the 30th floor. Mo Lioli froze. Was Ren Enian not as strong as she thought? Surprisingly, he couldn't even charge the 30th floor. And Xiao Xiao sensed something else in Wang Chen's words. She looked deeply at Wang Chen and bit her lip. Wang Chen didn't say anything and just looked at the teleportation door leading to the 26th floor. An icy cold light flashed in his eyes. So many days of hard work and struggle for the sake of finding this Ren Enian fellow in the middle of the trial tower. He will prove it to this scum. Even when you took everything from me, I can also turn the tide against all odds. All the pain you inflicted on me will be returned to you 100-fold. Just wait, Ronnie Nan.
Although it was said that no one could die within the trial tower because the teleportation talisman would teleport you out when you were seriously injured.
But the probability shouldn't be 100%, right? Chapter 94, Discovering Reninian. 26 floors.
Wang Dust quickly led the vast army of spiders to finish clearing out all the demons in this area.
Still not an inch of grass. Wang Dust looked at his points expressionlessly.
Their team's points had now come to 25,000.
Rumble.
And Xiao Zhao's eyes glowed crimson as she struck several flame magic spells into the distant group of flying centipedes.
These hideous centipedes screamed as they were beaten. Li Meng Meng, on the other hand, was chanting, constantly applying all sorts of gain buffs, her entire being divine and incomparable. Right about this time, the hounds released by Wang Chen finally caught the scent of Reninian's group, in the middle of the 27th floor. It's an icy place. Reninian and the others were struggling with the monsters here. Silver lightning chain wave.
Luo Jun held a silver lance and continuously hauled out large swaths of chain lightning.
Ho ho ho! The few snow monsters here that grew thick fur were immediately electrocuted and rolled their eyes, their bodies twitching. Chang Shanshan, on the other hand,
released a purple poisonous mist to poison all these snow monsters.
Good cooperation. Don't make too much noise. There are some demons here.
We have to rest in place when we advance a distance.
Reninian was also fighting next to him,
his lance resembling a golden divine dragon waving recklessly in his hands. All the demonic creatures that came into contact with it seemed to be paralyzed in an instant,
and were then easily pierced through, and anyone with eyes can see that.
Reninian's lance had the ability to solidify space and time, and the moment these demons got close to it the flow of time was slowed down several times, which was why the visual effect of paralysis was presented.
After a period of killing, the demons here were finally all killed. It's really tiring me out. The defense of these snow monsters is too amazing.
If it wasn't for the fact that my profession comes with magic attributes, I'm afraid that I really can't help them.
Luo Jun sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily, then drank a bottle of red potion to replenish the chi, blood and magic power in his body.
It's a good thing my poison has a restraining effect on them, otherwise we'd have wasted a long time this time.
Chang Shanshan was also a bit tired, and similarly took out the blue potion that returned her magic power and drank a few sips. Grab some rest and cut the crap. You guys hurry up and get some rest too. Reninian, on the other hand,
directly plopped down on the ground and began to silently recover his physical strength.
At the same time,
he signaled the few aides beside him to rest next to him in case they were attacked by the demons.
And little did they know that behind them there were 3 or 4 hounds sniffing the ground. Suddenly, a red light blazed in the eyes of one of the hounds, as if it had discovered something, and twisted its head to signal the other hounds to follow it. After a few minutes of walking,
these hounds spotted Reninian and the others behind the dirt slope.
The red light in the hound's eyes flickered,
transmitting the scene in front of him to Wang Dust at the rear. Wang Dust stood in front of the fire position and was clearing out the demons on the 26th floor.
When he saw this scene, an icy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Reninian, finally I've found you.
The hatred in Wang Chen's heart was almost too much to contain.
My parents lying in the hospital, my sister in a wheelchair, and my own ripped out heart. It's all thanks to this.
He couldn't wait to cut this guy into 1,000 pieces.
Since you want to rush to the 50th floor to set a new record, then I'll stop you on the 27th floor. Not only stopping you, but betting on a 1% chance of killing you as well. He stayed at these levels with the purpose of raising his strength once again. After upgrading his men's buildings and soldiers, he now possessed 1,000,000% certainty. He was also looking forward to Reninian's expression when he saw him.
Hoo! The icy cold wind whistled and swept up a few snowflakes.
Reninian suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the back of the small dirt slope. His eyes glittered faintly as he unleashed a detection-type skill. What's wrong? Is there a demon coming?
Luo Jun immediately stood up with his lance in hand.
Chang Shanshan was also a bit nervous. Subconsciously, she took out her magic staff as well as some magic props, ready to fight. No, I felt as if there were some magical fluctuations there, but I didn't find any demonic aura when I probed over there. It's a bit strange. Reninian didn't think in the direction of mechanical creatures for a moment. Because the demons that appeared on this level were mainly ice attribute demons, it was unlikely that there would be demons of the mechanical race. I don't know why, but I've always had an uneasy feeling in my heart. A girl in the group wearing white robes suddenly said so.
She is a diviner by profession, with the ability to predict good and bad fortune.
Chapter 95, It's like a hanged man. Let me project. The girl stood up.
She made a seal with both hands,
and dots of starlight immediately surfaced around her,
resembling a bright starry sky. Arcane breath fluctuations. Finally the girl closed her eyes and seemed to sense something,
and the starlight around her began to quiver. linking up with some powerful being. The girl's consciousness kept moving forward and forward and forward in the darkness. What on earth could make me feel uneasy? The girl murmured in her mind. Suddenly, she felt her consciousness come to some extremely empty place. Here she heard the sound of countless pieces of machinery crisscrossing and biting together, as if gears were turning over there. What is this place? How is this aura filled with hatred and death? The girl was confused and sensed towards her surroundings. As a result, just at this time, a small point of light suddenly lit up in front of her. This point of light then began to become radiant. By the time she reacted, an incomparably huge mechanical heart appeared in front of her, as huge as a planet. The terrifying aura that swept across the world came toward her to suppress her. What's this? The girl screamed and suddenly opened her eyes. All of the twinkling starlight around her collapsed, and she sat down on her but with a palpitating heart. Is everything okay? Luo Jun rushed forward and pulled the girl up. The girl wiped the blood that slowly flowed from her nose. She looked at the blood on her thin white palm and said, "It seems like we're being targeted by something." And I was shaken back by his terrifying aura just by probing. Targeted by something terrible? Could it be the demonic creatures from the floors behind? Chang Shanshan frowned, not thinking about the rest of the freshmen for a moment, because their team could be said to be the top freshman team in the entire Luo High City. Ren Inian twisted his head and looked at the snowy slope in the distance again, his face changing a few times. For some reason, he always felt that what the girl had projected was related to the strangeness he had just felt, but he couldn't come up with any evidence for a while. Luo Jun said at this time, "Is it that you feel wrong?" This girl shook her head and said, "Our family is basically all diviners in this profession. Our divining art has been passed down for hundreds of years. How could we possibly miscalculate? And even if there is a mistake in my math, it can't be completely wrong. At most it's a little off. Definitely not completely wrong." The girl's confident words made several people's faces look a bit ugly. If it's like the girl said so, I'm afraid the rest of their journey won't be so smooth. But the question is, what the hell are they being targeted by? What to do? Chang Shanshan. Several people looked at Ren Inian, who was after all their captain and their backbone. Ren Inian retracted his gaze as he said lightly, "Whatever it is, there is no need to worry. Whether it is a human or a ghost, as long as he dares to set his sights on us, I am going to let him have no return. And after fighting at these levels, I'm all close to level 28. All of you have also risen a level or two, so I don't think we should need to worry as long as we're a little more careful." He was the top of the line Apocalypse Horseman in the hallowed S-rank profession. By the way, take these with you. Ren Inian suddenly threw some necklaces to a few people. Holy, isn't this the top of the line Wolf's Tooth necklace within silver equipment? It has a life-preserving effect and is able to withstand a blow from a level 35 professional. Several people's eyes were filled with joy. The market price of this rare life-preserving equipment was at least around $1 million. All of you take it with you. Our situation may be a bit dangerous next. We absolutely cannot afford to have a situation like this where our manpower is downsized. Ren Inian had originally planned to break through a few more floors before taking out these necklaces, but now it seemed that he had to make some preparations in advance, just in case. At this time, Ren Inian didn't know. The Ren family had already created a furor long ago. As the one family in Luo High City, how could the Ren family not pay attention to the college entrance exam? Therefore, after Wang Chen had revealed his terrifying strength, the Ren family executives all gathered together urgently to start a meeting at the highest level. Ren family head, also known as Ren Inian's father, Ren Shanzong's face was unsightly. What are those few idiots doing? It's been so long and they still haven't found out exactly what profession that kid awakened? Ren Shanzong violently stood up. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and his eyes became blood red to the extreme. Reporting to the family head, everyone inside the family is investigating, but we simply can't find what occupation that kid has awakened in this nearly 1,000-year-old occupation catalog. Yeah, we've looked all over and we can't find anything related to him. It feels like this kid's profession is a blend of many professions. It's almost like it's on. Chapter 96, He Must Be Killed. Originally, I had agreed with my old ancestor that this year, my son will definitely be able to win the first place in Luo High City, and also be able to rank among the top in the province, and may even be able to win the title of Denglong Scholar. And now how will you let me go back to explain to my old ancestor? Previously, the Ren clan's strongest person in regards to prophecy had claimed that Ren Inian had the qualifications of a great emperor. But now it looks like it was all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So that's why Ren Zanzan is so angry. Originally, I had agreed that we must eliminate the root and branch. Didn't I say that I would send out an assassin to kill that brat? Now you explain to me why he was able to appear in the trial tower intact and with such a terrifying ability. In the face of Ren Shanzong's successive questioning, the people underneath each shrunk their necks, their faces unsightly, and no one dared to speak. At this time, someone said, "Family Master." The priority now should be how to resolve this matter? Ren Shanzong growled. How can you solve it? He's in the Tower of Trials now. Could you have rushed in and killed him? And with the strength this kid has shown, it doesn't take much thinking. Once the trial tower comes out, there will immediately be a lot of people protecting him. So what are we going to do to move him? Are you able to fight the special inspector? Someone couldn't help but gnash his teeth and say, that brat is just too ungrateful. What has happened to him? How was he still able to turn the tables against the odds? The conference room fell into a dead silence, and no one could think of any good solutions. Ren Shanzong looked at the video of the college entrance exam that was being broadcasted live and said, if there's no mistake, this kid might be looking for Nyenner's revenge soon. This kid has been saving up in front for so long, holding back for so long, and is probably waiting for this day at the trial tower. But someone sneered, Family Master, I don't think you need to worry so much. Have you forgotten the young master's move? As a horseman of the apocalypse, his occupational trait is manipulating time. It can be said that young master is the nemesis of almost all long-range class professions. So what if that kid is even more powerful? As long as the young master performs that move, that kid will only be killed. So far this kid should be a mechanical summoner type. His physical qualities aren't that strong. His reflexes, durability, and defense are even lower than normal professions. Or else why would this kid keep cowering in the back? Hearing this, Ren Shanzong's face looked a few points better as he said, right now, we can only hope that Nyenner doesn't take the enemy lightly. He doesn't know just how powerful this brat is right now. Of course, as long as Nyenner senses this brat's strength and directly performs that move, I'm 90% sure that Nyenner will win. After all, he couldn't even block the trial tower teleportation talisman with that move. Someone laughed. That's why you don't need to worry so much. Family head, we just need to watch silently here. And there's no harm even if the young master didn't strike down that brat. After the trial tower is over, we have plenty of ways to get rid of that brat. So what if we have the teacher's protection? We can spend a lot of money to hire those people to do it. Ren Shanzong's face suddenly chilled and said, don't cross the line. What do you mean by bringing these words into the open? Could it be that my Ren family is a family that colludes with the fallen? The implication of Ren Shanzong's words was obvious. That is, these words could not be taken out and said, and it was okay to do it in private. The rest of the group broke into knowing smiles. They weren't so worried now. And until college, all professionals are kind of small time. It's when you get to college that a professional grows by leaps and bounds. They believed that Ren Yinyan's growth speed would only be faster than Wang Chen's, and that he would be able to completely throw Wang Chen off by the time he reached the university. Of course, this premise was based on not succeeding in strangling Wang Chen to death. If we can get rid of this kid in advance, naturally, we don't have to say anything about college. Of course, if you can't kill the kid after the high school exams, Ren Zanzan is also sure to take this kid out during college. Even if the state is more important, it can't protect this kid everywhere 24 hours a day, right? By the way, hasn't young Master Ren always been interested in that girl from the Yin family? Hasn't old ancestor already extended an invitation to the Yin family head? It's also that girl's good fortune to be seen by young Master Ren. Ren Shanzong nodded and said, that side has agreed to our request and is willing to marry the girl named in Xiao Xiao in Yenner. The rest nodded. This was followed by a look at the screen as well. They also wanted to see what Wang Chen was going to do next. This brat, resolutely not to let him grow up. It would have been as a devotee of Nian Air. The day he gave his heart, he would have died. Nyenner was a bit careless to let him live on for so many years before leaving such a hidden danger. A terrifying killing aura rolled over Rin Shanzong's heart. Chapter 97 Arriving at the 17th floor. At this moment, the Ren family had not realized just how much importance Wang Chen was now receiving. They realize even less. Wang Dust wasn't even a remote summoning type of mechanical magician. If Reninian really dared to get close to Wang Chen, I am afraid that he will die an ugly death. The Ren family with a smug smile on their faces, probably not realizing, either, that it won't be long before the smiles on their faces will shift. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Yin family, and family head In Cheng smiled as he put his arm around Huajie and said, Huajie, you've given birth to a good daughter. Come on, hurry up and give me a drink. I told you that your daughter's vision wouldn't be bad, and the kid she's looking at is surprisingly so powerful. And Chang stood up, raised his wine glass and said to the Yin family executives below who were laughing into a frenzy, did you guys see that? To be able to summon so many level 30 magical creatures at level 30 or so, and to be able to build so many terrifying growth weapons, the last three sentences this ing Anjo said with a bang. The two men clinked glasses and got drunk, and Huajie said with a blush on his face, it's all because of the good you brought up the family head. As long as we have a good relationship with that kid, and Xiao Xiao is able to marry him, we can be concluding a deep friendship, and in the future we can all be in-laws, just based on that kid's strength. When he grows up, that's no big deal. It's estimated that he'll be able to subdue a city all by himself. I reckon that kid will be able to grow up to at least level 80. And even level 100 isn't out of the question. Speaking of this, the two old foxes looked at each other and couldn't help but let out another loud laugh. The executives below rolled their eyes a bit. Good lord. You guys weren't like this before? Especially when the head of the family was so angry after realizing that Xiao Xiao was teaming up with this kid that he threw several tables. Let's just say that the faces of these two men turned faster than anything else. But this world is just cruel now. Only if you prove out your strength can you gain favor and recognition. Right about this time, a phone call came in. The voice of Li Nuo, the oldest ancestor of the Li family, came from the other end of the phone. An Cheng, is your family's daughter well acquainted with that boy as well? And Cheng laughed out loud. Li Nuo, what do you mean? What are you thinking? Just your family's daughter still wants to steal our son-in-law from us? Li Nuo was immediately offended. No way. That kid must be from our Li family. At least our family Meng Meng is also the schoolflower. Where is she inferior to your family's daughter? You can be really shameless. I have long investigated clearly. In that boy without support is still very weak. My family Xiao Xiao but not less to care about people. Do you think you can be compared to others? Do you think you can compare to others? Can you compare to the icing on the cake than the charcoal in the snow? And your family's daughter, Li Meng Meng, hasn't done much to dissuade our family Xiao Xiao from doing so. Ha 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 ha. This is all retribution. I tell you, that left Li Nuo speechless. And in the end, and Cheng laughed and hung up the phone. And Cheng then slowly picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Just at this time there was suddenly a person who hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Family master is not well. Just now, the old ancestor has decided to marry the Rin family." Put. And Cheng directly sprayed out a mouthful of tea, and all the top management stood up in unison. What's going on? Isn't old ancestor in closed-door cultivation? Why do we need to get married? Besides, why would we want to marry that Rin family brat? He's worthy? No. I have to hurry to the old ancestor and ask him to hurry to withdraw into orders. This is just nonsense. But the man was sweating profusely as he shouted. The old ancestor hasn't returned yet at this moment. He's probably still negotiating with the Rin family side. Consultation my ass. Anjo winded right up and stormed out. Can this be negotiated? The riches of the world are before us. Definitely not to be missed. The old ancestor was probably snubbed just after he got out of the gate. And he probably didn't even watch the live broadcast. But anyone who watches a bit of the live stream probably wouldn't have made that stupid decision. While the outside was in chaos, Wang Chen's side had already accelerated towards the 27th floor with the crowd. He put away the summons, walked into the door of light. Brush! The ice and snow instantly blew across the sky. There was a white void in front of me, and the air was piercingly cold. The information sent back by the hound showed that Rin Enian and the others were in the latter half of the 27th floor's location. Finally, we've reached the 27th floor. The coldness in Wang Chen's eyes was even colder than this icy world. Chapter 98. I have something to say to you. Wow! It's snow! Mo Lioli cupped the snow on the ground in blue, and the sky was filled with snowflakes. Mo Lioli's long blue hair looked even more moving under the white snowy landscape. For her part, and Xiao Xiao frowned and rubbed her hands together, letting out a breath of cold air. She rubbed her slender white legs under her magical robes, and the scene was rather tantalizing. For the flame attribute magician she was, cold was something she had somewhat loathed ever since she had awakened her profession. Whoa whoa whoa! It's so cozy! However, Mo Lioli was like a fish out of water here. The ice attribute magic power filling the air was able to allow her to reduce more consumption when casting spells, while also increasing the power of her magic. Don't catch a cold. Li Meng Meng gave a reminder. Several people had changed into slightly thicker clothing. After all, unlike warriors, they didn't have strong bodies to use against the cold. The cloak with the fur collar was draped over his body, emitting a faint reddish glow. The self-contained cold-repelling magic array inside was in operation, causing the surrounding snow to turn into nothingness before it had a chance to fall on their bodies. At this time, a few girls put on their cloaks, each with their own looks and cheeky looks, making Wang Dust inexplicably a bit stunned. Look at my snowball! Mo Lioli and Li Mengming's nature to avoid chaos and disorder directly began to smash up snowballs with each other. Let brother come! Lu Chang was also excited and dished out a snowball on the ground, but just as he raised his head, Mo Lioli and Li Mengming's snowballs smashed into his face. Bang bang! Lu Chang fell straight to the ground on his back with two big snowballs stuffed in both eye frames, looking very funny. Ha 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 ha! Mo Lioli and Li Mengming directly laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten up. I'll fight you both. Lu Chang removed the snowball from his eye and climbed up with a grunt. He coiled a super large snowball on the ground, raised it high above his head, and was just about to smash it towards Li Mengming and Mo Lioli. However, he saw Mo Lioli waving her magic staff in her hand. and the snow on the ground began to coalesce crazily in the air, unexpectedly transforming into hundreds of snowballs shooting towards him. Auntie, I was wrong. Aha dash. Nah, want it? And Xiao Xiao, as sweet as ever, handed over a cloak. It's okay, I'm not cold. I'll be in the lead in a bit. Fighting is not easy. Wang Dus didn't care. For him these temperatures didn't have any feeling. Feel like you have something on your mind? And Xiao Xiao rubbed her hands together and suddenly moved closer to Wang Duan. The biting cold wind sent a nice scent from in Xiao Xiao's body, causing Wang Chen's somewhat irritated heart to suddenly quiet down a bit. Before in school, whether it was a practical class or any other class, there was always no one who wanted to be with him, and he did everything alone, as if he was used to being alone as well. When he thought of his parents in the hospital, his sister in the wheelchair, he felt as if life had no end, and when he lifted his head to look at the sky was gray no matter what time of day it was. He didn't even think he'd cross paths with Xiao Xiao, and he'd even feel like Xiao Xiao was taking pity on him when she showed him kindness. He later learned that the girl did have a good heart, and although she didn't say much, she was really nice to him. Wang Dust said, "It's nothing, I'll tell you about it on the way later." And Xiao Xiao suddenly said, "You're not blaming Meng Meng, are you? She's just a knife mouth and tofu heart. She bought all the things I gave her before. How could I blame her?" Wang Dust smiled. He looked at Li Meng Meng who was rubbing snowballs on the ground. Even though this girl with a lively personality had been doing all sorts of things to stop Xiao Xiao from going to see him, but the truth was, she only verbalized it and came along every time, never ambiguous when help was needed, and at best a little bad-mouthed. He called out to Li Meng Meng and the others. "Later on, you guys will walk behind me. Besides there are some things I want to talk to you about." Seeing that Wang Chuan's face was a bit serious, and Xiao Xiao, who had been noticing that Wang Chuan's tone was a bit abnormal, nodded her head and took the lead to say, okay, no problem." The cheeky few over there also sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly patted the snow on their bodies and walked over. Lu Chang, on the other hand, cursed and said, "Do you guys know how to respect the old and love the young or not? At least I'm a 200-pound 200-month-old. Mo Lioli hummed. We beat you like a grandson, younger than a child." Wang Dust released a few mechanical spiders and they climbed on top of one. Wang Dust then signaled Li Meng Meng to release a cover-type magic. "No problem." With a wave of Li Meng Meng's hand, a golden curtain unfolded. All of a sudden their figures were not clearly visible. Chapter 99, I Owe My Pain to Reninian. The huge spiders were extremely fast even on top of the white snowy plains, and would not actively kill any magic creatures approaching around them, but would go around them as if it was all for the sake of hurrying. Everyone outside the arena looked at each other in disbelief when they saw this scene. The way Wang Chen brushed the monsters before was fresh in their minds. Not even a single monster will be spared. I can't wait to chase people into their lairs. But now there is a sudden disinterest in these monsters. Is there something more important to do? What are Senior Wang Chen and the others doing? Are they going to have the legendary car? Oh no! Spider shock? Damn! What the hell is in your head all day? This look is just discussing a plan. Oh, I'm just mouthy. The sudden scene caused many people to discuss it and feel a little anxious. Lu Fan in the middle of the conference room frowned. Why is this kid being so secretive? He glanced at the map next to him, and the red dot at the top showed none other than Reninian's team. Is this kid going to catch up with Reninian and their group? This speculation appeared in Lu Fan's heart for no reason. But what's the point of catching up with Reninan's team? Lu Qian said. Reninian hasn't helped Wang Duan much in his day-to-day life. He should have gone after him to help Reninian. Helping Reninan? Lu Fan blinked, feeling that things were not that simple. Rumble. The spider's knobby limbs were viciously rooted in the middle of the snow, speeding up to bring up white waves of snow. Wang Dus looked up at the curtain above them. Don't worry. Well, at least this young lady is an S-ranked auxiliary magician. There is absolutely no way that anyone can overhear our conversation with this defense magic I set up. Li Meng Meng was very confident. Wang Dus nodded and finally said to them, "In that case, there are some things I'll say to you directly." He said calmly, "I will personally block Reninian's group in a while." Blocking Reninian's team? Several people let out exclamations of surprise, their faces filled with incredulity. Emolioli said in dismay, "Why are we doing this? Reninian? He's also very strong. It's not good for us if we forcefully stop him. In the middle of the high school unless there is some deep hatred. Generally speaking the teams are keeping peace with each other and will not go out of their way." Wang Dus did not speak, but silently pulled open his collar, revealing a hideous scar on his left chest. Several people's faces changed slightly when they saw the scar on Wang Chen's chest. Wang Dus said indifferently, "Originally, I could have awakened the profession of horseman of the apocalypse by resonating with the gods with my heart, but I was counted on by his family's seer. So the Reninan family arranged that car accident a few years ago. in which my parents became vegetative, my sister was crippled, and Reninan took my heart. By the time he reached the end, Wang Chen could no longer suppress the monstrous hatred in his heart. He had held back until now for the sake of just today's vengeance, and even with his state of mind, his shoulders were shaking slightly. He was kind enough to transplant me with an artificial heart, not for fear of my death, of course, but because he wanted to see me languish in the form of a lowly reptile until now, and then tell me the truth about everything in person on the day of my awakening. Speaking of which, Xiao Xiao and the others' eyes were filled with shock. They had never dreamed that Ren Enian would be so vicious. This, Mo Liuli froze. Brother Dust, what you said is all true. I've long felt that guy always looks like a hypocrite, but I didn't think that all those things back then were. Lu Chang was already incoherent. This guy, and Xiao Xiao's silver teeth clenched, her eyes directly reddened, and the magic fluctuations in her body immediately became unstable. This was the first time Li Mengmeng had seen Xiao Xiao get so angry. Her long black hair seemed to be as if it was on fire at this moment, starting from the tips and gradually spreading into a deep red color. It was good that Li Mengmeng stopped Xiao Xiao in a hurry. I'm sorry, I was a little out of line. And Xiao Xiao coldly threw down this sentence and took a deep breath. Anyone could see her slender jade hands clenched tightly, veins surfacing on her white arms. Anyone could tell that Xiao Xiao was suppressing a monstrous rage in her heart at this time. Damn! That! Lu Chang came back to his senses and violently slammed his fist on his leg. He was panting violently and his eyes had already climbed up with large swaths of blood. If it wasn't for that guy, Brother Dust, you'd be the horseman of the apocalypse in the limelight right now. And uncle and auntie in Luohan, they wouldn't be in such a big trouble. He had been with Wang Chen for the longest period of time and knew exactly how difficult it had been for Wang Chen all these years. The thought that this was all thanks to Ren Enian. He couldn't wait to kill Ren Enian by 1,000 cuts. Chapter 100, The First Encounter with Ren Enian. If it wasn't for that fellow, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to awaken this current occupation right now. Perhaps it was all meant to be, but the pain he inflicted on me and my family, I certainly want to pay him back 100 times over. It's not just him, it's his family, and I won't spare any of them. Wang Dust's eyes were filled with biting hatred. He had waited really long for this day. This man who stood hypocritical under the sun, he must tear his hypocritical mask, so that everyone could see clearly what kind of vicious soul was hidden under his skin. Justice for your parents. Justice for your sister. The reason why I'm telling you guys about this now is because I'm going to fight Ren Enian next, and I don't want to delay your college entrance exams, so you can leave first at that time. But before Wang Dust could finish his words, Lu Chang directly said in a deep voice, Brother Dust, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Even if I can't help much, I'll bite off a piece of meat from him even if I'm a dog. And Xiao Xiao also said directly, Wang Chen, do you think I'm that kind of person? That's right, you have not looked down on us too much. Wang Chuan, although I didn't like you too much before, but when it's this young lady's turn to make a move, I won't be ambiguous about anything. Isn't it just a college entrance exam? It's not that important whether you take the exam or not. Li Mengmeng looked at Wang Chen, her gaze already saying everything. Mo Liuli pursed her lips. Before, I thought you were a young master of some family. After all, you were so powerful when I bumped into you in the secret realm. You helped me so much in the first place. How could I possibly run away from the battle? To tell the truth, I'm looking at that guy with displeasure even now. If I can't make that kid lose his skin, I'm afraid I don't even want to take the exam. Looking at the urgent looks of the several people and the words they spoke, Wang Chen's heart felt warmth for the first time. Wang Dust laughed. Don't say it so sadly. I let you guys leave early. I just want you to swipe a few more points. After all, in my eyes Ren Enian is just a dog. It's easy for me to kill him. Do you guys think he can really beat me? A despicable thief. No matter how hard he tries, will never be able to match me, and he will always have to live in my shadow. Everything that belongs to me, I'll get it back soon. Roar! A few hounds Mercedes came back next to him and barked furiously at Wang Dust. Got the exact location of that guy. A cold light flashed in Wang Dust's eyes. The spider galloped faster. Li Mengmeng withdrew her masking magic. Every single one of their faces at this moment had a serious look on them. Look! Senior Wang Chen and the others have appeared again. What were they discussing just now? How do I know that if you ask me? It must be the next strategy. Hey! No! Why did they suddenly change direction? That direction, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it Ren Enian's team? It's still true. Are there two teams going to exchange or join forces? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Chen's spider flew after Ren Enian. At this moment, in the midst of the wind and snow, Ren Enian, who was rushing along, suddenly looked back, and in the sky of wind and snow behind him, a few blurry black shadows could be seen suddenly appearing in the distance. It seemed to be speeding toward them. What is this? Ren Enian frowned.
The detecting magic shows that seems to be some kind of magic creature.
But how come I've never heard of being able to swipe out a mechanical race of magic creatures here?
Cheng Shanshan looked at the compass in her hand and her face changed violently.
Demonic creatures of the mechanical race? Aren't there also ice attribute snow monsters and polar bears here? Luo Jun was also a bit confused.
No, I felt that underworldly danger coming from here before. The girl who was a diviner suddenly made a warning sound.
Is the danger coming from here?
Ren Yinian signaled the crowd to stop and take up combat positions. His heart was suddenly a little nervous. In the dark he felt as if something bad was going to happen.
Hoo!
In the midst of the snow and wind, the silhouettes of the several black shadows became clearer along with the distance. Those were clearly several huge spiders, their scarlet compound eyes staring at them unkindly. But what shocked them the most was that there were several upright figures standing on top of the spider.
It's you!
Ren Yinian let out a sharp sound of surprise when he saw the silhouette standing on one of the leading spiders.
Chapter 101, do you think the teleportation talisman is useful? It's been a long time. Or rather, you never expected to see me here, I guess. Wang Chen's pupils reflected Ren Yinian's figure. The snow and wind in the sky let out a mournful howl.
Above the dim sky, the dark clouds gathered more and more, pressing as if the sky had become a few points lower.
Ren Yinian did not speak,
but felt the aura from Wang Chen's body, and his face gradually became gloomy to the extreme. There was still a huge look of shock in his eyes.
Wang dust did not cover his breath. After Luo Jun threw out a scrying technique,
he finally spoke out in surprise.
How is it possible? This kid's level is actually over 30.
Over 30 levels?
How is this possible? Ren Yinian is only level 28 right now.
Cheng Shanshan turned her head openly and stared at Wang Chen with a deadly stare.
And after sensing it again and again,
a color of great shock surged on her face as well.
Wasn't it said that this kid is just a loser? Could it be that in Xiao Xiao and the girls are helping him upgrade? But how is that possible? Are they that capable?
What shocked them even more was that each of the mechanical spiders at the feet of Wang Chen and his party were level 30.
Could it be that these mechanical spiders were also summoned by Wang Chen? Didn't they say that Wang Chen failed to awaken his profession? But what's going on right now? Huge doubts and disbelief tumbled in the hearts of Ren Yinian's few people. That diviner maiden, on the other hand, looked at Wang Chen. Her pupils were filled with shock and awe. She said with some hindsight, "There's no mistake. The aura I felt in that place came from him."
From him? Luo Jun and Cheng Shanshan glanced at each other and gulped.
Their brows furrowed. Ren Yinian, who hadn't said anything,
he smiled at Wang Chen and said,
"It seems that I really underestimated you. I really didn't think that you would be able to make it this far. There seems to be some very remarkable mutations happening in your body. I'm getting interested in you now." While listening to the conversation between the two, the crowd outside the arena was wide-eyed. What's going on? What are they talking about? I recognize every word that's being said, but together I don't know what it means. Do the two have some kind of deep grudge? This can't be possible, right? Didn't Ren Yinian repeatedly help Senior Wang Chen before?
Yeah, I've heard about this as well.
Ren Yinian is a great person that we recognize. People's discussions gradually became louder and louder.
The teachers and the top management of the education bureau sitting on top of the high platform were also looking at each other, seeing them in this saber-rattling manner,
which means repaying the favor. It's more correct to say revenge.
Principal Lu Qian in the middle of the conference room was also jaw-dropped when he saw the scene.
It seems that you're really a bit incompetent as a principal. You're not even aware that there's such a big grudge between students.
Lu Fan calmly twisted his head to look at Lu Qian, and his gaze looked at Lu Qian's heart.
Lu Qian awkwardly said, "This can't be. I've never heard of any grudges between the two of them before. Is there some kind of misunderstanding?"
Misunderstanding? How can there be a misunderstanding? Back when I was on the front lines participating in the war to defend the border for the Chinese Empire,
I've seen too many foreigners and foreigners.
These people are encroaching on our Huaxia Empire's territory,
poisoning our people,
and plundering our resources.
And I don't even see their gazes as scary as this kid's. Not only is there a deep hatred between the two, but it's the kind of deep hatred that simply cannot be reconciled.
Lu Fan picked up the tea next to him and slowly took a sip,
finally placing the teacup on the table with a bang, splashing the tea in all directions.
Lu Qian shivered and squeezed out a smile.
"Lord Special Ombudsman, don't be angry for now.
I'll go investigate." He was about to leave, but Lu Fan called out to him and said, "What can you investigate at this moment? We just need to be here to see the results."
"Depending on the outcome, are the two of them going to fight?"
Lu Fan smiled when he heard this.
"It's true to say you're brainless.
Get ready for the first aid teacher. You're definitely going to have to collect a body for one of the two today."
Boom! When these words came out, Lu Qian was dumbstruck.
His scalp almost cracked, and his breath caught all of a sudden.
He said incoherently, "Lord Special Ombudsman, what you are saying is a bit too exaggerated. How can this possibly cause a human life?
Besides, we have the protection of a teleportation talisman here.
If the advanced level examination results in the deaths of people, I am afraid that he, the principal, will have to bear the unshirkable responsibility. And it's still tied up in a personal vendetta. The Ren family represented behind Reninian was also one of the most powerful forces in Luohai City, and even had connections with some of the higher-ups in the imperial capital. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Reninian if something happened here. Of course, if anything happened to Wang Chen, he believed that Lu Fan would be able to skin him on the spot. Lu Fan laughed. Do you think the teleportation talisman is useful? Chapter 102. Do you want to duel with me 1v1? These words made Lu Qian's goosebumps rise. That's right. For Ren Inian and Wang Chen, if they really fought to the point of death, the teleportation talisman really didn't necessarily work. Not to mention that the horsemen of the apocalypse were born with the ability to condense space and time, which had a hindering effect on teleportation charms that relied on the power of space to teleport. There can't be any accidents with these two. Lu Fan had emphasized this with him before. 6 of the top 10 on the imperial capital's potential dragon ranking are foreigners. It also occupies a top 6 spot. This year the Pretty Country and the Taiji Country sent 3 more scholars, all of them with S-rank professions. Rampant talk of completely expelling the Chinese from the subterranean dragon list. Lu Fan had decided to focus on cultivating Wang Duan this year to reclaim the top 3 positions on the subterranean dragon ranking. If anything happens to Wang Chen, Lu Qian didn't dare to imagine what kind of anger he would bear. Moreover, Wang Dust's file as well as his performance had already been urgently shipped towards the imperial capital. It will be presented to certain executives. If that side had just finished reading the file, Wang Duan on this side had an accident. Currently it is estimated that death is the easiest of all. But what he was most curious about now was, what kind of grudge was there between Wang Chen and Reninian? Just as Lu Qian's forehead clattered with cold sweat, Lu Fan handed him a cup of tea for him to take a sip first. Take it easy. Sit here and rest for a while. Thank you, Lord Special Ombudsman. Lu Qian took a sip of the herbal tea and sat down on the chair. The whole person was as if he was deflated. Lu Fan handed over another sheet this time. It is? Lu Qian took it with a dumbfounded face, and heard Lu Fan say, write your suicide note, or else an accident between any of these two people is expected that the above may execute you on the spot under the wrath. And by then you won't even have the time to write your suicide note. Ha! Lu Qian was really going to cry. That being said, with my strength I'll be able to kill you in seconds with a single slap. I'll try to make your walk as painless as possible. For better or worse, I'm a level 70 dragon blood warrior. Lu Fan took out a bloodstained long knife from his spatial ring and wiped it delicately there. At this time, Su Yun's phone call over. He grief said, Old Lu ah, this time you can really bad luck ah. No matter who wins the two of them have your fruit to eat. Ha 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 ha. Next year, I will definitely give you Qingming Festival tomb sweeping. Originally, when Luo Hai No, one middle school had produced 2 supreme geniuses, Su Yun hated the back of his teeth, but as a result, when he saw that things had suddenly developed into such a situation, he directly laughed so hard that the corners of his mouth were about to split open. Asterisk 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 Q. Lu Qian's hands were shivering. At the moment, everyone was thinking about what kind of grudge there was between Wang Chen and Reninian. The Yin family, Run family, and Li family, which were the big families, were also puzzled. Li Nuo frowned. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the reason they had Meng Meng cast the magic of concealment earlier was to discuss the matter of dealing with Reninian? But it was the Rin family that was most valued. All the executives are sitting here solemnly watching the live broadcast of the entrance exam. The next battle between Wang Chen and Reninian would determine the development of their Rin family. But every one of them had a condescending look on their faces. They firmly believed that Reninian would be able to beat Wang Chen. After all, melee has a huge inherent advantage in hitting long-range summoners. After all, every one of them knew about Reninian's excellence. No matter what kind of changes happen to this brat, he will always be Nienner's stepping stone. Since he dares to approach Nienner, he must be prepared to die. Ren Shanzong played with the 2 walnuts in his hand. He was still waiting for the moment when the 2 sides of the battle were divided into winners and losers to spread the joyful news to the Ren clan's old ancestor. Young master will definitely be able to kill him. The rest of the group spoke up. Rumble. A voice like angry thunder came from the distant firmament. The wind tightened a few degrees at once. Do you really think you're still the same Reninian who can step on my head at will? Listening to Reninian's words, Wang Chen smiled. At this point, Reninian hadn't differentiated his role. Along with Wang Chen's command, the mechanical spiders carrying in Xiao Xiao and Lu Chang and the others began to retreat towards the 2 sides. Wang Duan? And Xiao Xiao was a little worried. I'm good enough on my own, Wang Dust said without looking back. Reninian looked at Wang Chen and said, are you going to have a duel with me 1v1? Interesting. Luo Jun, Chang Shanshan, Yuan, you guys back off too. At this moment, he still did not consider Wang Chen as an opponent in his heart. Boss, Luo Jun's face changed. Didn't you hear what I said? Yes. Luo Jun and Chang Shanshan immediately backed up with the other two teammates. Ran Yinian looked at Wang Chen and said, although I don't know what kind of changes have happened to you, can you last a single round under my lance? Does your confidence stem from these mechanical spiders under your feet? Before he could finish his words, the lance in his hand snapped. Boom! In an instant the lance in his hand blazed with golden light. Chapter 103, Who's the hunter? Who is the prey? Behind him snapped a knight on a warhorse. The illusory celestial horse raised its white feathered wings and hissed as it descended into reality. On top of the heavenly horse there was a heavenly god in golden armor, holding a golden lance and coming at Wang Chen with a forward thrust. Boom! The illusory golden lance instantly pierced through the spider at Wang Chen's feet. Green blood splattered in all directions, and the knobby limbs of the spider holding up the body under Wang Duan's feet went limp and instantly collapsed to the ground, making a large circle of snow. Seeing this scene, everyone didn't expect Ren Yinyan's combat power to be so strong, and he actually resolved the level 30 mechanical spider with a single strike. It had to be said that it was worthy of being the best of the S-rank professions. The horseman of the apocalypse was truly as terrifying as it was. Is this the strength of Ren Yinyan? Chang Shanshan, who was on the side, covered her mouth and her eyes were colorful. Level 28 was able to kill a level 30 mechanical spider. This kind of combat power is truly a bit terrifying. Wang Chen, are you alright? The hearts of An Xiao Xiao and the others tightened violently. Dusty. Lu Chang jumped straight off the spider with a grunt, looked toward a large white circle of snow sinking up in the distance. All the people outside the field even shivered with their bodies. The speed of Ren Yinyan's strike was so fast that even they didn't react to it. They were now very worried about Wang Chen's safety. He wouldn't be given a second at once, right? Is Senior Wang Chen okay? Holy, I'm scared to death. I don't know. The chatter of people talking about it grew louder and louder. One could only say that long-range professions were still at a bit of a disadvantage when fighting melee professions. Ran Yinyan's eyes were filled with condescension, and his face carried a touch of mockery. He held a golden lance and shouted in Wang Chen's direction. With such a little strength, you dare to run wild in front of me? As I said, you will always be nothing more than a mole in my eyes, a tail-wagging pug that is my prey. Leaving you alive in the first place was also just to let you admire my supreme greatness. Do you really think you can turn around with a salty fish? He then shook his head even more disappointedly and said, after giving you so much time, the result is still so unpleasant. Unfortunately, the future me won't stop at the Chinese Empire. My footsteps are going to be all over the world. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to see it. He then wished to put away his lance, but to his surprise, Wang Chen's voice suddenly came out from among the raised snow dust. Yes? Then I'll give that back to you as well. I thought you'd be able to pull off some big trick by stealing everything from me, but now I see it's nothing more than that? My chi isn't something you can steal just because you say so. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Dust walked out from the roiling snow dust. His calm eyes were like an abyss. A cold smile then spread across the corners of his mouth. Since you made a move, it's my turn to make a move now, isn't it? Ran Yinian. Wang Chen's calm face suddenly became hideous. It's time for me to return the pain that has been inflicted on me all these years. As it were, not only you, but also the Ren family behind you. I won't let any of them go. So today, let's take your life first to pay for my family's suffering. The killing intent that had been suppressed in his heart all these years also erupted at this time. Rumble. The earth trembles. Two magnificent mechanical gates rose. An eerie glow shimmered inside. Countless terrifying hissing sounds rang out. Could this be? Amidst Ren Yinyan's shocked gaze, the giant door continued to expand, and countless demonic creatures inside rushed out. That one giant spider hissed and came into the middle of this world, its scarlet compound eyes locking onto Ren Yinyan. From now on, the hunter and the hunted are switched. Real hunters, in addition to enjoying the thrill of killing the prey, they enjoy more as in the pursuit of prey will continue to force it to the desperate to appreciate the prey fleeing the last miserable death of that kind of powerless look. Now, Ran Yinian is Wang Duan's prey. Luo Jun and Chang Shanshan, who were standing around on the side, also turned abruptly pale as they looked at Wang Chen with shocked gazes. What on earth has happened to this guy? How is it possible for him to summon so many summons of the same level as him? Ran Yinyan's gaze vibrated. All three views are turned upside down. What summoner could do that? From now on, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated Wang Chen. The original lofty expression on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by shock. In that less than a few seconds, more than 100 mechanical spiders rushed out, while it was as if there was an endless source of demonic creatures hissing inside behind them. Boom! The lance in Ren Yinyan's hand erupted with brilliant light as he charged forward.
breaking the knuckles of a mechanical spider. But the next moment there were two spiders with unusual abdominal movements, and spider silks with electric currents shot toward him and turned into two large webs in the air.
What the hell is happening to this kid? Chapter 104, Go to Hell Kid. But if you think that's enough to pin me down, then you've underestimated me a bit too much, boy. Apocalypse instant strike. The long spear in Ren Enian's hand instantly erupted with a brilliant golden light, instantly stabbing forward dozens of times. Swish, 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 the air froze, and then the golden light exploded, and countless sharp golden beams flashed through the air. The spider web in the air was instantly slashed open, and the few spiders that tried to rush over were also killed, their bodies turning into several pieces. Holy, Big Brother Ren Enian is really too strong, to the point where he was able to kill even a level 30 demonic creature in a single strike. Excitement flashed in Chang Shanshan and Luo Jun's eyes. The defenses of the spider-type magical creatures themselves weren't too outstanding, so that's why the Ren Enian attack was able to see the light of day. Not to mention the fact that the weapon he was holding was a top-notch piece of equipment as well. The accompanying effects then have the effect of speeding up armor breaking as well as bludgeoning. And that's not all. Ren Enian was extremely fast. Immediately after the attack, he leapt high into the air and stomped on the back of another spider. The long spear in his hand once again bloomed with countless golden rays. Destroy the mountain. With a horizontal sweep, a terrifying wave of air swept out as if it were a hurricane, bringing up a sky full of snow dust and forcing the surrounding demons back. Squeak! Those spiders hissed a few times grumpily and crouched down, their densely compounded eyes flashing red, trying to look for Ren Enian's figure amidst the raised snow dust. Damn it! Where did Ren Enian go? Lu Chang looked left and right and sweated. Losing the enemy's trail on top of the battlefield was a big no-no. Not to mention the fact that the other party was still a melee class occupation with explosive damage, and Xiao Xiao was even directly holding the magic wand in her hand, ready to strike at any time. Xiao Xiao, don't worry, don't you still believe in Wang Chen's strength? Imo Liuli patted in Xiao Xiao's shoulder, her eyes full of confidence. The current Wang Chen had not even utilized a tenth of his strength. That's right, you are concerned. Can't you see that Wang Chen is walking his dog? Li Mengmeng also let out a laugh, without the slightest worry in her eyes, and incidentally kicked Lu Chang on the side to keep him honest. Lu Chang laughed, and only then realized that he was also a little too worried. He always failed to realize that Wang Chen was able to make such a big change in such a short period of time. The hearts of the unknown crowd outside the arena lifted up when they saw this scene. It had to be said that Ren Enian's speed of improvisation was really fast. After solving his predicament in a flash, he made a counterattack, and must retreat the surrounding demons to prevent being surrounded. At the same time, snow dust was raised to obscure perception, rendering Wang Chan's attacks helpless. One could only say that it was worthy of being a son of a big family, and that real-world experience was just plentiful. Where's Ren Enian? Where is he? Everyone was looking at the big screen. Their vision was completely obscured by the white dusting of snow flying in the sky. Utilizing the terrain for combat is an indication of whether or not each professional has a lot of combat experience. Next moment, a figure suddenly sprang out of the snow dust in the sky. Time stream instant step. Only Ren Enian's body carried channels of golden light that wrapped around his body as if it were an electric snake. He held a long spear and was incredibly fast, stepping directly on the spider's back and moving at high speed. Those spiders didn't even react at all, and all that could be seen was a yellow lightning bolt scurrying above the group of spiders. So fast, worthy of being a horseman of the apocalypse. Could it be that this move briefly accelerates the flow of time around you, allowing one's speed to increase to an unbelievable level? Someone with a keen eye could see the end of Ren Enian's move at a glance. At such a low-level profession being able to control time, the perversity of the Knight of the Apocalypse profession could be seen from this, which made many people envious. What should Wang Duan do next? In their eyes, Wang Dust was a mechanical summoner's profession, so he must be afraid of melee combat. Once Ren Enian was plastered on his face, wouldn't that be an assassin bumping into a brittle skin? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now Senior Wang Chen is really in danger. Amidst everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Ren Enian had already crossed over dozens of spiders. It was useless even if more spiders poured out from among the mechanical summoning gates on both sides of Wang Dust. After all, Ren Enian's speed was too fast for these spiders to react in time. Snort! Many spiders raised their abdomens to release a large amount of cobwebs, but they couldn't stop him in the slightest. It's no use, boy. Ren Enian swung the lance in his hand forward violently, and the countless spider webs were broken through. He had a grim smile on his face. Taking a deep breath, the golden light on his body became even more dazzling. In the end, Ren Enian ruthlessly stepped on top of a spider's head with a loud boom, and his entire body instantly leapt up with the help of this force. He raised the golden lance in his hand. The golden light blazed out, just like a golden sun rising in the middle of heaven and earth. Go to hell, kid. No amount of summons you put out will be of any use to me. Chapter 105. Waste is always waste. Wastes will always be wastes. Do you think you'll be able to turn over a new leaf just because you get some strange encounters? I'm telling you, brat, it's all useless. You will always be worthy only of being my stepping stone for the rest of your life. Go to hell. The illusory figure of the horseman of the apocalypse emerged behind Ren Inian once again. Following his movements, the brilliant knight also raised his lance high in his hand, launching a fatal strike at the distant Wang Dust. Everyone is afraid to look. If Ren Inian really landed this one attack on Wang Chen's head, then Wang Chen would definitely die. Looks like this fight is over. A confident and mocking smile also flashed across Ren Inian's face. That's a lot of crap. I just wanted to hang out with you a little longer. Do you really think you can get close to me? I've waited for this moment for you. Get the back. Wang Dust looked at Ren Inian with a calm expression. Mona Lee was right. He just wanted to walk the dog more today. The snow on both sides trembled, and in an instant, countless chunks of snow slid down, revealing countless terrifying weapons inside. He had the diggers build thermal weapons here long ago. Wang Dust stood alone in the middle of these weapons, as if he was an incomparably rampant arms dealer. What is this thing? What exactly is this kid's ability? The smug expression on Ren Inian's face froze. Luo Jun and Chang Shanshan, who were screaming from the side, were also taken aback. The reversal came too soon. Boom 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 boom. The autocharge multi-tube blaster instantly emits countless blue bubble charges. A mass of blue cannonballs smashed out, instantly hitting Ren Inian, who was in the air. The powerful shock instantly smashing Ren Inian out. Ah! Ren Inian screamed miserably. A powerful electric current instantly flowed through his body, paralyzing him with electricity, and his whole body was pushed back by a huge force. The hair straightened in the moment. Brat! Ren Inian was furious. He had never expected that Wang Chen had hidden such a hand. Just as he landed and was about to regroup for an attack, the gatling around them fired at the same time. The raging and surging bullets shot fiercely toward Ren Inian. No good. Ren Inian tried his best to control his body, but the counterthrust of the electrocore cannon was just too great. His entire body was paralyzed with muscles, and he couldn't make any movements, only barely able to surface a golden shield on his body. This should be enough. What era is this kid still using hot weapons? Do you really think these hot weapons can hurt me? The clothes I'm wearing are at least a top silver-ranked protective prop. Just as Ren Inian was thinking about how to counterattack next, the next moment the stream of bullets overwhelmed him. The sound of metal clashing instantly rang out. The enchanted bullets instantly hit him with pain. Ah! How is this possible? How is this kid's damage so high? Ren Inian screamed miserably, almost about to explode. The light shield on his body instantly surfaced countless cracks, and was about to collapse. No! I have to hide quickly. Ren Inian landed amidst the spiders in a sorry state, trying to dodge. But the spider swarm followed Wang Chuan's mind and gave way towards the sides. It left Ren Inian without the slightest room to dodge. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ren Inian could not cry. He did not expect Wang Chen to be able to maneuver these spiders towards both sides with two minds. How high is this kid's mental power? It was reasonable to say that a summoner being able to manipulate so many heat weapons was already anticlimactic enough. Surprisingly, he was also able to split his extra mental energy to maneuver so many spiders away while controlling these weapons. This must require at least 10,000 mental energy. Just as he was doubting his life, the shield on his body couldn't hold up anymore and instantly shattered. Bullets are coming. The clothes on his body were instantly torn apart, and his skin was left with a single wound. Ah! Ren Inian was bruised all over his body and screamed in pain. This won't hold up? Wang Chen looked at Ren Inian, who was as if he was a dead dog, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Kid, don't get too cocky. Apocalypse defense. Ren Inian slammed the lance in his hand on top of the ground, and a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, enveloping him in it, and he then unexpectedly pulled out an illusory golden shield from within this pillar of light. Hiss! Surprisingly, it's a companion weapon. Everyone was taken aback. Some tough professions are born with self-growing weapons when they awaken, which is very counterintuitive. I didn't think that Ren Inian would already be able to summon a companion weapon of his own. Not bad for a horseman of the apocalypse. Lu Fan also nodded. It had to be said that Ren Inian's talent was indeed somewhat high, but what made him a little strange was this. The companion weapon that Ren Inian summoned seems a bit different from what was described in the previous canons. By all rights it should be a gun and shield. How come he only summoned a shield? Chapter 106. Ren Inian suddenly took off. Lu Fan didn't know that Ren Inian was plundering King Dust's profession, so he could only summon one piece of equipment. To be able to force me to use my companion weapon. Brat, you can rest in peace. Go to hell. Against the shield, Ren Enian once again launched an attack towards Wang Chen.
He swore that he would break Wang Duan into pieces and wipe out his former shame.
I said get the back. Wang Dust held it with one hand. The automatic hellfire cannons that had fallen silent to the side opened fire.
The crimson flame light path contained Wang Chen's fury.
As if it was a raging dragon charging towards Ren Enian, the tremendous heat melting everything. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes almost didn't fly out. Is this the full power of Wang Dust's hellfire cannon?
It turned out that it had been Wang Chen who had deliberately suppressed his power before.
It's just so shocking. At this moment, the power of the hellfire cannon was all revealed.
Ran Enian's scalp nearly cracked.
It was too late to try and dodge. Boom 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 boom. 3 flames instantly enveloped him, and all the rest of the weapons opened fire, firing desperately in Ren Enian's direction. For a time, the earth trembled, shockwaves swept through, and everyone covered their ears, their faces flickering with various colors of light. Only Ren Enian's guttural wailing could be heard from inside. Ren Enian, who was holding up his shield, was directly lifted off the ground by the artillery, and then the blue shells once again hit him with precision, the huge impact bouncing him off the ground once again, so that he couldn't even land on the ground. Just as he hit the ground again, the Gatling's tongue of fire bridged up once more, and the massive firepower topped Ren Enian's ass, knocking him into the sky above once more. How?
Wang Chen's attack had a sense of teasing, as if everything was within his grasp.
Wang Dust's mouth, on the other hand, was chanting something. What is Senior Wang Chun chanting with his mouth? Could it be an incantation?
Keep your voice down so I don't have to listen.
The crowd gathered their attention, and only then did they hear that Wang Chen was actually reading the seconds. He was calculating how long he had knocked Ren Enian into the air without landing. Feeling like you're counting strike fly time here? Senior Wang Chen is really too good.
The crowd felt a tingle in their scalps.
This is just a huge humiliation.
The pride of heaven that they once admired in their hearts was beaten to the point where he couldn't even land. The shocking scene struck deep into every mind.
This scene is just horrible. So much so that people are looking dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen Ren Enian in such a sorry state, completely pressed and beaten. But haven't you guys realized?
Senior Wang Chuan's shortcomings still haven't been remedied,
and he doesn't dare to fight Ren Enian head-on. That's for sure. Brittle skin fighting melee. Isn't that looking for death? Ren Enian won't be killed alive just like that. Will he? Boss.
Luo Jun and Chang Shanshan almost cracked up,
simply unable to believe their eyes. How is it that Ren Enian, who was so proud just now, has become a grandson in the blink of an eye? The two of them were straight up in a hurry.
Cheng Shanshan directly threw out an enchantment magic to apply to Ren Enian's body.
I said get the hell out of my way.
Ren Enian's irritated voice came from the sky.
Green tree shield. Ren Enian tore the scroll in his hand in anger, and the ground instantly cracked, and a giant tree instantly grew out.
Bullets and charge cannons slammed into the tops of tree trunks,
wood chips flying, but for a moment they didn't penetrate. Ren Enian, on the other hand, took this opportunity to roll on his gray head in a donkey roll and flashed to the side. At this time, Ren Enian was as wretched as he wanted to be. His clothes were tattered and torn, his face was swollen, and his hair was even more charred and black. His previous glorious image was gone, and at this point he was like a street bum. A pendant hanging around his neck suddenly shattered. It seemed that it was this pendant that had carried the intense fire attack just now for him, or else he would have been seriously injured right now to say the least. I can't believe all the life-saving pendants I kept have gone to waste. Go to hell, brat. Ren Enian was completely frantic. The mole in his eyes had actually beaten him so badly that he couldn't fight back. How can this be tolerated? A flash of light in Ren Enian's hand instantly added 5 or 6 more scrolls. He tore them all apart in one breath, and several auras fell upon him while his aura climbed up in a straight line. Brat! I'm going to kill you today, Ren Enian yelled. Since you guys made a move just now, we'll have to make a move as well, or it won't be fair. Lu Chang suddenly threw a magic spell at Ren Enian's body. The pink aura flickered. Ren Enian's face suddenly turned odd. A strange urge spread throughout his body, and his entire being became muddled. There were suddenly a lot of beautiful women in front of him, each one of them throwing winks at him, posing their bodies in a marvelous manner, and their snow-white bodies made people's eyes blossom as they looked at them. Ren Enian roared and suddenly took off his pants in front of everyone. What's he going to do? People are dumbfounded. Chapter 107. Ren Enian became famous. So many beautiful women. He. Girl after girl appeared next to Ren Enian walking slowly towards him. Some danced. Some leaned right into him. Young master, come and play. Didn't you always play with us before? Come on, young master. These girls let out a silvery giggle. Ren Enian had no strength left in his body. No, get away. It's all an illusion. Ren Enian violently swung the lance in his hand. These beauties instantly disappeared, but the next moment there were more beauties around him coming towards him. No! Get out! Ren Enian yelled with a bloodshot face. Come on!
Another young woman in a cheongsam came out beside these girls,
just like a ripe peach. Ha! Ren Enian's eyes went straight.
It's as if there are so many beautiful women around in this moment.
What Gao Gao? What king dust? None of it matters. Only enjoying the moment is important. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ren Enian's hand loosened.
The lance in his hand fell to the ground, and his shield dropped to the ground with a thud.
In public, Ren Enian's body suddenly moved. It's like holding a lot of beautiful women. Oops. What's he doing? Xiao Xiao, don't look. You'll get pink eye. Li Mengmeng exclaimed. Fortunately, the moment Ren Enian took off,
she hurriedly brought in Xiao Xiao and the other girls to turn their backs.
Lu Chang's face was full of bad jokes. On that side, Chang Shanshan and Luo Jun were dumbstruck. Their eyes almost didn't fly out. Not only them.
The crowd outside the arena were all stunned.
Their mouths wide open.
Their eyes filled with shock. After a few short seconds of stagnation, suddenly a louder discussion erupted.
Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is he doing? Young Master Ren Enian? I didn't see it wrong. Did I? He's F asterisk asterisk king in public. Damn. He's under an illusion. Isn't he? He's even able to do this kind of thing in public. Awesome awesome. I'm now willing to call young Master Ren Enian the strongest.
He did something I never dared to do in my life.
Damn. There must be at least tens of thousands of people watching the live stream now.
Now he's going to be famous.
Tough. Really tough. If he wakes up he probably even has the heart to die. Can he still live on this earth? The Ren family. Asshole. What is Nyener doing?
Holy, hurry up and find a way to stop him. Now he's lost all of my Ren family.
Ren Shanzong's old face swelled red, only feeling that all the reputation he had accumulated over the decades was gone. At this moment,
many of the Ren family's top management were looking at him with a dumbfounded look on their faces, their eyes filled with sympathy. Ren Enian was the Ren family's most outstanding heavenly pride over the years, and was even considered the successor of the next generation of patriarchs. But now he had actually done this kind of thing in front of tens of thousands of people.
It's really a shame. There's just no eyes left.
Big brother, hurry up and make him admit defeat and teleport out. My Ren family can't afford to lose this person.
Right. Family master, hurry up and make young Master Ren Enian admit defeat.
It's finished if this goes on.
Where is the honor of my Ren family in this way?
Never since the beginning of time has a student been able to do such a thing during a college entrance exam. Although there were many people who were admonishing on the surface, their eyes were filled with stifled laughter,
and they couldn't even help but burst out laughing.
The son of the head of the family had actually done such a thing in full view of the public.
It's a travesty. The face of the Ren family is going to be disgraced. Shut up.
It's even more important that we don't admit defeat at this time.
If we admit defeat at this time, that's when we'll lose our face. Ren Shanzong's face was gloomy to the extreme.
Neon has a passive defense type equipment on his body that releases an electric current to stimulate him when he falls into an illusion. At this time, among the rest of the clans, when they saw Ren Enian do such a thing in public, they all stared with rounded eyes as well. There was a gloating look in his eyes.
And family head in Chang laughed out loud too.
That guy Ren Shanzong takes his son to blow in front of me every day.
After experiencing this incident, I'll see how he blows.
An old ancestor definitely won't marry Xiao Xiao to him. Now his calculations are going to fall through.
Cool. Chapter 108, One must show Ren Enian's valor. All in all, after experiencing this matter, the Ren family's popularity instantly soared throughout the city. At this moment,
the Ren family's old ancestor was drinking tea and negotiating with the Ren family's old ancestor. Along with the imminent negotiation of the marriage contract,
the Ren family's oldest ancestor said under his joy,
"It just so happens that Nyener is now taking the entrance exam test, so let's show you how my Ren family's pride of heaven will perform in the middle of the trial tower."
The Yin clan's old ancestor took a sip of tea and nodded.
"It just so happens that all these years I've been dedicated to my cultivation, but I didn't know that your Ren clan had produced such a genius,
so it just so happens that I want to take a look as well." So the Ren family's oldest ancestor smilingly ordered his men to open the projection. "Old ancestor, this is not the right time. What's going on? What's out of place?
My year-old son has the qualifications of a great emperor.
It must be seen." The Ren family's oldest ancestor frowned. "It's already a little upsetting. What kind of a man is a man who hides that?
The young master is going through a great battle at this time.
The fight is hard to understand. The scene is a bit miserable. I don't think it's suitable to watch." The henchman racked his brain to say so. "Isn't that just right? The more tragic it is, the more it can prove that Nyener's will is strong. Quickly open the projection and don't make me say it twice." "Ha, well, that's good." The lower mind turned on the projection.
The screen flickered.
"I'm coming, little beauty." Don't run. Hey, hey, hey. So cool. Ren shrugged his hands rapidly. The two old ancestors simultaneously spewed out the tea in their mouths. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Ren of your Rin family? The Yin clan's oldest ancestor was numb and couldn't believe his eyes. What's going on here? How could Neon do such a thing in public? The Ren clan's old ancestor's eyes went black and he almost fainted. He had never dreamed that Ren would do such a thing. A lifetime of fame is completely ruined. No, he must be under an illusion. He then desires to explain. An ancestor of the Yin clan said angrily. Even if he is struck by an illusion, this illusion will construct illusory scenarios based on his current state of mind as well as what he has experienced. This is enough to prove that his private life must not be very good either. Or else he wouldn't be able to do something like this in the middle of a college entrance exam. How can this kind of person be worthy of an xiao xiao? He directly grabbed the marriage contract next to him and tore it to shreds, saying, I think it's better to forget about the marriage contract. Besides, I have to go beforehand. He celebrated. It's a good thing we didn't negotiate a marriage contract, or we would have been too late. He had just come out when In Shang called him and said, Old ancestor, don't worry about the marriage contract for now. I've found a better candidate for you. When these words came out, the Yin clan ancestor raised his eyebrows. A better man? How much better? There was still some disbelief in his heart. On the other hand, the face of the Rin family's old man on the other side was ugly to the extreme. If the Rin family wanted to suppress this matter, there was no telling how much it would cost. Even those universities might have to take this matter into consideration when recruiting Ren Yinan. This will become a stain on Ren Yinan for the rest of his life. Originally, they had gone to great lengths to create a perfect image of Ren Yinan as a very good, progressive and sunny person. But now it's all ruined. What the hell is going on here? Just who is targeting Neon? The Ren clan's oldest ancestor hissed. The men immediately reported what had happened. What? How is this possible? That trashy kid back then has actually grown to this level. No, this is absolutely impossible. The Ren clan's oldest ancestor looked at the projection with bloodshot eyes. And at this time, people looked at Wang Chen, who did not stop, with eyes full of doubt. Why hasn't he taken advantage of this to attack? Just watch Ren Yinan make a fool of himself in public? I guess so. I always feel as if Senior Wang Chen is holding a bit of teasing. But what I still can't figure out is why did Senior Wang Chen take a shot at Senior Ren Yinan? They were yelling there before, and I didn't hear exactly what they were saying? I can't figure it out either. Hasn't Senior Ren Yinan been sponsoring Senior Wang Chen before? He's a great person recognized in the school. At this time, a few girls said, that's right, why did Senior Wang Chen target Senior Ren Yinan? He's so nice and handsome, and his family is so rich, it's simply too immoral for him to do so. I feel the same way. Why did Senior Wang Chen stop Senior Ren Yinan? Isn't it good for everyone to get along? What is Mr. Wang Chen thinking? Does he not want to see others doing well? As soon as these words came out, those girls who had originally supported Ren Yinan immediately nodded their heads and began to denounce Wang Chen. Senior Wang Chen is simply too unethical. What's the difference between him and a villain when he does this? Isn't he just a dog that bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him? I think he was clearly jealous of Senior Ren Yinan and had a twisted psyche before he struck out at him. Listening to these little fairies, there were boys who couldn't sit still at that moment. Chapter 109, The Inquisitor Strikes. Can you guys please refrain from commenting until you know exactly what's going on? That's right. What's wrong with your female brains? You start slandering Senior Wang Chen in just a few words. Have you figured out who's good and who's bad? We're going to keep quiet now, and we'll speak and criticize when it's over. Ha! How dare you scold me? Oops. I can't. I'm going to get depressed. A tiger tank weighing over 200 pounds immediately slumped into the seat, causing a small tremor and a vibration of the fat elephant legs. No, I also feel bad. I just scolded twice. You dare to scold me. Is there any justice? I'm a girl. Who are you to define us? One undefinable modern Cthulhu girl spoke up, pushing her round-rimmed glasses up on her face, a hint of pretentiousness on her pimple-covered face. Why do you boys have such a bad attitude? Don't you know how to be gentle with girls? It's not like Senior Ren Yinan. He's so gentle with us. As soon as these girls saw that things were not right, they immediately shifted the conflict to the boys' attitudes. Asterisk 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 me. You've got a ing face. I say something to you and you're ing depressed? These male angry ones instantly turned red in the face. These women are simply shameless. Seeing the cursing war between the two sides intensify, a boy stepped forward, tilting his head. He said, calm down everyone. I have something to say. Everyone looked at the boy. Just see his expression indifferent. Eyes seem to reveal a hint of wisdom color. Wearing a gray t-shirt, full of printed yellow Vans letters. A pair of black pants. Looks ordinary. What are you doing, brother? The crowd was puzzled. The boy was seen looking at the girls, and then hesitated, as if thinking. In the next instant he snapped out his hand and gave these girls a big mouthful up there. Snap! A few slaps went down, and these girls immediately had a few more bright red slap marks on their faces, and their hair was spread out, their cheeks were raised high, and their lips were all slapped. You! The poxed woman whose eyes had been knocked out of her head was about to speak again. Pop! This brother slapped him again, and the girl immediately flew out. A blood stream came out of her mouth, rolled a long way, and overwhelmed a large number of girls, and screams arose all over the place. Ah! The girls rushed out of the way for fear of involving themselves. The crowd was dumbfounded as they looked at the grey-clothed teenager. The trial is over. The teenager nodded and resumed his chair. Asterisk. Awesome job, bro. Well played. Asterisk in hell. That was a good fight. Big brother, take a bow from me. I've been putting up with these girls for a long time. The boys on this side of the room all stood up and applauded the boy. The boy smiled brightly and nodded. A thumbs up of his own followed. That's when a teacher rushed over. Those girls when you screamed, "Teacher, he hit someone. I'm disfigured. It's over. My whole life is ruined. My stunning face, it's all gone now. And he's going to pay for it. That Cthulhu girl is even crying shockingly. Would have been ugly enough. This cry is even more so that a few male compatriots look at the overnight meal almost did not spit out. But these teachers immediately said awkwardly, I'm sorry, this student his awakened occupation is called Metro Judge, which has the role of delivering justice, and it affects sanity, which means that his brain isn't clear at times, and will only follow justice. It may be that it was not his intention to strike, so there is no way for you to hold him accountable in this matter. What? Upon hearing this, these little fairy people were dumbfounded. The boys on the other side of the room were singing and dancing and clapping like crazy. This brother is simply flawless. I don't care. I'm going to rip your face off today. The girls who were getting beat up didn't believe me and came over to me, wanting to strike. Judgment. Only to see the teenager snort coldly once again and slap out. A black-faced, official-robed figure appeared behind him and slapped out after him. Pop. This time several girls flew out instantly, their mouths crooked and full of teeth flying out. The skin on their faces was split open, and their eyes were almost not blown out. Bang bang bang. A few people arced gracefully through the air and landed in the center fountain. The final tiger tank was even more amazing, directly smashing the fountain flower beds inside. The trial is over. The teenager clapped his hands again and sat down in his chair, rigidly, and the teachers didn't dare to say anything more, so they could only leave in disgrace. Holy, old iron 666. Big brother, awesome. The boys next to me were so cool they could hardly dance. Never had so much ing fun in my life. Keep looking. The teenager signaled the crowd to continue watching the live stream. Chapter 110, What the hell is Reninian up to? After this little episode passed, everyone continues to watch the live stream. In front of tens of thousands of people, Reninian, who was immersed in the illusion, kept fiddling with his hands underneath, an indescribable smile on his face. Just at this time, a prop on his body suddenly activated its self-defense. An electric current flashed through, and Reninian instantly came to his senses under the stimulation of pain. Reninian let out a miserable scream and opened his eyes in confusion to look around, especially when he saw clearly what he was doing. His entire body was shocked. Can you imagine the image of a big hard tree instantly shriveling up into soft grass? There's no mistaking that Reninian is wilting right now. Holy, this guy finally woke up and laughed me to death. Holy, this is a disgrace. What's this guy waiting for? Why don't you pick up his pants? How much longer is he going to be like this? The air is about to poke a few holes out of him. It's really killing me with laughter. Do you guys see that he's not going to make it? He's going to be screwed in that area even after being so stimulated. It's so much fun. The pride of heaven is being slipped around like a dog. Reninian, who was still in shock, took a few violent deep breaths and finally figured out what he was doing. He lifted himself shakily, looked at his clammy hands, and then at the sky. He was 100% sure that many people must have seen the feat he had just performed by now. What made it even more painful was that he could feel a certain part of his body that seemed to be not moving, because the stimulation he had just received was too much for one moment. He wasn't sure if he still had that thing working now, and that was what scared him the most. And the culprit of all this was Wang Duan. Reninian lost his mind, and a terrifyingly dazzling light erupted from the body of the lance next to him. He roared in frantic rage, itching to break Wang Chen into pieces, but he had no way to reason with it, because it was Chung Shanshan who helped him a bit, and that little fat guy called Lu Chang from the other side followed suit. One for you, one for me. That's fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. Big brother Reninian. Cheng Shanshan couldn't stand watching and hurriedly threw another healing spell onto Reninian's body. trying to recover his injuries. I told you to stay out of this. I'm going to kill this kid with my own hands. And that little fat guy next to him. I'm going to skewer them and roast them on the fire. The terrifying magic power within Ren Yinyan's body exploded the ground beneath his feet, and the snow all melted. Lu Chang also took his magic wand at this time and said, "Why are you striking again?" "No, I have to strike too." A blue halo spread over Ren Yinyan's head again. "It is John Lu's spa aura." Ren Yinyan's eyes rounded, and it was too late for him to dodge when he wanted to. The blue aura landed on his body, speedily restoring the magic power in his body, and the injuries on his body surface healed a bit. What's going on? Could it be that Fatty is kinda nice? This thought had just flashed through Ren Yinyan's mind. The next moment, in front of everyone, a clear and yellow liquid shot out. Ren Yinyan Niao in full view of everyone. That's right, it's just Niao. Realized that his cuckoo has just not been mentioned yet. Everyone's eyes rounded. The mind is in a state of chaos. They hadn't expected Ren Yinyan to be so powerful. Are you going to take him on the spot or something next? All in all, there was no longer any need for Ren Yinyan to live on this planet. All the people he could throw away had already been thrown away. And for a while they couldn't even think of what kind of people Ren Yinyan would be able to throw away next. After a short period of silence, the entire plaza once again erupted with shocking laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ren Yinyan, this time he can really kill himself. How is it that little fatty's magic comes with such a big side effect? What's all this about? It's so outlawed. The point is you don't get to pick your battles. It makes sense for that woman to strike, and for that chubby little guy to strike again. I can't breathe from laughing. Can you imagine? Ting and pissing. What the hell? All of the Ren family executives in the Ren family also had their mouths open as if they were a dying toad. Ren Yinyan's father, Ren Shanzong's face had become so ugly that it could not be any uglier, and he did not even have the face to look at it anymore. On the other hand, the Ren family ancestor on the other side was contacting the Yin family ancestor on the phone, desperately arguing that it was just an accident just now. The Yin clan's old ancestor just coldly said, "Go and check the live stream again yourself." The Ren family's oldest ancestor turned around and realized that Ren Yinyan's cloudy yellow liquid had crossed the big screen high up. What the hell is he up to? Ren Yinyan? Chapters that can't be read are being dealt with as makeup for the 4 shifts. Chapter 111, Ren Yinyan, who was disgraced to the core. Ren Yinyan looked down at a yellow puddle of urine on the snow that he had flushed out. He was filled with a dull look and his brain was dead. Chang Shanshan swallowed her saliva. She didn't think that she had once again done something bad with good intentions. In order to ease her embarrassment, she looked at the pit of urine in front of her and said, "Worthy of being Big Brother Ren Yinyan, so majestic and powerful. The pits that are flushed out are so deep and so big. We admire them." A rage of immense shame exploded in his mind. He really had never been so angry in his life, especially when he thought about the fact that he had done such a thing in front of tens of thousands of people. He blacked out and almost fainted. It's really a shame. Wang Chen, I will kill you. Ren Yinyan picked up the shield and lance on the ground. His body once again erupted with terrifying energy. His hair stood up, and his entire body was like a super saiyan. If he wants to beat Wang Chuan now, it's up close and personal. Because Wang Dust was a long-range summoner, his physical fitness must be poor. As long as he was able to get close to him, he was confident that he would immediately kill Wang Chen. Just before he was ready to sprint, he whipped his head around and said, "Don't you put any more magic on me, you hear me?" Chang Shanshan nodded in awe. Ah! Ren Yinyan grabbed his lance and rushed out, only just taking 2 steps when he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Put! Good grief! His face also happened to fall all at once inside the puddle of urine he had just peed in. Ren Yinyan's entire being was dumbfounded as a fishy odor instantly rushed straight to his nostrils. To be honest, in this moment Ren Yinyan had already experienced social death 3 times. He didn't even want to get up and just pretend to fall unconscious. But how was that possible? Anyone with eyes could see that he was faking unconsciousness. So he had to get up. Wang Chen looked at Ren Yinyan and said, "Even if you want to kill me so badly, you should raise your pants first." You wait. Ren Yinyan's eyes were bloodshot as he lifted his pants up with shivering hands. After making sure there were no problems this time, he charged forward again with his lance. Behind him, because of his high-speed movement, the air even made a sonic boom sound, and he slammed his feet on the ground, which was directly stomped out into a large crater. Wang Dust's heart moved, and a spider instantly stopped in front of him next to him. Fury burns the sky. Ren Yinyan roared. The long spear in his hand blatantly stabbed forward. Countless golden rays of light at the tip of the spear rotated to form a spiral drill-like thing. Hoo. Several explosions rang out. The spider that stopped in front of him instantly turned into bloody pieces. At this time, Ren Yinyan's aura had already reached its peak. Even though there were spider silks around him shooting towards him, They were counteracted by the shield that popped out of his body before they could even get close to him. Ren Inian used all his cards. He even disregarded the exam. Now he only wanted to kill Wang Chen. Only then could he vent his anger. Otherwise, if this goes on, he will have anger in his heart and will form a demon. Don't even think about practicing in the future. Wang Duan must be defeated. Some spiders around them tried to continue blocking the way, but Ren Inian smashed them into pieces with a roar. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, the color of longing in Ren Inian's eyes became more and more obvious. Looking from afar, one could see a golden silhouette with a furious aura, invincible and destructive in the midst of the spider swarm. Above him could be seen a golden knight on a warhorse holding a lance, following his movements like an English spirit on a killing spree. Go to hell! Ah! Ren Inian dragged his spear in his hand, the golden tip of the spear, pulling out a bright spark on the ground. Everyone stood up at the sight and looked at the screen excitedly. Holy! Although Ren Inian was quite humiliated just now, but once he exerted his full power he was really powerful. Worthy of being a horseman of the apocalypse. What about Senior Wang Chen? They're just 1 or 2 dozen meters left now, aren't they? This distance is simply not too close. Have you forgotten Senior Wang Dust's fire position? That blue turret of his has a knockback effect. As soon as his words fell, the automatic type multi-barrel charge cannons on both sides of Wang Dust fired once again. Be honest and get back to me like a dead dog. I haven't had enough fun yet. Wang Dust had a teasing look in his eyes. A blue charge slammed through. Do you really think the same trick will work on me again? Looking at the blue light mass that flew towards him, a flash of madness flashed across Ren Inian's eyes. Instant bomb. Ren Inian waved the lance in his hand as if it had formed a golden wheel of light. Facing the blue cannonballs that were shooting at him, he fiercely drew on them, a strange force sweeping out. Bang! 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 Those blue bubble charges that shot up were bounced off and landed on the sides with a loud shuddering sound. Chapter 112. Do you think this is my limit? Just then, Gatling fired as well. Several tongues of fire pounded toward him. It's no use. All of it. The long spear in Ren Inian's hand once again swung into a golden wheel of light. Bang! 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 Sparks were flying. Countless bullets bounced off him. Finally he slammed his lance out. Hoo-hoo! The golden lance was like a golden disc, emitting a murderous aura that tore through the air and flew out with a deafening buzzing sound. As if it were a boomerang, the golden lance directly destroyed several distant turrets. Bang! 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 Several Gatling and multi-barrel charge turrets were reduced to a cloud of fire. In the end, the lance directly flew back again and landed in Ren Inian's hand. I said it's no use. All of it is no use. I admit that I underestimated you just now, but now I will kill you with a straight face. Ren Inian took the lance, the tip of the lance in his hand still trembling unceasingly. Holy, too strong, too strong. Is this the full strength of Ren Inian? Now Wang Dust's proud battery can't even stop Ren Inian. What should we do now? The distance between the two of them is getting closer and closer. Senior Wang Chuan is a long-range summoner. Can this little body carry one of Ren Inian's moves? People are worried to death. Just at this time, Wang Dust's face looked a little odd. Who on earth gave Ren Inian the confidence? Wasn't it just killing some of his summons and destroying some of his turrets? He was able to summon hundreds more turrets and summons like this one in minutes. And most importantly, who said you could win against him just by getting close to him? But at this point, Ren Inian had clearly reached the peak of his confidence. Go to hell. Wang Dust. It's also your honor to die in my hands. And in the face of an artillery attack, Ren Inian violently blocked the shield in his hand in front of his body. The raging tongues of fire were stopped by him and then bounced right off of him. Space shift. Ren Inian roared, only to see those raging tongues of fire above the shield suddenly seem to be absorbed. The next moment a golden channel appeared on both sides of him, and the disappearing tongues of fire unexpectedly spewed back from it, directly destroying all those artillery pieces of Wang Chen as well. At the sight of this scene, people sucked in cool air and their scalps tingled. The horseman of the apocalypse has not only mastered the power of time, but even has control over the power of space as well. That move just now was really too powerful. If I'm not mistaken, Ren Inian just performed a spatial transfer, first absorbing the tongue of fire and then transferring it back. At this moment, Wang Chen was standing in the midst of the roiling snow and ice, and both sides of him were all destroyed turrets, with occasional flashes of fire on them and the sound of parts being bounced off. As for the 100 or so spiders on either side, they had also been killed. The ground was covered in green blood and broken limbs. Ha 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 ha. Wang Dust, what can you fight me with now? Ren Inian stood in place panting heavily, his body covered in sticky blood as he raised his head and looked at Wang Chen with a berserk gaze. In the end, he won. No one can stop him. He had said long ago that the horseman of the apocalypse was supposed to be the profession that belonged to him, even if Wang Chen had some strange encounters. So what?
he would end up stepping on Wang Duan. This was a fact that no one could change. The hearts of all those who were following this great battle were all lifted. It seemed like this battle was going to end with Ren Yinyan's victory. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Chen, wanting to see what exactly Wang Chen should do. Prepare yourself and see if you can forcefully activate Wang Chen's teleportation talisman, without being able to let any accidents happen to him. Lu Fan stood up at this time, his eyes full of gravity. It's also normal for a long range to beat a melee fight and not win, but Wang Dust absolutely could not have any accidents. As long as he waited for Wang Chen to develop, he could definitely become a terrifying fighting force that could push a city sideways in the future. I'll make contact now. Lu Qian nodded, also knowing that this matter was not trivial, but he was relieved in his heart. As long as there were no accidents between any of the two. If anyone did die, he'd be screwed. Soon the official professional over there was ready to forcefully activate the teleportation talisman in Wang Chen's hand. Seeing the teleportation talisman that was being activated in Wang Chen's hand, a look of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. It seemed like Wang Chen was teleporting out. Is he going to concede? Who's forcibly activating the teleportation talisman on me? Wang Chen looked at the teleportation talisman on his wrist and suddenly ripped it off. And he certainly set the house on fire with that move. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I reading this right? Senior Wang Chen is planning to fight to the death? Wang Dust laughed. Originally I wanted to play with you for a while longer. I haven't even made a move yet and you're as tired as a dead dog. Do you think this is my limit? What do you mean? Ron Enian froze. It's not just him. Everyone froze. Chapter 113, Freezing Time. Could it be that Senior Wang Chen still has some means that he hasn't used? Otherwise, how could he have said such a thing? Are you kidding? Didn't Senior Wang Chen use all of his bottom cards? He broke through all the way to the 20th floor. We were watching the whole time. Does he have any other abilities? You don't say it's that palm cannon of his. That palm cannon is not as capable as that artillery of his. That can't stop Ren Enian. Yeah, then why did Senior Wang Chen say something like that? Could it be that he's foxing around and preparing to turn around and run away next? While everyone was talking, Lu Fan's face became ugly to the extreme as he slammed the table. Nonsense. This kid is really too nonsensical. He lost the teleportation talisman. Once he meets a life-threatening situation, he'll be finished. Lu Qian body sweat directly clattering flow. Stop cannot stop. Not a moment's effort clothes again wet. If Wang Chen really died, 10 lives are not enough to compensate. My little ancestor. You're really going to screw me over. You're fighting. What are you doing throwing away the teleportation talisman? Lu Qian was really going to cry. He then thought for a moment and violently grabbed the form next to him and began to write it up. It was really too late to write his own suicide note if he didn't. On top of the high platform, as Wang Chen's homeroom teacher, Chen Sun was also sweating profusely, and he also knew clearly what terrible consequences he, as the homeroom teacher, would have once Wang Chen had an accident. Die. Chen Sun was crying and ready to start writing his suicide note as well. After thinking about it, he really couldn't think of any way for Wang Chen to be able to beat Ren Enian. Although Wang Chen's strength was perverse, he couldn't help that Ren Enian's attack power was too explosive, and Ren Enian played it straight. The reason why he was able to burst out with such a powerful attack was that he had overdrawn his body's potential at first glance. Even life burned a lot. Like I said, I'm only slightly out of your league. At this moment, looking at Ren Enian, Wang Chen smiled. Rumble. 2 huge mechanical summoning gates reappeared. Countless silver diggers surged madly from his body towards the outside, starting to build one fire weapon after another around him like a silver tide. Amidst everyone's dumbfoundedness, dozens of Gatlings, dozens of artillery pieces, and dozens of charge blasters were all built at a rapid pace. But that's not the scariest part. In the middle of the 2 huge summoning gates, one giant spider after another rushed out from inside, numbering 7 to 800. How is this possible? Senior Wang Chen is actually hiding so much strength. There was a sharp popping sound from everyone. What is this to fight? It turns out that the reason why Wang Chuan was so leisurely to accompany Ren Enian in the fight, he was really playing and did not put out his full strength at all. The situation was steeply reversed. Chang Shanchan and Luo Jun's faces also turned pale in an instant, and the smiles that had just surfaced were gone. How is this possible? What's going on with this kid? The 2 men sat on their asses in fear, their legs so weak that they didn't even have the strength to stand up. As Ren Enian looked at the turrets that were constantly being built around Wang Chen, as well as the huge spiders that were constantly running out towards the outside behind him, a touch of even more craziness suddenly surfaced in his eyes after he was shocked. Wang Chen, you really don't think that this will be able to stop me, do you? Do you think you're the only one with a card and I don't have one? Apocalypse time stop. The night silhouette behind Ren Enian suddenly let out a roar up to the sky, and the lance in his hand jabbed fiercely towards the air in front of him.
Boom! It was as if the air had turned the color of gray at that moment. A golden clock floated between heaven and earth. The lance in his hand seemed to have turned into the second hand of a giant clock. This huge second hand then turned back raw for several seconds in a counterclockwise direction. Originally, I was going to reserve this skill for 40 or 50 level bosses, but since you're so impatient to die, I'll have to take you first. Ren Enian, will kill you today. Ahahahahahahaha. Ren Enian looked at the snowflakes coalescing in the air, and a look of even more downright madness appeared on his face. Now time was able to be suspended by him for a second. As a price, he'll lose 3 years of his life, because the ability he was casting right now wasn't something he would be able to cast at his level. But right now he doesn't care about anything. Only killing Wang Chen was his ultimate goal. Even if he lost 3 years of his life, if he didn't kill Wang Chuan, and he couldn't vent that pent-up anger in his heart, he wouldn't be able to cultivate again for the rest of his life. Although it was frozen in time, people outside the arena were still able to see clearly what was happening, because what Ren Enian froze was only that small area of time. They then saw Ren Enian charging towards Wang Chen. Chapter 114, Is There Still Hope? Ren Enian dragged the golden spear in his hand and swung it violently, tearing through the air, the golden tip of the spear trailing behind him, erupting with blinding sparks all the way. It was dazzling in this frozen gray space. Bang! 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 Ren Enian stepped heavily on the ground. Wherever it passed, the ground exploded into deep craters. It could be seen that both the cracks in the ground and the flying rocks were happening at a very slow pace, as this side of the time machine was frozen to the point of immobilization. Even the tip of that gun slashed across the ground, leaving behind a golden track as bright as a dragon, and it stayed in the air, slowly expanding and exploding, emitting an even more dazzling light. The fastest an average human can go is over 10 meters a second. In this day of alien invasion and the coming of the power of the gods, 1 second can create so many impossibilities. Crossing 100 meters in a second is no problem. Bang! Ren Enian leapt up violently. He shouted. The lance in his hand flipped over. His waist strength exploded. His spine was like a dragon, and the lance in his hand gathered an incomparable and terrifying power at this moment. Wang Chen, even though you have risen to prominence, so what? In the end you are still going to die in my hands. Click. Time flows again. The illusory dial shattered and turned into countless fragments. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if Ren Enian had instantly shifted and suddenly appeared beside Wang Chen, and was no more than 10 meters away from him. At this moment, Ren Enian jumped up high, and the long spear in his hand had already stabbed towards Wang Chen. It takes less than a second. It would be able to tear Wang Chen into pieces. Hiss. Not good. Senior Wang Chen is in danger. The people all stood up with a crash at this scene, their eyes filled with shock. Some even covered their eyes, not daring to look anymore. Damn it! Lu Fan slammed the table fiercely, his eyes filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do but watch it happen. Lu Qian's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with despair. Being close-quartered at this distance, Wang Dust, who was a long-range summoner, had no chance of surviving. Originally, they had hopes of using the teleportation talisman to forcibly teleport Wang Chuan out, but who let Wang Chuan just get too big for his britches and threw the teleportation talisman out? What just happened? Why is Ren Enian suddenly so close? Li Mengmeng and Xiao Xiao and the others, on the other hand, looked at each other in confusion as if they were waking up from a dream. They had no idea what was going on. In their memories, Ronnie Nan appeared out of nowhere, and there's no memory of that second just now. Big brother Ren Enian must have used that trick. Cheng Shanshan and Luo Jun, on the other hand, had excitement in their eyes. It was a bit of a bumpy ride, but the ending is not something anyone can change. Wang Dust would always be an ant, unable to struggle with Ren Enian. Rumble. With a hideous to the extreme expression on his face, Ren Enian looked at Wang Chen, and the aura on his body peaked at this moment. The distance between him and Wang Chen kept closing and closing again. There's less than a meter left. Wang Chen raised his head and indifferently looked at Ren Enian, who was in the air. His expression was so calm that it was terrifying for Ren Enian to feel, even palpitations without warning. It's at the point of death. What are you still pretending for me? Bastard! Go to hell! Amidst everyone's gasps of surprise, boom! Ren Enian landed on top of the ground as if he were a golden missile. A huge explosion rang out, and a ball of golden light rose up with golden electricity bouncing around, and then raged wildly in all directions, carrying waves of terrifyingly strong winds. Look out! Li Mengmeng hastily propped up her defense shield. Even so, cracks surfaced on the defense shield, nearly unable to hold on. Everyone outside the arena watched the scene dumbfounded, some covering their mouths with shock in their eyes. Ren Enian's move just now was so terrifying that it was like a missile bombardment. How could Wang Dust possibly carry this level of attack? Lu Qian, You still don't know what conflict there is between the two until now. You're a failure as a principal. Lu Fan jerked his head around and looked at Lu Qian. I admit I was in the wrong. Lu Qian didn't say anything, but silently lowered his head. The golden light flickered, reflecting Lu Fan's angry pupils as he took a deep breath, then sat down and looked at the big screen again. Lu Qian asked with some hesitation, could it be that there is still hope? Chapter 115, The Ridiculous Reninian. The three big families, the and Li families, also looked at the screen with unblinking eyes. How? That guy Reninian is actually this powerful? Is this the full strength of the horsemen of the apocalypse? Surprisingly, there are so many undercurrents. Damn it! Everyone among the three great clans was in a low mood. In the middle of the Ren family, Ren Shanzong's face finally turned from cloudy to sunny. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. With such a brat still wanting to fight Nyener, go back and eat milk for another 3 years. Ha 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 ha. That kid deserved it. Look at that cocky look. Now the victory and defeat are joined by a single point. And you can rest assured in spite of it. The rest of the Ren family's top management also let out loud laughter. This kid does seem to be a little out of his depth. Only as soon as their words left their mouths, a change appeared in the middle of the screen. Look at the aftermath about to dissipate. Let's see how that kid is doing now. Probably dead beyond death. That shot from the young master was aimed at his head. He definitely won't get away this time. Hoo-hoo. The golden glow gradually dissipated, revealing the devastated ground. It is? You guys? Look! Along with the golden light overflowing like a cloud, a black and gold war armor full of sci-fi slowly emerged in everyone's sight, streamlined and full of angular battle armor. V-shaped eyepieces flashed with a faint golden light, looking very domineering and cold. It's like a war weapon coming out of the future. It's hard to see straight, but to everyone's surprise, Reninian stifled his red face and clutched the lance in his hand with all his might, while the tip of his lance, which was resting less than a few centimeters from Wang Chen's face, was clutched in his hand. No matter how hard he pushed, the gun wouldn't budge an inch. How is this possible? Reninian was mad, his forehead veins crumbling. He was cracking up. Just how many cards does Wang Dust have? What the hell is with this battle armor? Seeing this scene, the scene instantly set off a mountain of chatter. Heavens! Is this senior Wang Chen, is he too handsome in this battle armor? My dream armor. Isn't that Iron Man? No, it's even cooler than Iron Man. Love it so much. Which man doesn't dream of owning such a battle armor? Ah, too handsome, too handsome. Lu Fan's breathing jerked up a few points as he stared at the screen dead on. This is actually exoskeleton armor? His profession is even able to build something like this? No, not dead. Lu Qian's eyes also showed surprise. He had thought that Wang Chen would surely die. I didn't think it would be such a big surprise for him. Wait, how did this kid's four-dimensional attributes get so high? Lu Fan suddenly realized something was wrong, though he was only able to feel vague data. But since he was able to easily pinch the tip of Reninian's gun, it proved that his strength attribute was much higher than Reninian's. Reninian, as an S-class profession Apocalypse Knight, should have a strength attribute close to 20,000 right now. Then had Wang Chen's power broken through 30,000? Hiss. Thinking this way, Lu Fan's face twitched violently. So did this mean that Wang Chen wasn't invincible? Ranged invincibility, melee invincibility. This kid is practically a hexagonal warrior. Thinking of the document he had already presented to the higher-ups earlier, the sweat on Lu Fan's forehead came down. What a serious assessment error. He had gone so far as to write that Wang Chen's weakness might be melee combat, which now seemed downright comical. The preliminary assessment of the strength attribute was at least 30,000. So how could it be weak in melee? And just how high the power attribute was, he didn't know right now. It was just a guess. Lu Fan had never expected that Wang Chen's power attribute was now close to 70,000. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Is this kid a man or a god? Everyone present was shocked. Every single one of them was frantically sucking in cold air. The heads of the three great clans who were watching the entrance exams were even closer to turning their backs. What is this kid up to? What kind of profession is this profession of his? It's too scary too. At once, the smell of gunpowder in their eyes became heavier. This boy must marry Arlie, Mo, and family. The three great lords had already made up their minds in their hearts. No one can stop them. But the one who was most shocked was Rin Shanzong, who violently hissed, Ren Inian, what the hell are you doing? Kill him. Ah, are you posing? Big brother Ren Inian. Cheng Shanshan and Luo Jun also never expected things to turn out like this. They had thought that Ren Inian was sure to win. The gaze that looked at Wang Chen also became incomparably fearful. Even from such a distance, they were able to feel the terrifying pressure on Wang Chen. How high is this kid's true strength? Ah! Ren Inian suddenly lashed out, trying to draw the tip of the gun back. Ridiculous. Wang Dust's mechanical voice came out. Click. Ren Yinyan's lance was directly crushed and exploded by him. Chapter 116, had enough? My turn. Boom click.
Broken gun tips splashed around like a grand firework.
How is it possible? This is my top weapon in the silver rank.
A lance built with the crystal core of the Xian Tian crystal beast, able to withstand such a strong force.
And it was actually crushed by this kid out of thin air?
Ren Yinyan's eyes reflected the shattered tip of the gun,
and his entire body trembled. Go to hell, bastard! Ren Yinyan reacted quickly and slammed his fist towards Wang Chen. Bang! Wang Chuan easily caught Ren Yinyan's punch again. Ren Yinyan couldn't draw back his palm no matter how the veins popped out on his forehead. He felt as if he was up against a towering mountain that made him feel intimidated.
Even if he tilted his head he couldn't see the full extent of this mountain.
A difference brought about by the power above. Ren Yinyan. Suddenly, Ren Yinyan felt a gaze.
It was as if he was being targeted by some fierce beast, and the sweaty hairs on his body almost exploded.
Ren Yinyan, do you know how long I've waited for this day? Ever since you told me the truth. I've wanted to kill you every moment. And now it's time for you to pay your debt.
Wang Chuan's icy voice came out like the scythe of the god of death,
cutting through Ren Yinyan's nerves. Bang 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 bang. Ren Yinyan felt her heart beating fast.
He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression.
No way, no way. No way, I don't believe it. A punk is a punk and will never be able to ride on my head. Ren Yinyan was really breaking down at this moment.
He had clearly used all his power. Used all his cards.
Why was Wang Dust always able to show more power in extreme moments?
He felt like a dog being played with. Wang Dust was holding the idea of teasing him from the beginning. Releasing so many summons and creating so many heat weapons was just to see him laugh. After knowing all this, Ren Yinyan really wanted to yell and scream. He really felt like his three senses were collapsing. He also smugly believed that he would be able to achieve victory just by staying close to Wang Chen. But now Wang Chen had completely crushed his last flukes. Looking at this battle armor on Wang Chen's body that was surging with terrifying power, Ren Yinyan's eyes were filled with despair.
He's been planning so hard for so many years. Why did it ultimately fail? He hated that he hadn't killed Wang Chen earlier, giving him time to grow. But it was too late to say this now. Now he's living like a clown. Wang Chen, I will kill you. Ren Yinyan desperately tried to attack, but every move he made was blocked by Wang Chen. No, I will never admit defeat. Even if I die, I will die with you. The flames of anger burned Ren Yinyan's sanity completely. Ren Yi attacked frantically. However, in the eyes of Wang Chuan at this moment, the speed of Ren Yinyan's power was simply too slow to be true. The once high and mighty Ren Yinan. Bang, bang, bang.
All of Ren Yinyan's attacks were all received by Wang Chen. Slow. Too slow. The armor on Wang Dust's head suddenly faded,
revealing his teasing expression.
Ren Yinyan, your attacks are simply ridiculously slow in my eyes.
Is this your full strength? This is your limit. In front of me it's simply like a mole cricket. Ha 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 ha. Ren Yinyan, the more you struggle, the happier I am. Sure enough, it's so much fun to admire the struggles of a mole cricket. Wang Chen's eyes vaguely took on blood,
and the color of madness gradually appeared in his eyes.
At this moment, Wang Chen was too heavy and hostile. It's like being a different person. Wang Duan.
And Xiao Xiao pursed her lips.
Li Meng sighed. This guy is really a bit scary when he's mad. He's completely playing with Ren Yinyan as a dog right now. Ren Yinyan used his hands and feet, disregarding his image and even using all kinds of underhanded means.
But he still couldn't do any harm to Wang Chen. Wang Dust even stood and opened his arms for him to attack.
Ren Yinyan slammed punch after punch on top of Wang Chen's battle armor,
and both of his fists were bloody. But other than a crackling sound of metal clashing,
it did not cause any damage to Wang Chen. No. This is all fake. It's all fake. Ren Yinyan was draped in sticky hair,
staring with rounded eyes at his bloodied and trembling hands,
gasping violently for air. This is like a dream. He clearly used all his strength. Enough fighting? Let's show you what real power means. Wang Dust's extremely cold voice rang out. You. Ren Yinyan raised his head, finding Wang Chen slightly lowering his head.
He stared at himself with a cold and brutal gaze, his black pupils resembling an abyss,
emitting a horrible aura. Desperate. Cold. Chapter 117, This World. You should be scolded. Boom.
Wang Dust slammed his fist out. The terrifying force compressed the air and triggered an airburst.
Ren Yinyan subconsciously raised his hand to stop it, only to see Wang Chuan's punch fiercely blasted on top of Ren Yinyan's fist. Boom click. The moment it made contact,
Ren Yinyan's palm instantly exploded and the bones were exposed.
But the bones also turned into powder immediately after.
This punch carried a terrifying pressure all the way through,
destroying his arm directly amidst Ren Yinyan's horrified gaze. Bang! A rain of blood exploded from the sky.
Run Enian's arm directly turned into a mist of blood. Ah! The immense pain instantly tore through his mind, causing him to fall to his knees in pain, covering his broken right arm and letting out a heartbreaking scream. Ha 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 ha. Wang Dus let out a big, unimpeded laugh. Stand up, Ren Enian. Wang Dus took a step forward and smiled maliciously, directly picking up Ren Enian's hair and pulling him up. You die. Run Enian smashed out his left fist, but in the next second, it was caught by Wang Chen. Wang Dus pulled violently. Click. This arm of Ren Enian was actually ripped off alive by him. The teleportation talisman on it also fell to the ground and was crushed by Wang Chen's foot. Ren Enian, who had both arms broken, was about to collapse. Wang Chuan, you abolished me. You dare to waste me. Ren Enian is going crazy. With the loss of his arms, how could he talk about cultivation? He's screwed for life. Big brother Ren Enian. Next to them, Chen Shanshan and Luo Jun were going crazy. Wang Chen, is there any great grudge that warrants this? Although I don't know what kind of grudge there is between the two of you. It's not so bad as to waste him, right? Chen Shanshan angrily ran to Ren Enian's body, stopping with open arms and accusing Wang Chen. This is in the middle of the college entrance examination. Even appeared such a bad injury incident. Although the college entrance examination also has no clear rules, but in public to do this kind of thing, the moral aspect is still not allowed. Shut up, Wang Dus suddenly yelled. Don't you dare try to move me. Right now our every move is being broadcast live. Chen Shanshan raised her head. She couldn't believe that such a big commotion had happened and the officials didn't know about it. She also didn't believe that Wang Chen dared to make a move. What kind of hooker are you? Snap. Wang Chen directly slapped Chen Shanshan's face. Her skin split open and her cheek swelled up high. She flew out on the spot and crashed into the snow pile next to her. Wang Chen's slap directly cracked her skull. Her eyes directly burst out with blood, and most of her teeth flew out. Chen Shanshan, who had smashed a large pit out of the snowy plain, was lying on the ground twitching, blood bubbling out of her mouth, and her entire body was confused. Wang Chuan rushed in once again and stomped on Chen Shanshan's head. You're not sure what kind of grudge we have between us, so what qualifications do you have to open your mouth? If you say one more word, believe it or not, I will step on your head right now. Chen Shanshan's eyes flashed with fear, and she was scared to pee her pants on the spot. She could feel Wang Chen's foot on his head gradually applying pressure. As long as she actually dared to utter a single word, even if she hummed it, her head would turn into mincemeat on the spot. Off. Wang Dus kicked Chen Shanshan away, sending her flying straight out and smashing into the dazed Luo Jun next to him, sending them both paralyzed on the ground. Sam! Luo Jun hugged Chen Shanshan. His entire body was trembling and his lips had to be shivering. King Dust is crazy. It's crazy. He hurriedly activated the teleportation talisman in Chen Shanshan's hand. White light flashed. Chen Shanshan went out, and the teachers outside hurriedly prepared all kinds of healing spells to smash over. But Wang Chen's actions just now had also caused an uproar. Senior Wang Chen, what on earth is he doing? It's amazing that he can strike so unhesitatingly. Didn't you see that people stayed their hands? Otherwise this woman's head would have been smashed. Who let her talk too much? There's just some kind of hatred between Senior Wang Chen and Ren Enian. I'm really curious. TMD, how do I know? Look at them with this look of immortality. This must have a deep grudge. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's also the first time I've seen that such a big deal can be made in the middle of a college entrance exam. Will the teachers stop it? Hiss. Because of a vicious attack before? That one time the officials let the teacher intervene and affected the college entrance exams. It seems that this time we have to intervene as well, or else the commotion is just too big. The crowd guessed well. This development was so unexpected. Lu Qian has already approved it from above. And as a principal, it's a mandatory process. The life of a high school candidate still comes first. Lu Fan looked at the screen, his face cloudy. A response was soon given from above, with the teacher forcing interference in the match by making a pass to stop the fight between the two. This time the response was surprisingly fast. There should be an intervention from the Imperial Capital's forces. This Ren Enian fellow's background is really big. Do you want to keep Ren Enian alive no matter what? ******ing world. Lu Fan cursed out. Chapter 118, Can you stop me? At this moment, Ren Shanzong and the Ren family vocation looked at the screen, almost going crazy in his eyes, especially when he saw that all of Ren Enian's arms were wasted. His killing intent erupted like a tidal wave in the conference room. Even if Ren Enian's arms were to be regrown through the medical treatment of an advanced healer, it would still delay a great deal of time. Has there been no news from the Imperial Capital yet? News has come in, Family Master. The old ancestor's side has already made an effort. He has contacted the top management of the Imperial Capital. The documents have just been sent back. No matter what,
young Master Ren Enian will be preserved. In a few moments there will be a high-level intervention in the high school. Don't sit around at home. All of you, come with me to the school. Go put a little pressure on their principal. And I want that brat to look good. I'll make sure the school catches this kid, scraps him, and disqualifies him from the college entrance exam. Ren Shanzong rose up with an open heart. Straight away, he rushed towards the school with a group of people. Bang! Ren Zanzan crashed through the conference room door. Lu Qian, give me an explanation. How did your college entrance exam mess up? My son is dying. Ren Shanzong yelled. This parent, please calm down. Lu Fan got up and his mighty pressure was released. His level 70 dragon blood warrior oppressed. Mr. Special Ombudsman, why don't you hurry up and call off the college entrance exam? The documents have come down. What are you waiting for? Ren Shanzong then yelled. I'm already going through the motions. Lu Fan said indifferently. If anything happens to my son, don't think that just because you're the special ombudsman, you'll be able to do whatever you want. My Ren family is a family that split from the imperial capital. And who doesn't know the great name of the Ren family in the imperial capital? My son's cousin is Dragon Capital's #1 female pride this year. She's guaranteed admission to the imperial capital university. Ren Zanzan made a direct threat. Aha! Lu Fan just nodded. He naturally knew about the Ren family in the imperial capital. A talented young woman came out this year. Moreover, he was related to many of the top echelons of the imperial capital's forces, and his connections and resources were sky-high. Otherwise the program wouldn't have gone so fast. But the good thing was that he had already reported Wang Chen's information to the upper echelons, and had avoided that faction of the Ren family. Hopefully the bigwigs from that faction would see the information soon and come over to save Wang Duan. Otherwise he really couldn't carry it. All he can do now is delay protection as long as possible. This time things have gotten too big. In the middle of the trial tower, Raninan struggled to get up. Bang! Wang dust blasted an antacid ray directly onto Reninian's face. Light with a strong corrosive effect enveloped his entire face, and green slime ran down his face. Ah! Reninian screamed in pain. The corroded bones of his face were exposed, and his entire body lay on the ground, rolling around frantically, struggling on the ground, leaving a miserable trail of blood. Son! Seeing this scene, Ren Shanzong's eyes flew out of his head and his heart ached until he couldn't breathe. He pointed at the screen and roared. Did you see that, Lord Special Ombudsman? This kid is deliberately torturing my son. He has seriously violated the law and morality. When he comes out he must be severely sanctioned. He must be caught and disqualified from the college entrance examination. Lu Fan said. There is no clear provision in the law that striking out at a fellow student in the middle of the trial tower is considered illegal. It is a type of competition. Who would have expected Ren Shanzong to suddenly say hideously, then do you think the law is for you to decide? Let me tell you, the law is used to imprison the weak and serve the strong. When I say this kid is guilty, he is guilty. I am the sky. I'm going to grab the kid today. Can you stop me? Do you dare to stop me? Lu Fan looked at Ren Shanzong and didn't say anything, but instead looked at the big screen. Chapter 119, I beg you to me. Wang Chuan, I'm going to kill you. My cousin is the pride of this generation. My Ren family is a great family in the imperial capital. You dare to waste me like this. I'm going to kill you. Ren Enian yelled vaguely as he lay on the ground. What can you do even if you defeat me? Could it be that you can fight me? My background is heavenly. While you have nothing, you only have a parent lying in bed and a crippled sister. And this directly poked at Wang Chen's reverse scale. Scream. Scream all you want. The weak are incapable of raging. I don't care what's behind you. I'm begging you to me up. At this time, Wang Chen shot another bee venom ray to Reninian's crotch. Pust. The yellow rays directly corroded the middle of Reninian's legs with intense poison, madly tormenting him. Ah! Reninian roared out directly. That's where a man hurts the most. But he's wasted. That's 1,000,000 times more painful than cutting him in 1,000 pieces. Ah! How dare you waste me? How dare you waste me? Reninian disfigured plus crippled plus eunuch. Totally screwed. If the arms were gone and disfigured, he could hire someone to restore them. But you really can't recover from this aspect. Done. It's really over. Son. Ren Shanzong sat down on the ground with a plop. The heart aches so much it can't breathe. The Ren family's top management were all incomparably angry, their eyes spitting fire, gnashing of teeth. He couldn't wait to kill Wang Duan. Pass on my order to get that kid's sister over here. Can't let that kid off the hook. Ren Shanzong's eyes were filled with blood and he secretly gave orders. Someone left in secret. It was then that the inside of the trial tower was finally contacted. Lu Fan was about to shout, tell Wang Duan to stop. There's already pressure coming from above. The actions of the Ren family in the imperial capital were too fast, and in that faction of the officialdom it was also incredibly fast, with a direct warrant for their arrest. The strength of the Ren family in the imperial capital was still terrifying. Damn. Hasn't my information been passed on yet? Lu Fan was anxious. It's a fight between the big shots at the top of the official hierarchy now. He could no longer intervene much. One could only block Wang Duan first. Avoid things getting too heated. As long as Ren Inian isn't dead, there's room for détente. He had to keep Wang Duan. He is the hope for dealing with foreigners. Those sons of ES. Otherwise this year's imperial capital potential dragon ranking is really finished. Rumble. Wang Dust looked up and noticed fluctuations coming from above the sky. It's as if the outside world is connected. Ren Shanzong suddenly grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Brat, quickly release my son. If you dare to kill my son, my Ren family is not finished with you." Ran Mountain sect? So it's you old undead. Wang Dust laughed. Ran Inian also struggled to get up. Arrogantly and domineeringly half kneeling on the ground hissed, "Ha ha 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 ha. Wang Dust, you've seen how terrifying I am. My Ren family is invincible. What are you going to fight with my Ren family?" In this moment, it was as if he had come to his senses. "Kid, if you touch him in the slightest, I will surely kill your entire family," Ren Shanzong directly yelled, but his words had not yet fallen. Boom! Wang Dust blasted Ren Inian's head with a punch. The bloody head exploded instantly. "Close your fist." Wang Dust looked up at the sky. Karakao laughed. "The Ren family, I beg you to me. The next will be all the way cool. The protagonist will go all the way across the push. Wait and see." Seek the book shortage recommendation. Seek praise posy people. The humble author Boing Boing. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Chapter 120 Ran Mountain Sex Madness. Boom! When Wang Chen blasted his fist towards Ren Inian without hesitation, Ren Inian never dreamed that Wang Chen would actually dare to take a shot at him. In that moment, he was so terrified that his urine came out, and his heart was filled with despair and regret. He was really afraid of death. He had never been so afraid in his life. He really wanted to fall to his knees and beg for mercy. He doesn't care about anything but staying alive. "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I'm really wrong. I'm really wrong." He wanted to shout out all sorts of things and cry out in pain for mercy. But before he could shout out a word, severe pain hit him and his head turned into a rotten watermelon and exploded. Poof! Ren Inian's body shook and fell to the ground. His headless body gushing blood, twitching and trembling, blood staining a large portion of the ground. A generation of pride. The hope of the Rin family. The future students of Tudor University. The proudest son in Rin Shanzong's heart. After half a day of teasing Wang Dust as if he were a dog, like a bereaved dog, he was smashed to death by Wang Dust's punch. Not even a little hesitation. Not even a pause. It's just this dry and clean. Killing him is like killing a chicken. How could Wang Chen let Ren Inian go? He even felt that beating Ren Inian to death like this would be cheaper for him. How many years of pain did this guy bring him? As soon as Ren Inian died, something in Wang Chen's heart seemed to be suddenly opened as if it was inexplicably much more comfortable. Looking at the corpse of Ren Inian at his feet, Wang Chen's eyes were filled with indifference. But that didn't mean the end of his hatred with the Ren family. All of this, on the contrary, has only just begun. The Ren family. Wang Dust looked up into the sky, full of sardonic smiles. "Son." When Rin Shanzong saw this scene, his eyes glared angrily, and his entire body lost its concentration for a moment, staggering on his feet and almost failing to fall. Then extreme anger rose from his chest, nearly bursting his sanity. He stared at Wang Chen with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to eat him. "Ah! What am I going to tell your mother? The Ran Mountain sect was really going crazy. This is the son he has nurtured so carefully until now. His proudest son. From a young age, he invested an unknown amount of resources to support Rin Inian to this point. But it's all gone now." Ren Shanzong's spirit almost collapsed. The whole person's eyes were wide open, and the microphone in his hand was directly pinched. By the time everyone came back to their senses, Ren Inian had already become a corpse that couldn't be dead anymore. "Young master." The eyes of the Ren family executives turned red for a moment, and everyone nearly went crazy. Neen. The Ren family's old ancestor directly rose up with a loud bang, his terrifying aura directly shattering the chairs and tables next to him. Rumble. Twisted lightning flashed across his body, the sky seemed to darken, and the roof was directly pierced through. The entire Rin family was enveloped in his extreme anger. His favorite grandson is gone. "I'm going to kill this kid." Ren Shanzong breathed heavily and hissed with complete disregard for his image, wishing to break Wang Chen into pieces. No, this is hardly enough to ease his mind, counting the time that kid's sister should be arriving soon. Aha! I must cut his sister in 1,000 pieces as well. The Ran Mountain sect had gone crazy at this moment. Calm down. This is an accident in the entrance exam. Even if the candidate comes out, you have to follow the process. Lu Fan warned icily. He would definitely not let the Ran Mountain sect strike recklessly against Wang Chen.
Swish swish swish. Several invigilators also walked out and came into the middle of the conference room.
It's all officially organized. You guys.
Ren Shanzong's eyes narrowed as an extremely terrifying murderous aura flashed by.
Even if Wang Chen has any irregularities, it should be handed over to our officials to deal with. It's not your turn to intervene. We'll give you a result after we investigate clearly. Lu Fan wanted to protect Wang Chen now, and that was to arrest him first, and as long as he handed him over to his faction, he would be able to find a way to keep him. It absolutely could not fall to that faction of the Ren family in the imperial capital, or else the other party could possibly get Wang Chuan killed directly in the middle of the prison, or a quick execution of Wang Duan. He couldn't be more aware of the filth of these people. Official? Just as well. Ren Enian suddenly laughed. Our imperial Ren family's main family should be much faster than you, right?
Your documents might not have been delivered by now.
Ren Shanzong suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Did you delay the paperwork by some means? Lu Fan's face sank violently.
He had remitted Wang Duan's career analysis as well as his performance.
As long as the bigwigs over there see it, they'll definitely take it seriously.
But now hearing Ren Shanzong's words,
his heart sank violently. Don't slander us. We didn't. It's just that our Ren family side might be faster than yours. When the time comes, there's no need for you to intervene. The imperial capital side will directly send someone over to take this brat away. Ren Shanzong smiled icily. Lu Fan's heart sank to the bottom.
The person from the imperial capital must belong to the Ren family.
Chapter 121 Then go crazy.
If Wang Chuan was really taken away by the people of the Recognition family, then there was no need to even think about what would happen to Wang Chuan. He would surely die.
Such a proud son of heaven.
He absolutely could not let him die in this kind of struggle.
This was not only for Wang Chen,
but also for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. If such a genius died in the middle of a factional fight,
then Lu Fan had an unshirkable responsibility. Lu Fan took a deep breath.
His eyes flickered a few times,
and he didn't say anything.
The first thing he planned to do after Wang Chen finished taking the exam was also to protect Wang Chen first.
First use the official name to arrest him. And when someone comes from the imperial capital side, just don't release Wang Chen no matter what.
All he had to do now was stall for time. But the only thing Lu Fan was afraid of now was, the speed of the imperial capital side is even faster. Wang Chen's side of the exam is not yet finished, and the other side of the people came. When the time comes, the other party has more power than him, and he has nothing to say about arresting people first. Therefore, the only stable method now is for Wang Chen to directly withdraw from the exam and let him be protected first.
Thinking of this, Lu Fan took a deep breath and picked up the nearby microphone to pre-shout. Student Wang Duan, you've violated the Gaokao syllabus. As a result,
before he could finish his words,
with a bang,
a crimson fire suddenly smashed on top of the magic formation in front of him,
directly destroying it. Lu Fan's face sank. What kind of person dares to destroy the public facilities of the college entrance exam?
A senior Ren family member behind him stepped in,
an indifferent smile on his face. Ren Shanzong also pretended to shout. What are you doing? Dare to vandalize the facilities of the college entrance exam? Do you want to go to jail? Only the man said. I just want to go to jail. What's wrong?
Lu Fan's face was hard to see as he watched them sing in unison, but there was no way to say anything.
This Ren family is an abomination.
They must have guessed their thoughts as well. That's why they destroyed the shouting magic array, and it would take at least half an hour to repair it all at once.
There are already people coming towards here from the imperial capital now.
Right, and it probably won't take more than half an hour to get here if you take the magic formation.
Damn!
Lu Fan looked at the smug smile on Ren Shanzong's face, and with countless anger in his heart, he could only slam the table fiercely.
Lu Qian, the principal next to him,
was so scared that he couldn't dare to breathe a single breath. This kind of scene was no longer something he could participate in as a small principal.
However,
he was also able to see that Wang Chen was in big trouble.
Don't be in a hurry. Let's wait.
Ren Shanzong sat down directly in the middle of the conference room and looked at the big screen with dead eyes.
Lu Fan sent someone to arrest that Ren family senior just now,
but he knew it wouldn't help at all. The other side's purpose has been achieved.
Let's hope the kid is smart enough to finish his senior year and come out now. Lu Fan looked at the big screen.
At this point the people outside the arena had also slowed down from their initial shock.
Senior Wang Chen actually did kill him. Geez, this is the first time there's been a murder on the college entrance exam, right? It's over. It's over. Senior Wang Chuan is in big trouble now. How could the Ren family let him go?
Who knew that this year's college entrance exam would have such an accident?
Within the Tower of Trials, scared less Luo Jun directly ended the entrance exam and teleported out.
Li Mengmeng and Xiao Xiao and the others were also shocked beyond belief. They also did not expect Wang Chen to be so dry.
Lu Chang shouted with a bitter face. It's over. Although this is so damn cool, but it seems like this beam is also knotted up.
and Xiao Xiao immediately ran to Wang Chuan's side and shouted,
Wang Chuan, you're too reckless. Now you're in big trouble. The Ren family won't let you go.
I'll go out first and contact my family and ask them to protect you.
Li Mengmeng also shouted, right, this is the only way now.
A few of us will end it first.
Just go out and shout for help, and when we get everything done, you'll end the entrance exam and come out.
They are at least the three great families. It's not as powerful as others, but it's still powerful.
Lu Chang also shouted, right brother Dust.
Buddy Dai also want to die with you.
Anyway, the trouble is broken down. Rushing is finished. Wang Dust said, why should I end the college entrance exam?
My goal this year is to break through to the 100th floor of the trial tower.
100 floors? Everyone's first reaction after hearing his bravado was to suck in their cold breath. How could this be possible?
No one in history has ever been able to make it this far.
No,
I broke through to the 100th floor also to upgrade within the trial tower. My goal is to rise to level 40 and upwards before going out. Wang Dust had long ago made a good target. Ren Shanzong was a powerful person of over 50 levels. The Ren family's old ancestors seemed to be over 60 levels. As soon as he was able to get up to level 40, he could smash these people through and through. These people must be waiting for him outside. But he's not afraid.
40 levels? Lu Chang and the others were once again taken aback. Dare to break in with me? Wang Dust laughed.
Asterisk 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 asterisk.
Lu Chang nodded directly. We'll stay with you.
And Xiao Xiao directly agreed without hesitation.
Then go crazy. Mo Liuli's eyes were filled with excitement. Chapter 122, The Pack of Wolves and the Lone Panther. Lu Fan looked at the projection.
His forehead broke out in sweat. He was really nervous.
Things were heading in the worst direction.
These guys, surprisingly, they really intend not to come out. With Wang Chen's strength, he'll have no problem brushing up to the 50th floor of the trial tower.
But in that case,
by the time he comes out, the Rin family's people would have long since arrived.
Taking a long breath,
Lu Fan suppressed the agitation in his heart and glanced at Rin Shanzong,
who was at the side,
as well as the top management of the Rin family. Seemingly sensing Lu Fan's gaze,
Ren Shanzong grinned, revealing a smile that had a few grimaces.
If Rin Shanzong continued to lose control of his emotions, he had enough reason to knock him out and take him down first, which was also in line with the rules. He has that right as the special ombudsman.
But now Ren Shanzong was like a bereaved and stoic jackal,
patiently waiting for his prey to appear and seal his throat with a single blow. He would never make a single mistake now.
All in all, it would not give Lu Fan any opportunity to take advantage of it. Sitting on a chair,
Ren Shanzong wiped an alloy longsword in his hand, his posture casual, but revealing a sense of ferocity and bloodlust.
These dogs. Lu Fan took a deep breath, and suddenly,
his face changed violently as if he remembered something.
Without moving,
he grabbed the information next to him and pretended to flip through it casually, associating the scattered conversations between Wang Chen and Ren Yinian earlier. He saw the sentence on Wang Chen's background. After being in a car accident a few years ago, his parents were vegetative, his sister was disabled, and the student himself had a broken heart that was replaced with an artificial one. This series of words was like a bolt of lightning slamming into Lu Fan's brain, and his pupils shrunk violently as if he had realized something.
Car accidents, heart transplants, broken. Lu Fan's heart couldn't control the accelerated beating.
The gurgling flow of blood exploded in his temples. His brain blanked out violently for a moment,
and even his ears tinnitus for a split second. He suddenly understood something. Why would Wang Dust have a deep hatred with Ren Yinian?
This guy. Lu Fan turned back with his teeth clenched.
Is there a problem, Lord Special Ombudsman?
In the middle of the conference room where the lights flickered, the eyes of the Ren family flickered inexplicably. These jackals with eyes emitting an eerie green light stuck out their scarlet tongues and licked their teeth,
eyeing Lu Fan,
the only lone panther,
intently. The austere atmosphere spread through the air. Zip! The light bulb flickered a few times.
Lu Fan wiped the sweat off his forehead without leaving a trace, and his eyes noticed another sentence on it. Vegetative parents.
Disabled sister at home. Boom! Lu Fan's heartbeat stopped beating for a beat,
and he got up with a start, grabbed the cell phone in his hand, and sent a message to a few officials. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
Lu Fan's eyes were filled with the color of blood, and a terrifying wave of chi exploded from his body. Ren Shanzong, if you dare to touch this kid's family, I will definitely kill you today. Madaka! The long blade with blood came out of the body with a dragon's roar, and with a thud,
it was stuck on the floor in front of Ren Shanzong's body, and the blade with scarlet airflow shook, emitting a terrifying fluctuation.
What are you talking about, Lord Special Ombudsman?
I'm afraid it's not good for you to slander people so casually.
Is it?
I don't think there's anyone in our Ren family who would be so presumptuous,
right? If there really was, I wouldn't need you, Lord Special Ombudsman, to say anything. I would have punished him myself. Ren Shanzong smiled, his eyes seeping. Lu Fan's face was grim to the core, and he was breathing heavily. Suddenly he understood why these guys were sitting still. Even if the Imperial Ren family came late, as long as Wang Chen's sister is in their hands, Wang Dust would definitely not hesitate to go to the Ren family either. Lu Fan couldn't do anything about it even if he knew that it was the Ren family's move. The Renshan clan could have rolled out the scapegoat, attempt to solve everything. It's a total phallic conspiracy. The Ren family is incredibly bold. He underestimated the old fox. The entire situation is controlled by the Ren family. It's a pack of wolves versus a lone panther. At this moment, Wang Chen was in the newly purchased villa. Bang bang! The gate was kicked in. Two panting officials rushed to the house. The new pink wheelchair that Wang Dust had bought for Wang Luohan fell to the side, the wheels still turning and making a humming sound. The window next to it was broken. Glass shattered all over the place. And there was a spilled cake on the floor. Cream poured all over the place, with the words Happy High School Graduation vaguely written on it. There was a letter next to the table, also wet with water. Damn it! The tall, skinny official took one look and rushed out. But there's nothing out there. And another female official picked up an unfinished letter on the table. Older brother, congratulations on graduating from high school. You've worked hard all these years. I know you want very much to want me to stand up, but you don't want to have so much pressure. The wheelchair you bought me is very comfortable to sit in. I've never given you such a comfortable wheelchair before. I went to the hospital to see mom and dad today, and I just realized that they've both been transferred to the senior ward. You are really great old brother. But you also don't work so hard. Save more money. Marry me a sister-in-law. I still want to. The letter came to an abrupt end. Interrupted. Chapter 123, Dual Profession Fusion. This female official could even think of Wang Luohan writing a letter while laughing. This girl is still waiting at home for her oldest brother to return in triumph. The meditatively prepared cake, the unfinished letter of blessing, had said it all. Huashan, immediately approve a search warrant from the higher-ups. You lead the team to search Ren's house. I'll check the surveillance. And then go ask a professional with precognition to come over for divination. This tall, thin official Yang Long immediately made a decision. There's not a moment to lose right now. Although the possibility that the Ren family would bring Wang Luohan back was slim to none, they couldn't give up on this little hope. The responsibility for this was on their heads. They were the ones who failed to protect Wang Chen's family. Now Wang Chen's parents had been sent by them to protect them. Don't worry about surprises. Come on, come on, come on. They must do their best to search. If Wang Chen came out of the trial tower and knew about this matter, they didn't dare to think about what this teenager would actually do. They had learned about Wang Chen's background information. This teenager had worked hard to take care of his sister, and there was no need to say how deep his feelings for his sister were. When the time came for them to dissuade Wang Chen from being impulsive, I'm afraid this teenager wouldn't agree, right? It's possible to single-handedly rush to Ren's house and go on a killing spree, but how could the current Wang Chen fight against the Ren family? If we can't find Wang Chen's sister during the time he's out of the trial tower, we mustn't let him know about this kidnapping of his sister. What the Ren family wants to see the most right now is for Wang Chuan to go crazy and go to the Ren family to take revenge. Once Wang Chuan strikes and makes a big mess in the Ren family, the Ren family will have a justifiable reason to defend themselves. And at that time, their higher-ups will surely step in and kill Wang Chuan. This is the Ren family's young plot. Yang Long contacted a few officials on the fly. Soon several people with special search capabilities arrived on the scene. Huashan, on the other hand, led the way to the Ren family. At all costs, we must find Wang Luohan. Lu Fan sent this message. He looked to the big screen. Just from the previous performance, he had long since seen what kind of character Wang Chen was. The man is stoic enough, but the madness is also really killing me. Flipping through the message interface for contacting his superiors again, Lu Fan sent a few more messages, but the reply he got was, it's being processed, going through the process, please also wait, waiting for you to code. Lu Fan took a deep breath. It was very clear that this was the Ren family up to no good. The papers he turned in must have been switched to last place. Kid, when you come out later, don't go crazy, Lu Fan secretly prayed. 27 floors. At this moment, Wang Chen looked at Ren Yinyan's corpse. Ren Zanzan, you should be watching all of this, right? He stepped towards Ren Yinyan's corpse, then crouched down and ripped off the battle armor on Ren Yinyan's body. Outside, Ren Shanzong watched Wang Chen's every move, and the movement of polishing the alloy longsword in his hand paused. Neen. He closed his eyes and chose not to look again. Only the knuckles clutching the longsword had turned white. It was even trembling slightly. The crowd that was watching the battle also didn't understand what Wang Chen was going to do, and each of them held their breath as they watched curiously. What belongs to me? You'll have to give it back after all. You're not worthy. Wang Dust grinned. In the midst of the crowd's dumbfounded gazes,
Pust. It plunged directly into the middle of Ren Enian's chest and dug out his heart. The bloody heart was even beating slightly, emitting a faint glow. Wang Chen looked at the heart in his hand, feeling the hot vigor and the wave of longing in his heart when it returned to his hand. That's right, it's the craving. The heart seems to be longing to return to its body. But the next moment, the sound of countless gears interlocking rang out, and a grand will seemed to descend into this space, instantly suppressing the longing in his heart. It is a supreme conviction, above all the gods. Don't worry, god of machinery, since you gave me the chance to be reborn, how could I let the horseman of the apocalypse replace you? He's not worthy yet. When you were betrayed by the gods, plundering you and breaking your godly body, just like me who had my heart ripped out, we made each other what we are today. This heart was in a sense an extremely high quality, drop item, or material. It could be absorbed by his super god armament. But then, Wang Chen inheriting this heart might be subject to the prying eyes and contact of the god of the apocalypse. Although doing so would give Wang Chen the powerful abilities of two professions, controlling space and time, he still refused, even though it's an extremely scary force. You're going to erase the godhead from this heart? In the next moment, the heart in Wang Chuan's hand belonged to the godhead of the horseman of the apocalypse, which had been overbearingly erased by the god of machinery. Click. The heart connection is severed. In the future, if Wang Chen went even higher, the god of the apocalypse would not be able to control Wang Chen by controlling this heart, and he could absorb this heart perfectly and inherit the powers of the horseman of the apocalypse. Come on then. Revenge on all who step on our heads. Wang Dust violently pressed his heart into his reaction core pile. Brilliant golden light erupted. What is Senior Wang Chen doing? People exclaimed. Chapter 124, A New Profession and Ability. The bloody heart suddenly blossomed with a golden light, beating violently, and a hot glow filled everyone's sight. The big screen outside was directly enveloped in light. What is Senior Wang Chen doing? Is he going to fuse the heart raw? But how is this possible? Or is it that Senior Wang Chen started out with the idea of plundering Reninian's heart? Is this him a devil? Hiss. Could it be that Senior Wang Chen is a fallen one? What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this matter still inconclusive? Let's wait for Senior Wang Dust to finish his exams and come out to see what the officials say. What can one say? Wang Dust. He's clearly going for the purpose of plundering Reninian's heart. Is he a good bird? People questioned it for a while. Brother Dust, are you sure it's okay to absorb it like this? Don't you need to take some kind of immune rejection shot? Lu Chang roared. Li Mengmeng said without a good breath. That thing hundreds of years ago we don't use it. Only ask this kind of question, right? We are now being nourished by aura. Where do we need to consider that? Up. Lu Chang spat out his tongue. And Xiao Xiao didn't say anything. She just looked at Wang Duan nervously. The moment. In the midst of radiant golden light, the reactor in Wang Chen's chest suddenly began to rotate at a rapid pace, and countless golden rays of light flew out with spinning gears, and did not enter inside this heart. The heart began to gradually shrink and was covered by countless parts, transforming into a reactor that disappeared into Wang Chen's chest. Breastplate ascension successful. Congratulations. You've acquired the God of the Apocalypse Core Reactor. Congratulations. The God of the Apocalypse Core Reactor has reached the strongest order of the current equipment, gradually unfolding along with the increase in strength. The current rank is Gold. Congratulations. The duration of mechanical overload has been increased to 60 minutes. An extremely powerful ability was ruthlessly infused into his body, and Wang Chen's face revealed a few painful colors. Congratulations. You have gained the full power of the Horseman of the Apocalypse and are fusing with the Super God armor. Rumble. A huge pillar of golden light enveloped him. A streak of golden lightning raged madly, whipping the ground and drawing out scorched black traces, just like a storm descending. The original black and gold battle armor changed. The original conservative armor pieces became sharper and more three-dimensional, and the golden light flowed, leaving a golden trace on it. The gold color of the battle armor now became more cold and powerful. Left arm defense route ascension successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Horseman of the Apocalypse companion weapon, the Divine Shield of the Apocalypse. Wang Dust looked at his left arm, and the original brown bear bee shield was replaced. He crossed his left arm. Buzz! The golden light erupted and unfolded, instantly transforming into a golden shield, completely made up of light in general, looking very peculiar. Congratulations! The Divine Shield of the Apocalypse has reached the strongest rank of the current equipment, gradually unfolding along with the increase in strength. The current rank is Gold. Congratulations on your new skill, Spatial Shift. Wang Dust instantly understood. This was exactly the same move that Ren Enian had performed earlier when he had attacked him with his artillery. Absorb his tongue of fire and transfer it out. It's a very sick ability. Click, click, click. This is when countless parts of his right arm move.
Right arm attack route ascension successful.
Congratulations on obtaining the Horseman of the Apocalypse companion weapon.
The Lance of the Apocalypse. Congratulations.
The Lance of the Apocalypse has reached the strongest rank of the current equipment, which gradually unfolds along with the increase in strength.
And the current rank is gold.
Wang Chen grabbed and a golden lance emerged.
This was precisely the other companion weapon that Ren Enian couldn't summon.
It was enough of a strain for him as a thief to pay the cost of burning his life to summon the divine shield of the apocalypse, but only after this heart returned to Wang Chen's body did it stand to reveal his terrifying power. This lance possessed the ability to manipulate time. The attack was swift and unmistakable. It can be accelerated or paused.
Congratulations!
You have gained the Apocalypse Time Stop skill. It can pause time for 10 seconds.
It's 10 times stronger than Ren Enian's 1 second. This is my true power. Are you worthy of Ren Enian?
Wang Chen's pupils turned the color of red gold, flashing with terrifying divine might. It was accompanied by a shrinking and decaying column of golden light,
which finally flickered and disappeared for a few moments. The golden glow in Wang Dust's eyes also receded away. At this moment, Wang Chen had completely changed his appearance. Gold-colored, mostly battle armor. He held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. Very imposing. And the reactor in his chest pulsed slightly, emanating terrifying power. Pull up my panel. Name Wang Duan. Occupation, Super God Mechanic. Level, 35. Power, 113. 489. Physique, 120345. Agility, 13456. Spirit, 108. 000. The four-dimensional attributes, breaking through 70,000, came directly to 100,000. A level 60 warrior, equipped with a superb weapon. I'm afraid that his strength is not enough for 100,000 people. And Wang Dust, a level 35 pro has made it this far. Chapter 125, Forward. Next level. Holy holy holy. This is awesome too. Awesome. Senior Wang Chen has evolved again? He's actually absorbed the Horseman of the Apocalypse perfectly. This profession is almost like it's tailor-made for him. Why do I feel that Senior Wang Chen is more suitable for this heart than Ren Enian? There was an audible murmur from the people outside the arena. In the middle of the conference room, Ren Shanzong slowly opened his eyes as he took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart.
He just glanced at the radiant Wang Dust.
Afterward, his eyes fell to the body of Ren Enian, who had an extra large hole in his chest at Wang Chen's feet. Compared to Wang Chen, who was now in the limelight, Ren Enian's headless body looked humble and ridiculous, just lying at Wang Chen's feet. The crowd even ignored him. Originally, the one who shines and gets all the attention should be his son. It's his pride, Ren Enian. But now it's all reversed. Nyener, Nyener, Nyener.
Ren Shanzong shouted 3 times fiercely in his heart.
I will avenge you.
Lu Fan sensed Ren Shanzong's change in mood as he looked at Wang Duan in the screen and saw his fit with the Horseman of the Apocalypse.
Sure enough, I wasn't wrong in this guess. The Ren family is even bold to such an extent. If this is true, the Ren family really deserves to die.
Lu Fan's eyes were filled with dark clouds, but he glanced at the message that still showed that the file was being processed to go through the process. A feeling of powerlessness rose steeply in his heart.
The world is black and white, a saddening shade of gray. Dusty, are you hyper-evolving? Lu Chang scurried over and looked left and right silently. Stop yelling and follow me. There should be someone else out there waiting for me.
Wang Dust turned around and greeted him. He had to brush up to 100 floors. Stack yourself up to at least level 40, or even 50 levels. Go out and settle the score with those old dogs of the Ren family.
Coming. And Xiao Xiao had determination in her eyes and brought Mo Lioli and Li Meng Meng over. Xiao Xiao, it's going to be hard for you guys later.
Wang Shen looked at this girl who had been silently supporting him, and a touch of tenderness grew in his eyes.
No matter how far you go, I'll be behind you.
And Xiao Xiao didn't say much.
Go! Wang Chen smiled and led the crowd directly to the 28th floor. The huge door of light flashed. They came into the door of light. Through later, 28 layers appear. It was a barren landscape filled with rolling clumps of the very same tumbleweeds. But the next moment,
these grass clusters had lit up a pair of eyes,
and countless grass blades shook,
and surprisingly began to frantically gather towards the center.
Countless tumbleweeds gathered more and more, forming a huge hideous monster in no time. Let me do it. Heavenly Phoenix burns the sky. Flames flickered in Xiao Xiao's eyes, straight up waving with a magic wand.
A ball of flames directly smashed over. These grass attribute magical creatures burned directly.
Flame magicians were supposed to restrain these magical creatures,
and Xiao Xiao dealt with half the effort.
Up first,
Wang Chuan released the spider devils and their group sat on them,
attacking these devils while rushing towards the 29th floor.
Soon the monsters on the 28th floor were killed by most of them.
The monster on the 29th floor is a hideous beetle.
These Wang Dust released several hundred spider armies and pushed all the way across.
Boom boom boom. These hideous saint beetles couldn't carry Wang Chuan's army of spiders at all, and were torn into pieces, their green blood staining a large portion of the ground. A big surge of experience. White light flashed on several people. Go to the 30th floor. Wang Dust gave an order. Rumble. The remaining 500 to 600 spiders hissed and rushed forward with great vigor. The students outside were watching with rapt attention. They also wanted to know just how many floors Wang Chen could brush. Can you break the record of 50 floors? Chapter 126, Negotiating a Plan. In the middle of the 30th floor. As soon as the vast army of spiders rushed in, the blazing heat of the air made them restless and agitated. This was a fiery land, and from time to time, one could see clusters of flames scurrying on the ground. The site was also all flaming red. It is a barren and fiery volcanic hinterland. Squeak! A couple of spiders screamed a few times and raised their knobby limbs, the bristles on them charred by the flames. These insect-like magical creatures are naturally not fond of this kind of dry heat. It's so hot. What the hell is this trial tower built for? All kinds of extreme conditions are simulated all over again. Li Mengmeng sweat came straight down. Crystal beads of sweat running down her chin, along her delicate skin, sliding into the gully on her chest. And Xiao Xiao as a fire attribute magician in turn felt quite comfortable. The air was full of hot and dry fire attribute magic. She said, "Don't spit it out. When we're in college, we're going to have to fight and kill the foreigners. By then you'll understand the intent of the college entrance exams. We're fighting the foreigners in an environment that is sometimes more harsh than being there." Lu Chang nodded. "Yeah, I heard that the most grim one before. The big battle inside the volcano. Those powerful people were stepping on the debris floating on the magma and fighting at high speed. I'm just a support. Don't expect so much from me. People just stand back." Li Mengmeng raised her hands in surrender. Ice shield. Mo Lioli stood up. The magic staff in her hand lit up with blue light. Countless blue points of light converged and transformed into two shields in the air that were bubbling with eerie coldness. Encircling the crowd, the blue shield radiated a comforting coolness that counteracted the heat outside. But just for a little while, it felt like melting. Phew, that's much more comfortable. Wow, Ruri, you're so cool. Stick with me. Li Mengmeng instantly hugged Mo Lioli. Aha, get loose. You're so hot on you. Mo Lioli was almost pounced on by Li Mengmeng on the spider. Stop fighting. We're going to have to hurry up next. I'm going to push all the way across. So get ready. I'll talk to you now about the plan. Wang Dust shouted. Good. A few people's faces emerged with a look of importance. Floors 20 to 40 are all swarming demons, and while there will be mini-bosses leading the way, they're not much of a threat, so I'm going to push all the way across. Wait until after the 40th floor, then we'll change our plan. After all, after the 40th floor and onwards, the number of magical creatures decreases and will be dominated by elite and boss magical creatures. At that time, simply relying on the number of magical creatures to crush them will be useless. Meng, you'll be responsible for protecting us when the time comes. Once you sense danger, release defensive magic to protect us. And Xiao, if you notice where the battle is more stalemated, you'll utilize your own destructive and highly destructive magic to support us. What about me? Mo Lioli couldn't wait to ask. Lioli, you have a multitude of magical abilities. There is defense and support and control. When the time comes you will act as you see fit, but focus on control and protection. After all, you are all more vulnerable as magicians. No problem. Leave it to me. Mo Lioli gave a thumbs up. That won't. Will it? Wang Dust suddenly asked in a low voice. Mo Lioli's face reddened in an instant. She knew what Wang Chen was asking, so she stammered. That I specially prepared before I came here. Or else what if I embarrass myself during the college entrance exam? She had brought a calming effect trinket with her on this visit and hung it around her neck. That'll do. Wang Dust let out a sigh of relief. No wonder I haven't seen Mo Lioli that for a while. Don't forget me, Dusty. Lu Chang was waiting for Wang Chen to give him a task. Don't use your skills for yourself. Just throw them at anyone you see. Wang Dust waved his hand. Lu Chang's face immediately showed a look of grief. It's written all over Dusty's face that you don't understand me. Looking at the group of spiders that were manipulating around him, Wang Dust was a bit fleshed out. About 100 spiders were consumed and crippled before. After thinking about it, Wang Dust first put away all these crippled ones and let them recuperate first. He was going to wait until later, when he saw a suitable demonic creature to regain control of a batch. After all, the demons on the 30th floor were only about level 15, and although the elite monsters would account for more, they still wouldn't be of much use to Wang Dust. After thinking about it for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. With a direct wave of his hand, a large number of diggers ran out of his body and then climbed onto these spiders. With a banging construction, a turret gatling was successfully constructed by Wang Dust. This directly allows these spiders to move with their weapons resting on them,
and saves time in having the diggers build and dismantle the turrets.
This results in a less accurate turret, though it makes up for the fact that the turret can't move. Holy, brother, dust is awesome. Liu Chang looked dumbfounded. Wang Dust smiled. Where was this? His mechanical space currently has few buildings and troop types unlocked. The future construction of starships and air and space motherships shall not give him the piss. Wang Dust then released a large number of invaders, and as if they were locusts, the invaders flew up from him, transforming into a cloud of silver-colored mist. He intended to control the demons as he advanced, reducing the pressure on the spiders. Depart. Chapter 127, the 30th floor. The crowd watching the battle outside was shocked by Wang Duan's flurry of maneuvers. Is this okay? Who says weapons can only be planted on the ground? These spiders will work too? This idea is truly anticlimactic. Awesome 666. Then this should make them advance several times faster than before, right? I also wonder if they can brush up to the 50th floor to break the record? I think it hangs. 30 floors. Ho ho ho! A green lizard flew in, their nostrils spewing out streams of nitrous air with a manic sound, and their mouths were capable of spitting out a fireball. It collided with Wang Dust with his vast army of spiders. The Gatling and firehorn above fired wildly. Boom boom boom. A ball of cannon fire bloomed. These lizards were knocked down in droves, plummeting through the sky with black smoke and falling to the ground with a thud. Pust. As the spiders passed by, their sharp knuckles were inserted into the bodies of these lizards, and the black lizards died completely after letting out a hiss. Ho ho ho! Just at this time, far out of the volcano, a violent roar suddenly came out, accompanied by a large area of roar. Hundreds of green lizards from the inside of the crater rushed up to the sky, with the volcano rolling black smoke, and sparks flew over towards Wang Chen and them. Raise your attention, the big guy is coming. Wang Dust's battle armor surfaced, followed by the helmet combining with a clicking sound, and the red V goggles unleashed their infrared scanning ability. Buzz. Wang Dust was able to see it clearly. Inside the crater, a huge lizard was crawling towards the outside, like an alien dragon, huffing and puffing. In the crater a huge head stuck out, crocodile-like, with two tiny horns growing out of it. It looked to be as tall as 10 meters. It was the commander of these volcano lizards, the Volcano Inferno lizard, and as soon as it showed its head, it let out a hiss at Wang Dust and the others. Its wings unfolded behind its back and shook violently with a rumbling sound, bringing up dust and smoke as it flew over towards Wang Dust. Holy, it's huge! Is this the commander of the 30th floor? This is the first time I've seen it. I have to know that those teams that came to compete before didn't dare to brush the monsters with such fanfare for fear of disturbing this volcanic inferno lizard sleeping in the middle of the volcano. Other teams hate to put a few mufflers on their magic wands. Senior Wang Chen is different. He hates to put a few megaphones, afraid that these magical creatures won't be able to hear them. Before those hundreds of flying volcano lizards could come over, they were shot down by the turrets above Wang Chen's spider army. Boom boom boom. The blue turrets emit a bubble charge that hits right on the spot. Even if there are a few deviations that don't hurt, blue currents flashed and these flying lizards dropped to the ground. Even though the skin is thick and the flesh can't die from the fall, the crimson barrels on the back of the spiders on both sides immediately began to brighten up, and large streams of red flames shot out. Hoo 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 hoo. The powerful recoil made the knobby limbs of these spiders stuck in the ground tremble, and some of them pressed down and were pushed back a few steps by the recoil, leaving deep grooves in the ground. However, all of these lizards were also incinerated by the flames, squealing and cracking their skin, turning around and emitting a scent. They were magical creatures that inhabited the inside of a volcano, but that didn't mean that they were able to withstand such powerful heat. Not to mention, there were spiders with gatlings taking bullets to greet them. Large streams of experience poured into Wang Chen and his group's bodies, and they were able to clearly see that their experience was growing at an incredible rate. Holy, that smells good. Liu Chang couldn't help himself and ran straight over and grabbed a roasted lizard thigh. This is a great tonic, usually sold in the food market for thousands of dollars a caddy. Eating it is a great way to increase your health. Look at you with this no good look. Wang Dust cried and laughed. I've researched this before. This volcano lizard is rich in fire attribute energy and can increase blood transportation. Go back and give it to my mom. My mom didn't have a brain attack once a few years ago, resulting in a constant lack of blood supply to the brain. Liu Chen laughed. Don't worry, when we get out, I'll help you find a therapist to show your aunt. With those words, Wang Chen directly collected some meat in with his space ring for him. Liu Chang's mother's illness wasn't considered difficult to treat, and he now had the ability to ask a 50+ level healing profession to step in. This was originally within his plan. When he was at his poorest, Liu Chang's family didn't help him much. Sentiently and reasonably, he had to do his best. Thanks, Dusty. Liu Chang smiled nervously. Thanks for what? When there are valuable magical items in the back, I'll help you take a little more back to sell.
and you guys don't have to stock up. So it's a straight up profit. Although the demons in the Tower of Trials don't drop things, the corpses are still worth money. After Wang Dust put away those nearby magical creatures, he looked at the volcanic yen lizard that was flying over in the air. Die! Wang Chuan leapt deeply, and the apocalypse lance emerged in his hand with a golden light. Boom! The lance shot out, instantly piercing through that volcanic inferno lizard. Here, take the heart back to Auntie. It's a good thing. Wang Dust directly split this volcanic inferno lizard. Chapter 128, pushing all the way across. Condescending foreigner. So much lizard meat, my grocery store could sell it for a year. Dusty. Lu Chang excitedly ran over and dug out the heart, then didn't mind it, excitedly putting it away and letting Wang Chen load it into his space ring. He lost it for a while when he first awakened as a milkmaid. However, the good thing is that he consoled himself that although he is a supporting profession, he is also very promising. It is better than awakening an assassin, right? You might as well kill him if you let him lose weight at that time. It was hard to come out of the sadness. The house is leaking. When he realized that he was a mutant milkmaid, his mind just exploded. He had just purchased a magic wand that he had thrown on the ground and stomped on twice. He had thought that he would be like this for the rest of his life, and would never be able to improve his family's environment and cure his mother's cerebral infarction. But luckily he met Wang Chen, who helped him change all that. To be honest, at that time when he and Wang Duan played together, others even laughed at them, a fat man and a cripple. It was quite a match. Don't think much of it, they're all brothers. Wang Dust patted Lu Chang, signaling him to get on the spider first. Dusty, I'm so touched. Lu Chang's eyes reddened. Come on, don't gross me out. Hurry up and get up there. Do I have to yell at you for being a good big boy? Wang Dust kicked Lu Chang on top of the spider. He then jumped up as well. Finally a buzzing sound rang out from him, and countless silver intruders stirred their wings and flew off towards the distance. Those volcano lizards in the distance that were stunned on the ground were controlled by these intruders before they could react. The crimson vertical pupils flashed with a silver icy light, and in the end, these volcano lizards were transformed into mechanicals one after another. Ho ho ho! Hundreds of volcanic lizards flew up and hovered above Wang Chen and the others. Quite a sight. Now with these volcano lizards protecting us, we don't have to be constantly on guard against the attacks of the enemies overhead. Let's continue on our way. Wang Chen rushed towards the 31st floor with the spider and these lizards in the sky. And seeing that Wang Chen had controlled so many demons so easily, the crowd outside let out a gasp of surprise. They also all saw that it was Wang Chen who had released those clustered units earlier with an invasion effect, but so many counterintuitive traits had appeared at the same time on top of his profession. It has to be said that it appears to be a bit shocking to know that other summoners wanted to control unfamiliar magical creatures. It was like begging their grandparents, and the success rate was extremely low, which was as simple as Wang Dust controlling several hundred of them with a single strike. The students in the summoning department next to him probably just wanted to curse right now. There were also some students who had switched to mechanics who were also tapping into their potential, and they always felt that they should be about the same as Wang Chen's mechanics. The school side had even called over many of the students in the mechanic profession to study it to see if there was something special about it as well. In the meantime, within a luxurious villa somewhere on the map, there sat a man and a woman with blonde hair and blue pupils. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, looking like a doll. And across from them was a young girl with black hair and black pupils and exquisite makeup. This is exactly what the pretty country, as well as the newborn of the Taiji country, is all about. They were all clear S-rank professions that came to study in the Chinese Empire. These are the lists of some of the best trainees from the provinces of China this year. You should take a look at them first, including their occupational characteristics, which we have also written on them, and they will be your competitors when the time comes. A white-gloved diplomat placed a thick stack of information in his hands on the trio's table. The blonde teenager raised his eyebrows in disdain and said, "What's there to see? What kind of powerful professions can come out of a small place like the Chinese Empire? Can they be any more powerful than me? He's the strongest paladin of his generation." The delicately made-up girl also smiled and said, "That being said, it's still important to know a little bit about it. There's an old saying in the Chinese Empire that says, if you know yourself and your enemy, you'll never be in danger in 100 battles. It is said that there are many excellent S-class professions this year." The teenager said with his arms resting on his head, "The party will look again. I'm still busy. I just came to the Chinese Empire. There are quite a few pretty girls who added my contact information, and I'm planning to go out and have some fun this evening." The serious-faced diplomat next to him said, "It's fine for the young master to go out and play, but don't get carried away." Who would have expected the teenager to laugh? How could I possibly be moved? These women who are sent to my bed on their own accord when I hook my finger are all cheap goods. Marrying them will affect the purity of my bloodline.
I've long heard that the girls of the Chinese Empire are both cheap and without the slightest bit of vision or insight, and they even like some non-nationals, and now it's true what they say on the internet. The blonde girl was just playing with the cell phone in her hand, and when she heard the teenager's words, she frowned, but didn't say anything more, the condescending look on her face unchanged. There was nothing here that could draw her interest, because she's one of the strongest S-rank professions in pretty country this year, or the most mysterious. Her mission is to trample all the freshmen of the Wasia Empire under her feet. For example, characters such as Tianing Province's Knight of the Apocalypse Ren Inian, Qingxian Province's Sword Immortal Chen Pingan, and Gamma Province's Alien Fire Warrior Xiaozhua. Chapter 129, officially coming to the 40th floor. In the middle of the trial tower, Wang Dust with Lu Chang and the others were frantically slaughtering the demonic creatures here. In the middle of a large icy cold lake, there was a head of strange fish with 4 legs growing in it, and they were spitting out cold air constantly fighting with Wang Chen's army of summons. Luckily, Wang Chuan had controlled a large number of volcanic lizards in advance, and these volcanic lizards spat fireballs from the sky, defeating these monstrous fish and retreating. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, the 32 floors passed successfully. Wang Dust's level had also arrived at level 36, and Xiao Xiao and the others had also increased their levels, just not as quickly as Wang Chen had raised them. Everyone felt a dryness in their throats when they saw this, and they realized that they couldn't guess which floor Wang Duan would actually be able to brush up to. Do you guys think Senior Wang Chen his goal is the 50th floor? I don't know now. The one who swiped to the 50th floor back then was said to be a dragon sacrifice, who got a huge dragon by mistake before he swiped to the 50th floor. Then will Senior Wang Chen break his record? I'm not sure. After all, I don't know exactly what's behind the 50th floor. Amidst everyone's gazes full of anticipation, Wang Dust led the vast army of demonic creatures towards the next layer. After a fierce battle, the 34th floor has passed as well. This is too fast, isn't it? This is all of Senior Wang Chen's strength. The mini-boss guarding the 34th floor didn't even carry over one of Senior Wang Chen's punches, and was directly blown up. Now they're up to the 35th floor. Holy, Senior Wang Chen even collected a lot of demons. He's fighting more and more demons now. At this moment, Wang Dust had added some more silver white toads to his army of demons. These toads were none other than the 35-tier coal ice toads, spewing out attacks with strong paralyzing and freezing effects, making them a rather nasty type of magical creature. In the middle of the 36th floor, it was a barren plain with many broken palaces and statues on display. When Wang Chuan had just stepped into the area, the statues suddenly lit up with a scarlet glow, and then unexpectedly revived, crawling out from the mud. He patted the moss and dirt on his body and killed them towards Wang Chuan. Demonic Soul Stone Statue. This kind of demon is controlled by the soul slaves inside. The only way to completely solve it is to break the statue outside and kill the soul slaves inside. *******. No wonder Senior Wang Chuan controlled so many chill toads in advance. The cold poison of the 35th floor's cold ice toads has the ability to corrode, able to penetrate the surface of these statues to reach the interior to poison the soul slaves inside. Straight to see those toads' mouth issued a croak, lined up, and then opened his mouth to spew out a white cold tide, where the ground condensed ice crystals, and those grasses have withered into a purple-black color, and those huge statues were rumbling towards this place, and the next moment after being covered by the cold wave, white ice crystals surfaced on their rough surfaces, and then the red light in their eyes was extinguished. A closer look can see these statues in the 7 orifices towards the outside of a stream of green mist, can also hear oozing shouts. It was the result of the soul slaves inside being poisoned. Holy, broke the record. Senior Wang Chen just used less than 10 minutes to clear this place. People are shocked. Wang Dust continued to rush towards the next level with the demons. Only that as he stood on top of the spider, he suddenly felt a bit stuffy in his heart, and he always felt as if there was something wrong somewhere. There was a blood-curdling pain that reminded him that something seemed to be in danger. What's going on here? Can't do it, gotta finish brushing up and go out to sea. Wang Dust's face sank as he accelerated his speed. 36 floors, 37 floors, 38 floors. Soon, Wang Chen and his group appeared in front of the 40th floor in a windy manner. Be careful. I'll put away most of the summons. When we reach the 40th floor, the demons here will not be able to win with quantity, but with quality. The demons on the 40th floor will be dominated by elite-type demons and boss-type demons. I know. And Xiao Xiao and the others nodded cautiously, their eyes filled with caution. If they hadn't followed Wang Chen, the possibility of them brushing up to the 40th floor wasn't very high, and the portal in front of him became more rugged and grand-looking. As they walked into the portal, their figures appeared in the middle of a deep, dark forest. The sky here is dark, hanging around of weird purple moon. The surrounding trees look as if the teeth and claws of monsters, very oozing. Green ghostly flames wafted through the air, and the cawing of crows could be heard. there was a fluttering sound. Straight away I saw a few crows flying up from the branches of a distant tree. These crows were huge. Their eyes flashed with an eerie red light, and on closer inspection they had 6 eyes. Sensing the stranger's aura, more and more crows rose up in the air and landed on the ground, surprisingly transforming into a half-crow monster with 6 eyes, holding a black scythe. Name, Six-Eyed Demon Crow, Elite. While in the forest in the distance, it was accompanied by hissing sounds, and a zombie with miserable white skin unexpectedly staggered out. Chapter 130 Bandit like Wang Dust. Ah! Mo Liuli was the least courageous and directly cowered behind in Xiao Xiao. It was so weird here that you could vaguely see the tombstones that had been erected in the middle of the forest, and although the levels of these demons hadn't risen too much, their attributes had increased a lot compared to those ordinary demons. That's what makes elite monsters so scary. In addition to their perverse attributes, the skills they know are numerous. Hiss! These half-crows held scythes and swung them violently, blood-colored rays of light pounding towards them, and some opened their mouths wide to emit sound waves. And taking this opportunity, those zombies also pounced towards them with a big red light in their eyes, and these magical creatures even knew how to cooperate with the attack. Ice Shield. Although Mo Liuli was scared, she immediately cast a defense magic. Bang bang bang! Those blood-colored round blades hit on top of these shields, and instantly, large swathes of ice slag flew out, while cracks surfaced in these shields. Holy light shelter! At the critical moment, Li Mengmeng toppled over with her magic staff. A golden glow like a veil of light enveloped several people, as if golden wings were unfurled. The profession of Holy Light Angel belonged to the light profession, and it had a very strong restraining effect on these dark attribute magical creatures. Although Lu Chang also threw out a magic aura, but these strange skills of his were ineffective against these zombies, because these zombies were only instinctive in the first place and had no other emotions. Instead, it caused each of these zombies to run towards them as if they had drunk enough blood. Lu Chang was startled. Ruri, Man, protect Xiao Xiao. Wang Dust guarded the front and blasted out with a punch. Boom! The terrifying force pierced through the air, and huge air waves swept out, blowing in Xiao Xiao and the others at the back, who could not stand still. A time of dust and smoke. This power of Wang Dust was too terrifying. A punch creates a conical opening directly in front of it. All the big trees directly behind them rumbled and fell down. No creatures survived except for them and the 30-meter square cone, and the turf on the ground was lifted up, leaving huge gullies in its wake. With his tremendous strength and agility, Wang Dust charged straight through, and with his spider, it was like no man's land, and one punch was a demonic creature. Regardless of whether it was these half-crows or these zombies, they were simply unbeatable in front of Wang Chuan's crushing strength, and all of them were killed with a single punch. After clearing out these nearby demons, Wang Dust repeated his trick and had the surrounding spiders with pack turrets set up in formation. Unsurprisingly, even more violent sounds rang out from the depths of the forest, as more demons rushed from within, and the tombstones cracked open, extending a pale arm as many elite zombies crawled out of the ground. Rumble! Vulcan Gatling firing! The artillery also attacked at the same time. The tremendous firepower almost lit up half the sky. In less than a few minutes, the place was cleared of all demons. It seems that the elite demons on the 40th floor haven't improved much compared to before either, and it's still making me prepare so far in advance. Wang Dust's hanging heart relaxed, although he is very strong right now, but being careful is never a good idea. You can never guess what kind of problems these high school examiners will give you in the trial tower. Those examiners were probably going to vomit blood when they heard this, no matter how much they set it up. They didn't expect there to be a pervert like Wang Duan. The people outside felt like they were going crazy when they heard this mumble from Wang Chen. What did it mean that they hadn't improved much? The other teams were too scared to take a big breath when they first entered the 40th floor. Wang Dust's side had already killed the deepest part of the forest with his mobile turret. There were 5 or 6 tombstones in there, all pitch black in color, with blood-red runes flickering on them. One look at the boss here, and then not even waiting for these bosses to awaken. Too slow. I'll send you on your way. Wang Dust suddenly jumped into the air, and the Super God armament on his body lit up with crimson lines as it instantly turned on Super God overload. Senior Wang Chen, what is he doing? The crowd rounded their eyes. Wang Chen then threw a punch at the ground. Boom! In the sky, a fistful of air blasts swept out like a hurricane. The terrifying power was like a tsunami pouring towards the ground. Boom! Like a nuclear bomb descending, the ground crazily caved in, surfacing a huge deep pit with countless cracks spreading. The pitch-black coffin that was buried inside the ground was instantly smashed to pieces. The sleeping zombie lord inside felt a huge pressure just as it opened its eyes, and its skin and bones instantly began to burst. *******. The zombie lord was confused as hell. I was sleeping well underground. What the is going on here? Demolition?
It was then blasted into a cloud of blood mist with a punch by Wang Chen with doubts. Go! Wang Dust greeted him as if he were a bandit, leading the vast array of demons towards the 4 billionth layer to kill. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes. 41. 42. Wang Dust didn't bring a break the whole way. Kill straight through. People are numb. Is this a human being? He should stop when he reaches the 50th floor. After all, the 50th floor can be boss-level demons. Chapter 131, coming to the 50th floor. Amidst the shocked gazes of the people, Wang Chen's team was invincible. Bang! 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 Layer after layer keeps getting punched through the barrier. 49 floors. Wang Chen picked up the lance and shook off the sticky blood on it. In front of him was a huge relic of a machine, and inside the operator's room sat a demonic creature with his body pierced through, eyes round and eyes wide, hands gripping the joystick in a death grip. It seemed that because Wang Chen's attack was too fast, it had no time to react before its life was ended. Swish! A white light flashed above Wang Dust and the others' heads as they were upgraded once again. 38 levels? Wang Dust chanted silently. At this time, the summons behind him all came over, and with a wave of Wang Dust's hand, 2 mechanical giant doors slowly emerged from the ground, with a languid halo of light flickering inside. Under the control of Wang Chen's intention, all of these summons climbed into the summoning door in a brainstorm. Below is the 50th floor. Previous generations of freshmen have stopped here. I'm a little curious as to what exactly will be beyond the 50th floor. Wang Dust stood in front of a giant amber door. Perhaps because no one had opened it for a long time, a thick layer of dust had fallen on the giant door. Some people jokingly claimed that only the first 50 floors of the trial tower were for students to break through and try out, and that each of the last 50 floors belonged to secrets. There's only one demonic creature on each floor after the 50th floor, but they're all boss level. And that dragon priest who went in back then said that the 50th floor seemed to be a demonic creature named the Uncrowned King. Back then, even though he had a juvenile dragon as a pet, he was just barely able to clear the 50th floor. And facing the 51st floor, he didn't even have the courage to knock on the door. Since then, the 51st floor in the Tower of Trials has also been called the Brave Man's Jubilee. Listening to Xiao Zhao's words, Wang Chen's gaze turned a little cold. Braveheart's swan song? I'm interested. He took a step forward and placed his hands on top of the door. Along with his move, everyone outside the arena followed suit and tensed up, their gazes coalescing over, and sweat even surfaced on the foreheads of some. It really didn't occur to me that I would be able to see someone being able to break through to the 50th floor in my lifetime. We have once again witnessed a miracle. Do you think Senior Wang Chen he can beat the boss on the 50th floor? It should be possible, just based on his previous performance. I don't think it's a problem for him to break through to the 52nd or even 53rd floor. But I can't say anything further. It's said that the monsters on every floor after the 50th floor are incomparably perverted. And that's boss-type magical creatures. Don't you forget that. Don't be so serious. You're making me nervous. Phew dash. Better sit down first. Speaking of which, I'd almost forgotten. What does that Uncrowned King, the boss of the 50th floor, actually look like? Boom. Along with Wang Chen's force, a surging huge force poured out and pressed on top of the huge door. The dusty doorway, which had been closed for I don't know how many years, turned slowly, the gears and hinges inside clattering as dust fell from above. Stay away. There's a lot of dust. And Xiao Xiao and the others hurriedly took a few steps back. This giant door that stood in the middle of the dark forest slowly opened. Boom! A ghastly white lightning swept across the sky, reflecting the huge doorway. The reliefs carved on it seemed to come to life, their pupils flickering with an eerie light. The stone door opened, and inside was indescribably a great light. As if a huge monster had opened its icy eyes. What a horrible feeling. What is this uneasiness? Is this the pressure of a boss-level demonic creature? People got nervous. This kid sure has guts. Lu Fan looked at the screen. At this moment, Ren Shanzong's face was unusually calm, but the depths of his pupils flashed with the color of madness. I hope you won't be so ungrateful to die in the test tower. After all, my intention was to make you beg for your life and die. Wang Chen. Kind of funny. Go! Wang Dust waved his hand and took the lead to walk into that light. Go! I didn't think I could make history, and I can follow the high school entrance exams out in the future by blowing my awesome buddy's mind that he also made it to the 50th floor. Lu Chang was close behind. Meng Meng, Lioli, be careful, and Xiao Zhao's face was filled with gravity. Swish! With a flash of light, what appeared before them was a huge circular square, and all around this square was endless darkness. They seemed to have arrived at a huge platform suspended in darkness. Is this the 50th floor? There's no complicated environment. It seems like it's just for the candidates to fight to their heart's content here, without even a single shelter. Wang Dust swept a glance and quickly judged the surroundings. He then shifted his eyes to the exact center. There was a dark, massive object there,
Chapter 132 One-Shot Breaks. Is that the boss we need to brush? It doesn't look like it's as scary as I thought. Lu Chang and the others also tilted their heads to look at the monster. If as a normal freshman, at this level is simply not able to touch the boss level demons, touching the elite demons will make their hands busy for a while. If they hadn't followed Wang Dust, they really wouldn't have been able to see this kind of boss level demonic creature. But this wasn't the first time they'd encountered a boss level demonic creature. Previously, when they were brushing their copies, they had already seen Wang Dust's punch that killed a level 28 spider boss in a second. So for this boss they didn't have much fear in their eyes instead. So there was more curiosity and excitement in his eyes. Seeing Lu Chang and the others in this state, the crowd was deeply puzzled. Why do I feel like they're here on vacation without a hint of fear or nervousness? I'm nervous for them out there. Yeah, they didn't even set up a formation. They just stood here stupidly. Did they plan to just come in and look around and quit? The freshmen who were outside were all seeing a boss-level demonic creature for the first time. So they all tilted their heads and stared with rounded eyes, not daring to breathe a single breath. One could vaguely see the purple font that belonged to the boss level in there. It's a much more dangerous color. With the help of the skill of infrared scanning, Wang Chen clearly saw its entire outline. It was clearly a huge statue, 10 meters tall. It had its head bowed and was carrying a broken crown. The statue hadn't been moved in who knows how long and was covered in green moss. In front of it there was a rusty longsword stuck in the ground, and it rested its hands on the hilt as if in silence. This was none other than the boss belonging to the 50th floor, the Uncrowned King. There's no mistake. The boss of the 50th floor is this one. I saw it back in the day. The one who was a dragon sacrifice maneuvered a giant dragon to fight it for a long time. See that scar on its chest? It's from the dragon's sharp claws back then, and it looks like it's healed up about as well as it could be now. As long as you beat these bosses to the point of serious injury, it will automatically trigger the protection mechanism inside and teleport these bosses away. So that's how it is. But these examiners are too lazy, right? Wouldn't that make the questions the same every year? And everyone could totally plan ahead. What questions are you asking? Give you a plan. Do you dare to go up to the 50th floor? And do you have the ability to break through to the 50th floor? Seemingly sensing the breath of the living, the torches around the huge round platform suddenly began to light up one after another, and a strange light filled the entire round platform. Buzz dash. It was as if the ground began to shake as well. Boom! The Uncrowned King opened its eyes, its icy pupils instantly locking onto Wang Chuan, and along with the sound of friction, it drew out its long sword on the ground. The huge statue walked towards Wang Chuan and them with black shadows, leaving a huge footprint on the ground with every step, making a dull heavy landing sound. Holy, it's moving! There's going to be a fight. In the midst of the crowd's nervous gazes, Dusty, what should we do? Lu Chang shouted. It looks like this guy isn't as strong as that spider we encountered before. It seems like it's only level 25. If I remember correctly, that spider we encountered before seemed to be a level 28 boss. Wang Dust said without even returning his head. You guys don't have to do anything, just follow me. Let's make this quick. After all, let's not forget our previous goal. His goal was to brush up to the 100th floor. Boom, boom. The huge statue walked with terrifying pressure. The circular platform shook, and the tip of the huge sword he was holding dragged on the ground, leaving deep grooves and blinding sparks. Wang Dust also walked towards the statue. From a distance, a large and a small figure were approaching, and it looked a bit unbelievable. Clank dash. It was accompanied by an ear-splitting scuffling sound. A red light flashed in the eyes of the statue as it raised the long sword in its hand high and erected it at Wang Chen. Holy, what are Senior Wang Chen and the others doing? Everyone outside felt like going crazy when they saw this scene. Boom! The statue slashed down so hard that the air almost shattered with a terrifying whistling gale. Wang Chen tilted his head and watched the magnificent giant sword slash down towards him. Do you want to stop me from advancing with just this much power? Exhaling lightly, Wang Dust smiled. Buzz. Terrifying power converged. Super God Overload was instantly turned on, and Crimson Temperature was like a beating heart, burning in every part of the battle armor. The Golden Apocalypse Lance emerged. At this moment, Wang Chen was like a god of war, holding a long spear that was incomparably dazzling. Greeting the huge long sword, Wang Chen's long spear brazenly slashed forward, and the piercing golden light blazed out as if it was going to cut through the air. Die! Boom! Wang Chen's shot seemed to pick up a round of golden sun, and dazzling golden light shone. Wait for everyone to squint at the big screen, only to see that Wang Dust and the others had already walked over. The giant statue wanted to turn back. Click dash. Its body suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light from top to bottom. Chapter 133, Educational Headquarters shocked. Boom! The huge sword-wielding sculpture split in two down the center and fell to its sides with a loud shuddering sound. Congratulations on killing the Uncrowned King. You have gained experience. What surprised Wang Chuan was that along with the fall of the uncrowned king, a whole bunch of things were exploded, which were equipment and props that flashed with several golden lights. I can't believe there's still going to be equipment? Wang Dust was a bit shocked, and in Xiao Xiao explained. Few professionals can brush this place after the 50th floor and beyond, so there are rewards for the bosses here after they are killed. But Mo Lioli said, but I heard my dad say that bosses above the 50th floor have a protection mechanism. Once you seriously injure them after that, the teleportation array here will teleport the boss away. So how could there be any equipment popping out? Could it be that Wang Chuan was too fast just now, and didn't even have time to react to the protection mechanism here? But no matter what, the uncrowned king boss fell completely. Ignore that for now and look at the rewards. Wang Dust walked over and scanned the descriptions of the equipment. Uncrowned crown, silver order the uncrowned king's favorite crown before he was petrified. Wear him for a taunt effect. Uncrowned stone ring, silver rank has the effect of masking the breath. Comes with a petrifying ray, and can petrify the enemy if there is not much difference in level difference. But what surprised Wang Chen the most was that there was a stone like a heart here. This is actually an extremely rare gold level equipment. To know that a 25 level boss can burst out gold level equipment itself is unusual. Heart of the uncrowned, gold level certain special professions can obtain the effect of the uncrowned king's silence aura after absorbing it, as long as they don't take the initiative to reveal their own information. Other people will not be able to inquire about it, and the difference in level is limited to 30 levels. Wang Dust's eyes lit up. This was an extremely treasured piece of equipment for hiding his breath, meaning that as long as the level difference between him and others was not greater than 30 levels, those people would not be able to view the breath on his body. His current overall level of the Overgod armament was at LV2, with 2 pieces of equipment that could be incorporated into each part, all of which had been melted. Only when he reached level 40 would he be able to continue to level up single parts, and by then he would be able to incorporate the 3rd piece of equipment when he leveled up his chest armor to LV3. He was now lacking a skill to hide his breath. After killing the uncrowned king, his experience level pushed him close to level 39. The monsters in the first 80 floors shouldn't even be challenging. Charge through in one breath. Wang Dust shouted. For some reason, he now always felt as if something had happened out there, and he couldn't afford to delay like this any longer. No problem. And Xiao Xiao and the others nodded. And after Wang Chen killed the uncrowned king, the instrument in front of the Imperial Capital Education Bureau's headquarters suddenly let out a piercing alarm. What's going on? There's news coming from one place that the uncrowned king has been killed, and someone has actually swiped up to the 50th floor. How is this possible? A youth in front of him who was napping almost fell out of his chair as he looked at the large screen with shock written all over his face. Could it be that the Huaxia Empire has produced another genius? As soon as he thought of this youth hurriedly looked up the previous battle information. Eventually, he saw the handsome and dashing scene of Wang Shen killing the uncrowned king, and his entire mouth was wide open with shock written all over his face. At this time someone heard the siren and came from outside, and it was 2 high-ranking members of the Board of Education in trench coats. It looks a bit older, and the double plums are like arrows. Not angry. It is the minister and deputy minister of the present-day headquarters of the Imperial Education Bureau. What's going on, Little Li? We 2 old men were just playing a game of chess there when we heard an alarm here. The youth known as Little Li said in a panic. Ministry Lu, Vice Ministry Li, something has happened. The boss of the 50th floor was actually killed, and the protection mechanism wasn't even triggered. You guys see, this is the video from just now. What? Hearing this, the 2 ministers' faces changed. Then they hurriedly walked over and looked at the screen. After they watched the image of Wang Chen's kill, their faces were also filled with shock. Hiss. What's this kid's occupation? But then questions surfaced on both of their faces. No, if such an outstanding genius has appeared, why haven't we received a report yet? Logically speaking, the special inspector should have presented his report when he broke into the 40th floor. Thinking about it, the men realized that something was wrong. Check the submitted report for me. If I'm not mistaken, the special inspector for this place is Lu Fan, right? What is he up to? Chapter 134, Contacting Lu Fan. Get on the special phone and get me Special Inspector Lubin and ask him what's going on. Lu Hongsheng asked in a deep voice. Yes, Li was sweating profusely, rummaging around on a nearby computer, when suddenly he shouted. It's not right. I saw the report submitted by Commissioner Lu Fan. There were 2 copies. The first one he dismissed, but the second one was put in the last place without knowing what happened. And there are still more than 10 reports in front of it that haven't been processed. Lu Fan Special Ombudsman labeled this report with a red grade. It is reasonable that the priority should be the highest. How could it be ranked in the last place? Screwed up and we didn't even notice. Lu Hongxing's eyes narrowed. Without thinking, there is a problem. Look at who moved the system recently. To be so bold as to dare to put such an important report in the last place. In addition, you first called the report out to me. Yes. Xiao Li quickly sent the report to the two ministers. Lu Hongsheng looked down at the report in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more grave his face became. Bang! Lu Hongsheng excitedly slapped the table. Almost delayed such a good seedling. I didn't realize that my Chinese empire still has this kind of genius in existence. With him maybe we won't have to worry too much about this year's Imperial Capital University Subterranean Dragon ranking, and we can definitely rub the might of those foreigners hard. Hiss! Li Xian also sucked in a breath of cool air, his eyes glowing as if he had discovered a supreme treasure. How could there be someone so heaven-defying? This kid is truly a genius that comes along once in 1,000 years. On this side, Xiao Li also found out who moved the system. He said, reporting to Minister Lu, a man named Ren Tianqing moved the system today. He's one of our team leaders. Ren Tianqing, isn't that someone from the Imperial Capital Ren family? It's surprising that he would move this report. Wait, isn't the branch of the Imperial Capital Ren family in Luohai City? Didn't they have a genius named Ren Enian there this year? Greeted us. Vice Minister Li Xian said thoughtfully. Oh, could it be that this kid called Wang Chen has some kind of conflict with their Ren family? Otherwise, how could this Ren family be so bold and presumptuous to such an extent? It had to be said that Lu Hongsheng was worthy of being the minister of the Ministry of Education. And in just a few words, he had surmised that Wang Chen and the Ren family might have a conflict. And the conflict didn't seem to be small. Anyway, we and the Ren family are not dealing with each other. We resolutely can't bury this kid. We have to focus on carrying up. You send a message to Lu Fan right now to let him focus on protecting him. Should we notify the law enforcement team to arrest Ren Tianqing? Li asked. Don't move him yet. If we once move him, the Ren family side will get the news. Since they don't want us to know about Wang Chen's existence, we'll hold our ground for now. You contact Lu Fan first and ask what's going on. Lu Hongsheng instructed. As the Minister of Education, he is naturally sophisticated enough to see clearly what is at stake. A few hints of anger surfaced on his face as well. This Ren family is really getting bolder and bolder lately, even daring to do this kind of thing. Luckily they found it in time. This kid has to be watched closely. Soon they contacted Lu Fan. And Lu Fan, who was sweating over there, almost jumped up in excitement when he received the secret call. I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Fan didn't move and spoke to Lu Qian. He then walked straight out of the conference room without saying a word, came to a deserted place, and picked up the phone. When Ren Shanzong, who was also in the conference room seat, saw this scene, his face suddenly became a few degrees more gloomy. Lu Fan's side hurriedly told the two ministers what happened in his own speculations. After hearing this speculation, the two ministers' faces also flashed with a flash of horror. If the matter of heart transplantation was true, then the Ren family could really be committing a heinous crime. However, after they heard that Wang Chen had killed Ren Enian by himself, the two of them sucked in another breath of cool air. According to this, Wang Dust's career assessment is at least above SS. Otherwise he definitely wouldn't have killed Ren Enian so easily. It was just that they didn't know that after Wang Chen fused his heart, his career evaluation had already come above the 4SS. Lu Fan then laughed bitterly. People have now arrested that kid's sister. This is something I blame on my negligence for not protecting his family in advance. When these words came out, Lu Hongsheng's face instantly became ugly. This Ren family is so bold. Actually even did this kind of thing. Lu Fan asked cautiously. What should we do then? Lu Hongsheng said with a gloomy face. Don't worry. You stabilize the situation first. I'll send the Imperial Capital Flying Dragon Guards over right now. No matter what happens, I'll carry the pressure on the side of the Imperial Capital Ren family. Do you really think I, Lu Hongsheng, am a wimp? Hiss. Flying Dragon Guard? Lu Fan was taken aback. There are 3 major law enforcement teams in the Imperial Capital. The Flying Dragon Guard was one of them. And although it was only ranked 3rd, it was enough to walk sideways in each province. Generally speaking, the Flying Dragon Guards are the ones who catch official people who make mistakes of principle. Every level was at least 60, and there was a sub-dragon to go along with it. In the olden days, it was the equivalent of sending a formation of state-of-the-art fighter jets to some downtown area to arrest someone. The Ren family may be in bad luck. Chapter 135, Flying Props and Strange Eggs. Roar! Lime green sharp claws stepped on top of the stone. Put! One by one, the green-colored pterodactyls with sulfurous flames spewing from their noses crawled out. As many as 8 of them. On them all rode a single masked rider, who tightened the reins in their hands to control the restless green pterodactyls. The leader was an even more majestic green-colored pterodactyl, a circle larger than its surrounding counterparts, and with many hideous scars on its body. It looked very gruesome. On it stood a man in battle armor. Pang, where are we going this time? The men looked to the one leading them. Ma Pengcheng glanced at the cell phone in his hand, exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, and said coldly, the target has been determined. Chinese Empire, Tianing Province. Luo High City. Depart. Awesome. Just awesome. Is this the strength of Senior Wang Chen? Even after entering the 50th floor? It's as if you're in no man's land. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's now a one-move second no matter what boss he's facing. It's simply too cool. In the middle of the 60th floor. Chirp. Accompanied by a somewhat shrill shriek. Above it turned out to be a huge birdcage. Surprisingly, there was a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair squatting inside. Her figure was exquisite and blood-curdling, but her arms were a pair of golden wings, which spread out to a length of 5 or 6 meters. The legs looked white and long, except for the calf part which was entirely sharp raptor bird claws. That's right, this was none other than the level 30 boss, the Golden Phoenix Winged Man. If you think of it as a human, you're mistaken. These types of magical creatures are nothing more than magical creatures with a half-human appearance. It was even more berserk than ordinary demons. Boom! Only to see this Golden Phoenix Winged Man fanning up the wild winds. Instantly there were countless wind blades shooting towards Wang Chuan. An apocalypse shield instantly surfaced on Wang Chuan's left arm, and countless wind blades smashed against it, sending out a series of sparks, but they couldn't help Wang Chuan in the slightest. Wang Chen then fiercely exerted his force, and the shield was flung to the side, and the wind blades that shot up were instantly swept aside by him with a surging huge force. These wind blades shot on the floor, instantly leaving a deep and shallow gully. The Golden Phoenix Winged Man saw this and rushed up to the sky. Then a bright golden light erupted from his body, and he whistled and swooped down towards Wang Dust as if he were a fighter jet, bringing up the sound of breaking winds, like a golden lightsaber descending from the sky to cut Wang Dust off at the waist. Break! Wang Chuan held his lance, and the countless classified machine parts of the super god armament operated, erupting with terrifying power. And then he leapt up, not retreating but advancing, and rushed towards this Golden Phoenix Winged Man. Boom! In the instant of contact, the Golden Phoenix Winged Man was blasted into countless pieces by Wang Chen's terrifying power, turning into a cloud of blood mist as countless golden feathers drifted from the sky. Bang! There was a sound of landing. Wang Dust landed on the ground, and the weapon on his body turned into golden light and disappeared. And at this time several streams of light also erupted from the place where the Golden Phoenix Winged Man died, and it was clear that several pieces of equipment had also exploded. Wang Chuan walked over, and with a sweep of his spatial ring he took in all of this equipment. But the only thing that surprised him was that there was an egg left inside. Golden Phoenix Winged Man's egg, level unknown egg laid by a Golden Phoenix Winged Man mating with an unknown race, with a strong life fluctuation that cannot be detected. Take care of it carefully and it may hatch out. Golden Crested Winged Man's wings, gold, a rare flying item that allows you to fly after assembling it. Oh, there are actually rare magic eggs and even more rare flight-type props. A flash of surprise swept across Wang Dust's eyes. The contract and recognition of a magical creature was very difficult, but if it was nurtured from a young age, the recognition rate was also able to be greatly increased. So the eggs of such magical creatures were often able to be sold for a sky-high price at the auction house. Not to mention this flying-type prop, which he had previously asked about at the Golden Dragon Trading House. That's astronomical. This is a real surprise. It was important to know that Wang Dust's back armor had been left empty for the purpose of embedding flight-type props into it, which was used to add flight capabilities to his super god armor. With a flash of light, the number on Wang Chen's head also instantly changed to 40. Finally, level 40. A flash of excitement flashed in Wang Dust's eyes. Finally, the level restriction has been lifted, and now I can raise all the small parts of the Overgod armament to level 3, as well as incorporate the third piece of equipment. Light blue body parts emerged in front of Wang Chen, and the silhouettes then transformed into streams of light that lined up in front of him. There are still plenty of materials, so let's start by upgrading the two parts, the back armor and the chest, to level 3. Swish! With a flash of light, the battle armor on Wang Chen's body made a functioning sound, and then the whole thing became a few points tighter. Congratulations, your back armor has been upgraded to LV3 level. Congratulations, your chest armor has been upgraded to LV3 level. The back armor currently incorporates only the most basic defensive equipment, and there just happens to be an empty space to incorporate the wings of a Golden Phoenix Winged Man, gold. Along with Wang Chen's command, this radiant golden wing in his hand instantly turned into countless streams of light converging towards his back. Chapter 136, Fusing New Equipment, Seeking Favorable Reviews. Book Desert Recommendations. Congratulations! You have obtained the external attachment equipment Golden Phoenix Wingman's Wings. Congratulations! The Golden Phoenix Wingman's wings have leveled up to platinum. Congratulations! You've gained a new skilled Storm Plume Blade. When you unleash the Tempest Blade, you will fall into an unselectable state for 0.5 seconds, shooting countless golden feathered blades past you. Congratulations! You have acquired the lightness effect from the wings of the Golden Phoenix Winged Man. The Super God armament load is increased, 20% lighter overall. accompanied by the system's beep. A golden light blazed behind Wang Chen's back. Pieces of sharp, golden metal coalesced in the air and then began to assemble piece by piece. What happened to Senior Wang Chen's outfit? Is he going to evolve again? My god. What kind of heaven-defying occupational trait is this? I see that he just absorbed a prop. Does it mean that this equipment of his has the function of absorbing props and absorbing their abilities? Holy, wouldn't that be too anticlimactic? It's fake, right? Can I still live? People feel shocked beyond belief. It was the first time they had seen such a horrible and perverted profession. Is this ing human? It's not even if it's great on its own. It's also able to evolve in a constant stream. It wasn't that they hadn't seen professions with evolutionary abilities, but those were only changed by ascending several levels, or even dozens of levels. And the magnitude of the change is not too big, which is like Wang Chuan who absorbed Reninian's heart before, and now absorbed this prop, and became TMD like the descent of a heavenly god. Wang Chen's every move shocked their hearts. All in all, miracles were being performed on Wang Duan's body. It really does have a strong ability to evolve. Lu Fan looked at the big screen and couldn't help but clench his fists for a few moments. The thought that he wanted to preserve Wang Chen at this moment was incomparably strong. He glanced at Rin Shanzong, who was immovable in the room, and then moved his gaze back silently. The flying dragon guards should be on their way by now, right? Nyener, if you see this scene, maybe you'll regret not killing this brat on the operating table in the first place. It's because of your ego that you've been victimized. But don't worry, I'll kill this brat and let him meet you in hell. Ren Shanzong's gaze was filled with calm. It's awfully calm. The tussle between the two great powers had already begun invisibly. Click, click, click. Countless metal parts moved in the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, and a pair of wings made up of translucent metal wafers appeared on Wang Chen's back. Boom! The wings were violently vibrating. Wang Dust instantly flew up in the air, nice and fast. With a flash of the wings behind Wang Dust's back, countless rays of sharp golden light shot out, zapping the ground in front of him with 1,000 holes. And in that instant, it was as if his body had become transparent for a few moments, and it was the unselectable state that was unleashed. It's safe to say that the ability of this wing is just too unbelievable. In particular, this unselectable for 0.5 seconds would help him avoid most skill locks, as long as the level isn't crushing him too much. You could say it's a life-saving skill. Wang Dust, who was flying for the first time, was a bit excited and turned around in the air for a long time. Finally he took out the stone-carved heart again, incorporating it into his chest. Along with the absorption, the vigorous aura of the super god armor suddenly became introverted. The people outside then suddenly realized that they could not perceive Wang Chen's information. Not bad. This way I won't be afraid of exposing my strength. Wang Dust smiled faintly, then waved to Li Mengmeng and the others below. This young lady is not envious. My profession can have wings at level 40. I can fly then too. Li Mengmeng shouted at once, and Xiao Xiao smiled. Then mine should be earlier. I only need to rise to level 30 to be born with the Fire Phoenix feathered wings. By then I can also fly in the air. Then I'll have to wait until level 45 before I'm able to cast some blizzard manipulation magic to hold myself up. So envious of you guys. It's worthy of being an S-rank profession. Mo Lioli was instantly bursting with envy and jealousy. Lu Chang immediately stopped talking. He is a milkmaid, and he won't be able to fly even if he rises to level 100. Unless he buys any flying props later. Dare I say he was the only one in the room who couldn't fly. Mo Lioli said at this time. Well, you shouldn't be so upset. Even if you have flight-type skills, this weight of yours won't necessarily be able to lift you up. Lu Chang instantly revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Thanks for the comforting words. I'm having a harder time now. Let's go, let's go. That guy Wang Chen even flew towards the next level without calling out to us. This guy is like a freak of nature. How many secrets does he have in him? Mo Lioli spat out. Go. And Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Duan, her eyes filled with joy. The more powerful Wang Chen was, the happier she was. Everyone stay close. Next I'm going to break through to the 90th floor in one breath, accompanied by an explosion. Boom boom boom. 61, 70, 80. Wang Dust seemed like a machine that didn't know how to get tired, killing in seconds all the way. The people outside are looking numb. Their mouths are open and they can't close them at all. Chapter 137. Is this still human? Seeking book shortage recommendations. Abaozi. Who was it who said that Senior Wang Chen would become tough after reaching the 50th floor and beyond? It's damn near like all the bosses were killed in seconds within a few moves. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Just how high is Senior Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attribute? I'd say it's over 50,000 at the very least. The boss demons on the 60th to 70th floors are all level 30 to 40, and the boss demons of this level all have a power of 20,000 -50,000.
That's why I'm speculating that Senior Wang Chen's power attribute has at least passed 50,000. People sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this and felt like they were going crazy. However, they didn't know that Wang Chen's four-dimensional attributes had already exceeded 100,000 long ago. At this moment, Wang Chen's points had come to more than 300,000 points. No mistake, it's 300,000 points. A full 10 times higher than the previous record. The previous highest record setter was just over 30,000. At this moment, Wang Chen had already arrived at the 90th floor. Drip drip drip. The experience bar on Wang Dust's head was still frantically rolling over. It eventually settled at level 45. This nigga. How can any freshman come out and already be at level 45? Holy, this is too counterintuitive, right? No, my heart can't take it anymore. 45 levels? This is 45 levels. Some freshmen might not be able to brush this level for a semester. People's eyes barely flew out. Even in Xiao Xiao and the others who had followed Wang Duan to brush up their levels had already reached level 25 and above at this moment. They followed Wang Dust and followed him up 5 or 6 levels along the way. But the 90th floor's demonic boss level should be level 38 if I'm not mistaken, right? A level 38 demonic creature would probably require a fully armed level 40 elite squad to be able to kill it. Let me check the data. The power of a level 40 to 50 boss demon is around 50,000-100,000 or higher. Is it so terrible? I can't believe it's almost 100,000. That's why I think that Senior Wang Chen probably can't brush past with just him alone. Maybe he'll have to stop at the 90th floor. That's a bit of a shame. You pity my ass. Brushing to the 90th floor has already created a myth. This record may not be broken by anyone within 10,000 years, alright. What are you sighing for? In front of the 90-story giant door, Wang Chen exhaled a breath. Not bad. After my arms, chest armor, back armor, waist, abdomen, and head have all been raised to LV3 level. My four-dimensional attributes have come to 150,000, and I'm currently short of my legs, but unfortunately the required materials have all been used up. Otherwise, in the Tower of Trials, I can raise all the parts of the Super God armament to LV3 level, and by then the Super God armament as a whole can be raised to LV3 level as well. Only when the parts are all upgraded to level 3 can the Overmind arms be upgraded to LV3 as a whole. By that time, the Super God arms will once again see an evolution. Wang Dust had the confidence to push the four-dimensional attributes to close to 200,000. What's 200,000? It was only possible for a level 60 warrior who was fully armed and equipped with extreme equipment to have such a high-strength attribute. But note that only power can reach here. Wang Chen was different. His four-dimensional attributes were all close to 200,000. This is a great exaggeration. It was in a state of mechanical overload. But it was a scary number. The huge door on the 90th floor was pushed open by him, and inside sat a huge skeleton. And when Wang Chen walked in, 2 blue flames instantly burned in the skeleton's eyes. The monarch of the 90th floor. Let me check. Hiss, it's the skeleton monarch. What a terrifying four-dimensional attribute. The internet says that this level of skeleton monarch has at least 50,000 plus 4 dimensions. Even if Senior Wang Chuan wanted to win, he would have to go through a hard battle. Right. And he might even have to be seriously injured. People felt that Wang Chen had reached his limit. Kid, you can't really brush through the 90th floor, can you? The Ren Mountain sect couldn't sit still either. The more amazing Wang Chen's potential was, the more surprised and panicked he became. How strong is this kid? Looking at the huge skeleton monarch in front of him, Wang Dust smiled and instantly charged out with his golden lance in hand. Incredibly fast. By the time people reacted, all they heard was a rumble. Instead, they saw that the skeleton monarch had already turned into countless pieces. At the moment, all the people's brains went blank and their throats went dry. It's not at all what they thought it would be. The 90th floor boss skeleton monarch has been killed. The 91st door was then pushed open. Another flash of light. Wang Dust transformed into a streak of shadow. The 91st floor boss lizard lord has been killed. This. People's scalps are cracking. The beeps came one after the other. The 92 level boss serpent lord has been killed. The 93rd floor boss jagged dragon lord has been killed. The 94th floor boss, the wind and fire elf lord, has been killed. The 95th floor boss scorpion lord has been killed. 96th floor boss bloodvine has been killed. The beeps kept ringing, stimulating every brain. Is this still human? People felt a wave of vertigo. The data is very bad. Please book desserts recommend the treasures no gifts. Just ask book deserts to help more recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 138 Don't you dare touch him. Ascending Dragon Scholar. People were able to see an athletic figure with white waves of air streaking across the trial tower. The number of layers on the display was jumping wildly.
The 97th floor boss has been killed. The 98th floor boss has been killed. The boss of the 99th floor has been killed. Everyone's heart hangs high. The outside of the seated arena was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. When the number stopped at the 99th floor, for some reason, people suddenly felt their hearts stop beating for a moment, giving them a chance to catch their breath. 99 floors. That's 99 floors. Exaggerated layers fill every eyeball. Their psychological defenses were completely pierced by Wang Chen. It's hard for them to describe what they're feeling at the moment, but they also understand that they are witnessing history. The demonic creature on the 100th floor should be a level 48 boss, right? Senior Wang Dust shouldn't be able to beat it. The level is higher than even him. I shouldn't be able to beat it. After all, the question makers just never thought that someone could brush up to this point. The trial tower has a total of 100 levels. Is it hard to believe that Senior Wang Chen is able to brush the full amount? He has 400,000 points now. Those candidates who had already withdrawn looked at the screen in front of them with their jaws agape, their eyes filled with shock. Their highest point earner was just over 10,000 points. There are also many people who have 5,000 or $6,000. But Wang Chen's points had unexpectedly come to a terrifying 400,000 plus. Is this a human being? Lu Qian opened his mouth as he suddenly said, Danlong, my Luo High City no. One middle school is going to have a Danglong scholar. Who knew that Lu Fan said indifferently? Danglong scholar? Wang Chuan is no longer called Danglong scholar now. I'm afraid that no one in the whole country has a higher score than him. The current Wang Dust should be called Rising Dragon Scholar. Danglong students correspond to the first in the province. Shanglong students correspond to the first in the country. And Wang Chen, a well-deserved student of the Ascending Dragon. Ascending Dragon Scholar. Lu Qian opened his mouth when he heard this and suddenly realized that he couldn't say a single word. He stumbled back half a step. It wasn't that he was blamed for his low vision, but the word Danglong was what came to his mind the moment he saw Wang Chen. But Lu Fan was right. Only the Ascending Dragon Scholars were worthy of Wang Dust's accomplishments. Lu Fan turned back to look at the pale Ren Shanzong and said, Ren Shanzong, by now you should be very clear about the gold content of this person Wang Chen. By now the whole country should have noticed Wang Chen's accomplishments. And you should be very clear about what would happen if you touched Wang Chen and his family. He walked over and patted Ren Shanzong's shoulder and said in a low voice, even the imperial capital Ren family can't protect you. If you're sensible, release those who should be released. If you continue to be stubborn, all of your Ren family will be finished. Originally, he had been worried before Zhou Chen hit the 60th floor, but now after seeing Wang Chen's triumphant brush all the way to the 99th floor, the worry and uneasiness in his heart had completely disappeared. Ren Shanzong's mouth trembled. His face was incomparably pale, and his original calmness disappeared. He had thought that as long as he dragged it out until the people from the Imperial Ren family headquarters came, with his faction's influence in the officialdom, he could forcefully arrest Wang Chen. But it doesn't seem to be working anymore. Just then his cell phone suddenly lit up. He jerked his head down to his phone and realized that it was the Imperial Ren family that had sent him a message saying that they had gone back and that they would not intervene in this matter. Ren Shanzong's face instantly turned pale. This dazzling performance of Wang Chen already represented that he was a rising star, and to move Wang Chen at this point in time would be to hit a lantern in the toilet and look for. This was truly the number one pride of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha! Lu Fan patted Ren Shanzong's shoulder. His heart was relieved. Thanks to the fact that he had worried about Wang Chen for such a long time before, there was no doubt that the current Wang Chen would become a key protected figure of the country, and anyone who dared to touch him as well as his family would have to pay a huge price. I'm sure those people at the education headquarters have already seen this scene. Not to Lu Fan's surprise, at this time in the main control room, when Lu Hongsheng and Li Xian saw Wang Chen hit the 99th floor, the two of them were so directly scared that their hearts almost didn't fly out. 99 floors? Could this kid really be able to beat the trial tower to create a legend? Lu Hongsheng's heart had never beat so fast before, his eyes glowing with anticipation and nervousness. At this moment in their hearts all set off huge waves. After 3 seconds of silence, Lu Hongsheng suddenly tilted his head and said with a few grimaces, pass on my order. Now arrest Ren Tianqing and sentence him to death according to the highest specifications. Daring to touch the Dragon Kingdom's #1 heavenly pride, it's already considered good enough not to execute his 9 clans. In addition, contact Jinbei Marquis Bayong and send another 100 Yanlong guards to visit Luo High City in Tianning Province to strictly investigate all the grudges that happened back then, and control all of Ren's family members, no matter if they are men, women, children, or babies in swaddling clothes. Now, hurry. Yes. Xiao Li shivered and went out, but before he left he couldn't help but glance at the big screen and said, if this kid can really brush through the boss of the 100th floor, send me a message. I also want to witness a bit of history. I'll let you know when the time comes. Don't worry. Lu Hongsheng looked at the screen without blinking. Chapter 139, Reactions of the Factions. 3 shifts requesting for book shortage recommendations. Lu Hongsheng was now just as curious as Li Xian to see if Wang Chen could brush through the 100th floor. Even though Xiaoli was reluctant in his heart, he could only go and carry out the order. He also knew what was at stake. After Xiaoli left, the red-faced Lu Hongsheng picked up his special cell phone and excitedly began to contact certain top-level people in the Chinese Empire. This is a great joy. The Imperial Ren family must be honest now. After all, Wang Chen's excellent performance was beyond what they could control. Who dares to touch a student of Dragon Rising? There are 2 main schools of thought in the Chinese Empire, the hawks on the one hand and the doves on the other. The people of the Ren family amongst the higher echelons were all of the dove faction. Lu Hongsheng and Li Xian's superiors were both from the eagle faction, so they weren't on good terms with the Ren family. Ren Tianqing is the scout inserted in their pigeon faction inserted in their education headquarters. Now there is a legitimate reason to get rid of it. It is also considered to make Lu Hongsheng's heart a lot more comfortable. In this way the entire education headquarters is controlled by their hawks. After all, their previous proposals to befriend many foreign countries and even spend a lot of money on training foreign students were all put forward by the doves. Lu Hongsheng has long been unhappy, but in the way of pressure from above, there is nothing he can do. Cultivate a load of foreigners. What's the point of keeping these white wolves? It even costs a lot of money to have them come here to study. Speaking of which, Lu Hongsheng also had to thank Wang Duan, who by mistake had helped them deal with the pigeon faction. Starting next year, the cultivation resources allocated to these foreigners will be cut out. Love to come. Lu Hongsheng sneered. Their students from the Huaxia Empire don't get this treatment when they go to foreign countries, so why should they be grandchildren and invite them over? Inside a certain KTV, Ren Tianqing, who was hugging his sister and indulging her, was tearing his voice in ghostly wailing. Flowery neon lights hit his body, refracting a mesmerizing glow. Although the singing was hard to listen to, these girls still fawned and said, "Mr. Ren's singing is really good. It simply hits me straight in the heart. Look at you like this." Today this gongzi is not only going to hit you straight in the heart, but also other hearts as well. Come and try this gongzi's newly practiced sunflower pointing hands. Ren Tianqing laughed out loud. Didn't notice his cell phone was vibrating. Eye contact is not possible. The Imperial Ren family sent word from above. Abandon this pawn. He no longer has any utilization value. Remember to delete all previous contact information for me. In a moment it is estimated that the people from the Flying Dragon Guards will be coming here. Ren Tianqing himself didn't even notice that a lot of information on his cell phone was actually remotely controlled, erasing a lot of information. The cell phone was then turned off. RIP. Ren Tianqing tore up the bunny girl's clothes and was about to do something when suddenly there were noises coming from outside. Surprisingly, 2 or 3 green-colored pterodactyls fell from the sky in the busy street. People were alarmed and rushed to the side. 3 heavily armed flying dragon bits then rushed into the middle of the KTV and kicked the door open. Who is it? How dare you disturb my lord's pleasure? Don't you want to live? Ren Tianqing subconsciously raised his head and yelled, but after he looked up and realized that it was 3 flying dragon guards with monstrous bloody aura on their bodies, he was so scared that he immediately went limp, and he said fearfully, "Fei, flying dragon guards? My lord, are you looking in the wrong place?" No wonder Ren Tianqing said that, because the people the flying dragon guards dealt with were all high-ranking officials in important positions. He was at best a minion. It's not the turn of the flying dragon guards to personally arrest him for the mistakes he made. Those few flying dragon guards looked Ren Tianqing up and down and said with a disdainful face, "It's you that I'm arresting today. Come with us." Ren Tianqing yelled, "No, my lord. Aren't you guys really mistaken? Where is my turn for you guys to arrest me? What mistake have I made?" Those flying dragon guards said, "You'll know what mistakes you've made when the time comes. So I advise you to think about what you've done in the meantime. And by the way, write your last words, because there's a chance that you won't see the sun tomorrow." What last words? That I'm to be sentenced to death? How is that possible? There must be a mistake somewhere. I'm a member of the imperial capital Ren family, and Jinnan Waiter is my grandfather. Ren Tianqing yelled. You recognize him as a grandfather. He doesn't necessarily recognize you as a grandson. Pop. This flying dragon guard gave Ren Tianqing a big mouthful, smacking him so hard that his eyes almost didn't fly out. It then brought Ren Tianqing back to the green-colored pterodactyl and rushed up into the sky. The Chinese Empire, Northern Territory. It's snow-covered here, covered by snow and ice all year round. The temperature can reach -40 to 50 degrees all year round. This is an important borderline of the Chinese Empire. In addition to the defense of foreign countries also have to be careful of the invasion of many foreign races. After all, 300 kilometers away from here was the territory of the ice elves and the bears. There are a lot of white tents here at the moment. There are also many warriors in thick leather coats patrolling the area. And within the center of the camp was a tent that looked even more dilapidated. Inside hung an iron pot, stewing a thigh of some bear species by the looks of it. A man with a hawkish nose was tearing into the meat in his hand while watching the video in front of him. It was certainly the video of the college entrance examination that Li Xian had organized. Chapter 140, Hard-Hitting Eagle Big Brother, requesting for book shortage recommendations. Posies. After he saw the video of Wang dust breaking through all the way from the 60th floor to the 99th floor, he directly slapped his thighs and shouted excitedly, "Smooth, smooth, smooth. Old me hasn't seen such a powerful young man for a long time. This bloodthirsty is too suitable for a soldier. I didn't expect that such a good man could still come out from within my Huaxia Empire after all these years." That's right. This person was none other than the famous Jinbei Marquis Baiyong of the Huaxia Empire. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Baiyong wiped his mouth and said, "Do you want to use my Yan Long Wei? It just so happens that I've long been displeased with this bunch of goons from the imperial capital Ren family. Of the three major law enforcement teams in the imperial capital, the second Rock Dragon Guard was controlled by the Marquis of Jinbei, who possessed the highest mobilization power." At this time, the deputy next to him said, "This is the information that the Vanguard has compiled. Your Excellency, according to Lu Fan's speculation, it is possible that this Ren family has stolen Wang Chen's heart by using their power." He told all about the cause and effect and what happened. Back then those information, even if the Ren family dealt with the cleaner, will inevitably leave traces. Not to mention that this has already alarmed the upper echelon. As long as the upper echelon of people want to check, there is nothing in this world they cannot find out. Baiyong's face turned cold and said, "This gang of dog scum, in the rear of the greedy enjoyment is also even so, but also able to do such a human and God's indignation thing. Go to lick the foreigners I'll tolerate, but also framed our own countrymen. This matter should have been handled by Ren Xiong if I'm not mistaken. This pigeon-toed goon, I really don't know how he climbed to such a high position. It's estimated that this kid still wants to suppress the matter of Wang Chen, and may even want to reverse black and white and execute Wang Chen on the spot first. Only now that he's seen Wang Chen's strength, he probably doesn't dare to make an issue out of it. I reckon if we go to war with the Fey and the foreigners, this kid will probably be the first to go and surrender." Speaking of which, Baiyong was holding fire in his heart. "This scumbag, pass on my general's orders. Send 100 Inferno Dragon Guards over there. This branch of the Ren family, just give me all the arrests first. When the time comes to finish investigating all of their sins, and the ones that should be killed, I want to be angry with Ren Xiong this." The current Baiyong was very appreciative of Wang Duan. He had even started to think of ways to poach Wang Chen to train him in the army. As for the future, he would be Wang Chen's background and backbone. As long as Wang Chen wanted to do anything, he fully supported it. Also, go shout at Yang Tu-long. This guy's position is higher than mine. Unlike me who only fights and kills. Tell him to go and remove Ren Xiong's position. Give him 5 consecutive steps down, and relegate him to the local area. Yang Tu-long was Baiyong's disciple and went higher than him in his career. Sort of a hawk in a powerful position. As for how the doves reacted, he didn't bother. Anyway, his words are here. This Ren Xiong must be removed. To be honest, the doves are avoiding Baiyong too. Who doesn't know that Jinbei Marquis Baiyong is a complete madman, and that many of the hawk's bigwigs are his disciples? By then the doves will have to hold it all in, even if it's hard on their hearts. It is the only way to be completely relieved. Remember, I, Baiyong, have wrapped up the matter of this kid Wang Chen. Who dares to disobey, let him come to the northern border and come to me directly. I'll see if it's his mouth or my fist that's hard. When he finished speaking, he went straight for a couple of dossiers, brushed his name on them, and left them with his deputy. Then it was time to start drinking again and go watch the video, which I had just watched once, but not too much, so I had to watch it a couple more times. Along with the order, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly lit up in the midst of the white snow, and a terrifying high temperature filled the air, causing the surrounding snow to begin melting. A fire dragon with burning wings came out of the ground. The crimson eyes of these subdragons with extremely high fire dragon bloodlines were practically like 2 flames burning. Above them rode warriors in crimson armor, each one of them with surging and boiling chi and blood. Like magma, an Inferno Dragon Guard is 10 men. 100 branches is 1,000 people. Roar! Accompanied by these Inferno Dragons letting out angry roars, they began to rise up into the air, and as far as the eye could see, it looked like a huge flame burning from the ground to the sky. At this moment, within the conference room, Ren Shanzong's face was filled with despair, his hands trembling slightly. Afterward, he got up violently and led all the top brass towards the outside. "Family Master, what should we do?" Those at the top behind him were sweating like a pig. They've really messed with the sky this time. Some of them were so scared they fainted. "You asked me what to do?" A flash of madness flashed across Ren Shanzong's eyes. Since the Imperial Ren family has abandoned him, Then he decided to go completely crazy. Anyway, it's death either way. Before I die I must pull this brat down. Go back to our Rin family and get ready. Wait for that brat to come to us personally. Rin Shanzong laughed sardonically. It'll take an hour or two for the Imperial Army to get here anyway. Wang Dust was going to come out of the trial tower within 10 minutes. When the time came, he would find a way to let the boy know about his sister's kidnapping. He'll be fine waiting at home. Until then, go completely crazy. The humble author begs to send a book shortage. The data is really bad. If it's even worse, I'm afraid of being cut off from the book. I hope that the treasures can send a book shortage. No gifts. It's not easy for all of us. Chapter 141, The Terrible Eroded Monster. The Secret of the 100th Floor. Soul Contract. Contracted soul. As long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other party's means are heavenly, it cannot be dissolved. Just like immortal Emperor Little Yellow Chicken, who was only a divine king before he was an emperor. And there was likewise no way to resolve this kind of agreement. In order to prevent this guy from changing his mind and having a backlash, the Master Teacher Continent had specifically set out that even if the other party could break away from the Book of Heaven's path, they would not be able to break free from the agreement between souls. The soul contract. It's true that it can't be split from the sea of consciousness, but I fused a special gas that even the heavenly Tao can dissolve, so it's not hard to dissolve this contract away. As long as I have enough power to blast where the contract is located, I'll be able to do it. Tough guy. The soul contract, which was based on the heavenly Tao, the special power was able to dissolve even the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. So how difficult would it be to dissolve a soul contract as long as it was handled properly? I see. Zhang Hang's gaze flickered. Talking to you this much is a thank you for bringing me to the God realm. After explaining, the ruthless man no longer said more. The breath on his body became more and more ancient and distant. The black hole behind him became even more enormous. Obviously, while talking, he swallowed an unknown amount of power and made nourishment. Zhang Hang, the more the black hole swallows, the stronger he gets. Luo Ruoshi also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly transmitted her voiceover. Prepare to strike. With all the doubts in his heart gone, Zhang Hang took a deep breath, and with the long sword in his hand, he raised it abruptly. In that case, let's see what happens underhand. Boom! The most powerful sword intent was once again cast out. When you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't care about life or death, what's stopping you? This sword move, even though it was one that had not reached the Emperor's comprehension, contained all the obsessions in his heart, and brought the heavenly Ruoshan technique in his body to its limit. Phew! A sword cut the vicious man's attack in half. At the same moment, Luo Ruoshi also struck out, her jade hand rolling, her sword awnings like snow. Her swordsmanship was somewhat similar to that young man from the sword god heaven, carrying an unrelenting momentum and the dashing nature of the great Tao. Your moves are great, but compared to me, they are still inferior. Laughing softly, the ruthless man once again grabbed downwards. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun, and the palm enveloped the heavens and the earth. Space shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to be hardened down. Poof, poof. Zhang Xiang and Luo Ruoshi flew out backwards at the same time, their blood spurting wildly in the air. With the strength of the duo, they couldn't even resist. What kind of realm has this guy reached? Unbridled. The doppelganger took large steps, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, carrying the sound of flowing water in the void. It looks forced from a distance, refining the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus. His cultivation level was not weaker than Zhang Hang's. A fist was raised and power rushed up to the nine heavens. Clashing with ruthless man, he similarly flew out backwards, unable to block a single move. Zhang Hang covered his forehead. Achievement Emperor? The split still does not modify the nature of the force. It's so splendidly loaded. It might as well be more powerful if the power was concentrated. Strike together, or else, if they die, we will all die. The little yellow chicken let out a loud cry, and crimson flames burned so brightly that the sky looked like it was set on fire. The remaining 6 great emperors also used their own means. 7 emperors united, destroying the heavens and earth. A sight of the heavens and earth in front of them could not resist, but the other party was a ruthless person who had absorbed a special power, and when the attack came to his heels, the black hole steeply grew bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the power cleanly, and came out immediately after the counterattack. Boom 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 boom. The 7 emperors flew out backwards just like Zhang Hang and the others. The 10 great emperors, united together, hadn't even managed to block a single move from the other side. This guy, how can he be so powerful? You can die. With one move to break down the crowd, the ruthless man took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and slapped down again. How dare the rats! Accompanied by a loud shout, the old man from the previous sword god heaven suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. the long sword in his hand turning into a galaxy. Emperor? He's also Emperor strength? Zhang Heng's pupils shrank. When this old man first followed the youth, he had thought that he was just a follower, at most a sealed divine king, and it was only when he exerted his power that he realized that he was actually an Empyrean powerhouse as well. If he is an emperor, that youth, what is he? He himself is the emperor of the sword god heaven. Struggling to stand, Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth. What about the youth who passed on my sword skills? Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. He is. Luo Ruoshi was just about to reply, when there was a distortion in space, and then she saw this emperor of the sword god heaven, similarly flying backwards, landing not far away, smashing out a large pit. Zhang Heng's current strength, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword, far exceeded his, and he couldn't even resist it, and even though his cultivation wasn't weak, and his sword skills were superior, he still wasn't an opponent. Ha ha, Empyrean, a bunch of rustic dogs are just that. Today, I'll destroy the 9 heavens, destroy this divine realm, and trample all the rules to the ground, defeating the emperor of the sword god heaven. The ruthless man laughed madly, the space around him collapsing non-stop, setting him off like a demon. What to do? Zhang Xian's fists clenched. Just now, he and the doppelganger both exerted the strongest combat power, and even the Luo Ruoshi in front of him also used the strongest moves, did not block the other side of a move. Could it be that no one in the divine realm could really stop this person in front of them? Let him destroy the world? The only way is to return your heavenly Tao with a deficiency to the heavenly Tao itself, and let the heavenly Tao suppress him. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched tightly, her eyes reddening. Returning to the heavenly Tao itself? Zhang Heng knew what she meant. The library in the mind, itself a part of the heavenly Tao. Once returned, the heavenly Tao would be completely complete, and perhaps the loopholes could be repaired, and the ego would ostracize the ruthless. It's like the body's immune system. With an intact immune system, viruses come and are easily repelled. When it's broken, it can't resist viral invasion, and even the strongest person can die as a result. He's too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were to be restored to its full integrity, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. Zhang Heng shook his head. Viruses, the immune system can be decimated. But what about tigers? What can be done with a stronger immune system? In front of me, this is just an ordinary god king. Even if it is sealed, the heavenly Tao can easily kill it, and it can be more powerful than emperors. It is already not something that the heavenly Tao can fight against. This, Luo Ruoshi paused for a moment, a look of loss appearing on her white jade face. Yes, there's no way to suppress it, but with the heavenly Tao intact, he will be able to wake up, and beheading this one is not difficult. Him? Zhang Heng frowned. I'll take you to see him, just in the self-same sky. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruoshi clenched her teeth, turned around, and flew forward. Want to escape? The ruthless man coldly grunted and pressed downward. Boo! Luo Ruoshi fell through the air. Zhang Heng's sword technique was once again displayed as his sword intent brilliantly came out. Ding ding ding. Once again, it was blocked by Tough Guy. You guys go, I'll hold him off. Knowing that they were thinking of a way to save the divine realm again instead of escaping, the doppelganger and the immortal emperor, with a loud shout, blocked the front, and Luo Qiqi also shifted and returned to the Jingkong bead's main body. The space around them solidified. Go! Seeing the crowd defiantly blocking the back, fearless of death, Zhang Heng's eyes reddened. However, he also knew that now was not the time to say more, and with a pull on Luo Ruoshi, his body swayed, slicing through space, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the range of the Ze heaven. The self-realization heaven was now no longer as comfortable as it was before. The divine realm collapsed, and there was chaos everywhere. Where is he, you say? Not having the time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Heng looked at the girl in his arms. If the person she was talking about could really save the divine realm, there was no harm in sacrificing herself. He is my father, and the blood in your pendant is his, the immortal emperor, who was once his beast pet. Luo Ruoshi explained as she toned down a bit. Father? Zhang Xian came to a sudden realization. No wonder it had always felt that the blood in the pendant was similar to Luo Ruoshi's, yet different, so it was her father's. This also explained why the thought left behind by the immortal emperor immediately recognized himself as the master upon seeing the pendant. Your father is also an emperor? Or possesses strength beyond that of an emperor? Can't help it. The library was chaotic. It was the blood in the pendant that brought himself back to his senses. It was hard to believe that not only was she an emperor, but her father was as well, even more powerful? And if so, why the coma? And need there be a deficiency in heaven to bring it to its senses? He's not an emperor, but the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched. Tendo? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Hang was shocked in disbelief. Yes. 50 years ago, my father couldn't resist that big hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao collapsed into 3 parts. The heavenly Tao in order and the heavenly Tao with a deficiency, and entered into the spatial turbulence. And I took the place of controlling the heavenly Tao naturally and maintaining the balance of the divine realm. Want to let him recover? Only the scattered parts will be collected. That's why I am so determined and can't fail. Only then did I specifically enter the Master Teacher continent to study the Spring and Autumn canon and find a way to defeat Master Kong. When I fought with Master Kong, the thing I asked him to do was also this. Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang hung indistinctly. Master Teacher continent just met not long ago. The girl in front of him told himself her story to save a close relative. He did not understand at that time, but now it suddenly realized. Surprisingly, it was her father, and it was also the divine realm heavenly Tao. Can Tendo really take human form and have children? Controlling the heavenly Tao naturally on behalf of your body, there is no fragment of the heavenly Tao? Suddenly, realizing that there was something wrong in her language, Zhang Hang looked over. Taking control on behalf of the body, and fusing it within the body like yourself, are 2 different concepts. I am only in control, not part of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang Xian sighed in relief. In that case, all that was needed was to strip the heavenly Tao of its flaws by herself, and it didn't require her to die as well. Despite this fate, unwilling to accept it, he did not want the girl in front of him to be hurt. If I strip away the heavenly Tao with a flaw in my body, your father will be able to come back to life and even kill the ruthless man, right? Zhang Heng appeared to be. That. I'm not sure. Looking up at the already collapsed God realm, Luo Ruoshi hesitated. The divine realm was father's foundation, and now that the foundation was like this, even if he was awake, would he really be able to defeat that powerful and ruthless man? It's really hard to say. It seems that you can't be sure either. Since that's the case, it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. We only have to think of a way on our own. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. You, me, and the doppelganger, combined with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, may not be unable to win if we're in conjunction with Master Kong. Master Kong? Luo Ruoshi frowned. Master Kong is dead, isn't he? He didn't really die. If the guess is right, he was decapitated by you. It was just a method used to break away from the heavenly Tao. Unsurprisingly, he should be the same as Wei Changfeng. He is the innate fetal soul body, Zhang Heng said. When he saw Wei Changfeng, he understood that the so-called maintaining spirituality of Master Kong should be the same as him, an innate fetal soul body. It is possible to be in the womb and not be confused. Coupled with the backhand left in advance. Resurrection. It was only a matter of time. Luo Ruoshi froze, as if she hadn't expected that to be the case. Just go over and take a look. The guess is good. He should have recovered. Otherwise, those students of his, it is impossible that they did not even go to the title C. Zhang Heng said. Those students of Master Kong, Zi Yuan ancient sage and the others, each of them were strong. Even without the help of an emperor, they would certainly have a way to enter the title C, but none of them were seen. There must be something more important waiting, wanting to take advantage of the fact that all the emperors had gone to the title C with no time to spare. And this kind of important thing is obviously for the Kong master to recover. This, Luo Ruoshi's heart shook as she came to a realization. Go! No longer explaining. With a single stroke of his hand, Zhang Heng reappeared at the location where Master Kong resided, and sure enough, he saw an old man hovering in the air on his knees, and when he saw them arrive, he smiled faintly. Coming! If it's not Master Kong, then who is it? This master of all worlds did not disappoint. As suspected, it was reanimated while everyone's attention was focused on the title C. Luo Ruoshi's petite body shook. She knew that emperors could be resurrected, and the immortal emperor had come alive, but she didn't expect the speed to be so fast. I hid the heavenly Tao and prepared a backhand in advance. The unnamed giant in the spectral soul pool was left behind by me, and when I was decapitated by you on that day, I took the opportunity to get rid of the heavenly Tao's bondage and reassemble my fleshly body, which has just recovered now as well. Master Kong smiled faintly. He was proficient in the ability of time, and it looked like only 1 or 2 days had passed in the God realm, but in reality, he had gone through an unknown amount of time in order to recover his power. Decades have gone by. The strength of the 3 of us is very strong, but it's not that easy to win over a ruthless person. Seeing that Master Kong had really recovered, Luo Ruoshi still shook her head. It's not a matter of raising others' spirits and demoralizing ourselves, but it's the truth. Just now, so many people had joined forces and failed to block the other party, so what could they do even if they added a Kong master? Again, it doesn't change the situation. It's true that our individual strengths or even united together, are no match for each other. But what if the strength of all of us is fused in one person? Kung Shi looked over with a smile. Fused in one? This time, not only did Luo Ruoshi frown, but Zhang Heng was also filled with doubts. That palm was able to tear apart the divine realm and break up the heavenly Tao. The strength of the strength is indisputable. The ruthless man absorbed all of this power and devoured 50 years of the divine realm's aura. Based on strength alone, our dozen or so emperors, individually taken out, are indeed not opponents, Kong Shi said, but joining together and concentrating power on one person may not be possible. Right, how centralized? Roxy looked over. Easier said than done. The Empress was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it was so easy to absorb the power of others, she wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. It's very simple. We'll focus the power in our bodies on Zhang Heng, and once he can break through the Emperor's shackles, he'll be able to save the divine realm. Kong Shi Dao. Me? Zhang Xian froze. Why me? The spirit rhinoceros emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence of nature, but with the constraints of father and the heavenly Tao, those who have attachments will never be able to truly transcend. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought me back then, you had also given up, intending to be beheaded by me. Kong Shi Dao. Luo Ruoshi couldn't speak. At the time of the battle, there was indeed such an intention, so the exchange of hands between the two, at the beginning, each left their own backhand, like a sparring match, unlike a life and death struggle, unable to transcend. Naturally one cannot exert the strongest power, and even if one is given more true chi, one is equally unable to impact that supreme realm. As for me, Kong Shi nodded his head and said, having a heart for the living, wanting to universalize the world, but not willing to have others sacrifice for me. Too much kindness is also a drawback. If the heart was more ruthless and exterminated the Fey spirit race, there wouldn't be the current situation. In the beginning, if all of the alien spirit people could be exterminated, it would have been impossible for vicious man to be resurrected, and there would not have been a situation like the one that existed now. So, I'm not suitable either. On the other hand, Zhang Heng, the Gong method is smooth and without flaws. Speaking of living one's own life, even if one dies, as long as one lives a blameless life, one's heart is open. This kind of person possesses greater tolerance, greater room for development, and only then can they go higher and farther. Master Kong continued, when you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't even care about death, how can you be held back by anything else? Zhang Heng frowned and was about to say something when he saw Master Kong's gaze gleaming over. No need to excuse yourself. First of all, it's too late to train others, and even if it's too late, I don't think there may be anyone who can do a better. Although Emperor Linghua doesn't have a fragment of the heavenly Tao in his body, he has been in control of the heavenly Tao for many years, and has his own understanding of the heavenly Tao. I am in control of the heavenly Tao in an orderly manner, and if we imbue you with the power, you will have the power of the complete heavenly Tao in your body, combined with the 9 heavenly chaotic golden lotus of the doppelganger. You will be able to completely set the 9 heavens, take charge of the Qiankuan, battle in the 9 heavens, and destroy all things. Okay. Seeing that the other party had already made a decision and it was useless to explain himself any further, Zhang Heng nodded. Boom! Planking his knees well, in the blink of an eye, 2 majestic forces poured in from both sides. Zhang Heng's entire body stiffened, and it was as if his entire body had transformed into the heavenly Tao in an instant. Soaring above the 9 heavens, the soul, physical body, and true chi were all baptized in an instant, growing stronger and more majestic. You guys want to stop me too? That's fine. Kill you all and then go and decapitate Zhang Heng, slapping Luo Qiqi and the doppelgangers and the others away. Ruthless man smiled coldly. The power jointly exerted by the split and the many emperors was indeed powerful. However, compared to him, it was still a bit weaker. The tidal sea had devoured almost all of the aura of the divine realm out of the city, and now all of this power was transformed into his foster, raising his hands and feet with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. And these emperors and divine kings were still unbeatable, even though they represented the pinnacle of the divine realm. At this moment, the ruthless man seemed to represent the entire divine realm. Unstoppable. If the god realm perishes, there's no point in us living. I, Yun Qi, will die with you. The Cloud Qi Emperor changed into his original body, a huge 5-clawed golden dragon, and lunged at him in the air. Just you? Not worthy. With a pinch of the ruthless man's palm, the golden dragon hung in his palm, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. Wait for me, old friend. Emperor Fu Mang also let out a roar and changed into his white tiger self, coming to follow him through the air. The immortal emperor, the immortal fire phoenix proper was displayed, and flames shone in the sky. The Xianmei emperor, in his original form, was a great turtle that looked like it was holding up the heavens. The four great divine beasts, guarding the four poles of the divine realm, changed their bodies at the same time, and the collapsing divine realm became slowed down. Qianquan seemed to be fixed in an instant. Boom 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 boom. With 4 consecutive poems, the ruthless man suppressed the 4 beasts, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since you guys are looking for death, I will fulfill you. With a roar, he was about to lay a deadly hand on the crowd and wipe them all out when he felt his raised arm tighten and stop in the air. Ask me if you want to kill them. Immediately afterward, as the crowd was shocked, a silhouette slowly stepped out from the air. It was none other than Zhang Hang. At this time, the youth, his whole body was surging with power, more than 10 times more powerful than just now, coming from the sky, as if the whole person was a world. Much improved. Tough guy paused, his gaze fixed. He obviously didn't understand why in the light of just a few minutes, the other party's strength had changed so drastically. But so what if it increases? The divine realm in its heyday can't even withstand it. I don't believe that you can hold me back. With a cold snort, the ruthless man slapped down again. Zhang Xian raised his long sword and met him. The two sides fought together as space tore apart one by one, and air currents fluttered around. Can Zhang Hang win? Since the Heavenly Kong Master's residence, Luo Ruoshi looked over with worry. She and Master Kong passed their power to Zhang Hang, and their own cultivation, which had been reduced to only the Divine King level, was not as brilliant as before. However, the level was where it was at, and with enough power, one day, it could be regained. With his current strength, it's hard to win over, unless he can comprehend a power that surpasses an emperor. After a few moments of silence, Kong Shi said, a dozen emperors united couldn't defeat the ruthless man, and even if they passed all of their power to each other, it wouldn't be that easy to do so. The reason for this is that power can only touch the apex if it is concentrated in one person, and it is possible to truly transcend the limits and break through. Power beyond an emperor? Luo Ruoshi's eyes were distant. Her father had said the same thing to her when he was still conscious, but she could not do it. Could the man she loved do it? He will be able to. He has an indomitable heart and pride in the world. Seeing the question in her mind, Master Kong laughed. Boom boom boom. After a few consecutive moves, Zhang Hang's tiger's mouth cracked, and a huge scar appeared on his chest, hideous and gruesome. It was the same as what Master Kong had said. Even after fusing the power of the two of them and forming a complete heavenly Tao within their bodies, they were still no match. Ha ha, thought how powerful, but that's all. Ruthless man smiled coldly. Anyway, if I'm not your opponent, I'll be killed sooner or later. Since this is the case, I want to die under your strongest attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hang paused, and instead of attacking, he looked at the ruthless man in front of him. Okay, I'll fulfill you and give you the strongest attack. Hearing him say that, the ruthless man froze for a moment, then coldly grunted and raised his palm. Wow! A green light appeared in the center of his palm and slammed down. Sure enough, it was the strongest attack, and the entire god realm roared as if it was about to be unable to withstand it. And once again, a huge crater was punched out. With his eyes tightly closed, Zhang Xian did not dodge. Boo! Heads exploded and souls festered in every direction. Zhang Hang. Everyone's face turned white when they saw this scene. Luo Qiqi was like going crazy. Emperor Yunji and the others also stared wide-eyed and kept shivering. Master Kong and Luo Ruoshi, who saw this scene, were all stunned as well. The intention was for him to break through the shackles and impact beyond the Emperor realm, so how could he not go to resist and willingly go to his death? In that case, wouldn't they fail to live up to their good intentions? No, it's the immortal Emperor's immortal method. Being strange, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The crowd then saw that Zhang Hang, who had his head blown up and even had his soul shattered, had the pendant on his chest steeply explode, and a drop of blood levitated and burned, forming a scorching hot flame, and in the flame, an intact figure slowly stepped out. He separated the heavens way with a deficiency and his soul with the help of the other party's power, and the blood in the pendant? Luo Ruoshi's pupils contracted. After being reborn from the fire, Zhang Hang unexpectedly had no more heavenly Tao library in his body, no more interference from the heavenly Tao, and was detached from the heavenly Tao. How did he do it? Kong Shi was also filled with disbelief. The heavenly Tao and the soul were fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and in order to get rid of it, he had to soul split and regroup his soul with the help of the pixie soul pool. What method was used to get rid of this one in front of me? Only to be decapitated for a moment and then get rid of it completely? I know. He used the way of ruthless people to get rid of their soul contracts. Luo Ruoshi reacted. The soul contract binds the master and the servant, and if the master does not release it, the servant is forever subject. The library of heavenly paths is the same.
and can be said to be an enhanced version of the contract. Bound to the soul, it will not disengage until it dies. But, the ruthless man got rid of the soul contract with the help of that special power. The specific method, Zhang Heng asked in detail before. I am afraid that I moved at that time. That was why he deliberately fought to the death, allowing it to exert its strongest power to attack him. With this power, the fire was reborn, and to my surprise, it was a great success. So that's how it is. This is the way to break through to Emperor. Zhang Heng, who stepped out from the flames, had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood something, and suddenly waved his hand, and the doppelganger on one side, which had immediately retransformed into a lotus flower, flew over. In a flash, it blends perfectly with itself. In the blink of an eye, the crowd felt as if the Zhang Heng in front of them had turned into Jiao Tian, and Jiao Tian was him. The palms of his feet lightly stepped on the ground. The chaotic nine heavens immediately stabilized. The nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, which appeared at the birth of the nine heavens, was capable of stabilizing the nine heavens, and at this time, the split and the self were perfectly fused and indistinguishable from each other, which was the same as him taking control of this power. Not only that, having fused the cultivation of the nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, his realm, which was already at its peak, loosened up and seemed to break through at any time. Master-servant love, brotherly love, teacher-student love, parental love, love, fused together, it turns out to be everything in the world. That's what makes a human being. With a smile on his face, Zhang Heng muttered. The moment the Tendo library detached from his soul, he understood. Did man look at the world to make the world? Or did the world come first and then man? Is it the wind that moves? Or the heart? This is a question that has haunted countless people for ages. Of course, none of this matters now. Without life, without emotion, what is the point of the world even if it exists? So, after the breakthrough to love, it is the love of all beings. It's the emotions that intertwine the world. Everything in this world has emotions, and it is with emotions that the world is made, and it is with emotions that life can be continued. Love is love. Hate is the emotion. Happy is the sentiment. The pain, the emotion. Parting, it's love. Getting together, and love. 1,000 sentiments for me. With a low cry, the forbidden realm within Zhang Heng's body instantly broke open. The emperor's shackles, broken through. For a moment, it was as if a whole new world and door had been touched, and the soul was rapidly nourished. Countless chaotic chi surged over, and the fleshly body soared. Before, I could only progress by absorbing spiritual energy, but now spatial turbulence, chaotic chi, and even the other party's green light can all be mine, without distinction. You, the ruthless man, did not expect his full attack. Instead of not beheading him, but to fulfill him, angry wow wow wow, screaming chaotically, a furious shout, once again attacked down. You resent the high and mighty emperor for not saving yourself from the spatial turbulence. It is emotion, to feel that you were once my servant, harboring humility and anger. It is emotion, to want to destroy the divine realm and give vent to your anger. It is emotion, and to want to become even stronger. It is likewise emotion. With emotion controlling you, how can you outwit me and not be controlled by me? Smiling faintly, Zhang Heng's voice grew faster and louder as he gently grasped his palm. The original vertical and invincible ruthless man was then confined by countless emotional thin lines, restraining his hands and feet, unable to move. As long as there is love, he will be used and controlled by him. You, the ruthless man's eyes were filled with trepidation. Master Zhang, I'm your servant. Don't kill me. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. It's already too late to talk about this now. With a faint smile, Zhang Heng shook his head. The feeling of controlling the world, servants and the like no longer meant anything to him. Having killed so many people at the divine level and injured his girlfriend, Luo Chichi, as well as so many friends, today, how could it be possible to forgive? No. Sensing his determination, the ruthless man's pupils contracted, and before his words ended, he immediately felt a sharp pain on his body. Boo! In an instant, it exploded and turned into countless auras that poured out into all parts of the divine realm. Previously, all the power that the tidal sea had swallowed up. At this time, all of it was fed back, and the already depleted wilderness was revitalized. This, kill it like that? Emperor Yun Qi, Immortal Emperor, Linglong Feria, and the others all stared in disbelief. Just now, they have exchanged hands with the ruthless man and know that it is terrible. Such a powerful person, but even casually overthrow it. What kind of level has this Zhang Heng reached? Could it be that there really was another realm above Emperor? He did it. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoshi loosened their clenched fists. This is part of the heavenly way. Then I will return it now. seeing that the heavenly Tao with a flaw that had just been separated from his body was still suspended in the air. Zhang Heng gently smiled and flicked his finger. Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth was set with a bang in the sky above the divine realm. With a great bell-like chime, the constantly collapsing divine realm slowly recovered with the naked eye, and the chaotic air currents, too, regrouped. The collapsing god realm finally came to a halt, and the parched aura, along with the deaths of the ruthless people, slowly recovered. It seems that the divine realm is going to welcome the era of aura recovery all over again. Zhang Heng smiled. The hole in the tidal sea, along with the mending of the heavenly Tao, had been restored, and it was only a matter of time before the divine realm returned to its former grandeur. Zhang Heng, come this way. Just after doing so, a voice rang in his head, and Zhang Heng froze for a moment, taking a step forward. With this step, he did not know how far he had flown, and then he saw a youth standing in front of him. It was the same one who had taught himself the sword technique earlier. Senior, you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Heng froze. Before, I felt that this one, unfathomable, and now I realized that compared to myself, it was only a hair's breadth away, and had already reached the very pinnacle of the emperor, more powerful than the previous Luo Ruoshi, by an unknown amount. Just call me by my name. My name is Nya Tong. The youth exuded an unrelenting sword intent as he faintly said, Nya Tong? Zhang Xian frowned. First time I've heard that name. Come with me. I'll take you to see my brother. The youth called Nya Tong guffawed and stepped forward. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Not knowing how far he had flown, he stopped in front of a mountain peak. Another youth was then seen. The appearance was not much older than him, and his eyebrows were raised, giving a sense of depth and impenetrability. This strength. Zhang Heng shuddered. The strength of this youth in front of him was unexpectedly even more powerful than him, having similarly broken through the shackles of an emperor, and his cultivation was even more profound and thick. Under me, Nya Yun. The youth smiled faintly and looked over. That's Nya Linghuan, the father of Luo Ruoshi in your mouth. Darrell's father? Zhang Heng was shocked. You are the divine realm heavenly Tao? Previously, Luo Ruoshi had said that her father, who was the heavenly Tao, couldn't have imagined that it was such a young man. I transformed the three purities in one breath, a part of my soul, into the heavenly Tao. Besides, this world, I created it, so there's nothing wrong with saying I'm the heavenly Tao. Nya Yin smiled faintly. Zhang Xian couldn't believe it. The divine realm was actually created by this person in front of me? How strong should he be? Then? No. If the divine realm was created by you, and you are the heavenly Tao, why did you let the ruthless people wreak havoc and not step in? Zhang Heng looked over. If it wasn't for his own breakthrough, the divine realm would most likely collapse completely. So why did this person in front of him not care? Even care about the life and death of your daughter? Without answering his question, Nya Yun looked over faintly. Do you think there are more powerful beings above the God realm? This. Zhang Heng paused for a moment. There should be. Although he hadn't seen it before. Since he could cultivate to this realm, perhaps others could as well. Or even stronger. It's like this one right here. I had suspected that there would be more powerful beings above the divine realm, so I peered with all my might, and ultimately drew a backlash from the higher worlds. A palm breaking through the air. Nya Yun looked over. At that time, if I dodged, it was highly likely that the entire God realm would have been wiped out, and there would be no more half-life. So, blocked the move, but as a result, the heavenly Tao of the incarnation was split out. This situation, I want to recover. It's just a thought, but I understand that wanting to truly transcend the shackles of the divine realm, to explore where the palm comes from, and what's beyond the divine realm, is very difficult to do with me alone. Therefore, want to see, there is no life, can break through the emperor's shackles, to reach the point of parity with me. So, just send the scattered heavenly Tao intentions to the lowest level of the world, respectively to the soul that originally belongs to this world, and a soul that doesn't belong to this world. And you, in the end, did not let me down. Nya Yun laughed. A soul that doesn't belong to this world. In that case, I crossed over because of you as well? Zhang Heng's heart shook. No wonder. To be able to cross over? I didn't think it was all because of the one in front of me. Ha! Nya Yun gently laughed and said, inherently belonging to this world, there is a reverence for the world. Wanting to break through the world's shackles, the difficulty is much greater. I also had a thought, and did not expect. You really can succeed. Zhang Heng blushed. If it wasn't for Master Kong, there's no way I could have reached this point. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, it would have been impossible to reach the current realm. I gave him the opportunity, but didn't grasp it. The match with the spirit rhinoceros was actually the best opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. But unfortunately,
he chose to retreat, thinking that he had left a backhand so that he could retreat in one piece, but in reality, he had lost his bravery and refinement, and in the face of those who have surpassed us, how can he fight against them if he doesn't even have this spirit? Nya Yun said. Zhang Xian was silent. He had watched the battle between the two at that time, and Master Kong was indeed somewhat lacking in decisiveness. It was also possible that he wasn't willing to behead Luo Ruoshi. Unfortunately, the opportunity to advance was missed on that very thought. If Master Kong wins, Ruoshi will die. Zhang Heng looked over a moment later, his eyebrows furrowed. Can it be that this person in front of me doesn't even care about his daughter's life and death? With me here, she won't die. Niayan smiled faintly. Your current strength isn't that far off from mine. Do you think the duo's strength, in a life and death situation, could do it if they wanted to save someone? This, Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. Breaking through an emperor, and an emperor, were two different concepts? And if he was truly willing to make a move, he could indeed save the person at the last minute, and guaranteed, he wouldn't be able to stand a single injury. Ling Rhinoceros was born to my other wife Luo Qingchang, so she disguised her name, surnamed Luo, in order to be able to make her believe, not emotionally, until now has always thought that I was still in a coma. Nyayan let out a bitter laugh. This dad of mine has done enough to be ruthless. Let's put it this way, this matter is still for you to explain to her. After all, her mind now has already shifted to you. This old dad of mine, I guess I can't even think of it. Ha ha, I will not appear for the time being, hide on a period of time to say, otherwise, really afraid that she made a mess of the sky and the earth. Seeing such an unreliable old man in front of him, his face twitching, Zhang Heng had no choice but to agree. Alright, there's nothing you can do if you don't agree. Who let yourself abduct someone's daughter? The library of the heavenly Tao, which was created by one of my intentions, is the foundation and the shackles. The fact that you can rely on your own abilities and break through the shackles shows the ability and potential, and the future has a great future, and it's a relief for my daughter to be able to be with you and be a father. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 142, showing full strength. Soul contract. Contracted soul. As long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other party's means are heavenly, it cannot be dissolved. Just like immortal Emperor Little Yellow Chicken, who was only a divine king before, he was an emperor, and there was likewise no way to resolve this kind of agreement. In order to prevent this guy from changing his mind and having a backlash, the Master Teacher Continent had specifically set out that even if the other party could break away from the Book of Heaven's path, they would not be able to break free from the agreement between souls. The soul contract. It's true that it can't be split from the sea of consciousness, but I fused a special gas that even the heavenly Tao can dissolve, so it's not hard to dissolve this contract away. As long as I have enough power to blast where the contract is located, I'll be able to do it. Tough guy. The soul contract, which was based on the heavenly Tao, the special power was able to dissolve even the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. So how difficult would it be to dissolve a soul contract as long as it was handled properly? I see. Zhang Heng's gaze flickered. Talking to you this much is a thank you for bringing me to the God realm. After explaining, the ruthless man no longer said more. The breath on his body became more and more ancient and distant. The black hole behind him became even more enormous. Obviously while talking, he swallowed an unknown amount of power and made nourishment. Zhang Heng, the more the black hole swallows, the stronger he gets. Luo Ruoshi also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly transmitted her voiceover. Prepare to strike. With all the doubts in his heart gone, Zhang Heng took a deep breath, and with the long sword in his hand, he raised it abruptly. In that case, let's see what happens underhand. Boom! The most powerful sword intent was once again cast out. When you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't care about life or death, what's stopping you? This sword move, even though it was one that had not reached the Emperor's comprehension, contained all the obsessions in his heart, and brought the heavenly Ruoshan technique in his body to its limit. Phew! A sword cut the vicious man's attack in half. At the same moment, Luo Ruoshi also struck out, her jade hand rolling, her sword awnings like snow. Her swordsmanship was somewhat similar to that young man from the sword god heaven, carrying an unrelenting momentum and the dashing nature of the great Tao. Your moves are great, but compared to me, they are still inferior. Laughing softly, the ruthless man once again grabbed downwards. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun, and the palm enveloped the heavens and the earth. Space shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to be hardened down. Poof, poof. Zhang Xiang and Luo Ruoshi flew out backwards at the same time, their blood spurting wildly in the air. With the strength of the duo, they couldn't even resist. What kind of realm has this guy reached? Unbridled. The doppelganger took large steps, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, carrying the sound of flowing water in the void. It looks forced from a distance, refining the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus. His cultivation level was not weaker than Zhang Hang's. A fist was raised and power rushed up to the nine heavens. Clashing with Ruthless Man, he similarly flew out backwards, unable to block a single move. Zhang Hang covered his forehead. Achievement Emperor? The split still does not modify the nature of the force. It's so splendidly loaded. It might as well be more powerful if the power was concentrated. Strike together, or else, if they die, we will all die. The little yellow chicken let out a loud cry, and crimson flames burned so brightly that the sky looked like it was set on fire. The remaining 6 great emperors also used their own means. 7 emperors united, destroying the heavens and earth. A sight of the heavens and earth in front of them could not resist, but the other party was a ruthless person who had absorbed a special power, and when the attack came to his heels, the black hole steeply became larger, and in the blink of an eye, the power was swallowed cleanly, and immediately after the counterattack came out. Boom 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 boom. The 7 emperors flew out backwards just like Zhang Hang and the others. The 10 great emperors, united together, hadn't even managed to block a single move from the other side. This guy, how can he be so powerful? You can die. With one move to break down the crowd, the Ruthless Man took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and slapped down again. How dare the rats! Accompanied by a loud shout. The old man from the previous sword god heaven suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him, the long sword in his hand turning into a galaxy. Emperor? He's also Emperor Strength? Zhang Hang's pupils shrank. When this old man first followed the youth, he had thought that he was just a follower, at most a sealed divine king, and it was only when he exerted his power that he realized that he was actually an Empyrean powerhouse as well. If he is an emperor, that youth, what is he? He himself is the emperor of the sword god heaven. Struggling to stand, Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth. What about the youth who passed on my sword skills? Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. He is. Luo Ruoshi was just about to reply, when there was a distortion in space, and then she saw this emperor of the sword god heaven, similarly flying backwards, landing not far away, smashing out a large pit. Zhang Heng's current strength, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword, far exceeded his, and he couldn't even resist it, and even though his cultivation wasn't weak, and his sword skills were superior, he still wasn't an opponent. Ha ha, Empyrean, a bunch of rustic dogs are just that. Today, I'll destroy the 9 heavens, destroy this divine realm, and trample all the rules to the ground. Defeating the emperor of the sword god heaven, the ruthless man laughed madly, the space around him collapsing non-stop, setting him off like a demon. What to do? Zhang Xian's fists clenched. Just now, he and the doppelganger both exerted the strongest combat power, and even the Luo Ruoshi in front of him also used the strongest moves, did not block the other side of a move. Could it be that no one in the divine realm could really stop this person in front of them? Let him destroy the world? The only way is to return your heavenly Tao with a deficiency to the heavenly Tao itself, and let the heavenly Tao suppress him. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched tightly, her eyes reddening. Returning to the heavenly Tao itself? Zhang Heng knew what she meant. The library in the mind, itself a part of the heavenly Tao. Once returned, the heavenly Tao would be completely complete, and perhaps the loopholes could be repaired, and the ego would ostracize the ruthless. It's like the body's immune system. With an intact immune system, viruses come and are easily repelled. When it's broken, it can't resist viral invasion, and even the strongest person can die as a result. He's too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were to be restored to its full integrity, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. Zhang Heng shook his head. Viruses, the immune system can be decimated. But what about tigers? What can be done with a stronger immune system? In front of me, this is just an ordinary god king. Even if it is sealed, the heavenly Tao can easily kill it, and it can be more powerful than emperors. It is already not something that the heavenly Tao can fight against. This, Luo Ruoshi paused for a moment, a look of loss appearing on her white jade face. Yes, there's no way to suppress it, but with the heavenly Tao intact, he will be able to wake up, and beheading this one is not difficult. Him? Zhang Heng frowned. I'll take you to see him, just in the self-same sky. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruoshi clenched her teeth, turned around, and flew forward. Want to escape? The ruthless man coldly grunted and pressed downward. Boo! Luo Ruoshi fell through the air. Zhang Heng's sword technique was once again displayed as his sword intent brilliantly came out. Ding ding ding. Once again, it was blocked by Tough Guy. You guys go, I'll hold him off. Knowing that they were thinking of a way to save the divine realm again instead of escaping, the doppelganger and the immortal emperor, with a loud shout, blocked the front.
and Luo Chichi also shifted and returned to the Jingkong bead's main body. The space around them solidified.
Go! Seeing the crowd defiantly blocking the back, fearless of death, Zhang Heng's eyes reddened. However, he also knew that now was not the time to say more, and with a pull on Luo Ruoshi, his body swayed, slicing through space, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the range of the Ze heaven. The self-existent heaven was now no longer as comfortable as it was before. The divine realm collapsed and chaos reigned everywhere. Where is he, you say? Not having the time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Heng looked at the girl in his arms. If the person she was talking about could really save the divine realm, there was no harm in sacrificing herself. He is my father, and the blood in your pendant is his, the immortal emperor, who was once his beast pet. Luo Ruoshi explained as she toned down a bit. Father? Zhang Xian came to a sudden realization. No wonder it had always felt that the blood in the pendant was similar to Luo Ruoshi's, yet different, so it was her father's. This also explained why the thought left behind by the immortal emperor immediately recognized himself as the master upon seeing the pendant. Your father is also an emperor? Or possesses strength beyond that of an emperor? Can't help it. The library was chaotic. It was the blood in the pendant that brought himself back to his senses. It was hard to believe that not only was she an emperor, but her father was as well, even more powerful? And if so, why the coma? And need there be a deficiency in heaven to bring it to its senses? He's not an emperor, but the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched. Tendo? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Heng was shocked in disbelief. Yes, 50 years ago, my father couldn't resist that big hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao collapsed into 3 parts. The heavenly Tao in order and the heavenly Tao with a deficiency, and entered into the spatial turbulence. And I took the place of controlling the heavenly Tao naturally and maintaining the balance of the divine realm. Want to let him recover? Only the scattered parts will be collected. That's why I am so determined and can't fail. Only then did I specifically enter the Master Teacher continent to study the Spring and Autumn canon and find a way to defeat Master Kong. When I fought with Master Kong, the thing I asked him to do was also this. Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang hung indistinctly. Master Teacher continent just met not long ago. The girl in front of him told himself her story to save a close relative. He did not understand at that time, but now it suddenly realized. Surprisingly, it was her father, and it was also the divine realm heavenly Tao. Can Tendo really take human form and have children? Controlling the heavenly Tao naturally on behalf of your body, there is no fragment of the heavenly Tao? Suddenly, realizing that there was something wrong in her language, Zhang Heng looked over. Taking control on behalf of the body, and fusing it within the body like yourself, are 2 different concepts. I am only in control, not part of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang Xian sighed in relief. In that case, all that was needed was to strip the heavenly Tao of its flaws by herself, and it didn't require her to die as well. Despite this fate, unwilling to accept it, he did not want the girl in front of him to be hurt. If I strip away the heavenly Tao with a flaw in my body, your father will be able to come back to life and even kill the ruthless man, right? Zhang Heng appeared to be. That. I'm not sure. Looking up at the already collapsed god realm, Luo Ruoshi hesitated. The divine realm was father's foundation, and now that the foundation was like this, even if he was awake, would he really be able to defeat that powerful and ruthless man? It's really hard to say. It seems that you can't be sure either. Since that's the case, it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. We only have to think of a way on our own. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. You, me, and the doppelganger, combined with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, may not be unable to win if we're in conjunction with Master Kong. Master Kong? Luo Ruoshi frowned. Master Kong is dead, isn't he? He didn't really die. If the guess is right, he was decapitated by you. It was just a method used to break away from the heavenly Tao. Unsurprisingly, he should be the same as Wei Changfeng. He is the innate fetal soul body, Zhang Heng said. When he saw Wei Changfeng, he understood that the so-called maintaining spirituality of Master Kong should be the same as him, an innate fetal soul body. It is possible to be in the womb and not be confused. Coupled with the backhand left in advance, resurrection, it was only a matter of time. Luo Ruoshi froze, as if she hadn't expected that to be the case. Just go over and take a look. The guess is good. He should have recovered. Otherwise, those students of his, it is impossible that they did not even go to the title C. Zhang Heng said. Those students of Master Kong, Zi Yuan ancient sage and the others, each of them were strong. Even without the help of an emperor, they would certainly have a way to enter the title C, but none of them were seen. There must be something more important waiting. Wanting to take advantage of the fact that all the emperors had gone to the title C with no time to spare. And this kind of important thing is obviously for the Kong master to recover. This, Luo Ruwashi's heart shook as she came to a realization. Go! No longer explaining, with a single stroke of his hand, Zhang Hang reappeared at the location where Master Kong resided, and sure enough, he saw an old man hovering in the air on his knees, and when he saw them arrive, he smiled faintly. Coming! If it's not Master Kong, then who is it? This master of all worlds did not disappoint. As suspected, it was reanimated while everyone's attention was focused on the title C. Luo Ruwashi's petite body shook. She knew that emperors could be resurrected, and the immortal emperor had come alive. But, she didn't expect the speed to be so fast. I hid the heavenly Tao and prepared a backhand in advance. The unnamed giant in the spectral soul pool was left behind by me, and when I was decapitated by you on that day, I took the opportunity to get rid of the heavenly Tao's bondage and reassemble my fleshly body, which has just recovered now as well. Master Kong smiled faintly. He was proficient in the ability of time, and it looked like only 1 or 2 days had passed in the God realm, but in reality, he had gone through an unknown amount of time in order to recover his power. Decades have gone by. The strength of the three of us is very strong, but it's not that easy to win over a ruthless person. Seeing that Master Kong had really recovered, Luo Ruwashi still shook her head. It's not a matter of raising others' spirits and demoralizing ourselves, but it's the truth. Just now, so many people had joined forces and failed to block the other party, so what could they do even if they added a Kong master? Again, it doesn't change the situation. It's true that our individual strengths, or even united together, are no match for each other, but, what if the strength of all of us is fused in one person? Kung Shi looked over with a smile. Fused in one? This time, not only did Luo Ruwashi frown, but Zhang Hang was also filled with doubts. That palm was able to tear apart the divine realm and break up the heavenly Tao. The strength of the strength is indisputable. The ruthless man absorbed all of this power and devoured 50 years of the divine realm's aura. Based on strength alone, our dozen or so emperors, individually taken out, are indeed not opponents. Kong Shi said, but joining together and concentrating power on one person may not be possible. Right, how centralized? Roxy looked over. Easier said than done. The Empress was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it was so easy to absorb the power of others, she wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. It's very simple. We'll focus the power in our bodies on Zhang Hang, and once he can break through the Emperor's shackles, he'll be able to save the divine realm. Kong Shi Dao. Me? Zhang Xian froze. Why me? The spirit rhinoceros emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence of nature, but with the constraints of Father and the heavenly Tao, those who have attachments will never be able to truly transcend. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought me back then, you had also given up, intending to be beheaded by me. Kong Shi Dao. Luo Ruwashi couldn't speak. At the time of the battle, there was indeed such an intention, so the exchange of hands between the two, at the beginning, each left their own backhand, like a sparring match, unlike a life and death struggle, unable to transcend. Naturally one cannot exert the strongest power, and even if one is given more true chi, one is equally unable to impact that supreme realm. As for me, Kong Shi nodded his head and said, having a heart for the living, wanting to universalize the world, but not willing to have others sacrifice for me. Too much kindness is also a drawback. If the heart was more ruthless and exterminated the Fey spirit race, there wouldn't be the current situation. In the beginning, if all of the alien spirit people could be exterminated, it would have been impossible for vicious man to be resurrected, and there would not have been a situation like the one that existed now. So, I'm not suitable either. On the other hand, Zhang Hang, the Gong method is smooth and without flaws. Speaking of living one's own life, even if one dies, as long as one lives a blameless life, one's heart is open. This kind of person possesses greater tolerance, greater room for development, and only then can they go higher and farther. Master Kong continued, when you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't even care about death, how can you be held back by anything else? This, Zhang Hang frowned and was about to say something when he saw Master Kong's gaze gleaming over. No need to excuse yourself. First of all, it's too late to train others, and even if it's too late, I don't think there may be anyone who can do a better. Although Emperor Manhwa doesn't have a fragment of the heavenly Tao in his body, he has been in control of the heavenly Tao for many years, and has his own understanding of the heavenly Tao. I am in control of the heavenly Tao in an orderly manner, and if we imbue you with the power, you will have the power of the complete heavenly Tao in your body, combined with the 9 heavenly chaotic golden lotus of the doppelganger. You will be able to completely set the 9 heavens, take charge of the Qianquan, battle in the 9 heavens, and destroy all things. Okay. Seeing that the other party had already made a decision and it was useless to explain himself any further, Zhang Hang nodded. Boom! Planking his knees well, In the blink of an eye, two majestic forces poured in from both sides. Zhang Heng's entire body stiffened, and it was as if his entire body had transformed into the heavenly Tao in an instant. Soaring above the 9 heavens, the soul, physical body, and true chi were all baptized in an instant, growing stronger and more majestic. You guys want to stop me too? That's fine. Kill you all and then go and decapitate Zhang Heng, slapping Luo Qiqi and the doppelgangers and the others away. Ruthless Man smiled coldly. The power jointly exerted by the split and the many emperors was indeed powerful. However, compared to him, it was still a bit weaker. The title C had devoured almost all of the aura of the divine realm out of the city, and now all of this power was transformed into his foster, raising his hands and feet with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. And these emperors and divine kings were still unbeatable, even though they represented the pinnacle of the divine realm. At this moment, the Ruthless Man seemed to represent the entire divine realm. Unstoppable. If the god realm perishes, there's no point in us living. I, Yun Qi, will die with you. The Cloud Qi Emperor changed into his original body, a huge 5-clawed golden dragon, and lunged at him in the air. Just you? Not worthy. With a pinch of the Ruthless Man's palm, the golden dragon hung in his palm, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. Wait for me, old friend. Emperor Fu Mang also let out a roar and changed into his white tiger self, coming to follow him through the air. The immortal emperor, the immortal fire phoenix proper was displayed, and flames shone in the sky. The Xianmei Emperor, in his original form, was a great turtle that looked like it was holding up the heavens. The 4 great divine beasts, guarding the 4 poles of the divine realm, changed their bodies at the same time, and the collapsing divine realm became slowed down. Qianquan seemed to be fixed in an instant. Boom 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 boom. With 4 consecutive palms, the Ruthless Man suppressed the 4 beasts, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since you guys are looking for death, I will fulfill you. With a roar, he was about to lay a deadly hand on the crowd and wipe them all out when he felt his raised arm tighten and stop in the air. Ask me if you want to kill them. Immediately afterward, as the crowd was shocked, a silhouette slowly stepped out from the air. It was none other than Zhang Heng. At this time, the youth, his whole body was surging with power, more than 10 times more powerful than just now, coming from the sky, as if the whole person was a world. Much improved. Tough guy paused, his gaze fixed. He obviously didn't understand why in the light of just a few minutes, the other party's strength had changed so drastically. But so what if it increases? The divine realm in its heyday can't even withstand it. I don't believe that you can hold me back. With a cold snort, the Ruthless Man slapped down again. Zhang Xian raised his long sword and met him. The two sides fought together as space tore apart one by one, and air currents fluttered around. Can Zhang Heng win? Since the Heavenly Kong Master's residence, Luo Ruoshi looked over with worry. She and Master Kong passed their power to Zhang Heng, and their own cultivation, which had been reduced to only the Divine King level, was not as brilliant as before. However, the level was where it was at, and with enough power, one day, it could be regained. With his current strength, it's hard to win over, unless he can comprehend a power that surpasses an emperor. After a few moments of silence, Kong Shi said, "A dozen emperors united couldn't defeat the Ruthless Man, and even if they passed all of their power to each other, it wouldn't be that easy to do so. The reason for this is that power can only touch the apex if it is concentrated in one person, and it is possible to truly transcend the limits and break through. Power beyond an emperor?" Luo Ruoshi's eyes were distant. Her father had said the same thing to her when he was still conscious, but she could not do it. Could the man she loved do it? He will be able to. He has an indomitable heart and pride in the world. Seeing the question in her mind, Master Kong laughed. Boom boom boom. After a few consecutive moves, Zhang Heng's tiger's mouth cracked, and a huge scar appeared on his chest, hideous and gruesome. It was the same as what Master Kong had said. Even after fusing the power of the two of them and forming a complete heavenly Tao within their bodies, they were still no match. Ha ha, thought how powerful, but that's all. Ruthless Man smiled coldly. Anyway, if I'm not your opponent, I'll be killed sooner or later. Since this is the case, I want to die under your strongest attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Heng paused, and instead of attacking, he looked at the Ruthless Man in front of him. Okay, I'll fulfill you and give you the strongest attack. Hearing him say that, the Ruthless Man froze for a moment, then coldly grunted and raised his palm. Wow! A green light appeared in the center of his palm and slammed down. Sure enough, it was the strongest attack, and the entire God realm roared as if it was about to be unable to withstand it. And once again, a huge crater was punched out. With his eyes tightly closed, Zhang Xian did not dodge. Boo! Heads exploded and souls festered in every direction. Zhang Heng. Everyone's face turned white when they saw this scene. Luo Qiqi was like going crazy. Emperor Yunji and the others also stared wide-eyed and kept shivering. Master Kong and Luo Ruoshi, who saw this scene, were all stunned as well. The intention was for him to break through the shackles and impact beyond the Emperor realm, so how could he not go to resist and willingly go to his death? In that case, wouldn't they fail to live up to their good intentions? No, it's the immortal Emperor's immortal method. Being strange, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The crowd then saw that Zhang Hang, who had his head blown up and even had his soul shattered, had the pendant on his chest steeply explode, and a drop of blood levitated and burned, forming a scorching hot flame, and in the flame, an intact figure slowly stepped out. He separated the heaven's way with a deficiency and his soul with the help of the other party's power. And the blood in the pendant? Luo Ruoshi's pupils contracted. After being reborn from the fire, Zhang Heng unexpectedly had no more heavenly Tao library in his body, no more interference from the heavenly Tao, and was detached from the heavenly Tao. How did he do it? Kong Shi was also filled with disbelief. The heavenly Tao and the soul were fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and in order to get rid of it, he had to soul split and regroup his soul with the help of the Pixie Soul Pool. What method was used to get rid of this one in front of me? Only to be decapitated for a moment and then get rid of it completely? I know. He used the way of ruthless people to get rid of their soul contracts. Luo Ruoshi reacted. The soul contract binds the master and the servant, and if the master does not release it, the servant is forever subject. The library of heavenly paths is the same, and can be said to be an enhanced version of the contract. Bound to the soul, it will not disengage until it dies. But, the ruthless man got rid of the soul contract with the help of that special power. The specific method, Zhang Heng asked in detail before. I am afraid that I moved at that time. That was why he deliberately fought to the death, allowing it to exert its strongest power to attack him. With this power, the fire was reborn, and to my surprise, it was a great success. So that's how it is. This is the way to break through to Emperor. Zhang Heng, who stepped out from the flames, had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood something, and suddenly waved his hand, and the doppelganger on one side, which had immediately retransformed into a lotus flower, flew over. In a flash, it blends perfectly with itself. In the blink of an eye, the crowd felt as if the Zhang Heng in front of them had turned into Jiao Tian, and Jiao Tian was him. The palms of his feet lightly stepped on the ground. The chaotic nine heavens immediately stabilized. The nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, which appeared at the birth of the nine heavens, was capable of stabilizing the nine heavens, and at this time, the split and the self were perfectly fused and indistinguishable from each other, which was the same as him taking control of this power. Not only that, having fused the cultivation of the nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, his realm, which was already at its peak, loosened up and seemed to break through at any time. Master-servant love, brotherly love, teacher-student love, parental love, love, fused together. It turns out to be everything in the world. That's what makes a human being. With a smile on his face, Zhang Heng muttered. The moment the Tendo library detached from his soul, he understood. Did man look at the world to make the world? Or did the world come first and then man? Is it the wind that moves? Or the heart? This is a question that has haunted countless people for ages. Of course, none of this matters now. Without life, without emotion, what is the point of the world even if it exists? So, after the breakthrough to love, it is the love of all beings. It's the emotions that intertwine the world. Everything in this world has emotions, and it is with emotions that the world is made, and it is with emotions that life can be continued. Love is love. Hate is the emotion. Happy is the sentiment. The pain, the emotion. Parting, it's love. Getting together, and love. 1,000 sentiments for me. With a low cry, the forbidden realm within Zhang Heng's body instantly broke open. The emperor's shackles, broken through. For a moment, it was as if a whole new world and door had been touched, and the soul was rapidly nourished. Countless chaotic chi surged over, and the fleshly body soared. Before, I could only progress by absorbing spiritual energy, but now spatial turbulence, chaotic chi, and even the other party's green light can all be mine, without distinction. You, the ruthless man, did not expect his full attack. Instead of not beheading him, but to fulfill him, angry wow wow wow, screaming chaotically, a furious shout, once again attacked down. You resent the high and mighty emperor for not saving yourself from the spatial turbulence. It is emotion, to feel that you were once my servant, harboring humility and anger. It is emotion, to want to destroy the divine realm and give vent to your anger. It is emotion, and to want to become even stronger. It is likewise emotion. With emotion controlling you, how can you outwit me and not be controlled by me? Smiling faintly, Zhang Heng's voice grew faster and louder as he gently grasped his palm.
The original vertical and invincible ruthless man was then confined by countless emotional thin lines,
restraining his hands and feet, unable to move. As long as there is love, it will be used and controlled by him. You,
the ruthless man's eyes were filled with trepidation.
Master Zhang, I'm your servant. Don't kill me. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul.
It's already too late to talk about this now.
With a faint smile, Zhang Heng shook his head. The feeling of controlling the world, servants and the like no longer meant anything to him.
Having killed so many people at the divine level and injured his girlfriend,
Luo Qiqi, as well as so many friends, today, how could it be possible to forgive? No. Sensing his determination,
the ruthless man's pupils contracted, and before his words ended,
he immediately felt a sharp pain on his body. Boo! In an instant,
it exploded and turned into countless auras that poured out to all parts of the divine realm.
Previously, all the power that the tidal sea had swallowed up, at this time, all of it was fed back, and the already depleted wilderness was revitalized.
This,
kill it like that? Emperor Yun Qi, Immortal Emperor, Linglong Feria,
and the others all stared in disbelief.
Just now,
they have exchanged hands with the ruthless man and know that it is terrible.
Such a powerful person, but even casually overthrow it.
What kind of level has this Zhang Heng
reached? Could it be that there really was another realm above Emperor? He did it. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoshi loosened their clenched fists. This is part of the heavenly way. Then I will return it now.
Seeing that the heavenly Tao with a flaw that had just been separated from his body was still suspended in the air,
Zhang Heng gently smiled and flicked his finger.
Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth was set with a bang in the sky above the divine realm.
A great bell-like chime sounded, and the constantly collapsing divine realm slowly recovered as far as the naked eye could see, and the chaotic air currents, too, regrouped. The collapsing god realm finally came to a halt, and the parched aura, along with the deaths of the ruthless people, slowly recovered.
It seems that the divine realm is going to welcome the era of aura recovery all over again.
Zhang Heng smiled. The hole in the tidal sea, along with the mending of the heavenly Tao,
had been restored, and it was only a matter of time before the divine realm returned to its former grandeur.
Zhang Heng, come this way. Just after doing so,
a voice rang in his head, and Zhang Heng froze for a moment, taking a step forward.
With this step, he did not know how far he had flown, and then he saw a youth standing in front of him.
It was the same one who had taught himself the sword technique earlier.
Senior, you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Heng froze. Before, I felt that this one, unfathomable, and now I realized that compared to myself, it was only a hair's breadth away,
and had already reached the very pinnacle of the emperor,
more powerful than the previous Luo Ruoshi, by an unknown amount. Just call me by my name. My name is Nya Tong. The youth exuded an unrelenting sword intent as he faintly said, Nya Tong? Zhang Xian frowned. First time I've heard that name. Come with me. I'll take you to see my brother.
The youth called Nya Tong guffawed and stepped forward.
Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Not knowing how far he had flown, he stopped in front of a mountain peak. Another youth was then seen. The appearance was not much older than him,
and his eyebrows were raised, giving a sense of depth and impenetrability.
This strength. Zhang Heng shuddered.
The strength of this youth in front of him was unexpectedly even more powerful than him, having similarly broken through the shackles of an emperor,
and his cultivation was even more profound and thick. Under me, Nya Yun.
The youth smiled faintly and looked over.
That's Nya Linghuan, the father of Luo Ruoshi in your mouth. Darrell's father? Zhang Heng was shocked. You are the divine realm heavenly Tao? Previously, Luo Ruoshi had said that her father, who was the heavenly Tao, couldn't have imagined that it was such a young man.
I transformed the three purities in one breath,
a part of my soul, into the heavenly Tao. Besides, this world, I created it, so there's nothing wrong with saying I'm the heavenly Tao. Nya Yin smiled faintly. Zhang Xian couldn't believe it. The divine realm was actually created by this person in front of me?
How strong should he be?
Then, no. If the divine realm was created by you, and you are the heavenly Tao,
why did you let the ruthless people wreak havoc and not step
in? Zhang Heng looked over. If it wasn't for his own breakthrough, the divine realm would most likely collapse completely. So why did this person in front of him not care? Even care about the life and death of your daughter? Without answering his question, Nya Yin looked over faintly. Do you think there are more powerful beings above the God realm?
This.
Zhang Heng paused for a moment. There should be, although he hadn't seen it before. Since he could cultivate to this realm, perhaps others could as well, or even stronger. It's like this one right here.
I had suspected that there would be more powerful beings above the divine realm, so I peered with all my might,
and ultimately drew a backlash from the higher worlds. A palm breaking through the air. Nya Yun looked over. At that time, If I dodged, it was highly likely that the entire God realm would have been wiped out, and there would be no more half-life. So, blocked the move, but as a result, the heavenly Tao of the incarnation was split out. This situation, I want to recover. It's just a thought, but I understand that wanting to truly transcend the shackles of the divine realm, to explore where the palm comes from, and what's beyond the divine realm, is very difficult to do with me alone. Therefore, want to see, there is no life, can break through the emperor shackles, to reach the point of parity with me. So, just send the scattered heavenly Tao intentions to the lowest level of the world, respectively to the soul that originally belongs to this world, and a soul that doesn't belong to this world. And you, in the end, did not let me down. Nya Yun laughed. A soul that doesn't belong to this world. In that case, I crossed over because of you as well? Zhang Heng's heart shook. No wonder. To be able to cross over? I didn't think it was all because of the one in front of me. Ha! Nya Yun gently laughed and said, inherently belonging to this world, there is a reverence for the world. Wanting to break through the world's shackles, the difficulty is much greater. I also had a thought, and did not expect. You really can succeed. Zhang Heng blushed. If it wasn't for Master Kong, there's no way I could have reached this point. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, it would have been impossible to reach the current realm. I gave him the opportunity, but didn't grasp it. The match with the spirit rhinoceros was actually the best opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. But unfortunately, he chose to retreat, thinking that he had left a backhand so that he could retreat in one piece. But in reality, he had lost his bravery and refinement. And in the face of those who have surpassed us, how can he fight against them if he doesn't even have this spirit? Nya Yun said. Zheng Xian was silent. He had watched the battle between the two at that time, and Master Kong was indeed somewhat lacking in decisiveness. It was also possible that he wasn't willing to behead Luo Ruoshi. Unfortunately, the opportunity to advance was missed on that very thought. If Master Kong wins, Ruoshi will die. Zhang Heng looked over a moment later, his eyebrows furrowed. Can it be that this person in front of me doesn't even care about his daughter's life and death? With me here, she won't die. Nya Yun smiled faintly. Your current strength isn't that far off from mine. Do you think the duo's strength, in a life and death situation, could do it if they wanted to save someone? This, Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. Breaking through an emperor, and an emperor, were two different concepts? And if he was truly willing to make a move, he could indeed save the person at the last minute, and guaranteed, he wouldn't be able to stand a single injury. Ling Rhinoceros was born to my other wife Luo Qingchang, so she disguised her name, surnamed Luo, in order to be able to make her believe, not emotionally, until now has always thought that I was still in a coma. Nya Yun let out a bitter laugh. This dad of mine has done enough to be ruthless. Let's put it this way, this matter is still for you to explain to her. After all, her mind now has already shifted to you. This old dad of mine, I guess I can't even think of it. Ha ha, I will not appear for the time being, hide on a period of time to say. Otherwise, really afraid that she made a mess of the sky and the earth. Seeing such an unreliable old man in front of him, his face twitching, Zhang Heng had no choice but to agree. Alright, there's nothing you can do if you don't agree. Who let yourself abduct someone's daughter? The library of the heavenly Tao, which was created by one of my intentions, is the foundation and the shackles. The fact that you can rely on your own abilities and break through the shackles shows the ability and potential. And the future has a great future. And it's a relief for my daughter to be able to be with you and be a father. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 143, Evolved Fallen Angels. Soul Contract. Contracted soul. As long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other party's means are heavenly, it cannot be dissolved. Just like immortal Emperor Little Yellow Chicken, who was only a divine king before, he was an emperor, and there was likewise no way to resolve this kind of agreement. In order to prevent this guy from changing his mind and having a backlash, the Master Teacher Continent had specifically set out that even if the other party could break away from the Book of Heaven's path, they would not be able to break free from the agreement between souls. The soul contract. It's true that it can't be split from the sea of consciousness, but I fused a special gas that even the heavenly Tao can dissolve, so it's not hard to dissolve this contract away. As long as I have enough power to blast where the contract is located, I'll be able to do it. Tough guy. The soul contract, which was based on the heavenly Tao, the special power was able to dissolve even the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. So how difficult would it be to dissolve a soul contract as long as it was handled properly? I see. Zhang Heng's gaze flickered. Talking to you this much is a thank you for bringing me to the God realm. After explaining, the ruthless man no longer said more. The breath on his body became more and more ancient and distant. The black hole behind him became even more enormous. Obviously while talking, he swallowed an unknown amount of power and made nourishment. Zhang Hang, the more the black hole swallows, the stronger he gets. Luo Ruoshi also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly transmitted her voiceover. Prepare to strike. With all the doubts in his heart gone, Zhang Hang took a deep breath, and with the long sword in his hand, he raised it abruptly. In that case, let's see what happens underhand. Boom! The most powerful sword intent was once again cast out. When you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't care about life or death, what's stopping you? This sword move, even though it was one that had not reached the emperor's comprehension, contained all the obsessions in his heart, and brought the heavenly Ruoshan technique in his body to its limit. Phew! A sword cut the vicious man's attack in half. At the same moment, Luo Ruoshi also struck out, her jade hand rolling, her sword awnings like snow. Her swordsmanship was somewhat similar to that young man from the sword god heaven, carrying an unrelenting momentum and the dashing nature of the great Tao. Your moves are great, but compared to me, they are still inferior. Laughing softly, the ruthless man once again grabbed downwards. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun, and the palm enveloped the heavens and the earth. Space shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to be hardened down. Poof, poof. Zhang Xiang and Luo Ruoshi flew out backwards at the same time, their blood spurting wildly in the air. With the strength of the duo, they couldn't even resist. What kind of realm has this guy reached? Unbridled. The doppelganger took large steps, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, carrying the sound of flowing water in the void. It looks forced from a distance, refining the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus. His cultivation level was not weaker than Zhang Hang's. A fist was raised and power rushed up to the nine heavens. Clashing with ruthless man, he similarly flew out backwards, unable to block a single move. Zhang Hang covered his forehead. Achievement Emperor? The split still does not modify the nature of the force. It's so splendidly loaded. It might as well be more powerful if the power was concentrated. Strike together, or else, if they die, we will all die. The little yellow chicken let out a loud cry, and crimson flames burned so brightly that the sky looked like it was set on fire. The remaining 6 great emperors also used their own means. 7 emperors united, destroying the heavens and earth. A sight of the heavens and earth in front of them could not resist, but the other party was a ruthless person who had absorbed a special power, and when the attack came to his heels, the black hole steeply grew bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the power cleanly, and came out immediately after the counterattack. Boom 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 boom. The 7 emperors flew out backwards just like Zhang Hang and the others. The 10 great emperors, united together, hadn't even managed to block a single move from the other side. This guy, how can he be so powerful? You can die. With one move to break down the crowd, the ruthless man took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and slapped down again. How dare the rats! Accompanied by a loud shout, the old man from the previous sword god heaven suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him, the long sword in his hand turning into a galaxy. Emperor? He's also emperor strength? Zhang Hang's pupils shrank. When this old man first followed the youth, he had thought that he was just a follower, at most a sealed divine king, and it was only when he exerted his power that he realized that he was actually an Empyrean powerhouse as well. If he is an emperor, that youth, what is he? He himself is the emperor of the sword god heaven. Struggling to stand, Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth. What about the youth who passed on my sword skills? Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. He is. Luo Ruoshi was just about to reply, when there was a distortion in space, and then she saw this emperor of the sword god heaven, similarly flying backwards, landing not far away, smashing out a large pit. Zhang Heng's current strength, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword, far exceeded his, and he couldn't even resist it, and even though his cultivation wasn't weak, and his sword skills were superior, he still wasn't an opponent. Ha ha, Empyrean, a bunch of rustic dogs are just that. Today, I'll destroy the 9 heavens, destroy this divine realm, and trample all the rules to the ground. Defeating the emperor of the sword god heaven, the ruthless man laughed madly, the space around him collapsing non-stop, setting him off like a demon. What to do? Zhang Xian's fists clenched. Just now, he and the doppelganger, both exerted the strongest combat power, and even the Luo Ruoshi in front of him, also used the strongest moves, did not block the other side of a move. Could it be that no one in the divine realm could really stop this person in front of them? Let him destroy the world? The only way is to return your heavenly Tao with a deficiency to the heavenly Tao itself, and let the heavenly Tao suppress him. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched tightly, her eyes reddening. Returning to the heavenly Tao itself? Zhang Heng knew what she meant. The library in the mind, itself a part of the heavenly Tao. Once returned, the heavenly Tao would be completely complete. and perhaps the loopholes could be repaired, and the ego would ostracize the ruthless. It's like the body's immune system. With an intact immune system, viruses come and are easily repelled. When it's broken, it can't resist viral invasion, and even the strongest person can die as a result. He's too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were to be restored to its full integrity, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. Zhang Heng shook his head. Viruses, the immune system can be decimated. But what about tigers? What can be done with a stronger immune system? In front of me, this is just an ordinary God King. Even if it is sealed, the heavenly Tao can easily kill it, and it can be more powerful than emperors. It is already not something that the heavenly Tao can fight against. This, Luo Ruoshi paused for a moment, a look of loss appearing on her white jade face. Yes, there's no way to suppress it, but with the heavenly Tao intact, he will be able to wake up, and beheading this one is not difficult. Him? Zhang Heng frowned. I'll take you to see him, just in the selfsame sky. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruoshi clenched her teeth, turned around, and flew forward. Want to escape? The ruthless man coldly grunted and pressed downward. Boo! Luo Ruoshi fell through the air. Zhang Heng's sword technique was once again displayed as his sword intent brilliantly came out. Ding ding ding. Once again, it was blocked by Tough Guy. You guys go, I'll hold him off. Knowing that they were thinking of a way to save the divine realm again instead of escaping, the doppelganger and the immortal emperor, with a loud shout, blocked the front, and Luo Qiqi also shifted and returned to the Jingkong bead's main body. The space around them solidified. Go! Seeing the crowd defiantly blocking the back, fearless of death, Zhang Heng's eyes reddened. However, he also knew that now was not the time to say more, and with a pull on Luo Ruoshi, his body swayed, slicing through space, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the range of the Ze heaven. The self-existent heaven was now no longer as comfortable as it was before. The divine realm collapsed and chaos reigned everywhere. Where is he, you say? Not having the time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Heng looked at the girl in his arms. If the person she was talking about could really save the divine realm, there was no harm in sacrificing herself. He is my father, and the blood in your pendant is his, the immortal emperor, who was once his beast pet. Luo Ruoshi explained as she toned down a bit. Father? Zhang Xian came to a sudden realization. No wonder it had always felt that the blood in the pendant was similar to Luo Ruoshi's, yet different, so it was her father's. This also explained why the thought left behind by the immortal emperor immediately recognized himself as the master upon seeing the pendant. Your father is also an emperor? Or possesses strength beyond that of an emperor? Can't help it. The library was chaotic. It was the blood in the pendant that brought himself back to his senses. It was hard to believe that not only was she an emperor, but her father was as well, even more powerful? And if so, why the coma? And need there be a deficiency in heaven to bring it to its senses? He's not an emperor, but the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched. Tendo? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Heng was shocked in disbelief. Yes, 50 years ago, my father couldn't resist that big hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao collapsed into three parts. The heavenly Tao in order and the heavenly Tao with a deficiency, and entered into the spatial turbulence, and I took the place of controlling the heavenly Tao naturally and maintaining the balance of the divine realm. Want to let him recover? Only the scattered parts will be collected. That's why I am so determined and can't fail. Only then did I specifically enter the Master Teacher continent to study the Spring and Autumn canon and find a way to defeat Master Kong. When I fought with Master Kong, the thing I asked him to do was also this. Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang hung indistinctly. Master Teacher continent just met not long ago. The girl in front of him told himself her story to save a close relative. He did not understand at that time, but now it suddenly realized. Surprisingly, it was her father, and it was also the divine realm heavenly Tao. Can Tendo really take human form and have children? Controlling the heavenly Tao naturally on behalf of your body, there is no fragment of the heavenly Tao? Suddenly, realizing that there was something wrong in her language, Zhang Heng looked over. Taking control on behalf of the body, and fusing it within the body like yourself, are two different concepts. I am only in control, not part of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang Xian sighed in relief. In that case, all that was needed was to strip the heavenly Tao of its flaws by herself, and it didn't require her to die as well. Despite this fate, unwilling to accept it, he did not want the girl in front of him to be hurt. If I strip away the heavenly Tao with a flaw in my body, your father will be able to come back to life and even kill the ruthless man, right? Zhang Heng appeared to be. That. I'm not sure. Looking up at the already collapsed God realm, Luo Ruoshi hesitated. The divine realm was father's foundation, and now that the foundation was like this, even if he was awake, Would he really be able to defeat that powerful and ruthless man? It's really hard to say. It seems that you can't be sure either. Since that's the case, it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. We only have to think of a way on our own. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. You, me, and the doppelganger, combined with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, may not be unable to win if we're in conjunction with Master Kong. Master Kong? Luo Ruoshi frowned. Master Kong is dead, isn't he? He didn't really die. If the guess is right, he was decapitated by you. It was just a method used to break away from the heavenly Tao. Unsurprisingly, he should be the same as Wei Changfeng. He is the innate fetal soul body. Zhang Heng said. When he saw Wei Changfeng, he understood that the so-called maintaining spirituality of Master Kong should be the same as him, an innate fetal soul body. It is possible to be in the womb and not be confused. Coupled with the backhand left in advance. Resurrection. It was only a matter of time. Luo Ruoshi froze, as if she hadn't expected that to be the case. Just go over and take a look. The guess is good. He should have recovered. Otherwise, those students of his, it is impossible that they did not even go to the title C. Zhang Heng said. Those students of Master Kong, Zi Yuan ancient sage and the others, each of them were strong. Even without the help of an emperor, they would certainly have a way to enter the title C, but none of them were seen. There must be something more important waiting, wanting to take advantage of the fact that all the emperors had gone to the title C with no time to spare. And this kind of important thing is obviously for the Kong master to recover. This, Luo Ruoshi's heart shook as she came to a realization. Go! No longer explaining. With a single stroke of his hand, Zhang Heng reappeared at the location where Master Kong resided. And sure enough, he saw an old man hovering in the air on his knees. And when he saw them arrive, he smiled faintly. Coming! If it's not Master Kong, then who is it? This master of all worlds did not disappoint. As suspected, it was reanimated while everyone's attention was focused on the title C. Luo Ruoshi's petite body shook. She knew that emperors could be resurrected, and the immortal emperor had come alive. But she didn't expect the speed to be so fast. I hid the heavenly Tao and prepared a backhand in advance. The unnamed giant in the spectral soul pool was left behind by me. And when I was decapitated by you on that day, I took the opportunity to get rid of the heavenly Tao's bondage and reassemble my fleshly body, which has just recovered now as well. Master Kong smiled faintly. He was proficient in the ability of time, and it looked like only 1 or 2 days had passed in the God realm, but in reality, he had gone through an unknown amount of time in order to recover his power. Decades have gone by. The strength of the three of us is very strong, but it's not that easy to win over a ruthless person. Seeing that Master Kong had really recovered, Luo Ruoshi still shook her head. It's not a matter of raising others' spirits and demoralizing ourselves, but it's the truth. Just now, so many people had joined forces and failed to block the other party. So what could they do even if they added a Kong master? Again, it doesn't change the situation. It's true that our individual strengths, or even united together, are no match for each other, but what if the strength of all of us is fused in one person? Kung Shi looked over with a smile. Fused in one? This time, not only did Luo Ruoshi frown, but Zhang Heng was also filled with doubts. That palm was able to tear apart the divine realm and break up the heavenly Tao. The strength of the strength is indisputable. The ruthless man absorbed all of this power and devoured 50 years of the divine realm's aura. Based on strength alone, our dozen or so emperors, individually taken out, are indeed not opponents. Kong Shi said, but joining together and concentrating power on one person may not be possible. Right, how centralized? Roxy looked over. Easier said than done. The Empress was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it was so easy to absorb the power of others, she wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. It's very simple. We'll focus the power in our bodies on Zhang Heng, and once he can break through the Emperor's shackles, he'll be able to save the divine realm. Kong Shi Dao. Me? Zhang Xian froze. Why me? The spirit rhinoceros emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence of nature, but with the constraints of Father and the heavenly Tao, those who have attachments will never be able to truly transcend. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought me back then, you had also given up, intending to be beheaded by me. Kong Shi Dao. Luo Ruoshi couldn't speak. At the time of the battle, there was indeed such an intention, so the exchange of hands between the two, at the beginning, each left their own backhand, like a sparring match, unlike a life and death struggle, unable to transcend. Naturally one cannot exert the strongest power, and even if one is given more true chi, one is equally unable to impact that supreme realm. As for me, Kong Shi nodded his head and said, having a heart for the living, wanting to universalize the world, but not willing to have others sacrifice for me. Too much kindness is also a drawback. If the heart was more ruthless and exterminated the face spirit race, there wouldn't be the current situation. In the beginning, if all of the alien spirit people could be exterminated, it would have been impossible for vicious man to be resurrected, and there would not have been a situation like the one that existed now. So, I'm not suitable either. On the other hand, Zhang Hang, the Gong method is smooth and without flaws. Speaking of living one's own life, even if one dies, as long as one lives a blameless life, one's heart is open. This kind of person possesses greater tolerance, greater room for development, and only then can they go higher and farther. Master Kong continued, when you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't even care about death, how can you be held back by anything else? Zhang Hang frowned and was about to say something when he saw Master Kong's gaze gleaming over. No need to excuse yourself. First of all, it's too late to train others, and even if it's too late, I don't think there may be anyone who can do a better. Although Emperor Linghua doesn't have a fragment of the heavenly Tao in his body, he has been in control of the heavenly Tao for many years, and has his own understanding of the heavenly Tao. I am in control of the heavenly Tao in an orderly manner, and if we imbue you with the power, you will have the power of the complete heavenly Tao in your body, combined with the 9 heavenly chaotic golden lotus of the doppelganger. You will be able to completely set the 9 heavens, take charge of the Qiankuan, battle in the 9 heavens, and destroy all things. Okay. Seeing that the other party had already made a decision and it was useless to explain himself any further, Zhang Hang nodded. Boom! Planking his knees well, in the blink of an eye, 2 majestic forces poured in from both sides. Zhang Hang's entire body stiffened, and it was as if his entire body had transformed into the heavenly Tao in an instant. Soaring above the 9 heavens, the soul, physical body, and true Qi were all baptized in an instant, growing stronger and more majestic. You guys want to stop me too? That's fine. Kill you all and then go and decapitate Zhang Hang, slapping Luo Qiqi and the doppelgangers and the others away. Ruthless man smiled coldly. The power jointly exerted by the split and the many emperors was indeed powerful. However, compared to him, it was still a bit weaker. The tidal sea had devoured almost all of the aura of the divine realm out of the city, and now all of this power was transformed into his foster, raising his hands and feet with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. And these emperors and divine kings were still unbeatable, even though they represented the pinnacle of the divine realm. At this moment, the ruthless man seemed to represent the entire divine realm. Unstoppable. If the god realm perishes, there's no point in us living. I, Yun Qi, will die with you. The Cloud Qi Emperor changed into his original body, a huge 5-clawed golden dragon, and lunged at him in the air. Just you? Not worthy. With a pinch of the ruthless man's palm, the golden dragon hung in his palm, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. Wait for me, old friend. Emperor Fu Mang also let out a roar and changed into his white tiger self, coming to follow him through the air. The immortal emperor, the immortal fire phoenix proper was displayed, and flames shone in the sky. The Xianmei emperor, in his original form, was a great turtle that looked like it was holding up the heavens. The 4 great divine beasts, guarding the 4 poles of the divine realm, changed their bodies at the same time, and the collapsing divine realm became slowed down. Qiankuan seemed to be fixed in an instant. Boom 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 boom. With 4 consecutive palms, the ruthless man suppressed the 4 beasts, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since you guys are looking for death, I will fulfill you. With a roar, he was about to lay a deadly hand on the crowd and wipe them all out when he felt his raised arm tighten and stop in the air. Ask me if you want to kill them. Immediately afterward, as the crowd was shocked, a silhouette slowly stepped out from the air. It was none other than Zhang Hang. At this time, the youth, his whole body was surging with power, more than 10 times more powerful than just now, coming from the sky, as if the whole person was a world. Much improved. Tough guy paused, his gaze fixed. He obviously didn't understand why in the light of just a few minutes, the other party's strength had changed so drastically. But so what if it increases? The divine realm in its heyday can't even withstand it. I don't believe that you can hold me back. With a cold snort, the ruthless man slapped down again. Zhang Xian raised his long sword and met him. The 2 sides fought together as space tore apart one by one, and air currents fluttered around. Can Zhang Hang win? Since the Heavenly Kong Master's residence, Luo Ruoshi looked over with worry. She and Master Kong passed their power to Zhang Hang, and their own cultivation, which had been reduced to only the Divine King level, was not as brilliant as before. However, the level was where it was at, and with enough power, one day, it could be regained. With his current strength, it's hard to win over, unless he can comprehend a power that surpasses an emperor. After a few moments of silence, Kong Shi said, a dozen emperors united couldn't defeat the ruthless man, and even if they passed all of their power to each other, it wouldn't be that easy to do so. The reason for this is that power can only touch the apex if it is concentrated in one person, and it is possible to truly transcend the limits and break through. Power beyond an emperor? Luo Ruwashi's eyes were distant. Her father had said the same thing to her when he was still conscious. But she could not do it. Could the man she loved do it? He will be able to. He has an indomitable heart and pride in the world. Seeing the question in her mind, Master Kong laughed. Boom boom boom. After a few consecutive moves, Zhang Heng's tiger's mouth cracked, and a huge scar appeared on his chest, hideous and gruesome. It was the same as what Master Kong had said. Even after fusing the power of the two of them and forming a complete heavenly Tao within their bodies, they were still no match. Ha ha, thought how powerful. But that's all. Ruthless man smiled coldly. Anyway, if I'm not your opponent, I'll be killed sooner or later. Since this is the case, I want to die under your strongest attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Heng paused, and instead of attacking, he looked at the ruthless man in front of him. Okay, I'll fulfill you and give you the strongest attack. Hearing him say that, the ruthless man froze for a moment, then coldly grunted and raised his palm. Wow! A green light appeared in the center of his palm and slammed down. Sure enough, it was the strongest attack, and the entire god realm roared as if it was about to be unable to withstand it. And once again, a huge crater was punched out. With his eyes tightly closed, Zhang Xian did not dodge. Boo! Heads exploded and souls festered in every direction. Zhang Heng. Everyone's face turned white when they saw this scene. Luo Qiqi was like going crazy. Emperor Yunji and the others also stared wide-eyed and kept shivering. Master Kong and Luo Ruwashi, who saw this scene, were all stunned as well. The intention was for him to break through the shackles and impact beyond the Emperor realm, so how could he not go to resist and willingly go to his death? In that case, wouldn't they fail to live up to their good intentions? No, it's the immortal Emperor's immortal method. Being strange, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The crowd then saw that Zhang Heng, who had his head blown up and even had his soul shattered, had the pendant on his chest steeply explode, and a drop of blood levitated and burned, forming a scorching hot flame, and in the flame, an intact figure slowly stepped out. He separated the heavens way with a deficiency and his soul with the help of the other party's power. And the blood in the pendant? Luo Ruwashi's pupils contracted. After being reborn from the fire, Zhang Heng unexpectedly had no more heavenly Tao library in his body, no more interference from the heavenly Tao, and was detached from the heavenly Tao. How did he do it? Kong Shi was also filled with disbelief. The heavenly Tao and the soul were fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and in order to get rid of it, he had to soul split and regroup his soul with the help of the pixie soul pool. What method was used to get rid of this one in front of me? Only to be decapitated for a moment and then get rid of it completely? I know. He used the way of ruthless people to get rid of their soul contracts. Luo Ruwashi reacted. The soul contract binds the master and the servant, and if the master does not release it, the servant is forever subject. The library of heavenly paths is the same, and can be said to be an enhanced version of the contract. Bound to the soul, it will not disengage until it dies. But the ruthless man got rid of the soul contract with the help of that special power. The specific method, Zhang Heng asked in detail before. I am afraid that I moved at that time. That was why he deliberately fought to the death, allowing it to exert its strongest power to attack him. With this power, the fire was reborn, and to my surprise, it was a great success. So that's how it is. This is the way to break through to Emperor. Zhang Heng, who stepped out from the flames, had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood something, and suddenly waved his hand, and the doppelganger on one side, which had immediately retransformed into a lotus flower, flew over. In a flash, it blends perfectly with itself. In the blink of an eye, the crowd felt as if the Zhang Heng in front of them had turned into Jiao Tian, and Jiao Tian was him. The palms of his feet lightly stepped on the ground. The chaotic nine heavens immediately stabilized. The nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus, which appeared at the birth of the nine heavens, was capable of stabilizing the nine heavens, and at this time, the split and the self were perfectly fused and indistinguishable from each other, which was the same as him taking control of this power. Not only that, having fused the cultivation of the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus, his realm, which was already at its peak, loosened up and seemed to break through at any time. Master-servant love, brotherly love, teacher-student love, parental love, love, fused together. It turns out to be everything in the world. That's what makes a human being. With a smile on his face, Zhang Heng muttered. The moment the Tendo library detached from his soul, he understood. Did man look at the world to make the world? Or did the world come first and then man? Is it the wind that moves? Or the heart? This is a question that has haunted countless people for ages. Of course, none of this matters now. Without life, without emotion, What is the point of the world even if it exists? So, after the breakthrough to love, it is the love of all beings. It's the emotions that intertwine the world. Everything in this world has emotions, and it is with emotions that the world is made, and it is with emotions that life can be continued. Love is love. Hate is the emotion. Happy is the sentiment. The pain, the emotion. Parting, it's love. Getting together, and love. 1,000 sentiments for me. With a low cry, the forbidden realm within Zhang Heng's body instantly broke open. The emperor's shackles, broken through. For a moment, it was as if a whole new world and door had been touched, and the soul was rapidly nourished. Countless chaotic chi surged over, and the fleshly body soared. Before, I could only progress by absorbing spiritual energy, but now spatial turbulence, chaotic chi, and even the other party's green light can all be mine, without distinction. You, the ruthless man, did not expect his full attack. Instead of not beheading him, but to fulfill him, angry wow wow wow, screaming chaotically, a furious shout, once again attacked down. You resent the high and mighty emperor for not saving yourself from the spatial turbulence. It is emotion, to feel that you were once my servant, harboring humility and anger. It is emotion, to want to destroy the divine realm and give vent to your anger. It is emotion, and to want to become even stronger. It is likewise emotion. With emotion controlling you, how can you outwit me and not be controlled by me? Smiling faintly, Zhang Heng's voice grew faster and louder as he gently grasped his palm. The original vertical and invincible ruthless man was then confined by countless emotional thin lines, restraining his hands and feet, unable to move. As long as there is love, it will be used and controlled by him. You, the ruthless man's eyes were filled with trepidation. Master Zhang, I'm your servant. Don't kill me. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. It's already too late to talk about this now. With a faint smile, Zhang Heng shook his head. The feeling of controlling the world, servants and the like no longer meant anything to him. Having killed so many people at the divine level and injured his girlfriend, Luo Chichi, as well as so many friends, today, how could it be possible to forgive? No. Sensing his determination, the ruthless man's pupils contracted, and before his words ended, he immediately felt a sharp pain on his body. Boo! In an instant, it exploded and turned into countless auras that poured out to all parts of the divine realm. Previously, all the power that the tidal sea had swallowed up. At this time, all of it was fed back, and the already depleted wilderness was revitalized. This, kill it like that? Emperor Yun Qi, Immortal Emperor, Linglong Feria, and the others all stared in disbelief. Just now, they have exchanged hands with the ruthless man and know that it is terrible. Such a powerful person, but even casually overthrow it. What kind of level has this Zhang Heng reached? Could it be that there really was another realm above Emperor? He did it. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoshi loosened their clenched fists. This is part of the heavenly way. Then I will return it now. Seeing that the heavenly Tao with a flaw that had just been separated from his body was still suspended in the air, Zhang Heng gently smiled and flicked his finger. Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth was set with a bang in the sky above the divine realm. A great bell-like chime sounded, and the constantly collapsing divine realm slowly recovered as far as the naked eye could see, and the chaotic air currents, too, regrouped. The collapsing god realm finally came to a halt, and the parched aura, along with the deaths of the ruthless people, slowly recovered. It seems that the divine realm is going to welcome the era of aura recovery all over again. Zhang Heng smiled. The hole in the tidal sea, along with the mending of the heavenly Tao, had been restored, and it was only a matter of time before the divine realm returned to its former grandeur. Zhang Heng, come this way. Just after doing so, a voice rang in his head, and Zhang Heng froze for a moment, taking a step forward. With this step, he did not know how far he had flown, and then he saw a youth standing in front of him. It was the same one who had taught himself the sword technique earlier. Senior, you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Heng froze. Before, I felt that this one, unfathomable, and now I realized that compared to myself, it was only a hair's breadth away, and had already reached the very pinnacle of the emperor, more powerful than the previous Luo Ruoshi, by an unknown amount. Just call me by my name. My name is Nyaton. The youth exuded an unrelenting sword intent as he faintly said, Nyaton? Zhang Xian frowned. First time I've heard that name. Come with me. I'll take you to see my brother. The youth called Nyaton guffawed and stepped forward. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Not knowing how far he had flown, he stopped in front of a mountain peak. Another youth was then seen. The appearance was not much older than him, and his eyebrows were raised, giving a sense of depth and impenetrability. This strength. Zhang Heng shuddered. The strength of this youth in front of him was unexpectedly even more powerful than him.
having similarly broken through the shackles of an emperor, and his cultivation was even more profound and thick. Under me, Nya Yun. The youth smiled faintly and looked over. That's Nya Linghuan, the father of Luo Ruwashi in your mouth. Darrell's father? Zhang Hang was shocked. You are the divine realm heavenly Tao? Previously, Luo Ruwashi had said that her father, who was the heavenly Tao, couldn't have imagined that it was such a young man. I transformed the three purities in one breath, a part of my soul, into the heavenly Tao. Besides, this world, I created it, so there's nothing wrong with saying I'm the heavenly Tao. Nya Yin smiled faintly. Zhang Xian couldn't believe it. The divine realm was actually created by this person in front of me? How strong should he be? Then? No. If the divine realm was created by you, and you are the heavenly Tao, why did you let the ruthless people wreak havoc and not step in? Zhang Hang looked over. If it wasn't for his own breakthrough, the divine realm would most likely collapse completely. So why did this person in front of him not care? Even care about the life and death of your daughter? Without answering his question, Nya Yun looked over faintly. Do you think there are more powerful beings above the God realm? Zhang Hang paused for a moment. There should be. Although he hadn't seen it before. Since he could cultivate to this realm, perhaps others could as well. Or even stronger. It's like this one right here. I had suspected that there would be more powerful beings above the divine realm, so I peered with all my might, and ultimately drew a backlash from the higher worlds. A palm breaking through the air. Nya Yun looked over. At that time, if I dodged, it was highly likely that the entire God realm would have been wiped out, and there would be no more half-life. So, blocked the move, but as a result, the heavenly Tao of the incarnation was split out. This situation, I want to recover. It's just a thought, but I understand that wanting to truly transcend the shackles of the divine realm, to explore where the palm comes from, and what's beyond the divine realm, is very difficult to do with me alone. Therefore, want to see, there is no life, can break through the emperor's shackles, to reach the point of parity with me. So, just send the scattered heavenly Tao intentions to the lowest level of the world, respectively to the soul that originally belongs to this world, and a soul that doesn't belong to this world. And you, in the end, did not let me down. Nya Yun laughed. A soul that doesn't belong to this world. In that case, I crossed over because of you as well? Zhang Hang's heart shook. No wonder. To be able to cross over? I didn't think it was all because of the one in front of me. Ha! Nya Yun gently laughed and said, inherently belonging to this world, there is a reverence for the world. Wanting to break through the world's shackles, the difficulty is much greater. I also had a thought, and did not expect. You really can succeed. Zhang Hang blushed. If it wasn't for Master Kong, there's no way I could have reached this point. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, it would have been impossible to reach the current realm. I gave him the opportunity, but didn't grasp it. The match with the spirit rhinoceros was actually the best opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. But unfortunately, he chose to retreat, thinking that he had left a backhand so that he could retreat in one piece. But in reality, he had lost his bravery and refinement. And in the face of those who have surpassed us, how can he fight against them if he doesn't even have this spirit? Nya Yun said. Zhang Xian was silent. He had watched the battle between the two at that time, and Master Kong was indeed somewhat lacking in decisiveness. It was also possible that he wasn't willing to behead Luo Ruwashi. Unfortunately, the opportunity to advance was missed on that very thought. If Master Kong wins, Ruwashi will die. Zhang Hang looked over a moment later, his eyebrows furrowed. Can it be that this person in front of me doesn't even care about his daughter's life and death? With me here, she won't die. Nya Yun smiled faintly. Your current strength isn't that far off from mine. Do you think the duo's strength, in a life and death situation, could do it if they wanted to save someone? Zhang Hang smiled bitterly. Breaking through an emperor, and an emperor, were two different concepts? And if he was truly willing to make a move, he could indeed save the person at the last minute, and guaranteed, he wouldn't be able to stand a single injury. Ling Rhinoceros was born to my other wife Luo Qingchang, so she disguised her name, surnamed Luo, in order to be able to make her believe, not emotionally, until now has always thought that I was still in a coma. Nya Yun let out a bitter laugh. This dad of mine has done enough to be ruthless. Let's put it this way, this matter is still for you to explain to her. After all, her mind now has already shifted to you. This old dad of mine, I guess I can't even think of it. Ha ha, I will not appear for the time being, hide on a period of time to say, otherwise, really afraid that she made a mess of the sky and the earth. Seeing such an unreliable old man in front of him, his face twitching, Zhang Hang had no choice but to agree. Alright, there's nothing you can do if you don't agree. Who let yourself abduct someone's daughter? The library of the heavenly Tao.
which was created by one of my intentions, is the foundation and the shackles. The fact that you can rely on your own abilities and break through the shackles shows the ability and potential. And the future has a great future. And it's a relief for my daughter to be able to be with you and be a father. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 144, The Trial Tower Invaded by the Unnameable. Soul Contract. Contracted soul. As long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other party's means are heavenly, it cannot be dissolved. Just like immortal Emperor Little Yellow Chicken, who was only a divine king before he was an emperor. And there was likewise no way to resolve this kind of agreement. In order to prevent this guy from changing his mind and having a backlash, the Master Teacher Continent had specifically set out that even if the other party could break away from the Book of Heaven's path, they would not be able to break free from the agreement between souls. The soul contract. It's true that it can't be split from the sea of consciousness, but I fused a special gas that even the heavenly Tao can dissolve. So it's not hard to dissolve this contract away. As long as I have enough power to blast where the contract is located, I'll be able to do it. Tough guy. The soul contract, which was based on the heavenly Tao, the special power was able to dissolve even the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. So how difficult would it be to dissolve a soul contract as long as it was handled properly? I see. Zhang Hang's gaze flickered. Talking to you this much is a thank you for bringing me to the God realm. After explaining, the ruthless man no longer said more. The breath on his body became more and more ancient and distant. The black hole behind him became even more enormous. Obviously while talking, he swallowed an unknown amount of power and made nourishment. Zhang Hang, the more the black hole swallows, the stronger he gets. Luo Ruoshi also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly transmitted her voiceover. Prepare to strike. With all the doubts in his heart gone, Zhang Hang took a deep breath, and with the long sword in his hand, he raised it abruptly. In that case, let's see what happens underhand. Boom! The most powerful sword intent was once again cast out. When you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't care about life or death, what's stopping you? This sword move, even though it was one that had not reached the emperor's comprehension, contained all the obsessions in his heart, and brought the heavenly Ruoxian technique in his body to its limit. Phew! A sword cut the vicious man's attack in half. At the same moment, Luo Ruoshi also struck out, her jade hand rolling, her sword awnings like snow. Her swordsmanship was somewhat similar to that young man from the sword god heaven, carrying an unrelenting momentum and the dashing nature of the great Tao. Your moves are great, but compared to me, they are still inferior. Laughing softly, the ruthless man once again grabbed downwards. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun, and the palm enveloped the heavens and the earth. Space shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to be hardened down. Poof, poof. Zhang Xiang and Luo Ruoshi flew out backwards at the same time, their blood spurting wildly in the air. With the strength of the duo, they couldn't even resist. What kind of realm has this guy reached? Unbridled. The doppelganger took large steps, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, carrying the sound of flowing water in the void. It looks forced from a distance, refining the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus. His cultivation level was not weaker than Zhang Hang's. A fist was raised and power rushed up to the nine heavens. Clashing with ruthless man, he similarly flew out backwards, unable to block a single move. Zhang Hang covered his forehead. Achievement Emperor? The split still does not modify the nature of the force. It's so splendidly loaded. It might as well be more powerful if the power was concentrated. Strike together, or else, if they die, we will all die. The little yellow chicken let out a loud cry, and crimson flames burned so brightly that the sky looked like it was set on fire. The remaining 6 great emperors also used their own means. 7 emperors united, destroying the heavens and earth. A sight of the heavens and earth in front of them could not resist, but the other party was a ruthless person who had absorbed a special power, and when the attack came to his heels, the black hole steeply grew bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the power cleanly, and came out immediately after the counterattack. Boom 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 boom. The 7 emperors flew out backwards just like Zhang Hang and the others. The 10 great emperors, united together, hadn't even managed to block a single move from the other side. This guy, how can he be so powerful? You can die. With one move to break down the crowd, the ruthless man took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and slapped down again. How dare the rats! Accompanied by a loud shout, the old man from the previous sword god heaven suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him, the long sword in his hand turning into a galaxy. Emperor? He's also emperor strength? Zhang Hang's pupils shrank. When this old man first followed the youth, he had thought that he was just a follower, at most a sealed divine king, and it was only when he exerted his power that he realized that he was actually an Empyrean powerhouse as well. If he is an emperor, that youth, What is he? He himself is the emperor of the sword god heaven. Struggling to stand, Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth. What about the youth who passed on my sword skills? Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. He is. Luo Ruoshi was just about to reply, when there was a distortion in space, and then she saw this emperor of the sword god heaven, similarly flying backwards, landing not far away, smashing out a large pit. Zhang Heng's current strength, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword, far exceeded his, and he couldn't even resist it, and even though his cultivation wasn't weak, and his sword skills were superior, he still wasn't an opponent. Ha ha, Empyrean, a bunch of rustic dogs are just that. Today, I'll destroy the 9 heavens, destroy this divine realm, and trample all the rules to the ground, defeating the emperor of the sword god heaven. The ruthless man laughed madly, the space around him collapsing non-stop, setting him off like a demon. What to do? Zhang Xian's fists clenched. Just now, he and the doppelganger both exerted the strongest combat power, and even the Luo Ruoshi in front of him also used the strongest moves, did not block the other side of a move. Could it be that no one in the divine realm could really stop this person in front of them? Let him destroy the world? The only way is to return your heavenly Tao with a deficiency to the heavenly Tao itself, and let the heavenly Tao suppress him. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched tightly, her eyes reddening. Returning to the heavenly Tao itself? Zhang Heng knew what she meant. The library in the mind, itself a part of the heavenly Tao. Once returned, the heavenly Tao would be completely complete, and perhaps the loopholes could be repaired, and the ego would ostracize the ruthless. It's like the body's immune system. With an intact immune system, viruses come and are easily repelled. When it's broken, it can't resist viral invasion, and even the strongest person can die as a result. He's too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were to be restored to its full integrity, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. Zhang Heng shook his head. Viruses, the immune system can be decimated. But what about tigers? What can be done with a stronger immune system? In front of me, this is just an ordinary god king. Even if it is sealed, the heavenly Tao can easily kill it, and it can be more powerful than emperors. It is already not something that the heavenly Tao can fight against. This, Luo Ruoshi paused for a moment, a look of loss appearing on her white jade face. Yes, there's no way to suppress it, but with the heavenly Tao intact, he will be able to wake up, and beheading this one is not difficult. Him? Zhang Heng frowned. I'll take you to see him, just in the selfsame sky. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruoshi clenched her teeth, turned around, and flew forward. Want to escape? The ruthless man coldly grunted and pressed downward. Boo! Luo Ruoshi fell through the air. You! Zhang Heng's sword technique was once again displayed as his sword intent brilliantly came out. Ding ding ding. Once again, it was blocked by Tough Guy. You guys go, I'll hold him off. Knowing that they were thinking of a way to save the divine realm again instead of escaping, the doppelganger and the immortal emperor, with a loud shout, blocked the front, and Luo Qiqi also shifted and returned to the Jingkong bead's main body. The space around them solidified. Go! Seeing the crowd defiantly blocking the back, fearless of death, Zhang Heng's eyes reddened. However, he also knew that now was not the time to say more, and with a pull on Luo Ruoshi, his body swayed, slicing through space, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the range of the Ze heaven. The self-existent heaven was now no longer as comfortable as it was before. The divine realm collapsed and chaos reigned everywhere. Where is he, you say? Not having the time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Heng looked at the girl in his arms. If the person she was talking about could really save the divine realm, there was no harm in sacrificing herself. He is my father, and the blood in your pendant is his, the immortal emperor, who was once his beast pet. Luo Ruoshi explained as she toned down a bit. Father? Zhang Xian came to a sudden realization. No wonder it had always felt that the blood in the pendant was similar to Luo Ruoshi's, yet different, so it was her father's. This also explained why the thought left behind by the immortal emperor immediately recognized himself as the master upon seeing the pendant. Your father is also an emperor? Or possesses strength beyond that of an emperor? Can't help it. The library was chaotic. It was the blood in the pendant that brought himself back to his senses. It was hard to believe that not only was she an emperor, but her father was as well, even more powerful? And if so, why the coma? And what is the need for a deficiency in heaven to bring it to its senses? He's not an emperor, but the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched. Tendo? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Heng was shocked in disbelief. Yes. 50 years ago, my father couldn't resist that big hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao collapsed into 3 parts, the heavenly Tao in order and the heavenly Tao with a deficiency, and entered into the spatial turbulence.
and I took the place of controlling the heavenly Tao naturally and maintaining the balance of the divine realm. Want to let him recover. Only the scattered parts will be collected. That's why I am so determined and can't fail. Only then did I specifically enter the Master Teacher continent to study the Spring and Autumn canon and find a way to defeat Master Kong. When I fought with Master Kong, the thing I asked him to do was also this. Luo Ruwashi said. Zhang Zhang hung indistinctly. Master Teacher continent just met not long ago. The girl in front of him told himself her story to save a close relative. He did not understand at that time, but now it suddenly realized. Surprisingly, it was her father, and it was also the divine realm heavenly Tao. Can Tendo really take human form and have children? Controlling the heavenly Tao naturally on behalf of your body. There is no fragment of the heavenly Tao? Suddenly, realizing that there was something wrong in her language, Zhang Hang looked over. Taking control on behalf of the body, and fusing it within the body like yourself, are two different concepts. I am only in control, not part of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruwashi said. Zhang Xian sighed in relief. In that case, all that was needed was to strip the heavenly Tao of its flaws by herself, and it didn't require her to die as well. Despite this fate, unwilling to accept it, he did not want the girl in front of him to be hurt. If I strip away the heavenly Tao with a flaw in my body, your father will be able to come back to life and even kill the ruthless man, right? Zhang Hang appeared to be. That. I'm not sure. Looking up at the already collapsed God realm, Luo Ruwashi hesitated. The divine realm was father's foundation, and now that the foundation was like this, even if he was awake, would he really be able to defeat that powerful and ruthless man? It's really hard to say. It seems that you can't be sure either. Since that's the case, it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. We only have to think of a way on our own. Zhang Hang gritted his teeth. You, me, and the doppelganger, combined with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, may not be unable to win if we're in conjunction with Master Kong. Master Kong? Luo Ruwashi frowned. Master Kong is dead, isn't he? He didn't really die. If the guess is right, he was decapitated by you. It was just a method used to break away from the heavenly Tao. Unsurprisingly, he should be the same as Wei Changfeng. He is the innate fetal soul body, Zhang Hang said. When he saw Wei Changfeng, he understood that the so-called maintaining spirituality of Master Kong should be the same as him, an innate fetal soul body. It is possible to be in the womb and not be confused. Coupled with the backhand left in advance. Resurrection. It was only a matter of time. Luo Ruwashi froze, as if she hadn't expected that to be the case. Just go over and take a look. The guess is good. He should have recovered. Otherwise, those students of his, it is impossible that they did not even go to the title C. Zhang Hang said. Those students of Master Kong, Zi Yuan ancient sage and the others, each of them were strong. Even without the help of an emperor, they would certainly have a way to enter the title C, but none of them were seen. There must be something more important waiting, wanting to take advantage of the fact that all the emperors had gone to the title C with no time to spare. And this kind of important thing is obviously for the Kong master to recover. This, Luo Ruwashi's heart shook as she came to a realization. Go! No longer explaining. With a single stroke of his hand, Zhang Hang reappeared at the location where Master Kong resided, and sure enough, he saw an old man hovering in the air on his knees, and when he saw them arrive, he smiled faintly. Coming! If it's not Master Kong, then who is it? This master of all worlds did not disappoint. As suspected, it was reanimated while everyone's attention was focused on the title C. Luo Ruwashi's petite body shook. She knew that emperors could be resurrected, and the immortal emperor had come alive, but she didn't expect the speed to be so fast. I hid the heavenly Tao and prepared a backhand in advance. The unnamed giant in the spectral soul pool was left behind by me, and when I was decapitated by you on that day, I took the opportunity to get rid of the heavenly Tao's bondage and reassemble my fleshly body, which has just recovered now as well. Master Kong smiled faintly. He was proficient in the ability of time, and it looked like only 1 or 2 days had passed in the God realm, but in reality, he had gone through an unknown amount of time in order to recover his power. Decades have gone by. The strength of the three of us is very strong, but it's not that easy to win over a ruthless person. Seeing that Master Kong had really recovered, Luo Ruwashi still shook her head. It's not a matter of raising others' spirits and demoralizing ourselves, but it's the truth. Just now, so many people had joined forces and failed to block the other party. So what could they do even if they added a Kong master? Again, it doesn't change the situation. It's true that our individual strengths, or even united together, are no match for each other, but what if the strength of all of us is fused in one person? Kung Shi looked over with a smile. Fused in one? This time, not only did Luo Ruwashi frown, but Zhang Hang was also filled with doubts. That palm was able to tear apart the divine realm and break up the heavenly Tao. The strength of the strength is indisputable. The ruthless man absorbed all of this power and devoured 50 years of the divine realm's aura.
Based on strength alone, our dozen or so emperors, individually taken out, are indeed not opponents, Kong Shi said, but joining together and concentrating power on one person may not be possible. Right, how centralized? Roxy looked over. Easier said than done. The Empress was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it was so easy to absorb the power of others, she wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. It's very simple. We'll focus the power in our bodies on Zhang Hang, and once he can break through the Emperor's shackles, he'll be able to save the divine realm. Kong Shi Dao. Me? Zhang Xian froze. Why me? The spirit rhinoceros emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence of nature, but with the constraints of Father and the heavenly Tao, those who have attachments will never be able to truly transcend. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought me back then, you had also given up, intending to be beheaded by me. Kong Shi Dao. Luo Ruoshi couldn't speak. At the time of the battle, there was indeed such an intention, so the exchange of hands between the two, at the beginning, each left their own backhand, like a sparring match, unlike a life and death struggle, unable to transcend. Naturally one cannot exert the strongest power, and even if one is given more true chi, one is equally unable to impact that supreme realm. As for me, Kong Shi nodded his head and said, having a heart for the living, wanting to universalize the world, but not willing to have others sacrifice for me. Too much kindness is also a drawback. If the heart was more ruthless and exterminated the Fey spirit race, there wouldn't be the current situation. In the beginning, if all of the alien spirit people could be exterminated, it would have been impossible for vicious man to be resurrected, and there would not have been a situation like the one that existed now. So, I'm not suitable either. On the other hand, Zhang Hang, the Gong method is smooth and without flaws. Speaking of living one's own life, even if one dies, as long as one lives a blameless life, one's heart is open. This kind of person possesses greater tolerance, greater room for development, and only then can they go higher and farther. Master Kong continued, when you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't even care about death, how can you be held back by anything else? This, Zhang Hang frowned and was about to say something when he saw Master Kong's gaze gleaming over. No need to excuse yourself. First of all, it's too late to train others, and even if it's too late, I don't think there may be anyone who can do a better. Although Emperor Manhwa doesn't have a fragment of the heavenly Tao in his body, he has been in control of the heavenly Tao for many years, and has his own understanding of the heavenly Tao. I am in control of the heavenly Tao in an orderly manner, and if we imbue you with the power, you will have the power of the complete heavenly Tao in your body, combined with the 9 heavenly chaotic golden lotus of the doppelganger. You will be able to completely set the 9 heavens, take charge of the Qiankuan, battle in the 9 heavens, and destroy all things. Okay. Seeing that the other party had already made a decision and it was useless to explain himself any further, Zhang Hang nodded. Boom! Planking his knees well, in the blink of an eye, 2 majestic forces poured in from both sides. Zhang Hang's entire body stiffened, and it was as if his entire body had transformed into the heavenly Tao in an instant. Soaring above the 9 heavens, the soul, physical body, and true chi were all baptized in an instant, growing stronger and more majestic. You guys want to stop me too? That's fine. Kill you all and then go and decapitate Zhang Hang, slapping Luo Qiqi and the doppelgangers and the others away. Ruthless man smiled coldly. The power jointly exerted by the split and the many emperors was indeed powerful. However, compared to him, it was still a bit weaker. The title C had devoured almost all of the aura of the divine realm out of the city, and now all of this power was transformed into his foster, raising his hands and feet with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. And these emperors and divine kings were still unbeatable, even though they represented the pinnacle of the divine realm. At this moment, the ruthless man seemed to represent the entire divine realm. Unstoppable. If the god realm perishes, there's no point in us living. I, Yun Qi, will die with you. The Cloud Qi Emperor changed into his original body, a huge 5-clawed golden dragon, and lunged at him in the air. Just you? Not worthy. With a pinch of the ruthless man's palm, the golden dragon hung in his palm, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. Wait for me, old friend. Emperor Fu Mang also let out a roar and changed into his white tiger self, coming to follow him through the air. The immortal emperor, the immortal fire phoenix proper was displayed, and flames shone in the sky. The Xianmei emperor, in his original form, was a great turtle that looked like it was holding up the heavens. The 4 great divine beasts, guarding the 4 poles of the divine realm, changed their bodies at the same time, and the collapsing divine realm became slowed down. Qiankuan seemed to be fixed in an instant. Boom 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 boom. With 4 consecutive poems, the ruthless man suppressed the 4 beasts, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since you guys are looking for death, I will fulfill you. With a roar, he was about to lay a deadly hand on the crowd and wipe them all out when he felt his raised arm tighten and stop in the air. Ask me if you want to kill them. Immediately afterward, as the crowd was shocked, a silhouette slowly stepped out from the air. It was none other than Zhang Hang. At this time, the youth, his whole body was surging with power, more than 10 times more powerful than just now, coming from the sky, as if the whole person was a world. Much improved. Tough guy paused, his gaze fixed. He obviously didn't understand why in the light of just a few minutes, the other party's strength had changed so drastically. But so what if it increases? The divine realm in its heyday can't even withstand it. I don't believe that you can hold me back. With a cold snort, the ruthless man slapped down again. Zhang Xian raised his long sword and met him. The two sides fought together as space tore apart one by one, and air currents fluttered around. Can Zhang Hang win? Since the Heavenly Kong Master's residence, Luo Ruwashi looked over with worry. She and Master Kong passed their power to Zhang Hang, and their own cultivation, which had been reduced to only the Divine King level, was not as brilliant as before. However, the level was where it was at, and with enough power, one day, it could be regained. With his current strength, it's hard to win over, unless he can comprehend a power that surpasses an emperor. After a few moments of silence, Kong Shi said, "A dozen emperors united couldn't defeat the ruthless man, and even if they passed all of their power to each other, it wouldn't be that easy to do so. The reason for this is that power can only touch the apex if it is concentrated in one person, and it is possible to truly transcend the limits and break through. Power beyond an emperor?" Luo Ruwashi's eyes were distant. Her father had said the same thing to her when he was still conscious. But she could not do it. Could the man she loved do it? He will be able to. He has an indomitable heart and pride in the world. Seeing the question in her mind, Master Kong laughed. Boom boom boom. After a few consecutive moves, Zhang Hang's tiger's mouth cracked, and a huge scar appeared on his chest, hideous and gruesome. It was the same as what Master Kong had said. Even after fusing the power of the two of them and forming a complete heavenly Tao within their bodies, they were still no match. Ha ha, thought how powerful, but that's all. Ruthless man smiled coldly. Anyway, if I'm not your opponent, I'll be killed sooner or later. Since this is the case, I want to die under your strongest attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hang paused, and instead of attacking, he looked at the ruthless man in front of him. Okay, I'll fulfill you and give you the strongest attack. Hearing him say that, the ruthless man froze for a moment, then coldly grunted and raised his palm. Wow! A green light appeared in the center of his palm and slammed down. Sure enough, it was the strongest attack, and the entire god realm roared as if it was about to be unable to withstand it. And once again, a huge crater was punched out. With his eyes tightly closed, Zhang Xian did not dodge. Boo! Heads exploded and souls festered in every direction. Zhang Hang. Everyone's face turned white when they saw this scene. Luo Qiqi was like going crazy. Emperor Yunji and the others also stared wide-eyed and kept shivering. Master Kong and Luo Ruwashi, who saw this scene, were all stunned as well. The intention was for him to break through the shackles and impact beyond the Emperor realm. So how could he not go to resist and willingly go to his death? In that case, wouldn't they fail to live up to their good intentions? No, it's the immortal Emperor's immortal method. Being strange, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The crowd then saw that Zhang Hang, who had his head blown up and even had his soul shattered, had the pendant on his chest steeply explode, and a drop of blood levitated and burned, forming a scorching hot flame, and in the flame, an intact figure slowly stepped out. He separated the heavens way with a deficiency and his soul with the help of the other party's power in the blood in the pendant. Luo Ruwashi's pupils contracted. After being reborn from the fire, Zhang Hang unexpectedly had no more heavenly Tao library in his body, no more interference from the heavenly Tao, and was detached from the heavenly Tao. How did he do it? Kong Shi was also filled with disbelief. The heavenly Tao and the soul were fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and in order to get rid of it, he had to soul split and regroup his soul with the help of the pixie soul pool. What method was used to get rid of this one in front of me? Only to be chopped up a little bit and get rid of it completely? I know. He used the way of ruthless people to get rid of their soul contracts. Luo Ruwashi reacted. The soul contract binds the master and the servant, and if the master does not release it, the servant is forever subject. The library of heavenly paths is the same, and can be said to be an enhanced version of the contract. Bound to the soul, it will not disengage until it dies. But the ruthless man got rid of the soul contract with the help of that special power. The specific method, Zhang Hang asked in detail before. I am afraid that I moved at that time. That was why he deliberately fought to the death, allowing it to exert its strongest power to attack him. With this power, the fire was reborn, and to my surprise, it was a great success. So that's how it is. This is the way to break through to Emperor. Zhang Heng, who stepped out from the flames, had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood something, and suddenly waved his hand, and the doppelganger on one side, which had immediately retransformed into a lotus flower, flew over. In a flash, it blends perfectly with itself. In the blink of an eye, the crowd felt as if the Zhang Heng in front of them had turned into Jiao Tian, and Jiao Tian was him. The palms of his feet lightly stepped on the ground. The chaotic nine heavens immediately stabilized. The nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus, which appeared at the birth of the nine heavens, was capable of stabilizing the nine heavens, and at this time, the split and the self were perfectly fused and indistinguishable from each other, which was the same as him taking control of this power. Not only that, having fused the cultivation of the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus, his realm, which was already at its peak, loosened up and seemed to break through at any time. Master-servant love, brotherly love, teacher-student love, parental love, love, fused together. It turns out to be everything in the world. That's what makes a human being. With a smile on his face, Zhang Heng muttered. The moment the Tendo library detached from his soul, he understood. Did man look at the world to make the world? Or did the world come first and then man? Is it the wind that moves? Or the heart? This is a question that has haunted countless people for ages. Of course, none of this matters now. Without life, without emotion, what is the point of the world even if it exists? So, after the breakthrough to love, it is the love of all beings. It's the emotions that intertwine the world. Everything in this world has emotions, and it is with emotions that the world is made, and it is with emotions that life can be continued. Love is love. Hate is the emotion. Happy is the sentiment. The pain, the emotion. Parting, it's love. Getting together, and love. 1,000 sentiments for me. With a low cry, the forbidden realm within Zhang Heng's body instantly broke open. The emperor's shackles, broken through. For a moment, it was as if a whole new world and door had been touched, and the soul was rapidly nourished. Countless chaotic chi surged over, and the fleshly body soared. Before, I could only progress by absorbing spiritual energy, but now spatial turbulence, chaotic chi, and even the other party's green light can all be mine, without distinction. You, the ruthless man, did not expect his full attack. Instead of not beheading him, but to fulfill him, angry wow wow wow, screaming chaotically, a furious shout, once again attacked down. You resent the high and mighty emperor for not saving yourself from the spatial turbulence. It is emotion, to feel that you were once my servant, harboring humility and anger. It is emotion, to want to destroy the divine realm and give vent to your anger. It is emotion, and to want to become even stronger. It is likewise emotion. With emotion controlling you, how can you outwit me and not be controlled by me? Smiling faintly, Zhang Heng's voice grew faster and louder as he gently grasped his palm. The original vertical and invincible ruthless man was then confined by countless emotional thin lines, restraining his hands and feet, unable to move. As long as there is love, it will be used and controlled by him. You, the ruthless man's eyes were filled with trepidation. Master Zhang, I'm your servant. Don't kill me. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. It's already too late to talk about this now. With a faint smile, Zhang Heng shook his head. The feeling of controlling the world, servants and the like no longer meant anything to him. Having killed so many people at the divine level and injured his girlfriend, Luo Chichi, as well as so many friends, today, how could it be possible to forgive? No. Sensing his determination, the ruthless man's pupils contracted, and before his words ended, he immediately felt a sharp pain on his body. Boo! In an instant, it exploded and turned into countless auras that poured out into all parts of the divine realm. Previously, all the power that the tidal sea had swallowed up. At this time, all of it was fed back, and the already depleted wilderness was revitalized. This, kill it like that? Emperor Yun Qi, Immortal Emperor, Linglong Feria, and the others all stared in disbelief. Just now, they have exchanged hands with the ruthless man and know that it is terrible. Such a powerful person, but even casually overthrow it. What kind of level has this Zhang Heng reached? Could it be that there really was another realm above Emperor? He did it. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoshi loosened their clenched fists. This is part of the heavenly way. Then I will return it now. Seeing that the heavenly Tao with a flaw that had just been separated from his body was still suspended in the air, Zhang Heng gently smiled and flicked his finger. Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth was set with a bang in the sky above the divine realm. A great bell-like chime sounded, and the constantly collapsing divine realm slowly recovered as far as the naked eye could see, and the chaotic air currents, too, regrouped. The collapsing god realm finally came to a halt, and the parched aura, along with the deaths of the ruthless people, slowly recovered. It seems that the divine realm is going to welcome the era of aura recovery all over again. Zhang Heng smiled. The hole in the tidal sea, along with the mending of the heavenly Tao, had been restored, and it was only a matter of time before the divine realm returned to its former grandeur. Zhang Heng, come this way. Just after doing so, a voice rang in his head, and Zhang Heng froze for a moment, taking a step forward. With this step, he did not know how far he had flown, and then he saw a youth standing in front of him. It was the same one who had taught himself the sword technique earlier. Senior, you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Heng froze. Before, I felt that this one, unfathomable, and now I realized that compared to myself, it was only a hair's breadth away, and had already reached the very pinnacle of the emperor, more powerful than the previous Luo Ruoshi, by an unknown amount. Just call me by my name. My name is Nya Tong. The youth exuded an unrelenting sword intent as he faintly said, Nya Tong? Zhang Xian frowned. First time I've heard that name. Come with me. I'll take you to see my brother. The youth called Nya Tong guffawed and stepped forward. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Not knowing how far he had flown, he stopped in front of a mountain peak. Another youth was then seen. The appearance was not much older than him, and his eyebrows were raised, giving a sense of depth and impenetrability. This strength. Zhang Heng shuddered. The strength of this youth in front of him was unexpectedly even more powerful than him, having similarly broken through the shackles of an emperor, and his cultivation was even more profound and thick. Under me, Nya Yun. The youth smiled faintly and looked over. That's Nya Linghuan, the father of Luo Ruoshi in your mouth. Darrell's father? Zhang Heng was shocked. You are the divine realm heavenly Tao? Previously, Luo Ruoshi had said that her father, who was the heavenly Tao, couldn't have imagined that it was such a young man. I transformed the three purities in one breath, a part of my soul, into the heavenly Tao. Besides, this world, I created it, so there's nothing wrong with saying I'm the heavenly Tao. Nya Yin smiled faintly. Zhang Xian couldn't believe it. The divine realm was actually created by this person in front of me? How strong should he be? Then? No. If the divine realm was created by you, and you are the heavenly Tao, why did you let the ruthless people wreak havoc and not step in? Zhang Heng looked over. If it wasn't for his own breakthrough, the divine realm would most likely collapse completely. So why did this person in front of him not care? Even care about the life and death of your daughter? Without answering his question, Nya Yun looked over faintly. Do you think there are more powerful beings above the God realm? This. Zhang Heng paused for a moment. There should be. Although he hadn't seen it before. Since he could cultivate to this realm, perhaps others could as well. Or even stronger. It's like this one right here. I had suspected that there would be more powerful beings above the divine realm, so I peered with all my might, and ultimately drew a backlash from the higher worlds. A palm breaking through the air. Nya Yun looked over. At that time, if I dodged, it was highly likely that the entire God realm would have been wiped out, and there would be no more half-life. So, blocked the move, but as a result, the heavenly Tao of the incarnation was split out. This situation, I want to recover. It's just a thought, but I understand that wanting to truly transcend the shackles of the divine realm, to explore where the palm comes from, and what's beyond the divine realm, is very difficult to do with me alone. Therefore, want to see, there is no life, can break through the emperor's shackles, to reach the point of parity with me. So, just send the scattered heavenly Tao intentions to the lowest level of the world, respectively to the soul that originally belongs to this world, and a soul that doesn't belong to this world. And you, in the end, did not let me down. Nya Yun laughed. A soul that doesn't belong to this world. In that case, I crossed over because of you as well? Zhang Heng's heart shook. No wonder. To be able to cross over? I didn't think it was all because of the one in front of me. Ha! Nya Yun gently laughed and said, inherently belonging to this world, there is a reverence for the world. Wanting to break through the world's shackles, the difficulty is much greater. I also had a thought, and did not expect. You really can succeed. Zhang Heng blushed. If it wasn't for Master Kong, there's no way I could have reached this point. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, it would have been impossible to reach the current realm. I gave him the opportunity, but didn't grasp it. The match with the spirit rhinoceros was actually the best opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. But unfortunately, he chose to retreat, thinking that he had left a backhand so that he could retreat in one piece. But in reality, he had lost his bravery and refinement. And in the face of those who have surpassed us, how can he fight against them if he doesn't even have this spirit? Nya Yun said. Zheng Xian was silent. He had watched the battle between the two at that time, and Master Kong was indeed somewhat lacking in decisiveness. It was also possible that he wasn't willing to behead Luo Ruoshi. Unfortunately, the opportunity to advance was missed on that very thought. If Master Kong wins, Ruoshi will die. Zhang Heng looked over a moment later, his eyebrows furrowed. Can it be that this person in front of me doesn't even care about his daughter's life and death? With me here, she won't die. Niayan smiled faintly. Your current strength isn't that far off from mine. Do you think the duo's strength, in a life and death situation, could do it if they wanted to save someone? This, Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. Breaking through an emperor, and an emperor, were two different concepts? And if he was truly willing to make a move, he could indeed save the person at the last minute, and guaranteed, he wouldn't be able to stand a single injury. Ling Rhinoceros was born to my other wife Luo Qingchang, so she disguised her name, surnamed Luo, in order to be able to make her believe, not emotionally, until now has always thought that I was still in a coma. Nyayan let out a bitter laugh. This dad of mine has done enough to be ruthless. Let's put it this way, this matter is still for you to explain to her. After all, her mind now has already shifted to you. This old dad of mine, I guess I can't even think of it. Ha ha, I will not appear for the time being, hide on a period of time to say. Otherwise, really afraid that she made a mess of the sky and the earth. Seeing such an unreliable old man in front of him, his face twitching, Zhang Heng had no choice but to agree. Alright, there's nothing you can do if you don't agree. Who let yourself abduct someone's daughter? The library of the heavenly Tao, which was created by one of my intentions, is the foundation and the shackles. The fact that you can rely on your own abilities and break through the shackles shows the ability and potential. And the future has a great future. And it's a relief for my daughter to be able to be with you and be a father. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 145 Rated Weak. Soul Contract. Contracted soul. As long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other party's means are heavenly, it cannot be dissolved. Just like immortal Emperor Little Yellow Chicken, who was only a divine king before, he was an emperor. And there was likewise no way to resolve this kind of agreement. In order to prevent this guy from changing his mind and having a backlash, the Master Teacher Continent had specifically set out that even if the other party could break away from the Book of Heaven's path, they would not be able to break free from the agreement between souls. The soul contract. It's true that it can't be split from the sea of consciousness, but I fused a special gas that even the heavenly Tao can dissolve, so it's not hard to dissolve this contract away. As long as I have enough power to blast where the contract is located, I'll be able to do it. Tough guy. The soul contract, which was based on the heavenly Tao, the special power was able to dissolve even the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. So how difficult would it be to dissolve a soul contract as long as it was handled properly? I see. Zhang Heng's gaze flickered. Talking to you this much is a thank you for bringing me to the God realm. After explaining, the ruthless man no longer said more. The breath on his body became more and more ancient and distant. The black hole behind him became even more enormous. Obviously while talking, he swallowed an unknown amount of power and made nourishment. Zhang Heng, the more the black hole swallows, the stronger he gets. Luo Ruoshi also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly transmitted her voiceover. Prepare to strike. With all the doubts in his heart gone, Zhang Heng took a deep breath, and with the long sword in his hand, he raised it abruptly. In that case, let's see what happens underhand. Boom! The most powerful sword intent was once again cast out. When you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't care about life or death, what's stopping you? This sword move, even though it was one that had not reached the Emperor's comprehension, contained all the obsessions in his heart, and brought the heavenly Ruoshan technique in his body to its limit. Phew! A sword cut the vicious man's attack in half. At the same moment, Luo Ruoshi also struck out, her jade hand rolling, her sword awnings like snow. Her swordsmanship was somewhat similar to that young man from the sword god heaven, carrying an unrelenting momentum and the dashing nature of the great Tao. Your moves are great, but compared to me, they are still inferior. Laughing softly, the ruthless man once again grabbed downwards. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun, and the palm enveloped the heavens and the earth. Space shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to be hardened down. Poof, poof. Zhang Xiang and Luo Ruoshi flew out backwards at the same time, their blood spurting wildly in the air. With the strength of the duo, they couldn't even resist. What kind of realm has this guy reached? Unbridled. The doppelganger took large steps, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, carrying the sound of flowing water in the void. It looks forced from a distance, refining the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus. His cultivation level was not weaker than Zhang Hang's.
A fist was raised and power rushed up to the 9 heavens.
Clashing with Ruthless Man, he similarly flew out backwards, unable to block a single move.
Zhang Hang covered his forehead.
Achievement Emperor?
The split still does not modify the nature of the force.
It's so splendidly loaded. It might as well be more powerful if the power was concentrated. Strike together, or else, if they die, we will all die.
The little yellow chicken let out a loud cry, and crimson flames burned so brightly that the sky looked like it was set on fire. The remaining 6 great emperors also used their own means.
7 emperors united, destroying the heavens and earth.
A sight of the heavens and earth in front of them could not resist, but the other party was a ruthless person who had absorbed a special power, and when the attack came to his heels, the black hole steeply grew bigger,
and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the power cleanly, and came out immediately after the counterattack. Boom 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 boom.
The 7 emperors flew out backwards just like Zhang Hang and the others.
The 10 great emperors, united together, hadn't even managed to block a single move from the other side. This guy, how can he be so powerful? You can die. With one move to break down the crowd,
the Ruthless Man took a step forward,
flipped his wrist, and slapped down again. How dare the rats! Accompanied by a loud shout.
The old man from the previous sword god heaven suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him, the long sword in his hand turning into a galaxy.
Emperor? He's also Emperor Strength? Zhang Hang's pupils shrank.
When this old man first followed the youth, he had thought that he was just a follower, at most a sealed divine king, and it was only when he exerted his power that he realized that he was actually an Empyrean powerhouse as well.
If he is an emperor, that youth, what is he?
He himself is the emperor of the sword god heaven.
Struggling to stand, Luo Ruwashi gritted her teeth. What about the youth who passed on my sword skills? Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. He is. Luo Ruwashi was just about to reply,
when there was a distortion in space, and then she saw this emperor of the sword god heaven,
similarly flying backwards, landing not far away, smashing out a large pit. Zhang Heng's current strength, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword, far exceeded his, and he couldn't even resist it, and even though his cultivation wasn't weak,
and his sword skills were superior,
he still wasn't an opponent. Ha ha, Empyrean.
A bunch of rustic dogs are just that. Today, I'll destroy the 9 heavens,
destroy this divine realm,
and trample all the rules to the ground, defeating the emperor of the sword god heaven. The ruthless man laughed madly, the space around him collapsing non-stop,
setting him off like a demon. What to do?
Zhang Xian's fists clenched.
Just now, he and the doppelganger,
both exerted the strongest combat power,
and even the Luo Ruwashi in front of him,
also used the strongest moves,
did not block the other side of a move. Could it be that no one in the divine realm could really stop this person in front of them? Let him destroy the world? The only way
is to return your heavenly Tao with a deficiency to the heavenly Tao itself,
and let the heavenly Tao suppress him.
Luo Ruwashi's showy fists clenched tightly, her eyes reddening.
Returning to the heavenly Tao itself? Zhang Heng knew what she meant. The library in the mind,
itself a part of the heavenly Tao.
Once returned, the heavenly Tao would be completely complete, and perhaps the loopholes could be repaired, and the ego would ostracize the ruthless. It's like the body's immune system. With an intact immune system,
viruses come and are easily repelled. When it's broken,
it can't resist viral invasion,
and even the strongest person can die as a result.
He's too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were to be restored to its full integrity, it wouldn't be able to suppress him.
Zhang Heng shook his head.
Viruses, the immune system can be decimated. But what about tigers? What can be done with a stronger immune system? In front of me, this is just an ordinary god king. Even if it is sealed, the heavenly Tao can easily kill it,
and it can be more powerful than emperors. It is already not something that the heavenly Tao can fight against.
Luo Ruwashi paused for a moment, a look of loss appearing on her white jade face.
Yes, there's no way to suppress it, but with the heavenly Tao intact,
he will be able to wake up,
and beheading this one is not difficult.
Him? Zhang Heng frowned. I'll take you to see him, just in the self-same sky. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruwashi clenched her teeth, turned around, and flew forward. Want to escape?
The ruthless man coldly grunted and pressed downward.
Boo! Luo Ruwashi fell through the air. Zhang Heng's sword technique was once again displayed as his sword intent brilliantly came out.
Ding ding ding.
Once again, it was blocked by Tough Guy. You guys go, I'll hold him off.
Knowing that they were thinking of a way to save the divine realm again instead of escaping,
the doppelganger and the immortal emperor, with a loud shout, blocked the front,
and Luo Chichi also shifted and returned to the Jingkong bead's main body. The space around them solidified.
Go! Seeing the crowd defiantly blocking the back, fearless of death, Zhang Heng's eyes reddened. However, he also knew that now was not the time to say more. And with a pull on Luo Ruoshi, his body swayed, slicing through space, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the range of the Ze heaven. The self-existent heaven was now no longer as comfortable as it was before. The divine realm collapsed and chaos reigned everywhere. Where is he, you say? Not having the time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Hang looked at the girl in his arms. If the person she was talking about could really save the divine realm, there was no harm in sacrificing herself. He is my father, and the blood in your pendant is his, the immortal emperor, who was once his beast pet. Luo Ruoshi explained as she toned down a bit. Father? Zhang Xian came to a sudden realization. No wonder it had always felt that the blood in the pendant was similar to Luo Ruoshi's, yet different, so it was her father's. This also explained why the thought left behind by the immortal emperor immediately recognized himself as the master upon seeing the pendant. Your father is also an emperor? Or possesses strength beyond that of an emperor? Can't help it. The library was chaotic. It was the blood in the pendant that brought himself back to his senses. It was hard to believe that not only was she an emperor, but her father was as well, even more powerful? And if so, why the coma? And need there be a deficiency in heaven to bring it to its senses? He's not an emperor, but the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched. Tendo? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Hang was shocked in disbelief. Yes, 50 years ago, my father couldn't resist that big hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao collapsed into 3 parts. The heavenly Tao in order and the heavenly Tao with a deficiency, and entered into the spatial turbulence. And I took the place of controlling the heavenly Tao naturally and maintaining the balance of the divine realm. Want to let him recover? Only the scattered parts will be collected. That's why I am so determined and can't fail. Only then did I specifically enter the Master Teacher continent to study the Spring and Autumn canon and find a way to defeat Master Kong. When I fought with Master Kong, the thing I asked him to do was also this. Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang hung indistinctly. Master Teacher continent just met not long ago. The girl in front of him told himself her story to save a close relative. He did not understand at that time, but now it suddenly realized. Surprisingly, it was her father, and it was also the divine realm heavenly Tao. Can Tendo really take human form and have children? Controlling the heavenly Tao naturally on behalf of your body. There is no fragment of the heavenly Tao? Suddenly, realizing that there was something wrong in her language, Zhang Hang looked over. Taking control on behalf of the body, and fusing it within the body like yourself, are 2 different concepts. I am only in control, not part of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang Xian sighed in relief. In that case, all that was needed was to strip the heavenly Tao of its flaws by herself, and it didn't require her to die as well. Despite this fate, unwilling to accept it, he did not want the girl in front of him to be hurt. If I strip away the heavenly Tao with a flaw in my body, your father will be able to come back to life and even kill the ruthless man, right? Zhang Hang appeared to be. That. I'm not sure. Looking up at the already collapsed god realm, Luo Ruoshi hesitated. The divine realm was father's foundation, and now that the foundation was like this, even if he was awake, would he really be able to defeat that powerful and ruthless man? It's really hard to say. It seems that you can't be sure either. Since that's the case, it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. We only have to think of a way on our own. Zhang Hang gritted his teeth. You, me, and the doppelganger, combined with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, may not be unable to win if we're in conjunction with Master Kong. Master Kong? Luo Ruoshi frowned. Master Kong is dead, isn't he? He didn't really die. If the guess is right, he was decapitated by you. It was just a method used to break away from the heavenly Tao. Unsurprisingly, he should be the same as Wei Changfeng. He is the innate fetal soul body, Zhang Hang said. When he saw Wei Changfeng, he understood that the so-called maintaining spirituality of Master Kong should be the same as him, an innate fetal soul body. It is possible to be in the womb and not be confused. Coupled with the backhand left in advance, resurrection, it was only a matter of time. Luo Ruoshi froze, as if she hadn't expected that to be the case. Just go over and take a look. The guess is good. He should have recovered. Otherwise, those students of his, it is impossible that they did not even go to the title C. Zhang Hang said, those students of Master Kong, Zi Yuan ancient sage and the others, each of them were strong. Even without the help of an emperor, they would certainly have a way to enter the title C, but none of them were seen. There must be something more important waiting, wanting to take advantage of the fact that all the emperors had gone to the title C with no time to spare. And this kind of important thing is obviously for the Kong master to recover. This, Luo Ruoshi's heart shook as she came to a realization. Go! No longer explaining. With a single stroke of his hand, Zhang Hang reappeared at the location where Master Kong resided, and sure enough, he saw an old man hovering in the air on his knees, and when he saw them arrive, he smiled faintly. Coming. If it's not Master Kong, then who is it? This master of all worlds did not disappoint. As suspected, it was reanimated while everyone's attention was focused on the title C. Luo Ruwashi's petite body shook. She knew that emperors could be resurrected, and the immortal emperor had come alive. But she didn't expect the speed to be so fast. I hid the heavenly Tao and prepared a backhand in advance. The unnamed giant in the spectral soul pool was left behind by me, and when I was decapitated by you on that day, I took the opportunity to get rid of the heavenly Tao's bondage and reassemble my fleshly body, which has just recovered now as well. Master Kong smiled faintly. He was proficient in the ability of time, and it looked like only 1 or 2 days had passed in the God realm, but in reality, he had gone through an unknown amount of time in order to recover his power. Decades have gone by. The strength of the three of us is very strong, but it's not that easy to win over a ruthless person. Seeing that Master Kong had really recovered, Luo Ruwashi still shook her head. It's not a matter of raising others' spirits and demoralizing ourselves, but it's the truth. Just now, so many people had joined forces and failed to block the other party, so what could they do even if they added a Kong master? Again, it doesn't change the situation. It's true that our individual strengths, or even united together, are no match for each other, but what if the strength of all of us is fused in one person? Kung Shi looked over with a smile. Fused in one? This time, not only did Luo Ruwashi frown, but Zhang Heng was also filled with doubts. That palm was able to tear apart the divine realm and break up the heavenly Tao. The strength of the strength is indisputable. The ruthless man absorbed all of this power and devoured 50 years of the divine realm's aura. Based on strength alone, our dozen or so emperors, individually taken out, are indeed not opponents. Kong Shi said, but joining together and concentrating power on one person may not be possible. Right, how centralized? Roxy looked over. Easier said than done. The Empress was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it was so easy to absorb the power of others, she wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. It's very simple. We'll focus the power in our bodies on Zhang Heng, and once he can break through the Emperor's shackles, he'll be able to save the divine realm. Kong Shi Dao. Me? Zhang Xian froze. Why me? The spirit rhinoceros emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence of nature, but with the constraints of Father and the heavenly Tao, those who have attachments will never be able to truly transcend. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought me back then, you had also given up, intending to be beheaded by me. Kong Shi Dao. Luo Ruwashi couldn't speak. At the time of the battle, there was indeed such an intention, so the exchange of hands between the two, at the beginning, each left their own backhand, like a sparring match, unlike a life and death struggle, unable to transcend. Naturally one cannot exert the strongest power, and even if one is given more true chi, one is equally unable to impact that supreme realm. As for me, Kong Shi nodded his head and said, having a heart for the living, wanting to universalize the world, but not willing to have others sacrifice for me. Too much kindness is also a drawback. If the heart was more ruthless and exterminated the Fey spirit race, there wouldn't be the current situation. In the beginning, if all of the alien spirit people could be exterminated, it would have been impossible for vicious man to be resurrected, and there would not have been a situation like the one that existed now. So, I'm not suitable either. On the other hand, Zhang Heng, the Gong method is smooth and without flaws. Speaking of living one's own life, even if one dies, as long as one lives a blameless life, one's heart is open. This kind of person possesses greater tolerance, greater room for development, and only then can they go higher and farther. Master Kong continued, when you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't even care about death, how can you be held back by anything else? This, Zhang Heng frowned and was about to say something when he saw Master Kong's gaze gleaming over. No need to excuse yourself. First of all, it's too late to train others, and even if it's too late, I don't think there may be anyone who can do a better. Although Emperor Linghua doesn't have a fragment of the heavenly Tao in his body, he has been in control of the heavenly Tao for many years, and has his own understanding of the heavenly Tao. I am in control of the heavenly Tao in an orderly manner, and if we imbue you with the power, you will have the power of the complete heavenly Tao in your body, combined with the 9 heavenly chaotic golden lotus of the doppelganger. You will be able to completely set the 9 heavens, take charge of the Qianquan, battle in the 9 heavens, and destroy all things. Okay. Seeing that the other party had already made a decision and it was useless to explain himself any further, Zhang Heng nodded. Boom! Planking his knees well, in the blink of an eye, 2 majestic forces poured in from both sides. Zhang Heng's entire body stiffened, and it was as if his entire body had transformed into the heavenly Tao in an instant. Soaring above the 9 heavens, the soul, flesh, and true chi were all baptized in an instant, growing stronger and more majestic. You guys want to stop me too? That's fine. Kill you all and then go and decapitate Zhang Hang, slapping Luo Qiqi and the doppelgangers and the others away. Ruthless Man smiled coldly. The power jointly exerted by the split and the many emperors was indeed powerful. However, compared to him, it was still a bit weaker. The tidal sea had devoured almost all of the aura of the divine realm out of the city, and now all of this power was transformed into his foster, raising his hands and feet with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. And these emperors and divine kings were still unbeatable, even though they represented the pinnacle of the divine realm. At this moment, the Ruthless Man seemed to represent the entire divine realm. Unstoppable. If the god realm perishes, there's no point in us living. I, Yun Qi, will die with you. The Cloud Chi Emperor changed into his original body, a huge 5-clawed golden dragon, and lunged at him in the air. Just you? Not worthy. With a pinch of the Ruthless Man's palm, the golden dragon hung in his palm, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. Wait for me, old friend. Emperor Fu Mang also let out a roar and changed into his white tiger self, coming to follow him through the air. The immortal emperor, the immortal fire phoenix proper was displayed, and flames shone in the sky. The Xianmei Emperor, in his original form, was a great turtle that looked like it was holding up the heavens. The 4 great divine beasts, guarding the 4 poles of the divine realm, changed their bodies at the same time, and the collapsing divine realm became slowed down. Qianquan seemed to be fixed in an instant. Boom 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 boom. With 4 consecutive palms, the Ruthless Man suppressed the 4 beasts, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since you guys are looking for death, I will fulfill you. With a roar, he was about to lay a deadly hand on the crowd and wipe them all out when he felt his raised arm tighten and stop in the air. Ask me if you want to kill them. Immediately afterward, as the crowd was shocked, a silhouette slowly stepped out from the air. It was none other than Zhang Hang. At this time, the youth, his whole body was surging with power, more than 10 times more powerful than just now, coming from the sky, as if the whole person was a world. A lot of progress. Tough guy paused, his gaze fixed. He obviously didn't understand why in the light of just a few minutes, the other party's strength had changed so drastically. But so what if it increases? The divine realm in its heyday can't even withstand it. I don't believe that you can hold me back. With a cold snort, the Ruthless Man slapped down again. Zheng Xian raised his long sword and met him. The two sides fought together as space tore apart one by one, and air currents fluttered around. Can Zhang Hang win? Since the Heavenly Kong Master's residence, Luo Ruoshi looked over with worry. She and Master Kong passed their power to Zhang Hang, and their own cultivation, which had been reduced to only the Divine King level, was not as brilliant as before. However, the level was where it was at, and with enough power, one day, it could be regained. With his current strength, it's hard to win over, unless he can comprehend a power that surpasses an emperor. After a few moments of silence, Kong Shi said, "A dozen emperors united couldn't defeat the Ruthless Man, and even if they passed all of their power to each other, it wouldn't be that easy to do so. The reason for this is that power can only touch the apex if it is concentrated in one person, and it is possible to truly transcend the limits and break through. Power beyond an emperor?" Luo Ruoshi's eyes were distant. Her father had said the same thing to her when he was still conscious, but she could not do it. Could the man she loved do it? He will be able to. He has an indomitable heart and pride in the world. Seeing the question in her mind, Master Kong laughed. Boom boom boom. After a few consecutive moves, Zhang Hang's tiger's mouth cracked, and a huge scar appeared on his chest, hideous and gruesome. It was the same as what Master Kong had said. Even after fusing the power of the two of them and forming a complete heavenly Tao within their bodies, they were still no match. Ha ha, thought how powerful, but that's all. Ruthless Man smiled coldly. Anyway, if I'm not your opponent, I'll be killed sooner or later. Since this is the case, I want to die under your strongest attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hang paused, and instead of attacking, he looked at the Ruthless Man in front of him. Okay, I'll fulfill you and give you the strongest attack. Hearing him say that, the Ruthless Man froze for a moment, then coldly grunted and raised his palm. Wow! A green light appeared in the center of his palm and slammed down. Sure enough, it was the strongest attack, and the entire god realm roared as if it was about to be unable to withstand it. And once again, a huge crater was punched out. With his eyes tightly closed, Zhang Xian did not dodge. Boo! Heads exploded and souls festered in every direction. Zhang Hang. Everyone's face turned white when they saw this scene. Luo Qiqi was like going crazy. Emperor Yunji and the others also stared wide-eyed and kept shivering. Master Kong and Luo Ruoshi, who saw this scene, were all stunned as well. The intention was for him to break through the shackles and impact beyond the Emperor realm, so how could he not go to resist and willingly go to his death? In that case, wouldn't they fail to live up to their good intentions? No, it's the immortal emperor's immortal method. Being strange, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The crowd then saw that Zhang Hang, who had his head blown up and even had his soul shattered, had the pendant on his chest steeply explode, and a drop of blood levitated and burned, forming a scorching hot flame, and in the flame, an intact figure slowly stepped out. He separated the heavens way with a deficiency and his soul with the help of the other party's power. And the blood in the pendant? Luo Ruwashi's pupils contracted. After being reborn from the fire, Zhang Heng unexpectedly had no more heavenly Tao library in his body, no more interference from the heavenly Tao, and was detached from the heavenly Tao. How did he do it? Kong Shi was also filled with disbelief. The heavenly Tao and the soul were fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and in order to get rid of it, he had to soul split and regroup his soul with the help of the pixie soul pool. What method was used to get rid of this one in front of me? Only to be decapitated for a moment and then get rid of it completely? I know. He used the way of ruthless people to get rid of their soul contracts. Luo Ruwashi reacted. The soul contract binds the master and the servant, and if the master does not release it, the servant is forever subject. The library of heavenly paths is the same, and can be said to be an enhanced version of the contract. Bound to the soul, it will not disengage until it dies. But the ruthless man got rid of the soul contract with the help of that special power. The specific method, Zhang Heng asked in detail before. I am afraid that I moved at that time. That was why he deliberately fought to the death, allowing it to exert its strongest power to attack him. With this power, the fire was reborn, and to my surprise, it was a great success. So that's how it is. This is the way to break through to Emperor. Zhang Heng, who stepped out from the flames, had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood something, and suddenly waved his hand, and the doppelganger on one side, which had immediately retransformed into a lotus flower, flew over. In a flash, it blends perfectly with itself. In the blink of an eye, the crowd felt as if the Zhang Heng in front of them had turned into Jiao Tian, and Jiao Tian was him. The palms of his feet lightly stepped on the ground. The chaotic nine heavens immediately stabilized. The nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, which appeared at the birth of the nine heavens, was capable of stabilizing the nine heavens, and at this time, the split and the self were perfectly fused and indistinguishable from each other, which was the same as him taking control of this power. Not only that, having fused the cultivation of the nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, his realm, which was already at its peak, loosened up and seemed to break through at any time. Master-servant love, brotherly love, teacher-student love, parental love, love, fused together. It turns out to be everything in the world. That's what makes a human being. With a smile on his face, Zhang Heng muttered. The moment the Tendo library detached from his soul, he understood. Did man look at the world to make the world? Or did the world come first and then man? Is it the wind that moves? Or the heart? This is a question that has haunted countless people for ages. Of course, none of this matters now. Without life, without emotion, what is the point of the world even if it exists? So, after the breakthrough to love, it is the love of all beings. It's the emotions that intertwine the world. Everything in this world has emotions, and it is with emotions that the world is made, and it is with emotions that life can be continued. Love is love. Hate is the emotion. Happy is the sentiment. The pain, the emotion. Parting, it's love. Getting together, and love. 1,000 sentiments for me. With a low cry, the forbidden realm within Zhang Heng's body instantly broke open. The emperor's shackles, broken through. For a moment, it was as if a whole new world and door had been touched, and the soul was rapidly nourished. Countless chaotic chi surged over, and the fleshly body soared. Before, I could only progress by absorbing spiritual energy, but now spatial turbulence, chaotic chi, and even the other party's green light can all be mine, without distinction. You, the ruthless man, did not expect his full attack. Instead of not beheading him, but to fulfill him, angry wow wow wow, screaming chaotically, a furious shout, once again attacked down. You resent the high and mighty emperor for not saving yourself from the spatial turbulence. It is emotion, to feel that you were once my servant, harboring humility and anger. It is emotion, to want to destroy the divine realm and give vent to your anger. It is emotion, and to want to become even stronger. It is likewise emotion. With emotion controlling you, how can you outwit me and not be controlled by me? Smiling faintly, Zhang Heng's voice grew faster and louder as he gently grasped his palm. The original vertical and invincible ruthless man was then confined by countless emotional thin lines, restraining his hands and feet, unable to move. As long as there is love, it will be used and controlled by him. You, The ruthless man's eyes were filled with trepidation. Master Zhang, I'm your servant. Don't kill me. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. It's already too late to talk about this now. With a faint smile, Zhang Heng shook his head. The feeling of controlling the world, servants and the like no longer meant anything to him. Having killed so many people at the divine level and injured his girlfriend, Luo Chichi, as well as so many friends, today, how could it be possible to forgive? No. Sensing his determination, the ruthless man's pupils contracted, and before his words ended, he immediately felt a sharp pain on his body. Boo! In an instant, it exploded and turned into countless auras that poured out into all parts of the divine realm. Previously, all the power that the tidal sea had swallowed up, at this time, all of it was fed back, and the already depleted wilderness was revitalized. This, kill it like that? Emperor Yun Qi, Immortal Emperor, Linglong Feria, and the others all stared in disbelief. Just now, they have exchanged hands with the ruthless man and know that it is terrible, such a powerful person, but even casually overthrow it. What kind of level has this Zhang Heng reached? Could it be that there really was another realm above Emperor? He did it. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoshi loosened their clenched fists. This is part of the heavenly way. Then I will return it now. Seeing that the heavenly Tao with a flaw that had just been separated from his body was still suspended in the air, Zhang Heng gently smiled and flicked his finger. Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth was set with a bang in the sky above the divine realm. A great bell-like chime sounded, and the constantly collapsing divine realm slowly recovered as far as the naked eye could see, and the chaotic air currents, too, regrouped. The collapsing god realm finally came to a halt, and the parched aura, along with the deaths of the ruthless people, slowly recovered. It seems that the divine realm is going to welcome the era of aura recovery all over again. Zhang Heng smiled. The hole in the tidal sea, along with the mending of the heavenly Tao, had been restored, and it was only a matter of time before the divine realm returned to its former grandeur. Zhang Heng, come this way. Just after doing so, a voice rang in his head, and Zhang Heng froze for a moment, taking a step forward. With this step, he did not know how far he had flown, and then he saw a youth standing in front of him. It was the same one who had taught himself the sword technique earlier. Senior, you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Heng froze. Before, I felt that this one, unfathomable, and now I realized that compared to myself, it was only a hair's breadth away, and had already reached the very pinnacle of the emperor, more powerful than the previous Luo Ruoshi, by an unknown amount. Just call me by my name. My name is Nyaton. The youth exuded an unrelenting sword intent as he faintly said, Nyaton? Zhang Xian frowned. First time I've heard that name. Come with me. I'll take you to see my brother. The youth called Nyaton guffawed and stepped forward. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Not knowing how far he had flown, he stopped in front of a mountain peak. Another youth was then seen. The appearance was not much older than him, and his eyebrows were raised, giving a sense of depth and impenetrability. This strength. Zhang Heng shuddered. The strength of this youth in front of him was unexpectedly even more powerful than him, having similarly broken through the shackles of an emperor, and his cultivation was even more profound and thick. Under me, Nya Yun. The youth smiled faintly and looked over. That's Nya Linghuan, the father of Luo Ruoshi in your mouth. Darrell's father? Zhang Heng was shocked. You are the divine realm heavenly Tao? Previously, Luo Ruoshi had said that her father, who was the heavenly Tao, couldn't have imagined that it was such a young man. I transformed the three purities in one breath, a part of my soul, into the heavenly Tao. Besides, this world, I created it, so there's nothing wrong with saying I'm the heavenly Tao. Nya Yin smiled faintly. Zhang Xian couldn't believe it. The divine realm was actually created by this person in front of me? How strong should he be? Then? No. If the divine realm was created by you, and you are the heavenly Tao, why did you let the ruthless people wreak havoc and not step in? Zhang Heng looked over. If it wasn't for his own breakthrough, the divine realm would most likely collapse completely. So why did this person in front of him not care? Even care about the life and death of your daughter? Without answering his question, Nya Yun looked over faintly. Do you think there are more powerful beings above the God realm? This. Zhang Heng paused for a moment. There should be. Although he hadn't seen it before. Since he could cultivate to this realm, perhaps others could as well. Or even stronger. It's like this one right here. I had suspected that there would be more powerful beings above the divine realm, so I peered with all my might, and ultimately drew a backlash from the higher worlds. A palm breaking through the air. Nya Yun looked over. At that time, if I dodged, it was highly likely that the entire God realm would have been wiped out, and there would be no more half-life. So, blocked the move, but as a result, the heavenly Tao of the incarnation was split out. This situation, I want to recover. It's just a thought. But, I understand that wanting to truly transcend the shackles of the divine realm, to explore where the palm comes from, and what's beyond the divine realm, is very difficult to do with me alone. Therefore, want to see, there is no life, can break through the emperor's shackles, to reach the point of parity with me. So, just send the scattered heavenly Tao intentions to the lowest level of the world, respectively to the soul that originally belongs to this world, and a soul that doesn't belong to this world. And you, in the end, did not let me down. Nya Yun laughed. A soul that doesn't belong to this world. In that case, I crossed over because of you as well? Zhang Heng's heart shook. No wonder. To be able to cross over? I didn't think it was all because of the one in front of me. Ha! Nya Yun gently laughed and said, inherently belonging to this world, there is a reverence for the world. Wanting to break through the world's shackles, the difficulty is much greater. I also had a thought, and did not expect. You really can succeed. Zhang Heng blushed. If it wasn't for Master Kong, there's no way I could have reached this point. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, it would have been impossible to reach the current realm. I gave him the opportunity, but didn't grasp it. The match with the spirit rhinoceros was actually the best opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. But unfortunately, he chose to retreat, thinking that he had left a backhand so that he could retreat in one piece. But in reality, he had lost his bravery and refinement. And in the face of those who have surpassed us, how can he fight against them if he doesn't even have this spirit? Nya Yun said. Zhang Xian was silent. He had watched the battle between the two at that time, and Master Kong was indeed somewhat lacking in decisiveness. It was also possible that he wasn't willing to behead Luo Ruoshi. Unfortunately, the opportunity to advance was missed on that very thought. If Master Kong wins, Ruoshi will die. Zhang Heng looked over a moment later, his eyebrows furrowed. Can it be that this person in front of me doesn't even care about his daughter's life and death? With me here, she won't die. Nya Yun smiled faintly. Your current strength isn't that far off from mine. Do you think the duo's strength, in a life and death situation, could do it if they wanted to save someone? This, Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. Breaking through an emperor, and an emperor, were two different concepts? And if he was truly willing to make a move, he could indeed save the person at the last minute, and guaranteed, he wouldn't be able to stand a single injury. Ling Rhinoceros was born to my other wife Luo Qingchang, so she disguised her name, surnamed Luo, in order to be able to make her believe, not emotionally, until now has always thought that I was still in a coma. Nya Yun let out a bitter laugh. This dad of mine has done enough to be ruthless. Let's put it this way, this matter is still for you to explain to her. After all, her mind now has already shifted to you. This old dad of mine, I guess I can't even think of it. Ha ha, I will not appear for the time being, hide on a period of time to say. Otherwise, really afraid that she made a mess of the sky and the earth. Seeing such an unreliable old man in front of him, his face twitching, Zhang Heng had no choice but to agree. Alright, there's nothing you can do if you don't agree. Who let yourself abduct someone's daughter? The Library of Heavenly Tao, which was created by one of my intentions, is the foundation and the shackles. The fact that you can rely on your own ability and break through the shackles shows the ability and potential. And the future has a great future. And it's a relief for my daughter to be able to be with you and be a father. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 146 Seconds again. Soul Contract. Contracted soul. As long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other party's means are heavenly, it cannot be dissolved. Just like immortal Emperor Little Yellow Chicken, who was only a divine king before he was an emperor. And there was likewise no way to resolve this kind of agreement. In order to prevent this guy from changing his mind and having a backlash, the Master Teacher Continent had specifically set out that even if the other party could break away from the Book of Heaven's path, they would not be able to break free from the agreement between souls. The soul contract. It's true that it can't be split from the sea of consciousness, but I fused a special gas that even the heavenly Tao can dissolve, so it's not hard to dissolve this contract away. As long as I have enough power to blast where the contract is located, I'll be able to do it. Tough guy. The soul contract, which was based on the heavenly Tao, the special power was able to dissolve even the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. So how difficult would it be to dissolve a soul contract as long as it was handled properly? I see. Zhang Heng's gaze flickered. Talking to you this much is a thank you for bringing me to the God realm. After explaining, the ruthless man no longer said more. The breath on his body became more and more ancient and distant. The black hole behind him became even more enormous. Obviously while talking, he swallowed an unknown amount of power and made nourishment. Zhang Heng, the more the black hole swallows, the stronger he gets. Luo Ruoshi also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly transmitted her voiceover. Prepare to strike. With all the doubts in his heart gone, Zhang Heng took a deep breath, and with the long sword in his hand, he raised it abruptly. In that case, let's see what happens underhand. Boom! The most powerful sword intent was once again cast out. When you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't care about life or death, what's stopping you? This sword move, even though it was one that had not reached the emperor's comprehension, contained all the obsessions in his heart, and brought the heavenly Ruoxian technique in his body to its limit. Phew! A sword cut the vicious man's attack in half. At the same moment, Luo Ruoxi also struck out, her jade hand rolling, her sword awnings like snow. Her swordsmanship was somewhat similar to that young man from the sword god heaven, carrying an unrelenting momentum and the dashing nature of the great Tao. Your moves are great, but compared to me, they are still inferior. Laughing softly, the ruthless man once again grabbed downwards. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun, and the palm enveloped the heavens and the earth. Space shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to be hardened down. Poof, poof. Zhang Xiang and Luo Ruoxi flew out backwards at the same time, their blood spurting wildly in the air. With the strength of the duo, they couldn't even resist. What kind of realm has this guy reached? Unbridled. The doppelganger took large steps, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, carrying the sound of flowing water in the void. It looks forced from a distance, refining the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus. His cultivation level was not weaker than Zhang Heng's. A fist was raised and power rushed up to the nine heavens. Clashing with ruthless man, he similarly flew out backwards, unable to block a single move. Zhang Heng covered his forehead. Achievement Emperor? The split still does not modify the nature of the force. It's so splendidly loaded. It might as well be more powerful if the power was concentrated. Strike together, or else, if they die, we will all die. The little yellow chicken let out a loud cry, and crimson flames burned so brightly that the sky looked like it was set on fire. The remaining 6 great emperors also used their own means. 7 emperors united, destroying the heavens and earth. A sight of the heavens and earth in front of them could not resist, but the other party was a ruthless person who had absorbed a special power, and when the attack came to his heels, the black hole steeply became larger, and in the blink of an eye, the power was swallowed cleanly, and immediately after the counterattack came out. Boom 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 boom. The 7 emperors flew out backwards just like Zhang Heng and the others. The 10 great emperors, united together, hadn't even managed to block a single move from the other side. This guy, how can he be so powerful? You can die. With one move to break down the crowd, the ruthless man took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and slapped down again. How dare the rats! Accompanied by a loud shout, the old man from the previous sword god heaven suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him, the long sword in his hand turning into a galaxy. Emperor? He's also emperor strength? Zhang Heng's pupils shrank. When this old man first followed the youth, he had thought that he was just a follower, at most a sealed divine king, and it was only when he exerted his power that he realized that he was actually an Empyrean powerhouse as well. If he is an emperor, that youth, what is he? He himself is the emperor of the sword god heaven. Struggling to stand, Luo Ruoxi gritted her teeth. What about the youth who passed on my sword skills? Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. He is. Luo Ruoxi was just about to reply, when there was a distortion in space, and then she saw this emperor of the sword god heaven, similarly flying backwards, landing not far away, smashing out a large pit. Zhang Heng's current strength, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword, far exceeded his, and he couldn't even resist it. And even though his cultivation wasn't weak, and his sword skills were superior, he still wasn't an opponent. Ha ha, Empyrean, a bunch of rustic dogs are just that. Today, I'll destroy the 9 heavens, destroy this divine realm, and trample all the rules to the ground. Defeating the emperor of the sword god heaven, the ruthless man laughed madly, the space around him collapsing non-stop, setting him off like a demon. What to do? Zhang Xian's fists clenched. Just now, he and the doppelganger both exerted the strongest combat power, and even the Luo Ruoxi in front of him also used the strongest moves, did not block the other side of a move. Could it be that no one in the divine realm could really stop this person in front of them? Let him destroy the world? The only way is to return your heavenly Tao with a deficiency to the heavenly Tao itself, and let the heavenly Tao suppress him. Luo Ruoxi's showy fists clenched tightly, her eyes reddening. Returning to the heavenly Tao itself? Zhang Heng knew what she meant. The library in the mind, itself a part of the heavenly Tao. Once returned, the heavenly Tao would be completely complete, and perhaps the loopholes could be repaired, and the ego would ostracize the ruthless. It's like the body's immune system. With an intact immune system, viruses come and are easily repelled. When it's broken, it can't resist viral invasion.
and even the strongest person can die as a result. He's too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were to be restored to its full integrity, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. Zhang Heng shook his head. Viruses, the immune system can be decimated. But what about tigers? What can be done with a stronger immune system? In front of me, this is just an ordinary God King. Even if it is sealed, the heavenly Tao can easily kill it, and it can be more powerful than emperors. It is already not something that the heavenly Tao can fight against. This, Luo Ruoshi paused for a moment, a look of loss appearing on her white jade face. Yes, there's no way to suppress it, but with the heavenly Tao intact, he will be able to wake up, and beheading this one is not difficult. Him? Zhang Heng frowned. I'll take you to see him, just in the selfsame sky. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruoshi clenched her teeth, turned around, and flew forward. Want to escape? The ruthless man coldly grunted and pressed downward. Boo! Luo Ruoshi fell through the air. Zhang Heng's sword technique was once again displayed as his sword intent brilliantly came out. Ding ding ding. Once again, it was blocked by Tough Guy. You guys go, I'll hold him off. Knowing that they were thinking of a way to save the divine realm again instead of escaping, the doppelganger and the immortal emperor, with a loud shout, blocked the front, and Luo Qiqi also shifted and returned to the Jingkong bead's main body. The space around them solidified. Go! Seeing the crowd defiantly blocking the back, fearless of death, Zhang Heng's eyes reddened. However, he also knew that now was not the time to say more, and with a pull on Luo Ruoshi, his body swayed, slicing through space, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the range of the Ze heaven. The self-existent heaven was now no longer as comfortable as it was before. The divine realm collapsed and chaos reigned everywhere. Where is he, you say? Not having the time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Heng looked at the girl in his arms. If the person she was talking about could really save the divine realm, there was no harm in sacrificing herself. He is my father, and the blood in your pendant is his, the immortal emperor, who was once his beast pet. Luo Ruoshi explained as she toned down a bit. Father? Zhang Xian came to a sudden realization. No wonder it had always felt that the blood in the pendant was similar to Luo Ruoshi's, yet different, so it was her father's. This also explained why the thought left behind by the immortal emperor immediately recognized himself as the master upon seeing the pendant. Your father is also an emperor? Or possesses strength beyond that of an emperor? Can't help it. The library was chaotic. It was the blood in the pendant that brought himself back to his senses. It was hard to believe that not only was she an emperor, but her father was as well, even more powerful? And if so, why the coma? And need there be a deficiency in heaven to bring it to its senses? He's not an emperor, but the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched. Tendo? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Heng was shocked in disbelief. Yes. 50 years ago, my father couldn't resist that big hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao collapsed into three parts, the heavenly Tao in order and the heavenly Tao with a deficiency, and entered into the spatial turbulence, and I took the place of controlling the heavenly Tao naturally and maintaining the balance of the divine realm. Want to let him recover? Only the scattered parts will be collected. That's why I am so determined and can't fail. Only then did I specifically enter the Master Teacher continent to study the Spring and Autumn canon and find a way to defeat Master Kong. When I fought with Master Kong, the thing I asked him to do was also this. Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang hung indistinctly. Master Teacher continent just met not long ago. The girl in front of him told himself her story to save a close relative. He did not understand at that time, but now it suddenly realized. Surprisingly, it was her father, and it was also the divine realm heavenly Tao. Can Tendo really take human form and have children? Controlling the heavenly Tao naturally on behalf of your body. There is no fragment of the heavenly Tao? Suddenly, realizing that there was something wrong in her language, Zhang Heng looked over. Taking control on behalf of the body, and fusing it within the body like yourself, are two different concepts. I am only in control, not part of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang Xian sighed in relief. In that case, all that was needed was to strip the heavenly Tao of its flaws by herself, and it didn't require her to die as well. Despite this fate, unwilling to accept it, he did not want the girl in front of him to be hurt. If I strip away the heavenly Tao with a flaw in my body, your father will be able to come back to life and even kill the ruthless man, right? Zhang Heng appeared to be. That. I'm not sure. Looking up at the already collapsed God realm, Luo Ruoshi hesitated. The divine realm was father's foundation, and now that the foundation was like this, even if he was awake, would he really be able to defeat that powerful and ruthless man? It's really hard to say. It seems that you can't be sure either. Since that's the case, it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. We only have to think of a way on our own. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth.
You, me, and the doppelganger, combined with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, may not be unable to win if we're in conjunction with Master Kong. Master Kong? Luo Ruwashi frowned. Master Kong is dead, isn't he? He didn't really die. If the guess is right, he was decapitated by you. It was just a method used to break away from the heavenly Tao. Unsurprisingly, he should be the same as Wei Changfeng. He is the innate fetal soul body, Zhang Heng said. When he saw Wei Changfeng, he understood that the so-called maintaining spirituality of Master Kong should be the same as him, an innate fetal soul body. It is possible to be in the womb and not be confused. Coupled with the backhand left in advance. Resurrection. It was only a matter of time. Luo Ruwashi froze, as if she hadn't expected that to be the case. Just go over and take a look. The guess is good. He should have recovered. Otherwise, those students of his, it is impossible that they did not even go to the title C. Zhang Heng said, those students of Master Kong, Zi Yuan ancient sage and the others, each of them were strong. Even without the help of an emperor, they would certainly have a way to enter the title C, but none of them were seen. There must be something more important waiting, wanting to take advantage of the fact that all the emperors had gone to the title C with no time to spare. And this kind of important thing is obviously for the Kong master to recover. This, Luo Ruwashi's heart shook as she came to a realization. Go! No longer explaining, with a single stroke of his hand, Zhang Heng reappeared at the location where Master Kong resided, and sure enough, he saw an old man hovering in the air on his knees, and when he saw them arrive, he smiled faintly. Coming! If it's not Master Kong, then who is it? This master of all worlds did not disappoint. As suspected, it was reanimated while everyone's attention was focused on the title C. Luo Ruwashi's petite body shook. She knew that emperors could be resurrected, and the immortal emperor had come alive. But, she didn't expect the speed to be so fast. I hid the heavenly Tao and prepared a backhand in advance. The unnamed giant in the spectral soul pool was left behind by me, and when I was decapitated by you on that day, I took the opportunity to get rid of the heavenly Tao's bondage and reassemble my fleshly body, which has just recovered now as well. Master Kong smiled faintly. He was proficient in the ability of time, and it looked like only 1 or 2 days had passed in the God realm, but in reality, he had gone through an unknown amount of time in order to recover his power. Decades have gone by. The strength of the three of us is very strong, but it's not that easy to win over a ruthless person. Seeing that Master Kong had really recovered, Luo Ruwashi still shook her head. It's not a matter of raising others' spirits and demoralizing ourselves, but it's the truth. Just now, so many people had joined forces and failed to block the other party, so what could they do even if they added a Kong master? Again, it doesn't change the situation. It's true that our individual strengths, or even united together, are no match for each other, but, what if the strength of all of us is fused in one person? Kung Shi looked over with a smile. Fused in one? This time, not only did Luo Ruwashi frown, but Zhang Heng was also filled with doubts. That palm was able to tear apart the divine realm and break up the heavenly Tao. The strength of the strength is indisputable. The ruthless man absorbed all of this power and devoured 50 years of the divine realm's aura. Based on strength alone, our dozen or so emperors, individually taken out, are indeed not opponents, Kong Shi said, but joining together and concentrating power on one person may not be possible. Right, how centralized? Roxy looked over. Easier said than done. The Empress was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it was so easy to absorb the power of others, she wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. It's very simple. We'll focus the power in our bodies on Zhang Heng, and once he can break through the Emperor's shackles, he'll be able to save the divine realm. Kong Shi Dao. Me? Zhang Xian froze. Why me? The spirit rhinoceros emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence of nature, but with the constraints of Father and the heavenly Tao, those who have attachments will never be able to truly transcend. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought me back then, you had also given up, intending to be beheaded by me. Kong Shi Dao. Luo Ruwashi couldn't speak. At the time of the battle, there was indeed such an intention, so the exchange of hands between the two, at the beginning, each left their own backhand, like a sparring match, unlike a life and death struggle, unable to transcend. Naturally one cannot exert the strongest power, and even if one is given more true chi, one is equally unable to impact that supreme realm. As for me, Kong Shi nodded his head and said, having a heart for the living, wanting to universalize the world, but not willing to have others sacrifice for me. Too much kindness is also a drawback. If the heart was more ruthless and exterminated the Fey spirit race, there wouldn't be the current situation. In the beginning, if all of the alien spirit people could be exterminated, it would have been impossible for vicious man to be resurrected, and there would not have been a situation like the one that existed now. So, I'm not suitable either. On the other hand, Zhang Hang, the gong method is smooth and without flaws. Speaking of living one's own life, even if one dies, as long as one lives a blameless life, one's heart is open. This kind of person possesses greater tolerance, greater room for development, and only then can they go higher and farther. Master Kong continued, when you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't even care about death, how can you be held back by anything else? This, Zhang Hang frowned and was about to say something when he saw Master Kong's gaze gleaming over. No need to excuse yourself. First of all, it's too late to train others, and even if it's too late, I don't think there may be anyone who can do a better. Although Emperor Linghua doesn't have a fragment of the heavenly Tao in his body, he has been in control of the heavenly Tao for many years, and has his own understanding of the heavenly Tao. I am in control of the heavenly Tao in an orderly manner, and if we imbue you with the power, you will have the power of the complete heavenly Tao in your body, combined with the 9 heavenly chaotic golden lotus of the doppelganger. You will be able to completely set the 9 heavens, take charge of the Qianquan, battle in the 9 heavens, and destroy all things. Okay. Seeing that the other party had already made a decision and it was useless to explain himself any further, Zhang Hang nodded. Boom! Planking his knees well, in the blink of an eye, 2 majestic forces poured in from both sides. Zhang Hang's entire body stiffened, and it was as if his entire body had transformed into the heavenly Tao in an instant. Soaring above the 9 heavens, the soul, physical body, and true Qi were all baptized in an instant, growing stronger and more majestic. You guys want to stop me too? That's fine. Kill you all and then go and decapitate Zhang Hang, slapping Luo Qiqi and the doppelgangers and the others away. Ruthless Man smiled coldly. The power jointly exerted by the split and the many emperors was indeed powerful. However, compared to him, it was still a bit weaker. The tidal sea had devoured almost all of the aura of the divine realm out of the city, and now all of this power was transformed into his foster, raising his hands and feet with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. And these emperors and divine kings were still unbeatable, even though they represented the pinnacle of the divine realm. At this moment, the Ruthless Man seemed to represent the entire divine realm. Unstoppable. If the god realm perishes, there's no point in us living. I, Yun Qi, will die with you. The Cloud Qi Emperor changed into his original body, a huge 5-clawed golden dragon, and lunged at him in the air. Just you? Not worthy. With a pinch of the Ruthless Man's palm, the golden dragon hung in his palm, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. Wait for me, old friend. Emperor Fu Mang also let out a roar and changed into his white tiger self, coming to follow him through the air. The immortal emperor, the immortal fire phoenix proper was displayed, and flames shone in the sky. The Xianmei emperor, in his original form, was a great turtle that looked like it was holding up the heavens. The 4 great divine beasts, guarding the 4 poles of the divine realm, changed their bodies at the same time, and the collapsing divine realm became slowed down. Qianquan seemed to be fixed in an instant. Boom 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 boom. With 4 consecutive palms, the Ruthless Man suppressed the 4 beasts, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since you guys are looking for death, I will fulfill you. With a roar, he was about to lay a deadly hand on the crowd and wipe them all out when he felt his raised arm tighten and stop in the air. Ask me if you want to kill them. Immediately afterward, as the crowd was shocked, a silhouette slowly stepped out from the air. It was none other than Zhang Hang. At this time, the youth, his whole body was surging with power, more than 10 times more powerful than just now, coming from the sky, as if the whole person was a world. Much improved. Tough guy paused, his gaze fixed. He obviously didn't understand why in the light of just a few minutes, the other party's strength had changed so drastically. But so what if it increases? The divine realm in its heyday can't even withstand it. I don't believe that you can hold me back. With a cold snort, the Ruthless Man slapped down again. Zhang Xian raised his long sword and met him. The 2 sides fought together as space tore apart one by one, and air currents fluttered around. Can Zhang Hang win? Since the Heavenly Kong Master's residence, Luo Ruoshi looked over with worry. She and Master Kong passed their power to Zhang Hang, and their own cultivation, which had been reduced to only the Divine King level, was not as brilliant as before. However, the level was where it was at, and with enough power, one day, it could be regained. With his current strength, it's hard to win over, unless he can comprehend a power that surpasses an emperor. After a few moments of silence, Kong Shi said, a dozen emperors united couldn't defeat the Ruthless Man, and even if they passed all of their power to each other, it wouldn't be that easy to do so. The reason for this is that power can only touch the apex if it is concentrated in one person, and it is possible to truly transcend the limits and break through. Power beyond an emperor? Luo Ruoshi's eyes were distant. Her father had said the same thing to her when he was still conscious, but she could not do it. Could the man she loved do it? He will be able to. He has an indomitable heart and pride in the world. Seeing the question in her mind, Master Kong laughed. Boom boom boom. After a few consecutive moves,
Zhang Heng's tiger's mouth cracked,
and a huge scar appeared on his chest, hideous and gruesome. It was the same as what Master Kong had said. Even after fusing the power of the two of them and forming a complete heavenly Tao within their bodies, they were still no match. Ha ha, thought how powerful, but that's all. Ruthless man smiled coldly. Anyway, if I'm not your opponent, I'll be killed sooner or later. Since this is the case, I want to die under your strongest attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Heng paused, and instead of attacking, he looked at the ruthless man in front of him. Okay, I'll fulfill you and give you the strongest attack. Hearing him say that, the ruthless man froze for a moment, then he let out a cold snort and raised his palm. Wow! A green light appeared in the center of his palm and slammed down. Sure enough, it was the strongest attack, and the entire god realm roared as if it was about to be unable to withstand it. And once again, a huge crater was punched out. With his eyes tightly closed, Zhang Xian did not dodge. Boo! Heads exploded and souls festered in every direction. Zhang Heng. Everyone's face turned white when they saw this scene. Luo Qiqi was like going crazy. Emperor Yunji and the others also stared wide-eyed and kept shivering. Master Kong and Luo Ruoshi, who saw this scene, were all stunned as well. The intention was for him to break through the shackles and impact beyond the Emperor realm, so how could he not go to resist and willingly go to his death? In that case, wouldn't they fail to live up to their good intentions? No, it's the immortal Emperor's immortal method. Being strange, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The crowd then saw that Zhang Heng, who had his head blown up and even had his soul shattered, had the pendant on his chest steeply explode, and a drop of blood levitated and burned, forming a scorching hot flame, and in the flame, an intact figure slowly stepped out. He separated the heavens way with a deficiency and his soul with the help of the other party's power. And the blood in the pendant? Luo Ruoshi's pupils contracted. After being reborn from the fire, Zhang Heng unexpectedly had no more heavenly Tao library in his body, no more interference from the heavenly Tao, and was detached from the heavenly Tao. How did he do it? Kong Shi was also filled with disbelief. The heavenly Tao and the soul were fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and in order to get rid of it, he had to soul split and regroup his soul with the help of the pixie soul pool. What method was used to get rid of this one in front of me? Only to be decapitated for a moment and then get rid of it completely? I know. He used the way of ruthless people to get rid of their soul contracts. Luo Ruoshi reacted. The soul contract binds the master and the servant, and if the master does not release it, the servant is forever subject. The library of heavenly paths is the same, and can be said to be an enhanced version of the contract. Bound to the soul, it will not disengage until it dies. But, the ruthless man got rid of the soul contract with the help of that special power. The specific method, Zhang Heng asked in detail before. I am afraid that I moved at that time. That was why he deliberately fought to the death, allowing it to exert its strongest power to attack him. With this power, the fire was reborn, and to my surprise, it was a great success. So that's how it is. This is the way to break through to Emperor. Zhang Heng, who stepped out from the flames, had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood something, and suddenly waved his hand, and the doppelganger on one side, which had immediately retransformed into a lotus flower, flew over. In a flash, it blends perfectly with itself. In the blink of an eye, the crowd felt as if the Zhang Heng in front of them had turned into Jiao Tian, and Jiao Tian was him. The palms of his feet lightly stepped on the ground. The chaotic nine heavens immediately stabilized. The nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, which appeared at the birth of the nine heavens, was capable of stabilizing the nine heavens, and at this time, the split and the self were perfectly fused and indistinguishable from each other, which was the same as him taking control of this power. Not only that, having fused the cultivation of the nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, his realm, which was already at its peak, loosened up and seemed to break through at any time. Master-servant love, brotherly love, teacher-student love, parental love, love, fused together. It turns out to be everything in the world. That's what makes a human being. With a smile on his face, Zhang Heng muttered. The moment the Tendo library detached from his soul, he understood. Did man look at the world to make the world? Or did the world come first and then man? Is it the wind that moves? Or the heart? This is a question that has haunted countless people for ages. Of course, none of this matters now. Without life, without emotion, what is the point of the world even if it exists? So, after the breakthrough to love, it is the love of all beings. It's the emotions that intertwine the world. Everything in this world has emotions, and it is with emotions that the world is made, and it is with emotions that life can be continued. Love, is love. Hate is the emotion. Happy is the sentiment. The pain, the emotion. Parting, it's love. Getting together, and love. 1,000 sentiments for me. With a low cry, the forbidden realm within Zhang Hang's body instantly broke open. The emperor's shackles, broken through. For a moment, it was as if a whole new world and door had been touched, and the soul was rapidly nourished. Countless chaotic chi surged over, and the fleshly body soared. Before, I could only progress by absorbing spiritual energy, but now spatial turbulence, chaotic chi, and even the other party's green light can all be mine, without distinction. You, the ruthless man, did not expect his full attack. Instead of not beheading him, but to fulfill him, angry wow wow wow, screaming chaotically, a furious shout, once again attacked down. You resent the high and mighty emperor for not saving yourself from the spatial turbulence. It is emotion, to feel that you were once my servant, harboring humility and anger. It is emotion, to want to destroy the divine realm and give vent to your anger. It is emotion, and to want to become even stronger. It is likewise emotion. With emotion controlling you, how can you outwit me and not be controlled by me? Smiling faintly, Zhang Hang's voice grew faster and louder as he gently grasped his palm. The original vertical and invincible ruthless man was then confined by countless emotional thin lines, restraining his hands and feet, unable to move. As long as there is love, it will be used and controlled by him. You, the ruthless man's eyes were filled with trepidation. Master Zhang, I'm your servant. Don't kill me. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. It's already too late to talk about this now. With a faint smile, Zhang Hang shook his head. The feeling of controlling the world, servants and the like no longer meant anything to him. Having killed so many people at the divine level and injured his girlfriend, Luo Chichi, as well as so many friends, today, how could it be possible to forgive? No. Sensing his determination, the ruthless man's pupils contracted, and before his words ended, he immediately felt a sharp pain on his body. Boo! In an instant, it exploded and turned into countless auras that poured out to all parts of the divine realm. Previously, all the power that the tidal sea had swallowed up. At this time, all of it was fed back, and the already depleted wilderness was revitalized. This, kill it like that? Emperor Yun Qi, Immortal Emperor, Linglong Feria, and the others all stared in disbelief. Just now, they have exchanged hands with the ruthless man and know that it is terrible. Such a powerful person, but even casually overthrow it. What kind of level has this Zhang Hang reached? Could it be that there really was another realm above Emperor? He did it. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoshi loosened their clenched fists. This is part of the heavenly way. Then I will return it now. Seeing that the heavenly Tao with a flaw that had just been separated from his body was still suspended in the air, Zhang Heng gently smiled and flicked his finger. Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth was set with a bang in the sky above the divine realm. A great bell-like chime sounded, and the constantly collapsing divine realm slowly recovered as far as the naked eye could see, and the chaotic air currents, too, regrouped. The collapsing god realm finally came to a halt, and the parched aura, along with the deaths of the ruthless people, slowly recovered. It seems that the divine realm is going to welcome the era of aura recovery all over again. Zhang Heng smiled. The hole in the tidal sea, along with the mending of the heavenly Tao, had been restored, and it was only a matter of time before the divine realm returned to its former grandeur. Zhang Heng, come this way. Just after doing so, a voice rang in his head, and Zhang Heng froze for a moment, taking a step forward. With this step, he did not know how far he had flown, and then he saw a youth standing in front of him. It was the same one who had taught himself the sword technique earlier. Senior, you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Heng froze. Before, I felt that this one, unfathomable, and now I realized that compared to myself, it was only a hair's breadth away, and had already reached the very pinnacle of the emperor, more powerful than the previous Luo Ruoshi, by an unknown amount. Just call me by my name. My name is Nya Tong. The youth exuded an unrelenting sword intent as he faintly said, Nya Tong? Zhang Xian frowned. First time I've heard that name. Come with me. I'll take you to see my brother. The youth called Nya Tong guffawed and stepped forward. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Not knowing how far he had flown, he stopped in front of a mountain peak. Another youth was then seen. The appearance was not much older than him, and his eyebrows were raised, giving a sense of depth and impenetrability. This strength. Zhang Heng shuddered. The strength of this youth in front of him was unexpectedly even more powerful than him, having similarly broken through the shackles of an emperor, and his cultivation was even more profound and thick. Under me, Nya Yun. The youth smiled faintly and looked over. That's Nya Linghuan, the father of Luo Ruoshi in your mouth. Darrell's father? Zhang Heng was shocked. You, Are the divine realm heavenly Tao? Previously, Luo Ruwashi had said that her father, who was the heavenly Tao, couldn't have imagined that it was such a young man. I transformed the three purities in one breath, a part of my soul, into the heavenly Tao. Besides, this world, I created it, so there's nothing wrong with saying I'm the heavenly Tao. Niayan smiled faintly. Zhang Xian couldn't believe it. The divine realm was actually created by this person in front of me? How strong should he be? Then? No. If the divine realm was created by you, and you are the heavenly Tao, why did you let the ruthless people wreak havoc and not step in? Zheng Hang looked over. If it wasn't for his own breakthrough, the divine realm would most likely collapse completely. So why did this person in front of him not care? Even care about the life and death of your daughter? Without answering his question, Niayan looked over faintly. Do you think there are more powerful beings above the God realm? Zhang Hang paused for a moment. There should be. Although he hadn't seen it before. Since he could cultivate to this realm, perhaps others could as well. Or even stronger. It's like this one right here. I had suspected that there would be more powerful beings above the divine realm, so I peered with all my might, and ultimately drew a backlash from the higher worlds. A palm breaking through the air. Nya Yun looked over. At that time, if I dodged, it was highly likely that the entire God realm would have been wiped out, and there would be no more half-life. So, blocked the move, but as a result, the heavenly Tao of the incarnation was split out. This situation, I want to recover. It's just a thought, but I understand that wanting to truly transcend the shackles of the divine realm, to explore where the palm comes from, and what's beyond the divine realm, is very difficult to do with me alone. Therefore, want to see, there is no life, can break through the emperor's shackles, to reach the point of parity with me. So, just send the scattered heavenly Tao intentions to the lowest level of the world, respectively to the soul that originally belongs to this world, and a soul that doesn't belong to this world. And you, in the end, did not let me down. Nya Yun laughed. A soul that doesn't belong to this world. In that case, I crossed over because of you as well? Zhang Heng's heart shook. No wonder. To be able to cross over? I didn't think it was all because of the one in front of me. Ha! Nya Yun gently laughed and said, inherently belonging to this world, there is a reverence for the world. Wanting to break through the world's shackles, the difficulty is much greater. I also had a thought, and did not expect. You really can succeed. Zhang Heng blushed. If it wasn't for Master Kong, there's no way I could have reached this point. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, it would have been impossible to reach the current realm. I gave him the opportunity, but didn't grasp it. The match with the spirit rhinoceros was actually the best opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. But unfortunately, he chose to retreat, thinking that he had left a backhand so that he could retreat in one piece. But in reality, he had lost his bravery and refinement. And in the face of those who have surpassed us, how can he fight against them if he doesn't even have that kind of spirit? Nya Yun said. Zhang Xian was silent. He had watched the battle between the two at that time, and Master Kong was indeed somewhat lacking in decisiveness. It was also possible that he wasn't willing to behead Luo Ruwashi. Unfortunately, the opportunity to advance was missed on that very thought. If Master Kong wins, Ruwashi will die. Zhang Heng looked over a moment later, his eyebrows furrowed. Can't it be that this person in front of me doesn't even care about his daughter's life and death? With me here, she won't die. Nya Yin smiled faintly. Your current strength isn't that far off from mine. Do you think the duo's strength, at the point of life and death, would be able to do it if they wanted to save someone? Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. Breaking through an emperor, and an emperor, were two different concepts? And if he was truly willing to make a move, he could indeed save the person at the last minute, and guaranteed, he wouldn't be able to stand a single injury. Ling Rhinoceros was born to my other wife Luo Qingchang, so she disguised her name, surnamed Luo, in order to be able to make her believe, not emotionally, up to now has always thought that I was still in a coma. Nya Yun let out a bitter laugh. This dad of mine has done enough to be ruthless. Let's put it this way, this matter is still for you to explain to her. After all, her mind now, has already shifted to you. This old dad of mine, I guess I can't even think about it. Ha ha, I will not appear for the time being, hide on a period of time to say, otherwise, really afraid that she made a mess of the sky and the earth. Seeing such an unreliable old man in front of him, his face twitching, Zhang Heng had no choice but to agree. Alright, there's nothing you can do if you don't agree. Who let yourself abduct someone's daughter? The Library of Heavenly Tao, which was created by one of my intentions, is the foundation and the shackles. The fact that you can rely on your own ability and break through the shackles shows the ability and potential. And the future has a great future. And it's a relief for my daughter to be able to be with you and be a father. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 147 Passing the 100th Floor. Soul Contract. Contracted soul. As long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other party's means are heavenly, it cannot be dissolved. Just like immortal Emperor Little Yellow Chicken, who was only a divine king before he was an emperor. And there was likewise no way to resolve this kind of agreement. In order to prevent this guy from changing his mind and having a backlash, the Master Teacher Continent had specifically set out that even if the other party could break away from the Book of Heaven's path, they would not be able to break free from the agreement between souls. The soul contract. It's true that it can't be split from the sea of consciousness, but I fused a special gas that even the heavenly Tao can dissolve, so it's not hard to dissolve this contract away. As long as I have enough power to blast where the contract is located, I'll be able to do it. Tough guy. The soul contract, which was based on the heavenly Tao, the special power was able to dissolve even the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. So how difficult would it be to dissolve a soul contract as long as it was handled properly? I see. Zhang Heng's gaze flickered. Talking to you this much is a thank you for bringing me to the God realm. After explaining, the ruthless man no longer said more. The breath on his body became more and more ancient and distant. The black hole behind him became even more enormous. Obviously, while talking, he swallowed an unknown amount of power and made nourishment. Zhang Heng, the more the black hole swallows, the stronger he gets. Luo Ruoshi also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly transmitted her voiceover. Prepare to strike. With all the doubts in his heart gone, Zhang Heng took a deep breath, and with the long sword in his hand, he raised it abruptly. In that case, let's see what happens underhand. Boom! The most powerful sword intent was once again cast out. When you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't care about life or death, what's stopping you? This sword move, even though it was one that had not reached the Emperor's comprehension, contained all the obsessions in his heart, and brought the heavenly Ruoshan technique in his body to its limit. Phew! A sword cut the vicious man's attack in half. At the same moment, Luo Ruoshi also struck out, her jade hand rolling, her sword awnings like snow. Her swordsmanship was somewhat similar to that young man from the sword god heaven, carrying an unrelenting momentum and the dashing nature of the great Tao. Your moves are great, but compared to me, they are still inferior. Laughing softly, the ruthless man once again grabbed downwards. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun, and the palm enveloped the heavens and the earth. Space shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to be hardened down. Poof, poof. Zhang Xiang and Luo Ruoshi flew out backwards at the same time, their blood spurting wildly in the air. With the strength of the duo, they couldn't even resist. What kind of realm has this guy reached? Unbridled. The doppelganger took large steps, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, carrying the sound of flowing water in the void. It looks forced from a distance, refining the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus. His cultivation level was not weaker than Zhang Heng's. A fist was raised and power rushed up to the nine heavens. Clashing with ruthless man, he similarly flew out backwards, unable to block a single move. Zhang Heng covered his forehead. Achievement Emperor? The split still does not modify the nature of the force. It's so splendidly loaded. It might as well be more powerful if the power was concentrated. Strike together, or else, if they die, we will all die. The little yellow chicken let out a loud cry, and crimson flames burned so brightly that the sky looked like it was set on fire. The remaining 6 great emperors also used their own means. 7 emperors united, destroying the heavens and earth. A sight of the heavens and earth in front of them could not resist, but the other party was a ruthless person who had absorbed a special power, and when the attack came to his heels, the black hole steeply grew bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed the power cleanly, and came out immediately after the counterattack. Boom 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 boom. The 7 emperors flew out backwards just like Zhang Heng and the others. The 10 great emperors, united together, hadn't even managed to block a single move from the other side. This guy, how can he be so powerful? You can die. With one move to break down the crowd, the ruthless man took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and slapped down again. How dare the rats! Accompanied by a loud shout, the old man from the previous sword god heaven suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him, the long sword in his hand turning into a galaxy. Emperor? He's also Emperor Strength? Zhang Heng's pupils shrank. When this old man first followed the youth, he had thought that he was just a follower, at most a sealed divine king, and it was only when he exerted his power that he realized that he was actually an Empyrean powerhouse as well. If he is an emperor, that youth, what is he? He himself is the emperor of the sword god heaven. Struggling to stand, Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth. What about the youth who passed on my sword skills? Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. He is. Luo Ruoshi was just about to reply,
when there was a distortion in space. And then she saw this emperor of the sword god heaven, similarly flying backwards, landing not far away, smashing out a large pit. Zhang Heng's current strength, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword, far exceeded his, and he couldn't even resist it. And even though his cultivation wasn't weak, and his sword skills were superior, he still wasn't an opponent. Ha ha, Empyrean, a bunch of rustic dogs are just that. Today, I'll destroy the 9 heavens, destroy this divine realm, and trample all the rules to the ground. Defeating the emperor of the sword god heaven, the ruthless man laughed madly, the space around him collapsing non-stop, setting him off like a demon. What to do? Zhang Xian's fists clenched. Just now, he and the doppelganger both exerted the strongest combat power, and even the Luo Ruoshi in front of him also used the strongest moves, did not block the other side of a move. Could it be that no one in the divine realm could really stop this person in front of them? Let him destroy the world? The only way is to return your heavenly Tao with a deficiency to the heavenly Tao itself, and let the heavenly Tao suppress him. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched tightly, her eyes reddening. Returning to the heavenly Tao itself? Zhang Heng knew what she meant. The library in the mind, itself a part of the heavenly Tao. Once returned, the heavenly Tao would be completely complete, and perhaps the loopholes could be repaired, and the ego would ostracize the ruthless. It's like the body's immune system. With an intact immune system, viruses come and are easily repelled. When it's broken, it can't resist viral invasion, and even the strongest person can die as a result. He's too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were to be restored to its full integrity, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. Zhang Heng shook his head. Viruses, the immune system can be decimated. But what about tigers? What can be done with a stronger immune system? In front of me, this is just an ordinary god king. Even if it is sealed, the heavenly Tao can easily kill it, and it can be more powerful than emperors. It is already not something that the heavenly Tao can fight against. This, Luo Ruoshi paused for a moment, a look of loss appearing on her white jade face. Yes, there's no way to suppress it, but with the heavenly Tao intact, he will be able to wake up, and beheading this one is not difficult. Him? Zhang Heng frowned. I'll take you to see him, just in the self-same sky. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruoshi clenched her teeth, turned around, and flew forward. Want to escape? The ruthless man coldly grunted and pressed downward. Boo! Luo Ruoshi fell through the air. Zhang Heng's sword technique was once again displayed as his sword intent brilliantly came out. Ding ding ding. Once again, it was blocked by tough guy. You guys go, I'll hold him off. Knowing that they were thinking of a way to save the divine realm again instead of escaping, the doppelganger and the immortal emperor, with a loud shout, blocked the front, and Luo Qiqi also shifted and returned to the Jingkong bead's main body. The space around them solidified. Go! Seeing the crowd defiantly blocking the back, fearless of death, Zhang Heng's eyes reddened. However, he also knew that now was not the time to say more, and with a pull on Luo Ruoshi, his body swayed, slicing through space, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the range of the Ze heaven. The self-existent heaven was now no longer as comfortable as it was before. The divine realm collapsed and chaos reigned everywhere. Where is he, you say? Not having the time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Heng looked at the girl in his arms. If the person she was talking about could really save the divine realm, there was no harm in sacrificing herself. He is my father, and the blood in your pendant is his, the immortal emperor, who was once his beast pet. Luo Ruoshi explained as she toned down a bit. Father? Zhang Xian came to a sudden realization. No wonder it had always felt that the blood in the pendant was similar to Luo Ruoshi's, yet different, so it was her father's. This also explained why the thought left behind by the immortal emperor immediately recognized himself as the master upon seeing the pendant. Your father is also an emperor? Or possesses strength beyond that of an emperor? Can't help it. The library was chaotic. It was the blood in the pendant that brought himself back to his senses. It was hard to believe that not only was she an emperor, but her father was as well, even more powerful? And if so, why the coma? And need there be a deficiency in heaven to bring it to its senses? He's not an emperor, but the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoshi's showy fists clenched. Tendo? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Heng was shocked in disbelief. Yes, 50 years ago, my father couldn't resist that big hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao collapsed into 3 parts. The heavenly Tao in order and the heavenly Tao with a deficiency, and entered into the spatial turbulence. And I took the place of controlling the heavenly Tao naturally and maintaining the balance of the divine realm. Want to let him recover? Only the scattered parts will be collected. That's why I am so determined and can't fail. Only then did I specifically enter the Master Teacher continent to study the Spring and Autumn Canon and find a way to defeat Master Kong. When I fought with Master Kong,
The thing I asked him to do was also this. Luo Ruoshi said.
Zhang Zhang hung indistinctly.
Master teacher continent just met not long ago. The girl in front of him
told himself her story to save a close relative.
He did not understand at that time, but now it suddenly realized. Surprisingly, it was her father, and it was also the divine realm heavenly Tao. Can Tendo really take human form and have children? Controlling the heavenly Tao naturally on behalf of your body. There is no fragment of the heavenly Tao? Suddenly,
realizing that there was something wrong in her language,
Zheng Hang looked over. Taking control on behalf of the body,
and fusing it within the body like yourself,
are two different concepts. I am only in control, not part of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruoshi said. Zhang Xian sighed in relief. In that case,
all that was needed was to strip the heavenly Tao of its flaws by herself,
and it didn't require her to die as well. Despite this fate, unwilling to accept it,
he did not want the girl in front of him
to be hurt.
If I strip away the heavenly Tao with a flaw in my body, your father will be able to come back to life and even kill the ruthless man, right?
Zhang Hang appeared to be.
That.
I'm not sure. Looking up at the already collapsed God realm, Luo Ruoshi hesitated. The divine realm was father's foundation.
And now that the foundation was like this,
even if he was awake, would he really be able to defeat that powerful and ruthless man?
It's really hard to say. It seems that you can't be sure either.
Since that's the case, it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. We only have to think of a way on our own. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth.
You, me,
and the doppelganger,
combined with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, may not be unable to win if we're in conjunction with Master Kong.
Master Kong? Luo Ruoshi frowned. Master Kong is dead, isn't he? He didn't really die. If the guess is right, he was decapitated by you.
It was just a method used to break away from the heavenly Tao.
Unsurprisingly,
he should be the same as Wei Changfeng.
He is the innate fetal soul body, Zhang Hang said. When he saw Wei Changfeng,
he understood that the so-called maintaining spirituality of Master Kong should be the same as him.
An innate fetal soul body. It is possible to be in the womb and not be confused.
Coupled with the backhand left in advance.
Resurrection. It was only a matter of time. Luo Ruoshi froze,
as if she hadn't expected that to be the case.
Just go over and take a look. The guess is good.
He should have recovered.
Otherwise, those students of his, it is impossible that they did not even go to the title C. Zhang Hang said. Those students of Master Kong, Zi Yuan ancient sage and the others,
each of them were strong. Even without the help of an emperor,
they would certainly have a way to enter the title C.
But none of them were seen. There must be something more important waiting, wanting to take advantage of the fact that all the emperors had gone to the title C with no time to spare. And this kind of important thing is obviously for the Kong master to recover.
This, Luo Ruoshi's heart shook as she came to a realization. Go! No longer explaining. With a single stroke of his hand, Zhang Hang reappeared at the location where Master Kong resided. And sure enough, he saw an old man hovering in the air on his knees. And when he saw them arrive, he smiled faintly. Coming. If it's not Master Kong, then who is it? This master of all worlds did not disappoint. As suspected, it was reanimated while everyone's attention was focused on the title C. Luo Ruoshi's petite body shook. She knew that emperors could be resurrected, and the immortal emperor had come alive. But she didn't expect the speed to be so fast.
I hid the heavenly Tao and prepared a backhand in advance.
The unnamed giant in the spectral soul pool was left behind by me, and when I was decapitated by you on that day,
I took the opportunity to get rid of the heavenly Tao's bondage and reassemble my fleshly body, which has just recovered now as well.
Master Kong smiled slightly.
He was proficient in the ability of time, and it looked like only 1 or 2 days had passed in the God realm, but in reality, he had gone through an unknown amount of time in order to recover his power.
Decades have gone by.
The strength of the three of us
is very strong,
but it's not that easy to win over a ruthless person. Seeing that Master Kong had really recovered,
Luo Ruoshi still shook her head.
It's not a matter of raising others' spirits and demoralizing ourselves,
but it's the truth. Just now, so many people had joined forces and failed to block the other party. So what could they do even if they added a Kong master? Again, it doesn't change the situation.
It's true that our individual strengths,
or even united together,
are no match for each other,
but what if the strength of all of us is fused in one person? Kung Shi looked over with a smile. Fused in one? This time, not only did Luo Ruoshi frown, but Zhang Hang was also filled with doubts.
That palm was able to tear apart the divine realm and break up the heavenly Tao. The strength of the strength is indisputable. The ruthless man absorbed all of this power and devoured 50 years of the divine realm's aura.
Based on strength alone, our dozen or so emperors, individually taken out, are indeed not opponents, Kong Shi said, but joining together and concentrating power on one person may not be possible. Right. How centralized. Roxy looked over. Easier said than done. The Empress was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it was so easy to absorb the power of others, she wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. It's very simple. We'll focus the power in our bodies on Zhang Hang, and once he can break through the Emperor's shackles, he'll be able to save the divine realm. Kong Shi Dao. Me? Zhang Xian froze. Why me? The spirit rhinoceros emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence of nature. But with the constraints of Father and the heavenly Tao, those who have attachments will never be able to truly transcend. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought me back then, you had also given up, intending to be beheaded by me. Kong Shi Dao. Luo Ruoshi couldn't speak. At the time of the battle, there was indeed such an intention, so the exchange of hands between the two. At the beginning, each left their own backhand, like a sparring match, unlike a life and death struggle, unable to transcend. Naturally one cannot exert the strongest power, and even if one is given more true chi, one is equally unable to impact that supreme realm. As for me, Kong Shi nodded his head and said, having a heart for the living, wanting to universalize the world, but not willing to have others sacrifice for me. Too much kindness is also a drawback. If the heart was more ruthless and exterminated the Fey spirit race, there wouldn't be the current situation. In the beginning, if all of the alien spirit people could be exterminated, it would have been impossible for vicious man to be resurrected, and there would not have been a situation like the one that existed now. So, I'm not suitable either. On the other hand, Zhang Hang, the Gong method is smooth and without flaws. Speaking of living one's own life, even if one dies, as long as one lives a blameless life, one's heart is open. This kind of person possesses greater tolerance, greater room for development, and only then can they go higher and farther. Master Kong continued, when you are born, you will come back, and when you die, you will love each other forever. If you don't even care about death, how can you be held back by anything else? Zhang Hang frowned and was about to say something when he saw Master Kong's gaze gleaming over. No need to excuse yourself. First of all, it's too late to train others, and even if it's too late, I don't think there may be anyone who can do a better. Although Emperor Linghua doesn't have a fragment of the heavenly Tao in his body, he has been in control of the heavenly Tao for many years, and has his own understanding of the heavenly Tao. I am in control of the heavenly Tao in an orderly manner, and if we imbue you with the power, you will have the power of the complete heavenly Tao in your body, combined with the 9 heavenly chaotic golden lotus of the doppelganger. You will be able to completely set the 9 heavens, take charge of the Qianquan, battle in the 9 heavens, and destroy all things. Okay. Seeing that the other party had already made a decision and it was useless to explain himself any further, Zhang Hang nodded. Boom! Planking his knees well, in the blink of an eye, 2 majestic forces poured in from both sides. Zhang Hang's entire body stiffened, and it was as if his entire body had transformed into the heavenly Tao in an instant. Soaring above the 9 heavens, the soul, physical body, and true chi were all baptized in an instant, growing stronger and more majestic. You guys want to stop me too? That's fine. Kill you all and then go and decapitate Zhang Hang, slapping Luo Qiqi and the doppelgangers and the others away. Ruthless man smiled coldly. The power jointly exerted by the split and the many emperors was indeed powerful. However, compared to him, it was still a bit weaker. The tidal sea had devoured almost all of the aura of the divine realm out of the city, and now all of this power was transformed into his foster, raising his hands and feet with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. And these emperors and divine kings were still unbeatable, even though they represented the pinnacle of the divine realm. At this moment, the ruthless man seemed to represent the entire divine realm. Unstoppable. If the god realm perishes, there's no point in us living. I, Yun Qi, will die with you. The Cloud Qi Emperor changed into his original body, a huge 5-clawed golden dragon, and lunged at him in the air. Just you? Not worthy. With a pinch of the ruthless man's palm, the golden dragon hung in his palm, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. Wait for me, old friend. Emperor Fu Mang also let out a roar and changed into his white tiger self, coming to follow him through the air. The immortal emperor, the immortal fire phoenix proper was displayed, and flames shone in the sky. The Xianmei emperor, in his original form, was a great turtle that looked like it was holding up the heavens. The 4 great divine beasts, guarding the 4 poles of the divine realm, changed their bodies at the same time, and the collapsing divine realm became slowed down. Qianquan seemed to be fixed in an instant. Boom 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 boom. With 4 consecutive palms, the ruthless man suppressed the 4 beasts, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since you guys are looking for death, I will fulfill you. With a roar, he was about to lay a deadly hand on the crowd and wipe them all out when he felt his raised arm tighten and stop in the air. Ask me if you want to kill them. Immediately afterward, as the crowd was shocked,
a silhouette slowly stepped out from the air. It was none other than Zhang Hang. At this time, the youth, his whole body was surging with power, more than 10 times more powerful than just now, coming from the sky, as if the whole person was a world. Much improved. Tough guy paused, his gaze fixed. He obviously didn't understand why in the light of just a few minutes, the other party's strength had changed so drastically. But so what if it increases? The divine realm in its heyday can't even withstand it. I don't believe that you can hold me back. With a cold snort, the ruthless man slapped down again. Zhang Xian raised his long sword and met him. The two sides fought together as space tore apart one by one, and air currents fluttered around. Can Zhang Hang win? Since the Heavenly Kong Master's residence, Luo Ruoshi looked over with worry. She and Master Kong passed their power to Zhang Hang, and their own cultivation, which had been reduced to only the Divine King level, was not as brilliant as before. However, the level was where it was at, and with enough power, one day, it could be regained. With his current strength, it's hard to win over, unless he can comprehend a power that surpasses an emperor. After a few moments of silence, Kong Shi said, "A dozen emperors united couldn't defeat the ruthless man, and even if they passed all of their power to each other, it wouldn't be that easy to do so. The reason for this is that power can only touch the apex if it is concentrated in one person, and it is possible to truly transcend the limits and break through. Power beyond an emperor?" Luo Ruoshi's eyes were distant. Her father had said the same thing to her when he was still conscious. But she could not do it. Could the man she loved do it? He will be able to. He has an indomitable heart and pride in the world. Seeing the question in her mind, Master Kong laughed. Boom boom boom. After a few consecutive moves, Zhang Hang's tiger's mouth cracked, and a huge scar appeared on his chest, hideous and gruesome. It was the same as what Master Kong had said. Even after fusing the power of the two of them and forming a complete heavenly Tao within their bodies, they were still no match. Ha ha, thought how powerful, but that's all. Ruthless man smiled coldly. Anyway, if I'm not your opponent, I'll be killed sooner or later. Since this is the case, I want to die under your strongest attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hang paused, and instead of attacking, he looked at the ruthless man in front of him. Okay, I'll fulfill you and give you the strongest attack. Hearing him say that, the ruthless man froze for a moment, then coldly grunted and raised his palm. Wow! A green light appeared in the center of his palm and slammed down. Sure enough, it was the strongest attack, and the entire god realm roared as if it was about to be unable to withstand it. And once again, a huge crater was punched out. With his eyes tightly closed, Zhang Xian did not dodge. Boo! Heads exploded and souls festered in every direction. Zhang Hang. Everyone's face turned white when they saw this scene. Luo Qiqi was like going crazy. Emperor Yunji and the others also stared wide-eyed and kept shivering. Master Kong and Luo Ruoshi, who saw this scene, were all stunned as well. The intention was for him to break through the shackles and impact beyond the Emperor realm, so how could he not go to resist and willingly go to his death? In that case, wouldn't they fail to live up to their good intentions? No, it's the immortal Emperor's immortal method. Being strange, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The crowd then saw that Zhang Hang, who had his head blown up and even had his soul shattered, had the pendant on his chest steeply explode, and a drop of blood levitated and burned, forming a scorching hot flame, and in the flame, an intact figure slowly stepped out. He separated the heavens way with a deficiency and his soul with the help of the other party's power. And the blood in the pendant? Luo Ruoshi's pupils contracted. After being reborn from the fire, Zhang Hang unexpectedly had no more heavenly Tao library in his body, no more interference from the heavenly Tao, and was detached from the heavenly Tao. How did he do it? Kong Shi was also filled with disbelief. The heavenly Tao and the soul were fused together, indistinguishable from each other, and in order to get rid of it, he had to soul split and regroup his soul with the help of the pixie soul pool. What method was used to get rid of this one in front of me? Only to be decapitated for a moment and then get rid of it completely? I know. He used the way of ruthless people to get rid of their soul contracts. Luo Ruoshi reacted. The soul contract binds the master and the servant, and if the master does not release it, the servant is forever subject. The library of heavenly paths is the same, and can be said to be an enhanced version of the contract. Bound to the soul, it will not disengage until it dies. But the ruthless man got rid of the soul contract with the help of that special power. The specific method, Zhang Hang asked in detail before. I am afraid that I moved at that time. That was why he deliberately fought to the death, allowing it to exert its strongest power to attack him. With this power, the fire was reborn, and to my surprise, it was a great success. So that's how it is. This is the way to break through to Emperor. Zhang Hang, who stepped out from the flames, had a faint smile on his face, as if he understood something, and suddenly waved his hand.
and the doppelganger on one side, which had immediately retransformed into a lotus flower, flew over. In a flash, it blends perfectly with itself. In the blink of an eye, the crowd felt as if the Zhang Heng in front of them had turned into Jiao Tian, and Jiao Tian was him. The palms of his feet lightly stepped on the ground. The chaotic nine heavens immediately stabilized. The nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, which appeared at the birth of the nine heavens, was capable of stabilizing the nine heavens, and at this time, the split and the self were perfectly fused and indistinguishable from each other, which was the same as him taking control of this power. Not only that, having fused the cultivation of the nine heavens chaotic golden lotus, his realm, which was already at its peak, loosened up and seemed to break through at any time. Master-servant love, brotherly love, teacher-student love, parental love, love, fused together. It turns out to be everything in the world. That's what makes a human being. With a smile on his face, Zhang Heng muttered. The moment the Tendo library detached from his soul, he understood. Did man look at the world to make the world? Or did the world come first and then man? Is it the wind that moves? Or the heart? This is a question that has haunted countless people for ages. Of course, none of this matters now. Without life, without emotion, what is the point of the world even if it exists? So, after the breakthrough to love, it is the love of all beings. It's the emotions that intertwine the world. Everything in this world has emotions, and it is with emotions that the world is made, and it is with emotions that life can be continued. Love is love. Hate is the emotion. Happy is the sentiment. The pain, the emotion. Parting, it's love. Getting together, and love. 1,000 sentiments for me. With a low cry, the forbidden realm within Zhang Heng's body instantly broke open. The emperor's shackles, broken through. For a moment, it was as if a whole new world and door had been touched, and the soul was rapidly nourished. Countless chaotic chi surged over, and the fleshly body soared. Before, I could only progress by absorbing spiritual energy, but now spatial turbulence, chaotic chi, and even the other party's green light can all be mine, without distinction. You, the ruthless man, did not expect his full attack. Instead of not beheading him, but to fulfill him, angry wow wow wow, screaming chaotically, a furious shout, once again attacked down. You resent the high and mighty emperor for not saving yourself from the spatial turbulence. It is emotion, to feel that you were once my servant, harboring humility and anger. It is emotion, to want to destroy the divine realm and give vent to your anger. It is emotion, and to want to become even stronger. It is likewise emotion. With emotion controlling you, how can you outwit me and not be controlled by me? Smiling faintly, Zhang Heng's voice grew faster and louder as he gently grasped his palm. The original vertical and invincible ruthless man was then confined by countless emotional thin lines, restraining his hands and feet, unable to move. As long as there is love, it will be used and controlled by him. You, the ruthless man's eyes were filled with trepidation. Master Zhang, I'm your servant. Don't kill me. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. It's already too late to talk about this now. With a faint smile, Zhang Heng shook his head. The feeling of controlling the world, servants and the like no longer meant anything to him. Having killed so many people at the divine level and injured his girlfriend, Luo Chichi, as well as so many friends, today, how could it be possible to forgive? No. Sensing his determination, the ruthless man's pupils contracted, and before his words ended, he immediately felt a sharp pain on his body. Boo! In an instant, it exploded and turned into countless auras that poured out to all parts of the divine realm. Previously, all the power that the tidal sea had swallowed up. At this time, all of it was fed back, and the already depleted wilderness was revitalized. This, kill it like that? Emperor Yun Qi, Immortal Emperor, Linglong Feria, and the others all stared in disbelief. Just now, they have exchanged hands with the ruthless man and know that it is terrible. Such a powerful person, but even casually overthrow it. What kind of level has this Zhang Heng reached? Could it be that there really was another realm above Emperor? He did it. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoshi loosened their clenched fists. This is part of the heavenly way. Then I will return it now. Seeing that the heavenly Tao with a flaw that had just been separated from his body was still suspended in the air, Zhang Heng gently smiled and flicked his finger. Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth was set with a bang in the sky above the divine realm. A great bell-like chime sounded, and the constantly collapsing divine realm slowly recovered as far as the naked eye could see, and the chaotic air currents, too, regrouped. The collapsing god realm finally came to a halt, and the parched aura, along with the deaths of the ruthless people, slowly recovered. It seems that the divine realm is going to welcome the era of aura recovery all over again. Zhang Heng smiled. The hole in the tidal sea, along with the mending of the heavenly Tao,
had been restored, and it was only a matter of time before the divine realm returned to its former grandeur.
Zhang Heng, come this way. Just after doing so,
a voice rang in his head, and Zhang Heng froze for a moment, taking a step forward. With this step, he did not know how far he had flown, and then he saw a youth standing in front of him. It was the same one who had taught himself the sword technique earlier.
Senior, you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Heng froze. Before, I felt that this one, unfathomable, and now I realized that compared to myself, it was only a hair's breadth away, and had already reached the very pinnacle of the emperor, more powerful than the previous Luo Ruoshi, by an unknown amount. Just call me by my name. My name is Nya Tong. The youth exuded an unrelenting sword intent as he faintly said, Nya Tong? Zhang Xian frowned. First time I've heard that name. Come with me. I'll take you to see my brother.
The youth called Nya Tong guffawed and stepped forward. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Not knowing how far he had flown, he stopped in front of a mountain peak. Another youth was then seen. The appearance was not much older than him, and his eyebrows were raised, giving a sense of depth and impenetrability. This strength. Zhang Heng shuddered. The strength of this youth in front of him was unexpectedly even more powerful than him, having similarly broken through the shackles of an emperor, and his cultivation was even more profound and thick.
Under me, Nya Yun. The youth smiled faintly and looked over. That's Nya Linghuan, the father of Luo Ruoshi in your mouth. Darrell's father? Zhang Heng was shocked. You are the divine realm heavenly Tao? Previously, Luo Ruoshi had said that her father, who was the heavenly Tao, couldn't have imagined that it was such a young man.
I transformed the three purities in one breath,
a part of my soul, into the heavenly Tao. Besides, this world, I created it, so there's nothing wrong with saying I'm the heavenly Tao. Nya Yun smiled faintly. Zhang Xian couldn't believe it. The divine realm was actually created by this person in front of me?
How strong should he be?
Then, no, if the divine realm was created by you, and you are the heavenly Tao,
why did you let the ruthless people wreak havoc and not step
in? Zhang Heng looked over. If it wasn't for his own breakthrough, the divine realm would most likely collapse completely. So why did this person in front of him not care? Even care about the life and death of your daughter? Without answering his question, Nya Yun looked over indifferently.
Do you think there are even more powerful beings above the
God realm?
This. Zhang Heng paused for a moment.
There should be,
although he hadn't seen it before. Since he could cultivate to this realm, perhaps others could as well,
or even stronger. It's like this one right here.
I had suspected that there would be more powerful beings above the divine realm, so I peered with all my might, and ultimately drew a backlash from the higher worlds, a palm breaking through the air.
Nya Yun looked over.
At that time, if I dodged, it was highly likely that the entire God realm would have been wiped out, and there would be no more half-life.
So, blocked the move, but as a result, the heavenly Tao of the incarnation was split out. This situation, I want to recover. It's just a thought, but
I understand that wanting to truly transcend the shackles of the divine realm, to explore where the palm comes from, and what's beyond the divine realm,
is very difficult to do with me alone. Therefore, want to see, there is no life, can break through the emperor shackles, to reach the point of parity with me.
So, just send the scattered heavenly Tao intentions to the lowest level of the world, respectively to the soul that originally belongs to this world,
and a soul that doesn't belong to this world. And you, in the end, did not let me down. Nya Yun laughed.
A soul that doesn't belong to this world.
In that case, I crossed over because of you as well? Zhang Heng's heart shook. No wonder. To be able to cross over?
I didn't think it was all because of the one in front of me.
Ha! Nya Yun gently laughed and said,
inherently belonging to this world, there is a reverence for the world. Wanting to break through the world's shackles, the difficulty is much greater. I also had a thought, and did not expect.
You really can succeed. Zhang Heng blushed. If it wasn't for Master Kong, there's no way I could have reached this point. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, it would have been impossible to reach the current realm. I gave him the opportunity, but didn't grasp it.
The match with the spirit rhinoceros was actually the best opportunity for him to make a breakthrough.
But unfortunately, he chose to retreat,
thinking that he had left a backhand so that he could retreat in one piece.
But in reality, he had lost his bravery and refinement. And in the face of those who have surpassed us, how can he fight against them if he doesn't even have this spirit? Nya Yun said. Zhang Xian was silent. He had watched the battle between the two at that time, and Master Kong was indeed somewhat lacking in decisiveness. It was also possible that he wasn't willing to behead Luo Ruoshi. Unfortunately, the opportunity to advance was missed on that very thought. If Master Kong wins, Ruoshi will die.
Zhang Heng looked over a moment later,
his eyebrows furrowed. Can it be that this person in front of me doesn't even care about his daughter's life and death? With me here, she won't die. Nyayin smiled faintly. Your current strength isn't that far off from mine. Do you think the duo's strength, in a life and death situation, could do it if they wanted to save someone? This, Zhang Heng smiled bitterly. Breaking through an emperor, and an emperor, were two different concepts? And if he was truly willing to make a move, he could indeed save the person at the last minute, and guaranteed, he wouldn't be able to stand a single injury. Ling Rhinoceros was born to my other wife Luo Qingchang, so she disguised her name, surnamed Luo, in order to be able to make her believe, not emotionally, up to now has always thought that I was still in a coma. Nyayin let out a bitter laugh. This dad of mine has done enough to be ruthless. Let's put it this way, this matter is still for you to explain to her. After all, her mind now has already shifted to you. This old dad of mine, I guess I can't even think of it. Ha ha, I will not appear for the time being, hide on a period of time to say. Otherwise, really afraid that she made a mess of the sky and the earth. Seeing such an unreliable old man in front of him, his face twitching, Zhang Heng had no choice but to agree. Alright, there's nothing you can do if you don't agree. Who let yourself abduct someone's daughter? The library of the heavenly Tao, which was created by one of my intentions, is the foundation and the shackles. The fact that you can rely on your own abilities and break through the shackles shows the ability and potential. And the future has a great future. And it's a relief for my daughter to be able to be with you and be a father. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update.